Chapter 001, The Fruit Shop in the Marvel Universe. On 73rd Street in New York. Devil Fruit? What a peculiar name. I wonder what exactly is sold here. Let's go inside. Upon hearing this voice, Rasha's spirit was instantly invigorated. He straightened his posture instinctively, striving to present his best self to the approaching customer. Accompanied by a sound akin to silver bells, a stylishly dressed blonde entered Rasha's humble shop, her figure strikingly attractive. "Welcome." Rasha greeted her with a warm smile, stepping forward to attend to the guest. "I didn't expect the staff to be such a handsome young man," the blonde lady exclaimed, her exuberant personality evident as she threw a flirtatious glance at Rasha. "Thank you for the compliment, lovely lady. Your beauty adds a touch of vibrancy to this little shop," Rasha replied with a confident smile, accustomed to such encounters. He deftly returned her flirtation. The blonde lady eagerly accepted, her attention soon captured by the array of colorful fruits displayed in the showcase. "Young man, what are these fruits?" she inquired, her eyes wide with astonishment before she realized, "Is this the devil fruit?" "Indeed, these are the devil fruits. Although the name may sound a tad ominous, they're truly extraordinary fruits," Rasha began to elaborate. The blonde lady raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Extraordinary? Are you saying they are delicious?" At this point, a look of skepticism crossed her face. Could these vividly colored items truly be edible? Especially the black one. How exaggerated. They looked frightening, let alone edible. "No, I mean that consuming these devil fruits grants one remarkable abilities. I know this sounds unbelievable, but I swear to God, it is the truth," Rasha declared earnestly, his sincerity shining brighter than gold. "Wow, so these are fruits enchanted by demons?" The blonde lady couldn't contain her laughter, regarding Rasha with a look one might reserve for a fool. He was indeed handsome, yet there seemed to be something amiss in his mind. Otherwise, why would he treat others as fools? Claiming one could gain extraordinary powers from eating them, why not say one would ascend to the heavens? The origins of the devil fruits remain a mystery, but your understanding isn't entirely off. "Now, beautiful lady, may I proceed to introduce you to the fruits we offer?" Rasha, undeterred by her disdainful gaze, boldly proposed. Since he had little else to do, the blonde lady did not refuse. "Of course. I'm curious to see what you can conjure up. Madam, please observe. This fruit is called the slippery fruit. Consuming it will render one's skin remarkably smooth. This is the featherlight fruit, which allows one to control their own gravity, enabling them to float with just an umbrella. This fruit. Insanity." The blonde lady could no longer endure Rasha's explanations and abruptly turned to leave. "Please wait, madam. We have samples available for tasting. You'll understand once you try," Rasha exclaimed, chasing after her. Indeed, the devil fruits here had designated samples for tasting, allowing the consumer to experience the corresponding abilities for 5 minutes. Rasha believed that once she took a bite, she would realize he was not a charlatan. "Am I out of my mind?" Yet the blonde lady walked away without looking back, her indifferent voice echoing in the distance. "Ah, it seems to be the same story again." Watching her retreating figure, Rasha couldn't help but display a bitter smile. In the past month, he had encountered similar situations far too often. In fact, this blonde lady had stayed longer than most, at least listening to Rasha introduce the abilities of the devil fruits. Most people, upon seeing the bizarre and colorful fruits, would flee in fright. Some even accused Rasha of being a fraud, hurling insults or nearly resorting to violence. As for the crucial step of tasting, who would dare to recklessly put such items in their mouths? It was already a victory that they didn't resort to violence. Rasha understood their reactions well. Anyone with a modicum of sanity would not purchase fruits that looked terrifying and sounded absurd, even in a world where Captain America and Tony Stark existed. At this rate, I'll wonder when I will complete the novice task. The thought filled Rasha with a sense of urgency. Earlier that day, various media outlets were fervently reporting on Stark Industries' newly launched Jericho missile. Indeed, this death missile had come into existence. Was the day when Tony Stark, kidnapped by the Ten Rings, would undergo a transformation into Iron Man drawing near? At that point, the era of Marvel superheroes would officially commence, and the Earth would face invasions from extraterrestrial beings, mechanical armies, dimensional demons, and otherworldly robots. As an ordinary person, he had no choice but to be cannon fodder. He might not even know how he would meet his end. Thus, Rasha's only hope lay in the novice task provided by the system. Indeed, Rasha was not originally from this world, but a traveler from the Blue Star. In his previous life, he had lived quite comfortably. Upon graduating from university, he did not struggle like many of his peers during the most challenging employment season, competing with millions in the harsh job market. Instead, he returned home to inherit his father's eyewear store. While it may not have been lucrative, it certainly offered a better quality of life than that of a typical office worker. Moreover, 6 months after graduation, he had successfully found a girlfriend who was exceptional in every aspect, and they had already planned their engagement for the end of the year. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction, yet who would have anticipated that during the Qixi festival, Rasha would suffer food poisoning and perish? Upon opening his eyes once more, Rasha found himself reborn into the Marvel Universe, bound to a system called Devil Fruit Supplier. As long as he successfully sold devil fruits and met certain sales targets, he would receive corresponding rewards. The novice task assigned to him by the system was to sell a single devil fruit. It may appear straightforward, yet Rasha had failed to sell even a single item for an entire month. This endeavor proved to be more challenging than anticipated. After all, it is certain that a rational individual would never purchase a devil fruit. Perhaps only those with a few screws loose might consider it. Rasha could not help but indulge in self-deprecating thoughts. Chapter 002. A new customer, Deadpool. Since the arrival of the blonde woman, Rashia's shop had seen a steady stream of visitors, totaling a dozen or so. To be frank, the foot traffic was not too shabby. However, as was customary, upon witnessing the prestige of the devil fruits, all interest dissipated. Before he knew it, afternoon had arrived, and with the day nearly at its end, Rasha still had not sold a single devil fruit. Another day of fruitless endeavors. Rashia's expression reflected his resignation, and the vibrant enthusiasm he had in the morning had faded, leaving him languidly resting on the counter, absorbed in his phone. He had completely given up. "Hello." A voice, ostentatiously flamboyant, broke the monotony as Rasha spotted a man donning a mask standing at the entrance of his store. What on earth? Rashia's heart skipped a beat, fearing he might be facing a robber. In this free-spirited country, incidents of $0 shopping were not uncommon, even in convenience stores. However, encountering someone intent on $0 shopping for fruits was entirely new to Rasha. Do not be alarmed. I am not one of those base-level robbers. In fact, I harbor a deep disdain for those lacking any skill, the masked man remarked, seemingly sensing Rashia's misunderstanding, and waved his hand dismissively. I wear this mask because I just attended a carnival. I was cosplaying as a deranged serial killer. See, I am unarmed. Rasha glanced and, indeed, saw that the masked man had empty hands, which did not suggest any ulterior motive of theft. This revelation brought him some relief. However, he remained skeptical of the masked man's claims. Even if he truly had participated in a carnival, there was no need to keep the mask on now that it was over. Moreover, for reasons unknown, Rasha found the man's voice strikingly familiar, as if he had heard it before. Yet, oddly enough, having been reborn in this world for just over a month, he had not truly made many acquaintances. And the voice did not resemble that of anyone he knew. The masked man made no move to remove his mask and simply stepped inside the shop. Actually, I was just passing by and noticed your peculiar establishment. I wanted to see what the devil fruits are all about. Are these the colorful items? Could he possibly be delusional? Was he truly going to keep wearing that mask? Rasha thought to himself, feeling both amused and concerned. However, if he were indeed delusional, Rasha felt a flicker of hope, as the likelihood of a madman purchasing a devil fruit might be greater. Indeed, sir, these are the devil fruits we offer. They are truly extraordinary fruits. Seriously? I thought they were mere decorations or toys for children. The masked man's tone conveyed disbelief. No, sir, these are fruits meant for consumption, and they possess remarkable powers that grant the consumer astonishing abilities. As Rasha reached this pivotal point, he felt a twinge of nervousness. This was a crucial step. Thus far, the majority of customers had turned and walked away at this juncture. Astonishing abilities? Like those characters in X-Men? Yet the masked man did not leave. Instead, he displayed an expression of keen interest. This delighted Rasha, confirming his suspicion that those with unconventional minds were more reliable. Precisely, sir. Rasha pointed to one of the slippery fruits, eager to elaborate. For instance, this particular fruit is called the slippery fruit. You may wonder why it bears such a name, right? Why is it called the slippery fruit? Does it make your mouth feel as smooth as if coated in lubricant? The masked man provided a vivid analogy. Eating this fruit will render your skin remarkably smooth, smoother than that of a newborn, by 100-fold. Rashi had disregarded the masked man's interjection and continued his presentation. That sounds rather enticing. Can any skin achieve such smoothness? Instead of being deterred like others, the masked man appeared even more intrigued. Of course, our shop's fruits are genuine and trustworthy. If the effects are lacking, Rashi contemplated and made a harsh vow. Let me be subjected to 100 rounds by 100 hefty individuals. The masked man shivered involuntarily. How could one make such a brutal oath? Even a face like mine? Without warning, the masked man swiftly removed his mask, revealing a pockmarked and ghastly visage before Rashia. Goodness! Rashia was initially taken aback by the horrific countenance, his eyes widening in disbelief. Oh dear, Deadpool! He never expected that this seemingly eccentric masked man was, in fact, Deadpool. However, if it was indeed Deadpool, there was a possibility. After all, with a face like that, he truly could benefit from the slippery fruit. Moreover, from what he had gleaned from films, Deadpool's mental state seemed rather unconventional as well. What do you think of my face? Deadpool remarked, noticing Rashia's startled reaction, seemingly unperturbed. This was not the first time he had encountered such a response. Sir, did a train run over your face? Despite knowing well what Deadpool looked like, Rashia feigned shock. Then trampled by 100 wild horses and finally scrubbed with sand while bathing. That's about right. Deadpool's self-deprecating humor left no dignity intact. So what do you think? Is my face acceptable? Sir, as I mentioned, any skin can be transformed. Rashia asserted with conviction. With just a single bite, I guarantee you will possess flawless skin. A metamorphosis awaits you at this very moment. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Do you truly expect me to believe in such miraculous fruits? Deadpool finally posed some skepticism. Rashia promptly produced a small sample of the slippery fruit. Sir, if you are doubtful, you may taste it. Your skin will immediately regain its smoothness. Surely you do not intend to poison me? Deadpool gazed at the small sample, hesitating to act immediately. Sir, you jest. Why would I ever do such a thing? Furthermore, my establishment is equipped with surveillance. If you were to perish, I would face imprisonment as well, replied Roxa, gesturing towards the camera mounted on the wall. That is of no concern. Even if it were indeed toxic, it could never truly harm me. And you need not worry about incarceration, for I shall eliminate you directly, Deadpool declared, abruptly seizing the sample fruit from Roxa's grasp and taking a decisive bite. Chapter 003. Nullifying friction with a sudden expulsion, Deadpool could not contain himself and spat out the first bite. Is this a joke? How can this be so vile? He exclaimed, likening it to a grotesque amalgamation of excrement and refuse. He swore he had never encountered anything so repugnant in his life. Yet, paradoxically, the more he tasted, the more he began to believe. After all, if anyone truly intended to tamper with this devil fruit, how could they have made it so unpalatable? Sir, there is a Chinese proverb you may not be familiar with. Honest advice is often hard to bear, and bitter medicine is beneficial for illness, said Rasha with utmost sincerity. Pardon? What did you just say? Deadpool retorted, his senses overwhelmed by the sourness, rendering him unable to catch Rasha's words. He lifted his gaze, wearing an expression of innocent bewilderment. Forget it. We will discuss it later, Rasha replied, waving a hand dismissively. Deadpool pinched his nose and, with a resolute determination, shoved the remaining morsel of fruit into his mouth, chewing vigorously before swallowing. I must be insane for believing your nonsense. What is happening? Why do I feel a chill coursing through me? Regret washed over him as he swallowed, realizing he had acted impulsively. How could such a miraculous fruit exist? Yet, before he could finish his thought, he sensed an enigmatic force enveloping his skin. In astonishment, Deadpool touched his face, feeling the once uneven texture swiftly smoothen. Within moments, the imperfections vanished entirely. In terms of tactile sensation, it felt as if he were caressing something extraordinarily sleek. No way. He gasped in disbelief, ripping off his mask. A rejuvenated visage appeared before Rasha. Taking a deep breath, Deadpool retrieved his phone, switched to the front camera, and positioned it in front of him. With a shriek of astonishment, his hand trembled, nearly causing him to drop the device. He could hardly believe his eyes. His previously ravaged face had miraculously transformed. Is this truly happening? My face, it's actually healed? Deadpool was still grappling with the reality of the situation. Sir, as you can see, your skin has become remarkably smooth. I assure you, I am not deceiving you, Rasha remarked with a smile. With the tasting completed, the likelihood of a transaction had significantly increased, especially for someone like Deadpool, who inherently possesses significant flaws. The devil fruit offered by Rorschach perfectly compensates for these shortcomings. The assurance of a successful transaction is further heightened. This is not merely smooth. Even the skin of the goddess I fantasize about each night pales in comparison. My friend, even women would be envious to the point of sleeplessness upon seeing my skin. Deadpool was so exhilarated he nearly leapt into the air. Sir, it appears you are quite pleased with the devil fruit from my humble establishment, are you not? Rorschach inquired at an opportune moment. Pleased? My friend, pleased scarcely begins to encapsulate my emotions. I find myself at a loss for words, elated, thrilled, incredulous. Observing the sheer exuberance in Deadpool's eyes, Rorschach was convinced of his sincerity. The satisfaction of my guests is my greatest encouragement. Sir, what you just consumed was merely a sample, and its effects last only 5 minutes. However, fret not, for should you purchase this silky fruit, you will possess a visage that even the deities would envy, permanently. As Rorschach gauged the timing, he began to market the fruit to Deadpool. It dawned on Deadpool why such a miraculous fruit was so readily available for tasting. It was merely a 5-minute trial. Yet, considering the extraordinary nature of such a creation, it was only natural that a reasonable person wouldn't allow just anyone to indulge. You cunning merchant, you know very well that after sampling, I will be compelled to buy, right? You rascal, yet I must admit, I desire this fruit. Deadpool declared grandly, gesturing emphatically towards Rorschach. During the store's opening period, all fruits were offered at a 30% discount. The original price of the silky fruit was $500,000, but with the discount, it was only $350,000. Quite remarkable. Such an extraordinary fruit is available at a discount. Wait, did you say the price was how much? The delighted expression on Deadpool's face froze in disbelief, questioning if he had misheard. $500,000 for a single fruit? That is utterly outrageous. His voice escalated several octaves. Sir, let me reiterate. If you purchase now, it is only $350,000. And to be candid, do you truly believe this price is excessive? To put it bluntly, sir, your face would remain unrefined even if it were worth $5 million. Rorschach confidently addressed Deadpool. Moreover, enhancing one's appearance is merely a secondary effect of the silky fruit. Its primary function is to render the skin smooth. Why do I emphasize the word smooth? Is there a distinction? Deadpool pondered, perplexed, believing smoothness equated to beauty. Certainly not, sir. Otherwise, why would this fruit be called the silky fruit rather than the beauty fruit? It is because it reduces the skin's friction to zero, achieving true smoothness. The concept of zero friction is rather self-explanatory, is it not? If someone were to strike you, their fist would simply bounce away. Rorschach continued to elucidate for Deadpool. Zero friction? That seems rather exaggerated, don't you think? Surely, you cannot be deceiving me. But you cannot fool me. Slap. Upon uttering this, Deadpool unexpectedly delivered a resounding slap to his own face. Truly, one could only expect such unpredictable antics from the irreverent Deadpool. Remarkably, it really did bounce away. My hand felt as though it had struck a block of ice. Deadpool exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, with Deadpool's exceedingly exaggerated and peculiar regenerative abilities, such rebound attacks may seem unnecessary. However, the crucial point remains. Even if Deadpool can heal, the pain is still unmistakably painful. Sir, you might consider removing your shoes again. As long as there is even the slightest incline on the surface, you can glide as if skating. No sooner had Rorschach spoken these words than Deadpool eagerly discarded his shoes. Indeed, his entire body began to slide swiftly to one side. After all, a perfectly level surface simply does not exist. Cool. This is absolutely incredible, beyond imagination. Deadpool exclaimed in exhilaration. Chapter 004. 700,000 for a fruit. While Deadpool reveled in his playful antics within Rorschach's shop, the 5-minute mark had arrived. His impeccably smooth feet reverted to their original state. The condition of zero friction vanished. He stumbled momentarily, nearly losing his balance. Had it not been for Deadpool's agile reflexes, he would have certainly toppled to the ground. Yet, that was merely a minor concern. The more pressing issue was that Deadpool's skin began to undergo a rapid transformation. The enviable complexion that women admired faded in an instant, revealing once again the pockmarked visage. If this were to remain the case, it would be one thing. However, after experiencing the sensation of a normal face, how could Deadpool possibly endure the change? No, don't revert. Please, he cried, clutching his face. Sir, do you still consider 35,000 to be exorbitant? Rorschach's voice drifted in, calm and composed as he regarded Deadpool with an air of confidence. Rorschach remained unconvinced that after personally experiencing the myriad wonders of the slippery fruit, Deadpool could resist temptation. Deadpool fell silent. In comparison to the extraordinary effects of the slippery fruit, the mere price of $35,000 seemed quite reasonable. In fact, it was not just reasonable. It was astonishingly affordable. Deadpool was certain that if the slippery fruit were to hit the market, it would fetch millions, with countless individuals vying for it. Rorschach was indeed a conscientious seller. All right, 350,000 it is. Damn, that's the entirety of my savings after 2 arduous years. With a grimace, Deadpool reluctantly produced a bank card. Since vanquishing his nemesis Ajax and reuniting with Vanessa, Deadpool had reverted to his former profession as a mercenary. Despite his notorious reputation for occasionally eliminating his employers, his fees were not insignificant. Thus, over the course of 2 years, he managed to amass that considerable sum. Swiftly swiping the card, Rasha retrieved the slippery fruit from the display case and placed it into Deadpool's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Deadpool bit into it with fervor, his face contorting in response to the appalling taste. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, refusing to spit it out, consuming the fruit with the fervor of a starving soul. Good grief, this fruit is utterly dreadful. I never wish to endure such a flavor again in my lifetime. He swallowed the last bite with great effort, unable to suppress his complaints. Rasha hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something. What is it? Nothing. Rasha decisively shook his head. Would revealing that only a single bite of the fruit was necessary result in Deadpool's wrath? However, Rasha was genuinely astonished that Deadpool had devoured the entire devil fruit with such eagerness. He stood agape, and by the time he regained his composure, Deadpool had already finished eating. It was evident that Deadpool lived up to his reputation. His combat prowess was indeed formidable. While Rasha silently marveled at the scene, Deadpool's skin rapidly returned to its normal state after consuming the fruit. I've transformed back. I'm me again, Deadpool exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, nearly dancing with joy. Congratulations, sir. You now possess the looks that men envy and women admire. Henceforth, you shall be the most dashing figure on the streets. Rasha chimed in with applause. Indeed, I am undeniably handsome. Goodness, I might just fall in love with myself, Deadpool declared, using his phone as a mirror, admiring his reflection with unabashed vanity. Fortunately, the store was devoid of other patrons, and Rasha was well acquainted with Deadpool's eccentricities. Otherwise, he would surely be perceived as unhinged. Store manager, do you have any other devil fruits? Please enlighten me. I intend to save up some funds to purchase another one. After putting away his phone, Deadpool gazed eagerly at Rasha, his enthusiasm palpable. Despite the fruit's unforgettable taste, it paled in comparison to the extraordinary abilities it bestowed upon him. I apologize, sir. Generally speaking, one can consume only a single devil fruit. Otherwise, the body would explode. Roche explained to Deadpool with utmost seriousness. He understood Deadpool's fervent desire to indulge in more fruits. Yet the harsh reality simply does not allow it. Exploding? How terrifying! Deadpool exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, then inquired, so, does this imply that there exist circumstances under which one could consume multiple devil fruits? Indeed, sir. By ingesting the dark fruit, one can simultaneously partake in multiple devil fruits. This dark fruit must be exceedingly expensive, Deadpool speculated. Yes, sir. The cost of a single dark fruit is $1 billion. $1 billion. Deadpool gasped. $1 billion for a single fruit? Can you believe it? Such a sum is beyond my means, even if I were to sell myself. Furthermore, Roche added, currently, there are no stocks of the dark fruit available. He continued, the devil fruits unlocked by the system are relatively low tier. Powerful fruits like the quake fruit, thunder fruit, and light fruit have yet to be unlocked and require the completion of specific sales tasks to access. Therefore, even with money, they cannot be acquired. How unfortunate, Deadpool lamented. But it is what it is. By the way, sir, I have established a group for those with devil fruit abilities to facilitate communication amongst them. Would you be interested in joining? Roche recalled something and began to inquire about Deadpool's interest. Deadpool hesitated for a moment before responding. Of course. That sounds like a fascinating venture. They then proceeded to add each other as friends, and Roche invited Deadpool into the group he had created. Devil Fruit House. Are we the only 2 members? Deadpool exclaimed in surprise upon checking the social app. Does this mean I am the very first customer to purchase a devil fruit? A sudden feeling of being duped washed over him. Although it is just the 2 of us now, I am confident that the number will grow in the future. Roche assured Deadpool, adding, I hope you can introduce a few clients my way. During their earlier exchange of social media contacts, they had mutually shared their names. So referring to Deadpool as Wade was perfectly acceptable. That might be a challenge. The fruits here are prohibitively expensive. The people I know cannot afford them. Deadpool shrugged, then bid Roche farewell before departing. Chapter 005, Lottery, Reward, Light Fruit. At long last, he successfully sold a devil fruit, thus completing the novice task. As he gazed at the fading silhouette of Deadpool, Roche could hardly contain his excitement. He eagerly dove into the system interface, pondering what kind of reward awaited him this time. System, please finalize the novice task. With immense anticipation, Roche issued this command within his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully sold a devil fruit and completed the novice task. A synthesized electronic voice echoed in his thoughts. The host may choose to draw once or receive 500 source points. How would you like to proceed? What purpose do these source points serve? Roche suppressed his immediate urge to draw and inquired about the system. After all, source points might be incredibly valuable. To answer the host, source points can be utilized to accelerate the development progress of the fruit. For instance, with the slippery fruit recently sold, only 300 source points are required to develop it to the level of a template character. Template character? Roche raised an eyebrow in curiosity. This system uses corresponding characters from the One Piece world as reference templates. Roche finally understood. It turned out that source points were indeed a valuable asset. The same fruit, when wielded by different individuals, could yield vastly different results, primarily depending on the level of development. With source points, even those lacking innate talent need not worry. However, at this moment, it was clear that Roche did not require source points, as he needed a devil fruit to utilize them in the first place. I choose to draw, he promptly declared. Host has one drawing opportunity. Shall we proceed immediately? What was there to deliberate? Draw, Roche exclaimed without a second thought. Rewards are being drawn. With the system's prompt, a series of names began flashing before Roche's eyes. Quick/fruit, Boom Boom Fruit, Scythe Fruit, Bubble Fruit, Shadow Fruit, Tremor Fruit. It turned out that the system's reward was indeed another devil fruit. Roche felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Although a saying circulated among pirates, there are no worthless fruits. Only incompetent users. The potency of the fruit undeniably varied. Objectively speaking, Roche believed that devil fruits could be ranked. Could ordinary zoan-type fruits, like the bulbul fruit or dog fruit, truly compete with logia-type fruits? Especially those natural fruits, in a world devoid of the imposing presence of superheroes, are inherently immune to all harm, which is indeed a flaw. Rorschach is genuinely apprehensive about drawing an ordinary zoan-type fruit, for that would certainly be quite disappointing. The lottery is complete. After the words flickered for a moment, a sudden prompt emerged on the system's interface. The rapidly flashing text then came to a halt on one particular phrase. Rorschach cast a brief glance, and his heart immediately began to race uncontrollably. A Pika Pika fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one Pika Pika fruit. With this string of notifications from the system, a golden fruit adorned with unique patterns appeared before Rorschach. Undoubtedly, it was the Pika Pika fruit. Even among the natural fruits, it ranks within the top 3, a tremendous windfall. Rorschach gazed at the Pika Pika fruit, trembling with excitement. Considering the might of Admiral Kizaru and those dazzling techniques, Rorschach found it impossible to maintain his composure. He couldn't help but wonder whether Kizaru's peculiar demeanor was a result of consuming the Pika Pika fruit. Rorschach's spirits were soaring, and after a brief moment of playful sarcasm, he promptly seized the Pika Pika fruit in his hand and took a decisive bite. My goodness, it tastes horrendous, truly dreadful. Even though he was forewarned about the unpalatable nature of the devil fruits, Rorschach did not expect it to be this repulsive. The flavor was simply overwhelming. Despite his mental preparation, he nearly succumbed to the urge to vomit. Reflecting on how Deadpool managed to consume an entire slippery fruit, Rorschach couldn't help but admire him. Deadpool, a true warrior indeed. Gulp. Gritting his teeth, he forced down the unpalatable fruit pulp and immediately felt an indescribable transformation occurring within him. He became light. Rorschach could distinctly sense this change. Is this the sensation of the Pika Pika fruit? His expression was one of astonishment, an experience unlike any he had ever encountered. He then slowly raised his right hand, extending his index finger. With a thought, a dazzling golden light flickered at its tip. With another thought, a golden beam shot forth, creating a crater in the street outside. What is happening? What is going on? A few passers-by sensed something amiss and could not help but investigate the situation. However, alas, the speed of light is exceedingly swift. An ordinary person cannot capture the fleeting passage of a photon before their eyes. They merely perceive a fleeting shimmer and are left utterly bewildered, unaware of what has transpired. With a mere thought, Rasha began to transform into a radiant golden figure, entering a state of elemental manifestation. In this form, all manners of physical assault were rendered ineffective, akin to existing in an alternate dimension, incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon him. As for energy attacks, one must consider the aspect of elemental counteraction. Only a form of energy that can subdue photons within the natural realm could pose a threat to Rasha. Of course, for the time being, magical forces and infinity stones are not to be accounted for. But what era is it in the Marvel Universe now? Iron Man has yet to be born. Essentially, there are few who could inflict any damage upon Rasha. Regrettably, he had only just consumed the shining fruit and had yet to undergo training or development, leaving his powers at a rudimentary stage. His capabilities were limited to emitting photon bullets and elemental transformation. Techniques as dazzling as the yellow ape's Amaterasu sword, 8-foot mirror, and 8-span jewel were still far beyond Rasha's current grasp. Next phase task unlocked. Sell 5 devil fruits. Phase task reward. 1 lottery chance or 1,000 source points. At this moment, the system's notification echoed once more in Rasha's mind. 5 devil fruits. What a monumental task. Reflecting on how arduous it was to sell even a single devil fruit, Rasha couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. Chapter 006. A new strategy. Hello, esteemed proprietor. What exactly are these devil fruits? What? Can these be consumed? Do not jest. After Deadpool's departure, a few more customers entered Rasha's shop. As always, they regarded him as a madman. In the past, Rasha possessed no effective means to elucidate his offerings. Even suggesting a taste test would yield little success, as patrons might suspect him of malevolence. However, now, he saw an opportunity to simplify matters. Miss, I assure you, I'm not joking. Rasha gazed at a youthful and vibrant woman before him, resembling a university student, and smiled mysteriously. Do watch closely, and do not blink. With that, Rasha slowly raised his right hand, extending a single finger. What is this? How perplexing. The young woman found herself utterly perplexed by Rasha's actions, completely at a loss regarding his intentions. Suddenly, a radiant golden light flickered from his fingertips. Oh, how extraordinary. Your fingers are glowing. How is this possible? Is this magic? Are you a magician, store manager? It is truly breathtaking. The girl gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as if she had witnessed something miraculous. This is not magic, miss. You may inspect my hand to ascertain the absence of any props. Magic relies on sleight of hand, employing special tools to create visual deception, whereas I do not. Roche extinguished the light from his fingers and extended his hand towards her. The girl grasped his hand, examining it from every angle, yet she found no evidence of trickery. Her previous disdainful attitude towards Roche gradually began to shift. Is this the superpower bestowed upon you by the devil fruit you mentioned, boss? She inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Indeed, this is the ability I acquired after consuming the shining fruit, Roche replied with a smile. Really? You have seen it for yourself? Have you not? Roche's assertion was met with skepticism, but her defenses began to lower, her initial resistance and doubt dissipating. A positive development. She even took the initiative to inquire about other devil fruits. Compared to her earlier demeanor, this represented a monumental shift. However, upon learning that a single devil fruit could cost hundreds of thousands, even millions, of dollars, the girl was utterly taken aback. Boss, this is nothing short of extortion. I have never heard of such an outrageous thing, she exclaimed, leaving with a scathing denunciation, her indignation palpable. Despite not closing a deal, Roche felt quite pleased. In fact, had the girl not been financially constrained, he was confident he could have sold another fruit to someone more affluent. Excellent. Truly excellent. By actively demonstrating his remarkable abilities, He captured the attention of potential customers, transforming their passive reception of information into genuine curiosity. This approach proved to be quite effective, and he resolved to continue employing it in the future. However, he recognized the need to enhance his marketing acumen. At the very least, he needed the discernment to assess whether customers possessed the means to afford his offerings. Roche was not a performer for mere amusement. The shining fruit was no mere magic show. He need not waste his efforts on those lacking purchasing potential. Should he consider filming brief videos to share on YouTube? Roxa subsequently pondered over this matter. Based on some videos featuring the shining fruit, Roxa found the concept rather intriguing. Although it couldn't be guaranteed that posting them would lead to viral success, surely there would be some viewers? It might attract a modest amount of traffic, after all. However, after a moment of contemplation, Roxa dismissed the idea, as this was a world where S-H-I-E-L-D existed. S-H-I-E-L-D is specifically tasked with addressing supernatural events, and attracting their attention could lead to significant complications. While it was possible that certain videos might not truly capture S-H-I-E-L-D's interest, it was better to err on the side of caution. Roxa was not inclined to take such a risk. His current abilities were still rather insufficient to engage with S-H-I-E-L-D confidently. It would be unwise to be so ostentatious. Besides, the foot traffic at the shop was reasonably good, with approximately 20 to 30 guests visiting daily. Roxa was skeptical that 5 devil fruits would go unsold. For now, he decided to maintain the status quo. Meanwhile, at Deadpool's residence, Vanessa gazed incredulously at the man before her, whose complexion was even more flawless than her own. Wait, is that really you? No, it can't be. You cannot possibly be Wade. She struggled to reconcile the sight of this striking individual with the Wade she knew, whose disfigured face could frighten even a child. Yet, astonishingly, this man bore an uncanny resemblance to her former beloved. My dear, it is indeed me. I understand this sounds utterly insane, but I am healed. My skin is restored. No, it's even better than before, surpassing that of anyone else in the world. Wade exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he rushed to convey the extraordinary news to Vanessa. Yet, she remained in disbelief. It wasn't until Deadpool revealed some deeply personal secrets known only to the two of them that Vanessa was left in stunned acceptance of the truth. The man before her was indeed Wade. Wade, my goodness, what on earth happened? Why is your face suddenly restored? Vanessa's eyes widened in astonishment, her mind struggling to comprehend the impossibility of it all. Just this morning, Wade had been in such a dire state, and now he appeared rejuvenated by afternoon. My dear, I once thought the same way. But today is my lucky day. I stumbled upon a shop selling devil fruits on 73rd Street and decided to take a look. Deadpool recounted the day's remarkable events to Vanessa. Devil fruits? Wade, is it possible that such miraculous fruits exist in this world? Vanessa exclaimed, her astonishment evident as she marveled at the revelation. Had she not witnessed Wade's transformation firsthand, she would never have dared to believe it. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly a fortunate occurrence. Although Vanessa harbored no objections to Wade's moon-like visage, the prospect of his returning to his former handsome self was, of course, most welcome. She promptly suggested that such a momentous event called for a celebration. However, just then, a knock resounded from outside the door. Chapter 007. Have you heard of the devil fruit? At that moment, who could be so inconsiderate? My dear, do not restrain me. I shall surely confront him. Wade paused at the sound of the knock, his expression shifting to one of clear displeasure. Come now, Wade, it is rare for us to have guests. Vanessa smiled at him before rising from the sofa to open the door. Before her stood a tall, elegantly dressed Asian woman, exuding an air of sophistication that unmistakably signaled her high social status, a stark contrast to Vanessa and Wade's world. Dr. Xiao? Vanessa exclaimed, slightly taken aback, her brow furrowing. I must apologize. I thought we had made our stance abundantly clear. We shall not agree. Miss Vanessa, I sincerely apologize for intruding once more. But I believe my previous explanation may not have been sufficiently clear, leading to some misunderstandings between you and Mr. Wade. Might I request a bit more of your time? I assure you, should you truly comprehend what the regeneration cradle entails, you would undoubtedly reconsider. This is Mr. Wade's only opportunity. Dr. Lin Xiao earnestly addressed Vanessa. The technologies associated with the regeneration cradle had reached a stage of maturity and refinement, with clinical trials on certain animals yielding no issues. And it was now entering the phase of human trials. For Dr. Xiao, Wade's disfigurement represented a highly significant clinical case. 3 months prior, after an unexpected encounter with Deadpool, she had conceived this notion, only to be met with his merciless refusal. He had no desire to serve as someone else's guinea pig. Little did Deadpool anticipate that this woman would return with such relentless determination. Dr. Xiao, I sincerely apologize for making you venture here again. Do you know why? Deadpool exclaimed, suddenly darting to the doorway, addressing Dr. Xiao with a grin. It is simply because I am far too handsome now. As Deadpool's irreverent voice faded into the background, Zhao Hailuan's attention was irresistibly drawn to the flawlessly radiant face before her. Her eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had witnessed something truly extraordinary. Mr. Wade? Like Vanessa. Her initial reaction was one of disbelief. The individual before her could not possibly be Wade. Darling, look at her. She resembles you so closely that it's almost uncanny. I revel in the sight of others rendered speechless by surprise. Deadpool chuckled, embracing Vanessa with unabashed glee. Forgive me, Mr. Wade. I may have momentarily lost my composure. Zhao Hailuan gradually regained her calm, realizing that the person in front of her was indeed Wade. Despite his face having once been marred and pockmarked, the contour of his features remained unmistakably the same. Coupled with his notoriously irritating demeanor, there was no mistaking it. This was Wade. Yet, she could not fathom how his visage had been restored to such perfection. I can understand. If even the woman who sleeps beside me every night reacts this way, I can only imagine your surprise. Deadpool waved dismissively, then began to usher her away. So, you can leave now. Wait, Mr. Wade, please hold on a moment. Zhao Hailuan urgently blocked the door, her face alight with excitement and anxiety. Do you realize that what has happened to you can only be described as miraculous? This is beyond the capabilities of contemporary medicine. I know this may be a bit presumptuous, but could you share where you managed to restore your face to its former state? I can think of no other technology in the world besides the regeneration cradle that could achieve this. I almost forgot. The store manager asked me to refer customers. Deadpool suddenly recalled, mumbling to himself before fixing his gaze on Zhao Hailuan. Dr. Xiao, have you ever heard of the devil fruit? Devil fruit? Zhao Hailuan replied, her expression one of utter confusion. What on earth is that? Store manager. The following day, with the shop devoid of customers, Lin Xiao, feeling rather idle, took out his phone to play a couple of rounds of a mobile game. However, in the international version, many hero models had changed, and even the skills differed significantly from the domestic version, making the experience rather awkward. Suddenly, a call from Deadpool echoed in the group chat, finding the game uninteresting. Lin Xiao exited and replied, "What is up, Wade? Store manager, I've introduced you to a very promising customer. And guess what? She's a stunning girl with long limbs and a lovely appearance, seemingly from South Korea, which should align perfectly with your tastes." The young lady spoke with a gentle voice, melodious and captivating, and she was quite affluent. It seemed she was acquainted with Tony Stark, a remarkable scientist. Store manager, you must seize this opportunity. Observing the incessant stream of messages in the group, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile wryly. Are you introducing me to a client or a romantic prospect? Nevertheless, Lin Xiao felt a genuine curiosity about the individual Deadpool mentioned. If Deadpool was not exaggerating, this young lady was indeed an extraordinary person. Simply knowing Tony Stark was sufficient to indicate her prowess. So, Wade, what kind of remarkable figure have you introduced to me? Lin Xiao inquired with keen interest. Her name is Helen Xiao. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. She is quite wealthy. Purchasing a fruit is as simple as drinking water for her. Yesterday, I discussed the devil fruit with her, and she expressed immense interest. Store manager, if this deal goes through, you owe me a personal favor. In the future, when I buy devil fruits, I expect a discount. Helen Xiao? Lin Xiao immediately recognized who she was. Deadpool was indeed not boasting. This young lady was quite affluent. His anticipation grew. However, how did that rascal Deadpool come to know someone like Helen Xiao? Their social circles seemed vastly different. Lin Xiao's curiosity prompted him to ask Deadpool about their connection. Deadpool briefly recounted the circumstances that brought them together. Devil fruit? This must be the place. Engaging in casual banter with Deadpool in the group chat, a voice suddenly emerged. Simultaneously, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared within Lin Xiao's line of sight. Helen Xiao. Lin Xiao instantly recognized her. She was indeed Helen Xiao. Helen Xiao had arrived. Let us engage. Lin Xiao quickly replied to Deadpool and approached her with a warm smile. Chapter 008. The startling encounter with Helen Xiao. Good day, madam. Welcome. Luo Xia greeted Lin Xiao with a professional smile. Hello, store manager. Lin Xiao responded courteously, discreetly surveying Luo Xia's establishment. Her gaze soon became captivated by the vibrant array of fruits displayed in the showcase. Madam, I know what you are about to ask. Yes, indeed. These are the devil fruits. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to inquire, Luo Xia eagerly began to explain. A look of surprise appeared on Lin Xiao's face. She turned her head to Luo Xia, her expression one of disbelief, as if to say, "Are you certain you are not jesting? Are these things truly edible?" However, the refinement of Zhao Hailuan prevented her from voicing her skepticism. By the way, do you know Wade Wilson? After a brief pause, Zhao Hailuan fixed a serious gaze on Roxa and inquired. Wade. Of course, he just purchased a slippery fruit from me yesterday, Roxa replied with a smile. You must be Dr. Zhao Hailuan, am I correct? Wade mentioned you might be visiting. Although he had already recognized Zhao Hailuan, Roxa feigned that he was only just discerning her identity. Indeed, I am Zhao Hailuan. I came to investigate the astonishing events surrounding Mr. Wade, she nodded, candidly expressing her apologies for the intrusion. Dr. Zhao, you are too courteous. Opening the door to guests is no intrusion at all. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I am an open book, Roxa generously assured her. So, is it true that Mr. Wade's facial condition was cured by consuming the devil fruit from here? Zhao Hailuan's voice still bore a hint of skepticism. Absolutely, Roxa replied, shrugging his shoulders. I trust Wade has informed you. But, I must speak frankly, it defies scientific principles to believe that a single fruit could harbor such miraculous powers, Zhao Hailuan countered. Precisely. Dr. Zhao, for the very purpose of established norms is to be transcended, Roxa boasted subtly in her presence. So is this your answer? Zhao Hailuan felt a twinge of disappointment. She even regretted being swayed by Wade, questioning the existence of such a wondrous fruit. Surely, Wade must have encountered some other form of fortune. Dr. Zhao, Wade mentioned you are a scientist, which suggests your perception of this world might be somewhat skewed, Roxa continued, seemingly oblivious to her expression. Is that so? In what way? Zhao Hailuan raised an eyebrow, nearly laughing aloud had she not maintained her composure. After all, she had created the revolutionary rebirth cradle, yet a young man claimed she misunderstood the world? What folly! For instance this? Roxa replicated his earlier gesture, extending a finger that shimmered with golden light. Zhao Hailuan's astonishment was evident, though she quickly regained her composure. May I examine your hand? Of course, feel free to inspect. Roxa offered, extending his hand. Zhao Hailuan meticulously scrutinized Roxa's hand, her brow slightly furrowing, for her preliminary examination revealed no abnormalities. No foreign objects have been implanted within the fingers. Furthermore, that hand is not a prosthetic, currently. The market lacks any prosthetic so lifelike that it could be mistaken for the real thing. Dr. Zhao, I understand that in the eyes of scientists, the world is materialistic. Yet it is undeniable that there exist extraordinary phenomena that defy scientific explanation. The devil fruit is one such marvel. Noticing Dr. Zhao Hailuan's evident wavering, Luo Xia seized the moment to stoke the flames of curiosity. While I have yet to uncover anything definitive, I am confident that within my laboratory, I would be able to analyze and reveal something substantial. Dr. Zhao Hailuan remains quite obstinate and self-assured, a common trait among brilliant scientists. Wouldn't you agree, Dr. Zhao? Luo Xia chuckled. Indeed, scientists can be quite challenging, yet it poses no issue. Now, please widen your gaze once more. As he spoke, Luo Xia spread his left hand, palm up, before Dr. Zhao Hailuan, and with his right hand, he pierced his left palm with a single finger. Indeed, he punctured it entirely. The right index finger penetrated through the entirety of the left palm. Dr. Zhao Hailuan's complexion shifted dramatically, and she was genuinely startled. The scene before her was rather surreal. Once Luo Xia withdrew his finger from his palm, Dr. Zhao Hailuan eagerly began to examine both of his hands. At that moment, her earlier confidence evaporated, leaving her utterly bewildered. The astonishing spectacle truly transcended her understanding, rendering her incapable of comprehending it. So what Wade said was true. Are these devil fruits indeed real? Dr. Zhao Hailuan remained in a stupor for a considerable time before reluctantly arriving at a conclusion that she found difficult to accept and understand. Of course, Dr. Zhao, the evidence lies before us, does it not? Now it was Luo Xia's turn to display a confident smile. Shopkeeper, please enlighten me about these devil fruits. After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Zhao Hailuan addressed Luo Xia, her gaze captivated by a pink fruit. What kind of fruit could this possibly be? It seems that pink is indeed a favorite among girls. Even this academically gifted, aloof goddess is no exception. Luo Xia silently scoffed at this thought before promptly informing Dr. Zhao Hailuan. This fruit is rather remarkable. It is known as the float fruit or the kilogram fruit. If consumed, the eater can alter their own weight. Is that true? Dr. Zhao Hailuan's eyes brightened instantly. So, this fruit can be used for weight loss? Luo Xia was left utterly speechless, truly defeated by Dr. Zhao Hailuan's remarkable imagination. Dr. Zhao, if the sole objective is weight loss, you are underestimating the power of the devil fruit. Moreover, is it truly possible to reduce a person's weight to merely 1 kilogram? Luo Xia remarked, bemused. 1 kilogram? Zhao Hailuan's brow furrowed deeply, her expression one of confusion. Are you suggesting that this fruit can reduce a person to a weight of only 1 kilogram? Indeed, the lightweight fruit has the extraordinary ability to alter one's weight, allowing the consumer to fluctuate between 1 kilogram and 10,000 kilograms at will. How could such a phenomenon be conceivable? Zhao Hailuan was rendered speechless. Chapter 009. What does weighing 1 kilogram feel like? Dr. Zhao, please refrain from attempting to comprehend the devil fruit through a scientific lens. Observing Zhao Hailuan's bewilderment, Luo Xia chuckled, reiterating that the devil fruit defies scientific explanation. However, this sounds utterly preposterous. The logic is sound, yet it is challenging for Zhao Hailuan to shift her perspective so rapidly. Dr. Zhao, we have a sample available for tasting. You may personally experience its effects. Luo Xia suggested. A tasting? Zhao Hailuan exclaimed in surprise, initially believing that such a sophisticated item would not offer tasting services. Certainly, Luo Xia replied with a smile, presenting the sample of the lightweight fruit before Zhao Hailuan. Zhao Hailuan gazed at the small piece of pink fruit, plunging into deep contemplation. Surely, this is edible, right? Yet, recalling the astonishing events that had transpired with Luo Xia, her resolve began to waver. The store manager had a point. What she had witnessed today had indeed surpassed her conventional understanding. Perhaps she truly needed to adopt a new mindset to approach this matter. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Hailuan ultimately made her decision, reaching for the sample in Luo Xia's hand. Dr. Zhao, a friendly reminder. The taste of the devil fruit is rather unpleasant. In fact, it is exceedingly unpalatable, so prepare yourself mentally. Luo Xia cautioned as Zhao Hailuan was about to place the sample in her mouth. Thank you for the warning, but the taste is of little concern to me. Zhao Hailuan replied, seemingly unfazed, as she took a bite of the sample. Then, Zhao Hailuan's features contorted in an instant, nearly causing her to instinctively spit it out. But she swiftly covered her mouth with both hands. Is this what you call unpalatable? This is downright lethal. The threshold for unpleasantness should remain within the limits of human taste. Nonetheless, Zhao Hailuan was no ordinary individual. She summoned her immense willpower to swallow the sample of the devil fruit. Gulp. As the flesh was consumed, a look of astonishment immediately appeared on Zhao Hailuan's face. For she could distinctly feel a transformation occurring within her body. Although she could not comprehend the underlying principle, she astonishingly realized that she was capable of sensing her own weight and even exerting control over it. It was as if an elusive switch had been placed in her hands, granting her the ability to manipulate her weight with the ease of a mere gesture. This sensation left her eyes wide with incredulity. Dr. Zhao, I believe you can sense it, right? Luo Xia could not help but chuckle, a thought crossing his mind. Please, bear with me for a moment. With that, he produced an umbrella and handed it to Zhao Hailuan. Dr. Zhao, you might want to attempt reducing your weight to 1 kilogram. Zhao Hailuan, somewhat puzzled, accepted the umbrella, unsure of Luo Xia's intentions. However, her exceptionally high intelligence allowed her to swiftly comprehend that the buoyancy provided by the umbrella was sufficient to lift an object weighing 1 kilogram. Of course, this was true at a greater altitude. Yet, even at this lower altitude, a noticeable effect could be achieved. With a face full of anticipation, Zhao Hailuan opened the umbrella and began to control her weight. Though she had only just consumed the fruit and her abilities were still somewhat unrefined, Zhao Hailuan persevered for a full 5 minutes before managing to reduce her weight to 1 kilogram. At that moment, she gently leapt, and to her astonishment, it was as though gravity had ceased to exist, propelling her directly to the ceiling. Not only that, but rather than plummeting back down, she descended slowly, buoyed by the umbrella's lift. Unbelievable. This was nothing short of a miracle. Standing once more before Luo Xia, Zhao Hailuan's worldview had been utterly shattered. The devil fruit truly existed. Such a wondrous phenomenon was indeed real. With this revelation, all doubts dissipated. Store manager, I sincerely apologize. I never imagined that such extraordinary things could exist in this world. I deeply regret my earlier skepticism regarding your claims. Zhao Hailuan began to courteously apologize to Luo Xia. What a remarkable young lady, he thought to himself. Beautiful, highly educated, capable, yet humble and polite in her dealings. Luo Xia felt a profound admiration for Zhao Hailuan. There's no need to worry, Dr. Zhao. I completely understand, Luo Xia said, waving his hand dismissively. Thank you for your understanding, store manager. May I ask you to introduce me to other devil fruits? Zhao Hailuan earnestly inquired. Of course, he replied. Roxa smiled and began to introduce Zhao Hailuan to various other devil fruits, such as the barrier fruit, the gummy fruit, and the wheel fruit, among others. Each fruit opened Zhao Hailuan's eyes and unveiled a new realm of possibilities. The notion that a human body could generate barriers, transform into candy, or become a wheel was simply astonishing, leaving her in awe. Manager, these fruits are truly remarkable, each deserving of the title of miracle. However, is there a fruit that can aid others? After listening for a while, Zhao Hailuan turned to Roxa with a question. Aiding others? Dr. Zhao, could you elaborate? Roxa responded, curious about her intent. Due to my limited understanding of these devil fruits, I cannot provide much specificity. However, my aim in creating the regeneration cradle is to save lives and shatter the constraints of medicine, allowing more individuals to escape the torment of illness. I aspire to be someone who can assist others and benefit society. Do you comprehend my intention, manager? If that is the case, Dr. Zhao, I do indeed have a fruit to recommend to you. Roxa began to grasp Zhao Hailuan's meaning and pondered thoughtfully before making a suggestion. This particular devil fruit is called the healing fruit. As its name suggests, consuming it grants the ability to heal others. Roxa pointed to the healing fruit displayed in the showcase while explaining to Zhao Hailuan. Heal others? Zhao Hailuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This truly resonated with her aspirations. Manager, could you provide a more detailed introduction to this devil fruit? Certainly. As its name implies, the healing fruit possesses the ability to mend the injuries of living beings. Wait a moment. Manager, Zhao Hailuan interrupted. Are you saying that the healing fruit's healing capabilities are not limited to humans? Indeed. The healing fruit can cure all ailments of any living organism. Chapter 010. The second fruit sold all living beings. All diseases. The repetition of all was an absolute description that struck Zhao Hailuan's senses with intensity. For a scientist like her, the implications of these terms were profound, as such comprehensive statements were exceedingly rare. While the idea of all living beings was somewhat acceptable, after all, despite the differences in physiological structures between humans and animals, there were often similarities. All diseases was a far more audacious claim. If such a feat were truly achievable, Zhao Hailuan could scarcely fathom the implications. Manager, can it truly cure all diseases? Do you mean that incurable diseases such as cancer, leukemia, and Parkinson's syndrome can also be treated? Zhao Hailuan inhaled deeply, fixing her gaze intently on Luo Xia as she posed her question in a low voice. Of course, Dr. Zhao, Luo Xia replied with unwavering assurance. I have stated that it encompasses all diseases. As far as the healing fruit is concerned, the distinction lies solely between disease and non-disease. The concept of incurable ailments does not exist. In the hopeful gaze of Zhao Hailuan, Luo Xia provided a resolutely affirmative response. Really? Zhao Hailuan's voice trembled with anticipation. If the healing fruit truly possesses such miraculous capabilities, it would fundamentally transform and redefine the entire medical field. It would be a blessing for all humanity. Not only pathological diseases, but even injuries can be healed. For instance, external wounds or poisonings can be restored in a remarkably short period through the fruit's powers. Luo Xiao's voice resonated again, leaving Zhao Hailuan in awe. Illnesses can be healed, and wounds can be mended. This fruit is indeed extraordinary. However, if it pertains to healing wounds, will there be any scarring? Zhao Hailuan inquired. Absolutely not, Luo Xiao asserted firmly. The healing provided by the fruit is flawless, leaving no blemishes or aftereffects. Is it truly incapable of leaving scars? Zhao Hailuan could no longer maintain her composure. Setting aside all else, this single fact was enough to drive countless individuals to madness. The healing fruit offers far more than this, Dr. Zhao. If you possess sufficient talent or exert considerable effort, you can develop the fruit's abilities to a heightened level. enabling you to wield its ultimate power. Restoration, Lin Xiao elaborated further for Zhao Hailuan. Restoration? Zhao Hailuan paused slightly, struggling to fully grasp the meaning of the term. Healing is synonymous with restoration, is it not? Indeed, restoration refers to the ability to revert the target back to its original, unblemished state, regardless of whether it is organic or inorganic. In other words, the restoration ability can also be employed to mend objects. For example, if something is accidentally shattered, you can utilize the restoration power to return it to its pre-broken condition. Zhao Hailuan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Not only can it heal living beings, but it can also repair inanimate objects. That is astonishing. It's almost beyond imagination. Zhao Hailuan felt her worldview shatter into countless fragments, disintegrating beyond repair. However, it is advisable to refrain from using the restoration ability lightly, as it consumes the lifespan of the wielder. At this moment, Rasha was earnestly providing risk warnings. However, regarding ordinary treatments, there were no issues whatsoever. So, Dr. Zhao, are you satisfied with the healing fruit? Absolutely. This is precisely the fruit I desired. Zhao Hailuan nodded emphatically, making a decisive choice. Shopkeeper, I have made up my mind. I shall take this fruit. The healing fruit was priced at $500,000, but during the shop's opening period, there was a discount of 30%. Dr. Zhao, you only need to pay $350,000. Rasha quoted the price. To Zhao Hailuan's surprise, the healing fruit was remarkably affordable. I genuinely didn't expect the healing fruit to be so inexpensive, she remarked with heartfelt sincerity. This was not mere pretense on Zhao Hailuan's part. Considering the value the healing fruit exhibited, it would not be an exaggeration to say it was worth 30 million, let alone 35,000. Now, that is what I call a reasonable conversation. Rasha expressed his satisfaction. Indeed, conducting business with those who are financially capable was quite gratifying. Shopkeeper, please give me a devil fruit as well. If it truly possesses such remarkable qualities, I shall return for another purchase. Zhao Hailuan produced a bank card and handed it to Rasha. The shop is genuine and fair. I have not exaggerated in the slightest, Rasha assured her. You will know once you consume it. He swiftly processed the transaction and returned the card to her. However, Dr. Zhao, if you wish to make a repeat purchase, it may not be possible for the time being, as the shop currently has only one of each type of devil fruit available. This was something Zhao Hailuan had not anticipated. She nodded in understanding, refraining from further comment, since she had yet to personally experience the healing fruit. Discussing such matters felt somewhat premature. After payment was completed, Rasha retrieved the healing fruit from the display case and handed it to Zhao Hailuan, kindly advising, Dr. Zhao, just a single bite of the devil fruit will suffice. Only the first bite is effective. Once you consume the first bite, the remaining fruit becomes useless. Such information was extraordinary, even unfathomable by conventional reasoning. However, for Zhao Hailuan, it was fortuitous. The mere thought of consuming such an unpalatable item was daunting. Knowing that only one bite was necessary was indeed a blessing. By the way, shopkeeper, may I take the remaining fruit home? Zhao Hailuan inquired cautiously. Although Rasha had mentioned that the remaining fruit would be ineffective, Zhao Hailuan, being a scientist, believed in the principle of seeing is believing. She intended to analyze the leftover fruit. Of course, the fruit is now yours, Dr. Zhao. How you choose to handle it is entirely up to you, Rasha replied matter-of-factly. That is simply wonderful, Zhao Hailuan exclaimed with great delight. She slightly turned away, concealing her ungraceful manner of eating from Rasha, as she took a bite of the healing fruit. Instantly, akin to the sensation she experienced when consuming the sample of the light-as-a-feather fruit, she felt an extraordinary transformation within her body. A new ability emerged, one that defied verbal description, yet she perceived it with utmost clarity. She understood that it was indeed a power capable of healing others. By the way, Dr. Zhao, I have created a group. Would you like to join? We can communicate any issues there, Rasha inquired once more, glancing at Zhao Hailuan. Of course, Zhao Hailuan replied without hesitation. In a swift manner, they exchanged friend requests, and Rasha promptly added Zhao Hailuan to the group. Newcomer in the group? Dr. Zhao? I knew it was you, exclaimed Deadpool, who astonishingly replied in an instant, leading Rasha to question whether he spent all his time idling in the chat. Mr. Wade, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Zhao Hailuan responded with her customary politeness. Welcome, Dr. Zhao, to our family of devil fruits. Rasha greeted her warmly in the group. Then, manager, I shall not disturb you further, Zhao Hailuan said. Preparing to take her leave, while holding the remaining half of the healing fruit. I can take this with me, right? Certainly, Dr. Xiao. You have already paid for it. It is rightfully yours, Rasha replied with a smile. Farewell, manager. Goodbye, Dr. Xiao. Remember to introduce me to a few clients. I will, manager, she assured, and after exchanging brief pleasantries, Zhao Hailuan departed with the half of the healing fruit. The progress was commendable. Another fruit had been sold. Rasha felt quite pleased. Initially bracing himself for a challenging battle, he was pleasantly surprised to have closed a deal merely the next day. This was indeed a splendid beginning. He needed to sell just 4 more, and he could once again settle for rewards. He hoped that Zhao Hailuan would bring him a few customers as well. Unlike Deadpool, Zhao Hailuan was undoubtedly an elite of high society, a friend of Tony Stark, and her connections were incomparable. Rasha remained optimistic. Manager, how did your conversation with Dr. Xiao go? Deadpool called out in the group. Dr. Xiao is indeed stunning. I wasn't lying, was I? Dr. Xiao, what do you think of our manager? That guy, Deadpool. Rasha sighed, shaking his head. Have you truly immersed yourself in the role of a matchmaker? It is rather surprising to discover that Deadpool possesses such a peculiar sense of humor. Rojas, in utter disregard, chose to ignore Deadpool. After all, Zhao Hailuan was present in the group. How could he possibly respond to such inquiries? Wade, the manager, is an exceptionally competent individual, but my feelings toward him are solely rooted in respect, devoid of any ulterior motives. Please do not misinterpret my intentions, Zhao Hailuan attempted to clarify. Yet, Deadpool remained unfazed, embarking on a gossip spree regarding Zhao Hailuan's romantic preferences, questioning what type of man she favors, and so forth. He even went so far as to justify his inquiries as being on Rojas's behalf. This ultimately led Zhao Hailuan to dismiss Deadpool entirely. Nevertheless, Deadpool continued his incessant chatter, engaging in a self-conversational monologue for half an hour, even when ignored. Rojas began to regret inviting such a loquacious individual into the group. With only 3 members at present, he pondered the chaos that would ensue if the membership grew. Would Deadpool not unleash utter pandemonium? Should he consider silencing him? Rojas found himself grappling with this impulse. Ultimately, he resolved to let things unfold as they may. He exited the group chat, preferring to remain oblivious, and swiftly logged into the international version of his favorite game, eager to indulge in a few more rounds. Although the experience was far from flawless, it nonetheless offered a modicum of satisfaction. He was genuinely astonished to discover that this world also hosted the game he cherished. Bravo, Big Penguin. Thus concluded another day. Undoubtedly, since Zhao Hailuan's departure, Rojas had not managed to sell a single devil fruit. Such luxuries, often priced in the hundreds of thousands or even millions, were not easily traded. A reality Rojas accepted with equanimity. He bore no lingering resentment, promptly locking the doors and vacating the premises without a trace. As for the several million-dollar devil fruits within the store, Rojas held no concerns about theft by the time he departed. He had securely transferred all the devil fruits into the system. The store now stood utterly barren. After casually finding a place to eat, Rojas hailed a taxi and made his way to the seaside. Gazing out at the vast expanse of azure waters, he silently prayed, "May there be no sea prism stone lurking within these waters." Indeed, Rojas had ventured to the coast to personally verify this matter. It is a well-known fact that sea prism stones counteract devil fruits, but whether such a substance exists within the Marvel Universe remains a mystery. Not even the system holds the answer. Only Rojas could ascertain the truth. Previously, as a non-ability user, he had no means of verification, and thus this inquiry had lingered until now. After shedding his outer garments and shoes, Rasha took a deep breath and began to wade step by step towards the sea. The frigid water enveloped his feet, yet thus far, he felt no discomfort. He cautiously advanced further. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The water gradually ascended to his calves, thighs, waist, and torso, ultimately reaching his neck. At that moment, Rasha glanced at a group of people frolicking on the beach not far away and resolved to take one final plunge. With so many people around, he reasoned that should any mishap occur, he would surely be rescued. This was precisely why he had chosen such a populous location. Inhale. With a deep breath, Rasha plunged into the water, and then, nothing extraordinary happened. The sea in this world bore no sea prism stones. The devil fruits had no discernible weaknesses. Rasha felt an exhilarating thrill at this revelation. It was time to hone his abilities with the fruit. He made this decision resolutely. Despite having a system, the powers of the fruit required gradual development and training. While he could augment his skills through the system, who could predict when the sales tasks would be completed? Until then, he would have to train on his own. However, the brilliance of the Shining Fruit's abilities was simply too captivating. After a thorough search, Rasha eventually arrived at a desolate mountain, far removed from civilization. In this forsaken place, it was unlikely that anyone would intrude. Assessing the surroundings, he was quite pleased with the environment. Without further ado, he marked a series of targets on some rocks and commenced his training. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the desolate mountain, radiant bursts of light began to emerge. One rock after another shattered into fragments under the onslaught of Rasha's golden photon shots. Though this was merely the initial application of the fruit, its power was already astonishing, far superior to conventional bullets in this world. It could only be said that the devil fruits were indeed extraordinary. Chapter 012. The initial display of the shining fruits might buzz. Boom, boom. The relentless sounds echoed throughout the mountain, as one stone target after another crumbled under Rasha's photon blasts. The force was commendable, though his accuracy left something to be desired. Rasha couldn't help but shake his head slightly, contemplating with a hint of dissatisfaction. With his current precision, hitting targets at even a moderate distance would pose a challenge. He required extensive training to improve. There was still much work to be done. However, Rasha had only just acquired the powers of the shining fruit. So there was no need to rush. One must tread the path step by step, for no one can devour a large morsel in a single bite. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Thus, Rasha immersed himself in training. When he began to feel fatigued and paused to catch his breath, he realized that he had been continuously exerting himself for 2 hours. This was akin to wielding a firearm and firing relentlessly for 2 hours. Quite remarkable. It seemed that the devil fruit had subtly altered Rasha's physique. Of course, compared to the monsters in the pirate world who could battle for days and nights on end, this was still a far cry, but for Rasha, it represented a significant leap forward. Furthermore, the 2 hours of training proved to be quite fruitful, as his accuracy had markedly improved. Rasha was genuinely pleased with this progress. Considering the flickering lights in the late hours of the night, even in the secluded woods of the desolate mountains, it was not entirely prudent to continue. Despite still brimming with energy, Rasha decided to pause. It seemed he would need to establish an indoor training facility in the future, he mused internally. Of course, such considerations were quite distant at present. He could only opt for earlier training sessions during the day. As for leaving work early, he was the boss, after all, and his own happiness was paramount. With these assorted thoughts swirling in his mind, Rasha began his descent along the same path, taking over half an hour to reach the base of the mountain. Fortunately, his improved physique allowed him to endure such exertion. Otherwise, in the past, he would not have withstood it. Nonetheless, even now, this stretch of road remained exceedingly remote, making it impossible to hail a taxi. After a moment's contemplation, Rasha made a decision. He would run. He was eager to test the limits of his current physical condition. Tap, tap, tap. On the tranquil path, the barely audible sound of his footsteps began to echo. As a result, he ran for another 2 hours before he finally felt a twinge of exhaustion. Moreover, unlike others who would saunter leisurely, Rasha's pace was quite brisk. Indeed, his physique had become rather extraordinary. Goodness, in my haste to run, where have I arrived? It was only upon stopping that Rasha realized the surroundings appeared unfamiliar, a place he had never visited before. Moreover, the area seemed quite disheveled and chaotic, reminiscent of an urban-rural fringe. Had he inadvertently stumbled into a slum? Rasha couldn't help but ponder. Such locales were often rife with criminal activity, prompting him to pull out his phone and check the map to find a way to depart from this place. Hey you, don't move. Empty your pockets of anything valuable. Otherwise, I'll shoot you dead. Just then, four delinquent youths suddenly emerged from the alley ahead, each brandishing a firearm and pointing it menacingly at Rasha. Such is the nature of the free America, where gunfights occur daily, Rasha mused internally. In the past, he would have felt a pang of fear in such a situation. But now, it was the thugs before him who should be the anxious ones. Take my advice, gentlemen, Rasha said, spreading his hands wide, sincerity evident in his voice. If you encounter someone as composed as I am during a robbery in the future, it would be wise to turn around and walk away. Truly, after all, this was a world teeming with superheroes. Is this kid out of his mind? The thugs thought in unison, their minds racing with disbelief at Rasha's audacity. What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and hand over the money. The leader, clad in a checkered shirt, cocked his gun with a metallic click, threatening. Do you want me to blow your brains out? He pressed the barrel of his gun against Rasha's temple. Rasha chose not to engage further and pointed directly at the thug in the checkered shirt. In an instant, a flash of golden light pierced through the thug's chest, creating a gaping wound. What just happened? The thug stared in shock at the blood oozing from the hole in his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief. With a sense of profound regret, he collapsed to the ground. The remaining 3 thugs seethed with rage. How dare this insolent brat maintain such arrogance in the face of their weapons? The age of Marvel's chaos had not yet begun. The world was still relatively normal. Thus, the thugs did not consider the possibility of supernatural forces, but rather assumed Rasha possessed some peculiar weapon that emitted golden light. You killed Jack? You're asking for death, kid. Kill him. With furious shouts, the thugs pulled the triggers of their guns in unison. Bang, bang, bang. The tranquil night was shattered by the jarring gunfire, each shot echoing ominously. At such close range, it would be nearly impossible to miss unless one were blind. Multiple bullets struck Rasha. Yet, to their astonishment, a glimmer of gold flickered at the points of impact before vanishing, leaving Rasha entirely unharmed. This is impossible. A few miscreants gasped in disbelief, as though they had encountered a ghost. Despite having shot this lad multiple times, why was he not even scratched? What was the source of that golden light? However, Lin Xiao did not afford them a moment's contemplation. He raised both hands and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the 3 ruffians before him. The air crackled as golden beams flashed by. The bodies of the miscreants were pierced through, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Even in death, they remained bewildered, unable to comprehend why that boy was impervious to their bullets. Nor could they decipher the nature of the weapon he wielded. Alas, they would never uncover that answer in their lifetimes. Lin Xiao, casting not a glance at the fallen corpses, hastily stepped away, his figure swiftly blending into the shadows. Chapter 013. The next move of the Deadpool having stained his hands with blood for the first time. Lin Xiao felt a calmness that surpassed his expectations. He experienced no panic, nor a shred of guilt. After all, those ruffians had courted their own demise. And Lin Xiao felt justified in his actions. He even pondered whether he had been caught on camera, if he had left any traces behind, or if the police might come knocking at his door. Fortunately, the incident occurred in a relatively backward and chaotic slum, and as he departed, he took care to observe that there were no surveillance cameras in the vicinity. This was hardly surprising, as those miscreants were surely lying in wait to rob unsuspecting victims. And it was improbable that any cameras would be present. Moreover, on his return, Lin Xiao consciously chose to traverse some obscure pathways, striving to leave as few traces as possible. As for the rest, he thought, let it be, he would leave it to fate. Shaking his head to dispel the intrusive thoughts, Lin Xiao changed out of his bullet-riddled clothing and indulged in a refreshing bath. Once finished, he comfortably reclined on his bed and began to play on his phone. Manager, are you there? Wade is calling. Just as he had played a couple of rounds, a message from Deadpool suddenly popped up on his social media. However, this time it was not a group message. Rather, it was a private chat with Lin Xiao. It seemed there was something serious at hand. Rather than mere gossip about himself and Zhao Hailuan, Lin Xiao, discerning the urgency, exited the game and replied, "What's the matter, Wade? I wanted to inquire if our devil fruit has any that can grant ordinary people combat prowess. Ideally, something to deal with assassins." Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at Wade's inquiry about a fruit that could enhance combat capabilities. The primary function of the devil fruit is indeed this. With Wade, not only is there one, but there are many. For instance, the newly arrived scythe fruit in the store allows its user to unleash scythe-like energy waves. The sound wave fruit enables the emission of sonic attacks from one's mouth, and the thorn fruit can conjure thorns to be wielded as weapons. Rasha briefly introduced Wade to several corresponding devil fruits. However, Wade, I must remind you that even after consuming a devil fruit, the extent of the user's power is intricately linked to their physical capabilities. All devil fruits, upon initial consumption, do not bestow overwhelming strength. Continuous development and training are essential for gradual enhancement. If you aspire to become a master overnight simply by consuming a devil fruit, that may be an unrealistic expectation. The devil fruit merely opens a pathway to strength, but the distance one can traverse depends on the user's own resolve. Is that so? Deadpool fell into contemplation. He intended to procure another devil fruit, primarily to ensure Vanessa's safety. After all, Deadpool's profession as a mercenary comes with numerous enemies, and there have been instances when adversaries sought him out, only to be vanquished by him. Nonetheless, Vanessa has endured considerable distress. Unfortunately, Deadpool could do little more than relocate and maintain a low profile. However, the emergence of the Devil Fruit has changed everything. He could directly enhance Vanessa. Yet, while transformation is possible, Deadpool did not wish to alter Vanessa's life or subject her to hardships. Offensive Devil Fruits seemed inappropriate. Then, what about Devil Fruits that bolster defense? Deadpool pondered and inquired once more. Indeed, such options do exist. These Devil Fruits do not require rigorous training, correct? All Devil Fruits necessitate development. Otherwise, one only acquires a rudimentary ability. Nevertheless, for defensive Devil Fruits, even a basic ability can suffice against knife and gun attacks. Deadpool felt assured. Defensive Devil Fruits it shall be. I understand, storekeeper. I know how to proceed. In a few days, I may return to purchase a Devil Fruit from you. Deadpool felt confident. Is that so, Wade? I eagerly anticipate that day, Rasha replied with a smile. Deadpool appeared to be somewhat unreliable, yet surprisingly, he was exceedingly dependable when it came to business. Not only had he introduced a substantial client, but he also intended to return soon. Quite commendable, a quality customer. Discounts. Do not forget my discount. Deadpool emphatically emphasized this before exiting the social media platform. It was time to get to work. Perched atop a rooftop, basking in the moonlight, Deadpool softly murmured a phrase and began dialing a number. Soon, a voice resonated from the other end. Mr. Wade, have you changed your mind? Indeed, Wesley, I have reconsidered. I can assist you, but 500,000 is far too low. After all, we are speaking of the illustrious daredevil of Hell's Kitchen. Mr. Wade, price has never been an issue, especially for a mercenary of your legendary stature. Our employer is certainly not stingy with money. May I inquire what prompted your change of heart? How vexing. Why do you assassins always have so many questions? I'm in dire need of cash, quite desperate, in fact. Is that sufficient? Mr. Wade, do you have time now? Shall we meet at our usual spot? It's settled then. Hanging up the phone, Deadpool leaped from the rooftop, vanishing into the night. 2 hours later, he appeared outside an abandoned building in Hell's Kitchen, strutting with an air of flamboyance. However, he was quickly halted at the entrance by 2 guards. Mr. Wade, you cannot bring any weapons inside. From within the courtyard, Wesley called out to Deadpool, who was already on site. How ironic. The killer's audacity is so feeble, Deadpool quipped without reservation. Yet he removed the 2 swords he carried on his back and handed them to the guards. Only then was he permitted entry. You should know. If I truly intended to kill you, I wouldn't need swords, would I? Deadpool unceremoniously took a seat before Wesley. I have no doubt about that. Should you indeed be Mr. Wade? Wesley adjusted his glasses and made a request. Now, please remove your mask. Forgive me, are we here for a date? Do you need to ascertain my handsomeness? I am merely verifying your identity, please understand. The ruler of Hell's Kitchen is surprisingly timid. If you doubt me, then let hush. We never speak his name. Additionally, Mr. Wade, if you wish to continue our discussion, please remove your mask. All right, how bothersome. Though somewhat reluctant, Deadpool acquiesced to the employer's demand and ultimately removed his mask. A fresh visage revealed itself before Wesley. Chapter 014. The deal, Mr. Wade. Your face has remarkably healed, Wesley exclaimed, astonished after a mere glance. 2 months prior, Wesley had sought out Deadpool, who at the time bore a face that was utterly detestable. Astonishingly, 2 months later, he appeared completely restored. This was nothing short of miraculous. Wesley could scarcely fathom that a visage so grotesquely disfigured could indeed be healed. Is contemporary medicine truly capable of such feats? Of course, what Wesley failed to realize was that Deadpool's recovery had not spanned 2 months, but rather occurred within a mere day. Ah, that familiar expression. Even after witnessing it numerous times, it remains a wellspring of joy. I knew you would allow me to remove my mask. I had eagerly awaited this moment. Surprised, are you? Deadpool reclined casually in his chair, propping his leg up high, pointing at Wesley with the mischievous demeanor of a jester. Wesley, swearing to himself, thought that if he were not a gentleman, he would undoubtedly shoot this insufferable character. What a nuisance. Congratulations, Mr. Wade. Now, we can discuss business. Wesley continued with an impassive tone directed at Deadpool. Wait a moment. Aren't you curious about how I accomplished this? Aren't you interested in where I healed my face? You're not following the script. Deadpool interjected, visibly displeased. He had intended to promote the manager's interests, as this individual was inconsequential, but behind him stood a powerful figure, a bona fide wealthy patron. Mr. Wade, may I speak candidly? This matter is of no concern to me, and I am not invested in it. Furthermore, I am quite willing to engage in personal discussions with you, Mr. Wade. But for now, we are here to conduct business, Wesley solemnly reminded Deadpool. All right then, let us discuss business. Deadpool shrugged, recognizing the importance of not aggravating a significant client. For a flat rate, $1 million. He declared emphatically, Mr. Wade, that is indeed a steep price. However, we both understand that my demands are not excessive, correct? The damages incurred by Daredevil to your employer far exceed this amount. You are correct, and thus, Mr. Wade, as I mentioned, the price has never been the issue. As long as you deliver Daredevil's head, the full $1 million shall be yours without question. $1 million may sound substantial, but to someone like Kingpin, it is but a trifling sum. Wesley had the authority to make decisions. Additionally, should Mr. Wade require it, we can also lure Daredevil out. Wesley proposed further, noting how Daredevil's penchant for meddling made this task exceedingly simple. It appears that you are quite determined to see Daredevil meet his demise. It is indeed unfortunate that he has incurred the wrath of someone like you. Deadpool mused. However, this service is complimentary, is it not? Mr. Wade, you provide an exceptional service. In that case, I certainly wouldn't mind economizing a bit. Without a moment's hesitation, Deadpool acquiesced. Conducting intelligence investigations can indeed be a costly endeavor. Therefore, Mr. Wade, I suggest you take refuge in Hell's Kitchen tonight, as I may reach out to you at any moment, Willis confidently informed Deadpool. They had crossed paths with Daredevil on numerous occasions, or more accurately, Daredevil had thwarted their operations time and again. They possessed a profound understanding of Daredevil's behavioral patterns. It is often said that one's enemies can be the most insightful observers, and there is truth in that assertion. No problem. Your employer must have some upscale accommodations. So will my lodging be reimbursed? Deadpool exhibited a remarkable lack of decorum. Simon Wesley casually instructed one of his subordinates. The subordinate understood immediately and promptly approached Deadpool, saying, Mr. Wade, please follow me. He led Deadpool away, vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, Wesley retrieved his phone and began dialing a series of numbers. The already tumultuous Hell's Kitchen was descending further into chaos. Help! Help! Someone save me. Please, stop. Don't kill me. I can pay you. How dare you steal from us? You've got a death wish. Eliminate them. On the rooftop of a building in Hell's Kitchen, a figure clad in a black mask and tight-fitting attire crouched at the highest point. Yet, his expression was far from tranquil. It was tinged with agitation. This night was particularly tumultuous. Under his vigorous efforts, Hell's Kitchen had markedly improved. The previously rampant criminals had significantly curbed their activities, many too fearful to emerge and commit further misdeeds. But who could have anticipated that, in a single night, things would regress to a state of lawlessness? Sinister sounds echoed from every corner. It seemed that his previous measures were insufficient. Daredevil's countenance darkened, flashing with a fierce intensity. He then sprang into action, agile as a monkey, racing across the uneven rooftops. His figure swiftly vanished into the shadows. One by one, the criminals fell before him. Yet suddenly, Daredevil halted, abruptly pivoting to gaze in a particular direction. His superhuman hearing had detected that someone had been tailing him for 2 blocks. Is this how you discovered me? Wow. You truly are astonishing. Accompanied by this voice, a man clad in a crimson uniform, wielding twin swords, leaped down from the edge of a wall. It was none other than Deadpool. He was genuinely taken aback, believing his stealth to be impeccable, yet he had not managed to elude the keen senses of his opponent. No, it was not mere observation. Deadpool could clearly see that this individual was blindfolded, devoid of sight. How could a blindfolded person possess such agility and sharpness? Deadpool was intrigued. How was this possible? You are not from Hell's Kitchen. Who are you? Daredevil inquired in a low, measured tone, gazing intently at Deadpool. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a remarkably skilled mercenary, never missing my mark. You may call me Deadpool. Indeed, I have come to eliminate you, Deadpool replied nonchalantly, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. And could you enlighten me as to why you are blindfolded? Are you perhaps blind? Though you hardly appear to be. Who sent you to kill me, Lady Gao? Or perhaps Wilson Fisk? Daredevil disregarded Deadpool's banter and pressed on with his inquiry. How about this? You reveal the condition of your eyes, and I shall disclose the identity of my employer. What do you say? Deadpool proposed with an earnest tone, although anyone taking him seriously would be utterly foolish. Daredevil was clearly not one to be easily deceived. He had little patience for Deadpool's frivolous chatter. Given the absurdity of Deadpool's claims, Daredevil found it impossible to trust anything he said. Despite his ability to hear the heartbeat of others and discern truth from falsehood, that skill was effective only against ordinary individuals. For those who were professionally trained or possessed the audacity to lie without flinching, such tactics were rendered ineffective. The man before him embodied both of these traits. "Do not worry. I will compel you to reveal everything," Daredevil said coldly, then charged directly at Deadpool, delivering a swift kick in his direction. "How ruthless. I thought we were engaging in a heartfelt exchange," Deadpool retorted, springing off the wall with a push of his right foot. Clang! The metallic sound rang out as the twin swords strapped to his back were drawn in an instant, and he brandished them, creating a dazzling display of flashing blades. "Let us commence our dance. By dance, I mean we shall attempt to slay one another," Deadpool proclaimed as he lunged toward Daredevil, who similarly charged at him. The two adversaries engaged in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows with fervor. However, it was not long before Daredevil found himself subdued by Deadpool. Despite Daredevil's remarkable martial prowess, he fell short in the face of Deadpool's extraordinary capabilities. After all, Deadpool possessed the uncanny ability to slice bullets in midair. How could Daredevil defend himself? Moreover, during this period, he had yet to forge his own uniform and weaponry, confronting Deadpool unarmed and defenseless, which further tilted the odds against him. With a swift motion, Deadpool struck, and Daredevil was sent sprawling, a long gash appearing on his torso. This was merely the beginning. Soon, the sickening sounds of flesh being cleaved echoed repeatedly, as Deadpool mercilessly struck Daredevil with an unknown number of blows. At this juncture, Daredevil, weakened by torn muscles and excessive blood loss, staggered with each step. Yet, like an indomitable cockroach, he resolutely rose to his feet after every fall. What a tenacious fellow! I have always admired such resilience. 3 years ago, I had a dog at home. Do not misconstrue this as an allusion to you. I genuinely owned a dog. Every time I indulged in a hamburger or hot dog, it would vie for my food. Despite my efforts to deter it, its stubbornness never waned, and ultimately, I had to put an end to its struggles. I cherished it dearly, yet I had to make that difficult choice. I admire you as well, my friend, but alas, I too must bring your journey to an end." Deadpool rambled on with an abundance of irrelevant chatter before executing a graceful somersault towards Daredevil. With a fierce flourish of his twin swords, he struck. Suddenly, Daredevil's movements halted, for Deadpool's blade had slashed across his throat. Thud! Daredevil collapsed to the ground, having completed his life's journey, leaving the villains of Hell's Kitchen in a state of disbelief. It was truly lamentable. Deadpool approached, removing Daredevil's mask to gaze into his wide, unseeing eyes. "Damn, he really was blind," Deadpool muttered, astonished that a blind man could possess such formidable skills. "Indeed, the reputation is well-deserved, Mr. Wade. What a spectacle to behold." A voice filled with admiration resonated as Wesley emerged from the shadows with a group of followers. The excitement was unmistakable on Wesley's face. The persistent thorn in their side, Daredevil, had finally met his demise. It was no small feat. Wade had successfully eliminated a significant threat to their master. "If you truly wish to flatter me, I would prefer tangible benefits. Perhaps an additional $100,000 in commission?" Deadpool earnestly gazed at Wesley. "Mr. Wade, I have a superior proposition for you. How about you work for my boss?" Wesley calculated swiftly, recognizing that his employer valued talent immensely. $100,000 was but a trifling sum. Even more would pose no issue. However, if one day someone were to hire me to eliminate your boss, should I proceed or abstain? Deadpool inquired with utmost seriousness. Wesley, well aware of Deadpool's nature, remained unfazed and merely gestured to one of his subordinates, who promptly brought forth a briefcase. Before Deadpool's eyes, it was opened to reveal it brimming with cash. A preliminary estimation suggested it contained around $1 million. "Mr. Wade, this is your $1 million, with not a cent missing," Wesley affirmed as he beckoned Deadpool. With a swift motion, Deadpool locked the briefcase and lifted it triumphantly, a glimmer of delight illuminating his face. "Wonderful. I can purchase another devil fruit now." After uttering this, he began to fixate intently on Wesley, causing the latter to feel an unsettling sense of discomfort. "Mr. Wade, why are you gazing at me in such a manner?" Wesley thought. "Is he perhaps coveting my body? Why do you not inquire about what a devil fruit is? Aren't you the least bit curious? I must say, you never follow the conventional script," Deadpool chided Wesley. "Very well then, Mr. Wade, what is a devil fruit?" Wesley, in a good mood, chose to indulge Deadpool's curiosity rather than contest him. Goodness, my sales pitch is rather clumsy, isn't it? Manager, see the lengths I go to for you. Deadpool muttered before continuing. A devil fruit is a fruit imbued with extraordinary powers, akin to magical sorcery. My visage was restored by a devil fruit. Such an astonishing phenomenon. Wesley replied dismissively, his skepticism apparent. You expect me to believe that consuming a fruit can restore a disfigured face? Are you penning a novel? Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. If your boss were to consume a devil fruit, he could vanquish Daredevil without needing to hire me. So in essence, relay to your employer the existence of this miraculous fruit. Otherwise, it shall be your loss. After finishing his statement, Deadpool paid no further heed to Wesley, hoisting the briefcase and vanishing into the night. Wesley then approached the corpse of Daredevil, examining the face before him, and was struck by an unexpected revelation. Is it him? I can't believe it's that blind lawyer, Matt Murdock. Whether it be Wesley or King, both have indeed crossed paths with Matt Murdock, yet it is astonishing that this individual, whom they typically dismiss, would turn out to be the formidable Daredevil. As for Deadpool's mention of the devil fruit, Wesley has long since cast that notion aside. Such nonsense could hardly deceive a child, let alone someone as discerning as Wesley. Chapter 016. The most popular fruit among women mourning. Inside the devil fruit shop. Click, click. The sound of the shutter echoed as Rasha meticulously captured images of the various devil fruits with his camera. He found the previous method of introducing each fruit to customers rather cumbersome for both himself and the patrons. Thus, Rasha conceived the idea of creating a comprehensive devil fruit compendium, featuring photographs of each fruit accompanied by concise descriptions. This way, customers could easily identify the fruit they wished to learn about, allowing Rasha to provide targeted introductions rather than engaging in aimless explanations. In his past life, Rasha had studied design in university, enabling him to handle photography and design tasks independently without the need to seek assistance, thus simplifying the process. Shopkeeper, what are you busy with? Just then, Deadpool appeared, accompanied by a woman who exuded a wild yet alluring aura. Having watched the Deadpool film, Rasha recognized her immediately. She was Vanessa, Deadpool's wife, whose photographs adorned his social media. Ah, Wade, Rasha remarked, placing the devil fruit back down. I am in the midst of creating a compendium to facilitate a better understanding of the devil fruits. A most astute decision. You should have done this long ago. Deadpool nodded in agreement before introducing the woman beside him. Shopkeeper, this is my wife, Vanessa. Ms. Vanessa, welcome to our humble establishment. Mr. Wade has extended tremendous support and assistance to us, for which I am truly grateful, Rasha said, nodding politely. Oh no, shopkeeper, we should be the ones thanking you. Vanessa promptly interjected, sincerely stating, if it weren't for you, Wade would never have had the confidence to walk in the sunlight. You have given him a new lease on life. All right, enough of this mutual flattery, Rasha chuckled. Our meeting is indeed a matter of fate. He then turned his gaze to Deadpool. So, Wade, are you considering purchasing another devil fruit? Certainly, such a wondrous item must also be experienced by Vanessa. With a nod of emphasis, Deadpool casually placed the black box upon the ground. I, too, eagerly anticipated witnessing the marvel of the devil fruit. Vanessa's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face alight with anticipation. Well then, Ms. Vanessa, you may simply call me Vanessa, just like Wade, she interjected with a smile. All right, Vanessa, said Rasha. Wade inquired about certain defensive devil fruits, which I presume was on your behalf. Do you require some defensive fruits? Rasha was quite forthright with Vanessa. In truth, I yearned for flawless skin akin to Wade's, but he mentioned that each fruit is singular in nature. So, dear shopkeeper, are there other fruits that could achieve this? Vanessa pursued Rasha with her inquiry. Indeed, the desire for beauty is a universal trait. I regret to inform you, Vanessa, that there are no beauty-enhancing fruits currently available, Rasha lamented, shaking his head. The essence of the devil fruit is to enhance human potential, rendering one more powerful. Improvements to one's skin are merely a supplementary effect. Fruits specifically for beautification do not exist. Even the sweet fruit consumed by the Empress does not fundamentally transform her into a beauty. Rather, it bestows her with the means to captivate hearts. Enhancing her allure is merely an ancillary benefit, as beauty serves as her weapon. I see, Vanessa responded, her expression tinged with disappointment. Wade, standing beside her, could not suppress a grin. Vanessa, since there are no beauty fruits, let us proceed as we agreed and purchase a defensive fruit. It seems to be fate. Does it not? Deadpool remarked with a smug demeanor. Whatever, Vanessa replied, seemingly indifferent. To her, the fruits were divided into merely two categories, beauty fruits and everything else. Lacking beauty fruits, she deemed the rest indistinguishable. Shopkeeper, let us go with the defensive fruit. Which two would you recommend? Deadpool eagerly urged Rasha, anxious that Vanessa might change her mind. If it were a lovely lady, I would strongly recommend the suit fruit and the cotton candy fruit, particularly the suit fruit. As I believe it is among the most favored by women, Rasha suggested without hesitation. In truth, he had anticipated this since Deadpool had inquired about related matters the previous night. He had already formulated his thoughts. The suit fruit? What kind of fruit is that? Initially, Vanessa displayed little interest, but at this moment, she finally exhibited a glimmer of curiosity. What does suit mean? Is it a clothing ensemble? Indeed, Vanessa. The suit fruit can conjure an entire outfit. Thus it is also aptly referred to as the clothing fruit. Rasha nodded in affirmation. So, if I consume this fruit, I could don new attire every day? Vanessa's face radiated excitement and aspiration. You guessed correctly, Vanessa, should you master the fruit. You could certainly fabricate any garment your imagination conjures. It truly is the case. This is simply marvelous. Vanessa was nearly on the verge of leaping with joy, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. Shopkeeper, I shall take this one." Shopkeeper, the garments produced by the suit fruit are bulletproof, correct? Deadpool inquired with a tone of certainty. Certainly, Wade. I comprehend your inquiry. I have stated that the essence of the devil fruit lies in enhancing one's abilities. The suit fruit fundamentally fortifies one's protection. Whether one creates armor or clothing is merely a matter of personal choice. Therefore, even the initial form of ability upon consuming this fruit will still offer bulletproof protection. It can even withstand bullets? Oh my, how astonishing. Indeed, Wade, you are right. The fruits here are truly divine creations. Vanessa was euphoric, utterly satisfied with this fruit. The prospect of daily wardrobe changes coupled with bulletproof protection. Where else could one find such a perfect, ethereal fruit? Deadpool shared in her enthusiasm, noting that it was akin to wearing a bulletproof vest every day, ensuring a high level of safety. Both husband and wife were immensely pleased with this fruit. Chapter 017. Cookies that even missiles cannot break. Vanessa, hold your excitement. If your intention to purchase this fruit is solely based on the prospect of donning beautiful new outfits daily, I must offer a word of caution. Wade has likely informed you that any fruit, upon initial consumption, only grants a rudimentary ability, which is insufficient for crafting intricate suits. It can only produce very rudimentary attire. Thus, if your aim is to achieve the ability to wear new clothing every day, it may require a period of training to accomplish that goal. Just as Vanessa was on the brink of elation, Rasha felt compelled to temper her enthusiasm with a dose of reality, although this might dampen the buyer's eagerness. As a responsible shopkeeper, Rasha believed it was crucial to convey not only the merits, but also the less-than-perfect aspects to consumers. In business, honesty is paramount. Shopkeeper, how long must one train? Vanessa immediately fixed her gaze upon Rasha with earnest inquiry. It is difficult to say. It could take 1 or 2 months, or perhaps 1 or 2 years. Each individual's circumstances vary, and thus cannot be generalized. Roches candidly expressed that, even he could not provide a definitive response regarding such matters. If it were a matter of 1 or 2 years, I believe I could wait. However, Vanessa's enthusiasm remained largely undiminished. In comparison to the immense allure of donning new attire daily, what is a mere year or 2? Worth it, my dear, as long as you are content. Deadpool remarked nonchalantly from the side. Ultimately, as long as the clothing is bulletproof, the aesthetics are of little consequence in his eyes. Wade, shall we purchase this suit fruit? Vanessa said, visibly thrilled. Hold on, Vanessa, let me finish my introduction before you decide. After all, the store is currently exclusive to you. No one else is vying for it. Roches smiled at Vanessa and continued to elucidate the merits of the suit fruit. In truth, the suit fruit does possess inherent limitations. The garments crafted from it can only be worn by the user of the ability. Once removed, they disintegrate rapidly. Moreover, while the suits exhibit remarkable resilience and strength, easily withstanding bullets and blades, their hardness is insufficient for offensive capabilities. In reality, the suits are quite comfortable, indicating their softness, which implies that they are unlikely to develop any aggressive skills. Roches clearly articulated these drawbacks to the couple, Deadpool and Vanessa. Yet, in their eyes, these were hardly shortcomings. The fact that the suit cannot be donned by others was of no concern to them. as they had no intention of profiting from the sale of specialized bulletproof attire. As for the inability to develop offensive skills, that was even less of an issue. Deadpool's primary aim was to enhance Vanessa's defense, not to transform her into a lethal combatant. Shopkeeper, this is more than sufficient for Vanessa. In truth, I can hardly wait for Vanessa to give me a fashion show every night. My dear, what do you think? Deadpool, with an air of familiarity, planted a kiss on Vanessa's cheek as if in his own home. Wade, the shopkeeper is still here. Vanessa, feeling somewhat bashful, gently pushed Deadpool away. Not to worry. I believe the shopkeeper won't mind. Right, Roches? Deadpool flashed a sheepish grin at Roches. Wade, exit to the left, no farewell. Okay. Let us continue discussing the devil fruit. Shopkeeper, isn't there also a cotton candy fruit? Please tell us more about it. Deadpool promptly capitulated and shifted the conversation. The cotton candy fruit, as its name suggests, is a fruit that can produce cotton candy. The user can envelop themselves in a massive cotton candy confection to achieve defensive capabilities. Rasha began to succinctly introduce the cotton candy fruit to the two individuals. However, it was evident that Vanessa and Deadpool were far more intrigued by the suit fruit, and they had essentially made up their minds to purchase it. Yet, upon hearing that the cotton candy could be used for defense, they were quite astonished. After all, cotton candy is commonly perceived as exceedingly soft, akin to cotton itself. It seems inconceivable that something so delicate could be associated with the concept of defense. Shopkeeper, how can cotton candy be employed for defense? Can it truly be bulletproof? Vanessa inquired with great curiosity. Absolutely, Rasha replied with a knowing nod, smiling at the two. In the realm of devil fruits, cast aside your preconceived notions. Anything you believe you know will take on a new definition here. Just like the cookie fruit, how would you assess the hardness of a cookie? What if I told you that there exists a cookie so resilient that not even a missile could shatter it? Rasha was referring to one of the sweet dessert 3. Cracker. The strength of Cracker's cookie soldiers is extraordinarily formidable. Even Luffy requires his 4th gear to break them. Goodness. Vanessa and Deadpool gasped in unison. A cookie that withstands a missile? Is that even still a cookie? The cotton candy produced by the cotton candy fruit is certainly not ordinary cotton candy. In fact, its resilience rivals that of the suit fruit. Considering the structure of cotton candy, its defensive capabilities may even surpass those of the suit fruit. Furthermore, the cotton candy fruit can be utilized not only for self-defense, but also to ensnare foes and even develop cotton candy clouds for aerial gliding. In summary, it is indeed a remarkable fruit. Vanessa and Deadpool listened in awe, astonished by the myriad applications of something as simple as cotton candy. It can serve for self-defense, be used against enemies, and even facilitate strategic retreats. In terms of functionality, the cotton candy fruit undeniably surpasses the suit fruit. Nevertheless, Vanessa ultimately chose the suit fruit. As an ordinary woman, she pondered the necessity of such extravagant abilities. Surely, beauty is of paramount importance. It is a splendid and intriguing fruit, but shopkeeper, I still prefer the suit fruit. Wade, please procure the suit fruit for me. Vanessa, without a moment's hesitation, addressed Deadpool. Chapter 018. The Collapse of Deadpool. Is one bite of the fruit enough? If given the choice, Deadpool would undoubtedly opt for the more cost-effective and potentially more powerful cotton candy fruit. However, the circumstances dictated that it was not Deadpool making the purchase, but rather for Vanessa. Furthermore, one understands that women approach shopping with a mindset that is distinctly different from that of men, often lacking the same rationality in their deliberations. What else could Deadpool do? All right, then I'll go with the set fruit, he declared decisively. And, shopkeeper, is this fruit set still priced at $500,000? Indeed, wait. The store's discount period has not yet concluded. Thus, as before, it remains at $350,000. Rasha nodded in affirmation. Is it still a 30% discount? Shopkeeper, I introduced a client to you and even brought my wife along. Can't you offer me a better deal? Deadpool began to negotiate. Wade, the 30% discount is already quite generous, Rasha replied, shaking his head. Moreover, the pricing is dictated by the system, not something Rasha can arbitrarily alter. However, he continued, I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. I will grant you and Vanessa membership privileges. Deadpool's interest piqued as he inquired, what benefits does membership entail? There are numerous privileges, such as the ability for members to purchase more than the standard limit of 3 devil fruits, Rasha explained with a smile. Additionally, members enjoy priority during auctions, along with various other exclusive benefits that you will come to learn about in due time. That sounds fantastic. It's settled then, shopkeeper. Both Vanessa and I shall become members, Deadpool responded, visibly pleased. While he had been adamant about seeking a discount, he understood that the devil fruits were a rare commodity, firmly establishing a seller's market rather than a buyer's one. The notion of discounts seemed trivial in the grand scheme of things. Encountering such treasures was merely a stroke of good fortune. Moreover, while Rasha appeared harmless, the ability to offer such extraordinary items for sale indicated he was no ordinary person, undoubtedly a figure of significant stature. If one had the opportunity to align with someone of such caliber, it was indeed a blessing. Those who underestimated the significance of such encounters were truly foolish. Rest assured, Deadpool, I truly value your support for the store, Rasha said with a warm smile directed at him. With you as the shopkeeper, my efforts have not been in vain, Deadpool remarked, as he produced a suitcase and placed it with a thud upon the counter. You do accept cash here, do you not? He opened the suitcase to reveal it brimming with a substantial amount of American dollars. Indeed, replied Rasha, conducting a brief inspection to confirm its authenticity before accepting the money. He retrieved a peculiar fruit from the display case and placed it into Vanessa's hands. Vanessa cradled the bizarre fruit, scrutinizing it intently. Were it not for Deadpool's first-hand experience, she would find it hard to believe that such an odd little object could harbor such extraordinary powers. Wade, is this truly as dreadful to consume as you say? She inquired, casting a glance at him. Worse than feces, Deadpool asserted with utmost seriousness. Darling, let me share a little secret. When you eat it, hold your breath. Or try pinching your nose. Whatever you do, do not exhale. Come now, Wade, Rasha chuckled from the side. Vanessa, all you need to do is take a small bite. Though the devil fruit is notoriously unpalatable, it is unnecessary to consume it entirely. A mere morsel suffices. What? Deadpool, who had been imparting his wisdom, suddenly froze as if struck by lightning. Did you just say one bite is sufficient? Are you certain? Are you absolutely certain? His eyes widened in disbelief as he repeatedly questioned Rasha. Wade, I never mentioned that you had to eat the entire thing, did I? Rasha stifled a laugh, though it was a struggle to maintain his composure. Blast it! What have I done? Wade exclaimed, his demeanor unraveling entirely. He had, in fact, consumed the whole devil fruit. O world, why do you harbor such malice against me? Ha ha ha, Wade. It appears you have committed a foolish act, Vanessa giggled, unable to contain herself, her laughter causing her to tremble with mirth. Shopkeeper, why didn't you inform me at that moment? Deadpool gazed at Rasha with eyes full of despair. I intended to. But Wade, you were so eager that before I could utter a word, you had already finished it. I found myself at a loss, Rasha shrugged. Wait. I am about to begin, Vanessa announced, signaling to Deadpool. She then took a deep breath and delicately bit into the devil fruit. As always, the taste contorted her features in revulsion. With great effort, she resisted the urge to expel the fruit, swallowing the morsel with considerable difficulty. Wait, you actually devoured an entire one? Vanessa couldn't help but regard Deadpool with a reverent gaze, as though bowing in admiration. The mere thought of consuming such a thing made her feel as if it could claim her life, and she found it utterly unfathomable that Wade had consumed the entire object. How bizarre, truly bizarre. I feel as if I will be the subject of your mockery for eternity. Very well, I resign myself to it. This is indeed a stain I cannot wash away. Manager, this is all your fault. Deadpool lamented with a heavy heart towards Ross. He then eagerly turned to Vanessa. My dear, how do you feel at this moment? Absolutely astounding. Wade, this is an experience unlike any other. Is this what the devil fruit is like? Vanessa exclaimed, her face reflecting sheer astonishment. She then began to harness her newfound abilities and attempted a demonstration. Suddenly, with a flourish, a massive cloth appeared around Vanessa, enveloping her body in a rather rough embrace. Wade, look, it's real. I've truly conjured an article of clothing, Vanessa exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she danced with glee. My dear, while I wouldn't necessarily classify that as clothing, I must admit, it does suit you rather well, Deadpool remarked, surveying Vanessa with a serious expression. Wait a moment. He then produced a firearm, aiming it directly at Vanessa. Let me see how well it withstands bullets. Chapter 019. Come, shoot me. Ross could only shake his head in disbelief. Deadpool was indeed beyond reproach, always capable of the most outrageous antics. To actually draw a gun on his own wife? Even for the sake of testing the bulletproof capabilities of her outfit, this was rather audacious, was it not? Come on, wait. I've never experienced the sensation of being shot. Go ahead, darling. To Ross's astonishment, Vanessa appeared equally eager, her anticipation evident. Could this be the age-old adage that opposites attract? The man was eccentric, and the woman was equally wild. They truly were a match made in heaven. Yet, Ross refrained from offering any counsel, for he understood that the protective qualities of the suit were indisputable. As long as Deadpool refrained from shooting at any exposed parts of Vanessa's body, there would be no cause for alarm. How utterly insane it was to openly draw a gun on one's own spouse. Life is indeed filled with delightful absurdities, is it not? Before pulling the trigger, Deadpool even delivered a speech as if accepting an award. However, despite his seemingly reckless demeanor, he took great care to pull aside a corner of Vanessa's suit before firing a shot at that very corner. Do not refer to it merely as body armor. Even ordinary clothing would not inflict the slightest harm upon Vanessa. The bullets would pierce through the fabric and fly away, never grazing an inch of her skin. Hark! Following the muffled sound of a gunshot, a bullet struck the hem of her clothing. Remarkably, it was indeed halted, after being obstructed by the suit. It fell to the ground with a soft thud. Wade, the bullet has truly been stopped. It is utterly astonishing. This garment is so soft that I hardly feel its weight when I wear it. Vanessa exclaimed in disbelief. Naturally, what do you think this is? This is a devil fruit. Deadpool was equally pleased. Vanessa, I'm sure you've just experienced it. Your grasp of the power is still quite rudimentary, allowing only for such coarse manipulation. Thus, continuous training is essential. Once you can control the shape of the suit at will, you will realize your desire to wear new clothing every day. Rashia grinned at Vanessa. I will train diligently to wear new clothes every day, Vanessa exclaimed, brimming with aspiration. After concluding the transaction, Rashia, adhering to the previous custom, invited Vanessa into the group. As the group leader, he extended a warm welcome. Shopkeeper, everyone, please join me in welcoming our new family member to the House of Devil Fruits. Vanessa, hello everyone. I am the fresh newcomer. I look forward to your guidance. It feels rather odd to say this, as I know everyone in the group. Wade Wilson, a warm welcome to my beloved wife. By the way, Shopkeeper, can't my nickname be changed to the world's most handsome man? Shopkeeper, absolutely not. And besides, you are not the world's most handsome. Currently, with a small number of members in the group, having arbitrary nicknames would hinder communication. Once the group grows, it will become exceedingly inconvenient. Therefore, let us use our real names for the group nicknames. Vanessa, darling, how dare you refer to yourself as the most handsome in front of the shopkeeper? What do you think of the shopkeeper's position? Wade Wilson, then I shall be the world's most handsome, excluding the shopkeeper. Will that suffice? Zhao Hailuan, Ms. Vanessa, have you also acquired a devil fruit? Welcome to our community. Zhao Hailuan, if I may inquire, what fruit did you purchase? Vanessa, Dr. Zhao, I acquired the suit fruit. A fruit that allows me to create new clothing at will. Isn't that enviable? Zhao Hailuan, the devil fruit is indeed a wondrous thing, capable of such incredible feats. Shopkeeper, by the way, Dr. Zhao, did you have a chance to experiment with the healing fruit's abilities after returning? How did it feel? Upon mentioning this, Zhao Hailuan became somewhat exhilarated, her enthusiasm evident even to her assistant, who could see the gleam in her eyes. Zhao Hailuan exclaimed, Store Manager, I was just about to share my feedback. The healing fruits are truly miraculous and extraordinarily powerful. She continued, I first conducted an experiment on my assistant's cousin. It took merely 5 seconds to completely cure his rheumatoid arthritis. Zhao Hailuan admitted, when I received the test results, I could hardly believe my own eyes. Indeed, she was not exaggerating. It is well known that ailments such as rheumatoid arthritis, while not classified as major diseases, are exceedingly challenging to eradicate completely. It is often deemed an impossible endeavor. Once afflicted, individuals typically endure these conditions for a lifetime. Yet, Zhao Hailuan, utilizing her remarkable abilities, managed to achieve what seemed an impossible feat in just a matter of seconds. It was nothing short of a miracle. Wade Wilson remarked, incredible, truly remarkable. Dr. Zhao will undoubtedly become the world's foremost healer. Vanessa added, it is indeed an extraordinary ability. It sounds even more impressive than what you previously described as the regeneration cradle. Zhao Hailuan responded, the regeneration cradle is the culmination of my efforts. It is one of a kind. However, to be fair, it cannot compare to the devil fruit. The regeneration cradle is still a product governed by rules. No matter how wondrous or powerful, it must adhere to the laws of science. In contrast, the devil fruit exists entirely outside these constraints. How can one even compare? Even if Zhao Hailuan were to boast, she could not deny this fact. Well then, store manager. I shan't disturb you any longer. Wade and I shall take our leave. Farewell. Do visit us often. After exchanging pleasantries in the group chat, Vanessa and Deadpool bid farewell to Roxas and exited the Devil Fruit shop. Roxas, too, refrained from further idle chatter in the group and resumed his prior tasks. After approximately an hour, he completed photographing all the devil fruits. He then opened his computer, launched the design software, and began personally crafting the Devil Fruit Compendium. Time flew by as he immersed himself in work. After attending to a few customers and finalizing the compendium's design, Roxas glanced at the clock, astonishingly. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Well, the likelihood of selling another fruit today seemed slim. Perhaps it was time for some training. He also needed to find a place to print the compendium. After a moment's contemplation, he made his decision. He copied the images of the compendium onto a USB drive, habitually stored all the devil fruits back into the system, and locked the door behind him. He left with a carefree air. One must admit, being a boss has its advantages. One can arrive late or leave early at will. Such delightful indulgence. Chapter 20. Angel Zhao Hailuan. The sound of sizzling and crashing echoed through the dense wilderness of the desolate mountains. Golden rays of light surged forth in rapid succession, shattering stone after stone. Luo Xia stood 200 meters away, extending his finger forward, unleashing one photon bullet after another. In a matter of mere minutes, the long rows of stone targets had been reduced to mere fragments. Quite impressive. Luo Xia paused, nodding in satisfaction. He had been training here for half a month, and during this time, neither the Deadpool nor Zhao Hailuan had introduced any new clients. Naturally, none of the visiting customers were inclined to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on something that appeared dubious. Consequently, Luo Xiao's progress in his new sales task stalled, limited to the sale of merely 2 devil fruits. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. The purchase threshold for devil fruits was inherently high, making them challenging to sell. He resolved to take things as they came. After all, his current strength was sufficient for self-preservation in this world. Over the past weeks, he had dedicated nearly 4 hours each day to training, yielding remarkable results. Luo Xia had now reached a level of accuracy where every shot hit the bullseye. Even when slightly off, he never truly missed. This, however, pertained only to accuracy. But in actual combat, Luo Xia did not need to fire single shots. He could unleash photon bullets in rapid succession, akin to a machine gun or submachine gun. Thus, from a combat perspective, his strength was already formidable, at least within the current timeline. Next, let me try my photon staff. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xia extended his right hand, activating his powers to gather the photons within him. Like fireflies converging, after approximately 15 seconds, a shimmering golden staff materialized in his hand. The staff measured about 30 centimeters in length and 5 centimeters in thickness, appearing somewhat rough, a far cry from the yellow apes of Matsumi Kaboshi. Yet, Luo Xia felt a surge of exhilaration. It was worth noting that during his first attempt, he couldn't even shape a simple cylinder. Now, he had made remarkable progress. With the photon staff in hand, he struck fiercely against a large stone before him. Crack! Amidst the tumult of flying gravel, a profound indentation was suddenly carved into the great stone. This photon staff is, in fact, a form of energy rod when wielded as a weapon. It delivers impacts that transcend mere physical force, directly inflicting damage through photon energy. Its effects are remarkably effective. Ultimately, there comes the phenomenon of light evasion. At this moment, a spark ignited within Rasha's mind, activating the powers within him, transforming his entire being into a shimmering figure of golden light, essentially, a being of pure luminescence. This radiant entity then morphed into a beam of light, shooting forth into the distance. Whoosh! A flash of golden brilliance struck the mountainside, creating a large crater amidst a shower of debris. Coughing and covered in dirt, Rasha emerged from the ruins, brushing off the dust, a picture of dishevelment. Indeed, this was an operation of considerable complexity. Rasha couldn't help but sigh. When he took on the form of light, he possessed no weight. Propelling himself through the air like light was effortless. However, controlling the direction proved exceedingly challenging, particularly given the astonishing speed of light. At such velocities, even the slightest miscalculation could lead to a vast divergence from the intended target. Despite numerous attempts over several days, he had yet to successfully arrive at his predetermined destination. Nevertheless, Rasha remained exceedingly pleased. The feats he could accomplish at this juncture were, To be frank, quite extraordinary. Time was drawing to a close. It was time to return. He dusted himself off and descended the mountain with alacrity. Meanwhile, at Zhao Hailuan's research center, a resounding wave of applause erupted. The fervent clapping emanating from the throngs gathered around. They gazed at Dr. Zhao Hailuan, standing at the center in a white lab coat, his handsome visage radiating brilliance. Their expressions a blend of disbelief, astonishment, and fervor, akin to witnessing a celestial being descended from the heavens. Just moments prior, before the assembled audience, Dr. Zhao had miraculously healed a patient who had been paralyzed from the waist down, orchestrating a spectacle that would be inscribed in the annals of medical history. Such miracles had unfolded multiple times over the past half-month. Yet, each occurrence continued to evoke sheer astonishment, for it was simply beyond comprehension. A miracle. I can scarcely believe it. This is truly a miracle. My son has actually stood up, exclaimed a couple in their 50s. Tears of gratitude streaming down their faces as they grasped Dr. Zhao Hailuan's hands, on the verge of kneeling in reverence. A young man, approximately 27 or 28 years of age, stood beside the couple, seemingly entranced in a state of stupor. He was acutely aware of the numbness that had plagued his lower body for many years, leading him to question whether he was ensnared in a dream. Paralyzed. Could it truly be remedied? With a sudden thud, the young man knelt before Zhao Hailuan. "Elder, you need not do this," he implored. "Sir, please rise." After considerable effort, Zhao Hailuan finally managed to calm the exceedingly agitated family and graciously escorted them out. Standing by the louvered window, she gazed down at the jubilant family embracing one another below, and she felt that her endeavors were profoundly meaningful. She was salvaging lives, instilling hope. "Doctor, you must understand. Had I not been your assistant and witnessed this with my own eyes, I would have deemed it utter nonsense. You are creating a miracle," the assistant expressed earnestly to Zhao Hailuan. "No, the miracle is not mine. It belongs to Manager Lin Xiao." Zhao Hailuan sighed deeply in response. The healing fruit was indeed astonishing, far surpassing the cradle of regeneration. Particularly after personally treating several patients in recent days, she increasingly felt that her once proud cradle of regeneration paled in comparison. "After 2 weeks of practice, I have become wholly familiar with my abilities and can heal some exceedingly complex ailments. I wonder, however, if I might assist my old friend." Zhao Hailuan contemplated briefly, then retrieved her phone to dial a contact saved as Bruce Banner. Chapter 021. The hope of Bruce Banner. Zhao Hailuan shared a commendable rapport with Bruce Banner, having consulted him on numerous academic inquiries during her research on the cradle of regeneration. After all, in the realm of organic biology, Bruce Banner was an unparalleled expert. Indeed, with 8 doctoral degrees to his name, he was not only a specialist in organic biology, but also in 7 other fields. Such a remarkable individual. Zhao Hailuan, with her lofty aspirations, a common trait among brilliant scientists, held even Tony Stark in slight regard. Yet, she harbored genuine admiration for Bruce Banner. In her eyes, Bruce Banner eclipsed Tony Stark in brilliance. What was more, Bruce Banner exhibited remarkable humility and politeness, embodying the quintessential image of a perfect scientist in Zhao Hailuan's mind. However, she could not fathom why, 7 months prior, Bruce Banner had inexplicably vanished. He no longer attended any activities within his circle, nor did he maintain contact with anyone. Zhao Hailuan inquired about Bruce Banner, discovering that he had not even shown up for work. She also reached out to Bruce Banner's fiancée, Betty Ross, but even she was unaware of his whereabouts. This caused Zhao Hailuan considerable concern, albeit a concern stemming purely from friendship. During this time, she attempted to contact Bruce Banner, but to no avail. However, 3 months prior, Bruce had reached out to Zhao Hailuan through anonymous emails, inquiring about the implications of nanobiology on genetic repair. He also asked whether the improvements to the regeneration cradle could achieve gene-level restoration. Although the situation remained unclear, Zhao Hailuan was acutely aware that Bruce was undoubtedly ailing, afflicted by a rare genetic condition. In the past, she had felt utterly helpless, as the regeneration cradle was merely a prototype, effective only at the cellular level, rendering gene-level intervention impossible. She felt she could offer no assistance to Bruce Banner. Yet now, circumstances had shifted dramatically. As she listened to the continuous busy signal emanating from the receiver, Zhao Hailuan found herself fervently praying. "Bruce, pick up the phone. Please answer. This time, I may have a way to help you." But, as usual, the call went unanswered. With a resigned shake of her head, She set aside her phone and opened her computer, composing an email to Bruce Banner. Bruce, I have recently acquired a new ability that is difficult to explain, but I can now address challenges that transcend conventional medical boundaries. If you are able, please reach out to me. Meanwhile, in a cramped and untidy rental apartment in Yugua, Bruce Banner was rapidly typing on his keyboard. His computer screen flickered with complex and esoteric papers, many of which were written in German, texts only someone of Bruce Banner's intellectual caliber could comprehend. Suddenly, an email notification chimed. However, Bruce had not received any calls from Zhao Hailuan, as he had long since abandoned that phone number, along with the device itself. Due to the relentless pursuit of his father-in-law, Bruce had cast off his former identity, and any emails reaching him now were certainly from individuals he had previously contacted in secret. Thus, Bruce Banner, without a moment's hesitation, promptly opened the email, and his spirit surged with exhilaration. Dr. Zhao had made a breakthrough. Bruce understood Lin Xiao. She was not the type of ostentatious, superficial scholar, but rather a highly pragmatic genius with substantial expertise. The fact that she expressed such confidence indicated she possessed considerable assurance in her findings. Bruce was immediately intrigued. However, he refrained from hastily replying to the email, for he was aware that even the slightest trace could be detected by his father-in-law. He needed to meet Lin Xiao, but not at this moment. Bruce, please. After sending the email, Lin Xiao anxiously awaited a response at her computer. Yet, 5 minutes passed, then 10, and the screen remained eerily silent, devoid of any reaction. Sighing, she shook her head and rose to leave. She hoped this time would not mirror previous instances, where her messages vanished into the abyss without a trace. I'm sorry, sir, but Dr. Zhao is currently unavailable. You cannot enter. Sir, you are trespassing. This is illegal. Sir, if you persist, I shall summon security. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the lobby, revealing her assistant desperately trying to restrain a bespectacled man who appeared quite refined. I apologize sincerely, but I truly have an urgent matter. I am deeply sorry for any inconvenience caused, but I would not intrude if it were not absolutely necessary. The man seemed exceedingly polite, not at all resembling the rogue or troublemaker Helen had instinctively imagined. He appeared to be a cultured individual. Perhaps there was indeed an urgent matter at hand. Jennifer, it's all right. I will handle this, Helen reassured her assistant, stepping outside to confront the refined gentleman. Dr. Zhao, I regret appearing before you in this manner, but my employer genuinely requires your assistance with an urgent issue. I hope you can forgive the intrusion. The gentleman humbly apologized repeatedly to Lin Xiao. Employer? Helen then noticed another figure standing at the entrance, a remarkably large man, resembling a giant with a bald head. She couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. She had never encountered someone of such imposing stature. For a fleeting moment, she wondered if he might inadvertently collapse her building. Dr. Zhao, I am Wilson Fisk. I apologize for the unannounced visit, but I truly have an unavoidable matter to discuss. Jean Bing, though possessing a rough exterior akin to that of a rogue, spoke with an air of utmost courtesy, creating a stark contrast to his appearance. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused, Mr. Fisk. Please, do come in, he implored. Zhao Hailuan, recognizing Jean Bing's apparent urgency, did not linger and ushered the two into the reception room. Dr. Zhao, I beg your forgiveness for my rudeness, but the situation is dire, compelling me to forego pleasantries. My fiancée is gravely ill, and I am in desperate need of your assistance. I have conducted some inquiries and discovered that you have performed numerous miracles over the past fortnight. I believe that if anyone can save her, it is you. Jean Bing earnestly conveyed to Zhao Hailuan. Chapter 22. What an eerie circumstance. Upon learning that Jean Bing sought his expertise to heal, Zhao Hailuan was not taken aback. In fact, in recent days, he had encountered a growing number of individuals similar to Jean Bing. Over the past 2 weeks, Zhao Hailuan had successfully treated a multitude of ailments, ranging from minor issues like rheumatoid arthritis and varicose veins to more formidable adversaries such as paralysis and leukemia, conditions often deemed incurable. Initially, the patients hailed from Zhao Hailuan's own circle, comprising relatives and friends of those at the research center, as well as acquaintances of Zhao Hailuan. However, as his reputation burgeoned, this circle expanded exponentially. Despite Zhao Hailuan's repeated insistence on discretion, urging patients to remain low-key and refrain from spreading the word, such matters are notoriously difficult to contain. The number of individuals seeking his expertise surged daily. Zhao Hailuan had never turned anyone away, and naturally, He would not refuse Mr. Wilson Fisk. Mr. Fisk, may I inquire about the nature of your beloved's ailment? Zhao Hailuan asked, noting the urgency in his demeanor and opting for a direct approach without unnecessary embellishments. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure, Jin Bing replied, shaking his head, a look of anguish crossing his face as if reluctant to relive the moments of distress. Last night, I was hosting a gala, and Vanessa was in high spirits. Everything was perfect until, suddenly, she collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Jin Bing recounted the events of the soiree to Zhao Hailuan. Interestingly, both Jin Bing's beloved and Deadpool's lady share the same name. A curious coincidence that underscores the whimsical nature of the world. While Zhao Hailuan was not a specialized physician, he was well-versed in the realm of biological nanotechnology and possessed a fundamental understanding of various common ailments. Upon reflection, he deduced that Vanessa did not appear to be merely ill, but rather as though she had been poisoned. Zhao Hailuan had never encountered a case of poisoning before. Nevertheless, she remained quite confident, believing that if she could cure terminal illnesses, then addressing poisoning should be well within her capabilities. Dr. Zhao, time is of the essence. Would you accompany me? Wilson Fisk implored, his voice tinged with desperation. Unfamiliar with Fisk, Zhao Hailuan was unaware of the weight of his promise. Driven by her commitment to healing, she readily agreed. Mr. Fisk, please lead the way, she promptly replied, rising to her feet. Dr. Zhao, do you not need to prepare anything? Wesley, who was beside Fisk, interjected. Typically, doctors carry their own instruments for house calls. How will you conduct an examination otherwise? I require none of that. Let us proceed. Zhao Hailuan retorted with urgency. Although still harboring some doubts, Fisk chose not to press further. As the foremost figure in New York's underground, his vision and resolve surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Having found Zhao Hailuan, he opted to place his trust in her without hesitation. Together, they departed, and a vehicle was already prepared by Fisk's associates beneath the research center. The group swiftly arrived at a luxurious rehabilitation facility located in Hell's Kitchen, where they approached Vanessa's bedside. At that moment, Vanessa lay with her eyes shut, her complexion as pale as parchment, devoid of any color, and utterly weak. A respirator was affixed to her face, and through the fogged mask, it was evident her breaths were exceedingly faint. Prior to seeking Zhao Hailuan, Fisk had gathered the finest doctors he could find, yet they could only manage to sustain Vanessa's life, failing to restore her health. The prospect of Vanessa enduring a life of suffering was intolerable to Fisk, compelling him to exhaust all his resources in pursuit of any renowned physician he could locate. It was under such circumstances that Zhao Hailuan came into his view. Dr. Zhao, if you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. I will ensure everything is prepared at once, Fisk whispered, cautious not to disturb Vanessa. Mr. Fisk, that will not be necessary. I can commence immediately, Zhao Hailuan replied, waving her hand dismissively before lifting Vanessa's blanket. And he grasped Vanessa's hand. Wesley, Dr. Zhao, what exactly is happening here? Is she examining Vanessa's body? Yet, the manner of this examination is truly unprecedented and even bizarre. Jin Bing and Wesley exchanged glances, each discerning a flicker of uncertainty in the other's eyes. I shall begin now, Mr. Fisk. During this time, please ensure that I am not disturbed. Zhao Hailuan stated with a serious demeanor towards Jin Bing and Wesley. She had already utilized her abilities to meticulously perceive Vanessa's physical condition, and she was fully aware of her state. She was confident that she could heal Vanessa. For her, it was not a daunting task. Dr. Zhao, I will comply. Please proceed, Jin Bing replied, despite his inner doubts, nodding at Zhao Hailuan. At this juncture, it was imperative to allow Dr. Zhao a chance to try, was it not? Moreover, even if it were to fail, it would merely amount to a woman holding Vanessa's hand. There was truly nothing to fear. Zhao Hailuan refrained from further unnecessary dialogue and began to employ her abilities upon Vanessa, gradually mending her damaged body. The ward fell into a profound silence. The sound of the Ford drip audible. Jin Bing and Wesley stared wide-eyed at Zhao Hailuan as she tenderly touched Vanessa, not daring to breathe, lest they disturb her concentration. However, this process did not last long, approximately 3 minutes. Suddenly, Vanessa opened her eyes. Her complexion regained its rosy hue, and she appeared rejuvenated and full of vitality. Feeling a hand grasping hers, she looked bewildered. Excuse me, may I ask, Wilson? Mid-sentence, Vanessa noticed Jin Bing nearby, trembling with excitement. Chapter 023. In truth, I rely on the devil fruit, Vanessa. You are awake? Jean Bing's body trembled not only with anticipation, but his voice quivered as well. The exhilaration and astonishment in his heart were beyond expression. He even questioned whether he was mistaken. After all, a mere 3 minutes ago, she had been barely breathing. Yet now she seemed vibrant and full of life. Such a phenomenon was utterly inconceivable, surpassing human understanding. With this thought, Jean Bing's gaze instinctively returned to Zhao Hailuan. He could not fathom how this woman had accomplished such a feat. Merely grasping Vanessa's hand could cure her. What an extraordinary skill. Unbelievable. How is this even possible? Even Wesley, who has always been composed and steady by Jean Bing's side, could not help but widen his eyes in sheer disbelief. Although investigations revealed that Zhao Hailuan had miraculously healed numerous ailments over the past fortnight, the fact that this process took only a matter of minutes was utterly mind-boggling. Wilson, what transpired? Vanessa queried, sitting up in bed and gazing curiously at Jean Bing. In a flurry, Jean Bing rushed to assist her, only to be gently rebuffed by Vanessa. She smiled and remarked, "You are treating me as though I were a critically ill patient, but I assure you, I am quite well." "Vanessa, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort lingering?" Jean Bing inquired with genuine concern. "I feel splendid." Vanessa assessed her current state and continued, "In fact, I have never felt so invigorated. I feel brimming with energy." Seeing Vanessa's condition and receiving her affirmation, Jean Bing finally exhaled in relief. "Oh, I just remembered. I felt a bit drowsy after having a drink. Am I drunk, Wilson?" Vanessa pondered, furrowing her brow as she addressed Jean Bing. Although she typically abstained from alcohol, her tolerance shouldn't be that poor. Observing her surroundings and the woman in the white coat beside her, the astute Vanessa realized that the situation might not be as straightforward as she had initially assumed. "Vanessa, do not fret. I will uncover the truth." Jean Bing vowed in a deeply resonant tone. This woman was his Achilles heel. Whoever had harmed Vanessa would face his wrath. "Mr. Wilson, it seems that Ms. Vanessa is now well. In that case, I shall take my leave," Zhao Hailuan declared, rising to bid farewell to Jean Bing. "Dr. Zhao, you have truly broadened my horizons. Nay, rather, you have left me in awe." Jean Bing approached Zhao Hailuan, regarding her with a reverent gaze. "What you accomplished just now is nothing short of miraculous. Mr. Fisk, you flatter me. Indeed, I am merely a fortunate individual," Zhao Hailuan replied humbly. In her perspective, possessing such miraculous abilities was purely a stroke of luck. Had she not fortuitously encountered Wade, and had she not relentlessly pursued him, how could she have ever ingested that wondrous devil fruit? She is indeed merely a fortunate individual. "Dr. Zhao, you are far too modest." Jean Bing increasingly found himself in awe of Zhao Hailuan. He had encountered countless individuals who boasted excessively, claiming invincibility upon achieving even the slightest success, eager for the world to worship them. Yet, here stood Dr. Zhao, who had undeniably created a miracle, one capable of astounding the entire medical community, yet remained so humble. The contrast was indeed striking. "You have healed Vanessa. You are a great benefactor to me, Wilson Fisk. Dr. Zhao, please grant me the opportunity to express my gratitude." Jean Bing sincerely addressed Zhao Hailuan. "Mr. Fisk, there is no need for thanks. I have merely done what I ought to do. Aiding others is my true desire," Zhao Hailuan replied, waving her hand dismissively. "Dr. Zhao, please allow me this chance. If I let you leave without expressing my gratitude, Vanessa will surely scold me upon her return. You wouldn't want me to endure her wrath, would you?" Jean Bing said with a smile. This usually stern and unsmiling individual was indeed smiling, revealing a genuinely pleasant mood. However, Jean Bing's imposing appearance belied the warmth of his smile, making it difficult to perceive him as a benevolent figure. "Dr. Zhao, please do not refuse. If we were to send you away hungry, that would truly be an affront, wouldn't you agree?" Vanessa added as she approached, taking Zhao Hailuan's hand. Though she had been asleep during the events that transpired, the current situation was crystal clear. She was no fool and could easily discern what was happening. Overwhelmed by the fervent hospitality of Jean Bing and Vanessa, Zhao Hailuan could no longer resist and acquiesced. Jean Bing rejoiced and promptly arranged a grand banquet at a nearby upscale hotel to honor Zhao Hailuan, additionally donating $5 million to her research center as a fund for her work, expressing his gratitude. It is evident that those with ample resources are indeed generous. "Dr. Zhao, it may be a bit presumptuous, but may I inquire how you managed to heal Vanessa?" During the banquet, Jean Bing curiously posed this question to Zhao Hailuan. The miraculous method of healing merely by holding hands was something Jin Bing, despite his extensive experience, had never witnessed or heard of before. Thus, his curiosity was piqued. Of course, Dr. Xiao, my inquiry stems purely from curiosity and not from any ulterior motive. If it is inconvenient, please disregard my question, he hastily added, anxious not to offend Zhao Hailuan. In truth, there was nothing that could not be shared. Zhao Hailuan hesitated not at all and readily agreed. The store manager did not ask for introductions to clients in vain, indicating a lack of intention to keep the existence of the devil fruit a secret. Even Zhao Hailuan herself learned about the devil fruit through Wade's introduction. In this context, Zhao Hailuan would naturally not conceal this information. In fact, she had previously spoken of the devil fruit to others, but no one believed her. The method I employed to treat Ms. Vanessa was not a conventional medical approach, but rather a power derived from the devil fruit. Zhao Hailuan organized her thoughts and spoke to Jin Bing. Devil fruit? Jin Bing was taken aback, completely bewildered by this unfamiliar concept. He had never heard of such a thing. Chapter 24. A new guest, Mr. Fisk. This is where we part ways. Please, stay safe on your journey. Dr. Zhao, take care. Goodbye. Farewell. After a delightful exchange, Jin Bing and Vanessa personally escorted Zhao Hailuan downstairs, arranging for his most trusted confidant, Wesley, to drive Zhao Hailuan home. Once they bid farewell, Zhao Hailuan's vehicle vanished into the night, while Jin Bing embraced Vanessa as they returned to the hotel. Vanessa, do you think what Dr. Zhao said about the devil fruit is true? Jin Bing inquired, a tone of perplexity in his voice as he gazed at Vanessa. I cannot believe that such a thing exists in this world. It sounds utterly absurd. Vanessa shook her head in immediate denial, but soon shifted her stance. However, at that moment, Dr. Zhao did not seem to be joking. When she spoke about the devil fruit, her expression was serious and earnest, entirely devoid of jest. This is something that someone as perceptive as you and I could not fail to recognize. This is precisely what I find peculiar. Dr. Zhao is a meticulous and serious individual. She would not joke with us about such matters. Yet, if it were true that the devil fruit exists, it would challenge everything I have understood over the years. Moreover, Dr. Zhao did indeed employ a rather extraordinary method to cure you, of which I was a direct witness. This compels me to acknowledge the validity of her words. Jin Bing furrowed his brow slightly, feeling that this matter was exceedingly complex. Wesley, was I truly gravely ill at that time? Vanessa asked, somewhat surprised. She had assumed she merely fainted and would have regained consciousness without Dr. Zhao's intervention. Jin Bing's exaggerated concern seemed to stem from his deep affection for her. Yet now, it appeared that the situation was far more serious than she had presumed. No, Vanessa. In truth, you were quite ill. At the very least, the esteemed physicians I consulted were at a loss. Jin, with a grave expression, spoke earnestly to Vanessa, who was genuinely taken aback. Could it be that Dr. Zhao's mention of the devil fruit was true? After a moment of astonishment, Vanessa gazed at Jin in disbelief. Jin remained silent for a while, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he gently suggested to Vanessa, it is getting late. Allow me to escort you home to rest. I shall visit you again tomorrow. Understanding his concern, Vanessa nodded appreciatively. After seeing Vanessa safely home, Jin returned to his office and promptly summoned Wesley. He recounted to Wesley the matter concerning the devil fruit as described by Zhao Hailuan, intending to have Wesley investigate further. Although the notion seemed utterly absurd, Zhao Hailuan had spoken with such conviction, and having witnessed her miraculous healing of Vanessa, Jin felt a stirring of belief within him. Boss, did you just mention the devil fruit? Wesley exclaimed, visibly taken aback. What? Wesley, have you also heard of this extraordinary phenomenon? Now it was Jin's turn to be astonished. I have indeed heard of it, Wesley affirmed with a nod. Surely, you recall the mercenary Wade, the one who killed the night demon? Jin certainly remembered. That individual had eliminated a long-standing threat and had long been on Jin's radar. Jin had even entertained thoughts of recruiting him to work under his command. Wade had suffered severe burns in the past, leaving his skin utterly ravaged, his entire face a testament to his injuries. Such damage was evidently beyond the reach of modern medicine, as even skin grafts would leave scars. Yet when Jin had encountered Wade again a month ago, his visage appeared flawless. His skin was even more exquisite than that of any woman Jin had ever seen. At that time, Wade had mentioned that it was the devil fruit that had restored his face. Wade claimed it was the devil fruit that healed him, not Dr. Zhao. The user of the devil fruit? Jin mused, pondering deeply as he fixed his gaze on Wesley. These are two entirely distinct matters. No. Wade specifically referred to the devil fruit, Wesley recalled, reflecting on the circumstances, and nodded emphatically. Throughout the conversation, Wade had never mentioned anyone named Dr. Xiao. Although some time had passed, Wesley's memory remained clear. Could the devil fruit truly exist? Jin's conviction wavered further. Up to this point, two individuals had mentioned the devil fruit, and he could not dismiss this as mere coincidence. By the way, boss, Wesley added, Wade also remarked something else. At this moment, Wesley recalled a phrase and abruptly lifted his head, declaring that if the boss were to consume the devil fruit, he would be capable of defeating the night demon. Jinbin could no longer maintain his composure. Wesley, you must visit that devil fruit shop tomorrow and ascertain whether those fruits are truly as extraordinary as they say. He instructed emphatically. The devil fruit shop. Could these colorful items indeed be edible? Certainly, the shopkeeper replied. Our establishment prides itself on sincerity and integrity. We offer samples for tasting. Would you care to try? No, thank you. I prefer to avoid an untimely demise. Another individual was frightened away by the prospect of the devil fruit. However, there were no outbursts of profanity or threats of reporting. Overall, the attitude remained relatively courteous. Take care, no need for farewells. After operating the shop for quite some time, Rasha had grown accustomed to such encounters, merely offering a simple greeting from behind the counter without any attempts at persuasion. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive, and what is meant to leave cannot be retained. Unbeknownst to him, Rasha's perspective had subtly elevated to a higher plane. Moreover, the individual from earlier appeared to be an ordinary office worker, likely unable to afford the devil fruit. Thus, Rasha chose not to waste time on him or showcase the miraculous nature of the shiny fruit. Never mind, I shall continue with my game. Without any lingering doubts, Rasha swiftly dismissed the encounter from his mind, picking up his phone to navigate into the gaming interface. Devil fruit? Who would have thought such a shop existed? Just then, a voice interrupted the silence, and shortly after, a bespectacled gentleman clad in an elegant suit entered the shop. Hello, esteemed guest. Welcome to our humble establishment. Rasha set aside his phone and stepped out from behind the counter to greet the customer. As he approached, he couldn't help but ponder internally. This gentleman seemed vaguely familiar. Who could he be? Chapter 025. A significant client arrives. Rasha was certain he had encountered this dapper, bespectacled man before, most likely on television. However, despite ruminating on the thought, he found it difficult to recall, as if a veil separated him from the memory. Greetings, store manager. The voice of the bespectacled man interrupted Rasha's contemplation, as he politely greeted him with an air of refinement, reminiscent of an ancient scholar. I am quite intrigued by your devil fruits. I must inquire, what kind of fruit is this? I have never heard of it before. The gentleman adjusted his glasses and inquired of Rasha with deliberate curiosity. The devil fruit is an extraordinary fruit, available only in this humble shop. So it is entirely understandable that you have not heard of it, dear guest. Please come in. Allow me to introduce it to you at a leisurely pace. Rasha smiled gently at the bespectacled man and beckoned him to the counter. Is that so? It seems you have piqued my curiosity, shopkeeper. I wonder what these fruits are and what makes them so remarkable, the man remarked as he followed Rasha into the store. He discreetly surveyed the interior, his gaze immediately drawn to the vibrant array of devil fruits displayed in the showcase. A look of astonishment crossed his face as he turned to Rasha, asking, Are these indeed the devil fruits? Indeed, dear guest, these are the devil fruits, Rasha replied, a warm smile gracing his lips. As you can see, these fruits are truly unique. However, their distinctiveness extends beyond their colorful appearance. They possess wondrous abilities. Were this an ordinary individual, they might dismiss Rasha's words as mere fanciful talk. Yet, observing the bespectacled man's composed demeanor, Rasha noted that he showed no signs of skepticism. Instead, he listened intently and with great earnestness. Rasha discerned that this man had likely encountered devil fruits before and had come here with purpose rather than as a mere passerby. What extraordinary abilities do you speak of? The man inquired eagerly, his curiosity palpable. I understand that it may sound fantastical, but the truth is that consuming a devil fruit from this shop grants one a superhuman ability, Rasha stated plainly after a brief moment of contemplation. Recognizing that the man was already familiar with the concept of devil fruits, and what kind of abilities might one acquire, the bespectacled man pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, his expression now tinged with anticipation. For instance, it can grant a person whose face has been completely disfigured the flawless skin akin to that of jade, or it could bestow the power to heal any illness. even terminal conditions like cancer, within mere minutes. Additionally, it allows one to create versatile attire capable of withstanding bullets. Rasha succinctly outlined the abilities of several devil fruits currently for sale. Regardless of which devil fruit the bespectacled man had previously encountered, it would inevitably fall among these three. Rasha could see a flicker of interest in the man's expression, clearly indicating that he had struck a chord. You may peruse the illustrated guide, dear guest. Roxia presented the meticulously crafted devil fruit catalog to the bespectacled gentleman, showcasing a succinct introduction to various fruits, each endowed with diverse abilities. Surely promising satisfaction for the esteemed guest. Thank you, esteemed proprietor. The gentleman replied courteously as he accepted the catalog from Roxia's hands and began to peruse it intently. A brief silence enveloped the store. At that moment, a spark of realization ignited in Roxia's mind, piercing through the veil of uncertainty. He finally recalled the identity of this gentleman. Wesley. In the first season of Daredevil, he served as the right-hand man to Fisk, or rather, the most loyal and reliable representative. Due to Fisk's penchant for maintaining an air of mystery, he rarely made public appearances. It was Wesley who managed affairs both great and small. An exceptionally capable individual, yet he met his demise at the hands of a seemingly defenseless woman. A rather ignoble end. What a significant client this was. Upon recognizing Wesley's identity, Roxia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Wesley's pursuit of the devil fruits was surely not a mere whim. It was highly probable that Fisk himself sought to acquire them. Who was Fisk, you ask? In terms of financial prowess alone, Zhao Hailuan could hardly compare. Wesley's voice broke the silence as he briefly scanned the devil fruit catalog before posing a pointed question to Roxia. Pardon my boldness, esteemed proprietor, but how can I ascertain the veracity of the descriptions herein? How can I be certain that these devil fruits truly bestow such extraordinary abilities? Understanding the guest's concerns, Roxia smiled reassuringly and replied, Thus, our humble establishment offers a tasting service. We provide targeted samples for each type of fruit. Should a guest partake in a sample, they will instantly acquire the corresponding ability, thereby confirming the authenticity of the devil fruits. Now, dear guest, would you care to select a devil fruit for a personal tasting? Wesley fell into contemplative silence. Typically, he would never entertain the idea of consuming such peculiar items. However, this occasion was different. He was on a mission. Fisk had tasked him with uncovering the truth about the devil fruits, which meant that merely conversing with the proprietor and perusing the catalog would not suffice. Wesley swiftly reached a decision. Very well, esteemed proprietor, please allow me a moment to examine these fruits. With that, he beckoned to Roxia and began meticulously selecting fruits from the catalog. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, Wesley made his choice. Shopkeeper, may I try this bullet-shaped fruit? Wesley inquired, pointing at an item in the catalog while addressing Rasha. Of course, Rasha replied without hesitation, promptly retrieving a sample of the fruit and placing it before Wesley. Please, help yourself. However, a friendly warning. The taste of the devil fruit is rather unpleasant, so it would be wise for you to prepare yourself. Thank you for the reminder, shopkeeper, Wesley responded politely, though he did not take Rasha's warning to heart. After all, he was no child. Adults should be able to handle something that tastes bad, shouldn't they? However, when Wesley swallowed the sample, he realized he had underestimated the situation. If the shopkeeper felt the need to issue a warning, the taste could not be merely unpleasant. He nearly retched. Nevertheless, Wesley was no ordinary individual. Although the taste nearly exceeded his threshold of tolerance, he merely furrowed his brow slightly and swallowed the sample without a flicker of hesitation. Then, an extraordinary transformation occurred. Almost the instant he ingested the sample, Wesley felt a profound change within his body, an indescribable yet tangible alteration. He could distinctly sense the emergence of a new ability, which he could control as effortlessly as breathing, walking, or waving his hand. At that moment, Wesley suddenly understood. He comprehended how Zhao Hailuan had healed Vanessa. It was undoubtedly through the mastery of the devil fruit's power that she had succeeded. I believe you can feel it now, Rasha remarked, observing the astonishment on Wesley's face. Now, focus and truly experience your ability. Let us witness the miracles that unfold. I can hardly wait. Even Wesley, known for his composure, felt a spark of excitement in his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings before stepping out of the devil fruit shop and approaching a tree on the street. Extending his right hand, he straightened his index finger, aimed it at the tree trunk, and took a deep breath. Then, he unleashed his newfound ability. With a swift motion, a bullet shot forth from Wesley's fingertip, striking the tree trunk with a resounding thud. However, due to the recent acquisition of this extraordinary ability, Wesley is presently unable to wield it with great potency. The bullet merely lodged itself shallowly into the trunk of the tree, and soon after, it fell to the ground. Yet, this occurrence stirred a tempest within Wesley's heart, akin to a colossal stone cast into the depths of water. It is real. All of this is undeniably true. It is simply astonishing. Crouching down, Wesley carefully retrieved the bullet he had just fired, toying with it incessantly, his face flushed with excitement. He could not help it. The exhilaration was overwhelming. After a few minutes, he managed to calm the tempest within and pocketed the bullet before returning to the Devil Fruit shop. How does the customer find it? Roche inquired with a knowing smile, confidence radiating from him. Marvelous. A miracle. I feel as though I have only truly come to understand this world today, Wesley exclaimed, uttering these exaggerated words, which nonetheless reflected the genuine sentiments swirling within him. Then, shall the customer decide to purchase this bullet fruit? Roche seized the opportunity to speak. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, the sample ability lasts only 5 minutes. To genuinely acquire this power, one must consume the authentic fruit. Wesley, aware that nothing worthwhile comes without effort, did not contest this statement and nodded almost without hesitation. Indeed. Manager, I desire the bullet fruit. How much is it? Originally priced at $1 million. The bullet fruit was now available for the fortunate sum of $700,000, as Roche informed Wesley. Without even a blink, Wesley promptly settled the payment. Congratulations. Dear customer, this bullet fruit is now yours, Roche proclaimed, producing the genuine fruit and handing it over to Wesley. He added a friendly reminder. A single bite of the devil fruit suffices. There is no need to consume more. Thank you for the reminder, manager, Wesley sincerely expressed to Roche. The devil fruit was notoriously unpalatable, and this seemingly casual remark spared Wesley considerable discomfort. Then, without further ado, Wesley eagerly consumed the bullet fruit, truly becoming a wielder of its powers, forever endowed with the ability to create and fire bullets. Just call me Wesley, manager, he interjected politely, addressing Roche with great courtesy. Upon confirming the authenticity of the devil fruit, Roche's status in Wesley's eyes ascended several notches in an instant. I shall not be modest, Wesley. I have established a group for those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit. Would you care to join us? Should any inquiries arise regarding the devil fruits, we can exchange insights, and I shall provide the necessary answers. Roche inquired of Wesley in accordance with custom. Of course, shopkeeper. This is an opportunity one cannot miss. Wesley responded without a moment's hesitation. As the most trusted confidant of Jean Bing, he was acutely aware of the immense value of a circle composed of those with devil fruit abilities. His eagerness was sincere and not merely a rhetorical flourish. Not only did Roche initiate the conversation, but he would also not hesitate to invest a considerable sum to facilitate Wesley's inclusion. Roche promptly added Wesley to the group and notified everyone. Shopkeeper, everyone, let us warmly welcome a new member to our family, Mr. Wesley. Wesley, greetings, everyone. I am Wesley, and I look forward to your guidance. Wade Wilson, Wesley? Is that truly you? Back then, you had no faith in my words. Yet now you seek to acquire a devil fruit? Wesley, Mr. Wade, I am ashamed of my previous short-sightedness. It is only today that I have come to realize the extraordinary nature of the devil fruit. Wesley, I owe my enlightenment to Dr. Xiao, who has revealed the wonders of the devil fruit to me, and I am immensely grateful. Xiao Helen, welcome, Mr. Wesley. You need not thank me. The credit belongs to you for choosing to believe in me. In truth, Xiao Helen had not merely spoken of the devil fruit to Jean Bing. She had shared her insights with others as well. Regrettably, even with the miracles she had orchestrated evident before their eyes, few were willing to accept her claims. Many preferred to believe that she had healed them using biological nanotechnology. Chapter 27. The Birth of the Ultimate Assassin and Newcomer King Vanessa. Wade, you know this newcomer? Are you not going to introduce him to us? By the way, Wesley, I am Wade's wife, and it is delightful to see him making friends. Vanessa? Wesley felt a wave of surprise at this name, realizing that Mr. Wade's wife shared the same name as his boss's fiancée. What a remarkable coincidence. Wesley, good day, Mrs. Vanessa. I am Wesley, a collaborator of Mr. Wade. I had the pleasure of working with him not long ago, and it is an honor to meet you. Vanessa, since you are friends and both possess the powers of the devil fruit, do spend more time together. Vanessa sincerely hopes that her eccentric husband could make a few more friends. She has always been aware of the nature of Deadpool's profession, As the battle that unfolded 2 years ago occurred right before her eyes, there was no concealing it from her. Vanessa could also surmise the true nature of the collaboration Wesley spoke of. Nevertheless, she still wishes for Wade not to remain a perpetual lone wolf. Wade Wilson, since my dear wife has spoken, Wesley, I shall reluctantly consider you a friend. Should any business arise, do not hesitate to reach out to me. My reputation precedes me. Wesley, of course, Mr. Wade. After all, your prowess in business is unparalleled in the industry. Vanessa, by the way, Wesley, may I inquire about the devil fruit you purchased? Would it be convenient for you to disclose it to us? Wesley hesitated, for he had acquired the bullet fruit, which was not as straightforward as Zhao Helen's healing fruit or Wade's slippery fruit. However, after much contemplation, Wesley resolved to be forthright. If he had chosen to join this circle of devil fruit users, he could not expect genuine acceptance while shrouding his purchase in secrecy. Wesley, Madam Vanessa, I procured the bullet fruit, as my surroundings are rather chaotic, and I wish to enhance my self-defense capabilities. Wade Wilson, the bullet fruit? So, it allows you to produce bullets? In other words, you need not carry weapons. You are a weapon. Wade Wilson, wow. Wesley, you might as well change careers. This ability is tailor-made for assassination. Imagine, after undergoing thorough scans to ensure Wesley bore no weapons, the target finally felt at ease to meet him. Yet, Wesley suddenly discharged a bullet from his body, eliminating the target. Exciting, isn't it? Surprising indeed. The title of the new king of assassins undoubtedly belongs to Wesley. The bullet fruit? Zhao Helen could not help but furrow her brow slightly, forming a fundamental judgment about Wesley in her mind. In her view, the rationale of self-defense was utterly unconvincing. Wesley's acquisition of the bullet fruit reflected a proclivity in his behavioral patterns. Thus, she began to formulate her approach towards Wesley. Wesley, Mr. Wade, you jest. I have stated that I purchased this fruit solely for self-defense purposes. Wesley, well, everyone, it has been a pleasure meeting you all. But I have matters to attend to. Please excuse me. With that, Wesley exited the group chat. Manager, today has truly been an eye-opener. The devil fruit has granted me a newfound perspective of this world. Wesley sincerely expressed his sentiments to Rasha, saying, Manager, please carry on with your tasks. I shall return to disturb you again. You are always welcome back. Rasha replied with a wave. Goodbye, Manager. Wesley respectfully bid farewell to Rasha with a wave of his hand before departing from the devil fruit shop. Upon arriving at the parking lot and entering his vehicle, Wesley promptly dialed Jean Bing's number. Wesley, how goes it? Jean Bing's voice resonated through the receiver. Boss, it's true. The devil fruit is indeed real. Wesley's voice trembled with excitement. I have personally verified it. This wondrous item actually exists. Jean Bing's tone conveyed a sense of disbelief. It is indeed real, boss. I consumed a fruit of the subordinate, and astonishingly, I can project bullets from my body. I am returning right now. You will see for yourself. Wesley, I eagerly await your return. Their conversation concluded, and without delay, Wesley, brimming with exhilaration, hurried back to Hell's Kitchen. Upon entering Jean Bing's office, he encountered two men clad in suits receiving a reprimand from Jean Bing, whose demeanor appeared rather displeased. However, upon noticing Wesley's arrival, Jean Bing's expression softened somewhat. He gestured to the two men. You may leave. The gentleman bowed respectfully before retreating. Is it another issue concerning Xin? Wesley's brow furrowed slightly. Recently, Jean Bing, along with Madame Gao, Xin, Lalonde, and the Bear Country brothers, had formed a temporary alliance to jointly govern Hell's Kitchen, but progress had been far from smooth. While Lalonde and the Bear Country brothers were manageable, Madame Gao and Xin proved to be quite challenging, particularly Xin, who repeatedly dismissed Jean Bing's authority, becoming a significant source of concern for him. As was often the case, it was yet another complication stemming from Xin. Jean Bing, visibly vexed, shook his head in frustration and then gazed at Wesley with hope. Wesley, I trust you will bring good news to lighten my spirits. Boss, I believe you will be utterly astonished. Wesley could not contain his grin. His gaze scanned the surroundings before he picked up a coffee mug from Jean Bing's desk. Apologies for my earlier intrusion, Wesley began, extending his finger towards the mug. With a mere thought, his powers activated. Bang! Clang! The mug was obliterated. A bullet piercing through it and embedding itself into the polished desk of Jean Bing. Unbelievable. Truly astonishing. Jean Bing's eyes widened in sheer amazement, reflecting the same astonishment he exhibited upon witnessing Zhao Hailuan heal Vanessa. The devil fruit is indeed real. Such a miraculous phenomenon exists. Moments later, Jean Bing murmured a realization, dispelling any lingering doubts he harbored. Chapter 28. Classification of Devil Fruits. The Devil Fruit Store. Your background seems rather fabricated, he remarked. Is it really? The youthful host, born after 1995 yet appearing as if from a bygone era, executed a graceful throw of a bucket into the crystal-clear river, sending up a splash. However, the bucket was swiftly carried away by the current. In the next moment, the elegance of the throw contrasted sharply with the clumsiness of retrieving it. Watching the young man's frantic movements, Rasha could not help but chuckle. The online community is filled with such amusing individuals. Yet, one cannot deny the breathtaking beauty of the scenery in those videos. It appeared almost surreal, prompting widespread skepticism among viewers regarding its authenticity. Manager. A voice broke the monotony as Wesley returned, having just purchased a fruit. He was not alone. Accompanying him was an imposing bald man clad in a white suit. Jean Bing. Rasha recognized the bald figure instantly, a thrill coursing through him. Jean Bing was a significant client. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, setting down his phone and greeting Wesley with a smile. Mr. Wesley, gentlemen, please come in. Manager, allow me to introduce Mr. Fisk, Wesley said after exchanging pleasantries with Rasha. Wilson Fisk. Jean Bing extended his hand towards Rasha, his substantial stature invoking a subtle sense of intimidation. Good day, Mr. Fisk. Welcome to our humble establishment, Rasha responded politely, shaking Jean Bing's hand. However, burdened with immense expectations and possessing a lofty perspective, Rasha remained remarkably composed upon encountering such legendary figures, harboring merely a flicker of curiosity, nothing more. In his eyes, Deadpool, Goldbein, Zhao Hailuan, or any other mere passerby were indistinguishable. The shopkeeper, Wesley's devil fruit, truly astonished him. He could scarcely fathom the existence of such a miraculous entity in the world. Thus, he eagerly made his way here, yearning to witness it firsthand. Might I trouble the shopkeeper for an introduction? Goldbein, eschewing any superfluous conversation, succinctly stated his purpose after a brief greeting. Of course, Rasha readily acquiesced, recognizing that since Mr. Fisk had already experienced the devil fruit, he could spare himself much explanation. Mr. Fisk, behold, these are the devil fruits. As you can see, consuming one grants you various extraordinary abilities, much like Mr. Wesley. As Rasha elaborated, Goldbein's gaze fell upon the peculiar and vividly colored fruits within the display case, revealing an expression of astonishment. He had not anticipated the bizarre forms that the devil fruits would take. Had he not witnessed the miracles bestowed upon Zhao Hailuan and Wesley, he would never have dared to consume such strange offerings. Indeed, these fruits were extraordinary. Goldbein nodded, genuinely taken aback. If one disregards societal prejudices and misunderstandings, they are quite beautiful, are they not? Rasha couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, they resemble works of art. Wesley concurred, his demeanor earnest, though it was uncertain if his sentiments were genuine or merely an echo of Rasha's thoughts. The world is rife with ignorance and folly, with many lacking the wisdom to recognize true beauty. Yet, this is not their fault, for not everyone is fortunate enough to encounter genuine magnificence. I consider myself fortunate to have been granted such an opportunity to learn about and engage with the miraculous devil fruits. Listen, those who aspire to great deeds possess a distinct eloquence. Rasha had not anticipated that Goldbein, a notorious ruffian, could articulate such lofty sentiments. Yet, upon reflection, Goldbein's words bore a kernel of truth. The existence of devil fruits is indeed a matter of luck and fate. After all, there exists but one establishment globally, with no branches to be found. Moreover, their existence transcends the current public understanding, leading many to question their legitimacy. In such circumstances, those who can believe in and purchase the devil fruits are truly bound by the threads of destiny. Or perhaps it is the opportunity represented by the two characters Gold and Chance. Mr. Fisk, the devil fruit will not disappoint you. Rasha chuckled, confident that Mr. Fisk is most concerned with the extraordinary powers the devil fruit can bestow. Allow me to elaborate on this topic. Currently, the shop offers a selection of devil fruits, classified into two main categories based on their abilities, Zoan and Paramecia. The Zoan fruits are relatively straightforward, as the name suggests. They allow the user to embody certain attributes of corresponding animals. However, this transformation also entails physical changes that align with the characteristics of the chosen animal. In simpler terms, it enables one to metamorphose into an animal. It is important to note that this transformation is purely physical, with no implications for the mental or conscious state. For instance, the currently available bulbul fruit in the shape of a bison grants the user the ability to adopt the formidable strength, physical constitution, and endurance of a bison. Rasha briefly introduced the Zoan-type devil fruits to Jin Bing. Nevertheless, the notion of transforming into an animal typically evokes some resistance among humans, especially since the prevailing environment here is not that of pirates, but of the Marvel Universe. Therefore, Rasha touched upon the Zoan fruits only briefly before transitioning to discuss the Paramecia-type devil fruits. The Paramecia fruits grant individuals a myriad of extraordinary abilities. Mr. Wesley's subfruit is one such example. In addition to the subfruit, the shop boasts a variety of other Paramecia fruits, such as the blade fruit, which allows the user to transform their body into a blade, and the spring fruit, which enables one to become spring-like in nature. Rasha picked up the catalog and casually pointed out 2 of the devil fruits to Jin Bing. Indeed, Jin Bing appeared increasingly intrigued. Upon seeing certain devil fruits, he displayed unmistakable signs of interest and excitement, clearly struck by their allure. Shopkeeper, are there other types of devil fruits apart from Zoan and Paramecia? Wesley inquired, captivated by the discussion. Indeed, there are, Rasha nodded. In addition to Zoan and Paramecia, there exists a third major category of devil fruits, Logia. Logia? Both Jin Bing and Wesley exchanged glances, having made educated guesses about the nature of Logia by comparing it to Zoan and Paramecia. Shopkeeper, does the term Logia refer to powers derived from natural phenomena? For example, fierce winds? Lightning? Jin Bing asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he looked at Rasha. Indeed, the elements of nature, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, light, ice, and snow, can be harnessed through the powers of the natural devil fruits, allowing individuals to embody the very essence of nature. The eyes of Jin Bing and Wesley sparkled with excitement, even though they were unaware of the dazzling abilities derived from the various natural fruits. The notion of transforming into elements of the natural world seemed far superior to the powers of Zoan or Paramecia types, did it not? Shopkeeper, do you currently have no natural fruits in stock? When might they be available? Wesley inquired eagerly. I regret to inform you, Mr. Wesley, that natural fruits are exceedingly rare and will not be available in the short term. Furthermore, should they become available, it is likely that they will be sold through an auction format. Rasha explained politely to both Wesley and Jin Bing. I see, Jin Bing responded, his expression tinged with disappointment. He understood that the likelihood of acquiring a natural fruit was quite slim. Although he currently held a position of power within New York's underground, he recognized that, in the presence of true magnates, he was but a minor player, not even worthy of consideration. The enigmatic allure of the devil fruits, especially the natural type as described by the shopkeeper, could not be measured by mere currency. They were priceless treasures. Even a cursory thought would reveal the frenzy such a fruit would incite, a global scramble for possession. In such a scenario, Jin Bing knew he lacked the standing to participate. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Moreover, it remained uncertain when natural fruits would even be made available. Quickly discerning the situation, Jin Bing made a rational decision. The natural fruits are beyond my reach. I believe I shall explore the Paramecia and Zoan types instead, he stated to Rasha. However, despite his words, a trace of regret lingered on his face. He comprehended the rationale, yet the yearning within him was undeniable. Mr. Fisk, there is no need for regret. While devil fruits bestow a myriad of extraordinary abilities, the extent to which these powers can be realized ultimately depends on the ability of the user. A devil fruit merely provides an initial state of capability. To grow stronger, the wielder must engage in rigorous training and development, Rasha continued. There is a saying within the realm of devil fruits that I hope you will remember, as well as you, Mr. Wesley. Observing Rasha's earnest demeanor, Jin Bing and Wesley instinctively leaned in closer, their attention fully captured, resembling attentive students in a classroom. There are only poor users of abilities, not poor fruits. If an individual endowed with special abilities neglects to train and develop their skills, even the most extraordinary fruit may not grant them superiority over an animal-type ability user. The quintessential example is the character Buggy the Clown, who, despite possessing the immensely powerful Chop Chop fruit, has reduced its potential to mere triviality, remaining at a rudimentary level of merely dismembering his own body. Similarly, Mr. Five, known for his peculiar talent, utilizes his powers solely to flick away boogers, thereby squandering the immense capabilities of the Bomb Bomb fruit. Had these abilities been cultivated to a more refined degree, they could unleash devastation in utter silence, rendering any defense futile. Gold and Wesley exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting as if struck by an enlightening revelation. "Thank you for your guidance, store manager," Gold sincerely expressed to Rasha. In summary, the moral is clear. One reaps what one sows, and only through relentless effort can one achieve true strength. Rasha, moved by the sentiment, retrieved the compendium and handed it to Gold. "Mr. Fisk, let us see if there is a suitable fruit for you. If any catch your eye, do let me know. I would be delighted to provide a detailed introduction." Gold meticulously examined the compendium, and eventually, his gaze settled upon a particular fruit. He pointed it out and inquired, "Store manager, what do you think of this steel fruit?" "The steel fruit is indeed an exceptional choice, and I believe it suits you remarkably well, Mr. Fisk," Rasha replied with a smile. The steel fruit, featured in the pirate film adaptations, is associated with a character known as Bartholomew Kuma, who, like Gold, possesses an extraordinarily massive physique. Once certain parts of the body are transformed into steel, those areas become significantly heavier, necessitating considerable strength from the user. Does Gold possess such strength? Undoubtedly. Although Gold's stature may suggest a corpulent figure, he is, in reality, a mass of muscle. His combat prowess is formidable. He can effortlessly punch through walls and is a world-class martial artist, positioned at the pinnacle of human combat capability, akin to the Punisher. In the series, he has bested Daredevil in one-on-one combat and withstood explosive attacks in the Hawkeye series without a scratch. Truly remarkable. If Gold were to harness the steel fruit's enhancements, his power would undoubtedly soar to new heights. As the compendium describes, the steel fruit allows for the steelification of one's body, thereby significantly enhancing defense and providing bulletproof capabilities. Furthermore, it augments offensive strength. For you, Mr. Fisk, I believe if you were to steel your fists, you could easily deliver a single punch strong enough to fell a bull. Upon hearing Rasha's teasing, Gene couldn't help but chuckle. With his strength, combined with the might of iron fists, it was no mere boast. These characteristics were fundamental traits of the iron fruit. Even without Rasha's introduction, Gene could surmise their nature. What I previously described was merely the most basic application of the iron fruit, yet its potential extends far beyond. For instance, the wielder can elevate their ironized body to a state of high heat, akin to a glowing iron rod. Jin's eyes sparkled with renewed intensity. A glowing iron fist? This was truly extraordinary. Chapter 030. Is this some kind of magic? The disparity between a regular iron fist and a glowing one is vast. With a standard iron fist, Gene could merely punch through a wall. Striking a steel plate would yield nothing more than a dent. However, a glowing fist? Piercing through steel would be a trivial matter. This revelation was rather daunting. It is worth noting that Tony Stark had yet to don the Iron Man suit. The era of Marvel's superheroes had not yet commenced, leaving only mutants as extraordinary beings. Yet, the existence of mutants is such that they rarely share the same sphere as ordinary humans. The likelihood of an ordinary individual encountering a mutant is exceedingly low. Under these circumstances, possessing the ability to punch through steel is nothing short of astonishing. Rasha could distinctly perceive Jin's breath quickening. Even this formidable figure was losing his composure. To enter a state of high heat? This was indeed remarkable. Jin could not restrain his astonishment and excitement, exclaiming in wonder, "But that is not all, Mr. Fisk." Rasha chuckled as he continued to elaborate to Jin. The pinnacle of the iron fruit's capabilities not only allows for the ironization of one's own body, but also enables the ironization of other objects that one has come into contact with. Should one reach such a level, Jin would be akin to a second steel titan. Is such a thing truly possible? Jin's eyes widened in disbelief, his worldview shattering. While the alteration of one's own body, though unheard of, was wondrous and ultimately within the realm of comprehension, after all, his body had already undergone transformation by the devil fruit. What of transforming objects beyond oneself? This verges on the realm of magic. Jin was genuinely astonished. In summary, the iron fruit indeed stands as an exceptional paramecia-type fruit. Mr. Fisk, are you satisfied? Observing Jin's astonished demeanor, Rasha confidently inquired. Satisfied. Exceedingly satisfied. Jin Bing nodded repeatedly, swiftly arriving at a decision. Manager, I have made up my mind. I shall take this steel fruit. Mr. Fisk, are you not going to consider any other fruits? Rasha inquired with a smile, seeking Jin Bing's opinion. Of course, I must explore further. Jin Bing replied with a sense of entitlement. Such an extraordinary item. How could one merely purchase a single piece upon encountering it? A smile inevitably graced Rasha's face. Jean Bing truly exemplified a discerning customer. Indeed, indeed. However, after I consumed the steel fruit, Jean Bing continued, I apologize for causing you amusement, but I am simply too eager to experience it. He then addressed Rasha once more. Certainly, that's no issue. Moreover, Mr. Fisk, our establishment offers a tasting service. Would you like to sample it first? No need for that. I trust you, manager. Jean Bing waved his hand dismissively. Very well then, Mr. Fisk, the steel fruit is priced at $1 million. However, as our promotional period has not yet expired, you will only need to pay $700,000. Upon hearing this, Wesley promptly produced a bank card and handed it to Jean Bing. Jean Bing accepted it and then presented it to Rasha with both hands, clearly demonstrating his respect for Rasha. Although Rasha appeared quite youthful, resembling a university student, one could hardly regard as ordinary a person capable of selling such remarkable items. Jean Bing felt a profound reverence for Rasha. After swiftly processing the payment, Rasha retrieved the steel fruit and presented it to Jean Bing, offering a friendly reminder about the principle of tasting a devil fruit. Jean Bing gazed at the uniquely beautiful fruit in his hands, filled with immense anticipation, and took a bite. His expression soured as he swallowed. For the taste of the devil fruit was so unpleasant that even a person of Jean Bing's stature could not maintain his composure. However, he soon found himself too engrossed in the extraordinary sensations coursing through his body to dwell on the repugnant flavor. Wesley, is this the sensation of a devil fruit? Jean Bing exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. He then extended his fist, instinctively attempting to harness his newfound ability, applying it to his hand. In the next moment, his fist transformed into a steel appendage. It's steel. My fist has truly turned to steel. I can hardly believe it. It's miraculous. Jean Bing was nearly on the verge of jumping for joy. I apologize, manager, for my exuberance. It is difficult to remain composed in the face of such an incredible sight. However, he quickly realized his lapse in decorum and hastily apologized to Rasha. Rasha, fully understanding, refrained from mocking Jean Bing. In truth, Jean Bing possesses remarkable self-control, demonstrating considerable restraint. Mr. Fisk, the store manager, you may simply call me Fisk. There is no need for such formality. Very well, Fisk. Congratulations on acquiring the fortitude of steel, joining the ranks of those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit. Lin Xiao conveyed his heartfelt congratulations to Jean Bing. Thank you, manager. I owe this opportunity to you. Jean Bing expressed sincerely. You flatter me. Your presence in our little shop is indeed a matter of fate, Lin Xiao replied with a wave of his hand and a smile. You speak the truth. It seems this was destined. Jean Bing nodded in agreement and continued. So, manager, I intend to purchase more devil fruits. Fisk, a person can only consume one devil fruit. Consuming a second would lead to catastrophic consequences. Are you certain you wish to proceed with your purchases? Lin Xiao inquired, scrutinizing Jean Bing. This revelation caught Jean Bing slightly off guard, yet it did not sway his intention. His desire to procure additional devil fruits was not for personal consumption. Jean Bing was well aware of the proverb regarding overindulgence, and until he fully harnessed the powers of the steel fruit, he had no intention of using it himself. His plan was to utilize the fruits for others. Yes, manager, I intend to continue my purchases, Jean Bing affirmed with a determined nod. That is certainly permissible. However, Fisk, please note that the purchase of devil fruits is limited. Each individual may acquire a maximum of 3. Thus, take your time to deliberate on which fruits you wish to obtain, Lin Xiao kindly reminded him. Jean Bing felt a pang of regret, but upon reflection, he understood the necessity of such limitations. Had there been no restrictions, he could have emptied the store and returned home to assemble an army of devil fruit users, easily claiming dominion over all of New York. Such endeavors are seldom as simple as they appear. Chapter 031. The Rust Fruit and the Swift/Fruit 3. Is it? Please hold for a moment. Manager, while I carefully consider my options, Jean Bing informed Lin Xiao as he picked up the devil fruit compendium once more. Take your time. No rush, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Jean Bing nodded and began to meticulously study the illustrations of the devil fruits. However, he soon furrowed his brow. Manager, is the rust fruit still available? Jean Bing could not help but lift his gaze, fixing a serious stare upon Lin Xiao. Having consumed the steel fruit, he found it rather disconcerting that there existed a fruit capable of rusting objects, seemingly designed to counter his own abilities. The mere thought of this fruit left him feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. Indeed, the rust fruit is currently still in stock, Lin Xiao confirmed. Rasha nodded in acknowledgement. Manager, the description in the compendium states that this fruit can cause rust and corrosion to objects? Jinbin inquired once more. Indeed, Fisk, Rasha affirmed. Understanding Jinbin's curiosity regarding the rust fruit, he elaborated. However, the rust fruit does not solely induce rust on iron. It can also affect non-metallic substances, including the human body. Can the human body truly rust? Wesley was genuinely astonished. While it was natural for metals to rust, how could non-metals undergo such a transformation? It could only be concluded that the devil fruits exist beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension. It is indeed possible, Wesley, Rasha chuckled, in the world of devil fruits. One must cast aside previous notions. The manager's words resonated with Wesley, who nodded in agreement, exclaiming, although that is the case, manager, the corrosive effect of the rust fruit on metals should be more pronounced, wouldn't you agree? Jinbin remained unconvinced and pondered aloud. Fisk, even among different metals. The ease of rusting varies, Rasha shrugged. Though he did not finish his thought, the implication was clear. Not only is there a distinction between metals and non-metals, but even two iron pieces placed in the same environment may rust at different rates. Some objects are simply more prone to rusting. This is an undeniable fact. Manager, I will take this rust fruit, Jinbin declared, having grasped the situation without a moment's hesitation. The rust fruit is undeniably the nemesis of the steel fruit. Such a fruit should rightfully be within his possession. It cannot fall into the hands of others, and even among his own. Jinbin had no intention of utilizing this devil fruit. He allowed no room for potential risks or repercussions. His sole purpose in acquiring the rust fruit was to obliterate it. With one of the scant 3 slots now wasted, Jinbin was left with just one remaining. He would need to deliberate meticulously on which devil fruit to select next. His gaze once again roamed the compendium. After approximately 5 minutes, Jinbin's eyes settled on a particular fruit. Manager, I believe this quick-fruit is quite remarkable, he stated, having meticulously chosen it. The recent emergence of Daredevil had made Jinbin acutely aware of the significance of possessing high-tier combat power. He never anticipated that a single individual could inflict such substantial losses upon him, leaving him in a state of exasperation. The Night Devil had undoubtedly disrupted countless aspects of his business, yet he found himself utterly powerless against his adversary. Had it not been for Wesley's employment of Wade, he would have been at a complete loss regarding how to eliminate the Night Devil. With that lesson etched in his mind, Wilson resolved to cultivate a formidable expert to preemptively counter any future threats akin to the Night Devil. Of course, Wilson was already a master in his own right, and with the enhancement provided by the steel fruit, he felt emboldened, convinced that should he confront the Night Devil again, it would likely be the latter who would meet a grim fate. However, given his stature, he would not act recklessly. The creation of another expert was the true path to success. After much contemplation, he settled on the quick-fruit, a power that could transform the user's body into blades, thereby augmenting both offensive and defensive capabilities. A truly remarkable fruit. Upon observing Wilson's choice, Rasha offered an approving nod. The quick-fruit was indeed renowned, and to speak candidly, Mr. One's prowess was undeniable. Otherwise, he would not have garnered such favor from Crocodile, who insisted on bringing him along after their escape from Impel Down. Fisk, this is indeed an exceptional fruit. As the catalog described, it has the ability to transform any part of the human body into a blade. One can easily envision the magnitude of its utility in combat. Furthermore, this fruit shares significant similarities with your steel fruit, as it can render the user's skin as resilient as steel. It is a well-rounded fruit that balances offensive and defensive capabilities. Indeed, that is precisely why I selected this fruit, Wilson affirmed, then made his decision. Shopkeeper, let's finalize this. I will take both the rust fruit and the quick-fruit. What is their total cost? Both the rust fruit and the quick-fruit are priced at $1 million each, totaling $1,400,000 after the discount. All right, shopkeeper. Please prepare these 2 fruits for me, Wilson instructed Rasha, promptly settling the bill. Rasha placed the 2 devil fruits into a prearranged packaging bag and handed it to Wilson. As Wilson grasped the weighty bag, he felt a refreshing sense of satisfaction wash over him. Having acquired such valuable items for just over $2 million was an incredible bargain. The frustration and discontent caused by the previous encounter had dissipated entirely. Once the transaction was complete, Rasha sought Wilson's input and, as customary, invited him into the group. Store manager, everyone. We have a new family member joining the Devil Fruit House. Let's warmly welcome Wilson Fisk. The once tranquil group instantly erupted into a lively atmosphere. Wesley, welcome Mr. Fisk. Vanessa, another newcomer. Store manager, your business is flourishing today. Welcome, Wilson Fisk. Vanessa, what on earth? Jean Bing was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 032, A Surge in Power. Admiral Kizaru boss, here's the situation. Wesley, noticing Jean Bing's puzzled expression, leaned in and whispered an explanation. Understanding dawned on Jean Bing. It turned out that this Vanessa was indeed Wade's wife. Their names were eerily identical. What a commotion this was causing. Zhao Helen, has Mr. Fisk also become a wielder of a devil fruit power? I am delighted to have you with us. Wilson Fisk, thank you all, I am Wilson Fisk, a user of the steel fruit. I hope to receive your guidance moving forward. Wade Wilson, the steel fruit? It must be the one that can turn your body into steel, right? Fisk, are you planning to become a statue? Those street statue artists might find themselves out of work. Jean Bing felt a vain throb on his forehead. This must be the Wade that Wesley mentioned. The one who killed Daredevil. How audacious of him. It had been ages since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner. Wesley adjusted his glasses, silently sweating for Wade. Knowing Jean Bing, he recognized that the latter was genuinely angered. Wade was dangerously toying with fate. Vanessa, Mr. Fisk, I sincerely apologize. Wade meant no harm. He was merely trying to joke. His personality is just like that. Thankfully, Vanessa promptly began to apologize for Deadpool, which eased Jean Bing's expression slightly. Though she understood that this Vanessa was unrelated to her fiancé, the identical names clearly indicated a different kind of fate. Thus, she decided to afford this Vanessa some courtesy. Wilson Fisk, Mr. Wade is merely jesting. Miss Vanessa, I harbor no ill feelings. Jean Bing refrained from saying much more. After exchanging brief greetings with everyone, he exited the chat group. Like Wesley, Jean Bing was acutely aware of the immense value such a group of powers possessed, so he joined without hesitation. However, he also wished to keep his identity concealed, adhering to the principle of speaking as little as possible. The store manager, along with Wesley, shall take our leave for now. However, I shall return with my fiancée on another day. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Rasha, Jean Bing bid farewell and exited with Wesley. Fisk, Wesley, take care. Rasha smiled as he escorted the two out of the store, his spirits remarkably high. The duo of Wesley and Jean Bing had successfully sold a total of 4 devil fruits. Impressive. It must be said that Jean Bing truly performed admirably. Moreover, he mentioned that he would return with his fiancée, which could very well lead to another wave of orders. A valued customer indeed. Jean Bing is an unequivocally exceptional client. Such clientele, I would gladly welcome by the dozen. Thanks to the assistance of Wesley and Jean Bing, Rasha has not only halted his stagnant sales tasks, but has also exceeded expectations. System, initiate task settlement. Rasha eagerly entered the system to commence the settlement process. Congratulations to the host for successfully selling 6 devil fruits, completing the phase task. The host may choose to draw once or receive 1,000 source points. How does the host wish to proceed? The system's prompt resonated in his mind, igniting excitement within Rasha as he rubbed his hands together. Yet, how to choose between the lottery or the source points? It did not seem a particularly challenging decision. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made his choice. I choose to receive 1,000 source points. Rasha promptly declared to the system. Currently, his shining fruit was still in a very rudimentary stage, and his strength was far from sufficient. Rather than acquiring another basic ability, it would be wiser to first enhance his own power. At the very least, he must secure enough capital for survival in this world. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 1,000 source points. Detected that the host has a surplus of source points, which can be used to enhance the abilities of the shining fruit. Would the host like to consume the source points for enhancement? Once again, the system's prompt echoed within him. What was there to hesitate about? Enhance. Enhancing. Subtracting source points. Enhancement complete. Congratulations to the host. The ability of the shining fruit has been elevated to the level of Admiral Kizaru. As the system relayed this series of notifications, Rasha immediately sensed a distinct transformation within his body. Admiral Kizaru. Rasha's eyes gleamed with excitement. In the realm of pirates, this is undoubtedly an existence at the pinnacle of the pyramid, impressively formidable. What is even more significant is that the flashy moves of Kizaru exude an extraordinary aura. such as making an entrance riding on cannonballs or delivering a kick of light. It's simply captivating. Indeed, Rasha found great satisfaction in this, not only in this current phase, but even in the future era of the Avengers reigning across the cosmos. Rasha would undoubtedly be regarded as a top-tier individual, and it would not be an exaggeration to assert that he could single-handedly contend with the Avengers, aside from a few truly extraordinary powerhouses who could possibly rival Rasha. His spirits soared with delight. At this moment, he felt he had acquired the confidence to establish his footing in this world. Ah, the system. Suddenly, Rasha recalled another query and couldn't resist inquiring. If I were to choose to draw a lottery this time, what rewards might I obtain? Devil fruits, hockey of the 3 colors, the 6 powers of the Navy, or other mysterious gift packs. The host may randomly receive one or more of these rewards. Is there really a devil fruit? Rasha was intrigued. One could only consume a single devil fruit. Even if he were to win another one through the lottery, it would be rendered useless. Thus, he posed this question to the system. The devil fruit awarded to the host is not an ordinary one, but a specially tailored devil fruit exclusive to the host. This type of devil fruit does not harbor the issue of conflicting effects from consuming multiple fruits. The host can consume them without concern, as there is no limit. Can one consume multiple devil fruits? Rasha felt increasingly pleased. Does this not imply that he could transform not only into light, but also into thunder? Perhaps even into flames? The thought alone was exhilarating. However, the system indicated that the exclusive fruits awarded by the system do not possess such limitations, suggesting that the devil fruits currently available for sale do indeed have restrictions. Rasha understood this clearly. Chapter 033. New Phase Sales Task. Next phase task unlocked. Sell 10 devil fruits. Phase task reward. 3 lottery opportunities or 3,000 origin points. Note: 1,000 origin points equate to 1 lottery opportunity. The host may combine them randomly. While he was still basking in excitement, a series of notifications echoed in Rasha's mind. The system announced the latest phase of the sales task. 10 devil fruits. Rasha was eager to take on the challenge. After this period of sales accumulation, he felt confident about the latest phase of the sales task. Without further ado, did Jean not express his intention to return with his fiancée? 1 devil fruit has already been reserved. Although the number of devil fruit users is not excessively high, they have certainly made their presence felt within their respective circles. This influence may not yield immediate results, but Rasha is confident that, with the passage of time, it will surely bear fruit. As it stands, among the customers who have procured devil fruits, aside from one Deadpool who arrived naturally, who among them has not been drawn in through this influence? This task is not arduous. At this moment, Zhao Hailuan suddenly contacted Rasha in the group chat. Unlike Deadpool, who frivolously chats in the group without a care, Zhao Hailuan's demeanor suggests that there is a matter of significance at hand. Without any unnecessary banter, Rasha promptly joined the group. Store manager, Zhao Hailuan. Dr. Zhao, what is the matter? Zhao Hailuan, I have a question I wish to confirm with you. Should the matter of the devil fruits be kept confidential from mutants? Though the mutant population is relatively scarce and seldom encountered in daily life, attitudes towards them vary drastically. Some express sympathy and support for mutants, while others harbor hostility and even seek to eradicate them. In summary, the topic of mutants is a highly sensitive social issue. Zhao Hailuan feels it prudent to seek Rasha's perspective on this matter. At this juncture, others in the group began to take notice, equally eager to discern Rasha's stance on mutants, as it could significantly influence their dealings with them in the future. If the manager were to harbor a strong aversion to mutants, and yet they inadvertently attracted a mutant due to their actions, it would indeed be a precarious situation. Wade Wilson, Dr. Zhao, that is an excellent question. I have long wished to inquire yet have repeatedly forgotten. Wade Wilson, in fact, 2 rather foolish mutants frequently harass me. One possesses metallic silver skin, and the other is a girl who can emit light. Wade Wilson, oh, by the way, did I mention they are both X-Men? Wade Wilson, I cannot fathom what they see in me that compels them to insist on my joining the X-Men, when I am not a mutant at all. Is that not amusing? Thus, Deadpool began to incessantly regale the group with tales of how Steel and Blob have been pestering him, typing at an astonishing speed, resulting in long passages of text pouring forth like beans from a bamboo tube. The entire group was inundated with messages from Deadpool. Member Wade Wilson was muted by the group leader for 5 minutes. The world, for the moment, was at peace. Mutants, perhaps? Rorschach found himself deep in thought. To be honest, he held no particular bias against mutants and cared little for the group. However, there was one individual he regarded with great caution, Professor X. This man possessed the unsettling ability to read minds and manipulate thoughts, which felt exceedingly invasive to Rorschach. He certainly did not wish for his innermost secrets to be laid bare before Professor X. After some contemplation, Rorschach entered the group and inquired of the system. System, can some telepaths perceive your existence through my memories? The existence of the system cannot be detected by any form of psychic probing. Given that the system is bound to the host's mental realm is equally shielded from such scrutiny. With this revelation, Rorschach felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. Store manager, Dr. Xiao, and everyone in the group, I treat mutants and ordinary people alike. Feel free to act according to your own inclinations. Zhao Hailuan, understood, then I can rest easy, store manager. Vanessa, Dr. Xiao, have you encountered any mutants? Zhao Hailuan, not directly. A friend of mine asked if I could provide treatment for a mutant, but I haven't given my answer yet. There are some issues I feel need clarification first. Store manager, that is perfectly fine, Dr. Xiao. Follow your own judgment. If you decide to treat that mutant and they inquire about the devil fruit, it's acceptable to share that information. Zhao Hailuan, I understand, store manager. Zhao Hailuan, in that case, I won't take up any more of your time. Goodbye. True to her efficient nature, Zhao Hailuan logged off immediately after addressing the matter, without a single extraneous word. However, it was understandable. They were all adults, each occupied with their own affairs. Rorschach found it peculiar why Deadpool seemed to have endless time to flood the group with messages. Was it truly the case that mercenaries were this leisurely? After spending nearly 3 hours in the store, 6 or 7 other customers casually visited, although not a single transaction was made. This was entirely within Rorschach's expectations. Moreover, having sold 4 devil fruits that day, he was more than satisfied. He swiftly closed the store and locked the door, making his way once again to the desolate mountain where he frequently trained. However, this time, Rorschach was not there to train. He aimed to experience the sensation of a naval admiral. Tian Tsong Yunjian. With a mere thought, countless photons rapidly coalesced in his palm, and a resplendent photon sword materialized before him. Whoosh! With a casual sweep of his hand, a tree, thick as a man, was effortlessly severed in half. A flash kick. In an instant, a terrifying beam of light shot forth. A boulder, towering as high as a person, was reduced to rubble on the spot. The 8-foot Cheonggoyu, Rashia, now photonized, soared gracefully into the air, arms crossed and raised. Hiss, 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 hiss. Hiss, 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 hiss. A deluge of photon bullets rained down, creating a truly spectacular scene. After experimenting with various other techniques, Rashia's face glowed with exuberance, as if he had just won a fortune. His mastery over his abilities had reached an unparalleled level, truly embodying the strength of a naval admiral. Chapter 034. The Staff Elder and Erica Hell's Kitchen. The cemetery. The chilling wind howled, stirring the fallen leaves on the ground, adding to the desolation of this already bleak place. Amidst the biting breeze stood an elderly man in a trench coat, his hair completely gray, as stern as the wintry wind, before a gravestone. The photograph on the gravestone depicted a radiant young boy, smiling brightly, none other than Matt Murdock. How ironic. Matt, you don a mask and tight suit daily, fighting for this city like a foolish clown. But in the end, what did you truly gain? I always warned you, useless emotions would render you weak. They would be your undoing. The old man, wearing sunglasses, gazed contemplatively ahead, holding a long staff, sighing in a familiar tone before Matt Murdock's grave. You were the most talented student I ever taught, yet also the most foolish. You squandered your gifts and met your end without dignity. But who could blame you for being my student? I have discovered the identity of your killer. I shall restore your honor. May you rest in peace. As he placed a flower at Matt Murdock's gravestone and stood up, preparing to depart, the old man's body suddenly paused. Without looking back, he uttered a phrase. Long time no see, Erica, staff elder. At that moment, a woman, exuding both competence and coldness, approached from behind. I knew you would come. Your feelings for Matt have never truly waned, the staff elder stated with certainty. Isn't that precisely the reason you drove me away? To prevent distractions from Matt. Yet in the end, he left you as well. Erica's face bore an expression of utter indifference, devoid of any discernible emotion. Only when her gaze fell upon the photograph of Matt Murdock on the gravestone did a wave of melancholy wash over her features. Although it had been quite some time since she last saw Matt Murdock, Erica had never forgotten the boy who once entered her life. Ignoring the old man, she placed a bouquet of flowers at Matt Murdock's grave, silently paying her respects. It was only after this that she straightened her posture. You intend to avenge Matt, do you not? Do not deny it. I heard you just now. Erica declared with unwavering conviction to the old man, I wish to join, regardless of your agreement. She added, if you refuse, I shall act alone. I am certain I can manage without you. Since when have you required my consent, Erica? The old man replied languidly. Meanwhile, within the confines of the goldsmith's stronghold, a resounding thud echoed as a steel plate anchored to the ground quaked violently, a gaping hole suddenly appearing as if struck by sheer force. The jagged edges glowed crimson, the metal melting under intense heat and cascading downwards. The sight was both shocking and awe-inspiring. Before this steel plate, Goldsmith's right fist was similarly adorned in a vivid red hue, emanating an aura of terrifying energy that deterred any approach. Truly, the devil fruit is remarkable, Goldsmith thought, reveling in the aftermath of his powerful strike. With just that one blow, a 5-centimeter thick steel plate was perforated. What sort of being could withstand such a punch? Wade was correct. Had Daredevil survived, a single blow from Goldsmith would have sent him to meet his maker. Boss, in a mere 3 days, I cannot believe you have acquired such formidable strength. Wesley adjusted his glasses, expressing genuine astonishment. Had he previously heard of someone capable of punching through steel, he would have dismissed them as mad. Yet now, he bore witness to this extraordinary spectacle. This is the power of the devil fruit, Goldsmith mused, overwhelmed by the sheer wonder of it all. The devil fruit bestows an extraordinary strength beyond the realm of normality. It was indeed a stroke of fortune to possess such power. However, Wesley, I still have a long journey ahead, Goldsmith remarked, shaking his head. Though his recent punch appeared immensely powerful and exaggerated, it had required time to cultivate. Goldsmith's mastery of the fruit's abilities was still in its infancy. The steel-like fists are manageable, having been honed through relentless training. However, to heat them to an elevated temperature requires nearly 10 seconds. In the throes of genuine combat, who would grant you such an extensive interval? There remains much for our comrade to strive for. As for the desire to fortify other parts of the body with steel for defensive purposes, Jean Bing is still rather inexperienced. The control over the steel transformation of the chest and abdomen pales in comparison to that of his hands, which is entirely reasonable. It is akin to how, in everyday life, one can easily manipulate the muscles of the biceps or arms, while engaging the abdominal or pectoral muscles is a formidable challenge for those unaccustomed to such training. Wesley, how is your fruit development coming along? Jean Bing inquired, his anticipation evident as he gazed at Wesley. Somewhat satisfactory, Wesley replied with a shrug. Jean Bing managed all affairs, leaving little time for Wesley to focus on fruit development. Nonetheless, he had made some progress. A faint smile graced Wesley's lips as he suddenly extended his hand and pointed at a steel plate. Clang! A bullet shot forth, striking the plate and igniting a spark. The bullet's impact lacked the ferocity of one discharged from a firearm. Achieving that level of potency would necessitate continuous training. Not bad. Jean Bing nodded in approval. As Wesley served as his secretary and steward, fighting was not typically within his purview, and in this state, Jean Bing felt quite satisfied. Boss, it's nearly time. We should go to fetch Miss Vanessa, Wesley noted, glancing at the clock before addressing Jean Bing. Prepare the vehicle, Jean Bing instructed with a nod. Having witnessed the remarkable capabilities of the devil fruit, he intended to procure one for Vanessa as well. Unfortunately, she had been busy these past few days, only now finding the opportunity. Understood, boss, Wesley acknowledged, promptly exiting with purpose. Meanwhile, Jean Bing took a brief shower and changed his attire before descending to the ground floor. There, Wesley had arranged 4 cars, lined up and waiting. Wesley respectfully opened the car door for Jean Bing, who entered, prompting the convoy to embark, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Chapter 035. A risky gamble, boss. There is something you need to be aware of, Wesley began, hesitating slightly before continuing within the vehicle. There is a request for you to meet privately, and it is a rather insistent one. What does he want now? Jean Bing asked, visibly displeased. He wished to renegotiate the terms of their collaboration. Wesley was aware that Kingpin would undoubtedly be infuriated, yet he candidly conveyed the message to him. Indeed, upon hearing the news, Kingpin's expression swiftly shifted from clear skies to overcast, casting a pall over the entire vehicle. The situation with Sin was increasingly becoming a considerable nuisance. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Kingpin finally spoke, albeit with the reassurance that before long, he would no longer have to endure such troubles. Kingpin remained exceedingly cautious. He recognized Sin's formidable prowess, comparable to that of Daredevil, which rendered him hesitant to act impulsively. He had even contemplated employing Daredevil to eliminate Sin, but that notion evaporated with Daredevil's demise. Sin had become Kingpin's most pressing concern after the fall of Daredevil. However, all of that was about to change. Not only would Sin cease to be a problem, but also Madame Gao, Leland, and the Brothers Bear would no longer pose any threat. From this point onward, Kingpin would no longer need to ally with others to control Hell's Kitchen. This territory would become solely his dominion. With this thought, Kingpin's gaze sharpened with newfound intensity. Suddenly, at that moment, the lead vehicle in the convoy inexplicably lost control. It swerved erratically before crashing into the guardrail. Fortunately, the drivers of the subsequent vehicles were seasoned professionals. In a critical moment, they skillfully maneuvered their steering wheels and slammed on the brakes, managing to halt the vehicles just in time, thus averting a catastrophic chain collision. What on earth happened? Kingpin's expression darkened ominously. Without uttering a word, Wesley swiftly exited the vehicle. Simultaneously, the other bodyguards in the car promptly followed suit. What transpired? Wesley approached the driver of the first car to inquire. Someone scattered nails on the road. The driver replied with a furrowed brow. Wesley's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. His alertness heightened as he began to scrutinize the surroundings with vigilance. The other bodyguards, too, quickly adopted a defensive posture, instinctively resting their hands on their firearms at their hips. In this secluded stretch of road, the deliberate scattering of nails was a clear indication of foul play. Who could it be? Suddenly, a shadow flickered at the intersection ahead, drawing the immediate attention of everyone present. The crowd turned their gaze in unison, many drawing their weapons and pointing them towards the figure before them. However, upon realizing the identity of the individual, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. The person in question appeared to be a frail old man, seemingly in his 80s, so emaciated that a mere gust of wind could knock him down. To make matters more intriguing, this elderly gentleman was also blind. An aged and sightless man posed little threat, yet the timing of his appearance was rather suspicious. "Go and check," Wesley commanded, after a brief moment of contemplation, to one of the bodyguards beside him. The bodyguard nodded and approached the blind old man, obstructing his path. "Hey, old man, what brings you here?" He barked at the blind figure. Without uttering a word, the old man dramatically unfurled his long coat, revealing a sword concealed within. The bodyguard's expression shifted slightly. However, before he could react, the old man swiftly turned his wrist, and a flash of cold light glimmered as the bodyguard's throat was abruptly severed, blood gushing forth. "In your next life, remember to treat the elderly with respect," the old man coldly remarked, shaking the blood from his sword. Then, the legendary staff elder made his grand entrance. Wesley and his companions were taken aback. No one expected that such a seemingly inconsequential old man would possess such ferocity. With guns raised, the crowd prepared to eliminate the old man. Yet, at that moment, a woman clad in combat gear and masked, with flowing hair, suddenly emerged from behind the crowd. Armed with 2 daggers, she charged into the throng, slicing through with lethal precision. Erica made her dazzling appearance. Almost everyone's attention was captivated by the staff elder, and with Erica being a formidable expert herself, her stealthy infiltration went unnoticed. She caught everyone completely off guard. The sounds of flesh being cleaved echoed in the air, accompanied by screams and muffled groans. Even the trained ninjas paled in comparison to Erica, let alone these ordinary individuals who could only pull triggers, despite wielding firearms. Their effectiveness against a master like Erica was exceedingly limited, with many never even having the chance to pull the trigger. One by one, they fell. What was even more dire was that the stick master was now also upon them. Wesley gasped in trepidation, realizing that the combat prowess of these 2 adversaries was on par with that of Daredevil. Even if they could not surpass Wade, they were perilously close. It was utterly impossible for his men to withstand such formidable foes. "Hinder them," Wesley commanded his subordinates sharply, then hastily dashed toward Jean Bing's vehicle, eager to escape at the first opportunity. However, he soon discovered that all the cars were surrounded by an unseen array of nails. It must have been that woman's doing. In this critical moment, even Jean Bing lost his composure. He scrambled out of the car to assess the dire situation. "You," You follow me. The rest, hold them off. Wesley hastily selected 2 men and began to escort Jean Bing away with all possible speed. Bang, bang, bang. But the strength of Stick Master and Erica was overwhelming. The gunfire behind them grew increasingly sparse, until it eventually faded into silence. Within mere moments, having covered only a few hundred meters, all of their companions had been ruthlessly eliminated. As they gazed upon the rapidly approaching duo, the expressions of Jean Bing and Wesley grew increasingly grim. There was no escape. The only option left was to fight. Jean Bing quickly discerned the gravity of the situation and made a decisive choice. "Buy me 10 seconds. He instructed the remaining bodyguards, then extended his right hand, initiating the transformation of his fist into steel. In the blink of an eye, his fist became a formidable iron weapon. Yet, for Jean Bing, this was merely a starting point. The woman and the blind old man were far too powerful. Their agility surpassed what any ordinary person could achieve. Jean Bing needed to deliver a lethal blow. He had to heat his fist. Jean Bing focused his energy, continuously raising the temperature of his fist. Bang, bang. Meanwhile, the 2 bodyguards remaining at his side relentlessly fired their weapons at Stick Master and Erica, bullets flying in a relentless barrage. Even Wesley, typically refined, drew his gun and joined the resistance against the formidable duo. Despite their prowess, they were still flesh and blood, and thus, they too feared bullets. Taking refuge behind available cover, they were temporarily suppressed, but this was only a fleeting reprieve. As bullets inevitably deplete, and do so swiftly, one must consider how few can be chambered in a single firearm. In contrast, the blade wielded by the adversary will not rust in the short span of time. Furthermore, there is no need to await the exhaustion of ammunition, for the opponent is capable of delivering fatal blows at any moment. With a swift flash, Erica revealed herself, her short blade transforming into a gleaming arc that pierced the chest of a bodyguard with lethal precision. What? Another bodyguard gasped in astonishment, instinctively glancing at his fallen comrade. A flying knife? This is utterly absurd. Yet, this moment of distraction proved to be fatal, as another dagger flew forth, penetrating the chest of that very bodyguard. Thus far, aside from Jean Bing and Wesley, every other individual had been ruthlessly dispatched by the duo of the old man and Erica. Meanwhile, Wesley's ammunition had rapidly dwindled to nothing. "Out of bullets, are we?" Erica remarked with a cold smirk, emerging from her cover and deftly retrieving her blade from the lifeless body, twirling it in her grasp. The old man, similarly armed with a long sword, advanced upon them like a demonic specter. "It appears we have reached this juncture." Jean Bing's deep voice resonated as he stepped forward to stand beside Wesley, fixing his gaze resolutely upon the approaching pair of adversaries. At that moment, his fists were flushed crimson, radiating an intense heat. Their only course of action lay in a desperate confrontation. There was no alternative. The 2 men steadfastly regarded the advancing duo, fully aware that their fates hinged upon this imminent clash. "What is the matter with your fists?" Erica's astonished voice broke the tension, her eyes fixed upon Jean Bing's glowing knuckles, her confusion apparent. His fists were indeed aglow. "What kind of fists are these?" "Erica, what is happening?" "I sense a formidable energy," the old man interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. "His fists are emitting light, akin to a heated iron rod," Erica solemnly replied to the old man. Initially, she believed that these 2 culprits behind Matt's demise were as good as fish on a chopping block. Yet now, she sensed that the situation might not unfold so smoothly. Glowing fists? Erica was at a loss to comprehend the phenomenon, yet the old man felt a sudden awareness. Could it be that the one before them is the Iron Fist? Has a new Iron Fist emerged? Iron Fist? The old man could not suppress his inquiry. "Clearly," Jean Bing remarked, casting a glance at his feverishly heated iron fists. "A fist of steel is, by definition, the Iron Fist. If you do not retreat at once, I shall unleash my Iron Fist upon you." Jean Bing growled fiercely at the old man and Erica. If his fists could successfully frighten the 2 away, that would be the ideal outcome. It mattered not if the fists were made of iron or titanium, no one could save you. Erica snorted coldly, charging directly at Jean Bing. Unbeknownst to her, the iron fists spoken of by both Jean Bing and the old man were entirely different concepts. Observing her approach, Jean Bing ceased his idle chatter and swung his crimson fists toward Erica. Bang, bang, bang. Seizing the moment, Wesley picked up a firearm from the ground and began to fire wildly at Erica. She momentarily abandoned her pursuit of Jean Bing and turned her attention toward Wesley. Meanwhile, The old man had begun to engage Jin Bing in combat. Although Jin Bing was a formidable fighter capable of holding his ground against the likes of Daredevil, the old man was no such opponent, having faced Jin Bing several times unarmed. The sword wielded by the old man was not something Jin Bing could withstand. Even with his fists glowing red-hot, they would prove of little use. The old man's immense physique rendered him naturally agile. Before the old man, Jin Bing was merely a living target. Moreover, Jin Bing currently lacked the ability to transform any part of his body into steel at will, thus affording him no advantage in this confrontation. However, the old man hesitated in his assault. He did not wish to kill Jin Bing, for the iron fist was a weapon meant to combat the hand. As they clashed, the old man's thoughts shifted toward testing the strength of the new iron fist. Yet, he could not help but feel disappointment. This iteration of the iron fist was astonishingly weak. While the old man and Jin Bing were engaged, Erica had already reached Wesley. Bang, bang, bang. Wesley continued to pull the trigger at Erica without pause. Alas, as a dashing young man once remarked, firearms are weapons of the inferior. At such close range, the gun could not demonstrate its intended advantage. Erica darted around with agility reminiscent of a nimble cat, successfully appearing right before Wesley. With a swift motion, a short blade pierced Wesley's heart. His entire body jolted as if someone had pressed the pause button. Clatter! The firearm slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. To kill you this way is truly a mercy, Erica remarked coldly as she withdrew her blade. Wesley's eyes and mouth widened in disbelief, reflecting his utter unwillingness to accept his fate. With an overwhelming exertion of strength, he suddenly reached out and grasped Erica. At this moment, what could you possibly do? Erica scoffed disdainfully. Bang! In that instant, a bullet shot forth from Wesley's fingertips, striking directly into Erica's chest. A spray of crimson erupted. What on earth? Instinctively, Erica swung her dagger once more, severing Wesley's head, causing his lifeless body to collapse to the ground. At that moment, a single thought consumed her mind. What had just transpired? How had she been shot? Wesley! Erica! The simultaneous cries echoed, as Jean and the stick old man hastened towards the scene of confrontation. One approached Wesley's decapitated corpse with a face full of sorrow, while the other rushed anxiously to Erica's side. Chapter 37. This world is insane. Do not concern yourself with me. Eliminate him. Erica's voice rang out, as she seized the stick old man, disregarding her own life, and commanded him with a grave tone. No, if we delay any longer, you will perish. The stick old man replied, without hesitation, as he lifted Erica and swiftly commenced their retreat. Jean knelt before Wesley's headless body, unable to suppress his trembling. It was a manifestation of immense grief and rage. After a prolonged silence, Jean finally unleashed a furious cry to the heavens. Despite being a ruthless individual who remained indifferent to the loss of his subordinates, Wesley was an exception. In Jin's heart, Wesley was the sole person he could truly call a friend. Yet, before his very eyes, his only friend had been mercilessly slain. Wesley, regardless of who the murderer may be, I swear I shall offer their head in tribute to you. Jean vowed to Wesley's lifeless form. Erica, her face shrouded, posed a significant challenge for investigation, as her identity could only be surmised through other distinguishing features. Jean began to ponder instinctively. Moments later, his gaze sharpened, revealing a burgeoning intent to kill. Xin, could it possibly be you? Jin's suspicion was not unfounded. Though he currently shared power over Hell's Kitchen with Lady Gao, Xin, Lalon, and the Bear Brothers, he remained the most formidable among them. The police, judiciary, and political realms, every system in Hell's Kitchen had been infiltrated by Jean, earning him the title of the Underground Emperor of Hell's Kitchen. In the intricate web of power dynamics within Hell's Kitchen, Jin Bing possesses an intimate understanding of its myriad factions. Cloaked in anonymity and wielding cold weaponry, this fighting style does not align with any group in Hell's Kitchen, save for the Cine Gang. Only that individual commands a cadre of ninjas. Moreover, Jin Bing's true identity remains shrouded in mystery, known to but a select few. Among those aware of his identity, even fewer dare to confront him. As for Cine, he embodies every conceivable advantage. Who could ever doubt him? Hold on, child. While Jin Bing's mind swirled with thoughts, the old stick had already whisked Erica away to a discreet and secure location. He swiftly administered first aid, and with utmost haste, transported her to a haven. Originally, it was Matt Murdock's apartment. Though the rent had not yet lapsed, the tenant had vanished, leaving the room vacant. The old stick had spent his days in Hell's Kitchen within the confines of Matt Murdock's apartment. A disciple from the Pure Heart Society, alerted well in advance, promptly arrived. "Quickly, bring her inside," commanded the old stick. Together, they gently placed Erica upon a bed that had long been cleared. The disciple had prepared the necessary tools and deftly tore away Erica's garments to assess her injuries. "No worries, the bullet is lodged in the flesh, not affecting any organs or major blood vessels. It simply needs to be extracted," he informed the old stick and Erica. Relieved, both let out a long sigh. Such an injury was not life-threatening for Erica, though their concern had been somewhat exaggerated. Yet, one could hardly blame them. After all, Erica had been shot at close range. But wait, how could the bullet be lodged in the flesh? A close-range shot would have surely had more penetrating power. Could it have struck bone? Yet, the disciple's tone indicated otherwise, for a bone fracture would pose a far greater complication, as cleaning up bone fragments without hospital assistance would be nearly impossible. The old stick sensed something amiss. Furthermore, the new iron fist was shrouded in suspicion, leaving the old stick utterly perplexed. Why would the new iron fist from Kunlun abandon his mission and instead choose to lead an underground faction in Hell's Kitchen? Was this all merely a facade? Contemplating the clandestine infiltration of the Hand and their associates into Hell's Kitchen seems to provide some clarity. However, the notion that Iron Fist's prowess could have diminished to such a lamentable state is rather difficult to accept. Nevertheless, these concerns are ultimately secondary. Should one's skills falter, they may be honed again. It is also plausible that Iron Fist was impeded by an injury at that moment, a scenario that could certainly arise. The paramount issue, however, lies in the fact that the adversary managed to ignite their own fist. With Iron Fist emerging onto the scene, the old master felt emboldened in his approach to confront the Hand. As for his unfortunate disciple, Matt Murdock, the old master could only silently mourn his fate. After all, it was Iron Fist who had dealt the fatal blow. When faced with the choice between avenging his disciple and combating the Hand, the old master would undoubtedly prioritize the latter. He even began to contemplate how to recalibrate his strategy for the future. Erica's condition, on the other hand, appeared rather promising. The disciples of the Pure Heart sect had not resorted to blades, but instead utilized tweezers to extract the bullets from her body. They swiftly completed the disinfection and suturing of her wounds, everything proceeding seamlessly. After administering an intravenous drip, Erica fell into a deep slumber for over 3 hours, awakening with markedly improved vitality. "How do you feel?" the old master inquired leisurely from his seat on the sofa, methodically polishing his sword, his movements unhurried. "I'm not dead," Erica replied, rising from the bed to sit before the old master, her expression one of palpable fatigue. Reflecting on the events of the day left her feeling deeply frustrated. It was a near calamity. Particularly vexing was the fact that she had been ambushed by such a feeble opponent, a notion almost beyond belief. No, that simply cannot be right. As Erica meticulously replayed the events in her mind, she became increasingly convinced of one fact. Wesley had certainly not possessed a firearm at that moment. There was no way she could be mistaken about this. The gun had fallen to the ground when she struck him in the heart. But how was it that a bullet had found its way into her? Where did it originate? It felt as though the bullet had been conjured from thin air, an absurdity beyond comprehension. Just as Erica found herself chuckling at the absurdity of her own thoughts, she involuntarily recalled Iron Fist's glowing fist. If one person's fist could transform into a searing iron rod, then why couldn't another person project bullets from their hand? This world was truly insane. Chapter 38. The Fruit of Extraction? The Devil Fruit Store. Manager, this is my fiancée Vanessa, dressed in a pristine white suit. Jean Bing entered Rasha's shop accompanied by a gentlewoman clad in an elegant black dress. With utmost courtesy, he introduced his companion to Rasha. A few days prior, Jean Bing had promised to return with his fiancée, and now he had indeed fulfilled that vow. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Rasha sensed an air of exhaustion surrounding Jean Bing, a weariness that seemed both physical and psychological. It was apparent that he had encountered some tribulations. Given the chaotic nature of Hell's Kitchen, it was hardly surprising that he faced numerous distressing incidents daily, a sentiment Rasha could easily empathize with. "Hello, shopkeeper. I've heard Wilson praise you daily, and I am finally able to meet you in person. You truly are an extraordinary youth, exuding charisma," Vanessa remarked politely, offering Rasha a bright smile, which felt like a flattering compliment. "Madam Vanessa, you flatter me. Please, both of you, come in," Rasha replied with a warm smile. ushering Vanessa and Jean Bing into the store. Fisk, how has the development of the fruits progressed these past few days? Rasha casually inquired, engaging Jean Bing in conversation. I am not one to boast, but I have indeed undergone extensive training lately, yielding some results, Jean Bing replied nonchalantly. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed Vanessa's eyes, for she alone understood the intensity of the extensive training Jean Bing had endured. Following Wesley's demise, Jean Bing had thrown himself into relentless practice, a dedication that had even startled Vanessa. Thus, she had hastily cleared her schedule to procure the devil fruits, finally managing to draw him out. Fisk, based on your attitude alone, I am confident that the steel fruit will be exceptionally developed in your hands, Rasha remarked approvingly, nodding at him. I hope so as well, Jean Bing replied, a subtle glint of determination flashing in his eyes. When his fruit development reached a certain level, he would ensure that those responsible would pay the appropriate price. I have come primarily to accompany Vanessa in her fruit purchase. Shopkeeper, could I trouble you to bring out the catalog for her to peruse? After exchanging pleasantries with Rasha, Jean Bing clarified his purpose. Of course, Rasha replied, retrieving the catalog and handing it to Vanessa. Upon glancing through it, Vanessa's face lit up with astonishment. Just as Jean Bing had indicated, the bizarre array of fruits illustrated within the catalog opened a gateway to an entirely new world for her. Unlike others, Vanessa had witnessed the steel fruit of Jean Bing with her own eyes. Thus, she was aware that the extraordinary descriptions within the compendium were indeed true. Astonishing, Vanessa instinctively exclaimed, then greeted Rasha. My apologies, shopkeeper. I shall first consult this compendium with Fisk. Madam Vanessa, please proceed, Rasha replied with a smile. Vanessa and Jean Bing then huddled together, meticulously deliberating which fruit to select. However, after approximately 15 minutes, they both lifted their heads, looking rather perplexed. Shopkeeper, we are somewhat uncertain about which fruit to choose. Might you provide us with a recommendation? Jean Bing inquired, gazing at Rasha. Although the compendium contained descriptions of the devil fruits, they were merely simplistic and summarizing. The true capabilities and developmental potential of the respective fruits were far more comprehensively understood by Rasha, the shopkeeper, than by them. Thus, the compendium often served only as a catalog or index. To genuinely procure the desired fruit, one must consult Rasha. What type of fruit are you seeking? Please share your thoughts, and I shall see if there is something suitable. Rasha nodded in agreement. Addressing customer inquiries and providing consultative services was, after all, the very duty of a shopkeeper. To be candid, shopkeeper, Vanessa was poisoned not long ago, and this matter has weighed heavily on my mind, Jean Bing expressed, his face reflecting his lingering fear. Had it not been for Dr. Xiao, the consequences would have been dire. Thus, I wonder if you possess a fruit that could prevent such incidents from occurring again. With Jean Bing's influence, arranging substantial protection for Vanessa would be a straightforward task. He was not intimidated by conventional assassinations. Those harboring ill intentions toward Vanessa would find it nearly impossible to approach her. What Jean Bing feared most was the insidious nature of poisoning, an attack that was simply indefensible. In fact, it could be deemed unpreventable. After all, one cannot possibly test every meal to ensure it is toxin-free before allowing Vanessa to partake, as that would be impractical. Hence, the optimal solution would be to fundamentally eliminate the susceptibility to poisoning within the human body. Under normal circumstances, this would be an unattainable feat. However, with the existence of miraculous devil fruits, it may not be entirely out of reach. While the compendium does not list a fruit specifically for poison immunity, it also does not assert that the steel fruit can illuminate one's fists. Such inquiries must be directed to the shopkeeper. Therefore, Fisk and Vanessa, is your primary concern indeed the immunity to poisoning? Rasha asked, gazing at them for confirmation. Indeed, manager, this is precisely what we desire. Vanessa and Jean both nodded in unison. If it pertains to immunity against toxins, I happen to possess a viable solution. After a moment of contemplation, Roxa swiftly conceived an exceptionally suitable devil fruit and addressed the two. Please enlighten us. Vanessa inquired eagerly. It was evident that their private speculations bore little fruit. Consulting an expert on devil fruits was indeed the way to proceed. The fruit I recommend is known as the squeeze fruit. Roxa gestured toward a fruit depicted in the tome before them, elaborating on its merits. Indeed, Roxa clarified, the fruit I suggested to Vanessa is certainly not the poison fruit. While it might have its uses in the world of pirates, it is utterly impractical in contemporary society. Moreover, considering that Vanessa is a lady, The prospect of daily ailments would be rather unfortunate. As for the issue of availability, should it be temporarily out of stock, that posed no concern, if one truly valued it. Waiting, or even paying a higher price would not be an insurmountable obstacle. Squeeze fruit. Jean and Vanessa exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily perplexed. They had encountered this fruit before, but had paid it little heed, perceiving it merely as a fruit that extracts juice. Isn't that rather distant from immunity against toxins? Chapter 39. Invulnerable to poisons. And capable of transformation, the squeeze fruit allows its wielder to extract moisture from any object it encounters and produce juice, Roxa explained. Manager, according to the tome, this is a fruit that merely extracts juice? Jean inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Vanessa, standing beside him, mirrored his bewilderment. Indeed, Vanessa and Jean, while the squeeze fruit can indeed produce juice, that is merely a secondary effect. The fruit's true core ability lies in its capacity to extract moisture from objects. This term objects extends beyond the conventional interpretation and includes the human body, Roxa elucidated with a smile. Extracting moisture from the human body? Jean exclaimed in astonishment. If that is the case, then the squeeze fruit could potentially serve as an offensive fruit. After all, if a human body were to lose a critical amount of water, it could pose a threat to life. Yet even so, it still seems rather disconnected from immunity against toxins. Patience, Fisk, allow me to elaborate, Roxa replied, amused by Jean and Vanessa's eager expressions. He chose not to keep them in suspense and directly addressed the aspect they were most curious about. It is precisely due to the squeeze fruit's ability to extract moisture that it grants the user immunity to toxins. To be more precise, it renders one invulnerable to all poisons. It is inevitable that those with abilities may suffer from poisoning. Yet there exists a remarkable method to shield them from the harmful effects of toxins. This is achieved through their unique capacity to extract both toxins and moisture from their bodies. How astonishing! Jean Bing and Vanessa were utterly captivated by this revelation. The application of the squeeze fruit far surpassed their expectations, igniting their imaginations with its sheer ingenuity. They could hardly fathom that a fruit, which they had previously dismissed as merely a means for juicing, could possess such extraordinary utility. The world of devil fruits resembles a fantastical realm. Fisk, do you not find the squeeze fruit to be exceedingly romantic? Vanessa chuckled, marveling at how the immunity to poison could be achieved through such an enchanting method, which perfectly aligned with her romantic sensibilities. Not only that, but the ability to become impervious to toxins is merely a fundamental capability of the squeeze fruit. It can also be harnessed for other applications. For instance, the wielder can extract moisture from their adversaries during combat, and even project the extracted moisture as an offensive weapon. Indeed, this fruit can be developed into offensive skills. Jean Bing expressed his surprise, admitting that he had underestimated this fruit's potential. Is this truly unexpected, Fisk? I have only revealed half of its capabilities, remarked Rasha, once again piquing the curiosity of Jean Bing and Vanessa. Could there be additional remarkable uses for the squeeze fruit? I previously mentioned several applications of the squeeze fruit, all based on its moisture extraction ability. However, it is not limited to merely extracting moisture. It can also absorb it. Rasha elaborated confidently under their watchful gaze. Absorb moisture? Jean Bing and Vanessa exchanged bewildered glances. In that fleeting moment, they had repeated this gesture countless times, struggling to comprehend the implications of moisture absorption. While extracting moisture poses a threat to others, what purpose does absorbing moisture serve? The act of extraction targets others, whereas absorption pertains to oneself. Thus, what benefit could arise from allowing oneself to absorb more moisture? It was utterly inconceivable, completely unfathomable. Open your minds, unleash your imagination. Imagine if moisture continually flooded into an individual's body. What consequences might ensue? Let me remind you that the capacity of the human body is finite, yet its ability to absorb water is boundless. Observing the contemplative yet perplexed expressions on Jean Bing and Vanessa's faces, Roxa began to gently guide them towards understanding. The human body can only hold a limited amount of water, but if water is continuously absorbed, the body would swell. Much like how one's stomach expands after a hearty meal. If water is incessantly absorbed, the body would experience a similar phenomenon. But what purpose would that serve? Would one simply explode? That would be absurd. Seeing that Jean Bing and Vanessa were lacking imagination in this regard, something entirely understandable. As they had been raised in a world of objective materialism, at least in the eyes of most, Roxa decided to reveal the answer directly. They would transform into giants. Indeed, the user of the Zaza fruit possesses the ability to extract water from others, thereby allowing themselves to grow into a giant. Roxa explained to Jean Bing and Vanessa. Giant? A giant? Jean Bing and Vanessa were utterly dumbfounded, as if their very worldview had shattered into molecular fragments upon witnessing Enel's lightning prove ineffective against Luffy. The concept of absorbing water to become a giant seemed utterly ludicrous. Were we discussing the human body or SpongeBob? Transforming into a giant? Even having consumed a devil fruit? I still found it hard to believe. After several seconds of stunned silence, Jean Bing finally exclaimed in astonishment. As for Vanessa, there was no need to elaborate. She remained somewhat dazed, as though deciphering an ancient script. Indeed, becoming a giant would naturally result in a corresponding increase in strength, while speed would not diminish. Thus, the user need not worry about any adverse effects, such as impaired mobility, upon transforming into a giant. Of course, by extracting any excess water, the user could revert to their normal state, making it remarkably convenient. Such marvels. It is simply astounding. Vanessa could not contain her exclamation, her face radiating with anticipation. Fisk, I have made my decision. I shall choose the Zaza fruit, Vanessa declared resolutely. What do you think? Quite splendid. Jean Bing nodded in agreement, equally pleased with the prospect of this fruit. Initially, his primary concern had been merely protection against toxins. Yet now, not only would he be immune to all poisons, but he would also gain formidable combat prowess, even the extraordinary ability to transform into a giant. Struck it rich, truly struck it rich. Chapter 040, Unauthorized Orders. So, manager, I have made my decision. I shall take this extraordinary fruit. With Jin's support, Vanessa felt no further hesitation and eagerly addressed Roxa. A most astute choice, Ms. Vanessa. This fruit is indeed exceptionally suited for you. Roxa smiled at Vanessa, explaining that for a woman, a fruit capable of absorbing moisture effortlessly holds profound benefits for the skin. There is no need for further elaboration. Vanessa's eyes sparkled with excitement, even surpassing her thrill at hearing about immunity to toxins or the ability to enlarge oneself. After all, immunity to toxins is merely a precaution for personal safety, a reluctant measure, if you will, something Vanessa herself did not particularly relish. However, the desire for beauty is an intrinsic human trait. Both men and women cherish aesthetics, though women tend to pursue it with greater refinement. The yearning for skincare springs from a heartfelt desire, a proactive aspiration. This stands in stark contrast to the passive concern of seeking immunity from toxins. One is reactive, while the other is driven by initiative, a considerable distinction indeed. For anyone who values beauty, the significance of retaining moisture is abundantly clear. Countless cosmetics emphasize moisture retention as their primary selling point. Maintaining skin hydration is crucial for skincare. Regrettably, skin possesses little inherent ability to retain moisture, necessitating external supplementation. Yet now, with the consumption of that miraculous fruit, Vanessa would be able to allow her skin to absorb moisture autonomously. This was nothing short of remarkable. Vanessa's skin would experience tremendous improvement, potentially surpassing the effects of even the most exorbitant cosmetics. Setting aside other considerations, she was resolute. She must have the Juju fruit. The ability to naturally lock in moisture for her skin. This is, without a doubt, a coveted power for all women. With a slightly tremulous voice, Vanessa reiterated her eagerness. Manager, I must have this fruit. I am delighted to hear that, Ms. Vanessa. However, it is unfortunate that you have arrived after our promotional period. All fruits are now sold at full price, Roxa informed her. Just yesterday, the system had notified Roxa that the promotional period had ended, and today Vanessa had arrived. Indeed, a most unfortunate coincidence. Nevertheless, Vanessa was entirely unfazed by this. All she desired was to obtain that extraordinary fruit without delay, disregarding any other considerations. Moreover, the sum of $1 million was insignificant to her. The store manager, this extraordinary item is beyond the measure of money, regardless of discounts. We have certainly acquired an immense bargain. Vanessa immediately addressed Rasha, expressing gratitude for her understanding. Thank you, Ms. Vanessa, for your comprehension. The price for the Zha fruit is a generous $3 million. Rasha did not linger on the matter and promptly quoted Vanessa. This marked the highest price Rasha had ever sold a devil fruit, surpassing even the price of the steel fruit. However, To be candid, the potential of the Jia fruit indeed eclipsed that of the steel fruit. One could transform into glowing steel, while the other could manipulate moisture. Their attributes were intriguingly complementary. It was a fascinating prospect to ponder who would triumph in battle once both fruits were fully developed. Rasha couldn't help but indulge in this playful thought. "Manager, please process the payment." Without a moment's hesitation, Vanessa produced a bank card and handed it to Rasha. Beep. The transaction was complete. Rasha then presented the Jia fruit to Vanessa, reminding her of the principle of consumption. In truth, Kimping had likely informed Vanessa beforehand. Yet as the seller, Rasha deemed it necessary to offer this reminder. "Thank you for the reminder, manager. Now, Fisk, I shall begin." Vanessa greeted Kimping before eagerly taking a bite of the fruit. After a brief moment of facial contortion, she suppressed the urge to retch and swallowed the peculiar fruit whole. Like others who had just consumed a devil fruit, Vanessa felt an exhilarating rush, as she distinctly sensed the changes occurring within her body. How marvelous! Is this the power of a devil fruit? How astonishing! Vanessa exclaimed in wonder. She felt as if she had transformed into a sponge, acutely aware of the moisture in the air and capable of absorbing it. Indeed, she had just attempted to absorb the moisture in the atmosphere, and to her delight, she succeeded. She immediately noticed her skin becoming significantly more hydrated. Vanessa was utterly amazed and thrilled. "I believe you have already sensed the transformation within yourself, haven't you?" As Rashia beheld Vanessa's countenance, he smiled and remarked, "However, what you have acquired thus far is merely the rudimentary ability of the devil fruit. You may not yet possess the proficiency to extract toxins from your body at will. But fret not, diligent practice will suffice." "I understand, manager." Vanessa nodded emphatically, showering Rashia and the devil fruit with further praise. After a moment of contemplation, she raised her gaze once more, looking earnestly at Rashia and said, "Manager, Fisk mentioned that each person is limited to purchasing 3 devil fruits here. So I wish to acquire 2 more. Warning, warning, a violation order has occurred. Please address it immediately." Upon hearing Vanessa's intention to procure 2 additional fruits, Rashia initially felt a surge of excitement. However, he was taken aback when the system issued such an alert. A violation order? It was evident that this referred to Vanessa's attempt to purchase 2 more devil fruits. But why was this order deemed a violation? Confused, Rashia promptly inquired within his mind about the issue. Vanessa Mariana's purchase of the devil fruits is motivated by the intention to assist Wilson Fisk in creating 2 additional capable individuals. Orders made under this motive are classified as violations. So that was the case? Rashia fell into contemplation, gradually grasping the essence of the system's regulation. Clearly, this measure was designed to prevent any individual or faction from engaging in bulk purchasing behavior. Otherwise, a person or group could easily deplete his modest shop, thereby upending the balance of this world. System, besides Vanessa's actions, are there any other violations? Rashia pondered briefly before asking again. Any action that facilitates an individual or faction in acquiring a substantial number of devil fruits is considered a violation. Why was it that Vanessa's purchase of the first fruit was not deemed a violation, while the subsequent 2 were? The first fruit purchased by Vanessa Mariana was intended for her personal use and not to aid Wilson Fisk, thus it is not classified as a violation. Oh, I see now. Rashia began to comprehend. Chapter 041. The Rules of Purchasing Devil Fruits. My apologies, Ms. Vanessa. But your intention behind acquiring these additional 2 devil fruits is to gift them to Fisk, is it not? Upon unraveling the mystery, Rashia confidently addressed Vanessa. Vanessa was momentarily taken aback, her face betraying a palpable astonishment. Could the manager truly perceive the depths of one's heart? He had accurately discerned her intent. Indeed, that was precisely her thought. However, since Rasha has accurately deduced the truth, Vanessa has little choice but to concede. In her view, such matters are straightforward and devoid of any need for subterfuge. Indeed, manager, I intended to gift these devil fruits to Fisk, for he is in greater need of them than I. Vanessa nodded in affirmation. I apologize, Ms. Vanessa, but the store's restriction on the purchase of devil fruits is intentional, aimed at preventing any individual from monopolizing a significant quantity of these fruits. Regardless of the method, no single person may possess more than the allowed 3 fruits. Coincidentally, Fisk has already acquired his 3 devil fruits, so I regret to inform you that it is not possible. Rasha stated this directly to Vanessa. Vanessa was taken aback, unable to fathom that the situation had unfolded in such a manner. Jean had indeed mentioned the limitations on purchasing devil fruits, but Vanessa had not given it much thought. considering it a mere marketing tactic without deeper implications. Although labeled as a restriction, it seemed to her that as long as one was willing to pay, there were no real barriers to acquisition. To her surprise, the limitation on devil fruits was genuinely stringent. Wealth alone could not secure them. Is that truly the case? My apologies, manager. I failed to consider this thoroughly. Once she grasped the reality, Vanessa did not feel anger towards the refusal to sell, but instead promptly apologized to Rasha. Despite Rasha's demeanor as a polite young man, the mere act of selling such extraordinary items as devil fruits indicated that they were dealing with a formidable entity. Though unintentional, her actions had indeed violated the store's regulations, leaving Vanessa with a sense of trepidation. Manager, I meant no offense, Vanessa expressed. And even Jean quickly interjected to clarify on her behalf. Ignorance is no excuse. I had not previously articulated this rule. Rasha waved his hand dismissively. Seeing that Rasha bore no real grievance, both Vanessa and Jean exhaled in relief. However, Jean couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. He had initially contemplated allowing some of his trusted associates to procure additional devil fruits. Yet now, it seemed entirely impossible, as the manager had clearly stated that no individual is permitted to control a large quantity of these fruits, by any means. Thus, the transaction between them came to a close. As always, Rasha inquired about the opinion of Vanessa, or more precisely, Vanessa Mariana, before drawing her into the group. Store manager, everyone, we have another family member joining us. Please welcome her. Vanessa Mariana. Hello everyone. I am a newly joined user of the devil fruit ability, and I am thrilled to be part of this big family. Since there is already a Vanessa in the group, I have added my surname for distinction. Wade Wilson, another newcomer? A female member at that. Does she know the rules of the group? New members must share their photos and measurements. Of course, if one is too unattractive, that may be overlooked. At that moment, Rasha noticed the muscles on Jean Bing's face beginning to twitch uncontrollably, as if he were ready to unleash fury. Wilson Fisk, Mr. Wade, Ms. Vanessa is my fiancée. I find such rude and disrespectful remarks intolerable. I must sternly warn you to mind your words. Vanessa, I apologize, Fisk. Wade is just a bit brash. He merely wanted to greet Vanessa. Isn't that right, Vanessa? Wade Wilson, Vanessa? Vanessa? Fisk, my wife shares the exact same name as your fiancé. Perhaps we should forego the photos. I wouldn't want to inadvertently think of your fiancé while embracing my wife, as that would be tantamount to infidelity. Wade Wilson, my dear, rest assured that my love for you is more steadfast than diamonds. Even if another Vanessa is extraordinarily beautiful, I would remain loyal. Jean Bing's brow twitched once more, and Rasha found himself at a loss for words. He regretted bringing Wade into the group. His mouth was simply insufferable. If it weren't for his almost immortal abilities and exceptional skills, he would have been cut down 1,000 times over without question. Ding. Wade Wilson has been muted for 2 hours by the group leader. In order to maintain a pleasant atmosphere within the group, Rasha did not hesitate to silence Deadpool. Store manager, please maintain civility in your discussions. Wade Wilson, should this happen again, you will be muted for a month. Vanessa, well done, store manager. Vanessa Mariana, thank you. Store manager. Wilson Fisk, thank you, store manager. Zhao Helen seemed occupied, as Vanessa Mariana had not spoken since joining the group. This was of little consequence. However, the silence of Wesley, the user of the Jigua fruit, throughout the conversation slightly puzzled Rasha. Shouldn't he acknowledge the arrival of his own boss? Unbeknownst to Rasha, Wesley would never be able to speak again. Nevertheless, his curiosity was fleeting, and he did not dwell on it further. He promptly dismissed those chaotic thoughts and proceeded to update a group announcement. The announcement read, Dear family members, please be aware that some may not fully comprehend the true meaning behind the limit of 3 devil fruits per purchase at our shop. To clarify, the limitation pertains to the ownership or dominion over the devil fruits. A single buyer may only exercise control over a maximum of 3 devil fruits. This applies to purchases made by oneself, those procured by others, or even gifts from kind-hearted souls. In all circumstances, the maximum remains 3 devil fruits. Please take note. The tone of the announcement was quite solemn and formal, instantly stirring the group members. Vanessa, received. Vanessa Mariana, received. Wilson Fisk, received. Zhao Helen, received. For the first time, the usually silent Zhao Helen swiftly replied. As for Wesley, he remained unresponsive. However, Rasha did not dwell on this matter. Everyone has their moments of inconvenience. Perhaps Wesley was indeed quite busy. Chapter 042, Deadpool, I want to be an actor store manager. I shall not disturb you further. Farewell. Fisk, Vanessa, goodbye. After Jean and Vanessa departed, Rasha enjoyed a brief moment of tranquility, initially contemplating indulging in a couple of rounds of a video game. He was suddenly bombarded with private messages from Deadpool. Store manager, you wouldn't be so cruel, would you? So heartless? Surely not. I was merely greeting the new members of the group. There was no need to silence me, right? Store manager, do you understand that you have wounded my spirit, injured my emotions, and even harmed my physical being? You might wonder how my body was hurt. Well, that's because Vanessa just gave me a good thrashing. She said I upset you. A flurry of messages followed. Rasha was at his wit's end. Deadpool was indeed not someone easily subdued. Cease this incessant barrage, or I shall block you immediately. Rasha replied, exasperated. It was not that he lacked politeness or held any prejudice against Deadpool. It was simply a matter of necessity, born from previous bitter experiences. Without such measures, silence could not be achieved. As expected, upon receiving this ultimatum, Deadpool finally ceased his relentless messaging. Store manager, let us discuss something serious. You might see me on television soon. Deadpool announced with a hint of pride. Wade, have you been discovered by a talent scout? Are you set to star in a movie? Rasha teased in response. Are you considering making a film? What a splendid idea. I truly adore it. Perhaps in the future, I shall embark on a journey to create films and become a star. My goodness, dear manager, you are exceptionally talented. You have helped me rediscover my life's direction. I have heard whispers that Green Lantern might soon be adapted into a cinematic masterpiece. If I could portray Green Lantern, then Deadpool would begin to fantasize alongside Rorschach. Rorschach, Deadpool, are you serious? Rorschach is quite eager about this notion. If Deadpool were indeed to star as Green Lantern, would he subsequently regret it so profoundly that he would contemplate ending his own life? How amusing. Green Lantern, you say? Wade, I believe this role is tailor-made for you. Go for it. You can do it. Rorschach, with a hint of wicked amusement, addressed Deadpool. Thus, it seems I must perform exceptionally well this time. Deadpool appeared to be brimming with enthusiasm. Although it is merely an advertisement, I believe this marks the inception of my journey toward becoming a cinematic titan. An advertisement? What on earth is happening? Rorschach engaged in conversation with Deadpool to grasp the situation. It turns out that Deadpool had inadvertently caught the eye of a planning manager from a renowned cosmetics brand, who was utterly astonished by Deadpool's flawless complexion. Consequently, he was invited to become their brand ambassador, aiding in the promotion of facial masks. If the response is favorable, they even intend to have Deadpool film corresponding advertisements. Rorschach, upon hearing this, was left utterly speechless. Deadpool selling facial masks? Can it truly be done this way? How has the narrative veered so wildly? In truth, I was initially reluctant, but their sincerity was overwhelming. They assured me that all I needed to do was stand there and allow others to appreciate my visage. No further effort was required. They even offered a handsome sum, $10,000 per event, seemingly like easy money. I requested that they arrange hotel accommodations, as I wished to bring Vanessa along, and they were quite amenable. Their only stipulation was that I acknowledge my visage had benefited from their facial masks. Manager, I trust you won't object to this. Deadpool excitedly regaled Rorschach with tales of his peculiar experience. This prompted Rorschach to marvel at how Deadpool truly epitomizes the eccentricities of the Marvel Universe. An unusual individual encountering bizarre circumstances is simply extraordinary. After finishing his conversation with Deadpool, Rorschach finally found the time to pick up his phone and enter the international server of a popular mobile game. He engaged in several rounds of 3-on-3 matches, once again receiving a barrage of criticism from his teammates. A bunch of novices, how dare they blame me? Only the inept would cast blame upon their comrades. Rorschach disdainfully curled his lip, ignoring the inexperienced players, and proceeded to initiate a new round of matchmaking. On the other side, at Dr. Zhao Hailuan's research center. Greetings, Dr. Xavier. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. No, Dr. Zhao Hailuan. It is you who has gained considerable renown of late. The wheelchair-bound Professor X greeted Zhao Hailuan with a smile, adding, however, as you can see, certain objective circumstances prevent me from standing, so please forgive my rudeness. You jest, Dr. Xavier, please come in, Zhao Hailuan responded courteously, shaking hands with the professor and personally escorting him into her research laboratory. She was aware that Professor X was a mutant, yet, akin to Rasha. She did not harbor animosity towards mutants, though she neither supported nor particularly liked them. Her attitude was one of indifference. Nevertheless, She held a deep respect for the illustrious Professor X, for aside from his identity as a mutant, he was a scholar of immense knowledge and a recognized authority in the field of genetic mutations. Zhao Hailuan had always respected such prominent figures in academia. Hank, might I trouble you to push me inside? Professor X addressed Hank, who was behind him, and they conversed as they walked together with Zhao Hailuan. Dr. Zhao, I do not mean to boast, but I have encountered countless experiences in my life, and there are few things that can truly astonish me. This assertion from Professor X was not mere bravado. Throughout his life, he had fought alongside individuals from the future, thwarted robots on the brink of world destruction, and battled extraterrestrial beings, a life marked by tumultuous and exhilarating events. However, the recent occurrences concerning Oaks piqued his curiosity. He had not anticipated that he would stand again so swiftly. A hint of astonishment lingered in Professor X's tone. Not long ago, a student at Xavier Academy had suffered a car accident resulting in a compound fracture, yet the following day, he was remarkably up and about. Such events are nothing short of extraordinary, verging on the miraculous. Professor X's first instinct was to attribute this to a mutant, as only such an explanation seemed plausible. However, upon employing a telepathic amplifier to locate Zhao Hailuan, he discovered that she was, in fact, an ordinary human. Hence, this visit from Professor X was initiated. Chapter 043, Professor X stands again. Professor Xavier, it is true that I stumbled upon a fortunate encounter by chance. If you are willing to believe me, I would not mind sharing my story, though I fear you might consider me mad, Zhao Hailuan remarked with a hint of exasperation towards Professor X. It is quite beyond comprehension, this notion of devil fruits, which seems utterly fantastical and far removed from the collective understanding of the populace, even bordering on the absurd. Furthermore, given that Dr. Zhao Hailuan specializes in the realm of biological nanotechnology, the regenerative cradle she has developed is a sophisticated innovation aimed at repairing the human body through such technology. As a result, many would rather attribute their healing to Dr. Zhao's expertise in biological nanotechnology than entertain the idea of devil fruits. This is despite the fact that Dr. Zhao's purported treatments were conducted entirely by hand. Yet, humans possess an innate tendency to apply their conventional reasoning to matters they do not grasp. You have piqued my curiosity even further, Dr. Zhao, do enlighten me. Professor X remarked, his gaze fixed intently upon her. In truth, the general details of the situation had already been conveyed to Professor X, who was well acquainted with the tales surrounding devil fruits. At this moment, his curiosity was genuine, rather than the skepticism one would typically expect. With that, Dr. Zhao Hailuan guided Professor X to the reception area of the research center, courteously inviting him to take a seat. She then instructed her assistant to serve coffee to both Professor X and Hank, before turning her attention back to the professor. Professor Xavier, the truth is, my healing of AUX was not achieved through biological nanotechnology. Although I could indeed utilize the regenerative cradle to mend his leg, it would not yield results as flawless or efficient. The regenerative cradle, while it has broken through certain technological barriers, is not without its imperfections and still has a considerable journey ahead. What I employed to heal AUX was, in fact, the power of a devil fruit. Devil fruit? How intriguing. Dr. Zhao, please proceed, Professor X said, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gestured for her to continue. Noticing that Professor X had raised no objections, Dr. Zhao carried on. It is a fruit that transcends conventional understanding. Consuming a devil fruit grants an individual a superpower. The devil fruit I ingested is known as the healing fruit, which bestowed upon me the extraordinary ability to heal others. A fruit that can endow one with superhuman abilities? I must confess, I had not imagined such wondrous entities existed in this world, Professor X exclaimed in astonishment. Do you truly believe what I am saying, Professor Xavier? Dr. Zhao inquired, somewhat surprised. She had recounted the tale of devil fruits to numerous individuals, yet this was the first time someone had accepted it so readily. This reaction even led Dr. Zhao to wonder if Professor X was merely humoring her, for such an implausible notion was indeed difficult to accept. It is worth noting that while Dr. Zhao was aware of Professor X's status as a mutant, she remained oblivious to the specifics of his abilities, which explained her astonishment. Professor X chuckled, I can discern whether someone is lying, and Dr. Zhao, what you just said is indeed the truth. Thank you for your trust, Professor Xavier. Zhao Hailuan replied sincerely. No need for thanks, Dr. Zhao. I am counting on you, Professor X said, setting down his coffee. a glimmer of anticipation gracing his features. Now, I believe we can commence. All right. Zhao Hailuan nodded, then turned to Hank. Mr. Hank, could you please assist in moving the professor over here? Of course. Hank nodded politely and proceeded to wheel Professor X to a more spacious area. Zhao Hailuan knelt before Professor X, resting her hands on his shoulders, and smiled confidently. It will only take a few minutes, Doctor, very soon. With that, she began to harness her ability to heal him. Professor X immediately felt a surge of tension. Having been incapacitated for so many years, he had long accepted his fate. That was under the assumption that his affliction was beyond remedy. In other words, it was a moment of despair. However, now, he suddenly glimpsed the prospect of healing his legs, and maintaining composure became a challenge. Who would wish to remain a cripple for a lifetime? Especially as the moment that could alter his destiny approached, he found himself filled with a melange of anticipation, anxiety, worry, and fear, all intertwining in a tumultuous blend. The brief span of 3 minutes felt as though it stretched into 3 years. All right, Professor Xavier. Zhao Hailuan's voice finally broke through the tumult in his mind, bringing him back to the present. He inhaled deeply, and in that instant, he felt sensations in his legs that had long been absent. Professor X's face flushed with excitement, and he struggled to articulate his thoughts. With the aid of the wheelchair, he astonishingly stood upright. Professor, you are standing, Hank exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and joy evident in his expression, with tears glistening in his eyes. Since the first battle, Hank had steadfastly remained by Professor X's side, unwavering through the years, and their bond needed no further elaboration, especially since Hank had witnessed firsthand how Professor X had become paralyzed. Yes, Hank, I am standing, Professor X shouted with exuberance, his joy akin to that of a child. And he even took a few steps. It was a sensation of walking that he had not experienced in ages, thanks to Zhao Hailuan's flawless healing. The atrophied muscles that had not moved for decades were restored, enabling Professor X to walk effortlessly once more. It is truly remarkable, utterly astonishing. Dr. Zhao, is this the devil fruit? It's nothing short of a miracle, Professor X exclaimed in a tone imbued with excitement and astonishment. Although he had previously witnessed the miracle of Ox rising, experiencing such an event as an observer and undergoing it firsthand are entirely different adventures. Professor Xavier, congratulations on your resurgence. Dr. Zhao Helen chimed in with a joyous message. Witnessing the uncontainable smile on the patient's face as he was healed was indeed the wellspring of Dr. Zhao Helen's strength. Thank you, Dr. Zhao. It is you who has enabled me to rise again. I never dared to believe I would see this day, Professor X expressed sincerely. By the way, Professor, should we also have Dr. Zhao treat your hair? Hank timidly inquired from the sidelines. Chapter 044. He gained hair, but lost his soul. The Devil Fruit Shop. My hands have truly transformed into claws. Goodness, these fur spots. Have I turned into a spotted dog? This is exhilarating. Woof woof. Oh ho ho, look at this tail. It's simply perfect. Excited voices erupted as a half-human, half-dog entity gazed at the changes in his body, nearly jumping for joy. He even reached out to pet his own dog-like head, reveling in the sensation and squinting his eyes with delight. Roxia, observing from the side, felt utterly speechless. The animal-type fruit grants one the strength and agility of a beast, not the inclination to embrace life as a pet dog, and to be so enraptured by it. Yet, amidst his disbelief, Roxia felt a sense of relief. After all these days, he finally encountered someone unafraid of danger. The individual expressed immense excitement upon seeing the bizarre and colorful devil fruits, akin to Columbus discovering a new world, eagerly sampling them, and thus unfolded the scene before them. A dazzling little tail, those adorable ears. Wait, what is happening? Why am I transforming back? Just as he was in bliss, the 5-minute mark arrived. A trendy young man, exuding a hip-hop vibe, reverted to his original form. He turned to Roxia with a look of discontent. Sir, the sample tasting effect lasts only 5 minutes. Your time is now up, Roxia patiently explained to the stylish youth. If you wish to permanently acquire this ability, you must consume the devil fruit. So what are you waiting for? Hurry and bring out the fruit. I want it. The young man urged eagerly. Sir, the item you requested is the dog fruit, specifically the Dalmatian form, priced at $500,000. Rasha stated with a polite smile. How absurd. 500,000. Are you robbing me? The fashionable young man exclaimed, his voice rising several octaves, his eyes wide in disbelief. For a piece of fruit, you demand such an exorbitant sum? Sir, to clarify, this is not merely a fruit. It is a devil fruit, and the price is non-negotiable. Rasha maintained his courteous demeanor. Please, don't be so heartless. I desire this fruit immensely, but I simply do not possess that amount of money. Could we perhaps negotiate? I'm afraid that's not possible. Such a pity. May I at least sample some other fruits? If you wish to avoid a catastrophic fate, I advise against it. Catastrophic fate? Please, bring me one immediately. Rasha thought to himself, what an eccentric individual. There is indeed a reason why foreigners are often so rare. I'm sorry, sir, but our shop policy prohibits repeat tastings. Very well, what a disappointment. The fashionable young man sighed heavily as he departed. Rasha watched as the young man vanished into the throng of people and couldn't help but shake his head. He had spent over half an hour entertaining this fellow's whims. Initially, Rasha had felt a thrill when the young man expressed interest in the devil fruit and eagerly sampled it. However, it now seemed he might have overestimated the situation. Typically, those who so readily believe in the tales of devil fruits and eagerly partake in tastings are likely not in possession of substantial wealth. Those who are truly affluent tend to act with a degree of rationality and caution. Forget it, this was a waste of my emotional investment. Time to engage in a few rounds of gaming instead. Rasha swiftly logged into the international server of his game, ready to indulge in some exhilarating combat. However, today, his gaming performance was less than stellar. After 5 consecutive ranked matches, he experienced a rhythmic string of defeats, causing his hard-earned Diamond 2 rank to plummet back to Diamond 1. This left him feeling quite disheartened. It must be that the heroes in the international server differ from those in the domestic server, which explains my lack of success. Frustrated yet determined, he resolved to try once more when the bell above the shop door chimed. Looking up, Rasha was taken aback to see a man clad in a trench coat, exuding a distinctly British charm, entering his store. Goodness, is that a strikingly handsome gentleman? And a rather dapper one at that. Rasha couldn't resist stealing another glance at the newcomer, quickly recalling characters from the Marvel Universe. The only figure he could associate with such a handsome visage was one. Could this possibly be Professor X? However, Professor X is actually able to walk now, and the other party still has hair on his head. Roche found himself somewhat uncertain about the identity of this British gentleman. The quaint little shop exudes a charming ambience, its decor radiating a sense of tranquility. The British gentleman surveyed the interior and then nodded approvingly at Roche, expressing his admiration. It was unclear whether his compliment stemmed from genuine appreciation or mere politeness. Nevertheless, Roche himself regarded the shop as rather unremarkable, devoid of any striking features. Thank you for your kind words, he thought, yet he still courteously approached the guest. This is not flattery. I merely expressed my feelings. The British gentleman smiled gently at Roche before extending his hand. Charles Xavier. Charles Xavier? Indeed, it is Professor X. Roche realized, understanding that Professor X must have sought treatment from Dr. Zhao Hailuan to remedy his paralysis and baldness. After all, Dr. Zhao had recently mentioned in their group that she would be treating mutants. Was she referring to Professor X at that time? To be honest, Roche felt indifferent about the professor standing upright, but the sudden abundance of hair was indeed a bit disconcerting. It felt as though a non-bald Professor X lacked a certain essence. Roche. Despite his inner musings, Roche did not delay in greeting Professor X, extending his hand for a handshake. Hello, I am the shopkeeper. You must remember Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Professor X began to engage Roche in pleasant conversation. Of course, Dr. Zhao has been incredibly supportive since the shop opened, for which I am truly grateful, Roche replied with a smile. I experienced some extraordinary events during my time with Dr. Zhao. A tragic accident years ago resulted in the permanent loss of my legs, yet she managed to have me standing again in mere minutes. Honestly, even now, as I stand here like an ordinary person, it is hard to believe such a thing. It is simply astonishing. So, are these the miraculous devil fruits that Dr. Zhao spoke of? Professor X inquired, directing his gaze toward the display case containing the fruits. Chapter 045. The Synergy of Psychic Abilities and the Inspiration Fruit. As you can see, Mr. Xavier, these are indeed the devil fruits, Roche affirmed, nodding. I believe Dr. Zhao must have informed you that each of these fruits grants an extraordinary power. Yes, Dr. Zhao introduced me to these remarkable fruits. I never imagined such wonders existed in the world. Might I trouble you to elaborate on these devil fruits? Professor X politely requested of Roche. Roches produced the illustrated guide and handed it to Professor X. Mr. Xavier, please take a look at the guide first. Once you find one that piques your interest, I will provide a detailed introduction. Thank you, store manager. Professor X accepted the guide from Roche's and began to scrutinize it meticulously. Soon, Roche's noticed the spark of excitement in Professor X's eyes, his face a canvas of astonishment. The myriad of extraordinary devil fruits seemed to have given him a fresh perspective on the world, prompting him to exclaim in wonder. Incredible, truly astonishing, he murmured as he continued to peruse the guide. Roche's remained silent, a smile gracing his features as he observed Professor X, along with other buyers, captivated by the enchanting fruits. It was, indeed, a rather amusing sight. After several minutes, Professor X's gaze settled on a particular fruit in the guide, and he nodded in satisfaction. You are referring to the encouragement fruit, correct? True to its name, the encouragement fruit possesses the ability to stir emotions and inspire others. Given Roche's understanding of the devil fruits, he immediately grasped which fruit Professor X was alluding to. Are you particularly interested in the encouragement fruit, Mr. Xavier? Roche's inquired curiously. As a teacher, my daily endeavors revolve around lecturing and educating. I wonder, if I were to consume the encouragement fruit, would it enhance the effectiveness of my classes? Professor X expressed his anticipation toward Roche's. Absolutely, Roche's replied without hesitation. While the encouragement fruit may suggest a singular purpose, its capabilities extend far beyond mere inspiration. As I mentioned, it can influence various emotions, be it enthusiasm for learning, courage within one's heart, or even certain positive energies. Of course, it can also evoke darker, negative sentiments. Essentially, consuming the encouragement fruit enables the user to manipulate the emotions of others as if they were activating a switch. A remarkable fruit indeed. Professor X chuckled, his satisfaction evident. It seems my classes will become extraordinarily engaging. Therefore, store manager, I shall take this encouragement fruit. Professor X's innate ability lies in mind control, allowing him to read memories and manipulate thoughts. However, his influence is rather straightforward and forceful. Once he exerts control over someone, they become mere puppets. In other words, while Professor X can control, he cannot truly influence. This predicament has led Professor X to oscillate between two extremes. Either he exerts complete control or remains entirely indifferent. The intermediary space between these two states is one that eludes him. However, the power of the Inspire fruit has now offered him a remedy for this deficiency. From another perspective, possessing psychic abilities enables Professor X to effortlessly perceive the emotions of others. He hardly needs to cultivate this fruit, as he masters it with remarkable ease upon first encounter. In terms of compatibility, the Inspire fruit harmonizes splendidly with Professor X's psychic powers, complementing one another beautifully. Mr. Xavier, this fruit is indeed perfectly suited to your profession. The Inspire fruit is worth $200,000, said the shopkeeper. Please, do proceed with the transaction. The exchange was completed expeditiously. Roche then presented the Inspire fruit to Professor X, who, without hesitation, consumed a portion in Roche's presence. Is this truly the essence of a devil fruit? How extraordinary! Professor X marveled at the wondrous transformations occurring within his body, unable to suppress his astonishment. He realized that he had expressed amazement today more times than he had throughout the entirety of the previous year. Following the completion of the transaction, Roche promptly included Professor X in their group chat. Everyone, we have a new member joining our family at the Devil Fruit House. Please extend a warm welcome. Hello everyone. I am Charles Xavier, a scholar specializing in genetic mutations. It is a pleasure to meet you all, he introduced himself. Vanessa, Wade, whatever you wish to say, please think it through before speaking. Vanessa, wow, another intellectual has joined the group? Specializing in genetic mutations, how impressive. Zhao Hailuan, Professor Xavier, I had a feeling it was you. Welcome to our family. Additionally, everyone, Professor Xavier is being modest. He is an absolute authority in his field, having become a professor at Oxford University in his 20s. The group collectively gasped in astonishment. To become a professor at such a prestigious institution in one's 20s is truly remarkable. One cannot help but be in awe. Wade Wilson, goodness. A professor at such a young age? I'm simply flabbergasted. I was still floundering in my 20s, but thankfully, I managed to pull myself together. Shopkeeper, please don't silence me this time. I'll restrain myself. Vanessa Mariana, Professor Xavier is indeed a genius. It is truly remarkable. Charles Xavier, you all flatter me. I simply had the fortune of receiving a modicum of recognition. Wade Wilson, wow, Xavier, you are truly impressive. Upon expressing his surprise, Xavier proceeded to discuss the group rules with a hint of amusement. "So what fruit have you purchased?" he inquired. Charles Xavier replied, "Mr. Wade, I have acquired the Inspire fruit, which will undoubtedly enliven the atmosphere of my classroom." Vanessa remarked, "Professor Xavier is truly a dedicated scholar, deserving of admiration." The other members of the group expressed their respect as well. It was astonishing that such an extraordinary devil fruit was merely intended for teaching purposes by Charles Xavier. After exchanging brief greetings with the group, Professor X took his leave to bid farewell to Rasha. "I shall not intrude any longer, dear shopkeeper. I look forward to visiting again on another occasion. If the opportunity arises, you are most welcome to visit the Jean Grey Academy for Gifted Youngsters." As Professor X departed, he extended an invitation to Rasha. Chapter 046. The Reset of the Mutant Timeline. Jean Grey Academy? Rasha couldn't help but be taken aback. Hadn't the Mutant Academy always been named after Professor X, known as Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters? When had it transformed to bear the name of Phoenix? In a moment of realization, Rasha comprehended everything. The X-Men film series was divided into an older trilogy and a younger trilogy featuring characters like Quicksilver and Cyclops, with the second installment of the younger trilogy titled Days of Future Past. In this film, the future Wolverine traveled back in time to eliminate the Sentinels and prevent Magneto from assassinating the president, thereby altering the original trajectory of events. As a result, the stories from the older trilogy ceased to exist. In this reset timeline, Magneto, having collaborated with the X-Men to thwart Apocalypse and save all of humanity, was no longer a fugitive and had successfully gone into hiding. Professor X, through his relentless efforts, had facilitated the acceptance of mutants within ordinary human society. The X-Men's popularity soared, and even the president personally contacted Professor X during an incident involving astronauts in outer space, requesting his assistance for rescue. It was during this rescue that an unknown force invaded the body of Phoenix, leading to the arrival of the Bali people on Earth. The leader of the Bali, known as the Model Sister, sought to exploit the power within Phoenix, which ultimately resulted in her fall into darkness. However, at a crucial moment, Phoenix achieved enlightenment, uniting with Professor X, Magneto, and others to confront the Bali. In the end, Phoenix vanquished the leader of the Bali, but at the cost of her own life. Thus, in commemoration of Phoenix, Xavier's Academy was renamed Jean Grey Academy. Professor X successfully retired, enjoying a tranquil life filled with tea and chess alongside Magneto. However, that was many years ago. It appears that Professor X has most likely returned to the Xavier Institute. In Deadpool, when Deadpool was brought to the Institute by Colossus and the others, Professor X was indeed present. Moreover, this Professor X was undoubtedly a remarkable figure. This suggests that the Marvel universe to which Rorschach has traversed has already experienced a temporal reversal and reset of the mutant timeline. Within this realm, the relationship between mutants and humans is no longer fraught with hostility. Society has exhibited a significant degree of acceptance towards mutants. Although some still harbor hatred or even animosity towards them, the prevailing social sentiment leans towards embracing mutants as the politically correct stance. Reflecting on the narrative of Deadpool, it becomes evident that Colossus, Negasonic Teenage Warhead, and the other X-Men are openly executing their missions. This indicates that in this world, there is no longer a sharp confrontation between mutants and humans, nor is Magneto orchestrating chaos with mutants. It heralds a new era for mutants. Rorschach quickly pieced everything together. No wonder he has felt that the presence of mutants in this world has been so understated since his rebirth. It turns out that society has grown accustomed to their existence and has generally accepted them. Consequently, there is no widespread public interest. For Rorschach, this is a fortunate circumstance, as it suggests a more orderly society. While he was lost in thought, the tinkling of the wind chimes at the entrance interrupted his contemplation. A woman with an alluring figure and a cool demeanor walked into the shop. Rorschach glanced up and was momentarily taken aback. This woman looked strikingly familiar. She was undoubtedly a character from the narrative, Erica. Soon, he recognized her identity. She was none other than the childhood friend of Daredevil, the elusive Black Sky sought by the Hand, and also the apprentice of Stick, Erica. Rorschach felt a surge of excitement. Erica was no ordinary woman. A six-figure sum would likely pose no challenge for her, marking her as a potential high-value client. He swiftly arrived at this conclusion. "Welcome to my humble establishment," he thought. And without delay, he courteously invited Erica inside. "Thank you." Erica replied with a slight smile and nod, while subtly surveying her surroundings. Ever since that fateful Night S battle, Erica had been troubled by Wesley's bullet, prompting her to conduct a discreet investigation. Ultimately, the clues she had gathered led her to this inconspicuous little shop. Like the other patrons who entered the shop, Erica was immediately captivated by the alluring devil fruits displayed in the showcase. Their striking appearance was undeniably eye-catching, making it nearly impossible to overlook their presence. "Shopkeeper, what kind of fruit is this?" Erica inquired, her gaze fixated on the enchanting devil fruits. "This is not fruit. It is a devil fruit," Rasha corrected Erica with utmost seriousness, proceeding to elucidate the matter. "Devil fruit?" Erica was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the name of the establishment was indeed House of Devil Fruits. Initially, she had assumed that devil fruit was merely a whimsical name, akin to Jack's Diner or Good Brothers Pizza. To her astonishment, the items for sale were genuinely labeled as devil fruits. Yet, what precisely were they? She had never encountered such vibrant and colorful fruits before. Devil fruit? Erica's brows furrowed, casting a look of profound confusion at Rasha. "What kind of fruit is this?" "It is a fruit imbued with extraordinary powers. Consuming it grants the eater a superhuman ability." Rasha succinctly summarized the essence of the devil fruit. Erica instinctively scoffed, unable to fathom the existence of such miraculous fruits in this world. However, the image of a golden, luminous fist and Wesley's inexplicable bullet striking him suddenly flashed through her mind, causing her scoff to falter. Indeed, she had already been informed about the iron fist from Kunlun. But even Kunlun was baffled by Wesley's ability to shoot bullets with his bare hands. If a person's fist could be illuminated by energy and bullets could be fired from within one's body, then perhaps it was not too far-fetched to believe that a fruit could grant superhuman abilities. Erica's perspective began to shift. She gazed intently at Rasha and inquired with a hint of intrigue. "What kind of superpowers can one obtain? Is the ability to shoot bullets with bare hands among them?" Chapter 047. The Thorny Rose. Erica was merely asking casually, picking a random example without expecting a definitive answer from Rasha. However, she was taken aback when Rasha chuckled upon hearing her words. "So, you have encountered the bullet fruit, haven't you?" "Bullet fruit?" Erica's eyebrows arched in surprise. "Indeed. It is a fruit that allows one to shoot bullets from within their body. Those who consume this fruit can fire bullets from their fingers or other parts of their body." Rochester, with utmost seriousness, addressed Erica, casually retrieving the illustrated guide to the devil fruits. Pointing to the depicted seed fruit, he remarked, "Behold, dear guest, this is the seed fruit." Erica lowered her gaze and indeed found the seed fruit illustrated in the guide. The description matched precisely with what Rochester had articulated and what she had witnessed firsthand, leaving her to ponder whether the devil fruits were indeed real. It was a self-evident truth, for it was improbable that this young man would have gone to such lengths merely to deceive her by preparing this guide in advance. Logically speaking, the existence of this guide could only imply one thing: the devil fruits were genuine. "Shopkeeper, do you know someone named Wesley?" After a brief silence, Erica lifted her head, fixing her gaze upon Rochester as she inquired. Upon hearing her question, Rochester felt a surge of clarity. It appeared that Erica had indeed encountered the seed fruit through Wesley. Although he found it somewhat peculiar how Erica had crossed paths with Wesley, he nodded in affirmation, smiling at her. "Yes, dear guest. Wesley has previously purchased the seed fruit from this humble establishment." Erica's understanding deepened as she asked, "May I take a look at this guide?" Rochester responded courteously, "Of course. Dear guest, please feel free to explore. If there is a particular fruit you wish to learn about, do let me know, and I shall provide a detailed introduction. Moreover, we offer samples of each fruit for tasting. Consuming a sample grants 5 minutes of its abilities. If you are interested, you may experience it firsthand." "Sample tasting? 5 minutes of abilities?" Erica's spirits soared upon hearing Rochester's words. She set the guide aside and said, "May I try the seed fruit?" Despite her strong conviction that Wesley had procured the devil fruit from Rochester, she sought further validation. Having previously encountered such supernatural phenomena, Erica was quite open to the existence of the devil fruits. "Certainly, dear guest. Please hold on for a moment." Rochester readily agreed, finding delight in a guest willing to sample the fruits. Once a customer tasted the fruit, they would personally experience the wonders of the devil fruits, transforming the scenario from Rochester promoting the fruits to customers fervently seeking to purchase them. Of course, this was contingent upon the customer possessing sufficient financial means. Otherwise, it would simply be a waste of time, reminiscent of the previous flamboyant patron. However, in light of Erica's words, Rasha firmly believed that she was indeed a person of considerable means. Without hesitation, he produced a sample of the bullet fruit and presented it to Erica, while also kindly warning her that the taste of the devil fruit was exceedingly unpleasant. Is this truly the bullet fruit? Erica pondered as she gazed at the sample in her hand. After a brief moment of contemplation, she swiftly consumed the sample in one bite. Wow, this is extraordinarily unpalatable. Erica's expression immediately shifted to one of trepidation. Initially, she had dismissed Rasha's warning with indifference, questioning how unpleasant it could truly be. Yet, recalling the terror induced by that flavor, she found herself somewhat intimidated. This singular experience deepened Erica's belief in the devil fruit, for if it were merely a ruse, how could the shopkeeper allow the fruit to be so distasteful? Compared to the miraculous abilities it bestowed, the unpleasant taste was but a trifling embellishment. At that moment, Rasha, with a smile, inquired if she had begun to sense any changes in her body. At first, Erica had not realized, as she was preoccupied with reliving the revolting taste. However, upon Rasha's prompt, she suddenly became aware of the transformation within her. She could now create and fire bullets. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she hastily made her way to the storefront, extending her hand outward. With a mere thought, a bullet shot forth from her slender fingertips. It was real. I truly just shot a bullet from my finger. Erica marveled at her right hand, whispering in disbelief. The devil fruit was indeed authentic. In that moment, all doubt dissipated. She could hardly fathom that such a wondrous entity as the devil fruit truly existed in this world. Erica wasted no time. She eagerly greeted Rasha and resumed her meticulous examination of the compendium in her hands. Take your time and feel free to inquire about anything you wish to learn. However, if you are interested in the bullet fruit, I regret to inform you that we are currently out of stock, Rasha reminded her. That's quite all right. The bullet fruit is not really to my taste, Erica replied nonchalantly. As an assassin, she favored cold weaponry, and indeed, the bullet fruit was not her preference. The desire to sample the thorn fruit stems solely from a wish to ascertain whether Wesley indeed consumed a devil fruit, nothing more. In Erica's perspective, the myriad of other fascinating and extraordinary fruits holds far greater value than the thorn fruit. Shopkeeper, I would like to inquire whether the thorns produced by this thorn fruit are akin to the ordinary thorns found in nature. After a brief moment, Erica lifted her head, gazing at Rasha with keen interest. Has Erica taken a liking to the thorn fruit? A rose with thorns seems rather appealing as well, Rasha mused, believing this fruit to be quite suitable for Erica. Of course, I understand the customer's concern. The thorns generated by the thorn fruit possess an extraordinary strength, rivaling that of swords, and can effortlessly pierce through rock. If such apprehensions exist, rest assured, dear customer, you need not worry, Rasha promptly explained to Erica. Chapter 048. Gold is not iron fist. Are the thorns produced by this fruit truly that hard? Erica inquired, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Does this mean that her entire being could be armed with blades, albeit in the form of thorns? If that were the case, Erica attempted to envision such a scenario, and satisfaction swelled within her. It would significantly enhance her prowess. At that point, she could confidently claim to be a walking arsenal. Who would dare challenge her? Indeed, my dear customer, in the realm of devil fruits, one must cast aside conventional understanding. Even familiar elements can undergo astonishing transformations. Rasha nodded seriously, elaborating to Erica. Truly a marvelous phenomenon, Erica remarked approvingly, and with that, she made her decision. Very well, shopkeeper, I shall take the thorn fruit. The thorn fruit is indeed a splendid match for you. You have an excellent eye, Rasha affirmed, before stating the price. The thorn fruit is priced at $2 million. $2 million? Erica pondered momentarily, realizing that this sum represented nearly her entire fortune. Should she deplete her resources, she would find herself utterly destitute. Yet, this moment of contemplation lasted but a second. Erica swiftly dismissed her hesitation, even feeling a tinge of amusement at her prior indecision. Encountering a devil fruit. Such a remarkable opportunity was akin to striking gold. Even if it meant exhausting her wealth, she must acquire one. What was she even contemplating? Shopkeeper, let's proceed with the card. Erica promptly retrieved a bank card and handed it to Rasha. The transaction was swiftly completed. Erica acquired the thorny fruit she had long desired and eagerly consumed it. Immediately, a wave of exhilaration washed over her, her face radiating joy as she sensed her newfound ability to control thorns. With a swift motion, Erica extended her hand, and with a mere thought, a thorny spike emerged from her palm. Upon testing it, She was astounded by its remarkable hardness, effortlessly transforming it into a weapon. The key advantage was its astonishingly light weight, far lighter than conventional weapons, thereby conserving her stamina and greatly enhancing her agility in combat. Furthermore, the ability to summon the thorn from any part of her body could prove crucial in battle, significantly amplifying Erica's prowess. Indeed, this was splendid. The shopkeeper, Roxa, responded with a smile, pleased to see her satisfaction. He inquired whether she would like to join a group formed for those with devil fruit abilities. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I must decline. I seldom have time," Erica replied, shaking her head. Her true identity was one that thrived in the shadows, and she was wary of leaving any traces by joining a group. "That is perfectly fine," Roxa said with a smile, assuring her that such matters were entirely voluntary. "Thank you for your understanding," Erica said as she prepared to leave, but at that moment, another thought struck her. She turned to Roxa and inquired, "By any chance, do you have a fruit that grants the ability to turn one's fists into red-hot iron rods?" Roxa immediately surmised that Erica must have encountered Jean, for such a question hinted at an intriguing connection. He nodded and candidly revealed, "Indeed, we possess a steel fruit that can achieve such an effect. Simply transform your fists into steel and then heat them to a high temperature." "Is that so?" Erica's eyes sparkled with realization, as she recalled the doubts expressed by the old man regarding the new iron fist of Kunlun, as it seemed implausible for Jean to embody such a role. Yet, it was undeniable that the other party could indeed ignite their fists. It was precisely this notion that rendered the old man speechless, compelling him to disregard all irrationalities. For it is only the iron fist of Kunlun that can illuminate one's own fists. Yet now, Erica felt she had grasped the truth. Jean Bing was no mere illusion of an iron fist. He had merely consumed the steel fruit, nothing more. There could be no mistake. Jean Bing and Wesley had both partaken of the devil fruit. It had to be so. Erica felt a surge of excitement. With this revelation, the old man could no longer impede her from slaying Jean Bing, could he? Thus, she bid farewell to Rasha with a wave and departed the devil fruit shop with a sense of satisfaction. She swiftly returned to Hell's Kitchen and arrived at the apartment of Matt Murdock. Before the old man, she declared, "Old man, you are mistaken, utterly so." Paying no heed to his meticulous polishing of the sword, akin to sculpting a work of art, she continued, "Jean Bing is not the iron fist. You cannot stop me from killing him." "What are you saying, Erica? I know you are unwilling to accept this. You seek vengeance for Matt, and I am sure he would be comforted to know. Yet you witnessed it with your own eyes." Jean Bing's fists glowed. "If you wish to continue this discussion, please conserve your breath," the old man replied, his face displaying disbelief. "Nonsense. The reason Jean Bing's fists glowed is that he consumed a miraculous fruit known as the devil fruit. He obtained the superpower to turn his fists to steel." Erica retorted defiantly. The old man paused momentarily in his sword polishing. "Devil fruit? Superpower?" Then, he erupted into laughter. "Erica, you truly ought to listen to what you are saying." "Oh, is that so?" Erica scoffed, and without further ado, she launched a fierce punch at the old man. Despite being blind, his agility was remarkable. Of course, Erica's own intentions played a role, allowing the old man to deftly seize her hand. However, at that moment, a thorn suddenly erupted from Erica's hand, pressing directly against the old man's neck. Chapter 49, The Old Man's Scheme. "Old man, you are already dead," Erica declared coldly. The old man froze, for Erica's hand bore no weapon, of that he was certain. Although the blind sage is devoid of sight, he possesses the ability to ascertain certain truths, as he is akin to Daredevil. In fact, his other senses may surpass even those of Daredevil. In the narrative, Daredevil finds himself ensnared by the Hand and the ninja army while attempting to rescue the blind sage. As the situation grows dire, it is the blind sage who offers impromptu guidance, enabling Daredevil to employ a more sophisticated auditory technique, ultimately vanquishing the ninjas. When the blind sage first visited Daredevil's abode, he effortlessly located the refrigerator and extracted a beer. Displaying a flair for theatrics, he skillfully bounced the bottle cap off various walls until it landed in the trash can. This is yet another instance of someone who, despite blindness, possesses a unique ability to perceive the world. "What is the weapon you hold in your hand?" The blind sage inquired with evident curiosity, struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet, in the next moment, he quickly grasped the implication. "Is this what you refer to as a superpower? A power akin to that of mutants?" "Indeed, I have recently consumed a devil fruit. granting me the ability to manifest thorny spikes from within my body. Erica affirmed with a nod. Is such a phenomenon possible? The blind sage began to reach out to touch the spikes in Erica's hand, but as Erica concentrated, the spikes elongated, compelling the blind sage to retreat. Bang! Erica swiftly kicked the blind sage to the ground. Now, do you believe me? She scoffed coolly. A devil fruit? Truly astonishing. I never imagined such miraculous entities existed in the world, the blind sage exclaimed, awe etched across his face. If that is the case, then all the uncertainties surrounding Kingpin as the new Iron Fist can be elucidated. What a misunderstanding. After all this time, it turns out to be a mere misapprehension. So, Erica, is this the achievement you have garnered recently? Quite impressive. The typically exacting blind sage expressed rare commendation towards Erica. Blind sage, you have no reason to prevent me from eliminating Kingpin now, do you? Erica disregarded the blind sage's praise and spoke in a serious tone once more. No, this does not alter the situation. We still cannot kill Kingpin, the blind sage replied coldly. Erica's voice rose an octave, her frustration boiling over. Why? He is clearly not Iron Fist. Yet, the hand remains oblivious. In their eyes, he is indeed Iron Fist. The blind sage, however, harbors his own intentions. In other words, even if Kingpin is not the true Iron Fist, he can still create misunderstandings within the hand by subtly instigating conflict between Kingpin and the hand. The blind sage anticipates reaping the benefits from their discord. Old man, what do we truly mean to you? Does Matt's death hold no significance for you at all? Erica is utterly exhausted. Useless emotions will only render you vulnerable. Erica, this is precisely how Matt met his demise, and you must learn from it. The old man, however, remained cold and unyielding, responding, have you forgotten everything I taught you? I cursed the teachings you imparted. Erica retorted angrily. You are not thinking clearly, Erica. Your emotions cloud your judgment. For the time being, do not involve yourself in our affairs. The old man paid no heed to Erica's fury, maintaining his stoic demeanor as he addressed her. Yet, upon hearing his words, Erica felt a stir within her. The old man had not been idle during this period. Under the misapprehension that Jean Bing was merely a brute, he had conducted investigations and made meticulous plans, specifically targeting this misunderstanding. Under the old man's machinations, both Erica and his identity had been uncovered by Jean Bing. They were both members of the Hand and Association. Though Jean Bing appeared to be inactive lately, the old man was acutely aware that he was secretly biding his time for a significant move. The impending confrontation between Jean Bing and the Hand and Association, orchestrated by the old man, was on the horizon. At such a critical juncture, the old man would not permit anyone, even his own apprentice Erica, to disrupt his plans. That night, at the docks, Vladimir, what on earth are you doing? Exine demanded angrily, confronting a man resembling a wild bear standing among a row of shipping containers. This man was none other than Vladimir, the elder brother of the Bear Brothers, who currently dominated Hell's kitchen. Do you truly believe your actions are so discreet that they can evade my notice? You dare to meddle with my goods? Do you realize what kind of entity you have provoked? Exine accused Vladimir furiously, advancing toward him with an imposing presence. But at that moment, Exine's voice faltered, sensing something amiss. As he reached out to touch Vladimir, who was obscured by shadows, the latter suddenly swayed and collapsed to the ground with a thud. It was then that Exine discerned the horror. Vladimir's throat had been slit, rendering him lifeless. This is bad. It's a trap. Exine gasped, instantly entering a state of alertness, warily surveying his surroundings. In that moment, he realized he had fallen into a carefully laid snare, designed specifically for him. Who could be behind this? Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Exine glimpsed a figure atop a nearby stack of containers. However, due to the poor lighting, he could not discern the figure's exact appearance. Yet he sensed an air of extraordinary significance about it. With Exine's exclamation, a multitude of ninjas clad in dark garments emerged swiftly from the shadows behind him, their weapons glinting ominously in the night sky. Each ninja drew forth their armaments, ready to strike. In the distance, from the direction of the mysterious man atop the containers, a faint voice seemed to echo, commanding, eliminate them. Consequently, the enigmatic figure began to wave his hands vigorously, as if throwing something towards Exine. Whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of projectiles slicing through the air pierced the night. In an instant, the onlookers were taken aback as a veritable storm of arrows rained down upon them. The ninjas reacted with remarkable swiftness, brandishing their swords to deflect the incoming barrage. The clashing of metal resounded, and while many arrows were cleaved to the ground, several ninjas fell under the relentless onslaught. It was only at this moment that Xian realized the projectiles hurled from the containers were not arrows at all, but rather an assortment of metallic objects, kitchen knives, forks, and other such items. What on earth? Xian could hardly contain his astonishment. The individual had transformed mundane household items into deadly weapons solely through the power of his hands. What kind of divine skill was this? Yet, Xian's surprise quickly subsided, replaced by a calm determination. Observing the ninjas around him succumbing to the onslaught, he ceased his idle chatter and unsheathed his sword with a decisive clang. Fixing his steely gaze upon the figure atop the containers, he charged forth with fervor. As he moved, he instantly became the primary target of the mysterious figure's assault, with a torrent of objects being cast his way. Nevertheless, Xian wielded his sword with impeccable precision, successfully parrying each metallic projectile. Thus, he pressed onward, deftly advancing towards the containers. At last, Xian beheld the figure clearly. It was a man he had never encountered before, unfamiliar in every aspect. Yet, beside him stood a visage he recognized all too well, Wilson Fisk, the embodiment of power. The gaze on Xian's face grew increasingly cold and piercing. It should have been anticipated, in such a vast domain as Hell's Kitchen, aside from Wilson Fisk. How many others could there possibly be? Xian was not particularly surprised that Fisk sought to eliminate him, given the numerous confrontations they had endured in recent times. For someone as ambitious as Fisk, it was entirely reasonable to eradicate foreign influences and seize control of Hell's Kitchen. Xian had never placed his trust in Fisk. However, the swiftness with which Fisk acted against him did catch Xian somewhat off guard. They were proving to be more troublesome than expected. Fisk glanced at the approaching ninjas, perilously closing in under the target's assault, and murmured to himself. He then raised his head and gestured towards a particular direction. Suddenly, a cadre of gunmen emerged from the containers behind the ninjas. The sound of gunfire erupted, mercilessly catching the ninjas off guard. One by one, they began to fall. Yet, these ninjas were not ordinary fighters. Their skills far surpassed those of typical special forces, let alone Fisk's gunmen. Although initially taken by surprise, once they regained their composure, they launched a counterattack against Fisk's shooters. Nevertheless, blades ultimately falter against firearms, especially considering Fisk's meticulous preparations for this ambush, with each gunman equipped with submachine guns. Coupled with the assistance of the target, the ensuing chaos of battle resulted in the complete annihilation of the ninjas Xian had brought with him. Only Xian remained, and he had sustained injuries. A bullet had struck his arm, and a knife thrown by the target had pierced his thigh. He had long since lost his combat effectiveness. Observing that the situation was entirely under his control, Fisk emerged from the shadows, boldly approaching Xian. Wilson Fisk. Xian glared fiercely at Fisk, his voice a low growl of anger. This is not my nature. I usually do not act this way, but this time, Xian, you have truly provoked me. Fisk, with a voice laced with hatred, regarded Xian while leisurely removing his suit. I have decided to take matters into my own hands and send you on your way. He intended to personally end Xian's life to provide Wesley with a satisfactory explanation. You cannot fathom the magnitude of the entity you have stirred. Confronted with an unavoidable demise, Xian remained unperturbed, his expression icy as he coldly retorted at Fisk. Do not concern yourself with my affairs. Jean Bing maintained a facade of cold indifference, his gaze fixed intently on Xian as he demanded, "Where is that woman? Inform me of her whereabouts." Xian found himself utterly bewildered by Jean Bing's inquiry, unable to comprehend the situation. What woman? What on earth are you talking about? Do not feign ignorance. The woman wielding twin blades, known as Erica, Jean Bing reiterated, his tone sharp. Xian's expression betrayed a flicker of shock. Had Jean Bing merely mentioned the name Erica, Xian might have been uncertain of her identity, as that name was remarkably common, shared by countless individuals. However, with the added descriptor of wielding twin blades, Erica's identity became unmistakably clear. It was indeed He Kong, the elusive figure they had been relentlessly searching for. Why would Jean Bing seek information on He Kong? Did he realize that Erica was He Kong? Did he know of Xian's quest for her? I have no idea what you are talking about, Xian insisted, resolutely refusing to acknowledge the matter, deliberately playing the fool in front of Jean Bing. Yet, who was Jean Bing? A prominent figure in the underworld, astute and perceptive. Despite Xian's efforts to conceal his surprise, The momentary astonishment did not escape Jean Bing's keen observation. Indeed, that woman was sent by Xin. In that instant, Jean Bing harbored no further doubts. Do not pretend with me. Do you truly believe I am unaware of her identity? Jean Bing looked down upon Xin, emitting a derisive snort. It appeared that Jean Bing genuinely knew Erica was He Kong. Xion's heart raced, his expression darkening with confusion. How could someone like Jean Bing, a seemingly ordinary underworld leader, uncover such information? Fine, I shall ascertain her location myself. Jean Bing declared, his patience for further discourse with Xian waning, fully aware that Xian would divulge no information. Without hesitation, Jean Bing extended his hand, his fist instantly transforming into a hardened and heated mass. After extensive training, Jean Bing had mastered the application of the steel fruit, achieving the ability to heat his fists at will. Xian's attention was immediately captivated by Jean Bing's glowing fist, and for the first time, astonishment graced his previously impassive countenance. Iron Fist. Chapter 051. This Iron Fist is truly formidable. Jean Bing is, in fact, the Iron Fist? The letter could be likened to a countenance filled with question marks. Utterly taken aback by the unfolding scene, such an occurrence was beyond his wildest imaginings. Yet, this did seem to elucidate how Jean Bing managed to uncover the secrets of the Shadow Hand. It was hardly surprising that Iron Fist was privy to the organization's hidden truths. With a swift motion, Jean Bing refrained from engaging in any superfluous dialogue with Xian, delivering a decisive blow to Xian's heart. The sound of a low, resonant collision echoed as Xian's body was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. It was as if a colossal hammer had struck his chest, creating a profound indentation, fracturing ribs, and rupturing his heart. Furthermore, the searing heat from Jean Bing's fist obliterated flesh, transforming Xian's heart into a mere puddle of gore. Not even a deity could resurrect him from such a fate. Jean Bing stepped forward, gazing down at Xian's lifeless form, murmuring, "Wesley, my friend, you may now rest in peace." One of his confidants inquired about the disposal of the bodies. "Cast them into the sea," Jean Bing replied nonchalantly, before departing with his associates, leaving no glance backward. Splash, splash, splash. In the stillness of the night, only the sound of water splashing resonated, as Xian and the other ninjas' corpses were mercilessly cast into the frigid sea. Once all of Jean Bing's entourage had vacated the scene, silence reclaimed the surroundings, with only the chill breeze sweeping through, as if nothing had transpired. Suddenly, splash. A tumult arose on the sea's surface, as the deceased Xian abruptly opened his eyes. Indeed, Jean Bing had slain him, yet Xian had returned to life. Although he was not one of the 5 fingers of the Shadow Hand, Xian was a disciple of one of the fingers, holding significant stature within the organization. He too was entitled to wield the power of Dragon Bone, granting him eternal life and the ability to resurrect. Could it be that Jean Bing was Iron Fist? This news must be reported. Xian emerged from the icy waters onto the shore, his expression grave. Few garnered the attention of the Shadow Hand. Yet Iron Fist was undoubtedly among them. Moreover, Iron Fist's connections to them were profoundly intricate, as their 5 fingers were, after all, traders of Kunlun. To acquire more Dragon Bone, one must harness the strength of Iron Fist. Iron Fist was not merely a weapon, he was a key. Hence, upon receiving such momentous intelligence, Xian could not afford to exhibit even a hint of negligence. He arrived promptly at the secret stronghold of Lady Gao, one of the 5 fingers of the Hand Association, and stood before her. "Xian, you ought not to seek me out," Lady Gao remarked gracefully, delicately wielding a watercolor brush as she applied strokes to a nearly completed painting of water lilies. It was evident that Lady Gao possessed considerable skill in the art of painting. "For the sake of convenience, we each maintain our own identities here," she continued in a leisurely manner. Lady Gao's assumed identity in Hell's Kitchen was that of a vendor from Hong Kong, while Xian presented himself as a member of a Yakuza clan from Japan. However, both were indeed key figures within the Hand Association. "I have exceedingly important matters to report." Xian spoke solemnly to Lady Gao. Naturally, she understood that Xian's decision to disregard their principles and come in person was prompted by a matter of great significance, prompting her to set aside her brush. Leaning on her cane, she rose from her easel and approached Xian with a tremulous gait, resembling an elderly woman on the verge of collapse, easily toppled by a mere gust of wind. Yet, Anyone who truly believed this would be gravely mistaken. Only Xin knew the formidable power that resided within Lady Gao. The five fingers wielded control over the vast hand association not due to age, but through genuine prowess. Speak. What is it? After settling herself comfortably before Xin, Lady Gao inquired with an air of assuredness. With the strength of the hand association behind her, she was supremely confident that she could manage whatever transpires in Hell's Kitchen. I have found Iron Fist, Xin declared gravely to Lady Gao. Is that truly the case? Lady Gao's calm demeanor faltered slightly, her voice rising a notch. Iron Fist was of immense importance to them, and they had long sought information regarding the next Iron Fist without success. Thus, upon hearing Xion's words, Lady Gao could not maintain her composure. It is indeed true. I witnessed it with my own eyes, Xion affirmed, nodding emphatically. In fact, I was even killed by Iron Fist. Excellent. Lady Gao struck the ground firmly with her cane. Where is Iron Fist? In Hell's Kitchen. Xin replied candidly, not withholding any details from Lady Gao. Moreover, we are acquainted with him and have engaged with him on several occasions. Jin Bing is Iron Fist. Who? Lady Gao's brows arched in disbelief. Jin Bing. Is this some sort of jest? I know. I too was taken aback, but he is indeed Iron Fist. His fists, they glimmered. Xian spoke with unwavering conviction. Lady Gao then fell into deep contemplation. Xindu confronted Iron Fist, even meeting his demise at the hands of the latter. Lady Gao suspected that Xindu had mistaken the identity of his adversary. However, the revelation of Iron Fist's true identity caught her off guard. After a moment of contemplation, Lady Gao chose to accept this reality, acknowledging that Xindu's confirmation could not be erroneous. This brought forth another significant question. Why had Jin been lurking in Hell's Kitchen? Throughout this time, Jin had concealed his identity and engaged in feigned interactions with them. Why then did he suddenly choose to reveal himself now? What were the ulterior motives of this new Iron Fist? Furthermore, there was another alarming piece of news. Iron Fist may have uncovered the identity of Black Void. Xindu spoke again, his voice grave as he addressed Lady Gao, stating that Iron Fist had pressured him for information regarding Black Void's whereabouts. Could Iron Fist truly have committed such an act? Lady Gao's expression morphed into one of astonishment, compelling her to rise from her seat. Black Void was the ultimate weapon of their organization, and they had been in relentless pursuit of him throughout the ages, much like their quest for Dragon Bone. Although Black Void had never been found, the members of the organization believed that he would grant them immense power. Was this the reason behind Iron Fist's sudden exposure? To eliminate the ultimate weapon of their faction in advance. Remarkable. This new Iron Fist truly possessed formidable capabilities. Chapter 052. The Most Wretched Superhero, the Devil Fruit Shop. Alan's new album left much to be desired. Lin Xiao couldn't help but shake his head, disappointment etched across his face. Heaven help him. When Lin Xiao discovered that the world he had been reborn into also featured Alan, he was overwhelmingly excited. In his previous life, he had been a fervent admirer of Alan's music. Regrettably, Alan had strayed from his musical pursuits over the years, flitting about various variety shows and delaying the release of new albums. Lin Xiao had not been able to wait for this moment until his untimely death. To his astonishment, upon his rebirth, he learned that Alan was indeed releasing a new album. One can only imagine the elation that filled Lin Xiao's heart. He promptly purchased the electronic album the moment it became available. He had intended to immerse himself in the music as he once did, but the quality fell short of his expectations. Nonetheless, even so, Alan's songs surpassed those of many others. At the very least, they were listenable. Despite his disappointment, Lin Xiao remained a devoted fan of Alan. To be fair, his discontent stemmed merely from the fact that Alan's music had regressed compared to earlier works. Yet, in comparison to others, it was still commendable. After slightly adjusting to this disparity in expectations, Lin Xiao resumed his enjoyment of the most outstanding work. As the chime of the wind bells at the door resonated, Roxa finally roused himself from his reverie. He beheld a woman clad in light blue jeans and a black jacket entering the shop. Upon her arrival, a palpable scent of alcohol wafted in, and her disheveled hair and pallid complexion suggested a lack of vitality, reminiscent of Roxa's own all-nighter at the internet cafe. However, as he discerned her features, clarity dawned upon him. Jessica Jones, a disenchanted private investigator, adrift in a sea of ennui. One had a shop dedicated to devil fruits emerged in this locale. With a look of perplexity, Jessica Jones approached the interior of the store. Good day, madam. Welcome to our humble establishment. Roxa greeted her with politeness, inviting her further inside. "Shopkeeper, what exactly is a devil fruit?" "I've never encountered such a thing before," Jessica inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Hold on." Before Roxa could respond, Jessica's gaze was captivated by the vibrant array of devil fruits displayed in the cabinet. "Is this what you mean? Such peculiar items. Are they meant for consumption?" "Indeed. They are meant to be eaten," Roxa replied with a smile. "Do they not appear utterly delectable?" "Delectable is hardly the term I would use." Jessica interjected with a hint of skepticism, but then her tone shifted. "However, it does seem rather appealing to sample something so unusual." Jessica Jones was unlike others. Having endured long-term subjugation under the Purple Man, she had been coerced into actions against her will. Though the Purple Man was now deceased, the psychological scars remained indelible. She had resorted to alcohol and brawling to numb her pain, drifting through life in a haze. Thus, encountering something novel was a rarity for her. "Well then, shopkeeper, I would like to try one of these devil fruits and experience the taste of the extraordinary," Jessica declared decisively, not pausing to inquire further about the nature of the fruits. She was undoubtedly the most straightforward customer Roxa had encountered thus far. "Each fruit in our shop is unique. I wonder which one you might desire," Roxa said with a cheerful demeanor. "Does it really matter?" Jessica replied somewhat exasperatedly. Yet she quickly scanned the selections and pointed to one particular fruit. "I'll take this one." That fruit is the sound fruit from the Paramecia class, priced at $3 million. Rocha cast a glance at the devil fruit pointed out by Jessica Jones and addressed her. $3 million? Jessica's voice suddenly escalated by an octave, her eyes widening slightly. "Did you misspeak? Or did I mishear? You are selling a single fruit for $3 million? What an absurd international joke." "Rest assured, you did not mishear. The price of the Soundwave fruit is indeed $3 million. In light of the extraordinary abilities it can bestow upon you, that price is remarkably reasonable," Rotchet replied earnestly. "Wait, what is this Soundwave fruit? What abilities? What are you talking about?" Jessica was utterly bewildered by Rotchet's explanation, her mind clouded with confusion. She pondered how one could consider purchasing something she did not fully understand. What a scatterbrained woman, Rotchet silently critiqued, yet he courteously elucidated for Jessica. "Did you not inquire about the nature of the devil fruit earlier? In simple terms, these are fruits that, once consumed, grant individuals superhuman abilities. This particular Soundwave fruit enables its consumer to unleash Soundwave attacks, which justifies its price of $3 million. To gain superhuman abilities merely by consuming something? How preposterous!" Jessica could not suppress a scoff, yet her mirth quickly faltered. Her own superpowers had manifested in a rather confounding manner following a car accident, transforming her inexplicably into a female superhero. Moreover, she was acutely aware that she was not the only anomaly. The individual who had cast a lifelong shadow over her existence also possessed superpowers. Indeed, superhuman abilities were a reality. However, Jessica remained entirely in the dark regarding how one could acquire such powers. As these thoughts flitted through her mind, the smirk on Jessica's lips gradually faded. She fixed her gaze intently on Rotchet. "If I consume this fruit, I can truly gain the ability to emit sound waves? How can I be sure you speak the truth?" "The shop has samples available for tasting. Upon consuming a sample, a customer can experience 5 minutes of superhuman ability," Rotchet continued. "Is that so? Then, where might I find this sample, shopkeeper?" Jessica inquired eagerly. Without further ado, Rotchet produced the sample of the Soundwave fruit and handed it to Jessica. She gazed at the vividly colored fruit in her hand, hesitated briefly, and then consumed it without delay. In an instant, Jessica felt a transformation occurring within her body. This sensation, could it truly be real? A look of astonishment and disbelief spread across her face. Instinctively, she opened her mouth to unleash a sonic attack. Chapter 053. The Dangerous and Distorted Man. Please wait a moment, dear customer. Upon seeing Jessica Jones's demeanor, Roxas immediately interjected with a weary expression. "I understand your eagerness to experience the newfound abilities you have just acquired, but our humble shop cannot withstand the tumult of your enthusiasm. My apologies, shopkeeper." Jessica Jones quickly realized her oversight and offered an earnest apology to Roxas. Without waiting for further commentary, she hurriedly exited the Devil Fruit shop and approached a tree by the roadside outside. Taking a deep breath, she opened her mouth, activating her power. Buzz! A wave of sound was indeed emitted from her lips, striking the tree trunk before her. In disbelief, Jessica's eyes widened, revealing her astonishment. Even with the realization of this truth, she found it hard to accept. This was a superpower. How could it be so effortlessly obtained? Simply by consuming a single bite of fruit? A tempest of thoughts surged within her. If superpowers could be acquired so easily, then what about that individual's abilities? The notion flitted through her mind, refusing to dissipate. Jessica swiftly turned back, striding back into the devil fruit shop. Shopkeeper, do you have any fruits that can grant the ability to control others? Jessica Jones fixed her gaze intently on Roxas, her eyes unblinking as she inquired. Roxas understood the power she referred to as well as the person she had in mind, yet he feigned ignorance and asked, "What do you mean by control? Could you be more specific?" "By issuing verbal commands." Jessica adjusted her demeanor before continuing. "I know of someone who can compel others to obey his every whim, even to the point of self-harm." Indeed, Jessica was speaking of the Purple Man. To be candid, the Purple Man's abilities were undeniably formidable, with just a casual word. He could ensnare others as if they were under a powerful illusion, rendering them his puppets. Control through verbal commands? Unfortunately, our shop does not possess such a devil fruit. Roxas shook his head. None at all. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jessica's face, but she did not relent. She pressed on with an insatiable curiosity. Is there any other way to acquire superpowers? I know that consuming the devil fruits from our shop grants superpowers. Beyond that, I am afraid I cannot provide any further information, Roxas replied honestly, shaking his head. Jessica felt disappointment wash over her once more, yet she soon found solace in acceptance. Is it not peculiar that one could randomly stumble upon a miraculous devil fruit shop, which happens to be the birthplace of the Purple Man? Moreover, Jessica Jones distinctly recalls that 6 months prior, this establishment did not exist. Despite her frequent inebriation, Jessica possesses a remarkable confidence in her memory. After all, she is a private investigator. No matter, I was merely inquiring, so do not take it to heart, Jessica remarked with a casual shrug. What are your thoughts on the sound fruit? Rasha inquired with a smile. To speak candidly, it is astonishing and has truly taken me by surprise, Jessica responded, generously praising the sound fruit, but then swiftly shifted the conversation, apologizing to the shopkeeper, stating, given my appearance, it should be evident that I am not affluent. My rent is 2 months overdue, and my landlord is on the verge of evicting me. This. Engaging in idle chatter with Jessica, Rasha had indeed overlooked the fact that she was financially struggling. It is unlikely she could even muster $3,000, let alone $300,000. Reflecting on the myriad heroes within the Marvel realm, he mused that she might be among the most destitute and beleaguered. My apologies, dear shopkeeper, for wasting your time and samples. Jessica offered a wry smile to Rasha. In truth, it is not merely a lack of funds. Even if she were wealthy, she would have no desire to purchase such absurd powers. Had it not been for her abilities being seen by the Purple Man, she would never have become his plaything. No worries, dear customer. When business fails, camaraderie prevails. Rasha reassured her with a smile, not taking the matter to heart. Apologies once more. After exchanging pleasantries with Rasha, Jessica chose not to linger any longer in the devil fruit shop and turned to leave. What a pity, Rasha thought to himself as he observed Jessica's retreating figure. Many heroes in the Marvel Universe have endured tragic pasts. For instance, Iron Man once spent 3 harrowing months in a dark cave, alongside a man, surrounded by others. One cannot help but deem that unfortunate. Yet, when juxtaposed with Jessica's plight, such experiences pale in comparison, as she was utterly enslaved by the Purple Man. However, Rasha was not particularly invested in her circumstances. After a brief moment of reflection, he swiftly redirected his attention and resumed listening to Alan's new album. However, just as he had only half listened to the album, Rasha's attention was once again interrupted by the sound of wind chimes at the door. A man, impeccably dressed in a suit and exuding an air of elegance, stepped into the shop. As Rasha looked up, a familiar visage instantly came into view, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. It was the Purple Man. The very nemesis of Jessica Jones had arrived. Jessica had long believed the Purple Man to be dead, yet the truth revealed itself. He was very much alive. Rasha could scarcely fathom the coincidence. Just as Jessica had departed, the Purple Man appeared. How could fate be so intricately woven? In an instant, a sense of vigilance surged within Rasha. This was an exceedingly dangerous and deranged individual, posing a threat even to Rasha himself. The Purple Man's ability to control others had, to date, eluded any definitive countermeasure. Do you recognize the woman who was here 20 minutes ago, dressed in a black jacket and light blue jeans? Why was she with you for such a prolonged period? The purple man's voice broke through Rasha's thoughts, conveying an air of superiority. It turned out he had been tracking Jessica. His arrival was no mere coincidence. At that very moment, Rasha felt an inexplicable force swiftly commandeering his body. He was rapidly losing control. Chapter 054. Labeled for death, this is bad. Rasha silently lamented. Realizing that the situation had unfolded precisely as he had dreaded, the madman had indeed targeted him. What to do? Instinctively, he tightened his grip, but soon a realization dawned. The purple man's method of control involved the release of toxins. Though this supernatural toxin seemed almost fantastical, shattering one's worldview, it was, after all, a toxin. And if it was a toxin, there was a way to counter it. With newfound determination, Rasha's eyes lit up as he focused his thoughts and swiftly entered an elemental state, his entire being transformed into a radiant figure of golden light. Indeed, at that moment, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom return. Rasha's reasoning was sound. If the purple man's control relied on toxins, what would happen if the very medium through which the toxins operated ceased to exist? The purple man's powers would be rendered utterly ineffective. As Rasha embraced his elemental form, he became composed entirely of photons, devoid of any biological cells or tissues. The control exerted by the purple man was effortlessly shattered. What is happening? The purple man was taken aback as the individual before him, who had appeared entirely ordinary, suddenly emanated a radiant golden glow, nearly causing him to pop his eyes out in astonishment. A tempest of disbelief surged within him. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. It is vital to note that during this period in the Marvel Universe, Iron Man had yet to come into existence, and the only superhero was Captain America, nothing more. Prior to encountering Jessica Jones, the Purple Man had even presumed himself to be the sole individual endowed with superhuman abilities in the world. Therefore, the shock he experienced was profound. Could this be a mutant? Yet, among the documented mutants, there was no record of such an entity. The Purple Man was utterly bewildered. Regardless, this was not the moment for contemplation. Upon witnessing Rasha transform into light, he immediately recognized that he was up against a formidable deity beyond his reckoning. Without uttering a word, he decisively turned to flee. Among the 36 stratagems, retreat was the optimal choice. Unfortunately, it was not the time for the Purple Man to escape at his whim. With a swift motion, Rasha unleashed a photon directly at him, which penetrated the Purple Man's body and vanished without a trace. Being merely a single photon, the Purple Man remained oblivious to any anomaly and continued his frantic escape. He hailed a passing vehicle, compelling the driver to accelerate as swiftly as possible and to travel as far as he could. Only after traversing several traffic lights did the Purple Man finally exhale a sigh of relief. Who was that person just now? Even now, he felt a sense of trepidation akin to a frightened dog. Although he was uncertain whether that luminary could break free from his control, he dared not take the risk. The being was exceedingly peculiar, and instances of individuals escaping his influence were not unheard of. Jessica Jones had completely evaded the Purple Man's control, albeit she remained entirely unaware of it. Why had Jessica lingered so long with that strange individual? What had transpired between them? The more he pondered, the more unease consumed him. He resolutely decided to dispatch someone to investigate that enigmatic figure thoroughly. However, for the moment, he needed to vacate the area and return to his stronghold in Hell's Kitchen. The city was fraught with peril. He needed to retreat to the countryside. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made was intricately monitored by Rasha. The photon within him was meticulously sensed by Rasha throughout the entire process, rendering any concealment by the Purple Man futile. Given that the Purple Man had already taken action against him, Rasha would not let the opportunity to retaliate slip away. However, within the confines of the Devil Fruit shop, it was inconvenient to resort to lethal measures. Nevertheless, the Purple Man had long been marked for death by Rasha. Shopkeeper, what exactly is a devil fruit? Why does this fruit bear such an unusual name? A new patron entered the shop, prompting Rasha to set aside his thoughts and greet the customer with enthusiasm. Hello, young lady. The devil fruit is an extraordinary fruit, each containing a unique and wondrous power. As if nothing had transpired, Rasha continued to attend to the visiting customers, casually engaging in mobile games and scrolling through short videos during his downtime. His demeanor remained consistently relaxed and pleasant. However, today, an unusually high number of customers had arrived. Typically, on weekdays, no more than 20 or 30 would visit. Yet today, the count was evidently greater. Rasha surmised that the additional patrons were likely sent by the Purple Man to probe into his affairs. He dismissed this concern, untroubled by the possibility of his secrets being discovered, for it would change nothing. Rasha had completely pinpointed the Purple Man's location, and come nightfall, it would be Rasha's time to reap the consequences of his actions. Please take your time. After attending to the last customer, Rasha glanced at the clock and promptly began to close the shop, eager to leave and enjoy a meal. Once he finished dining, he would proceed to collect his dues. Rasha made this decision with a sense of delight. In Hell's Kitchen, within the luxurious private room of an opulent hotel, the Purple Man still bore a look of astonishment. A fruit that grants superpowers? How could such a thing exist in this world? Despite having dispatched individuals to verify the information repeatedly, he found it utterly incredible. Superpowers could be obtained so effortlessly? What manner of miraculous fruit was the devil fruit? Reflecting on the countless torments endured during his childhood, subjected to years of experimentation as a mere guinea pig, suffering unspeakable pain, and harboring countless thoughts of self-destruction, the Purple Man felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. It was so unfair. Why must he endure such suffering to attain his superpowers? While astonished by the devil fruit, a twisted rage began to simmer within him. If given the opportunity, he would ardently wish to obliterate that cursed fruit shop and eliminate its young proprietor. Nevertheless, Zirin was acutely aware that the owner of the devil fruit shop was no ordinary individual. Astonishingly, that morning, the adversary had transformed into a being of light. This spectacle lingered in Zirin's mind, rendering him restless long after it had transpired. Chapter 55. The Murder in the Secret Chamber, a long-term strategy. Every action must be meticulously planned. After calming his turbulent emotions, Zirin resolved to adopt such a course of action. Although the being of light appeared exceedingly bizarre and terrifying, instilling in Zirin a reluctance to provoke it recklessly, he found solace in his unique ability to manipulate others. He could deploy numerous puppets for reconnaissance without having to engage directly. This, perhaps, was his sole source of comfort. He decided that tomorrow, he could not send too many individuals, lest the enigmatic figure become suspicious. With this determination firmly in mind, Zirin rose and retrieved a bottle of whiskey from the refrigerator, adding several ice cubes to his glass before pouring himself half a cup and savoring a sip. The crisp, refreshing sensation afforded him a measure of delight. However, unbeknownst to Zirin, as he turned to pour the drink, a multitude of photons began to seep through the crevice of the door. These photons swiftly coalesced into a humanoid form. Gulp. Zirin had just enjoyed his drink when he sensed an unsettling change in the atmosphere. The illumination within the room seemed to alter, particularly the flickering shadows cast upon the refrigerator and wall, as if a dynamic light source was present behind him. Panic surged within him. Recalling the being of light he had encountered earlier at the devil fruit shop, Zirin's heart raced. He whirled around, his pupils dilating in alarm. There, standing resolutely behind him, was a figure radiating golden light. It was him. How had he located Zirin so swiftly? Listen, the preceding events were merely misunderstandings. Zirin hastily raised his hand, attempting to explain to Rasha. But, without granting Zirin the slightest opportunity for clarification, Rasha pointed a finger at him, unleashing a photon bullet that pierced through Zirin's skull. A muffled groan escaped Zirin's lips as his body crumpled to the floor. Rasha cast a cold glance at Zirin's lifeless form, his expression devoid of emotion, as the photons emanated ceaselessly from his being. He slipped away through the crevice of the window. The room of the purple figure was securely locked, a veritable sealed chamber. When the day arrives that the purple figure's lifeless body is discovered, it will undoubtedly become an unsolvable locked room murder case. Alas, this world lacks a detective of Sherlock Holmes's caliber. Even if such a figure existed, it would be inconceivable to deduce that someone had transformed into light and rendered the purple figure lifeless. The truth concealed within that room shall remain forever shrouded in darkness. Yet, such matters are utterly unrelated to Rasha. At the Zhao Hailuan Research Center, Zhao Hailuan inquired casually of her assistant while she adjusted the settings on the control panel of the regeneration cradle. Jennifer, have the data records for the first 15 experimental groups been completed? Dr. Zhao, as per your instructions, the records are finalized, Jennifer promptly replied. Excellent. Zhao Hailuan nodded with satisfaction. Now, proceed with a comparative analysis of these 15 sets of data, and do not forget to include the Obafin coefficient. Understood. As she engaged in this analytical work with her assistant, Another staff member clad in a white coat approached. Dr. Xiao, another patient has come to schedule an appointment. The staff member informed her. Did I not mention that my experiments are at a critical juncture? Cancel all such appointments, Zhao Hailuan replied, a slight furrow creasing her brow. Due to the demand for healing fruits, patients had been incessantly seeking her expertise, significantly delaying her experimental progress. With the experiments now at a pivotal stage, it was imperative for Zhao Hailuan to personally oversee them. She had already instructed that no consultations be held during this period, for she was not a full-time physician. Dr. Zhao, I intended to cancel, but the individual insisted he had an appointment with you, so I came to confirm, the staff member said cautiously. If he indeed had an appointment, why did he not contact me directly? Zhao Hailuan nearly laughed, responding with irritation. He mentioned he was aware of your critical experimental phase and did not wish to disturb you, which is why he did not schedule a direct appointment. He asked me to remind you, in case you had forgotten, that he indeed has an appointment with you and discuss the potential application of the regeneration cradle in the field of genetics. Bruce. Zhao Hailuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. At this juncture, she understood perfectly that the individual seeking her out was none other than Bruce Banner. It had been over a month since she last sent him an email, and he had been conspicuously silent since then. Zhao Hailuan had long ceased to expect anything and had cast this matter aside. To her surprise, Bruce Banner suddenly appeared at her door. Where is he? Zhao Hailuan promptly interrupted the staff's conversation. He has arrived and is in the reception room, the staff quickly responded. Jennifer, you stay here and keep an eye on things. I've briefed you on what to pay attention to, right? Zhao Hailuan addressed Jennifer immediately. Leave it to me, Dr. Xiao. Jennifer nodded in agreement. Zhao Hailuan swiftly made her way to the reception room, where she found Bruce Banner looking weary and haggard, appearing significantly thinner and more worn than she remembered. Moreover, he was wearing a tennis cap that clashed entirely with his usual style, and his face bore the unmistakable signs of distress. Dr. Xiao, it has been a while. Upon seeing Zhao Hailuan, Bruce Banner removed his cap, stood, and offered her a faint smile. My goodness, Bruce, what on earth has happened? Zhao Hailuan surveyed Bruce Banner from head to toe, struggling to believe her eyes. Was this truly the esteemed scholar she once knew, renowned for his vast knowledge and grace? Had he been fleeing from some calamity during his absence? How could he have fallen to such a state? Yet, Zhao Hailuan instinctively understood why Bruce had been so difficult to reach. It was evident that he was enduring a profoundly troubling predicament. Well, this matter is rather complicated. It is perhaps best you remain uninformed. Trust me, Bruce Banner said with a resigned smile, shaking his head at Zhao Hailuan. Bruce, I understand. I want to pry. If you need any assistance, please do not hesitate to let me know, all right? Zhao Hailuan was perceptive enough to distinguish the gravity of the situation. She refrained from pressing him further and spoke to Bruce Banner with genuine concern. Chapter 056. Bruce Banner's surprise. Well, Zhao, I actually need your help now, which is why I am here. Bruce Banner spread his hands in a gesture of earnestness, his expression tinted with bitterness as he spoke to Zhao Hailuan. Last time you emailed me, you mentioned you had developed a new method? Yes, Bruce. Zhao Hailuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. I am not boasting, but I have indeed accomplished some remarkable things during this time. Indeed, Zhao, you have created numerous miracles. Even I am aware of it. And some have even referred to you as a mutant. Bruce Banner chuckled, his face alight with immense anticipation. So, what exactly is the situation? All of this stemmed from that extraordinary devil fruit shop. Zhao Hailuan, brimming with enthusiasm, recounted to Bruce Banner the miraculous tale of how she witnessed Deadpool's moon-faced affliction being cured, as well as her own experience of consuming a healing fruit that bestowed upon her the power of restoration. Devil fruit, the ability to heal others? Bruce Banner, upon hearing her narrative, was utterly bewildered. Had it not been for the fact that the person speaking these words was Zhao Hailuan, he would have been unable to suppress a scoff. A fruit that grants superpowers? How exaggerated could it be? It was simply absurd. Bruce, I understand. I know this sounds utterly insane. When I first heard of the devil fruit, my reaction was akin to yours, Zhao Hailuan explained, her earnest demeanor conveying her sincerity. Observing her resolute and unwavering expression, Bruce Banner found himself increasingly perplexed. Could it be that Zhao Hailuan was indeed speaking the truth? He simply could not fathom why she would concoct such an outrageous tale. Moreover, he was well aware of Zhao Hailuan's meticulous and earnest character, which only further fueled his disbelief that she would resort to fabricating nonsense to deceive him. Yet, the notion of a devil fruit felt undeniably ludicrous. How about this, Bruce? Actions speak louder than words. It is futile to prolong this discussion. I believe there must be some issues with your health, correct? Allow me to attempt a healing on you, shall we? Zhao Hailuan suggested, recognizing that mere words would not suffice to convince him. Indeed, that is precisely why I am here. Bruce Banner shrugged, a look of resigned acceptance on his face. Today, I am entirely in your hands. Bruce, trust me. Whatever ailment you may be facing, I will heal you. I have cured no fewer than 10 patients with terminal illnesses. I refuse to believe your condition is more grave. Zhao Hailuan confidently asserted. Zhao, I am becoming increasingly intrigued. So what should I do now? Do you need to draw my blood? Bruce Banner, sensing Zhao Hailuan's unwavering confidence, felt a growing sense of anticipation. No blood is necessary. My methods do not rely on conventional medicine, Bruce, Zhao Hailuan replied with a gentle smile. I merely require your hands. My hands. Yes, your hands, Zhao Hailuan declared, as she grasped Bruce Banner's hands and began to channel her abilities. In an instant, she comprehended the state of Bruce Banner's health with remarkable clarity. Bruce Banner found himself utterly perplexed by Zhao Hailuan's actions, yet he subdued his curiosity and questions, allowing her to proceed with her examination. Bruce, your body merely exhibits a few minor ailments. However, it soon became evident that Zhao Hailuan wore a look of confusion. Your cervical spine, lumbar spine, and lungs are all experiencing some issues. Additionally, nearsightedness and blood pressure are not significant concerns. As for other matters, I have not detected anything else. The cervical and lumbar spine issues were familiar troubles for Bruce Banner, an inevitable consequence of his profession. Indeed, they were merely trifling ailments. This was not the reason Bruce had journeyed such a distance. Moreover, he did not believe that Zhao Hailuan had diagnosed these minor issues simply by holding his hand. Such ailments were commonplace among researchers. Even if she had guessed them, it was inconsequential. Is there nothing else? Bruce Banner inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Hailuan. Once more, Zhao Hailuan meticulously assessed Bruce's body before shaking her head. I have not sensed any other problems. Oh, by the way, I have already taken the liberty of remedying those issues for you. Your current physical condition has reverted to that of a 20-year-old, Bruce. Zhao Hailuan smiled at Bruce Banner. He remained increasingly bewildered, unable to accept her words, finding them ludicrous. How could a simple handshake rectify his physical ailments? Yet, he could not deny that he felt significantly more comfortable than before. Zhao, are you serious? I apologize, but I am genuinely confused. Bruce Banner rubbed his head. His brow furrowed as he stared at Zhao Hailuan, pondering the nature of this situation. Suddenly, without allowing Zhao Hailuan to elaborate further, Bruce Banner became momentarily stunned. While the improvement of his spinal issues was not immediately perceptible, another transformation in his body was unmistakably clear to him: his vision. The world before him had grown remarkably sharper, akin to donning corrective lenses. It was well known that Bruce Banner was nearsighted, though his prescription was not particularly strong. Thus he rarely wore glasses. Nevertheless, during scientific endeavors or any task requiring intense focus, he would don his spectacles. Consequently, in his usual state, the world as perceived by Bruce Banner was not particularly clear. However, at that moment, Bruce Banner hastily retrieved his spectacles and perched them upon his nose. Instantly, he perceived that his once clear vision had become obscured. Strangely, when he removed the glasses, his sight would regain its clarity. After several confirmations, Bruce Banner finally widened his eyes in disbelief. My eyes. Yes, Bruce, your nearsightedness has just been miraculously remedied. Witnessing Bruce Banner's astonished expression, Zhao Hailuan could not help but chuckle softly beside him. Chapter 057. The Hulk is not a malady. Can nearsightedness truly be cured? Bruce Banner regarded Zhao Hailuan, who was suppressing her laughter, with incredulity, momentarily at a loss for words. Although nearsightedness is not deemed a grave illness, it is typically irreparable without surgical intervention. Even with surgery, the results are seldom perfect and can inflict irreversible harm upon the eyes. This is one of the primary reasons many individuals with nearsightedness opt against surgery. Yet, here, Bruce Banner had merely experienced a gentle touch from Zhao Hailuan, and his vision was restored. The results were instantaneous, nothing short of miraculous. Bruce Banner found himself utterly speechless. So, the devil fruit truly exists? The powers you possess are genuine? After a prolonged silence, Bruce Banner murmured, gazing at Zhao Hailuan in astonishment. In this moment, despite his incredulity and lingering disbelief, The undeniable reality before him compelled him to accept the truth. What Zhao Hailuan said was indeed real. Bruce, I have always told you this. Zhao Hailuan's face now bore a triumphant expression. However, why do you claim that I have no other ailments? It should not be so, Bruce Banner replied, his excitement evident. Typical medical treatment could not address his condition. Could the extraordinary powers of the devil fruit also fall short? What other means could possibly heal him? Bruce, regardless of what you have endured, or what has led you to believe there is an issue with your body, you are merely being overly concerned. I can assure you, you are in excellent health. Zhao Hailuan spoke to Bruce Banner with unwavering certainty. No, Zhao, you do not understand. Bruce Banner shook his head. Whenever he became enraged, he transformed into a monstrous being devoid of reason, intent only on destruction. Was that not an affliction? Quite the contrary. Do you suspect that your genes have become flawed? That they have mutated? Zhao Hailuan observed Bruce Banner's demeanor and, recalling their previous discussions, arrived at a seemingly logical conclusion. However, the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Bruce Banner pondered this and could only offer such an explanation. Understanding this, Zhao Hailuan smiled at him and said, Bruce, you need not worry. Genetic mutations are not invariably malignant. They may also be benign. In my opinion, regardless of the nature of your genetic alterations, they do not constitute a disease. Bruce was rendered speechless. Was the Hulk not a disease? He found it difficult to accept this notion. To him, the Hulk represented a calamity that had irrevocably altered his life, an affliction he desperately wished to remedy. Zhao, perhaps you are right. Pathologically speaking, it's challenging to classify what affliction I may have. Nevertheless, I appreciate your input, Bruce Banner said, a hint of despondency and frustration evident in his voice. Initially, he had harbored substantial hope when Zhao Hailuan mentioned she had discovered a new approach. Yet, as was often the case, hope had once again proved elusive. Zhao, thank you for your time, but I must take my leave. After realizing that Zhao Hailuan could not provide a cure, Bruce Banner decisively bid her farewell. His father-in-law could arrive at any moment, and the longer he lingered, the greater the risk of involving Zhao Hailuan. Bruce, what exactly happened? Zhao Hailuan inquired, furrowing her brow, and kindly suggested, perhaps I could assist you. Zhao, I appreciate your willingness, but you cannot help me, Bruce Banner replied earnestly, emphasizing. And please do not mention my visit here to anyone. Having conveyed his wishes, Bruce swiftly turned and exited. Hey Bruce, Zhao Hailuan called after him. Although I do not know what has transpired with you or what answers you seek, perhaps you should visit the Devil Fruit shop. I cannot ascertain who might assist you. But if such a person exists, that is the most likely place to find them. The mention of the Devil Fruit shop sparked a flicker of interest in Bruce Banner's eyes. The Devil Fruit shop. Manager, I am about to pursue my dreams. Wish me luck. If the response is favorable, they will produce an advertisement for me. They have already promised me. My path to stardom is imminent. Green Lantern, here I come. The shop was momentarily devoid of customers, and Rorschach was idly engaging in conversation with Deadpool. Not long ago, Deadpool mentioned to Rorschach that he intended to assist in selling facial masks, a remark that Rorschach did not take too seriously at the time. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Deadpool is now ready to embark on this venture? Reflecting on Deadpool's plans and aspirations post-facial mask sales, Rorschach finds himself filled with anticipation. The Green Lantern, a film that left Deadpool regretting his time travel endeavors to prevent its creation, now seems to have ignited a fervor within him. Go for it, Wade. You possess the most exquisite skin in the world. Embrace that confidence. Rorschach swiftly responded to Deadpool's message. Indeed, manager, I can relate deeply. In fact, I too wear a mask when I venture out. If I refrain from doing so, I am inundated with inquiries about my skincare routine and the masks I use. It's utterly tiresome. How should I put it? Exceptional men often bear burdens that others cannot comprehend. Yet, I believe you, manager, will understand. Ah, how delightful. Deadpool has even learned to flatter. Rorschach felt a sense of satisfaction. Just as he was about to engage in further banter with Deadpool, the wind chimes at the entrance jingled, heralding the arrival of a new customer. I must pause, Wade. We have a visitor. Rorschach quickly sent Deadpool a voice message before setting his phone aside, preparing to attend to the newcomer. However, upon looking up, he was momentarily taken aback. The Green Giant. No, it is Bruce Banner. This individual undoubtedly ranks among the pinnacle of might within the Marvel Universe. His fists have bested Thor and even Loki. He is undeniably a figure of immense power. Rorschach had not anticipated such a personage would grace his establishment. Greetings, esteemed guest. Welcome to my humble shop. Rorschach stepped out from behind the counter, smiling warmly at Bruce Banner. Chapter 058. The fruit that can solve the Hulk problem. Hello, manager. I happened to pass by and was intrigued by the words devil fruit, so I decided to take a look. Bruce Banner politely addressed Rorschach. Considering his current awkward situation, Bruce opted not to disclose the truth to Rorschach right away, choosing instead to gauge the atmosphere. Welcome. Please come in. Rorschach cheerfully invited Bruce into his shop. Thank you. Bruce nodded politely at Rorschach and followed him to the counter. His gaze was immediately drawn to the peculiar and artistically distinct fruits displayed within the showcase. Manager, are these the devil fruits? Bruce Banner gazed in astonishment at the array of devil fruits within the display case. Even though Bruce Banner had heard of the extraordinary nature of the devil fruits from High-Octane, he was still taken aback by their peculiar appearance. Yes, esteemed guest. These are indeed the devil fruits. Do not be deceived by their outward appearance. They are truly remarkable fruits. Rasha then proceeded to provide Bruce with a brief introduction to the devil fruits. As Bruce listened intently, he remained contemplative. The shopkeeper's description aligned perfectly with High-Ocane's account. Moreover, having personally experienced High-Ocane's healing abilities, Bruce harbored a degree of trust. Although doubts lingered, a foundation for acceptance had been established. Esteemed guest, all of our fruits are cataloged in this compendium. Feel free to peruse it for any that may catch your interest. As Rasha handed the compendium to Bruce, he expressed his gratitude and began to scrutinize its contents meticulously. Over the past period, Bruce had attempted various methods, all in vain, to cure the affliction of the Hulk. This place represented his last glimmer of hope. Maramara fruit? Nekamimi fruit? What nonsensical names! He realized these were the animal-type fruits the shopkeeper had mentioned, which could transform one into an animal. Thus, they held no utility for Bruce. Swiftly, he bypassed this category and began searching within the vast array of paramecia-type devil fruits in the catalog. Gulp fruit, stitch fruit, hormone fruit, silence fruit. While these fruits appeared astonishing and broadened Bruce's horizons, none could address his predicament. At this juncture, Bruce had likely transformed into the Hulk, hadn't he? As he diligently sought answers within the compendium, Rasha observed the weary and somewhat disheveled Bruce, lost in contemplation. If that were the case, Rasha meticulously reviewed the available devil fruits in the system and could not help but shake his head inwardly. Those fruits were relatively low tier and utterly incapable of resolving Bruce's issues. Even among the known devil fruits within the pirate world, which fruit could possibly remedy Bruce's plight? Rasha pondered silently. Surprisingly, one fruit did come to mind. While it may not provide a perfect solution, it could indeed serve as a means of prevention and remedy to a certain extent. The door fruit. Indeed, it is the extraordinary fruit that allows one to open doors anywhere and at any time. With this singular fruit, Bruce Banner can swiftly evade to a safer location before the Hulk makes his appearance. Furthermore, the interior of the door fruit connects to an alternate dimension where the Hulk can unleash his fury without restraint. Once he regains his composure and transforms back into Bruce Banner, he can simply reopen the door to return. Of course, this offers only a partial remedy and does not perfectly resolve Bruce Banner's predicament. Nevertheless, it remains a viable solution. Regrettably, the door fruit is not yet available for purchase. Excuse me, shopkeeper, does this list include all the fruits? Bruce Banner inquired, lifting his head with a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he gazed at Rasha. He had perused all the fruits displayed, yet none could alleviate the Hulk's troubles. Yes, esteemed customer, the fruits currently available are all listed here, Rasha replied. Upon hearing this, Bruce Banner's countenance fell, shadowed by disappointment. His final hope had been extinguished. However, there is no need for concern, as our shop will continue to introduce many new fruits in the future. If the current offerings do not meet your satisfaction, I am confident that there will be fruits in due course that will delight you, Rasha assured him, shifting his tone to one of renewed confidence. Bruce Banner's spirits were slightly lifted, and he eagerly pressed Rasha. So, shopkeeper, what types of fruits will you be introducing next? The forthcoming fruits will encompass a wider variety, each possessing unique and advanced abilities, making them truly worth anticipating. For instance, the door fruit, Rasha stated, revealing the fruit he had earmarked for Bruce Banner. The door fruit? I'm intrigued, shopkeeper. What exactly is this fruit? Bruce Banner asked, a look of curiosity dawning upon his face. It is a fruit that allows you to open a door at any location. For instance, while standing before me, You could simply open a door in the air and step through, Rasha explained succinctly. Bruce Banner's eyes sparkled with excitement. This fruit could indeed be of great use to him. Shopkeeper, where does the door I open lead to? He inquired eagerly. To anywhere you wish to go. Or, you may choose not to go anywhere at all, for the door itself opens into a fascinating alternate dimension. Rochester once more introduced Bruce Banner. A flicker of excitement crossed Bruce's face. This fruit was precisely what he needed. If he were to acquire the powers of the Door fruit, would he not be able to escape before transforming into the Hulk? The dilemma of the Hulk would, to some extent, be resolved. So, dear shopkeeper, are there any limitations on using this ability to open doors? Bruce Banner, suppressing his eagerness, fixed his gaze on Rochester and pressed for more details. There are no restrictions whatsoever. You may open a door wherever you desire, on stones, trees, in water, in the air, or even within a person's body, exclaimed Rochester. This is it. Bruce Banner felt he had truly come to the right place. Chapter 059. The capture of General Ross. By the way, shopkeeper, do you have any idea when the Door fruit will be available? Bruce Banner swallowed hard, his eyes locked onto Rochester, filled with anticipation. That's hard to say. However, if a customer is exceedingly eager for the Door fruit, they may leave their contact information. When the fruit becomes available, I will notify them, Rochester suggested. Bruce Banner's expression turned troubled. Currently, he was fleeing from his father-in-law, constantly on the run, and had no reliable means of contact. He changed his contact information frequently, whether it be phone, email, or any other form of communication. Even if he provided Rochester with his details, they would likely become obsolete in no time. Shopkeeper, might I leave you my contact information? Due to some peculiar circumstances, I currently lack a stable means of communication. Bruce Banner managed a wry smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke to Rochester. His request was rather unusual and, in some respects, lacked the decorum one might expect. Yet, Rochester did not take offense, fully aware of the predicament Bruce Banner found himself in. Of course, that's no issue at all. Rochester provided Bruce with his contact details. Bruce did not bother to write it down, merely repeating it to himself a few times, a testament to his remarkable memory, befitting a scholar with 8 doctoral degrees. By the way, shopkeeper, how much will the Door fruit cost? Bruce Banner inquired, turning his gaze back to Rochester, asking this most crucial question. The Mama fruit is currently not available for purchase. Thus, Rasha specifically accessed the system for an inquiry, ultimately providing a quotation for Bruce Banner. The provisional price of the Mama fruit is set at $80 million. However, the shop will soon discontinue transactions in US dollars, opting instead for gold, which will depend on future circumstances. $80 million. Bruce Banner's pupils constricted sharply. This amount represents an astronomical fortune. In fact, it may not even be attainable when the time comes, as it must be converted into gold. Nevertheless, considering the extraordinary capabilities of the Mama fruit, Bruce Banner deemed it entirely worth the price, perhaps even a bargain. Under ordinary circumstances, he could leverage his extensive knowledge to acquire such wealth. After all, he is a super scientist with 8 doctoral degrees, and obtaining $80 million would not pose a significant challenge. For someone of Bruce Banner's caliber, the adage knowledge is wealth rings true. With a few patents and some research results, the money would flow in abundantly. Yet, the crux of the matter is that Bruce Banner is currently a fugitive. This complicates matters considerably. It appears a careful plan must be devised. Shopkeeper, I understand. I shall return. Bruce Banner declared decisively to Rasha after a swift contemplation. I too eagerly await that day, Rasha replied with a smile. Well then, shopkeeper, farewell. Bruce Banner waved goodbye to Rasha. Just then, a sudden clattering noise erupted as 2 aluminum cans were hurled through the door, producing a sharp sound. As Rasha pondered the peculiar occurrence, smoke began to billow forth from the cans. Gas grenades. Rasha realized, unable to react in time. It was evident that General Ross's men had located Bruce Banner and intended to apprehend him. However, they would be sorely mistaken. The gas grenades would have no effect on Bruce Banner. While he could indeed be incapacitated, the Hulk would not be. If all went as expected, would the Hulk transform right inside his shop? Given the Hulk's immense destructive power, could his establishment withstand such turmoil? These thoughts raced through Rasha's mind as he sprang into action, immediately firing 2 photon bullets to swiftly eliminate the gas grenades. As 2 gas canisters landed within his shop, they emitted only a small amount of gas before rapidly exiting. Bruce Banner, Witnessing Rorschach's astonishing ability to fire photon bullets with his bare hands couldn't suppress his astonishment. The devil fruit. However, Bruce quickly came to a realization. Since the shopkeeper sold devil fruits, it was only natural that he himself had consumed one. It was indeed true. The existence of the devil fruit was undeniable. Having witnessed Zhao Helen's miraculous cure for her nearsightedness and now Rorschach's ability to unleash light projectiles, Bruce Wayne found himself devoid of any skepticism regarding the devil fruit. Dear customer, I assume these troubles stem from you? Would you kindly expedite your departure? Rorschach, lacking the time for further discourse with Bruce, swiftly issued an eviction order. Indeed, after reaching the level of Admiral Kazuru, Rorschach possessed a certain degree of self-defense in this world and was not fearful of the potential exposure of his devil fruit shop. Such exposure was inevitable. Yet Rorschach was unwilling to become embroiled in troublesome affairs. The entanglements between Bruce Banner and General Ross were matters for them to resolve on their own, and the further away he could remain from it, the better. However, Rorschach's desire to avoid trouble did not equate to a fear of it. This was also the reason he boldly struck the gas canister away. He could not simply allow his shop to be ravaged by the Hulk. In truth, even if this incident had not occurred, the moment Bruce Banner stepped into his shop, Rorschach was bound to catch the attention of General Ross. The general would undoubtedly investigate the establishment frequented by Bruce during his fugitive state. Under such circumstances, what more did Rorschach have to fear? Apologies, shopkeeper, I must cough. Bruce Banner excused himself and quickly turned to leave. However, the lingering gas caused him to cough, leaving Rorschach feeling somewhat exasperated. Would the Hulk ultimately appear in his shop? Fortunately, Rorschach's luck was not that dire, as Bruce covered his mouth and nose, hastily exited. Chapter 60, Lightspeed Kick Ding. Ding. Faintly, 2 more gas canisters were discharged, flooding the street with a pungent white gas. The gas quickly spread, soon infiltrating Rorschach's devil fruit shop. With a resigned shake of his head, Rorschach approached and sealed all doors and windows, thereby mitigating the spread of the irritating gas. Yet, even so, doors and windows inevitably possess gaps. Complete sealing is an impossibility, allowing certain irritating gases to permeate through these crevices. Cough. The irritation was so intense that Rasha could not suppress his cough. Fortunately, he swiftly transitioned into an elemental state, liberating himself from the shackles of his corporeal form, thus managing to stand unscathed amidst the noxious gas. A ferocious roar erupted from outside, akin to a thunderclap striking the earth, causing Rasha's windows and doors to tremble. The power of that sonic wave was unmistakable, as was the magnitude of that roar. Rasha instantly comprehended the situation. Hulk had made his grand entrance. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, a cacophony reminiscent of the apocalypse filled the air, as if the very ground were being incessantly hammered by a colossal mallet. The sheer ferocity was beyond description. Undoubtedly, the enraged Hulk had commenced his relentless assault on everything in his vicinity. Rat-a-tat-tat. Amidst Hulk's fury, the air was also filled with a relentless barrage of gunfire. Bullets rained down in a dense swarm upon the green behemoth. Alas, aside from inciting Hulk's wrath, they proved utterly ineffective. Roar. With an indignant bellow, Hulk leaped, soaring several meters into the air, and crashed down like a meteor, creating a massive crater in the ground. He landed with an unmistakable authority before an M54 tactical assault vehicle. On board, a soldier gripped the Gatling gun with both hands, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon Hulk. Yet, in the next moment, Hulk's fist descended heavily from above, smashing down onto the assault vehicle, crumpling its front end. The soldier was reduced to a mere pulp, dead beyond resurrection. Roar. But that was not the end. Hulk charged forward like a rampaging buffalo, flipping the assault vehicle over. The vehicle rolled across the ground like a gigantic meteorite, toppling another assault vehicle in its path. The soldiers on the second vehicle, who had been firing the Gatling gun at Hulk, were similarly crushed to a morbid paste as their vehicle fell. Witnessing Hulk's unparalleled might, General Ross's expression darkened, resembling a wilting chrysanthemum in late autumn. General, we cannot proceed like this. Our firepower is utterly insufficient. A trusted aide implored, his voice laden with gravity. Allow me to take action, General. Let me engage. Only I can deal with him. In the vehicle beside General Ross, Blonsky seized the opportunity to volunteer himself, declaring, "Isn't this precisely the purpose for which you brought me here?" General Ross was fully aware of this fact. It is only a monster that can confront another monster. Blonsky, You caused me considerable trouble last time, General Ross stated decisively, his eyes sharp as blades, surveying Blonsky from a commanding height. I know, but I assure you, I won't cause any issues this time. We have reached an agreement, have we not? Moreover, I have no desire to be locked up in that dreadful place again. Blonsky fervently assured Ross. It's good that you understand. I did not extricate you merely to invite trouble upon myself. If you wish to avoid being imprisoned again, you would do well to behave. And think of your family. Consider them. Following Ross's thinly veiled threats, he signaled to his trusted aide. The aide comprehended the cue and promptly opened the door that confined Blonsky. Blonsky leaped from the vehicle, stretched his limbs, and strode purposefully toward Hulk. Hey, big guy. Remember me. Blonsky shouted, arms wide open. Cease fire. Everyone, cease fire. Under General Ross's command, the other soldiers halted their fire, allowing Blonsky to stand out prominently. Hulk's attention was immediately drawn to him. Boom. Hulk charged toward Blonsky, delivering a powerful punch. Crack. The sound of fists colliding echoed as Hulk's fist was intercepted by another massive hand. Abomination made his grand entrance. Boom. The two titans engaged in an intense close-quarter battle on the street, akin to two living tanks sweeping through the area, leaving destruction in their wake like a tornado ravaging everything in its path. What is happening? The gunfire has ceased, yet Hulk continues to fight? It sounds like there are two monsters outside. Inside the shop, Ross felt a twinge of curiosity, but quickly realized the culprit must be Abomination. This creature is Hulk's old adversary. However, if it is indeed Abomination, then matters have become considerably complicated. When two monsters clash, how long will the battle endure? Furthermore, while they are at it, could they possibly fight a bit farther away? Rasha had no desire to undertake a renovation of his newly opened Devil Fruit shop, which had been in operation for merely a few months. However, the unfolding events were beyond Rasha's control. His establishment lay directly within the battleground of Hulk and Abomination, and several nearby shops had already been reduced to ruins by the two monstrous beings. Unfortunately, Rasha's store would not escape this fate either. With a thunderous crash, Abomination lifted a vehicle above his head and hurled it towards Hulk, knocking him over with a tremendous impact. The resounding boom reverberated through the air as Hulk, akin to a cannonball, smashed through the entrance of the Devil Fruit shop, leaving a chaotic wreck in his wake. Rasha found himself in quite a predicament. Yet, matters took an even more distressing turn for Rasha when Hulk, dazed from the force of Abomination's blow, shook his head vigorously and rose to his feet. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with the sight of Rasha standing before him. With primal instinct and devoid of reason, Hulk charged towards Rasha as if he were an irresistible target. Realizing there was no escape, Rasha inwardly lamented and decisively lifted his leg. In an instant, a brilliant flash of light erupted as Rasha executed a lightning-fast kick. Hulk had no time to comprehend what was happening before he was struck with tremendous force. The explosive energy unleashed sent Hulk careening out of the shop, crashing heavily onto the ground outside. Truly, the prowess of the Admiral-level Pika Pika no Mi was remarkable. Retrieving his right foot, a satisfied smile graced Rasha's face. This was not mere training or skill development. It was a genuine combat experience, arguably Rasha's maiden battle. He was astonished by the sheer impact of his kick, which had propelled even Hulk into the air. Naturally, this display of power left Rasha fully exposed to the military's scrutiny, an inescapable consequence he had anticipated since the moment the wanted Bruce Banner had entered his establishment. To be frank, Rasha had grown strong enough to no longer dwell on such concerns. What was happening? Outside on the street, General Ross's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed something utterly extraordinary. Hulk, unexpectedly struck by a tremendous force? How could such a thing be possible? General Ross had captured Hulk for an extended period, engaging in numerous confrontations and conducting meticulous research on him. Hulk's very existence was intertwined with Ross's endeavors. One might say that he is the foremost authority on Hulk in the world. No one comprehends the sheer terror of Hulk better than General Ross, who understands the immense power contained within that green form. Yet now, Hulk has been sent flying? Who could have done this? Instinctively, General Ross directed his gaze toward the direction from which Hulk had been launched. The sign before him boldly proclaimed, "Home of the Devil Fruit." So it is this place. Indeed, Bruce Banner's arrival here must have been for a reason. Now, amidst his fugitive status, having been in hiding abroad, Bruce Banner has surreptitiously returned to New York, venturing into such an inconspicuous establishment. General Ross had long been aware of this devil fruit shop and had resolved to investigate its true nature after the fact. The fact that Bruce Banner would risk returning under such circumstances indicates that this is no ordinary place. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed so. What is happening? Not only General Ross, but also Abomination stood dumbfounded, momentarily stunned by the scene before them. Who, pray tell, possesses such divine power that they could send Hulk flying? A thunderous roar erupted as Hulk, having been struck by Rasha, rose from the ground, gazing towards the devil fruit shop, and let out a furious bellow. Boom. He charged once more towards the shop. Abomination initially intended to pursue Hulk, but General Ross suddenly halted him. Blonsky, stand down. General Ross was keen to uncover the identity of the formidable presence within the devil fruit shop that had repelled Hulk. This old fool. Rasha, seeing General Ross attempt such a maneuver, could not help but curse internally. This old man wishes for Hulk to confront him? Would Rasha allow this to come to fruition? In that moment, he concentrated his thoughts, transforming into a beam of light that swiftly shot above Ross and the others. In a sudden burst, an intense flash blinded everyone, including General Ross, inducing a brief moment of blindness and disorientation. Seizing this opportunity, Rasha rapidly descended beside General Ross and fired a photon bullet toward Hulk. After swiftly transforming into photons and escaping, Hulk, who was sprinting towards the devil fruit shop, suddenly fell victim to an ambush. In a fit of rage, he turned to face the direction from which the attack had come. General Ross and his entourage came into Hulk's view. Enraged, Hulk charged towards General Ross and his men. A cacophony of screams erupted as countless soldiers met their demise at Hulk's hands. What was that flash of light? As General Ross struggled to open his eyes, he found Hulk standing before him. Shit, General Ross muttered under his breath, feeling a tightening in his gut. Boom. In the next instant, Hulk's fists came crashing down upon him like colossal boulders. A spray of blood erupted, and General Ross was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. General Ross. He is dead. General. Grief-stricken wails filled the air as those loyal to him could hardly fathom the brutal reality of their leader's demise. Yet, reality offered no time for mourning, as Hulk relentlessly pursued them once more, swinging his furious fists mercilessly. Was General Ross truly slain in such a manner? Back at the devil fruit shop, Roxa rubbed his nose in disbelief. He felt a sense of shock. That old man was destined for longevity, potentially ascending to the role of Secretary of State, yet he had foolishly orchestrated a scheme against Roxa. Truly, he had paved his own path to destruction. Roxa had never intended to eliminate General Ross. It was merely a matter of reciprocating his treachery. However, he had not anticipated Hulk's overwhelming power, which resulted in Ross's gruesome end. What a turn of events. Despite the shock and the sarcastic commentary, Roxa did not dwell on the matter, considering that he had previously demonstrated the abilities of the Glimmer Fruit to certain individuals. And given that the recent incident had been triggered by the blinding light that led to General Ross's death, it was inevitable that Roxa would be implicated. Nevertheless, with his newfound strength, Roxa was unfazed. After all, he could transform into light. For the time being, in this world, at least in the eyes of the official authorities, there was no one capable of capturing him, nor could anyone harm him. Given the circumstances, what is there to worry about? If matters were to escalate, Rasha could effortlessly obliterate several aircraft carrier fleets with just a few strikes from his formidable weapon, the 8-foot Cheonchi Jade. And he would have little doubt that such a display would instill fear in those in power. Chapter 062. Hulk's Fury Against Beast Hank Roar. Boom, boom, boom. The streets reverberated with Hulk's furious roars, the ground trembling under the force of his devastating blows. However, thanks to Rasha's earlier guidance, Hulk's attention was now entirely focused on the soldiers brought by General Ross, relentlessly venting his rage upon them, moving further away from Rasha's shop. As for Abomination, after Hulk had brutally slain General Ross, there was no reason for him to continue serving the general or contend with Hulk any longer. Retreat was the wisest course of action. Suddenly, Abomination's body stiffened as if ensnared by a spell, and with a violent shudder, he collapsed to the ground. What was happening? Just as Rasha, intent on returning to his shop, witnessed this scene with astonishment, he couldn't help but ponder the sudden downfall of Abomination. What could have caused this? But soon, Rasha understood the situation. Not far down the street, a famed fighter jet was gracefully descending. It was none other than one of the iconic models from Marvel, the Blackbird. The Blackbird had several generations, yet each iteration bore a resemblance to its predecessor, making it easily recognizable. With the arrival of the Blackbird, Rasha could surmise the involvement of Professor X. As expected, once the Blackbird landed, the hatch opened, and out emerged Professor X alongside a bespectacled gentleman who appeared quite refined, none other than Hank McCoy, the Beast. "Hank, could you please bring Hulk over here?" Professor X asked, glancing at Hulk, who was wreaking havoc in the distance. "Professor, do you still dare to call me the Beast?" "That is the true Beast," Hank exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Hulk's ferocity. Nevertheless, despite his banter, Hank wasted no time. He removed his glasses and proceeded toward Hulk. At the instant he turned, the hair on Hank's body began to grow rapidly, transforming him into a blue, furry beast right before Rasha's eyes. "Hey, big guy," Hank shouted as he sprinted toward the Hulk. However, the Hulk, consumed by rage, was furiously swinging his fists, oblivious to Hank's voice. With a resigned shake of his head, Hank seized a nearby car and hurled it at the Hulk. Bang! The vehicle struck the Hulk, causing him to stagger slightly, yet it inflicted no damage whatsoever. The Hulk momentarily paused his rampage, turning his furious gaze upon Hank, his eyes blazing with anger. Roar! The deafening sound reverberated in Hank's ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Under the Hulk's fierce glare, Hank felt a tightening in his core, akin to a husky facing a true wolf. In the next instant, the Hulk leaped dozens of meters, crashing down toward Hank with tremendous force. The sheer magnitude of the blow was terrifying, and Hank dared not confront it directly. He quickly scurried away like a wild animal, narrowly evading the Hulk's devastating strike. Boom! The ground behind him erupted, leaving a massive crater and cracks that spread like spider webs. "I must be insane to provoke such a creature," Hank thought, feeling a rush of panic as he caught sight of the Hulk's overwhelming power. His resolve faltered, and he began to flee in a frenzied manner. Yet, the Hulk's speed was astounding, relentlessly pursuing Hank and unleashing a barrage of blows. No matter how agile Hank was, he could not evade the Hulk forever. Eventually, he was struck by a powerful punch. Bang! Hank was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a car and toppling it over. He then tumbled across the ground for several meters before colliding with a wall, finally coming to a halt. Coughing twice, Hank felt as though his entire skeletal structure was on the verge of collapsing. That punch from the Hulk had nearly cost him his life. Terrifying. The Green Giant was indeed fearsome. Hank feared that another blow would surely be fatal. "Hank, are you all right?" Professor X, watching with wide eyes, could not help but inquire. He understood that Hank was no match for the Hulk, yet he had not anticipated the disparity between them would be so vast. Professor X did not intend for Hank to defeat the Hulk and bring him in. Rather, he merely wanted Hank to lure the formidable creature. The task was not particularly arduous, yet Hank found himself in a most unfortunate predicament. "Professor, I regret heeding your advice to provoke that behemoth," Hank grumbled as he laboriously pulled himself from the ground. "Heaven help us, that creature is truly terrifying. Though dubbed the Beast, I am but a fragile sibling before his might." "Well, Hank, it is a relief to see you unharmed," Professor X replied, his worries alleviated upon witnessing Hank's safety. "Though you have found yourself in quite a mess, you have indeed succeeded in bringing the creature here." With a thunderous crash, the Hulk, having been struck by the force of Hank's earlier actions, burst through a wall, creating yet another opening as he emerged into the room. A ferocious roar escaped him as he fixed his gaze upon Hank and Professor X. The Beast Hank felt a sudden stiffness in his body, quickly scrambling to Professor X's side, vigilance in his demeanor. "Professor, does your ability not work on him? Subdue him." "No, I am attempting something different," Professor X responded, placing his hand upon his temple. As he activated his powers, he immediately sensed the Hulk's overwhelming fury. The intensity of that rage was astonishing, even to Professor X. Boom! The earth trembled once more as the Hulk, after his furious roar, charged at Professor X and Hank like a mountain. "Professor," Hank's pupils dilated as he swiftly spoke to Professor X. "Whatever you plan to do, you must act quickly." Instinctively, Hank positioned himself in front of Professor X, protecting him. "But I can manage this fury," Professor X declared with resolute authority. Activating his power, he swiftly closed the door to the Hulk's anger, simultaneously opening the gates of calm and serenity within him. The transformation was strikingly evident. The once charging Green Giant began to slow his pace, his steps becoming unsteady. Before he ultimately collapsed onto the ground, his body began to undergo rapid transformations, The vibrant green hue faded, and his physique diminished. In no time, the formidable Hulk vanished, giving way to Bruce Banner, who reappeared before the onlookers. As he surveyed his surroundings with a bewildered gaze, Bruce swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation. An expression of profound anguish etched itself upon his face. No, no, no. He uttered these pained cries, grappling with the reality that he had inadvertently precipitated such chaos, resulting in the deaths of so many. This was an unbearable truth for Bruce Banner to accept. "Mr. Banner, this is not your fault," came the voice of Professor X, who regarded Bruce with solemnity. Having utilized his powers to manage both Bruce's and Hulk's emotions, he had also gleaned Bruce's memories and understood what had transpired. Strictly speaking, this calamity was indeed a consequence of General Ross and his associates' actions. "Indeed, this is not my fault. It is Hulk's fault. It is entirely Hulk's fault," Bruce exclaimed, striking the ground with a fist, his fury palpable. He then attempted to sift through the hazy recollections of the recent past, his face reflecting a look of incredulous shock. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze toward Professor X, demanding, "What have you done? Have you put Hulk to sleep?" At this juncture, Bruce's eyes fell upon Blonsky, lying motionless in the street, amplifying his disbelief. "Disgusting. This man has been subdued by him? How is that even possible? Wait a moment, I recognize you. You are Professor Xavier, an expert in genetic mutations. How did you accomplish this?" Bruce's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired of Professor X. If this individual truly possessed the means to control Hulk, it would signify a resolution to Hulk's dilemma, a quandary that had plagued Bruce for years, disrupting his peace and altering his fate. "I regret to inform you, Mr. Banner, but I cannot assist you," Professor X replied with polite firmness, yet resolute in his refusal. "Why not? Have you not witnessed the destruction wrought by Hulk? It is nothing short of a catastrophe. You could prevent such disasters from occurring. Please, Professor Xavier," Bruce implored, his voice nearly a plea. "I am truly sorry, Mr. Banner, but I cannot." Professor X's demeanor remained resolutely steadfast, as he offered Bruce Banner no opportunity to speak. With unwavering determination, he unleashed his abilities, declaring, "I have never been here, and you have never seen me. Furthermore, if you wish to avoid capture, I suggest you depart immediately." Bruce Banner's expression momentarily flickered in confusion, and like a compliant automaton, he swiftly turned and fled. Professor X's powers were indeed formidable. Rorschach, observing from the side, could not help but be astounded. Fortunately, he possessed a protective system that rendered him immune to Professor X's abilities. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to engage with such an individual. "Rorschach, are you unharmed?" Once the situation was resolved, Professor X turned leisurely to greet Rorschach. "I am fine," Rorschach replied, shaking his head and offering a gentle smile. "I am grateful for your timely arrival, Mr. Xavier. Otherwise, matters could have escalated." "Clearly, my arrival was not as timely as it should have been," Professor X replied with an outstretched hand. At that moment, he seemed to sense something, and addressed Rorschach once more. "I must take my leave now, my apologies." He had utilized his telepathic abilities to detect that official personnel were rapidly approaching the scene. "Please, Mr. Xavier, proceed as you wish," Rorschach gestured dismissively. Professor X beckoned to Hank, and the two swiftly retreated to the Blackbird, departing the area with haste. Rorschach cast a glance at the chaos strewn about, his expression unchanged, as if nothing had transpired, before he calmly returned to his establishment. "Professor, I do not comprehend. We have an agreement with the authorities. We only intervene in matters concerning mutants, not those involving ordinary individuals. Hulk has erupted on numerous occasions before, and we have refrained from intervening. Why, then, did we suddenly take action this time?" Inside the Blackbird, Hank piloted the aircraft while questioning Professor X with a hint of perplexity. "Hank, there is no need for concern. I have erased all relevant memories of our presence from those involved. No one is aware that we were there," Professor X responded with an air of calm, casually picking up a magazine to peruse. "Perhaps not everyone," Hank remarked, his tone suggestive. "It is evident that the proprietor of the Devil Fruit shop is an exception. Professor, your motive for coming here was not solely due to Hulk, but rather because of that Rorschach, correct?" Hank, astute and perceptive, had begun to piece together the underlying truth. "You are indeed correct, Hank. Not only have I erased the memories of those nearby regarding our visit, but I have also made other modifications," Professor X admitted. "In this incident, Manager Rasha will not attract any official attention and will encounter no trouble." Professor X did not deny this. Instead, He directly articulated his intentions to Hank. Why, Professor? Hank pondered in confusion, questioning the necessity of such actions. It is merely to extend a gesture of goodwill, just in case, Professor X remarked with significant implication. However, he refrained from disclosing the specifics of what exactly he was preparing for. Chapter 064, Iron Fist, We Meet Again, Hell's Kitchen. The Atlantean Hotel. This establishment stands as the most opulent hotel in Hell's Kitchen, frequented exclusively by the elite figures of the area. Here, status and identity are paramount. Only the few at the pinnacle of the hierarchy can access this venue without prior arrangements. Even many prominent individuals in Hell's Kitchen must book in advance. This illustrates the hotel's esteemed reputation. Notably, the penthouse is notoriously difficult to reserve, with esteemed guests often facing wait times of 1 to 2 months. Yet, astonishingly, an entire floor of the Atlantean has been reserved by a single individual. Without a doubt, that person can only be Kingpin. This grand display, beyond being for the lovely Vanessa seated before him, serves no other purpose. Vanessa, I sincerely apologize for my absence lately. I have been inundated with numerous matters that required my attention and have regrettably neglected you, Kingpin said earnestly, a hint of remorse in his tone. Since eliminating the threat posed by Fisk, Kingpin has systematically uprooted the entire Yakuza organization behind him. Additionally, he had previously dispatched the notorious Bear Brothers, thus absorbing their influence as well. Furthermore, just days prior, Kingpin uncovered that the individual responsible for poisoning Vanessa was the old rogue, Leland. What more needed to be said? Kingpin sent Bullseye to personally deal with the matter, swiftly ending Leland's life with a mere pebble. As for Leland's remaining faction, it was inevitably consumed by Kingpin as well. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 5 factions that once divided Hell's Kitchen have been eliminated by Kingpin, leaving only Lady Gao standing. Thus, Kingpin was indeed truthful. He had been thoroughly occupied and had little time for romance. As for Lady Gao, he regarded her with indifference, a mere drug dealer from the island of Hong Kong. If there were still a few others around, Lady Gao could have allied with them to counterbalance Jean Bing. However, at present, he stands alone, and Jean Bing perceives no threat from him. Had he not indulged excessively of late and needed to digest, Jean Bing would have already taken the opportunity to eliminate Lady Gao effortlessly. It must be acknowledged that with the enhancement of the Devil Fruit's powers, Jean Bing has indeed become somewhat overconfident. The capabilities granted by the Devil Fruit have played a significant role in his recent maneuvers. Do not misunderstand. Jean Bing did not personally intervene, as that would not align with his character. His engagement with the Faith was merely an exception, a means to avenge Wesley, nothing more. In most instances, Jean Bing prefers to act as a puppet master, delegating all tasks to Target Eye. The reason for Target Eye's meteoric rise in importance stems from the Swift/Fruit acquired by Jean Bing. Indeed, Jean Bing entrusted the Swift/Fruit to Target Eye for consumption. It must be said that the Swift/Fruit is exceptionally suited for Target Eye. Previously, while Target Eye's throwing skills were nothing short of astonishing, he remained fundamentally an archer, his combat effectiveness halved when confronted at close range. However, the Swift/Fruit has entirely compensated for this vulnerability, transforming Target Eye into a formidable warrior capable of excelling in both ranged and melee combat, possessing the ability to morph his body into a blade-like form for enhanced defense. No one could withstand him. The core members of the other factions were virtually annihilated by Target Eye alone, shattering the once balanced distribution of power. Jean Bing has been in high spirits during this period. The only regret is that the woman named Erica remains unfound. Shaking his head to cast aside those distracting thoughts, Jean Bing redirected his focus to the enchanting figure before him. This evening, he set aside all his bothersome concerns, intent on making amends with Vanessa. Fisk, you truly need not be this way. Vanessa reached out, clasping Jean Bing's hand, and spoke to him with understanding. I am not like those women outside who merely seek companionship. I comprehend the nature of your endeavors, and I do not wish to distract you or become a burden. Vanessa, that is precisely why I am fond of you. Moreover, you are not a burden to me. You are everything in my life. Jean Bing reciprocated the grip on Vanessa's hand firmly, emphasizing his words. A soft laugh escaped Vanessa's lips. Perhaps it was a bit too sentimental? Well, Jean Bing chuckled before shifting the topic to something else. How is your fruit development progressing? At this point, did you not notice that my skin has improved significantly? Vanessa, with a hint of pride, playfully shook her head in front of Jean Bing. In my eyes, you have always been perfect. Although Jean Bing's compliments lacked sophistication, they resonated with Vanessa, causing her to smile so widely that her eyes narrowed into slits. Just as she was about to respond to Jean Bing, the lights in the private room suddenly went out, plunging the previously bright space into darkness. Jean Bing's expression immediately turned wary. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire and faint screams echoed, further darkening Jean Bing's countenance. A group of ninjas had burst in. The lookout who had been stationed outside swiftly approached Jean Bing, reporting, "I will hold them off. You need to leave quickly." Ninjas? Jean Bing was taken aback. He had eradicated Sun's forces completely, so how could there still be ninjas? Yet, this was not the time for such inquiries. "Vanessa, hurry." Jean Bing rose, shielding Vanessa as they made a hasty exit, escorted by several loyal subordinates. Crash! Crash! At that moment, the surrounding windows shattered, and a group of ninjas swung in on ropes, completely blocking Jean Bing's escape. Iron Fist, we meet again. One of the ninjas, clad in a suit and wielding a long sword with a red hilt, gazed at Jean Bing with an air of calmness. Sun? Jean Bing thought he must be mistaken. Hadn't he crushed this man to death? How was he now so vibrantly alive? Jean Bing distinctly remembered delivering a punch that had turned Sun's heart into a pulpy mess, rendering survival impossible. Chapter 065, Jean Bing's Alliance. Full-scale war this man? Not only Jean Bing, but even the lookout displayed an expression of disbelief. "We clearly killed you." The lookout's eyes were fixed on Sun, his voice laced with incredulity, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Death." Sun, upon hearing this, merely scoffed, dismissing the notion entirely. With that, he drew his longsword, gesturing lightly towards Jean Bing. "Attack." The ninjas behind Xian immediately surged forward, swiftly gripping their long swords as they charged towards Jean Bing. Bang! Bang! Some of Jean Bing's loyal subordinates, not to be underestimated, quickly armed themselves to mount a counterattack. Thus commenced a fierce exchange of fire within this opulent space. "Jean Bing, hurry! Leave this to us." Without further ado, the sharpshooters swiftly seized knives and forks from a nearby dining table, hurling them at the oncoming ninjas. The ninjas deftly swung their swords to parry the projectiles. Clang! Clang! The air was filled with the cacophony of metal clashing. "Vanessa, this way." Jean Bing, unwilling to linger, shielded Vanessa and hurried toward the corridor. Suddenly, a crash of shattering glass echoed through the room. Another figure, clad in a trench coat and wielding a long sword, leapt into the fray. He executed a swift roll on the ground, rising to stand defiantly before Jean Bing. This man was none other than Murakami, one of the 5 fingers of the Hand Association and also Xian's master. Murakami stood with his sword drawn, a cold smirk on his face as he gazed at Jean Bing. "Iron Fist, where do you think you are going?" Jean Bing's expression darkened considerably. The enemy had come prepared, catching him off guard. By now, the reinforcements he had stationed outside were nowhere to be seen, clearly either eliminated or detained. Within this hall, his already limited forces had been relentlessly defeated by Xian's men, crumbling into disarray. He found himself utterly alone. "You must deal with me. Let Vanessa leave." Realizing that escaping with Vanessa was no longer feasible, he fixed his gaze on the eastern figure blocking his path and spoke in a low voice. "I'm afraid we don't appear to be the type to spare women," Murakami retorted with a derisive laugh. To the Hand Association, there was no distinction between men and women. All were but mere ants in their eyes, indistinguishable. For centuries, in their quest for dragon bones, the Hand Association had instigated earthquakes and plagues in numerous cities, laying waste to entire urban landscapes. Such individuals possessed not an ounce of compassion. "Show me your fists." Iron Fist. "If you wish for the woman beside you to live, it is simple. Kill us. Annihilate everyone here." Murakami swung his long sword, regarding Jean Bing with a chilling smile. "Vanessa, hiding behind me." Jean Bing realized he had no other choice and swiftly removed his outer coat, draping it over Vanessa's shoulders. He spoke to her. "Vanessa, you are calm in this situation." Despite the chaos around them, she displayed no signs of panic, instead reassuring Jean Bing with a composed demeanor. "Fisk, this is your city. No one can defeat you." "Indeed, Vanessa, no one can conquer me." Jean Bing nodded emphatically. It was then that Vanessa retreated swiftly, curling up in a corner behind him, leaning against the wall. Jean Bing slowly raised his fists, igniting them with an intense heat. Across from him, Murakami's expression grew grave. The Iron Fist was capable of summoning its inner energy with such swiftness, illuminating his fists. It was evident he had mastered considerable skills. However, how long could the energy of the Iron Fist be sustained? A glint of cold light flashed in Murakami's eyes. Without uttering another word, he charged at Jin Bing, sword in hand. Jin Bing reciprocated with his own iron fists, and the two clashed fiercely. As a member of the Hand Union, Murakami was an ancient creature, having lived for centuries. His skills were undeniably formidable. Jin Bing was also a master of combat. Possessing exceptional strength, coupled with the protection of the Iron Fist, he was a force to be reckoned with. The battle ensued, each side exchanging blows, making it difficult to determine who held the upper hand. In the heat of combat, Murakami executed a nimble maneuver, darting to the side of Jin Bing and aiming his long sword at a vulnerable spot, thrusting it forward. It struck Jin Bing's body directly. Success! A fleeting smile crossed Murakami's face. However, the next moment, a metallic clang echoed, and his smile froze. The long sword had been blocked by Jin Bing's body, as if it had struck steel, failing to penetrate. What was happening? Murakami was taken aback. Yet, Jin Bing did not afford him a moment to ponder. He seized Murakami's sword with his searing fist, and to Murakami's astonishment, he watched as his sword melted in Jin Bing's grasp. What was this? When did the Iron Fist acquire such a capability? In that instant, Murakami realized that throughout their battle, he had sensed the intense heat radiating from Jin Bing's fists. Something was amiss. Doubts surged within Murakami. This version of the Iron Fist was indeed peculiar. They are the traders of Kunlun, naturally well acquainted with its Iron Fist. The Iron Fist ignites the energy to illuminate the punch. When could it possibly generate such intense heat? Whoosh! In the fleeting moments of contemplation, Jin casually hurled the severed half of a long sword from his hand, launching a punch towards Murakami. Caught off guard by Jin's swift actions, Murakami could only raise his own half-sword defensively across his chest. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Jin's fist collided with Murakami's blade, pressing down forcefully, sending Murakami hurtling backwards like a cannonball. Coughing, he struggled to rise, glancing at the now flattened half-sword, still glowing red. He couldn't help but gasp. Even a weapon forged from high-grade steel could be reduced to such a state. Had it not deflected that blow, he might not have survived, or at the very least, he would have been gravely injured. Chapter 66. A dire situation. Vanessa, quickly. A single punch had toppled Murakami, and Jin had no time to lose. He called to Vanessa and swiftly retreated towards the passage. Meanwhile, Murakami stood up leisurely, brushing off the dust from his clothing, unhurried. The hotel had already fallen under the control of the Hand Union. Where could Jin possibly escape? Indeed, just as Jin reached the entrance of the passage, he suddenly froze. A throng of ninjas surged forth from within, blocking his path. Among them, a frail-looking elderly lady, leaning on a cane, emerged. Madame Gao? Jin was taken aback. This vendor from the harbor island was allied with Xi's group? The situation had become all too clear. How could Jin not grasp this? Now that Madame Gao had brought her people to join forces with Xi, it meant that Jin's own allies had been neutralized by her. The circumstances had escalated to a perilous level. Jin's expression darkened as the gravity of the crisis he faced today became evident. This was the most significant threat he had encountered during his tenure in Hell's Kitchen. Should things go awry, both he and Vanessa could perish here. Madame Gao? I must admit, this truly surprises me. Jin positioned himself protectively in front of Vanessa, slowly retreating while regarding Madame Gao with a grave stare. No, what truly surprises me is you, Madame Gao replied, her words laden with meaning as she addressed Jin. Had it not been for Jin Bing's own revelation, she could never have imagined that he was, in fact, the new Iron Fist. You all are remarkably well prepared today, Jin Bing remarked, casting a glance at the ninjas encircling the venue, his expression somber. I have always refrained from engaging in battles without adequate preparation. Madame Gao nodded deeply in agreement. They had sought the Iron Fist for so long, now that they had finally located him. It was only natural for them to devise a meticulous plan. After all, the Iron Fist was not easily subdued. Thus it appears I have no alternative, Jin Bing declared, launching himself forward with sudden ferocity toward Madame Gao. His intention was to seize her as a hostage, prioritizing the capture of the leader. Although he was unclear about the precise relationship between Madame Gao and the ninjas, it was evident that her status among them was significant. This might have been Jin Bing's only opportunity for escape. Unfortunately, he gravely underestimated Madame Gao. If she lacked formidable skills, how could she so audaciously stand before him? Exuding confidence? As Jean Bing charged at her, Madame Gao abruptly unleashed a powerful palm strike aimed at him. A colossal wave of energy erupted forth. Boom! Jean Bing scarcely had the chance to approach her before he was sent flying, as if struck by a mountain, crashing heavily to the ground, causing the very building to tremble. What just happened? Jean Bing was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Had Madame Gao truly sent him flying with a mere palm strike? This was inconceivable. It felt surreal. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Madame Gao had consumed a devil fruit? Indeed, this was the only explanation for her ability to generate such a forceful wave. Fisk! A voice called out, and it was Vanessa, rushing over with a look of concern as she helped Jean Bing to his feet. I'm fine, Jean Bing reassured her, waving his hand dismissively. Though the previous moment had appeared perilous, he had instinctively reinforced his body with steel upon sensing danger, thus sustaining no significant injuries. Nevertheless, the presence of so many ninjas, along with Madame Gao, a formidable ability user, and the enigmatic Eastern man, rendered the situation exceedingly grim. He instinctively looked up to assess his surroundings. Jean Bing found himself alone, with all his subordinates perished, save for the lone figure of the Bullseye, who was desperately holding on. Although Bullseye possessed formidable combat strength, close combat was not his forte, and the hand association was relentless, with a multitude of adversaries. In that moment, Bullseye was utterly unable to extricate himself to assist Jean Bing. Cease your futile resistance, Iron Fist. You have nowhere left to run. The chilling voice of Lady Gao resonated as she leaned upon her cane, looking down upon Jean Bing. Do you believe you have triumphed? The time for such thoughts has not yet arrived. Yet, a cold chuckle escaped Jean Bing's lips as he once more swung his fists and charged at Lady Gao. Whoosh! A shadow darted past. Murakami surged forward once again, brandishing his sword aimed directly at Jean Bing. Though Lady Gao's chi was potent, her age rendered her less agile in combat compared to Murakami. Lady Gao needed only to quietly unleash her powerful moves from the shadows. This was the true manifestation of her capabilities. Indeed, as Murakami engaged Jean Bing, Lady Gao unleashed a second wave of her chi, sending Jean Bing hurtling through the air once more. Jean Bing felt his insides churn violently, an unbearable discomfort washing over him. Even with his body hardened like steel, Lady Gao's strength permeated through. In that instant, Jean Bing's apprehension towards Lady Gao reached a zenith. While he dismissed sword and blade as trivial threats, her chi posed a genuine danger capable of inflicting substantial harm upon him. His expression darkened further. Meanwhile, Vanessa's countenance mirrored his distress. Together, Murakami and Lady Gao completely suppressed Jean Bing, while Xin and his group had ensnared Bullseye, leaving the situation exceedingly grim. This cannot continue. Vanessa clenched her teeth, determination etching her features as she resolved to act. For if things persisted, Jean Bing's demise would be imminent. Although she had consumed the devil fruit as well, Vanessa possessed no combat skills and had long feared being captured by the enemy, thus becoming a hindrance to Jean Bing. Yet now, she had no other choice. Silently, she began to activate her abilities, absorbing moisture from everything around her, the overturned fruits, desserts, and the water from the aquarium, and so forth. The moisture within her began to swell. In the chaos of battle, all eyes were fixated on Jean Bing and Bullseye, leaving no one to notice the seemingly frail Vanessa, until she had absorbed all the water from the entire fish tank into her own body. Chapter 067, Reversal, Counterattack. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously, as Murakami wielded his long sword with an impenetrable precision, engaged in a fierce struggle against Jean Bing. With the formidable support of Lady Gao by his side, they effectively subdued Jean Bing. However, Jean Bing's ability to transform his body into steel rendered his defense exceptionally formidable, making it merely a temporary suppression. In the immediate future, it seemed unrealistic to truly vanquish Jean Bing. Iron Fist, surrender. Amidst the intense battle, Lady Gao once again raised her hand, aiming to unleash her energy wave against Jean Bing. Alas, just as she lifted her hand, Vanessa, who had been lurking behind Jean Bing, suddenly surged forward. With a powerful strike, she unleashed a torrent of water toward Lady Gao. In an instant, Lady Gao was caught off guard. A tremendous force of water struck her, sending her crashing backward and shaking the wall. What was happening? Murakami, engaged with Jean Bing, was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the bizarre spectacle of the woman suddenly spraying water. At that critical moment of distraction, Jean Bing seized the opportunity. He lunged forward in a swift motion, delivering a fierce punch aimed directly at Murakami. Taken by surprise, Murakami could only hastily raise his sword in defense. However, Jinbing disregarded the incoming blade, allowing it to strike him while his searing red fist came crashing down upon Murakami's heart. Had Lady Gao been present, such a circumstance would have been averted. She would have swiftly utilized her energy wave to fend off Jinbing. Regrettably, she was not there. With a thunderous impact, Murakami was struck down. Suffering shattered ribs and a ruptured heart, his flesh disintegrated by Jinbing's searing blow, reduced to a mere puddle of gore. He died on the spot. Engaging a master like Jinbing, even a moment's distraction proved to be fatal. Murakami. Madame Gao rose from the ground, casting a glance at the defeated Murakami, her countenance instantly darkening with dismay. Her eyes, directed towards Vanessa, brimmed with shock and confusion. She could scarcely fathom that the battlefield's dynamics would shift due to this woman she had deemed insignificant. With a fierce glint in her gaze, Madame Gao prepared to strike Vanessa. Yet, Jinbing was not one to stand idly by. He could not allow such a situation to unfold. With a sharp shout, he charged toward Madame Gao. Reluctantly, she abandoned her intent to assault Vanessa, opting instead to evade. During this exchange, Vanessa aimed to continue her assault with the water gun. But Jinbing's presence beside Gao made her hesitate, aware that her water blasts would greatly weaken him. Take him down. Madame Gao successfully retreated to a safer distance and gestured imperiously to the waiting ninjas behind her. In an instant, a swarm of ninjas surged toward Jinbing. At that moment, Vanessa stepped forward, calling out to him, "Fisk, move aside." Jinbing understood and swiftly sidestepped, allowing Vanessa to unleash a torrent of water toward the approaching ninjas. A chorus of muffled grunts erupted as the ninjas were sent reeling back. Vanessa felt invigorated. Her abilities could indeed assist Jinbing. He, too, was uplifted by her support. With Murakami eliminated and Madame Gao now preoccupied with Vanessa, the remaining ninjas posed little threat to Jinbing. "Vanessa, stay alert and close to me," Jinbing instructed, then began to unleash his powerful fists upon the oncoming ninjas. These foes were far inferior to Murakami, and with Jinbing's ability to harden his body, he disregarded their attacks, crushing them with his fists. The scene was one of overwhelming dominance, each punch sending one opponent sprawling, each kick taking down two. The ninjas appeared as mere fodder before him. Had he not been mindful of protecting Vanessa, he would have dispatched them even more effortlessly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Not far behind Jinbing, Vanessa intermittently wielded her water blasts to assist him in fending off attackers, primarily remaining vigilant against any covert schemes from the elderly Madame Gao. Vanessa's bodily moisture was depleting rapidly. However, the presence of corpses strewn across the ground alleviated her concerns about attracting attention. She boldly absorbed the moisture from the lifeless bodies, sufficient for her needs in combat. Thus, united in their efforts, the couple diminished the enemy numbers steadily. The pressure on the target lightened considerably, allowing them to retaliate against their foes, thereby turning the tide of battle. "Let us depart." Lady Gao issued this command to the assembled crowd. "Are we truly retreating in such disgrace?" Xian expressed his unwillingness to accept this fate. "This is unavoidable," Lady Gao replied sternly. Although they retained some personnel, Jinbing and the target seemed impervious to harm. Coupled with the presence of a water attack adversary, Lady Gao found herself in a desperate situation. The outcome of this skirmish had become all but certain. Continuing the fight would only serve to futilely sacrifice more members of the Hand Union. Xian understood this logic well. Gritting his teeth, he lifted the corpse of Murakami from the ground and retreated alongside Lady Gao. Once the two successfully withdrew, the remaining ninjas hastily followed suit, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a chaotic scene of scattered bodies. "Vanessa, are you unharmed?" Jinbing inquired anxiously about her condition. "I am fine," Vanessa shook her head. After Jinbing meticulously examined her, he was relieved to confirm her well-being. However, a fierce expression began to form on his face, and from between his clenched teeth emerged two names: Xian, Lady Gao. Chapter 68. The Hand Union's Dilemma in Lady Gao's secret stronghold. She, along with the deceased Murakami and Xian, stood face to face. The expressions of all three were notably grim, and the atmosphere was oppressively heavy. The direct involvement of the Hand Union's two key figures, complemented by Murakami's disciple Xian and over 50 ninjas, resulted in an utterly humiliating defeat. Not only had they failed to capture Iron Fist, but they had also lost nearly half their forces, culminating in the death of Murakami. This was a profound disgrace for both Murakami and Lady Gao. Yet, this was not the most critical aspect. The crux of the matter was that their efforts seemed to have been in vain. We may have erred. Jinbing is not Iron Fist, Lady Gao's voice resonated. Her brow furrowed like a chrysanthemum blooming in late autumn as she addressed the other two. Indeed, Jin is not Iron Fist. Murakami nodded, affirming with a tone of unwavering certainty. They were once part of Kunlun and possessed a profound understanding of Iron Fist. Upon engaging in combat with Jin, they swiftly discerned this truth. Although Jin's fist could radiate with a brilliance akin to Iron Fist, he was decidedly not Iron Fist. Yet, this distinction had become irrelevant. The battle between them and Jin had escalated into a life-or-death struggle. Madame Gao spoke in a hushed tone, acknowledging the gravity of their predicament. Jin had previously besieged Xian, and now they were orchestrating a large-scale assault on Jin, with many lives at stake. Reconciliation was impossible, even if Madame Gao were indifferent to the sacrifices made. It was evident that Jin would not simply let the matter rest. "I apologize, it is my fault. I provided erroneous information," Xian murmured, lowering his head in contrition before Murakami and Madame Gao. "It is not your fault," Madame Gao replied. Who could have anticipated that someone who is not Iron Fist could still illuminate his fists? But if he is not Iron Fist, what is the nature of his fists? Murakami inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion, echoing the questions that plagued both Gao and Xian. Aside from Jin, that woman was also quite peculiar. She could expel moisture from her body to attack others. And then there was the individual capable of transforming their limbs into blades. Xian added, following Murakami's lead. A palpable silence enveloped the room as the core members of the Hand Association found themselves at a loss for words. Even they sensed the strangeness of the situation. In the Devil Fruit shop, the manager, Wesley, surely cannot be dead? Since joining the group, he has not uttered a single word. I have been attentive to this detail. And he has never even logged in. I messaged him, yet he has never replied, remaining perpetually offline. I can only conclude that Wesley is deceased. Roche was idly chatting with Deadpool when Deadpool began to lament the eternal absence of Wesley. Roche was at a loss for words. Deadpool's incessant chatter remained as infuriating as ever. Even if Wesley has been offline for an extended period, one cannot wish death upon him, can they? Roche was aware of Wesley's true identity. He was the one aiding Jin in managing a vast underground kingdom. How could he have time to linger in chats? It was entirely normal for him to be absent. Roche dismissed Deadpool's remarks, but the question posed piqued his interest greatly. It is well known that in the world of pirates, should a devil fruit user perish, their corresponding fruit will return to nature and reappear in a different location. But what if this phenomenon were to occur in the Marvel Universe? If the fruits were to re-emerge, would it not imply that the devil fruits sold by Rasha could enter an infinite cycle? He perceived this as a significant loophole that the system would not permit. Otherwise, if someone were to uncover this secret, they could simply begin hunting down the users without ever needing to purchase the devil fruits from the store. Nonetheless, this remained merely Rasha's conjecture. Thus, he delved into the system and posed an inquiry. System, what becomes of a devil fruit once its user dies? The system promptly responded. It will permanently vanish with the user's death and will not return in any form. This aligned with Rasha's initial speculation, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Will the corresponding fruit of a deceased user be restocked in the system's marketplace? Rasha inquired once more. It will be restocked during the next inventory update, came the system's reply. When does the inventory update occur? He pressed on. It will be updated upon reaching a specific sales threshold. And when might that be? He continued. The next inventory update threshold, a total of 15 devil fruits sold. 15, you say? Rasha pondered internally, realizing he had already sold 10 devil fruits, meaning he needed merely to sell 5 more for the system's shelves to refresh. He felt a sense of anticipation swell within him. After all, the devil fruits currently available in the system's marketplace were relatively low tier. Would the update introduce higher tier fruits? Perhaps the Door fruit, which Bruce Banner was particularly interested in, or the flower fruit of Nico Robin, or the shadow fruit of Gecko Moria. There were numerous fascinating Paramecia-type fruits, and even some Logia-type fruits to consider. In any case, Rasha was convinced that the forthcoming updates would be nothing short of spectacular. Manager, why have you fallen silent? He queried. By the way, I saw on the news that the Green Giant has appeared on your street. Are you all right? Oh, what was I thinking? How could the manager be in trouble? If that were the case, he wouldn't have time to chat with me. Once again, a notification chimed from the social platform, and Deadpool sent another lengthy message. This time, however, he was not rambling, but rather inquiring about Rasha's well-being. I'm fine, Roxia casually responded, yet internally, he was quite taken aback. He had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of being approached by the military or SHIELD, but to his surprise, an entire week passed without a single disturbance. Even when the military cordoned off the area and conducted interviews with the residents of the street, they deliberately overlooked Roxia, as if he were a ghost. Chapter 069. The future Wasp arrives. Could it be Professor X? After much contemplation, Roxia arrived at this singular, logical possibility. After all, the professor had appeared during the crisis with the Hulk. It seemed plausible that he had discreetly lent a hand in resolving some minor inconveniences for Roxia. Otherwise, this situation would be utterly inexplicable. With this thought, Roxia felt a sense of relief. If it truly was Professor X working behind the scenes, then this wave of troubles was effectively quelled. As Roxia pondered the situation, the wind chime at the door chimed once more. He looked up to see a woman with a neat, short haircut, exuding an air of grace as she strode into the store in her high heels. Roxia instantly recognized her. Within a second, he identified her as Hope Van Dyne, the daughter of the original Ant-Man, Hank Pym, and the future Wasp. Welcome to my little shop, Roxia greeted her with a warm smile. Hello, store manager, Hope replied with a polite smile, then inquired, may I ask, is this a fruit shop? The House of Devil Fruits? I don't mean to be rude, but the name is rather peculiar. It was precisely this peculiarity that piqued Hope's interest, leading her to enter the store despite her initial intention to refrain from purchasing any fruit. Madam, you are mistaken. This establishment is not a fruit shop, Roxia clarified with a shake of his head and a smile. We do not sell fruits here, but rather, devil fruits. Devil fruits? Hope's eyebrows raised in curiosity. What sort of fruit is that? Initially, she had merely considered the name of the shop to be odd, never anticipating that it actually offered such extraordinary items. It is a most remarkable kind of fruit, one I am certain you have never encountered before, madam, Roxia confidently assured her. Hoffman-Dane's curiosity was piqued by Rasha's revelation. She inquired, is that so? I truly wish to witness it for myself. Is this all there is? Her gaze was soon captivated by the peculiar devil fruits displayed within the cabinet. As she beheld the bizarre array of fruits, astonishment graced her features. Indeed, the shopkeeper was correct. These fruits were vibrant and unlike anything she had encountered before. Yes, esteemed guest, these are the devil fruits our humble shop offers, Rasha affirmed with a nod. Wow, I have never seen anything like this before. What variety is this? I wonder what it tastes like, Hoffman-Dane asked eagerly. Her interest in the devil fruits, unmistakable. The flavor is truly one of a kind, Rasha mused, contemplating how best to describe it. It was not yet the appropriate moment to disclose the less than pleasant taste of the fruits. Then, dear shopkeeper, I shall have one, Hoffman-Dane declared without hesitation. She was genuinely eager to sample the intriguing fruit. Please, do not rush. Allow me to finish introducing these devil fruits before you make your decision. Rasha interjected with a smile. Your service is truly commendable, shopkeeper, Hoffman-Dane remarked sincerely. Typically, shopkeepers would extol the virtues of their wares to entice customers. Yet Hoffman-Dane had already resolved to make a purchase. There seemed little need for further persuasion. However, I prefer to experience it in my own time once I return home. Hoffman-Dane waved dismissively at Rasha. If only it were that simple. Rasha sighed inwardly. Based on past experiences, no matter how well the conversation flowed, his pricing would undoubtedly startle Hoffman-Dane. It would then necessitate a return to the beginning of their discussion. Nevertheless, since Hoffman-Dane had expressed her desire to purchase, Rasha would not dissuade her. He promptly retrieved the catalog and presented it to her. Esteemed guest, please select one. A catalog? Is this not a bit excessive? Hoffman-Dane glanced at the catalog, her previous words faltering as her voice rose an octave. Shopkeeper, are you certain the prices are not mismarked? These are in the millions. Are you quite sure there is no mistake? One might think this is an antique shop. Dear guest, a glance at the catalog will clarify the details of each fruit. Rasha pointed to the descriptions within the catalog. Consuming one grants the eater extraordinary abilities. Hoffman-Dane cast a glance and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Excuse me, is this some sort of prank orchestrated by your store? A fruit that grants superpowers? How absurd. Lin Xiao merely smiled gently, and with a thought, his eyes transformed into elements. The normal pupils vanished, replaced by a dazzling, blinding golden light. Hop-Fang was taken aback, exclaiming, "Jesus Christ! Do the customers think this is also part of the prank?" Luo Xia then willed his eyes to return to normal, grinning at Hop-Fang as he inquired. Hop-Fang was rendered speechless. She could hardly believe that someone would go to such lengths for a prank. That person must be out of their mind. Regardless of the method employed to make his eyes glow, the scientific principles behind it eluded Hop-Fang for the moment. Yet it was evident that such a feat could not be easily accomplished. Moreover, upon closer inspection of Luo Xia's eyes, she noted he was not wearing any contact lenses. Could it be that his eyes were artificial? But who would craft a pair of glowing fake eyes? In any case, something was decidedly amiss. What had just transpired? After much contemplation, Hop-Fang found herself at a loss and thus fixed her gaze on Luo Xia, asking, "What was that about?" "I have already mentioned. It is the power of the devil fruit. I am the glimmering man who has consumed the shining fruit," Luo Xia replied to Hop-Fang. "Glimmering man?" Hop-Fang laughed, equally skeptical of this claim. "So, you can shine in other places too?" "Of course." Luo Xia concentrated again, and his entire being began to elementalize. The brilliant light dazzled Hop-Fang's eyes, rendering her utterly speechless. In Chapter 070, titled Water Fruit and Wasp Armor. If Hop-Fang could speculate about Luo Xia's eyes glowing previously, perhaps he wore luminous fake eyes. There was no rational explanation for his entire body radiating light. Surely, the figure before her could not be a robot? Setting aside the fact that modern technology could not possibly produce such convincingly realistic androids, even if it could, who would create a robot to serve as a salesperson? That was simply ludicrous. Therefore, store manager, what you speak of regarding the devil fruit, is it truly real? After much deliberation, Hop-Fang could only arrive at this incredible conclusion. If the devil fruit were a fabrication, what motive would prompt someone to exert such effort to deceive her? That would be insanity. "Dear guest, it is perhaps best for you to experience it for yourself," said Rasha, casting a knowing smile at Hop-Fang as the time drew near. The shop's devil fruits were available for tasting, granting one the ability to experience their powers for 5 minutes. Despite her lingering skepticism regarding the existence of such fruits, the radiant spectacle she had witnessed moments ago left Hop-Fang in a state of perplexity. After a brief moment of contemplation, she made up her mind. "Shopkeeper, may I first examine the illustrated guide?" she inquired earnestly, locking eyes with Rasha. "Of course, please feel free," Rasha replied with an encouraging nod. With that, Hop-Fang began to scrutinize the illustrations meticulously. Even though she had temporarily convinced herself to believe the shopkeeper's words, the depictions of the fruits still struck her as absurd. Fruits that could transform one into an animal, silence the surrounding sounds, or turn one's body into candy. Such notions seemed utterly preposterous. "Wait a moment," she thought, her mind racing with incredulity as her gaze settled on a particular entry, the water fruit. This fruit purportedly had the power to convert surrounding objects into liquid resembling water. If this fruit were genuine, could it not easily fulfill her father Hank Pym's long-held aspirations? Hop-Fang's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. "Shopkeeper, may I try the water fruit?" she asked eagerly, pointing at the illustration with hope. Despite her reservations about the devil fruits, she pondered the possibility that it might indeed be real. "Certainly," Rasha replied with alacrity. Without further ado, she produced a sample of the water fruit and handed it to Hop-Fang. The latter examined the fruit in her hand, hesitated momentarily, and then took a decisive bite. Ugh! In the next instant, Hop-Fang felt as though she had been struck by a shockwave, nearly spitting the fruit out. What on earth is that wretched flavor? She vowed she had never encountered anything so unpleasant in her life. Yet, paradoxically, it was this very repulsiveness that instilled a modicum of belief in the devil fruits. After all, such an off-putting taste could only serve to reinforce their authenticity. Could it not? Gritting her teeth with determination, she summoned her willpower and swallowed the sample. In that moment, her eyes widened in astonishment, as she instantly sensed the extraordinary transformations occurring within her body. An ineffable change enveloped her, a wondrous sensation that eludes description yet is palpably felt. This feeling was truly remarkable, murmured Hop-Fang in disbelief. Instinctively, she crouched down, extending her hand toward the ground beneath her. The moment her hand made contact with the earth, it astonishingly transformed into a liquid state, offering no resistance to her touch. Hop-Fang's hand plunged into the ground as if she were submerging it in water. How could this be possible? Such an event was beyond comprehension. She was utterly dumbfounded, unable to trust her own eyes. What had she just witnessed? The ground had genuinely morphed into something akin to water. Such a fantastical occurrence. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Even having witnessed it firsthand, the reality still felt surreal. The existence of devil fruits was indeed real. This miraculous phenomenon was undeniably authentic. After several experiments, Hop-Van-Dane finally rose to her feet, her astonishment spilling forth in exclamations. As you can see, dear guest, this is indeed true, Rasha stated, shrugging his shoulders with a gentle smile directed at Hop-Van-Dane. Truly astonishing. Even at this moment, Hop-Van-Dane remained in awe. At that instant, her perception of Rasha underwent a complete transformation. He had shifted from being an unremarkable individual in her eyes, even raising suspicions of deceit, to a figure of profound mystery and wisdom. I sincerely apologize, esteemed shopkeeper. My previous ignorance led me to doubt the authenticity of such wondrous things, and I feel deeply ashamed now. Hop-Van-Dane immediately expressed her contrition to Rasha. Rasha, however, took no offense. He waved his hand dismissively. No worries at all. But tell me, dear guest, are you inclined to purchase the water fruit, or would you prefer to explore other fruits? Shopkeeper, I shall take the water fruit. Hop-Van-Dane declared without hesitation, making her decision swiftly. The price for the water fruit is $3 million, Rasha stated without preamble. Shopkeeper, I'll pay by card. Hop-Van-Dane promptly retrieved her bank card. Beep. The transaction was completed swiftly. Rasha produced a blue devil fruit adorned with wave patterns and handed it to Hop-Van-Dane. Thank you, shopkeeper. Hope received the water fruit with both hands, took a deep breath, and immediately consumed it. Instantly, she acquired a permanent ability. At last, the wasp suit was no longer a concern. Hope was brimming with excitement. By the way, dear guest, I have created a group specifically for those with devil fruit abilities. Would you like to join? After the transaction, Rasha inquired, as usual, about Hope's interest in the group. Of course, Hope responded almost without hesitation, fully aware of the immense value such a group held. Moreover, she was genuinely curious about how many others possessed abilities like hers. With Hope's consent, Rasha wasted no time and promptly added her to the group. Shopkeeper, everyone, please pay attention. Our family at the Devil Fruit House has welcomed a new member. Let's give a warm welcome. Hop-Van-Dane. Hello everyone, I'm Hop-Van-Dane, delighted to join this big family. Deadpool, the king of the water group, was the first to chime in. Wade Wilson, welcome, newcomer. A warm welcome indeed. I am the second most handsome man here after the shopkeeper. If he is absent, then I am undoubtedly the most charming. Hop-Van-Dane, without a doubt, a lovely lady. May I ask, do you use face masks regularly? Wade Wilson, if you do, feel free to reach out to me, as I'm currently endorsing a face mask brand. They mentioned that if sales are good, they will make an advertisement for me. If that happens, I will officially debut as an actor, and with my looks and charm, there's no doubt I will become a star. Vanessa, Wade, be quiet. If you don't stop, I'll ask the shopkeeper to silence you. Vanessa, I apologize. Hope, Wade's antics are acting up again. Please don't take it to heart. Charles Xavier, welcome, newcomer, and congratulations to the shopkeeper. The Devil Fruit House is growing ever more robust. Hop-Van-Dane, Vanessa, you flatter him. Mr. Wade is simply enthusiastic. How could I be offended by that? Hop-Van-Dane, thank you all for your warm welcome. After exchanging brief greetings in the group, Hope exited and turned to Rasha to bid farewell. Well then, shopkeeper, I shall take my leave. Goodbye, goodbye. With a wave, Hope departed from the Devil Fruit shop, her heart racing with uncontainable excitement as she returned home. Hope, didn't you go shopping? Why are you back so soon? Hank Pym was engrossed in his computer when he heard a noise behind him. Unable to resist, he turned to glance at Hope and casually remarked, it was like that. But I encountered an astonishing fruit shop. Well, not exactly a fruit shop. It was, in essence, a truly magical establishment. Thus, I changed my mind. Hope's face radiated an indescribable excitement as she swiftly approached Hank Pym. A glance at Hank's computer screen revealed the profile of an individual prominently displayed. Hope scrutinized it closely, Scott Lang. She was aware that Hank had been searching for a suitable candidate to undertake the seemingly insurmountable task of infiltrating the heavily fortified Klaus technology to steal the wasp suit. Although Hope had consumed the water fruit, rendering the task unnecessary, she still had her doubts about the person Hank had found. Him? If I'm not mistaken, he is a thief? Hope expressed her incredulity. How could a thief possibly be competent enough for such a high-level mission? Hank, do not underestimate him. The security system of Vista Group is not something just anyone can breach. He is an electronic engineer, a graduate from MIT with a master's degree. Possessing the specialized skills we require, Hank Pym earnestly introduced. A peculiar expression crossed Hope's face. Listening to Hank's description, this individual indeed seemed exceptional, typically classified within the elite. How, then, had he become a thief? Never mind, Hank. Regardless of who he is, we no longer need him. I can accomplish this task. Hope confidently asserted to Hank Pym. Hope, we have discussed this matter. You know my stance, Hank Pym replied firmly, shaking his head with finality. No. And does calling me Dad cost you anything? No. Hank, you misunderstand. I am not suggesting we don the Ant-Man suit and execute an Ant-Man infiltration mission. What I intend to propose is an entirely different kind of wondrous approach, Hope said suddenly in an enigmatic tone. A more marvelous method? Hank Pym raised an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued to learn what could possibly be deemed as wondrous. Hope, very well, you have piqued my interest. How do you intend to proceed? Hank Pym stood from his seat. Wait a moment. Hope glanced around before swiftly moving to the refrigerator nearby, speaking mysteriously, watch closely. With that, she extended her hand, cautiously approaching the refrigerator door, embarking on a careful attempt. Hank was utterly perplexed by his daughter's mysterious actions, gazing at Hope with a look of confusion. Was she intending to caress the fridge door? Was this her grand display of wonder? However, in the next moment, Hank Pym's eyes widened in disbelief. For Hope's hand had inexplicably penetrated the refrigerator door, reaching deep inside. She then withdrew her hand, triumphantly extracting a bottle of cola in this astonishing manner. With a pop, Hope opened the cola and took a sip, exclaiming, this taste is exquisite. She flaunted her prowess before her father. Gulping down the chilled liquid, Hope cast a self-assured glance at Hank Pym, who stood there in stupefaction. What just happened? Hank's astonished voice broke the silence as he hurried towards Hope, inspecting the cola in her hand and then examining the refrigerator door, feeling as if his entire worldview had shattered into irreparable fragments. The refrigerator was intact. The cola was real, though not elderly. He was certainly not senile enough to dismiss this. Therefore, he sought clarity. Hope, just a minute ago, did you truly pass your hand through the refrigerator to retrieve a can of cola? Hank Pym stared at her in disbelief, seeking confirmation. Hope smiled gently, once more thrusting her hand through the refrigerator door to retrieve another cold beverage, placing it in Hank Pym's hand. What do you think? Hank Pym stared blankly at the can of beer in his grasp, utterly flustered. After several seconds, he finally regained his composure, though astonishment and confusion still lingered on his face. Hope, what just transpired? Why has my daughter transformed into a magician after just one outing? Hank Pym inquired, bewildered. Wait a moment. Before Hope could respond, Hank Pym realized. Is it what you mentioned, the incredible fruit shop? Indeed. But it is not merely a fruit shop. It is a shop of devil fruits, Hope replied mysteriously. Devil fruit? Hank Pym's expression was one of utter perplexity. What is this fruit? According to the description in the compendium, it was a treasure of the sea, an embodiment of the sea's demons. In simple terms, it was a wondrous fruit that bestowed superpowers upon those who consumed it. So, merely eating it grants one superpowers? Hank Pym was utterly bewildered. For a man of his scientific prowess, Hope's words seemed utterly preposterous, bordering on the absurd. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before him, compelling Hank to accept it. Yes, Hank, I have consumed a devil fruit, granting me the extraordinary ability to transform objects into a liquid state akin to water, Hope elaborated once more. Enlightenment dawned upon Hank. No wonder he had observed rippling waves as Hope's hand passed through the refrigerator. It became clear that Hope had indeed transformed the refrigerator into water. Everything suddenly made sense. So what do you think, Hank? Hope crossed her arms, delighting in the bewilderment of her genius father. I feel as though I have aged. Unable to keep pace with this era, Hank sighed deeply after a prolonged silence. The existence of such fantastical entities as devil fruits was beyond his comprehension. In that moment, Hank Pym felt as if the very foundation of his worldview had crumbled. However, Hope was correct in one regard. With her newfound ability to penetrate objects, retrieving the wasp suit would be considerably simpler. All she needed to do was approach the miniature vault housing the suit, and, with a mere flick of her finger, extract it. Could Hope access the room and approach the vault? Undoubtedly, it was no obstacle, given Hank Pym's capabilities, if Hope had already progressed this far. Failing to succeed would be inconceivable. Indeed, After witnessing Hope's remarkable abilities firsthand, Hank relinquished his previous, laborious, and uncertain plan. Instead, he began to devise a new strategy that capitalized on Hope's talents. Even if Hank were reluctant to put his daughter in peril, he had to acknowledge that Hope was the optimal choice for this undertaking. Moreover, given her current skills, the task would pose no significant challenge. Thus, the father and daughter commenced their preparations. In the dead of night, the once bustling city had fallen into a profound silence. Yet, Hope's figure emerged in a secluded corner of the Klaus Technology Building, devoid of surveillance. "Hank, I am in position," Hope said, adjusting her sunglasses and speaking into her earpiece. Simultaneously, she tapped her shades, and her vision transformed into a Kusru scanning mode. The glasses were not merely ordinary sunglasses. They were, in fact, X-ray glasses. "Please hold on for half a minute," came the voice of Hank Pym through the earpiece. At that moment, the ants that had long been in position began to scurry through their designated corridors, gathering together. Ultimately, they swarmed onto a camera, completely enveloping it. "Hank, I'm going in." It was only then that Hank Pym issued the command to Hope. "Understood," she replied, utilizing the X-ray glasses to perceive everything ahead of her. And she took a bold step forward, crashing into the wall. Upon impact, the wall rippled as if it had transformed into a liquid, allowing Hope to seamlessly pass through. There were no obstacles or checkpoints. It was utterly silent and unobtrusive. Within the passage that Hope entered, the relevant cameras had also been obscured by the ants, ensuring that her figure remained unseen. Okay, successful infiltration. Hope surveyed her surroundings, her face alight with exhilaration, and inquired about the next step. "Enter the wall to your left." "Understood." Hope took a step to the left, once again traversing through the wall. "Forward, forward, to the right." Thus, under Hank's guidance, Hope navigated through the Klaus building with an almost supernatural agility, moving swiftly and safely. Eventually, she arrived at one of the most crucial locations within Klaus Technologies, the Future Lab. Here, the wasp suit was securely stored. Approaching the miniature safe, Hope employed her X-ray glasses to scan, and the wasp suit, encased within a metallic cylinder, immediately came into view. "At last, I found you." Excitement sparkled in Hope's eyes. Taking a deep breath, she extended her right hand, slowly reaching towards the metallic cylinder. As her hand made contact, the cylinder transformed once more into a liquid state. Unhindered, Hope's hand slipped inside, grasping the wasp suit and swiftly withdrawing it. Mission accomplished. Gazing at the small wasp suit in her hands, Hope could hardly contain her exhilaration, feeling as though it were surreal. This was the very item that had eluded her father, Hank Pym, yet here she was, having obtained it with such ease. "Hank, I did it. I succeeded," Hope exclaimed with uncontainable joy to Hank Pym. Yes, even the composed Hank Pym could not contain his excitement at that moment, exclaiming with fervor and audibly slapping his thigh. At last, the wasp suit was finally in his possession. After so many years, Hank Pym had never dared to imagine that this day would arrive so swiftly. Nevertheless, being a seasoned veteran, he quickly regained his composure amidst the jubilation. He turned to Hope and instructed, "Hope, put the fake suit inside, and let's retreat swiftly." "Understood." Chapter 073. The impending crisis with the wasp suit hastily stowed away, Hope, suppressing her exhilaration, retrieved the counterfeit item she had prepared earlier. Utilizing the power of her water-based abilities, she placed it into a metal cylinder. Excellent. After examining it through her X-ray glasses, Hope could not help but nod in satisfaction. The operation thus far could be deemed a success. From beginning to end, she had left no trace and triggered no security systems or alarms. To the outside world, it was as if Hope had never been present, and the wasp suit had not been stolen. Unless Klaus was to retrieve the wasp suit someday, it was unlikely that anyone would discover the truth before then. Moreover, Klaus would not simply take out the wasp suit without cause. It had been a remarkably flawless operation. "Hank, are you ready?" "I'm heading out," Hope inquired with spirited enthusiasm over the communication channel. "I'm just waiting for you," came Hank Pym's voice in response. Without further hesitation, Hope stepped forward and vanished from the laboratory. With her water-based ability in play and the support provided by Hank Pym, she exited the premises with remarkable ease and speed, just as she had during the infiltration of Klaus's technology. Upon their return home, they had not alerted a single soul. Everything had transpired silently and without a hitch. "Hank, I can hardly believe it. We truly succeeded." In the living room, Hope and Hank Pym sat at the table. gazing at the wasp suit placed prominently in the center, both brimming with excitement. Hope could hardly restrain herself, exclaiming to Hank Pym, "Indeed, we have succeeded. God knows how long I have awaited this day." Hank Pym shared her enthusiasm, unable to conceal the exhilaration on his face. Klaus has always intended to sell the wasp suit. During board meetings, I consistently thwarted his plans with various excuses. But now I am so eager to witness Klaus's expression when he discovers that the wasp suit is but a counterfeit. The thought nearly made Hope burst into laughter. I dare say, it must be quite thrilling. Hank Pym couldn't help but chuckle. However, after a brief moment of levity, the demeanor of the father-daughter duo turned serious. It was inevitable that Klaus would eventually discover the theft of the wasp suit, and when that time came, he would seek them out. The smile on Hank Pym's face gradually faded, returning to a more somber expression. He nodded, in agreement with his daughter's assessment. Indeed, he certainly would. Although the father and daughter had executed their plan flawlessly today, leaving no trace, Hank understood Klaus all too well. He was not one to overlook such matters. For a long time, Klaus had been aware of Hank Pym's attempts to pilfer the wasp suit from him, and thus Hank would undoubtedly become a prime suspect. Klaus was also likely to resort to extreme measures against him. That man was certainly no benevolent figure. When the time came, both father and daughter would face a significant threat to their lives. "Hank, we must prepare ourselves," Hope said gravely to Hank Pym. Once Klaus turned hostile, it would be beyond the capabilities of the two of them to contend with him. Unless, Hope's gaze fell upon the wasp suit before them. "Hank, you have no reason to stop me this time, do you?" Hope had previously suggested inheriting Hank Pym's Ant-Man suit on numerous occasions, but Hank had always steadfastly refused. He would rather seek out someone still imprisoned than allow his daughter to take on the mantle of Ant-Man. While Hope often appeared furious, she understood deep down that Hank was acting in her best interest. He did not wish for her to put herself in danger. After all, infiltrating Klaus's technology was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, even for Ant-Man. However, circumstances had shifted. They no longer needed to infiltrate Klaus's technology, nor face such dangers. Moreover, it was only a matter of time before Klaus would strike at them. Considering these two undeniable factors, Hope saw no alternative solution beyond the Ant-Man suit. Hank Pym recognized this as well. Yet, his thoughts were clouded by memories of his wife, the original Wasp, who had perished because of her identity. Thus, Hank Pym was unwilling to see his daughter become the second Wasp. He wished for her to be free from all of this. Yet, Hope made a compelling argument. Klaus would undoubtedly seek revenge against them, and they were indeed ill-equipped to defend themselves. Hank Pym found himself engulfed in profound conflict. "Hank, please, there is no other way." As Hope observed Hank Pym's lingering hesitation, she could no longer restrain herself and struck the table, exclaiming, "No, no, Hank, there must be other ways." Hank instinctively shook his head, but suddenly a thought struck him. He smacked his thigh in realization. Devil fruits. Aren't they capable of bestowing extraordinary powers? You could procure more devil fruits and acquire additional abilities. As he spoke, Hank's eyes began to glimmer with excitement. "Yes, that's the plan. Hope, let's go buy some devil fruits." However, Hope interjected, "Hank, unfortunately, one can only consume a single devil fruit. Otherwise, it would lead to fatal consequences." She shook her head, aware of the essential guidelines and basic introductions concerning the devil fruits, which were readily available in the group announcements and the illustrated guide. "Is that so?" Hank Pym felt a twinge of disappointment. If that were the case, it seemed they could not rely on devil fruits after all. Moreover, while Hope had become a powered individual, Hank was perplexed about the utility of her ability to transform objects into water. After a prolonged silence, Hank Pym steeled himself, arriving at a decision. Though he did not wish for Hope to follow in the footsteps of the second Wasp, mirroring his late wife's path, it was imperative that she possess some means of self-defense. Furthermore, since Hope would merely inherit the suit without joining SHIELD, she would be spared from undertaking perilous missions, thereby avoiding the tragic fate of Janet. Hank made up his mind. "Hope, come with me to a certain place." He rose from his seat, beckoning to Hope, and led the way towards the door of the living room. Despite her confusion, Hope refrained from asking further questions and followed Hank as they navigated through twists and turns, ultimately arriving at the underground warehouse. Chapter 074. The Wasp's early activation. I have now come to realize that abilities cannot be destroyed. The only course of action we can take is to ensure they do not fall into the hands of villains, particularly those like Klaus. I have something to show you. As he spoke, Hank guided Hope to the eastern wall of the warehouse, where he pressed a series of codes on a switch unbeknownst to her. With a clang, the wall slid upward, revealing a hidden chamber. Within, there stood another suit. Remarkably, it was a female version of the Ant-Man's suit. Hope was left utterly speechless, her mind racing at the revelation that there was another Ant-Man suit in her own home. Moreover, was it designed for women? Hope inquired, her gaze filled with confusion as she looked at Hank Pym. Hope, haven't you been persistently asking me how your mother died? Hank replied, his eyes shadowed with sorrow. He sighed deeply before continuing. Hope's body tensed slightly, her eyes fixated intensely on Hank Pym, her expression becoming increasingly agitated. After all these years, had Hank finally mustered the courage to reveal the truth? She stared at him, scarcely daring to breathe. It was in 1987. The Separatists seized a missile launch silo in the Soviet Kursk and launched an intercontinental ballistic missile towards America. The only way to access the missile's internal structure was by penetrating solid titanium. I knew that only by shrinking to a molecular level could I accomplish this and successfully disarm the missile. However, my regulator was severely damaged. Yet, your mother, without hesitation, disabled her regulator and entered a subatomic state, successfully neutralizing the missile. But she never returned. Hank Pym unconsciously drifted into this memory, his eyes reddening and his nose tinged with a painful ache. The death of Janet remained an insurmountable obstacle in Hank's heart. Meanwhile, Hope, standing beside him, was already on the verge of tears. Was this the truth behind her mother's death? Was this the reason Hank had never allowed her to inherit the suit? In that moment, Hope finally understood. All the resentment, dissatisfaction, and prejudice she had harbored against Hank over the years vanished completely. She had wronged him. No, she had wronged her own father. Your mother died a hero. For the past decade, I have been studying the quantum realm, hoping to bring her back. Hope interrupted Hank Pym. But the more I learn, the more I realize how little I truly know. This isn't your fault. But why have you concealed this from me for so long? I wanted to protect you. I lost your mother. I cannot bear to lose you as well. Father, Hope said, as they embraced tightly. In that moment, the years of estrangement between them dissolved. So this suit is my mother's? After they separated, Hope gazed at the stunning suit with wings, her expression a mixture of complexity and inquiry. This is an improved version of the suit that your mother and I developed together. She never had the opportunity to use it, but I now realize that it was, in fact, designed for you. Hank gazed at Hope with eager anticipation. Cool, Hope responded, equally filled with excitement. Originally, the Wasp was not meant to emerge until after the Civil War among heroes. However, due to the unwitting encouragement from a time traveler, her debut was hastened. What will you do now? Hope, amidst her enthusiasm, did not forget about her father, exclaiming, your body cannot withstand the suit. Hank Pym, being of advanced age, could hardly endure the rigors of the costume. The suit imposes a considerable strain on the human body, particularly the brain. It is not something anyone can simply don. While Hope could indeed become a warrior akin to the Ant-Man of yore, she could not remain by Hank Pym's side at all times to protect him. Yet, in the next moment, Hope tapped her head and said, oh, Father, I cannot consume the devil fruit, but you still can. Tomorrow, I shall take you to procure one. The devil fruits are extraordinary in their capabilities. Trust me, you will be utterly amazed. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Hank Pym's eyes. Your boasts intrigue me. I truly wish to witness this. Father, I am not boasting, Hope replied with a smile. The following day, at the devil fruit shop, a young man, dressed in a suit and carrying a briefcase, grumbled as he walked in. Millions for a single fruit? And it grants superpowers upon consumption? Am I a fool? Do I look foolish to you? He scoffed, dismissing the notion with disdain. In this era, such absurdities abound. I refuse to believe there are fools willing to buy this. Meanwhile, Roxa hardly paid attention to the young man, immersed in his game while the latter ranted. Such an obvious case of someone who could not afford it, yet still berating the devil fruits, was not worth his time. Ignoring him was the best course of action. Poor soul, he would never realize what he missed. A voice broke the silence as Hope entered with a gentle smile, casting a sympathetic glance at the young man before addressing Roxa. Accompanying her was an elderly gentleman with silver hair and glasses, exuding the essence of a scientist. Roxa instantly recognized him. The old man was none other than Hope's father, the original Ant-Man, Hank Pym, a towering figure in the Marvel Universe. He was a scientist of unparalleled stature. Although his research fields were limited, Roxa believed that his achievements in quantum science rivaled even those of Tony Stark, having delved into the very fabric of time itself. Hope, it is truly unexpected that you have returned so swiftly to attend to the affairs of this humble establishment. As chaotic thoughts flitted through Rocha's mind, he greeted Hope with a smile. The devil fruit, such a wondrous entity, how could it possibly be mine to cherish alone? Manager, this is my father, Hank Pym. Father, allow me to introduce Manager Rocha. Hope briefly introduced Rocha and Hank Pym to one another. Manager Rocha, Hope's water fruit has truly opened my eyes. I could never have imagined that such extraordinary things existed in this world. Hank Pym was equally effusive in his praise of the devil fruit. In response to Hank Pym's commendations, Rocha merely smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he inquired with a smile, "So, Mr. Hank, are you here with the intention of purchasing a devil fruit?" "Indeed. I can hardly contain my eagerness for such a miraculous item," Hank Pym replied, adjusting his glasses, which gleamed with a hint of anticipation. Even someone as composed as Hank Pym found it challenging to maintain complete calm in the presence of such a remarkable phenomenon. "Welcome," Rocha smiled. "I trust that Hope has already briefed you on the devil fruits, so I shall keep my remarks brief. You may wish to peruse the catalog." Without further ado, Rocha produced the catalog of devil fruits and handed it to Hank Pym. Hank Pym accepted it with both hands and began to examine it closely. The array of fruits and their bizarre abilities left him in awe, his face reflecting a sense of wonder. A diminutive fruit? Yet soon, Hank Pym's gaze was captivated by one particular devil fruit in the catalog, and he could not tear his eyes away. A fruit that can shrink a person. This is precisely the essence of Ant-Man. Hank Pym was exhilarated. He had never anticipated that the store would house a fruit capable of achieving the effects of Ant-Man. Was this not tailor-made for him? In his former days as Ant-Man, he had been a premier agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and many had trembled at the mere mention of Ant-Man. When it came to the application of skills associated with Ant-Man, Hank Pym was a veritable master, possessing unparalleled experience. However, as time has passed, Hank Pym's age had taken a toll on his body, rendering him unable to endure the burdens of the Ant-Man suit. And thus he was compelled to relinquish that role. Yet now, he discovered that he could become Ant-Man without the suit. Hank Pym was elated. This must be destiny. Manager, is this diminutive fruit still in stock? Hank Pym gazed eagerly at Rorschach, inquiring with anticipation, the small fruit? Rorschach felt a flicker of surprise. Wasn't this the very ability of Ant-Man? Hadn't Hank Pym acquired the Ant-Man suit? It seemed redundant. However, as he pondered, Rorschach began to understand the underlying reason. Although the specifics eluded him, it appeared that Hank Pym could no longer utilize the suit himself, as he had never donned it throughout the series of films. Moreover, if Hank could wear it, why would he go to such lengths to cultivate another Ant-Man to assist him in acquiring the suit? Surely he could manage it himself. Rorschach seemed to grasp the situation more clearly. While these thoughts flickered through his mind, he continued to engage Hank Pym. "Have you set your sights on the small fruit? Dear customer, as the illustrated guide had described, the small fruit grants the ability to resize one's body. Indeed, despite its name, this singular fruit not only permits diminishment, but also enlargement of one's form. The extent of shrinking or expanding depends on the wielder's own mastery." The light in Hank Pym's eyes grew increasingly bright. It was indeed this familiar power. "Ant-Man, I am back." What a spectacular ability it was. Akin to the enchanting tales of old, so wondrous and magical. Hank Pym's gaze appeared somewhat entranced. However, Rorschach harbored serious doubts that Hank was praising the small fruit. Rather, he seemed to be reveling in his own invention of the Ant-Man suit. This old man was lost in self-admiration. As for the small fruit, it was still in stock. "So, do you wish to procure the small fruit, dear customer?" Rorschach inquired, waiting patiently for Hank to finish his reverie. "Indeed, shopkeeper, I would like the small fruit." Hank Pym replied earnestly. "The price for the small fruit is a modest $4 million, Rorschach quoted. Without uttering a word, Hank swiftly produced his bank card. Beep. The transaction was complete. Rorschach retrieved the small fruit from the display case and placed it in Hank Pym's eager hands. With boundless anticipation and excitement, Hank prepared to consume the fruit and once again embody Ant-Man. "Father, I must caution you beforehand," Hope interjected, halting the impatient Hank Pym. "The flavor of the devil fruit, how shall I put it, is not particularly delightful. Moreover, you need only take a single bite. Consuming the entire fruit is unnecessary." "What are you saying, Hope?" Hank Pym responded with a look of bewilderment. Such a marvelous thing. How could it possibly be wasted? For $1 million spent on a fruit. And you only took a single bite, discarding the rest? Truly a lavish extravagance. Hope. Yet, as Hank Pym savored the flesh of the devil fruit, he finally comprehended why Hope had cautioned him about its unpalatable nature. Was it distasteful? It was hardly fit for human consumption. Hank Pym swore he had never tasted anything so horrendous in his life. It was so vile that tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. Struggling against the urge to expel the fruit, he summoned his formidable willpower and managed to swallow that mouthful with great effort. Shopkeeper, just one bite is sufficient, correct? He hastily sought confirmation from Roxas. After experiencing that abomination, Hank Pym would rather die than take a second bite. Indeed, Hank, just one bite will suffice. Or even a mere morsel will do. There is no need to take such a large bite, Roxas replied with a smile. The corners of Hank Pym's mouth twitched slightly. He had indeed bitten off far too much. What a self-inflicted ordeal. Swish. Just as Roxas finished speaking, Hank Pym felt the scenery around him rapidly shifting, as if he were ascending. This sensation might bewilder those unacquainted with it, but for Hank Pym, it was exceedingly familiar, the feeling of rapidly diminishing in size. Once the surroundings stabilized in his view, he realized that his daughter Hope had transformed into a giant. He could barely reach her high-heeled shoe. That was all. Indeed, the initial state after consuming the diminutive fruit was that of a miniaturized person. To return to normalcy, Hank Pym would need to activate the fruit's powers. Chapter 76. Erica returns once more. I've shrunk. I've truly shrunk. Hank Pym exclaimed, reveling in his present state, overwhelmed with excitement. What a sensation this was. One he had not experienced in years. On the day he shed the Ant-Man suit, he believed he would bid farewell to such feelings forever. In this moment, everything felt utterly surreal. Is this what the devil fruit is? Truly marvelous. After a significant pause, a long sigh escaped Hank Pym's lips. Though he had witnessed the wonders of Hope's fruit firsthand, observing and experiencing it personally were entirely different matters. Swish. In the next instant, with a mere thought, Hank Pym returned to his normal size once again. In general circumstances, when an individual consumes a fruit for the first time, their abilities are typically quite unrefined. However, Hank Pym stands as an exception. After all, he has served as Ant-Man for many years. His familiarity with the nuances of enlargement and reduction is unparalleled. Thus, the diminutive fruit, in Hank Pym's capable hands, is wielded with remarkable proficiency from the outset. In summary, Hank Pym harbors an immense satisfaction with the small fruit. Subsequently, Rasha inquired about Hank Pym's willingness to join a group, but Hank Pym expressed his desire for a peaceful existence in his advanced years, thus opting not to join. Naturally, Rasha would not press the matter further. Farewell, store manager. Goodbye. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hank Pym departed with his daughter. As Rasha observed the duo's retreating figures, he couldn't help but ponder. After acquiring the small fruit, would Hank Pym personally don his gear to infiltrate Klaus Technologies and pilfer the wasp suit? No, wait. The thought of stealing the wasp suit prompted Rasha to realize that Hope's fruit was likely intended for this very purpose. After all, this fruit is a veritable artifact for traversing walls. Beyond this, Rasha could discern no greater value. Although merely a conjecture, he felt it was exceedingly plausible. Goodness. If that were the case, Scott Lang would not become the second Ant-Man. Rasha swiftly grasped this implication. If Scott Lang were to forego the mantle of the second Ant-Man, then the epic confrontation between the second Ant-Man and the Wasp would never transpire, and consequently, Scott Lang would never enter the quantum realm. Scott Lang's journey into the quantum realm is pivotal to the overarching narrative of the Avengers. The ability of numerous heroes to traverse time and acquire the Infinity Stones during the Infinity War hinged upon the quantum realm. This is a significant disruption. Indeed, not only does it jeopardize the crucial issue of time travel, but the first Wasp's successful escape from the quantum realm also relies on Scott Lang's previous entry into it, leading to their quantum entanglement. Yet, if Scott Lang were never to become Ant-Man, would the first Wasp not remain trapped within the quantum realm? Of course, for years, Hank Pym has diligently pursued the study of the quantum realm in hopes of rescuing the first Wasp. Even in the absence of Scott Lang, the possibility of success must exist. Yet, the extent of that possibility remains uncertain. Lost in thought, the sound of the wind chimes at the entrance jolted Rasha back to reality. Another visitor had arrived. The foot traffic today had been quite promising. Hank Pym and his daughter had just departed, and now two familiar faces graced the threshold. Upon a closer glance, Rasha readily recognized the newcomers, Erica and the Stick Sage. "Manager, it appears your business is thriving lately," Erica remarked with a casual familiarity, having visited once before. "Welcome back," Rasha responded with a warm smile. "Manager, this is my teacher, whom everyone affectionately calls the Stick Sage. You may refer to him as such as well," Erica introduced, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, she proceeded to elaborate on her companion. The Stick Sage was clad in military green casual attire, adorned with a hat and sunglasses, wielding a long white cane as though to ensure no one was unaware of his blindness. Yet Rasha understood that this blind man was no ordinary individual. He could easily be likened to an elderly version of Daredevil. "Greetings, Manager Rasha," the Stick Sage greeted, seizing the moment to speak. "Recently, my student Erica showcased a rather remarkable fruit to me. To be honest, even an old man like myself was taken aback by it." Erica then explained. "So here we are, my teacher and I, seeking your expertise. Thank you, Erica and the Stick Sage, for your support of my humble establishment. I presume Erica has informed you about the devil fruits. Shall I provide you with an introduction?" "No need, Manager. I would prefer Erica to read from the compendium," the Stick Sage replied succinctly. With the Stick Sage's preference noted, Rasha gladly aimed to conserve his words and promptly retrieved the compendium, handing it to Erica. "Please excuse me. As my teacher has his reasons for this arrangement, so my monotonous voice may prove a distraction," Erica said, accepting the compendium. "It's quite all right, Erica," Rasha waved dismissively. Unconcerned. After all, the one reading was a striking beauty with both figure and charm. Once greetings were exchanged, Erica wasted no time. She began to read from the compendium, her voice resonating clearly for the Stick Sage. He stood there, leaning on his cane, silent yet attentive, listening intently as Erica presented the details. Quick/fruit. The user can transform any part of their body into a blade. At the mention of this particular fruit, the Stick Sage's interest was piqued. The fruit in question is particularly suited for a martial arts master adept with blades. This sentiment is shared not only by the old master, but also by Erica. However, as Erica cast a fleeting glance towards the corner of the illustrated guide, she noticed a notation in the upper right corner. "Sold. Shopkeeper. Has the quick/fruit already been sold?" Erica couldn't help but turn to Rasha and inquire. She recalled that during their previous visit, Rasha had mentioned that each type of devil fruit in the shop was singular in existence. Chapter 077. The dull fruit and the flourishing fruit. "Indeed, Erica. The quick/fruit has been sold. We currently have no stock remaining," Rasha affirmed with a nod. "Sold? What a pity," the old master mused inwardly. Yet he maintained an impassive demeanor, revealing nothing of his disappointment. "What a shame," Erica echoed, unable to suppress her lament, before resuming her reading from the guide. "The dull fruit possesses the ability to emit specific light waves, causing any object struck by these waves to experience significant sluggishness in movement." As Erica read about the dull fruit, she noticed a subtle shift in the old master's expression. Although others might overlook this slight change, Erica, having studied under him for an extended period, was well acquainted with his nuances. She could discern his every gesture with remarkable precision. It was clear to her that the old master had an interest in the dull fruit as well. With this realization, Erica checked the status of the dull fruit and found it still available for purchase, which relieved her. "Shopkeeper, could you elaborate on the dull fruit? I find it quite intriguing," Erica inquired, turning her gaze towards Rasha. Of course, Rasha readily agreed. As indicated in the guide, this fruit grants its user the ability to unleash dulling light waves. Anything struck by these waves will experience a marked reduction in movement speed. However, this effect is time-limited, lasting a maximum of 30 seconds. Beyond this duration, the affected objects will revert to their normal state. "Only 30 seconds?" Erica interjected, seeking clarification on this critical detail. "Indeed, Erica, that duration applies when the user is proficient with their abilities. If they are inexperienced, the effect may be even shorter," Rasha confirmed with a nod. 30 seconds. Is it? The old master seemed indifferent to this limitation. In the throes of genuine combat, circumstances shift with astonishing swiftness, where a mere instant can dictate the outcome of a conflict. 30 seconds is ample time. It is not merely the 30 seconds. Even a second's delay can have significant consequences for the wielder of the stick. Not to mention, the store manager stated that with proficient use, one could indeed achieve that 30-second threshold, which poses no challenge for the stick wielder. However, he was more intrigued by another matter. Manager, are you referring to objects rather than individuals? The stick wielder inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. This description seemed somewhat at odds with conventional linguistic norms, as delay is typically used to describe people, yet the manager spoke of objects instead. Thus, does the effect of the delay fruit extend beyond mere humans? Indeed, affirmed the manager. The delay fruit can render not only individuals sluggish, but also inanimate objects. The manager nodded, providing a vivid illustration. If one were to emit a wave of delay towards a vehicle on the road, it could significantly reduce its speed or even bring it to a halt. Such an extraordinary ability. Erica could not help but exclaim in wonder. The stick wielder, too, was taken aback by the marvels of the delay fruit. However, the fruit does come with certain limitations. The manager once again solemnly reminded Erica, or perhaps the stick wielder. Firstly, the delay wave can only be emitted from the hand, and it necessitates a specific gesture for its release. This is indeed a notable restriction, yet, overall, it remains within the realm of acceptability. During combat, finding the opportunity to release a wave of light is not particularly daunting. Is that so, manager? What gesture is required? Erica's curiosity was piqued. Erica, are you familiar with the Buddhist gesture known as the Buddha's hand orchid? The manager pondered before explaining to Erica, that is the gesture. Astonishingly, the specific gesture for unleashing the delay wave is the orchid finger. If a charming young woman were to perform this gesture, it would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. However, the thought of a burly man or an elderly gentleman in his 70s executing such a pose sent a shiver down the manager's spine. What a sight for sore eyes. Buddha's hand orchid? Erica raised an eyebrow, her limited knowledge of Buddhism leaving her unaware of the gesture's significance. Instead, she found it to appear rather enigmatic. The stick wielder exhibited no change in expression throughout. For him, the ability to emit the delay wave was paramount, while the gesture itself was inconsequential. His focus lay on a far more pressing inquiry. In other words, if one's hands are injured or bound in a manner that prevents the formation of the Buddha's hand lotus, it would be impossible to emit the dull light waves, correct? The old man inquired further. Indeed, esteemed guest, thus if one intends to acquire the dull fruit, this is a crucial consideration, replied Rasha, nodding in acknowledgement. The old man felt reassured by this. Are there any additional restrictions associated with the dull fruit? Erica interjected once more. There is indeed another limitation. The dull light waves emitted by the fruit's user can be reflected or refracted by mirrors or objects possessing similar light refracting properties. After all, dull light waves are still light and thus exhibit certain optical characteristics. The old man had little to say on this matter, as he perceived that these two limitations were not significant obstacles, merely requiring a modicum of caution during combat, which could be easily circumvented. As for the old man being blind, that had never posed a problem from the outset. Like the night demon, he could perceive his surroundings despite his blindness. Truly remarkable. He marveled at the fruit from the depths of his heart. The dull fruit had now made its way onto the old man's shortlist. Should there be no superior alternatives, he resolved to choose the dull fruit. Erica understood the old man's intentions and exchanged a glance with Rasha before continuing her introduction of other fruits from the catalog. Ultimately, another fruit captured the old man's attention, the verdant fruit, which grants the ability to manipulate plants and accelerate their growth. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression shifted once more. Chapter 078. The Orchid Finger and the Grandfather's Compatibility. If one could truly manipulate plants at will, it would wield immense power in battle. Tactically speaking, it could serve not only as a means to assault foes, but also to ensnare them, and even to provide self-protection. From a potential usage standpoint, it indeed offers greater versatility than the dull fruit. Furthermore, it possesses an advantage that the dull fruit lacks. The ability to control plants freely implies the potential for large-scale area attacks. Thus, while the dull fruit is undeniably extraordinary, the old man found himself irresistibly drawn to the verdant fruit. After all, his purpose in acquiring a fruit was unequivocally to contend with the hand union, whose ninjas are known to operate in swarms. Dear shopkeeper, could you provide me with a detailed introduction to the verdant fruit? The old man could not help but ask Rasha. Of course, as detailed in the illustrated guide, the fundamental ability of this fruit lies in the manipulation of flora. This manipulation encompasses the rapid growth of plants, as well as their movement, entwining, and various other actions. In essence, upon consuming this fruit, the plants become akin to an extension of the user's own body, allowing the wielder to command them to perform a myriad of imagined actions at will. The elder could not help but nod in silent approval. According to the proprietor's description, this particular fruit aligns perfectly with his expectations. Proprietor, what is the strength of the plants under control? Erica posed a critical inquiry from the side. She understood that the elder's interest in this fruit was unlikely to stem from a desire to engage in reforestation. It was undoubtedly intended for combat, making the strength of the plants a vital consideration. You need not worry about this aspect, for the flora created by the bountiful fruit is remarkably resilient, capable of easily withstanding bullets and even artillery fire, Rasha cheerfully informed the two. The elder's expression shifted to one of astonishment. While it was one thing to block bullets, to withstand cannon fire seemed somewhat exaggerated. His satisfaction with the bountiful fruit deepened. Of course, it is worth noting that the plants produced by the bountiful fruit retain some inherent weaknesses typical of flora, such as a susceptibility to fire, Rasha added as a supplementary remark. However, such a concern held little weight for the elder, who regarded it as a minor issue. Nonetheless, I must clarify that the user's control over the plants is executed through the movement of their own body. Rasha suddenly realized a pertinent detail and addressed the elder earnestly. Movement? Erica felt a touch of disbelief. Was this method not somewhat embarrassing, particularly for an older gentleman like the elder? Movement was merely a descriptor. In simple terms, the wielder must sway their body with a certain frequency and amplitude to exert control over the plants. The frequency and extent of these movements directly influenced the efficacy of their control. After a moment's contemplation, Rasha provided a more detailed explanation. I understand now, proprietor. So, to control the plants, one must perform a lively dance on sight. Haha. At the thought of such a scenario, Erica could not help but burst into laughter. Rasha, too, found the imagery amusing. It seemed the elder had unwittingly acquired some peculiar buff. The two fruits he was interested in required either delicate finger gestures or an impromptu dance, creating a rather absurd tableau that bordered on the ridiculous. The old man, he has no words to say? Well, in truth, the old man couldn't help but feel a slight urge to voice his grievances. Is there any particular connection between the specific dance steps and the control of plants? Why must these two be intertwined? It makes no sense at all. Moreover, given his age, while he could manage to take a life, the thought of shaking his hips to dance was indeed somewhat humiliating. However, this moment of grumbling lasted but a fleeting second before he quickly dismissed it. As long as it could aid him in effectively eliminating the hand association, nothing else mattered. All right, Erica, have you had your fill of laughter? If so, let us proceed, the old man urged Erica with an expression of calmness. Yet, even until Erica completed her introduction of the fruits in the catalog, he did not encounter any other devil fruits that stirred his heart. His short list remained confined to these two fruits, the dull fruit and the lush fruit. However, which of these fruits was superior? The old man fell into contemplation. Old man, stop pondering, just go for the lush fruit. I can hardly wait to see what your fiery dance will look like. My goodness, it must be absolutely spectacular, Erica exclaimed, unable to contain her anticipation. The old man, he could hardly be bothered to address his unfilial student. Shopkeeper, I have made my decision. I shall take the dull fruit. After considerable reflection, the old man spoke to Rasha. Although tactically, the lush fruit indeed held greater potential than the dull fruit, there was one aspect in which the dull fruit could never be overshadowed by the lush fruit: its lethality. Once struck by the dull fruit and rendered dull, it could very well cost a life. This was especially true for the 5 fingers of the hand association and other high-ranking individuals. Their strength was exceedingly formidable, and the old man's ability to control plants to attack or bind them would not necessarily yield significant results. After all, these individuals were not fools. They would certainly retaliate upon witnessing a plant's assault. However, the dull light wave was a different matter altogether. That was an arduous force to counter. Furthermore, once ensnared, there would be little to no chance of turning the tide. It was simply an unparalleled weapon against those high-ranking powers. The dull fruit is priced at $5 million. Rasha informed the old man. $5 million? The old man breathed a sigh of relief. Although he led the Pure Heart organization, its primary purpose was to combat the hand association, nothing more. Profit was not its sole objective. During the protracted confrontation with the Purity Society, the organization has been nearly decimated, leaving only a handful of remnants clinging to survival. Consequently, prior to procuring the devil fruit, the old man had already amassed the entirety of the funds at the disposal of the Purity Society, amounting to just over $7 million. Should the fruit exceed this sum, He would need to devise an alternative strategy. Fortunately, the fruit was priced at 5 million, well within the old man's means. Chapter 79. The Crisis of the Deadpool Manager. Please swipe the card. Without hesitation, the old man produced a bank card and handed it to Rasha. Beep. The transaction was swiftly completed. Rasha retrieved the dull fruit and presented it to the old man. Shoo. At that moment, Erica made a gesture for silence towards Rasha. Her eyes alight with anticipation as she watched the old man, evidently eager to observe his reaction upon biting into the fruit. Rasha had intended to offer a word of caution to the old man, but seeing Erica's demeanor, he merely shook his head in resignation. He would not contradict her at this juncture. Crack. In the next instant, the old man took a decisive bite of the fruit. There was a brief pause in his movements, yet that was all. He continued to chew the devil fruit with a composed expression, his visage betraying no hint of change. To an observer, one might assume he was savoring some exquisite delicacy. Such poise. Rasha was immediately filled with respect for the old man. He was no ordinary individual. Having sold numerous devil fruits, he had witnessed each consumer tormented by the unpleasant flavor, some even contorting their features in agony. Yet here was the old man, unfazed, truly remarkable. Old man, a single bite of the devil fruit suffices. There's no need to consume the entire fruit. As Erica's prank reached its intended effect, Rasha interjected to remind the old man. Is that so? I can already feel the changes within my body. The old man set aside the remaining portion of the fruit. Appearing unsurprised, he then took a moment to attune himself to the peculiar sensations coursing through him, revealing a look of intrigued astonishment. Is this the essence of the devil fruit? Old man, you are truly dull. Erica couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. She had anticipated a spectacle of embarrassment, only to be sorely disappointed by the old man's composure. However, the old man paid no heed to Erica, engrossed in exploring the wondrous abilities that had suddenly manifested within him, oblivious to her presence. The Buddha's hand orchid, is this the gesture it signifies? The old man instinctively raised his right hand. His index and little fingers were elegantly lifted while the other 3 fingers were joined together, a movement so natural. After consuming the dull fruit, certain skills had almost become second nature to him. Without a moment's thought, when he wished to unleash his ability, his hand instinctively formed the shape of an orchid finger. Subsequently, he slowly approached the door and, with a sudden flourish of his orchid finger, gestured outward. A wave of light immediately struck the tree outside. The tree, previously swaying rhythmically in the gentle breeze, suddenly slowed its movements as if the film had been put on slow motion when the dull wave impacted it. Is this truly the dull fruit? Remarkable indeed. Witnessing this scene, the old man could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Devil fruits are undeniably wondrous, capable of shattering one's worldview. Manager, you seem utterly unfazed? Erica could not resist glancing at Rasha. It was rather illogical for the old man, blind as he was, to accurately hit the tree outside. Yet Rasha maintained an air of calm throughout, expressing no doubts whatsoever. This was somewhat unexpected for Erica. Rasha merely smiled subtly, saying nothing further. He had already recognized who the old man was, so what was there to be surprised about? Erica, do you believe that a manager who sells such extraordinary items as devil fruits would regard my modest abilities with any significance? The old man calmly addressed Erica. The devil fruits themselves bestow a myriad of miraculous abilities. His skills were hardly noteworthy. The array of extraordinary individuals the manager had encountered undoubtedly surpassed the old man's imagination. After all, being somewhat perceptive hardly constituted a remarkable feat. Erica shrugged, left speechless. Indeed, the old man was right. It was her own perspective that was limited. Well then, manager, we shall take our leave for now and return another day. Goodbye, manager. Take care. After purchasing the fruits, the old man and Erica exchanged farewells with Rasha and departed from the devil fruit shop. The store fell silent once again, with no customers in sight. Rasha quickly retrieved his phone, logging into the international server of his game to unleash his prowess. Deadpool's family. If it's a boy, he shall be named Connor. If a girl, Amelia. My dear, what do you think? Deadpool sat on the sofa, embracing Vanessa as they watched television and engaged in casual conversation. It felt somewhat peculiar. Deadpool candidly expressed that his family always seemed to be linked to the letter F, much like his despicable father. But how can I become a role model for Todd? He pondered. Hey, you are not your father, Vanessa replied earnestly, and our child will never be named Todd. That name is simply too unappealing. The discussion then veered towards family and children. As the conversation progressed, Deadpool's enthusiasm surged, prompting him to rise. I shall prepare some delightful desserts. And then we can create a super baby. He then adeptly began to whip up the treats. What about the name Christo? With AK? It sounds too much like a stripper, doesn't it? How about Kevin? That also has AK, and still leans towards the same issue. Earl? Huh. That name would probably land him straight in prison. Vanessa continued to excitedly brainstorm names. However, at that moment, Deadpool heard the faint sound of gunfire from outside, causing his expression to shift slightly. Quick, get down, he urged Vanessa in a low voice. Without hesitation, he seized a frying pan from the stove and dashed toward the door. What is happening? Vanessa asked, startled. Yet she quickly crouched down behind the sofa. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated through the air as someone blasted open the door with a shotgun. A group of armed men stormed in. Bang! Bang! The deafening gunfire erupted as the assailants mercilessly pulled the triggers aimed at Deadpool. Chapter 080. Dr. Mobius of the Dark Knight. Deadpool's skills were undeniable. Even without his twin swords, he wielded the frying pan with remarkable finesse. It served as both a shield to deflect enemy bullets and a weapon to knock down foes. He could even ricochet bullets back at his adversaries. How absurd! With the sounds of gunfire and metal clashing, an intense battle unfolded. Amidst the chaos, Deadpool moved through the confined space of the room with the agility of a martial artist, utilizing everything around him to dodge incoming fire. He then knocked one enemy to the ground with a frying pan. Bang! In a dazzling display of skill, Deadpool hurled the frying pan with seemingly divine aid. In an instant, the blow landed squarely on another man's forehead, knocking him to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. As Deadpool made his entrance, several others immediately pulled their triggers mercilessly. It is easy to imagine that inflicting harm upon Deadpool would not be so straightforward. He dove forward, deftly evading the enemy's gunfire. Seizing a knife rack from the kitchen, he extracted a blade and hurled it with precision at a burly man before him. Whoosh! The kitchen knife transformed into a flying dagger, striking the man dead in an instant. With the knife rack cradled in his arms, Deadpool charged into close combat with the adversaries. The knives in his grasp proved as formidable as any weapon. As the glimmer of steel flashed, sprays of blood erupted in his wake. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Accompanied by the sound of flesh being cleaved by the sharp edge, the surrounding assassins fell one after another, all vanquished by Deadpool. Darling, darling, are you safe? Deadpool called out anxiously, surveying the area. Just then, Vanessa rose from behind the sofa. I'm fine, my dear. Phew. Deadpool exhaled a long breath of relief, his heart finally at ease upon seeing Vanessa unharmed. With a flamboyant flourish, he quipped, Thank heavens. I'm glad I didn't have to resort to our cheese grater. However, no sooner had he uttered these words than footsteps echoed ominously behind him. Another gunman charged in from outside, raising his weapon towards Deadpool. Quick as a flash, Deadpool spun around and flung a kitchen knife at him. Clang. Unfortunately, the gunman instinctively recoiled, standing at the door's edge, causing Deadpool's knife to embed itself in the doorframe. Bang! The gunman successfully pulled the trigger. A bullet erupted from the chamber, but due to the gunman's instinctive dodge, the trajectory altered, missing Deadpool and striking Vanessa instead. Ugh! Vanessa emitted a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground. Bastard! Deadpool's eyes flared with fury as he charged at the gunman like a wild beast, dispatching him with swift efficiency. He then rushed back to Vanessa's side, lifting her gently. Darling, speak to me. Are you all right? Please tell me you're unharmed. Wait. At this moment, Vanessa sat up, her face reflecting profound relief as she exclaimed, I'm fine. The bullet was thwarted by my attire. Have you forgotten? My outfit is crafted from the fabric of a devil fruit, rendering it bulletproof. Deadpool, of course, had not forgotten this fact. Yet the tension in his heart was a natural response. Upon hearing Vanessa's words and after examining her condition more closely, he too broke into a relieved smile, expressing gratitude. Thank you, shopkeeper, for allowing my precious one to escape with her life. Indeed, gratitude flowed from Vanessa as she wholeheartedly echoed his sentiment. The two exchanged a glance, both recognizing that the decision to procure a devil fruit for Vanessa was astutely wise. Otherwise, that bullet could have claimed her life. Had such a tragedy occurred, Deadpool would have been at a loss for what to do. He feared he might not survive such a loss. At the Zhao Hailuan Research Center, Zhao Hailuan was engrossed in analysis within the control center of the regeneration cradle, her gaze fixed on the rapidly flashing icons and data on the large screen. She casually inquired of her assistant, Jennifer, how much longer until the simulation concludes? Jennifer assessed the simulation status before promptly responding, 3 more hours, doctor. 3 hours? Zhao Hailuan pondered briefly before making a decision. That time frame was sufficient. Jennifer, let us conduct another set of experiments. Doctor, I fear that may be too late, Jennifer cautioned. Shaking her head, aren't you scheduled to meet with Dr. Mobius? There are only 20 minutes remaining until your appointed time. Perhaps you should prepare. It was then that Zhao Hailuan suddenly realized the urgency. Yes, I had indeed arranged to meet Dr. Mobius at 3 o'clock. In my fervor for the experiments, I completely forgot. Turning to Jennifer, she said, I apologize for the inconvenience, but I must change my attire. Understood, doctor. I'll manage things here, Jennifer replied hastily. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhao Hailuan hurriedly made her way out. Upon returning to her private chamber, she removed her lab coat and donned a different outfit, quickly washing her face and applying a touch of makeup. Just as she was finishing, a staff member arrived to inform her, Dr. Zhao, Dr. Mobius has arrived. I understand, Zhao Hailuan responded, swiftly completing her final touches in the mirror before heading to the reception room. There, she found a gaunt young man, whose pale complexion was almost alarming, already seated and awaiting her arrival. Upon the appearance of Dr. Zhao Hailuan, the other party immediately strained to rise, leaning heavily on his crutches. He greeted her with respect, exclaiming, Dr. Zhao, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Your research in biological nanotechnology is truly remarkable. Dr. Mobius, you are too kind. The breakthroughs you have achieved in biochemistry are what truly deserve commendation, and I hold you in great esteem, Zhao Hailuan replied earnestly as she shook his hand. This was no mere flattery. Dr. Mobius was a renowned scientist, even more illustrious in the circles of academia than Bruce Banner, who had never received the Nobel Prize. It was indeed a lamentable fate for such a gifted individual to suffer from an incurable blood disease. However, that was a tale of the past. Chapter 081. Mobius, is this all I am? I have indeed gleaned some insights in biochemistry, but what good is that? Mobius shrugged, a shadow of melancholy crossing his face. I have yet to discover a remedy for my condition. Even winning a Nobel Prize is futile. He endured the relentless torment of illness daily, requiring blood transfusions to sustain his life. Were it not for the companionship of Lucien, a kindred spirit sharing his plight, he wondered if he could continue to persevere. Dr. Mobius, if this issue troubles you, then I must say, you have come to the right place, Zhao Hailuan asserted confidently. I have indeed heard many astonishing rumors, some even suggesting that you, Dr. Zhao, are a mutant. With Zhao Hailuan's air of confidence, Mobius felt a flicker of hope igniting within him. I now wish for those rumors to be true. Then, Dr. Mobius, you may personally verify this. Zhao Hailuan smiled at him, gesturing for him to follow. Without further ado, Mobius accompanied Zhao Hailuan to a specialized treatment room. At her invitation, he seated himself in a designated chair, surveying the surroundings with a look of surprise. Did Dr. Zhao not intend to conduct an examination or treatment? Why was there not a single relevant device or instrument in this room? Had he misinterpreted her intentions? Dr. Mobius, do not be anxious, and certainly do not let your mind wander. Simply relax. Zhao Hailuan's voice resonated in his ears as she settled herself across from him, beckoning him. Now, please place your hand in mine. Mobius wore a puzzled expression as he inquired, Dr. Zhao, what are we doing? Creating miracles, Zhao Hailuan replied, fully aware that further explanations would be futile. With a mysterious smile, she gestured, come, give me your hand. Though Mobius remained uncertain of Zhao Hailuan's intentions, he suppressed his curiosity and extended his hands. Without uttering another word, Zhao Hailuan grasped Mobius's hands and began to activate her abilities. Is this what they call healing? Merely holding hands? Mobius felt a twinge of confusion within, yet his face soon illuminated with astonishment. At that moment, he sensed an inexplicable transformation occurring within his body. Although he could not articulate the nature of this change, there was an undeniable sensation. The weakness and discomfort that had plagued him were rapidly vanishing. Mobius felt as if he had never experienced such vitality in his life. He even sensed an infusion of strength coursing through him. Although Zhao Hailuan had not yet released his hand, rendering him unable to test his newfound state, Mobius realized that he could walk unaided, without the need for a cane. This feeling, Mobius murmured, his voice trembling with disbelief. All right, Dr. Mobius, Zhao Hailuan said as she released his hand, smiling, you may now experience your body. Eagerly, Mobius rose to his feet. He stood firm and steady, like a seasoned pillar. He took a few steps, moving as confidently and effortlessly as an ordinary person, devoid of any sensation of weakness. "I can walk like a normal person," Mobius exclaimed, a mix of joy and astonishment escaping his lips. "Dr. Mobius, the mirror is to your left. You may wish to see yourself now," Zhao Hailuan gently prompted, amusement dancing in her eyes. With boundless anticipation, Mobius turned to face the mirror. Boom. Upon catching a glimpse, he froze, unable to believe his own eyes. Was the figure in the mirror truly him? The rosy complexion, the full features, no longer the pallor of a ghost or the frailness of mere skin stretched over bones. Now he appeared to be a robust and healthy individual. If not for the inappropriateness of the moment, Mobius would have eagerly shed his clothes to examine every inch of his transformed self. Incredible. This is utterly astonishing. How could such a thing be possible? Yet, despite this, Mobius was left utterly speechless, instinctively touching his own face and murmuring softly. His affliction was due to a genetic anomaly, and unless there was a way to mend the genes, no solution could be found. The Mobius family was renowned as a powerful dynasty, possessing wealth beyond measure, and they had left no stone unturned in their quest for a cure for Mobius. However, after all these years, no remedy had been discovered. The defects in genes, even in this era of advanced science, remained insurmountable. Yet now, within this laboratory, Zhao Hailuan had merely clasped her hands for a brief moment and had cured this seemingly incurable genetic disease. This was nothing short of magical. Had he not experienced it firsthand, Mobius would never have believed it. Furthermore, not only had she cured this ailment, but Dr. Zhao had also restored Mobius's emaciated body to its normal state in such a short span of time. This was truly astonishing. "Dr. Zhao, only now do I comprehend why some would refer to you as a mutant," Mobius exclaimed with a long sigh, finally turning to face Zhao Hailuan. What she had accomplished had completely defied the laws of science, eluding explanation by any scientific means, only comprehensible through the lens of a non-scientific entity, such as a mutant. "Dr. Mobius, you jest. I am not a mutant," Zhao Hailuan replied with a gentle smile. She understood Mobius's feelings and felt no offense. In fact, being suspected of being a mutant was, in essence, a validation of her abilities. "Not a mutant?" Mobius observed Zhao Hailuan, noting she did not appear to be lying. After careful consideration, it seemed indeed plausible. Those registered as mutants could be verified, and her name was not among them. Moreover, individuals of Zhao Hailuan's caliber could not possibly be classified as undocumented mutants. Thus, she should not be a mutant at all. This raised a question, however. How had Zhao Hailuan accomplished such an extraordinary feat? Chapter 82. Only madness can explain madness, Dr. Zhao. Pardon my boldness, but how did you manage to heal me? This is not something modern medicine can achieve. Mobius's voice continued, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Hailuan, bewildered and seeking clarity. "Dr. Mobius, are you familiar with the concept of the devil fruit?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Hailuan fixed his gaze upon Mobius and inquired, "Devil fruit?" Mobius was momentarily taken aback, pondering the nature of this peculiar term. "Dr. Mobius, I assure you that my healing was not achieved through conventional medical means. Nor am I a mutant. I possess a remarkable ability akin to that of mutants, which I acquired from an extraordinary fruit known as the devil fruit. This fruit grants one superhuman abilities upon consumption. By ingesting the healing fruit, I gain the power to cure any ailment." As Zhao Hailuan recounted the astonishing circumstances of his encounter, Mobius's initial reaction was one of disbelief. What on earth? Is Dr. Zhao regaling me with some mythical tale? How could one possibly acquire superpowers merely by eating something? Yet, on the other hand, the extraordinary method by which Zhao Hailuan had healed himself was undeniably beyond the realm of ordinary understanding. Consequently, Mobius found himself thoroughly perplexed by Zhao Hailuan's account. However, at that moment, Mobius was primarily concerned with his own health, and after expressing his gratitude to Zhao Hailuan, he departed the research center. Upon returning to his own laboratory, he observed that all outward indications suggested he had been cured. Nevertheless, Mobius remained apprehensive and deemed it necessary to conduct a thorough examination of his condition. As a meticulous scientist, he relied solely on empirical data. Martina. Upon arriving at the research center, an exhilarated Mobius began to call out for his assistant. "Mobius, what is the matter?" A beautiful young researcher, clad in a white lab coat and holding a document, emerged from one of the laboratories. She cast a fleeting glance at Mobius and gasped in astonishment. You are Mobius? Goodness. How is it that you do not recognize me? Seeing Martina's shocked expression, Mobius couldn't help but smirk with a sense of pride. There is no doubt about it. I am indeed Mobius. Good heavens, how can this be? What has transpired? How could you? Martina scrutinized Mobius from head to toe, her disbelief palpable as she finally managed to articulate her astonishment. Mobius was afflicted with an incurable disease. How is it possible that after merely stepping out for a moment, you have returned suddenly healed? Let us discuss that later. For now, Martina, please conduct an examination. Mobius urged eagerly. Okay. Martina nodded repeatedly, then promptly set aside her other tasks to personally conduct an examination for Mobius. She was equally curious about the condition of Mobius's body. Although Martina fervently wished for Mobius to regain his health, her rational mind informed her that such a possibility was utterly unattainable. Modern medicine had not yet reached the level capable of curing Mobius's affliction. However, when the examination report was released, Martina was rendered speechless. The report indicated that Mobius's blood had completely returned to normal, without any issues. Not only his blood, but even other bodily indicators had reached the standards of a healthy individual. The current Mobius was no longer the ailing genius scientist plagued by an incurable disease. He had transformed into an exceptionally healthy person. How could this be? Such a phenomenon was inconceivable. Martina, what does the report say? Show it to me, Mobius urged. Sensing the surprise in Martina's demeanor, he suppressed his excitement and eagerly snatched the report from her hands. After a swift glance, Mobius too was overwhelmed with elation. I'm truly healed. This is nothing short of a miracle. Mobius, how could this happen? This is simply miraculous. How did you manage to heal? Martina's incredulous voice broke the silence as she gazed at Mobius with disbelief. In truth, it was Dr. Zhao Hailuan who cured me, Mobius explained, recounting to Martina the events that transpired at the Zhao Hailuan Research Center. Martina was left in a state of astonishment. The disease, akin to a terminal illness, had seemingly vanished after merely holding hands for a few minutes. If it weren't for the revitalized Mobius standing before her, she would never have believed it. Martina, do you believe in the devil fruit that Dr. Zhao mentioned? Mobius then inquired, gazing intently at her. Though it sounded utterly insane, Mobius, I believe that only such a fantastical tale could elucidate the extraordinary events that have unfolded in your life. Martina contemplated before responding. The devil fruit shop. In any case, that is how it transpired. Ultimately, that individual truly shot Vanessa, even knocking her to the ground. In that fleeting moment of less than a second, a multitude of thoughts flooded my mind. I had yet to create a super baby, and we hadn't even settled on a name for our little one. I had not ascended to stardom or starred in a blockbuster film, one that my child could one day watch and marvel at my performances. Countless ideas swirled within me, and in that instant, time appeared to stand still, my heartbeat synchronizing with its pause. Wade, you were unexpectedly attacked? Rashia exclaimed, concern etched across his face. Vanessa is all right, isn't she? Did she manage to use the suit fruit to create clothing? I was about to elaborate when the store manager interjected. Thank the heavens. No, I should express my gratitude to you, dear manager, for providing such an extraordinary devil fruit. And also to my astute self for procuring it for Vanessa. I must extend my thanks to her for her trust in consuming such a peculiar substance. In summary, Vanessa was unharmed. Her attire had miraculously deflected the bullets. Manager, I believe this astonishing scene ought to be documented, so we may recount it to our child in the future. Deadpool was regaling Rashia with his harrowing tale when the wind chimes at the entrance chimed melodically. A dapper gentleman clad in a designer suit, sporting long hair, walked gracefully into the shop. Hey, Wade, we have a guest. I'll talk to you later. Rashia greeted Deadpool before setting aside his phone to attend to the newcomer. Good day, esteemed patron. Welcome to our humble establishment. Greetings, manager, Morbius replied courteously, while discreetly surveying the peculiar devil fruit shop. Initially, when Zhao Hailuan had informed him about the existence of devil fruits, Morbius had approached the matter with skepticism, harboring more doubts than belief. After conferring with his assistant, he resolved to explore the location Zhao Hailuan had mentioned, albeit with a tentative hope. To his astonishment, he indeed found a shop dedicated to devil fruits. Frankly speaking, upon witnessing the establishment, Morbius felt his conviction bolster incrementally. After all, it seemed implausible that Zhao Hailuan would fabricate such a place merely to deceive him. Yet, the simplicity of this wondrous shop, which could easily be mistaken for an ordinary fruit store by the uninformed, diverged from Morbius's expectations. "Excuse me, manager. Might you possess a special fruit known as a devil fruit?" Morbius inquired, contemplating his words before directly addressing Rashia. Unable to conjure a more fitting term, he settled on describing it as special. Although the establishment is named Devil Fruit, Mobius could not help but seek confirmation from Rasha once more. After all, the name might merely be a title, devoid of any actual mystical fruits within. Upon Mobius's inquiry, Rasha immediately grasped the situation. It appeared that this individual had indeed encountered the wonders of the devil fruit, prompting his visit to the shop. Nodding in acknowledgement, Rasha gestured towards the display cabinet beside him, inviting the customer to behold the selection of devil fruits. As Mobius gazed upon the vibrant assortment of fruits, his expression transformed into one of intrigue. Are these truly the devil fruits? They seem rather peculiar. Are they even edible? It was evident that the customer had heard rumors regarding the establishment prior to his arrival. With confidence, Rasha looked at Mobius and assured him, "Regardless of what tales you may have heard, I can responsibly affirm their authenticity. Then, may I inquire if you are acquainted with Dr. Zhao Hailuan?" Mobius did not allow himself to be easily swayed by Rasha's words. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his gaze to pose the question. Rasha understood that this individual had likely been healed by Zhao Hailuan. Suddenly, a realization struck Rasha. Could this person be the doctor who had transformed into a vampire? No wonder he seemed familiar at first glance. He was indeed a renowned figure. According to Rasha's recollection, this individual had suffered from an exceedingly rare blood disorder, which led him to infuse his own DNA with that of a bat in pursuit of a cure, resulting in his transformation into an enhanced vampire. It appeared that his affliction had now been remedied by Zhao Hailuan, who was among the earliest patrons of the shop and had purchased the healing fruit, gaining the ability to cure all ailments. Rasha nodded in affirmation, recognizing that the customer must have witnessed the miraculous nature of the healing powers. "As of now, I cannot ascertain that," Mobius candidly replied. After a brief pause, he continued, "Might I have the opportunity to observe the extraordinary healing fruit?" "Regrettably, esteemed guest, our shop only possesses one of each type of devil fruit. The healing fruit has already been acquired by Dr. Zhao Hailuan, and thus, we are currently out of stock." However, Rasha interjected, producing a guidebook and presenting it to Mobius. "Here is a brief introduction to the healing fruit. Should you be interested, you may peruse this." Rasha pointed to the healing fruit in the illustrated guide. Mobius lowered his gaze to the entry on the healing fruit, which was identical to what Zhao Hailuan had described. There was no room for doubt. He then shifted his attention to explore other content within the guide. First, he encountered the general introduction to the devil fruits, followed by a myriad of extraordinary fruits, each distinct in form and function. There were fruits that rendered the surroundings silent, fruits that enabled communication with animals, and fruits that could strip objects of their color, among many others. It was a veritable revelation for Mobius, as if a new world had been unveiled before him. If the claims within the guide were indeed true, he felt that the worldview and understanding he had cultivated over the years were on the verge of collapse. Hormone fruit. Amidst a flurry of chaotic thoughts, a particular devil fruit captured Mobius's attention. Hormones, after all, referred to the very essence of bodily hormones. Thus, this fruit could manipulate the hormones within the human body. Such a concept was intricately linked to the biochemical studies Mobius had been pursuing. If the hormone fruit could genuinely control the hormones within the human body at will, Mobius believed that his research would achieve unprecedented breakthroughs. Shopkeeper. Is it true that the hormone fruit can, as the guide states, control the hormones in the human body at will? Mobius eagerly inquired of Rasha. Indeed, the hormone fruit could manipulate human hormones, and beyond the conventional definitions of hormones, it could also generate and regulate conceptual hormones. For instance, male hormones, female hormones, emotional hormones, and healing hormones. Terms such as male and female hormones are rather broad and vague. Biologically, such classifications do not exist. Particularly, emotional hormones are a nonentity. As for healing hormones and growth hormones, they veer into the realm of fantasy. In essence, this was a miraculous fruit capable of controlling temperature, emotions, pigmentation, and growth through hormonal manipulation, thus facilitating internal transformation within the human body. Chapter 084. Hormone fruit in mere seconds. The notion of a man transforming into a woman seemed to Mobius like an arcane text, entirely contrary to scientific reason. utterly fantastical. Yet, at that moment, the image of Zhao Hailuan merely clasping her hands to cure her own affliction flickered through Mobius's mind. This left Mobius somewhat hesitant. The notion of handshake healing ailments is as fantastical as instantaneously transforming a man into a woman. I merely offered it as an example. Rorschach noticed the doubt flickering in Mobius's eyes, yet he chose to disregard it, continuing instead with his introduction. The transformative power of the hormone fruit on the human body indeed possesses numerous applications. For instance, it can harness emotional hormones to alleviate fatigue. Furthermore, it can utilize healing hormones to stimulate the body's self-repair capabilities, enabling it to recover from certain injuries. Of course, there are limitations. If one is excessively fatigued or severely injured, employing the hormone fruit for instant recovery may yield certain repercussions. Nevertheless, everyday fatigue and minor injuries pose no issues at all. The more Mobius listened, the more incredulous he became. If the hormone fruit were indeed genuine, it would be an extraordinarily remarkable fruit, undoubtedly possessing unforeseen benefits for his research. However, due to its astounding nature, despite the precedent set by Zhao Hailuan's successful recovery, Mobius could not entirely dispel the doubts lingering in his mind. After all, the compendium indicated a staggering price of $400,000 for the hormone fruit. This was no trifling sum. Fortunately, during subsequent discussions between Mobius and Zhao Hailuan, she revealed that the shops selling these devil fruits offered samples for tasting. Once consumed, one could gain 5 minutes of power. If Mobius remained apprehensive, he could first sample the product and, upon ensuring its safety, proceed with the formal purchase. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, Mobius made this request to Rorschach, shopkeeper. From my understanding, your establishment provides samples of the devil fruits for tasting, correct? Indeed, we do, Rorschach readily affirmed, recognizing it as a legitimate request from a customer that he could not refuse. Without further ado, he promptly produced a sample of the hormone fruit and handed it to Mobius. Mobius accepted the sample, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he consumed the hormone fruit with a hint of anticipation. Instantly, a look of astonishment spread across Mobius's face, for he immediately sensed the changes occurring within his body. It was a wondrous transformation, one that defied verbal description. In that moment, it felt as though a hormone controller had been installed within him. He could perceive the various hormones within his body with unparalleled clarity, and he possessed the extraordinary ability to control them at will. The sensation was truly remarkable. With a mere thought, a syringe-like appendage sprouted from Mobius's fingertip. Although this contraption was a novel phenomenon, Mobius instinctively understood its purpose, to inject relevant hormones into the human body. The experience was nothing short of magical. His eyes sparkled with wonder as he immersed himself in this extraordinary feeling. Subsequently, with another mental command, he harnessed the power of the fruit to secrete the corresponding sadness hormone and injected it directly into his own being. It was as if he had been struck by a spell, despite having just cured his terminal illness, a cause for jubilant celebration. Mobius inexplicably felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow, yearning for a place to weep inconsolably. Although there was no legitimate reason for such sadness, he was enveloped by it. The sensation was indescribably peculiar. Of course, the sadness hormone merely elicited feelings of sorrow without affecting Mobius's intellect in the slightest. In that moment, all doubts Mobius had harbored regarding the hormonal fruit were utterly dispelled. It was astonishing, truly astonishing. Wiping away the tears that had inexplicably flowed from his eyes, he gazed at Rasha and expressed his heartfelt admiration. The juxtaposition of his exhilarated exclamations and his sorrowful, conflicted visage was undeniably amusing. Would you like to explore other devil fruits? Rasha inquired with a smile, seeking Mobius's opinion. No, that will suffice. I desire this hormonal fruit, Mobius declared, shaking his head resolutely. The price for the hormonal fruit was a mere $4 million. Let us proceed with the transaction, shopkeeper. Without further ado, Mobius produced his bank card and handed it to Rasha. Beep. The transaction was swiftly completed. Rasha presented the hormonal fruit to Mobius, who, filled with boundless anticipation, quickly consumed it, albeit just a bite. The taste of the devil fruit, which so challenged one's resolve, could likely only be fully embraced by a warrior like Deadpool. Greetings, esteemed guest. Our humble shop has established a community for devil fruit users. Would you care to join? Following the completion of the transaction, Rasha once again posed this question to Mobius. Certainly, it is a profound honor. Much like the majority of customers who have procured the devil fruit, Michael Morbius exhibited little hesitation in joining the group. Subsequently, both parties connected on a social platform, and Rasha swiftly added Morbius to the group. Store manager, everyone, let us extend a warm welcome as our family at Devil Fruit House gains another new member. Michael Morbius. Greetings to all. I am Michael Morbius, and it is an immense privilege to become part of this family. Charles Xavier, Dr. Morbius? Is that truly you? I never anticipated your presence in this group. Michael Morbius, Professor Xavier? I had no inkling you were also part of this group. What a delightful surprise. Indeed. Both Professor Xavier and Morbius are renowned figures within their respective circles, having shared a few fleeting encounters. While not intimately familiar, they were certainly acquainted. Deadpool, another doctor, has joined our ranks. With Dr. Zhao Helen in the mix, wow, I had no idea I was acquainted with so many eminent scientists. Chapter 085, Blacklisted Clients. Zhao Helen. Dr. Morbius, have you finally come to purchase a devil fruit from the manager? I wonder what fruit you have chosen. Michael Morbius. I have acquired the hormone fruit, which essentially allows for the modification of the human body through hormonal control. Vanessa, that sounds like an extraordinary fruit. However, what do you mean by modification? What does it entail? Havoc. Greetings, Dr. Morbius. I am Havoc. Welcome to the group. Havoc. Though I am uncertain about the nature of the modifications, given that it involves a devil fruit, I have a strong intuition that it is anything but ordinary. Michael Morbius. Indeed, it is far from ordinary. For instance, I possess the capability to transform men into women. Morbius's statement genuinely astonished everyone. Such a transformation seemed rather extravagant. A seamless gender change. Wade Wilson, men into women? Is that truly feasible? That sounds rather enticing. Wade Wilson, in fact, I have always been curious about what it is like to be a woman. It must be an extraordinary experience. Dr. Morbius, when can you transform me into a woman so that I may experience that perspective? Professor X, the ability to alter one's gender at will? That is indeed quite remarkable. Zhao Helen, it appears this fruit is indeed something extraordinary. Michael Morbius, I apologize for not clarifying earlier. My mention of transforming men into women pertains solely to changes in appearance, rather than a true alteration of gender. Merely altering one's appearance without undergoing a genuine transformation of gender can be likened to a mere facade. An unsettling chill swept through the group as they collectively grappled with this notion. Such a metamorphosis, who would dare to fall in love with whom? The average person would find it truly daunting. Wade Wilson mused. Is this what they call a transvestite? It appears to be quite an intriguing experience, or rather, it transcends mere intrigue. It embodies a new breed of humanity that surpasses the dichotomy of male and female. He continued, addressing Dr. Morbius. When you find a moment, do assist me in undergoing a transformation to see how it feels. I find myself rather eager. The members of the group were thoroughly captivated by Deadpool, showering him with their admiration. This individual was indeed a true warrior. After exchanging pleasantries with the group, Morbius refrained from further frivolity and promptly exited the chat. Today has truly been an eye-opening experience, dear shopkeeper. The devil fruit has unveiled a gateway to a new realm for me. With the assistance of the hormone fruit, I believe my research will achieve groundbreaking advancements, Morbius remarked earnestly, gazing at Rasha with gratitude. Let us wish you success in your endeavors. Morbius, Rasha sincerely replied. Thank you. Shopkeeper, I shall not impose any longer today. I will visit again another time. Always welcome. Rasha bid him farewell. After exchanging a few more casual words with Rasha, Morbius departed from the devil fruit shop. Another devil fruit has been sold. Splendid. Rasha's spirits were high. As this indicated, he was one step closer to achieving his sales target. Upon reflection, he realized he had sold a total of 14 fruits thus far. Only one more was needed to meet the system's update criteria. Rasha was exceedingly eager for the system's refresh. He was intrigued by the potential fruits that might become available, particularly if any nature-type devil fruits would be included. Calculating further, with the recent sale of the hormone fruit to Morbius, he had reached the target of 7 fruits for the latest phase of 10. Just 3 more sales would allow Rasha to settle with the system and reap the corresponding rewards. With 7 fruits sold almost unnoticed, the remaining 3 seemed well within reach. Rasha was brimming with vigor, and this newfound energy propelled him to an impressive 5 consecutive victories in the upcoming rankings, elevating him directly to Diamond 1. Following Morbius's visit, several other clients arrived at the shop, each with their own reservations about the devil fruits or financial constraints. Consequently, No additional sales were made, leaving little to discuss. Until shortly after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, another impeccably dressed gentleman made his entrance into the Devil Fruit shop. A glance revealed a warm and genial smile adorning his face, his hair meticulously styled, and a scarf elegantly draped around his neck. Coupled with his confident and commanding presence, he epitomized the quintessential successful Wall Street figure. "Good day, shopkeeper. May I inquire about the nature of the devil fruit?" The man surveyed the interior of the shop with a composed demeanor before politely directing his question to Rasha. Drawing from his experience, Rasha surmised that this gentleman was likely a high-caliber client, one who might be inclined to part with several $1,000,000 for a single devil fruit. Rasha knew precisely how to engage with such a patron. However, at that moment, an unexpected alert resonated in Rasha's mind from the system. "Warning! Warning! A prohibited order has been detected. Please address it immediately." A prohibited order? Rasha was momentarily taken aback, and his first instinct was to wonder if this gentleman was purchasing the devil fruit on behalf of someone else. Moreover, did that individual already possess dominion over 3 devil fruits? When Rasha inquired further into the system, he received an astonishing reply. Prospective buyer Klein Fassbinder is a member of the Hand Association. All personnel associated with the Hand Association have been blacklisted by the system, and transactions are forbidden. The system had provided Rasha with this alarming information. The Hand Association? Rasha had not anticipated that this seemingly elite individual would be affiliated with such a nefarious organization. In truth, had Rasha known of the man's connection to the Hand Association, he would have refrained from selling him a devil fruit, even without the system's prohibition, as it would have crossed Rasha's moral threshold. Indeed, Rasha did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. He had previously sold devil fruits to characters like Jean and Wesley, who were hardly virtuous. Yet, the Hand Association represented an entirely different realm of malevolence. This organization had historically orchestrated plagues and earthquakes, leading to the annihilation of entire cities on multiple occasions, a true embodiment of villainy. Selling a devil fruit to such individuals would constitute a grave transgression. Chapter 086. Targeted by the Hand Association. I am sorry, sir, but this establishment caters exclusively to internal members and does not provide services to non-members. I kindly ask you to leave. Now that Rasha was aware of the true nature of this man named Klein, he saw no reason to engage further. He casually offered an excuse and began to usher the man out. Klein was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. Ratchet was uncertain whether Klein's visit was a spontaneous occurrence or a calculated move orchestrated by the Hand Association. But his abrupt directive to vacate the premises clearly caught Klein off guard. Is that so? After a moment of surprise, Klein maintained his composure and politely inquired, "Pray tell, how might one become a member of your esteemed establishment?" The shop operates under a specific set of protocols that cannot be disclosed. However, if you have not received an invitation to join, it indicates that you do not meet the membership criteria. My apologies, but I must insist you leave, Ratchet replied, once again gesturing for Klein to exit. Understanding that further discussion would be futile, Klein nodded in acknowledgement and departed without delay. Ratchet then re-entered the system, a realm he had never known to possess a blacklist. Curiosity piqued, he asked the system, what manner of individuals are deemed worthy of inclusion on this blacklist? Individuals who inflict significant harm upon human society, or those with a propensity for such malevolence, characterized by deeply sinister and malevolent tendencies, whether they be individuals or organizations, will find themselves recorded on the blacklist. The system's explanation was succinct. In essence, it referred to individuals of profound wickedness, surpassing even the likes of Jean Bing and Wesley in their nefariousness. Are there other individuals or organizations on this blacklist, aside from the Hand Association? Ratchet inquired further. Hydra. Caecilius. The system provided 2 examples that undeniably fit its prior description. Hydra, of course, is a nefarious organization steeped in history. It is not an exaggeration to label the actions of the Red Skull as heinous, especially when considering initiatives such as the Insight program, which aim to eliminate hundreds of thousands, if not millions, in one fell swoop. Such an organization undoubtedly merits a place on the system's blacklist. Caecilius' deeds were similarly atrocious. This individual sought to destroy the Sanctum Sanctorum of Camartage, aiming to summon the dimensional demon to Earth, an ambition even more outrageous than that of Hydra. Were he to sell a devil fruit to such a being, even if the system permitted it, Ratchet would be plagued by a sense of moral disquiet. In Hell's Kitchen, at Lady Gao's secret hideout, The two figures of Murakami and Lady Gao presented a stark contrast in posture, one leaning on a cane, while the other reclined nonchalantly on the sofa. Yet, despite their differing stances, both bore identical frowns upon their brows. Before Murakami and Lady Gao stood a sharply dressed man, exuding an air of distinction. It was none other than Klein, who had gone to Russia to procure the devil fruit. The young man's demeanor was resolute, as he stated. He offered me no assistance and issued multiple requests for my departure within a mere 2 minutes. However, within the display cases of the shop, I beheld an array of peculiar, vividly colored fruits, which must have been the devil fruits. Klein respectfully reported to Murakami and Lady Gao. Indeed, Klein's visit was not a mere coincidence, but a directive from Lady Gao and Murakami. Following their encounter with Jean Bing, they had come to realize that he was not the genuine Iron Fist. Consequently, they undertook a thorough investigation into the extraordinary abilities displayed by Jean Bing, Vanessa, and the target. Initially, Lady Gao and her associates suspected that Jean Bing and his companions were mutants. However, as their inquiries progressed, they discovered their error. Jean Bing and his companions were, in fact, ordinary individuals endowed with remarkable powers due to their consumption of a mystical fruit known as the devil fruit, which bestows superhuman abilities. This revelation astonished and invigorated Lady Gao and her colleagues. They were astounded that such an extraordinary entity as the devil fruit existed in the world, a phenomenon they had never encountered in their centuries of existence. Their excitement stemmed from the realization that if the devil fruit could grant superpowers, it presented a tremendous opportunity for the expansion of their organization. Thus, Lady Gao and Murakami dispatched individuals to investigate further. However, they were taken aback to find that acquiring the devil fruit was not as straightforward as they had anticipated. It appeared that the fruit was sold selectively, only to those whom the sellers deemed worthy. Those deemed unworthy could not procure it, correct? Lady Gao's voice chimed in, summarizing Klein's report before casting a glance at him and inquiring. Indeed, Klein affirmed, and furthermore, the criteria for potential buyers were not disclosed. Jean Bing, Vanessa, the deceased Wesley, the renowned Zhao Hailuan, and the mercenary who had slain the night demon. All these individuals had seemingly acquired the devil fruit. What distinguished them from us? Murakami pondered aloud, unable to comprehend why these individuals, with their varying statuses and professions, were deemed eligible to purchase the fruit while they were not. I understand now. You may leave. Lady Gao gestured, dismissing Klein with a wave of her hand. Jean, such a trivial individual, has left us utterly humiliated, to the extent that even a mere fruit vendor now regards us with disdain. Is this truly the pinnacle of our hand union's capabilities? Only after Klein departed did Murakami gradually rise, casting a meaningful glance at Lady Gao. A momentary setback signifies little, for in this world, there exists no individual who is perpetually victorious. Lady Gao, surprisingly composed, remarked from another perspective that we ought to express gratitude for this defeat, at the very least. It has unveiled to us a more wondrous and formidable force, has it not? Yet, that force has barred us from entry. The desires of our hand union have, thus far, remained unfulfilled. Not once have we faced such a failure. Chapter 087. The illicit invasion of the devil fruit shop. What do you intend to do? Murakami inquired, his gaze keenly fixed upon Lady Gao. Since they refuse to sell to us, we shall take matters into our own hands, Lady Gao declared with an air of certainty. Judging by her demeanor, it was evident that such actions were not unfamiliar to them. They appeared to treat it as commonplace. However, we must deliberate carefully and proceed with caution. Murakami concurred, not voicing any objections, but adding solemnly, despite Klein's feedback suggesting the shop's attendant was an inconspicuous young man. Their previous investigations had uncovered no connections to any individuals associated with the devil fruit shop. Yet, even without much contemplation, Murakami understood that the person capable of offering such extraordinary items for sale was far from ordinary. Their influence must be substantial. Moreover, unlike Jin's mundane authority, the forces behind the devil fruit shop could very well be akin to a colossal power entangled with mysticism, reminiscent of Kunlun. After all, the devil fruits themselves are inherently supernatural entities. In the face of such existence, even the hand union must proceed with due consideration. While it would be an exaggeration to claim we are paralyzed by fear, a necessary caution must be exercised. I understand, Lady Gao nodded. Their 5 fingers are relics that have survived for centuries. making them one of the rare few who perceive the true nature of this world. They are aware that some supernatural mysteries exist, and to provoke such entities would lead to considerable trouble. The Hand Union's influence spans the globe. Beyond our direct and peripheral members, we also control countless puppets within this city. I will ensure everything is managed meticulously, even in the event of unforeseen complications. Our Hand Union will remain unscathed, Lady Gao assured Murakami. Murakami said no more. He had complete confidence in Madame Gao's capabilities. Despite her frail appearance, which suggested she was nearing the end of her days, her intellect remained sharp, far surpassing that of most individuals. When it came to cunning schemes, Murakami found himself at a loss in comparison. You will handle this matter. What about Jin Bing? Murakami inquired once more, glancing at Madame Gao. Their previous attempt to subdue Jin Bing had ended in utter failure. Thus, both Murakami and Madame Gao were wary of acting impulsively again. Though reluctant to admit it, they recognized that with their current resources, confronting Jin Bing would prove exceedingly challenging. Moreover, following the recent events, it was certain that Jin Bing would be amassing strength. Given that Hell's Kitchen was Jin Bing's stronghold, the odds were indeed stacked against the two of them. I have already notified the gambler. Once he and his men arrive, we can launch our counterattack, Madame Gao replied with a calm demeanor, as if everything was already planned out. Murakami nodded, acknowledging his understanding, and refrained from further comments. As the vibrant and bustling day transitioned into night, a serene quiet enveloped the city, with only the occasional figure of a wandering soul lingering in the shadows. The same held true for 73rd Street. Yet, amidst the darkness, a man donned in a casual suit paired with a plaid shirt and a felt hat, exuding an air of flamboyance, silently appeared at the entrance of the Devil Fruit shop. This must be the Devil Fruit house, the man in the felt hat mused as he glanced at the sign above the shop, confirming his destination before producing a set of professional tools to attempt a forcible entry. It was evident that he was skilled in his craft. After a brief but meticulous effort, he successfully unlocked the door to the Devil Fruit shop. With a wary glance around, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Warning! Warning! The shop is under illegal intrusion. Warning! Warning! The shop is under illegal intrusion. What the man in the felt hat could never have anticipated was that, at the very moment he broke in, Rashia, 5 streets away in his apartment, received an alert from the system. Illegal intrusion? Rashia paused, feeling both surprised and unsurprised. The enigmatic devil fruits had finally attracted the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Fortunately, Rashia had taken the precaution of storing the devil fruits in the system space each time he left the shop, regardless of who attempted the illegal entry. Their efforts were destined to be in vain. Thus, one could say that Rashia remained as steady as a seasoned veteran, unperturbed in the slightest. Let me see who possesses such a lack of insight. Rashia promptly rose from his bed, calmly adorned himself in attire, and then opened the window. In an instant, he transformed into a radiant golden light, soaring into the night sky. In the past, he would never have been so ostentatious. However, now, endowed with a degree of strength, there was no need for him to be so constrained and timid. Whoosh! The golden light ascended swiftly into the heavens, momentarily pausing to ascertain its direction. Whoosh! It then angled downwards and plummeted directly onto the streets of New York's 73rd Street. Alas, even though Rashia had mastered the utilization of the shining fruit to a level akin to that of Admiral Kazuru, without the corresponding observation hockey to assist him, it was impossible for him to maneuver with such fluidity. Take this instance, for example. Relying solely on his naked eye in such pitch darkness made it exceedingly difficult to accurately pinpoint the location of his shop. He could only rely on the indistinguishable black surroundings coupled with the experiences etched in his memory to make a judgment, which naturally led to some discrepancies. Fortunately, Rashia had become quite familiar with this area, and the deviations were not overly significant. He silently lamented in his heart, hoping to acquire observation hockey in the next lottery draw. After glancing around to identify the direction of his store, he began to stride purposefully forward. Meanwhile, the man in the felt hat remained blissfully unaware of all this. At that moment, he was wielding a flashlight, conducting his reconnaissance within the Devil Fruit shop. Is this not merely an ordinary fruit store? The felt hat man observed the interior, his face betraying a hint of confusion, judging by the store's arrangement. It was simply an ordinary fruit shop, nothing more. He genuinely could not comprehend why he was instructed to infiltrate a fruit store to pilfer some fruits. Oh no. The orders were quite clear. It was a type of fruit referred to as devil fruit. How absurd! What sort of fruit could possibly bear such an eccentric name? Chapter 088. He transformed into light. Despite his incessant internal complaints about taking money to alleviate others' woes, the felt hat man, with the promise of financial reward, began meticulously searching within the devil fruit shop. Yet, despite turning the place inside out, he found nothing. Not a trace of any peculiar fruit, nor even a ghostly shadow. The display cases were utterly bare, and the rest of the premises equally desolate. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, the man in the felt hat reluctantly retreated. In a moment of urgency, he retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. Soon, a deep voice answered on the other end. Did you succeed? No. The store contained no fruit at all. Were your intel truly accurate? The man in the felt hat retorted, incredulous. Nothing at all. Are you certain? The voice on the line took on a more severe tone. Realizing who he was speaking to, the man hastily explained, I am quite certain. I combed through every corner of the store and found no fruit whatsoever. What about the display case? Completely empty. You didn't leave any traces behind, did you? Of course not. I am a professional. I erased all evidence of my presence. No one will know I was there. All right, I understand. Make your exit swiftly. Understood. The man in the felt hat hung up and swiftly turned to leave. However, as he turned around, he was startled to find a young man standing behind him, wearing a mocking smile. Buddy, after rummaging through my store for so long and finding nothing, don't you think it's a bit inappropriate to just walk away? Lin Xiao said, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow at the man. What? It's you? The man in the felt hat exclaimed, taken aback. He had thought his actions were undetected, only to realize he had been discovered by the owner of the fruit shop. He couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity of it all. Was it really necessary for a mere fruit vendor to be so astute? It was just a fruit store, not a heavily guarded fortress. Kid, step aside, or else. The man in the felt hat grinned menacingly, revealing a glinting dagger in his hand. Yet, Lin Xiao chose not to engage in idle banter. He simply extended his hand and pointed towards the man's weapon-bearing right hand. With a swift motion, a beam of light shot forth from Lin Xiao's fingertip. The man in the felt hat uttered a pained gasp as a gaping wound appeared on his wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. What just happened? Bewildered, he widened his eyes and instinctively scrutinized Lin Xiao's right hand, which was conspicuously empty. But what was that flash of light? Damn it, you're a mutant. The man in the felt hat suddenly grasped the situation, and his expression shifted dramatically. If it were indeed a mutant, it would pose significant trouble. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly drew the handgun concealed at his lower back with his left hand, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger aimed at Rasha. Although his dominant hand was the right, shooting with his left was not an insurmountable challenge in such a face-to-face confrontation. A muted yet ominous sound echoed, muffled by the suppressor. Several rounds struck Rasha's chest. Yet contrary to expectation, the anticipated sight of multiple bullet holes did not materialize. Instead, the areas where the bullets impacted shimmered with a golden radiance. Simultaneously, the man in the felt hat heard the sound of bullets ricocheting against the wall. What in the world? His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Rasha, astonished that the bullets had seemingly passed through this individual, exiting his body. Surely, even for a mutant, this was excessively surreal. Who on earth was this person? Firing recklessly was hardly a commendable habit. Rasha's voice, laced with mockery, resonated as he unleashed 2 more photon bullets at the man in the felt hat, rendering his left hand utterly incapacitated. The firearm clattered to the ground. Now, you might as well divulge who sent you, Rasha remarked nonchalantly, as if merely completing a trivial task, while regarding the man with an expectant gaze. Yet, before the man could utter another word, a bullet, seemingly from nowhere, struck him, obliterating his head. His body swayed momentarily before collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog. Others are present. Rasha abruptly turned, instinctively glancing behind him. He then pivoted back, hoisting the man's lifeless form from the floor, scrutinizing the wound where the bullet had entered, aligning his observations with the direction from which it had come. He discerned that the bullet originated from the rooftop of the Crown Hotel to the northeast. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a beam of light, propelling himself towards the hotel rooftop. On the rooftop of the Crown Hotel, a coldly composed gunman, clad in a trench coat, was hastily stowing away his sniper rifle, preparing for a retreat. However, at that moment, the gunman was taken aback to witness the young man from the east morphing into a beam of light, hurtling towards him. Was that beam of light truly him? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. A tempest of disbelief surged within the gunman. Previously, when Rasha had rushed over from the apartment using the flash fruit, the gunman had indeed witnessed the inexplicable yellow glow. However, he could not have fathomed that the wielder of the flash fruit was a person. He merely assumed it to be some form of pyrotechnic display, nothing more. It was beyond his imagination to connect that radiant light with an individual. But now, as the familiar scene unfolded once more, the gunman found himself at a loss for reaction. That previous beam of light was also this individual. What on earth was happening? In a flash of bewildering thoughts, the gunman felt a sudden shift in his perception as the light halted before him. Under his astonished gaze, the light transformed back into a human form. Chapter 089, Ding. Li Xuanhuan joins the group chat. Nevertheless, the gunman's mental fortitude proved commendable. After the initial shock, he quickly regained his composure. He abruptly lifted his firearm once more, intent on shooting Rasha. Naturally, Rasha had no intention of allowing the gunman to succeed. With a swift motion, a photon bullet was fired, piercing through the gunman's gripping hand. A muffled groan escaped his lips as his eyes widened in disbelief, locking onto Rasha. In that moment, he finally comprehended the weapon Rasha had employed against the Hat Man. It was merely his own finger, nothing more. But that was not the end of it. After incapacitating one of the gunman's hands, Rasha continued unabated, delivering a shot to each of the remaining arm and legs, thoroughly rendering the gunman's limbs useless. With a thud, the gunman could no longer maintain his balance and collapsed to the ground. I will ask you but once. Reveal to me the identity of your mastermind. Rasha stood over the gunman, gazing down at him as he writhed in agony, akin to observing a grotesque creature. Or what? Will you kill me? The gunman, however, did not yield. Instead, a sardonic grin spread across his face. He was merely astonished by Rasha's methods, nothing more, and felt no fear regarding his fate. I shall fill you with 100 holes. Whether you live or die thereafter, I cannot say, Rasha remarked lightly to the gunman. Heh. In the face of such a threat, the gunman surprisingly smiled, a smile that was chilling and cruel, revealing his utter ignorance of how to intimidate. After uttering this statement, the gunman abruptly closed his mouth, adopting a biting posture. Almost instantly, he began to froth at the mouth, trembling violently. Within mere seconds, he lay motionless on the ground. Roxar exclaimed, the gunman has taken poison to end his own life. This scene, reminiscent of a cinematic moment, unfolded right before Rox's eyes. It must be said that this occurrence far exceeded Rox's expectations. He had not anticipated such ruthlessness from a gunman. To commit suicide without a hint of ambiguity was astonishing. After all, he was merely an assassin, not some clandestine operative from an intelligence agency. Wasn't this a tad exaggerated? Yet, despite his musings, Roxa felt a sense of helplessness. With the gunman's suicide, the trail of investigation had been irrevocably severed. The identity of the individual plotting against the devil fruit would remain an enigma. Nevertheless, such matters could be pondered later. For now, the priority was to dispose of the two corpses. How to dispose of them? Quite simply, utilizing the spark fruit would suffice. The spark fruit could generate countless energy orbs infused with terrifying power, making the annihilation of a corpse an effortless task. Snap! Snap! Roxa retrieved his phone, capturing several photographs of the gunman for the forthcoming investigation, and refrained from further commentary. With his hands slightly raised and crossed over his chest, he unleashed a barrage of energy orbs at the corpse before him. Fizzle! Fizzle! In an instant, the gunman's body was completely engulfed by a dense shower of photon bullets. After a brief moment, as Roxa lowered his hands, the once tangible form had been utterly reduced to mere particles, leaving no trace behind. He replicated this method on the corpse lying at the entrance of the devil fruit shop, effortlessly dragging it to a suitable location before obliterating it in the same manner. Upon completing these tasks, Roxa transformed into a beam of light, soaring into the night sky, vanishing without a trace, as if nothing had ever transpired. Upon returning to his apartment, he changed out of the slightly blood-stained clothing and took a brief shower before reclining once more on his bed. However, sleep eluded him. Instead, he found himself engulfed in contemplation. His thoughts naturally gravitated towards the identities of the hat-wearing man and the gunman. Though there are no clear clues, Rashia has indeed identified a suspect, the Hand Association. Just after suffering a setback at his establishment, the Hand Association found themselves embroiled in dubious schemes. The timing of these events is so coincidental that it is difficult to believe there is no connection between the two. However, despite the myriad speculations, this remains merely Rashia's conjecture. Nothing more, nothing confirmed. Thus, an investigation is imperative. After all, if he is correct, there is little more to be said. But if he is mistaken, the true perpetrator would evade justice, given Rashia's own capabilities. Attempting to uncover the mastermind behind the gunman armed solely with a photograph is akin to chasing phantoms. The only viable solution that Rashia can conceive lies within the members of his group. There are several influential figures among them, and if they were willing to assist in the investigation, the task would not prove insurmountable. What weighs heavily on Rashia's mind, however, is the fact that he is the enigmatic proprietor of the Devil Fruit Shop, a position that should elevate him to the status of a formidable figure in the eyes of others. Everyone likely believes that he is backed by an unfathomable power. Although he presents himself as an ordinary individual without pretense, in the hearts of the people, he possesses an undeniable gravitas. Should he need to rely on the group's assistance for something as trivial as ascertaining the identity of a single individual, his esteemed reputation could swiftly diminish. How could he gracefully solicit help from the group without compromising his stature? After much contemplation, Rashia arrived at a resolution. With his decision made, Rashia felt a sense of clarity wash over him. He extinguished the lights and surrendered to slumber. Awakening naturally, he leisurely attended to his morning routine, indulging in breakfast before heading to the Devil Fruit Shop with an air of nonchalance. Glancing at the time, he noted his tardiness of a full half-hour. Yet, such is the privilege of being a proprietor, timeliness is a matter of personal discretion. After releasing the devil fruits into the display case and tidying up the shop, Rashia took out his phone and created a secondary account, adding it to the group. Shop owner, everyone. Our beloved family at the Devil Fruit establishment welcomes a new member. Let us extend a warm greeting. Li Xiao. Greetings, everyone. I am Li Xiao, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. As a newcomer, I look forward to your guidance. With the arrival of the newcomer, the previously tranquil group chat once again erupted into lively chatter. Chapter 090 The laser man who consumed the laser fruit. The first one to join was none other than Deadpool, the perennial king of this water group. Wade Wilson, Sun Huan Li. Wow, it seems we have a friend from Huaxia, just like the store manager. Sun Huan, I believe we can have quite the engaging conversation, as I can offer remarkably sound advice in this regard. Wade Wilson, never mind that for now, but brother Sun Huan, since you hail from Huaxia, I am indeed quite curious. Do all of you from Huaxia practice martial arts? Like Bruce Lee's style of combat? Vanessa. Hello, Mr. Lee, I am Vanessa. We warmly welcome your presence. And by the way, the loquacious individual upstairs happens to be my husband. Zhao Hailuan. Welcome, Mr. Lee Sun Huan. May I inquire as to your nationality? I am Zhao Hailuan from the land of the morning calm. Lee Sun Huan. Thank you all for your warm reception. Wade is correct. I indeed come from Huaxia, but I do not possess martial arts skills. Charles Xavier. Huaxia is a nation steeped in history and profound cultural heritage. Mr. Lee, we welcome you. I am Charles Xavier, a teacher. Michael Morbius. Professor Xavier is being modest. In truth, he is a renowned expert in the field of genetic mutation. Greetings, Mr. Lee, I am Michael Morbius. You may call me either Michael or Morbius. Charles Xavier. Dr. Morbius is the one being humble. I should add that he is an eminent scientist and a Nobel laureate. Wade Wilson, and me. Mr. Lee, I just realized I may have forgotten to introduce myself. Indeed. I am also a scientist, a leading expert in the field of thanatology. Wade Wilson, I can tell you which deaths are the most agonizing, which are the most poetic, be it from a bullet to the head, a hail of gunfire that turns one into a sieve, being tossed from great heights into a puddle of flesh, blown to smithereens by a bomb, burned alive in a raging inferno, or having one's skull cleaved by an axe. Vanessa. Wade, silence. Vanessa. I apologize, Mr. Lee. Wade's mind tends to wander into peculiar territories, so please do not take it to heart. Lee Sun Huan. No worries. I have encountered individuals with far stranger minds. Lee Sun Huan. Furthermore, everyone, I have just arrived in New York from Huaxia and am unfamiliar with the surroundings. So I hope to rely on your kindness in the future. Lee Sun Huan. By the way, I am the laser man who consumed the laser fruit. So if you ever find yourselves in need of my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Of course, the notion of the laser fruit is merely a whimsical fabrication by Rasha, intended solely to elevate the stature of this alter ego, Lee Sun Huan. After all, The very name laser fruit conjures images of extraordinary potential. Indeed, compared to all the devil fruits sold within the group, this fruit's potential is remarkably vast. As expected, as Rorschach revealed his fruit, the scientists such as Zhao Hailuan, Professor X, and Mobius seemed relatively unfazed. However, figures like Deadpool and the reticent Kingpin suddenly turned their attention towards Li Xiuanhuan. In their eyes, Li Xiuanhuan's worth inexplicably surged to new heights. Wade Wilson, wow? A laser fruit. Li Xiuanhuan. Is it the kind that can emit lasers from your eyes, akin to Cyclops from the X-Men? Li Xiuanhuan. Not just that. I can project lasers from any part of my body. Li Xiuanhuan. If anyone in the group requires my abilities, please do not hesitate to let me know. I am more than willing to contribute to this family. Vanessa, cool. That is incredibly awesome. Vanessa. Wait a minute, Laserman. ISNT, the shopkeeper, the shimmering man who consumed the shimmer fruit? Your fruit, Li Xiuanhuan, bears a striking resemblance to the shopkeeper's. How could it not be similar? It is essentially the same. Rorschach merely modified its application, transforming the emission of photon bullets into laser beams. Furthermore, by adjusting the frequency of the photons, or in other words, altering their color, one can achieve a splendid disguise from Shimmerman to Laserman. This Laserman, cloaked in the guise of Li Xiuanhuan, will serve as Rorschach's primary alter ego for interactions within this circle. Shopkeeper. Indeed, Vanessa, the fruit consumed by Li Xiuanhuan is quite akin to mine. In fact, the shimmer fruit is a superior variant of the laser fruit. Zhao Hailuan, superior variant? I think I grasp your meaning. Shopkeeper. Lasers are indeed a form of light waves. Hop Vanessa. Excuse me, I just logged in. Are there new members in the group? Welcome. I am Hop Vanessa. Mr. Li, I look forward to your guidance. Hop Vanessa. Wait, laser fruit? Shopkeeper. I seem to recall that the compendium did not list any laser fruit, did it? Charles Xavier. Indeed, when I went to acquire fruits, the compendium did not include laser fruit. Has it perhaps been updated since then? Shopkeeper. Yes, Professor Xavier. Our establishment has newly stocked a laser fruit, which was subsequently purchased by Li Xiuanhuan. Such matters are merely at Rorschach's discretion, as no one else can ascertain their authenticity. Wilson Fisk. Greetings, Mr. Li. I am Wilson Fisk. Your presence is warmly welcomed. The usually reticent Kingpin began to emerge from the shadows. He had been diligently preparing a significant move against the hand, and Li Xiuanhuan's arrival was perfectly timed, promising to be a beneficial ally. Wilson Fisk. Have you just arrived in New York, Mr. Li? Uncertain of how things have settled, I have managed my affairs in New York for many years. While I cannot claim to be exceedingly successful, I am capable of handling certain matters. Wilson Fisk remarked. Mr. Li, should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to speak up. The sparkle in Rasha's eyes was unmistakable. He had been anticipating such an offer from Kingpin. Li Xiuanhuan then stated, in fact, there is indeed a matter I wish to discuss with everyone in the group. Last night, I was assaulted by a gunman, and I would like to uncover the identity of this assailant. I wonder if anyone could assist me in investigating who this person might be. Wilson Fisk assured. Leave this matter to me, Mr. Li. I cannot think of anyone more suited to undertake this task. Without a moment's hesitation, Kingpin took charge of the situation. As he himself noted, given his influence in New York, there was truly no one more fitting for this pursuit. Chapter 91. The attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. seeing Kingpin so readily assume responsibility for the matter, Rasha felt quite pleased. It seemed that the persona he had crafted as the Laser Man, imbued with the powers of the laser fruit, had indeed played a significant role for Kingpin. Seizing the opportunity to have such a formidable figure owe him a favor was not one to be easily overlooked. However, unbeknownst to Rasha, Kingpin's swift agreement to this task was also influenced by another crucial factor, the hand. Following his recent confrontation with Lady Gao and Murakami, Kingpin had been actively recruiting and consolidating power, while simultaneously conducting thorough investigations into Lady Gao's associates. What began as a routine inquiry soon revealed itself to be astonishing. The hand had surfaced under Kingpin's scrutiny, and the sheer magnitude of the organization left him taken aback. Kingpin was no fool. Although he held considerable sway in Hell's Kitchen, facing an entity that had existed for centuries instilled a sense of trepidation within him. In this context, the emergence of Li Xiuanhuan was akin to a timely gift, and Kingpin would not allow such an opportunity to slip away. In truth, Kingpin had already set his sights on several members within the group, not just Li Xiuanhuan. However, despite the presence of numerous fruit users, the actual combatants were scarce. There was merely one Deadpool among them. Kingpin had indeed reached out to Deadpool, proposing to hire him to assist in combating the Hand, but was met with refusal. Deadpool, while a mercenary, was no fool. The notion of engaging with the Hand Association reeks of a treacherous pit, once ensnared. Extrication is nearly impossible unless one uproots the entire organization. Furthermore, the current Deadpool has secured a legitimate occupation, effortlessly earning money simply by presenting his visage amidst a crowd. Why then would he risk his life on the razor's edge? Moreover, Deadpool is contemplating starting a family with Vanessa, which necessitates a sincere attempt to cleanse his past and distance himself from that tumultuous life steeped in gunfire and chaos. Consequently, it is rather unfortunate for Kingpin that he has been unable to recruit anyone from within his circle. Hence, the arrival of Li Xiao is of paramount importance to Kingpin. A chance not to be overlooked. Li Xiao, this is truly splendid, Fisk. I am immensely grateful. As a newcomer to New York, I find myself lacking in resources, and I genuinely require your assistance, Fisk. Wade Wilson. Damn it, you beat me to it, Fisk. Xiao Li, you may not be familiar with me, but I am quite a figure in New York. Finding people is a trivial matter for me. Charles Xavier. Since Mr. Fisk has already spoken, I shall refrain from adding further, but should you require assistance with anything else, I am more than willing to help. Michael Morbius. While I may not be much help in other areas, regarding matters of science and academia, feel free to reach out should you need anything. Zhao Hailuan. I am merely a graduate student specializing in biological nanotechnology, so I apologize, Mr. Li, for my inability to assist. Zhao Hailuan. Nevertheless, the members of this group are all exceptional in their respective fields, and I am confident they will be able to resolve your concerns, Mr. Li. Hope Van Dyne. I am sorry, Li, but I too find myself somewhat limited in this regard. However, witnessing everyone's eagerness to offer help gives me faith that your issues will be resolved. Li Xiao. Thank you all. Your support and assistance are greatly appreciated. Li Xiao. So, Wilson Fisk, shall we continue this conversation privately? Wilson Fisk, certainly. Thereafter, the conversation proceeded without further ado, as Rasha promptly added Kingpin as a friend and sent him the photographs he had taken. The photos have been received. I shall arrange for an investigation immediately. However, Mr. Li, do you possess any additional clues apart from the photographs? Kingpin inquired pensively. I apologize, Fisk, but there are no further leads. I have already eliminated the individual and disposed of the body, Rasha candidly confessed. Seeing Rasha so openly admit to murder and the subsequent concealment of evidence, Kingpin felt a thrill of excitement. It indicated that Li Xiao was indeed of a like mind. Henceforth, many matters could potentially lead to collaboration with this individual. It matters not. Having a photograph suffices, Mr. Li. I shall promptly arrange for an investigation. Await my news. Jean Bing resolutely declared to Luoxia. Then I must trouble you, Fisk. No need for formality. Thus, both parties amicably established a collaboration. In the three-curve wing building, within the director's office, Wilson Fisk, ostensibly a prosperous entrepreneur and businessman, covertly leads the underground forces of Hell's Kitchen, his influence extending throughout New York. The novice village chief, Coulson, stood before a figure whose head resembled a boiled egg, reporting to him. I am well aware of who Wilson Fisk is, Coulson. Let us bypass the preamble. The egg-headed man interjected, his singular eye languidly gazing at Coulson. So what is the conclusion? I understand this may come as a surprise, but Director Fury, Jean Bing is not a mutant, Coulson stated with utmost seriousness to Nick Fury. We were all mistaken. He is not a mutant, undocumented individual. If he is not a mutant, then I presume his associate, Bullseye, who can transform his limbs into blades, is also not a mutant? A fierce light radiated from Nick Fury's solitary eye, striking Coulson. Indeed, Director Fury, Bullseye is likewise not a mutant. Coulson nodded, producing a stack of documents and placing them before Nick Fury, pointing to the individuals in the photographs as he introduced them. This woman is named Erica. She is an assassin and mercenary capable of unleashing thorns from her body at will. It is worth noting that these are no ordinary thorns, but exceedingly hard ones that can serve as blades. This blind man, the Stick, I trust you are familiar with him, Director Fury. He can emit a wave of light from his hands. Additionally, Dr. Lin Xiao, an expert in biological nanotechnology, can heal ailments merely by holding a person's hands for a few minutes. Chapter 092. The arrival of Black Widow. I suspect these individuals are also not mutants, correct? Nick Fury's singular eye scanned the photographs before him, then returned to rest upon Coulson, who spoke with assurance. Indeed, they are not mutants. I have already confirmed this with Professor X. Coulson nodded affirmatively at Nick Fury. Thus, these individuals are not undocumented mutants. Professor X did not breach the initial agreement. Nick Fury nodded. So, Coulson, what precisely is their nature? Snap. Coulson presented a photograph before Nick Fury, who cast a glance at it. A flicker of perplexity crossing his singular eye. The House of Devil Fruits? For months prior, this establishment had opened discreetly on 73rd Street. Yet it did not sell mere fruits, but rather a peculiar variety known as devil fruits. Indeed, the House of Devil Fruits was not merely an eccentric name designed to attract attention. It genuinely offered these extraordinary fruits. The proprietor claimed that consuming a devil fruit could endow a person with superhuman abilities, with each fruit fetching a staggering price of several $1 million. Such a notion seemed utterly preposterous at first, leading to widespread skepticism. However, those we initially considered to be rogue mutants were, in fact, individuals who had consumed these devil fruits, correct? Nick Fury interjected, articulating what Coulson had intended to express. Yes, Director Fury, our investigations confirm this to be true. Coulson affirmed with a nod. Thus, the miraculous fruits that could grant superpowers upon consumption truly exist? Fury raised an eyebrow, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. In that moment, even for someone who had weathered countless storms and witnessed many supernatural events that would be deemed legendary by the average person, Fury found himself momentarily disoriented. How could such extraordinary fruits exist in the world? This revelation felt almost fantastical, even to him. Moreover, if the House of Devil Fruits possessed such wondrous items, why would they choose to sell them? This conundrum perplexed Fury immensely. If it were he, possessing such treasures, he would undoubtedly keep them under wraps, shrouded in secrecy for personal use. Even the most reckless of minds would not openly trade such items. Fury struggled to comprehend their motives. Was it merely for profit? Selling such an extraordinary commodity solely for financial gain seemed utterly ludicrous. Furthermore, according to Coulson's intelligence, the prices of these devil fruits were remarkably low, indicating that the sellers were clearly not motivated by profit. What, then, was their true intention? Fury remained baffled. Director Fury, what do you intend to do? Coulson's voice broke through his thoughts, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Fury. I will send Natasha to investigate the true nature of the House of Devil Fruits. Fury decided almost instantaneously. The House of Devil Fruits. Anthony Weil, a 42-year-old security manager at Holland's Trading Company, is merely a facade, the most superficial layer of his identity. In reality, he is a professional assassin, trained in secrecy from a young age, who once operated in Southeast Asia and is wanted in 4 countries, a figure of considerable danger. Roxa is currently leveraging Li Xuanhuan's alias to communicate with Jean Bing. Remarkably, within a mere day, Jean Bing has already uncovered the assassin's true identity. It must be acknowledged that underground magnates possess an unparalleled acumen. However, the most crucial detail that Jean Bing has yet to ascertain is the identity of the individual who has orchestrated Anthony's actions. This is what truly occupies Roxa's thoughts. Although I have not yet uncovered the mastermind behind Anthony, I have gathered some leads and believe that, given a few more days, I shall unveil the truth. Jean Bing confidently assures Roxa. Fisk, well done. I shall fulfill my promises, shall I not? After a brief exchange, their conversation concludes. Roxa feels a sense of reassurance entrusting this matter to Jean Bing. Within their circle, Jean Bing wields the greatest power and possesses the most substantial resources. Furthermore, Jean Bing operates within both the underworld and official realms, permeating deeply into various layers of authority. If anyone is likely to uncover the intricacies of this situation, it is undoubtedly Jean Bing. Not long after concluding his conversation with Jean Bing, the wind chimes at the entrance chimed. Roxa looked up to see a striking woman with voluptuous curves and cascading golden waves of hair entering the Devil Fruit shop. It is Black Widow. Instantly recognizable from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Roxa immediately identifies her. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. has finally set its sights on him. Welcome to my little shop, Roxa greets her, while his mind races with thoughts. Hello, shopkeeper. I happened to pass by and noticed your shop's name, Home of the Devil Fruit, which piqued my curiosity. I wanted to see what a devil fruit really is. Is it akin to the elaborate varieties of Chinese pastries? I once visited a Chinese pastry shop where they crafted intricate designs. Honestly, it was quite fascinating. Black Widow adeptly disguises herself as an ordinary woman drawn in by curiosity. Regrettably, she remained unaware that she had thoroughly exposed herself before Rasha. However, regarding the Black Widow's disguise, Rasha could hardly be bothered. Whether or not she was an agent of High-Octane, she was merely a customer seeking to purchase a devil fruit. Of course, this was only the present situation. Should High-Octane harbor any ulterior motives towards Rasha in the future, that would be an entirely different matter. You seem to misunderstand. This establishment is not merely a pastry shop, but rather a legitimate emporium of devil fruits, Rasha remarked with a smile directed at the Black Widow. Chapter 093. Fruits tailored for the Black Widow devil fruits? The Black Widow's gaze was fixed upon the vibrant array of fruits displayed before her, her brow arching in curiosity. Is this truly what you offer? Heaven help us. Such peculiar fruits, even by the standards of the Black Widow, were unlike anything she had ever encountered. As you can see, Rasha gestured with an open hand. The Black Widow began to scrutinize the strange fruits meticulously, her eyes betraying an unmistakable skepticism. According to the intelligence provided by Director Egg, consuming these fruits would grant individuals superhuman abilities. Although the Black Widow recognized that his insistence on her personal visit indicated a degree of authenticity, she still found the sight of these bizarre fruits somewhat absurd. Wow, these are truly odd fruits. I have never seen anything like them. She voiced her genuine thoughts, reflecting her astonishment. From whence do these fruits originate? Are they a new variety cultivated by your establishment, or have you procured them from elsewhere? The Black Widow pressed on, subtly inquiring about the origins of the devil fruits. These devil fruits are unique to our shop. Have you encountered such extraordinary fruits elsewhere? Rasha replied matter-of-factly. Only here? The Black Widow maintained her composure, though she mentally noted this information. I understand. They are indeed a new variety cultivated by your team, correct? She speculated reasonably. Rasha offered no rebuttal. To a certain extent, her deduction was not incorrect. Then, do you have a compendium specifically for these fruits? The Black Widow inquired, her glance inadvertently falling upon the illustrated guide to the devil fruits, her eyes immediately captivated. May I take a look at this compendium? She asked Rasha earnestly. Of course. Please feel free. Rasha made a gesture of invitation. He had created the compendium specifically for others, and the request from the Black Widow was one he could not refuse. He promptly handed the compendium to her. Thank you, shopkeeper. The Black Widow politely accepted the devil fruit compendium from Rasha and began to examine it meticulously. Utilizing her agent's unique ability for rapid memorization, she diligently recorded the contents of the compendium. The devil fruits are referred to as treasures of the sea, embodiments of the sea's demons, and consuming one grants the eater a corresponding superpower. Embodiment of the sea's demons? What does that mean? What kind of demon is being referred to here? The Black Widow silently noted this in her mind. However, the notion that consuming one would bestow superpowers was consistent with the information provided by the informant. Continuing her examination, she learned that devil fruits are categorized into three main types: Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia. Zoan allows the consumer to partially transform into an animal, gaining its abilities and strength. Paramecia grants a variety of extraordinary powers akin to those possessed by the X-Men. Logia enables the user to harness the powers of natural elements. The diversity and classification were extensive. Setting aside the question of whether these devil fruits genuinely bestow superpowers, the compendium clearly presented a mature and coherent system, rather than something fabricated at random. If the devil fruits were indeed real, the impact of such a store on the city was beyond the Black Widow's imagination. Furthermore, she keenly noticed another point of introduction in the compendium. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to Rasha and inquired, Shopkeeper, do you have samples of the devil fruits available for tasting? Indeed, esteemed customer. As stated in the compendium, the samples in our shop, when consumed, will also allow one to gain superpowers. However, this ability lasts only 5 minutes, intended to give customers a taste of what superpowers feel like, Rasha affirmed with a nod. Wonderful. The Black Widow nodded in satisfaction. In truth, she did not concern herself with millions of dollars. She knew the informant felt the same. However, the crucial issue was that she could not afford to waste her money. If she were to spend a fortune only to return with a worthless imitation, it would be a disgrace, even if the informant was indifferent to the expenditure. After all, she was an elite agent of High-Octane. If there were samples available for tasting, she could personally verify the authenticity of the devil fruits. Dear shopkeeper, kindly grant me a moment. These extraordinary fruits are truly mesmerizing, leaving me somewhat bewildered. I must take my time to select carefully. The Black Widow exchanged pleasantries with Rasha before delving into an intricate examination of the demonic fruits depicted in the catalog. As for the category of zoan fruits, she merely glanced through it before swiftly moving on, for she harbored no interest in the transformation into any animal form, be it complete or partial. In the category of logia fruits, there were currently none available. Thus, Black Widow focused her attention primarily on the paramecia fruits, meticulously sifting through and committing them to memory. The melt fruit allows its user to effortlessly create candles from their own body. However, the utility of candle making seemed rather perplexing. The fence fruit enables its user to erect barriers from their own body. This particular fruit appeared somewhat practical, especially for law enforcement, serving as a remarkable tool for apprehending criminals. The Black Widow surmised that any police officer encountering it would undoubtedly be thrilled. Yet, from her perspective, it lacked appeal. Her own skills rendered such auxiliary methods unnecessary for capturing individuals. Next were the spring fruit, bubble fruit, spin fruit, and an array of other peculiar fruits. Each one unveiled a fascinating and whimsical world, broadening the Black Widow's horizons. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a specific fruit, and an immediate spark ignited within her as she recognized its unique potential. Chapter 94. The Mimic Fruit, the perfect match for the Black Widow shopkeeper. This mimic fruit, does it truly allow the consumer to assume the appearance of others? The Black Widow inquired, her finger poised on the illustration of the mimic fruit. Her tone composed as she turned to Rasha for clarification. If the mimic fruit possessed such extraordinary capabilities, it would render her akin to a second Mystique. This ability would be impeccably suited for a spy of her caliber. The mimic fruit, indeed, is aptly named, as it allows for the flawless imitation of others. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Rasha took a moment to silently commend the Black Widow's choice, while simultaneously introducing her to the fascinating mimic fruit. The imitation here is, in the truest sense, a flawless mimicry. The possessor of this ability can completely transform into the likeness of the object they are emulating, whether it be voice, movement, or expression, achieving an impeccable resemblance of 100%. Even those closest and most familiar with the possessor would be utterly unable to discern the difference. The gaze of the Black Widow gradually brightened. This was precisely the fruit of her aspirations, perfectly aligning with her desires. 100% identical? She inquired with certainty, contemplating further before adding, but what of the imitation of the store manager in terms of the opposing sexes? The physiological structures of men and women differ. It is not merely a matter of appearance. While my query may seem extreme, I feel compelled to understand the limitations of this mimicry fruit, and I hope the store manager will not take offense. I comprehend your concern, dear customer, the manager replied, but what I refer to is indeed a 100% imitation. You may understand this as akin to a transformation technique, encompassing not just the visage but the entirety. The Black Widow grasped the concept with clarity. The brilliance in her eyes intensified. If the mimicry of the fruit is akin to a transformative art, does this not imply that she could not only disguise herself as a woman, but also seamlessly assume the guise of a man, and without any imperfections to betray her? There would be no awkward scenarios reminiscent of films, where differences in gender lead to incongruities such as not being able to share a restroom or bathe together, ultimately revealing her disguise. For if she were to imitate a man, she would genuinely become one. It extends beyond mere facial features. Every aspect would conform. This represents true perfection, an utterly impeccable imitation. Moreover, the mimicry fruit possesses the extraordinary capability to store the memories of those previously imitated. Should the possessor have mimicked an individual, even after a decade, 2 decades, or even a century, their memory remains intact, allowing for effortless recreation of the imitation. For the Black Widow, this was increasingly convenient, and her satisfaction with the mimicry fruit grew exponentially. So, dear manager, is there a time limitation to the mimicry of this fruit? After some contemplation, she turned her gaze to Rasha, posing this pivotal question. There is no time constraint. Rasha replied, shaking his head. If the possessor so wishes, they could maintain the appearance of another for a lifetime. The realization that such a masterful imitation is devoid of temporal restrictions left her astounded. This equates to her genuinely becoming another individual. Incredible. Then, dear manager, If there is no upper limit to the duration of the mimicry, is there a lower limit? She blinked in surprise, once again posing this crucial inquiry. The significance of the imitation time limit is paramount for her. Correspondingly, the minimum time for imitation holds equal importance. Without restrictions, an individual endowed with such abilities could effortlessly alter their appearance within a heartbeat, and for those adept in their craft, even shorter intervals could be achieved. Rasha provided an affirmative response. The Black Widow nodded, her satisfaction with the imitation fruit reaching a pinnacle. The ability to change one's appearance in just a second could prove immensely advantageous for an operative's infiltration endeavors. Moreover, the imitation fruit can do more than merely replicate appearances. It can also emulate certain skills of others. Rasha's voice resonated as he elaborated to the Black Widow. For instance, if an individual desires to mimic a martial arts master, upon imitation, they could seamlessly execute the master's techniques, routines, and style, leaving no room for suspicion. Similarly, if one wishes to imitate an archery expert, even if they possessed no prior knowledge of the craft, the act of imitation would bestow upon them the archery skills of their subject. Could it truly extend to imitating others' abilities? The Black Widow's eyes widened in astonishment. Even she could not suppress her surprise. To replicate abilities is indeed a remarkable feat for such a fruit. It is truly a fruit capable of achieving flawless imitation, truly deserving of its name. However, Rasha cautioned that there are certain limitations in imitating abilities. It is confined to the replication of simpler skills of targeted individuals, as overly complex abilities cannot be mimicked. He then supplemented his explanation to the Black Widow. Complex abilities? Could the shopkeeper elaborate further? The Black Widow inquired with a keen gaze. It is difficult to define, as what constitutes complexity varies for each ability user. Some may replicate Wing Chun, while others may only mimic simple embroidery. The extent of imitation relies entirely on the individual's proficiency with the ability. Rasha clarified to the Black Widow. She nodded, understanding fully without further inquiries. For her, the imitation fruit was already more than sufficient. Then, shopkeeper, may I experience the tasting service in your establishment? After a brief moment of contemplation, the Black Widow made this request to Rasha. Of course, Rasha replied succinctly, presenting her with a sample of the imitation fruit. The Black Widow accepted it, delicately taking a small bite before swallowing. Wow, the flavor of the devil fruit is indeed extraordinary. The corners of Black Widow's mouth twitched slightly, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. She had never anticipated that the devil fruit would taste so repugnant that she nearly spat it out. This sensation, yet, in the next moment, astonishment and excitement danced across her features. Chapter 095. The Perfect Match. Hawkeye's fruit, just like the others who had consumed the devil fruit. Black Widow felt an instantaneous transformation within her body the moment she swallowed it. The ethereal, intangible ability became as palpable as her own limbs, and she perceived it with remarkable clarity. This sensation was unlike anything Black Widow had ever experienced, prompting even her to marvel in awe. Without the need for further experimentation, she was already certain the devil fruit was indeed real. All her previous doubts about the fruit evaporated in an instant. "Excuse me, I need to step outside," she said, nodding to Rasha, her eagerness palpable as she swiftly exited the devil fruit shop and stepped onto the bustling street. "Pardon me," she feigned an accidental collision with a man, her right hand stealthily brushing against his face. Then, Black Widow pressed gently against her own face. In an instant, her original form vanished entirely, replaced by that of a stranger. Wow, is this what it feels like to be a man? The new male persona extended his hands, inspecting his transformed body with fascination. Eagerly, he returned to the devil fruit shop and approached a mirror, gazing at the unfamiliar visage with a sense of wonder. Marvelous. This is simply extraordinary. Black Widow could not contain her astonishment. Then, she extended her left hand to press against her face once more, and the unfamiliar man disappeared, revealing the original Black Widow once again. "How does it feel, dear customer?" Rasha inquired, a smile gracing his face as he observed her. "Absolutely breathtaking." Black Widow generously expressed her admiration for the mimic fruit. "Had I not tasted the sample myself, I would scarcely believe such a miraculous fruit existed." "As long as you are satisfied," Rasha replied with a grin. "I must apologize, but I wish to explore more of the other fruits," Black Widow stated earnestly, her gaze fixed upon Rasha. In truth, Black Widow was primarily intrigued by the mimic fruit. Her continued exploration of other fruits was merely an endeavor to gather additional intelligence. After all, Black Widow was an operative, tasked with a mission. Please, go ahead, Rasha remarked, gesturing for her to proceed. Black Widow resumed her meticulous examination of the remaining devil fruits, and soon, another particular fruit captured her attention. The targeting fruit possessed the extraordinary ability to mark any object or individual as a target. Following this designation, any item thrown by the user would autonomously track and assault the marked target. This fruit seemed tailor-made for Barton. Shopkeeper, does the targeting fruit's ability to track and attack designated targets come with any limitations? Black Widow inquired, her curiosity piqued. For instance, can this tracking adapt in real time? Akin to some weaponry's auto-tracking systems, enabling dynamic pursuit and capture? Indeed, it is entirely feasible, Rasha nodded. Once marked as a target, it matters not where the target flees. They will invariably be pursued by the user, unless the thrown item is intercepted or obstructed. Obstructions? Black Widow raised an eyebrow. I grasp your meaning, esteemed guest. The obstructions I refer to are not the obstacles encountered along the tracking path, which can be navigated around. Rather, I speak of barriers such as when the target secludes themselves within an enclosed space, for example, locking themselves in a room or hiding within a vehicle, Rasha elucidated. Black Widow was astounded. Does this not imply that, provided Barton has previously marked an individual, a mere arrow shot at random would seal that person's fate? Unless, of course, they were to conceal themselves within an enclosed space. Remarkable. This fruit is utterly perfect for Barton. She was convinced that Barton would be exceedingly pleased with this particular fruit. Next, Black Widow meticulously scrutinized the remaining devil fruits, committing their attributes to memory before addressing Rasha once more. Shopkeeper, after careful consideration, I find myself particularly drawn to the mimic fruit. For the mimic fruit, the price is $4 million US dollars, Rasha replied. Please, process the payment. Without a moment's hesitation, Black Widow produced a credit card and handed it to Rasha. Beep. The transaction was swiftly completed. Rasha retrieved the mimic fruit and presented it to Black Widow. One bite is all it takes to consume, correct, shopkeeper? The Black Widow grasped the fruit with both hands and, with a look of certainty, inquired of Rasha. Indeed, the descriptions in the compendium contained all this information. However, many individuals failed to scrutinize the compendium meticulously. Yet, as an agent of High-Octane, the Black Widow could not afford such oversight. Yes, esteemed guest, consuming a single bite of the devil fruit endows one with superhuman abilities, while the remaining fruit becomes utterly useless, should others partake. They will not acquire the corresponding powers, Rasha affirmed with a nod. It was peculiar, indeed, that although it was the same fruit, only the initial bite proved effective, leaving the rest entirely ineffectual. Such phenomena appeared rather bizarre and, frankly, unscientific. Nevertheless, given the extraordinary nature of the devil fruit, it seemed almost reasonable for it to possess such remarkable attributes. The Black Widow chose to remain silent, decisively consuming the imitation fruit, thus permanently acquiring its abilities. However, dear shopkeeper, I may take the leftover fruit with me, correct? She queried again, fixing her gaze upon Rasha. Even if he claimed the remaining fruit was worthless, the Black Widow was not inclined to take Rasha's word at face value. Like Zhao Hailuan, she intended to bring the remnants back for further study. The fruit now belongs to the customer. How it is disposed of is entirely at their discretion. Rasha waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, even if the Black Widow did indeed take it back to High-Octane for research, Rasha was unconcerned, knowing they would derive nothing useful from it. After all, a fruit worth several $1 million should not be squandered, right? The Black Widow said as she carefully tucked away the remaining devil fruit. At this juncture, the transaction had ostensibly concluded, yet the Black Widow showed no inclination to depart. She turned to Rasha once more, asking, Shopkeeper, do you also have a group for those with devil fruit abilities? Please include me. Such groups were indeed mentioned in the compendium. For the Black Widow, it was an opportunity not to be missed. Chapter 096. Black Widow, do not play tricks before me. Rasha, aware of the Black Widow's identity, surmised that her motive for joining the group was largely to gather intelligence. However, he remained entirely indifferent to this notion. In any case, considering the vast scale of High-Octane, even without joining the group, it was likely that secrets would not remain concealed before them. Whether or not to join the group seemed inconsequential. Moreover, with High-Octane now actively seeking him out. Rasha believed that the members of the group had likely already drawn their attention. On another note, given Hields influence, it might prove advantageous to leverage them for certain endeavors in the future. Such a naive fool has come willingly to his own demise. And Rasha felt there was no reason to decline. He swiftly made his decision. Of course, there is no problem. Rasha readily agreed, and then took out his phone to add Black Widow as a friend. May I ask your name, esteemed shopkeeper? I am Natasha Romanoff. The Black Widow replied, only to find Rasha gazing at her with an expression that was both enigmatic and teasing. He remained silent, merely observing her. At that moment, an unsettling sensation gripped Black Widow. It was as though Rasha could see right through her, leaving her utterly exposed. Shopkeeper, what is it? Why do you look at me so? She inquired with a hint of curiosity, though she masked her unease. Customer, I trust you understand the nature of this establishment. Rasha's countenance became slightly stern, and his tone turned serious. Do you think some petty tricks could deceive me? If you have mistaken me for those ordinary individuals, then you may have made a grave error. Black Widow felt her body stiffen at his words. In that instant, she found his gaze piercing, akin to that of a wild beast, making her breath quicken and rendering her momentarily breathless. It dawned upon her that she might have blundered. Indeed, this was no ordinary place. The mere fact that something as extraordinary as the devil fruit could be sold here indicated that the shopkeeper, despite his seemingly harmless demeanor, was far from an ordinary person. She had been careless, negligent. Coupled with Rasha's blunt remarks, Black Widow realized that her true identity had likely been discerned long ago. With this thought, she resolved to abandon her pretense. It seems my identity has been uncovered, she admitted candidly. I apologize, shopkeeper. Now that you are aware of my true self, I trust you can comprehend my actions. The nature of my work necessitates discretion regarding my identity. However, you are correct. I have erred in mistaking you for someone else, and for that, I offer my apologies. Allow me to formally introduce myself, Agent Natasha Romanoff of S.H.I.E.L.D. She extended her hand towards Rasha. His expression softened slightly, yet he merely cast a glance at her outstretched hand without reciprocating the gesture. Encountering a slight rebuff, Black Widow remained undeterred and continued earnestly. Shopkeeper, please rest assured, our intention at S.H.I.E.L.D. is solely to ascertain the nature of the devil fruit, with no ulterior motives. Do you believe I care about this? Rorschach chuckled nonchalantly. Such disdain, such indifference, flowed from him effortlessly, entirely genuine. The Black Widow could distinctly perceive that this young store manager truly regarded S.H.I.E.L.D. with utter disregard. If that is the case, might you add me to the group? The Black Widow inquired earnestly once more. Certainly, Rorschach nodded and promptly included her in the group, informing everyone of her presence. Attention everyone, we at the House of Devil Fruits are delighted to welcome a new member into our family. The manager announced. Greetings, I am Natasha Romanoff. I have just procured a devil fruit from the manager, and I am thrilled to join this wonderful family. Natasha introduced herself. Another newcomer in the group? Oh, Natasha? For some reason, that name seems so familiar, as if I've encountered it before, Wade Wilson remarked. Is that so, Wade? Perhaps you should converse with me about why that name rings a bell and where you might have seen it, Vanessa suggested. And welcome to the group, Natasha. Another sister has joined our ranks. I am truly pleased. Hello, Natasha, I am Hope Van Dyne. Hope greeted warmly. Welcome to the group, new member. I am Lin Xiao, the laser man who has consumed the laser fruit. May I inquire what fruit you have ingested? Li asked. Thank you all. I appreciate your support. The fruit I consumed is the mimic fruit, which allows me to replicate the appearance of others, Natasha revealed after a moment of hesitation. There was no point in concealing it. Having joined the group, her fruit would eventually be discovered by others, so she deemed it better to disclose it willingly. Everyone. One more thing. Natasha Romanoff is an agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. This detail is for the group's knowledge only, so please refrain from sharing it indiscriminately. The manager cautioned. You all should understand how vital confidentiality is for an agent, correct? You speak of the importance of secrecy for an agent while simultaneously revealing your own identity. Isn't that rather contradictory? The Black Widow retorted. Rorschach understood this well, but he could not allow a spy to operate covertly within his group. Since she was here, her identity had to be unveiled. With Rorschach's declaration, the group buzzed with excitement. The revelation of an agent joining their ranks was indeed intriguing. An agent? Wade Wilson exclaimed. Madam Natasha, you are indeed an operative? How delightful. The group is now bustling with an array of characters: assassins, mercenaries, underworld leaders, scientists, professors, and now, yet another agent. How utterly thrilling. I am quite enamored. Hope Van Dyne, S-H-I-E-L-D. I am unfamiliar with this organization. Of course, Hope is well aware of what S-H-I-E-L-D is. Her father was a former agent of S-H-I-E-L-D, and she is merely feigning ignorance. Chapter 097, A Threat to S-H-I-E-L-D. Charles Xavier, S-H-I-E-L-D, is an intelligence agency under the auspices of the World Security Council. It is, however, no ordinary intelligence agency, as it exclusively addresses significant global events. Wade Wilson, under the World Security Council? Goodness, this is rather impressive. I had no idea Natasha had such formidable connections, and I must admit I feel a tad anxious. Wade Wilson, Agent Natasha, I often share risque jokes and indulge in provocative banter in this group. You wouldn't consider apprehending me, would you? Michael Morbius. It appears that this agency is even more formidable than the FBI and CIA, my friends. It seems we must exercise greater caution in our communications henceforth. An agent from S-H-I-E-L-D, Jean Bing, who typically refrains from speaking in the group, suddenly found himself paying close attention to Black Widow. As Dr. Morbius pointed out, Jean Bing resolved to temper his words and actions in light of this new revelation. Natasha Romanoff, shopkeeper, why did you so carelessly expose my identity? I have been compromised, and the higher-ups will undoubtedly reprimand me severely. Although Black Widow lamented her predicament, she remained largely unfazed by the disclosure. After all, she had entered the group using her real name. Her identity had long been at risk of exposure. However, now with the powers granted by the mimic fruit, Black Widow was entirely unconcerned about such revelations, as she could effortlessly adopt any persona she desired. Natasha Romanoff was merely one of her many frequently used aliases. Natasha Romanoff. Nevertheless, since the shopkeeper has unveiled my identity, allow me to clarify. There is no need for alarm. I am not a police officer. Natasha Romanoff. As Professor Xavier stated, we are solely tasked with managing significant incidents, so unless you intend to kidnap Tony Stark, you may treat me as mere air. The implication being that S-H-I-E-L-D is not a lowly police force. Routine criminal activities do not warrant their attention. Yet, despite Black Widow's reassurances, the members present could not shake their unease. Of course, for the majority in the group, such as the esteemed doctors, professors, Vanessa, Hope, and others, they are all reputable individuals, engaged in honorable professions and not involved in any disreputable dealings. Thus, they felt no trepidation towards this S-H-I-E-L-D agent. I merely find it somewhat awkward, and that is all. The true matters of concern are only a few individuals, namely Jean Bing and Deadpool. Natasha Romanoff. Well then, everyone. It appears my identity still makes you uncomfortable. Let us conclude our greetings here. Natasha Romanoff. Farewell, everyone. After bidding farewell to the group, the Black Widow exited the chat. Manager, you have truly put me in a predicament. Do you know what happens when our operatives expose their identities? The Black Widow feigned annoyance, directing her complaints towards Rasha. One cannot deny there is a certain charm in her demeanor. Yet, regrettably, Rasha was entirely unfazed by her antics. Natasha, I shall not see you off. Rasha replied calmly to the Black Widow. Very well, Manager Rasha. You are one of the few who has made me feel defeated in my career. The Black Widow restored her composure, bidding farewell to Rasha. I shall not disturb you any longer. Please relay my regards to Lu Dan. Without turning around, Rasha's voice drifted back. I welcome those who come to purchase the fruits, but should S-H-I-E-L-D entertain any inappropriate notions. A permanent blacklist will be but the basic protocol. I cannot guarantee the other potential consequences that may arise. Lu Dan. The Black Widow paused momentarily, entirely unaware of whom Rasha referred to. However, this was inconsequential, as it did not hinder her understanding of the implications of Rasha's words. Clearly, he was threatening S-H-I-E-L-D. He had instantly recognized the Black Widow's identity, which indicated his awareness of the structure of S-H-I-E-L-D. Even if he were not privy to such knowledge, Professor X had already provided an introduction. making ignorance impossible. Yet, in this context, his audacity in openly warning and threatening S-H-I-E-L-D was exceedingly brazen, showing a complete disregard for the organization. However, reflecting on the fact that this unassuming little shop could sell such extraordinary items as devil fruits, it was evident that a formidable entity must be lurking behind the scenes, possibly even an organization entwined with the supernatural and the arcane. If that were the case, their disregard for S-H-I-E-L-D would indeed seem justifiable. I understand. I shall convey the manager's words to my superior. The Black Widow offered no further remarks, expressionless, before turning to leave the devil fruit shop. As she processed the information she had encountered today, the Black Widow could not shake the feeling of being overwhelmed. This devil fruit shop was truly remarkable. The depths of its operations appeared quite profound. It was imperative that all information be reported to Director Fury without delay. By the way, who is the braised egg that the store manager Rorschach mentioned? Braised egg? Braised egg? The Black Widow felt a flicker of familiarity with this term. After a moment of careful recollection, she finally remembered that it referred to a type of food from Hua Xiao, an egg-based delicacy produced through a peculiar method that appeared rather unappetizing. Wait a moment. As the image of the braised egg flashed through the Black Widow's mind, a sudden realization dawned upon her. She finally understood that Rorschach was referring to Director Fury. How audacious for the store manager to humorously dub Director Fury as braised egg. Such a blatant disregard for Fury's stature was astonishing. The Black Widow was left speechless. However, this also indicated the formidable organization behind the Devil Fruit Shop. It is noteworthy that during this period, the age of superheroes had not yet commenced, and S-H-I-E-L-D was still relatively unknown to the public. Yet Rorschach had confidently revealed the identity of S-H-I-E-L-D's ace agent and was aware of the director's position. This spoke volumes about the Devil Fruit Shop's significance. The Black Widow had formed a preliminary assessment of the Devil Fruit establishment. With these thoughts in mind, she swiftly returned to the Triskelion and made her way to Director Fury's office. Upon seeing Nick Fury, the terms braised egg involuntarily flashed through her mind once more. Initially, she hadn't thought much of it, but after grasping the metaphor, she found it exceedingly apt. Indeed, Fury's head bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a braised egg. Once she accepted this notion, the imagery of the braised egg became indelible. Chapter 098. Nick Fury's attention. That store manager is Extraordinary Director Fury. The Black Widow greeted him before stepping directly in front of him. At that moment, Nick Fury set aside the document he had been perusing and turned his solitary eye towards her. So, Natasha, what news do you bring me? Director Fury. The Devil Fruit is indeed real. It can grant individuals superhuman abilities, the Black Widow reported earnestly. Is it truly the case? Nick Fury expressed mild surprise. Although preliminary investigations had indicated that those previously classified as mutant outcasts had consumed the Devil Fruit, such claims were still difficult to believe. Moreover, the act of selling such an extraordinary item did not align with the typical logic of ordinary individuals. Therefore, given Rorschach's nature, Fury required further evidence to confirm this astonishing revelation. Natasha, since you have drawn your own conclusions, I assume you must have unearthed sufficient evidence to support such assertions, correct? So what is this evidence? Nick Fury inquired, his tone imbued with assurance as he gazed at the Black Widow. The enigmatic Black Widow merely offered a mysterious smile in response. Then, under the scrutiny of the onlookers, she pressed her right hand against her face. The original Black Widow vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar man who now stood before Nick Fury. Director Fury, I believe this evidence should suffice. The man, embodying the Black Widow, spoke, his voice entirely transformed into a masculine tone. Incredible. Even someone as composed as Nick Fury found himself momentarily speechless, staring at the man who had taken on the Black Widow's guise for several seconds before finally exclaiming in astonishment. Such an extraordinary occurrence would have been beyond his belief had he not witnessed it firsthand. Please revert back, Natasha. You look rather peculiar like this, Nick Fury urged, gesturing toward the man who had assumed the Black Widow's identity. The man then extended his left hand and pressed it against his face, reverting to the original form of the Black Widow. So, Natasha, you have consumed a devil fruit? Nick Fury inquired, his gaze fixed on her with a contemplative demeanor. Yes. Director Fury, the fruit I ingested is known as the mimic fruit, which allows one to replicate another's appearance with absolute precision. the Black Widow affirmed, nodding as she provided a brief overview for Nick Fury. The mimic fruit, you say? Nick Fury murmured softly. The name of the fruit was simple, yet its capabilities were astonishing. The term mimic scarcely encapsulated the fruit's powers. Transformation would not be an exaggeration. Director Fury, based on my observations of the devil fruits in the compendium, I can surmise the types of fruits consumed by Jean Bing and Target Eye. Jean Bing's body is impervious to weapons, and his fists can transform into glowing iron rods. I suspect he has likely consumed the steel fruit, which allows him to render his body into steel. Target Eye has undoubtedly ingested the quick/fruit, which enables one's body to become sword-like. The staff elder must have eaten a fruit that emits special light waves. It should be the dull fruit. As for Erica, the fruit that causes thorns to erupt from her body is undoubtedly the thorn fruit. Thus, we can definitively conclude that those suddenly emerging mutant outlaws are all individuals who have consumed devil fruits. The Black Widow continued to report to Nick Fury, conveying the conclusions drawn from her investigations. Is this truly the esteemed House of Devil Fruits? Nick Fury nodded, his doubts dissipating in light of this revelation. Yet, new questions began to surface. Why would this House of Devil Fruits choose to sell such extraordinary items? Fury's gaze deepened, lost in contemplation. Black Widow shared his perplexity. Could it be that the House of Devil Fruits possessed an abundance of these mystical fruits, far beyond their capacity to utilize, hence opting to sell them? This notion seemed implausible to her, no matter how one considered it. She could not fathom that a being in possession of such wondrous fruits would find themselves in need of funds. The true motives of the House of Devil Fruits left both Nick Fury and Black Widow in a state of bewilderment. Natasha, what further insights have you uncovered? After a brief silence, Fury, with his singular eye, turned to Black Widow, his voice grave. Regrettably, Director Fury, I must classify this operation as a failure. It cannot be deemed successful in any sense. The information I obtained amounted to little more than rudimentary knowledge of the devil fruits, which the shopkeeper, Rashia, did not attempt to conceal. Beyond that, he discerned my true identity. Black Widow reported, a hint of frustration evident in her demeanor. As she stated, having her identity exposed was, by any measure, a significant failure. Your identity was revealed? Fury expressed genuine surprise. Natasha, you were assigned a straightforward task. Surely you did not exhibit any flaws. I did not, Director Fury. Black Widow replied with unwavering certainty. I made no mistakes. The shopkeeper was already aware of who I am. Oh, is that so? Fury raised an eyebrow. The identity of Black Widow was classified within S-H-I-E-L-D. Not only outsiders, but even few within the organization were privy to her existence. The fact that Rashia was aware of her identity was telling. It is not just me. He knows you too, Director. He even asked me to relay a message to you. Black Widow continued, her voice resonating with intrigue. This revelation piqued Fury's curiosity. Wait, Natasha, he knows me? Let me clarify. Does he know that S-H-I-E-L-D has a director? Or does he know that the director is specifically me, Nick Fury? Fury's gaze fixed intently on Black Widow, recognizing that the distinction was crucial. Director Fury. He knows you are the director. He even described your appearance to me, Black Widow remarked to Nick Fury. Nick Fury's expression began to grow serious. According to Black Widow's report, they were entirely unaware of their adversaries, yet those adversaries seemed to possess an intimate understanding of them. That devil fruit shop is indeed no ordinary establishment. Chapter 099, a comprehensive investigation of the Devil Fruit House. So, what message did the shopkeeper send you to convey to me? Nick Fury paused momentarily before continuing to gaze at Black Widow with his singular eye. His exact words, I shall not repeat, were quite impolite. Essentially, they served as a warning for us not to entertain any reckless thoughts about them. Black Widow replied, shrugging her shoulders. No, Natasha, please repeat his exact words. I am quite eager to hear them. Nick Fury insisted, his demeanor serious. A mere paraphrase cannot encapsulate the tone and attitude with which Rasha delivered those words. Such ungracious remarks could hardly disturb Nick Fury's resolve in the slightest. Given that it was Nick Fury's request, Black Widow had no objections and proceeded to relay Rasha's exact words to him. For an agent like Black Widow, her memory was impeccable, although she hadn't consciously tried to memorize the words at that moment. Recounting them now posed no challenge whatsoever. Naturally, she chose to selectively omit the rather unflattering nickname. You are right, Natasha. He truly was quite discourteous. Nick Fury remarked with a slight smirk. though his expression remained unchanged. He even threatened me. High-Octane, an international intelligence organization established by the World Security Council, possesses authority that supersedes all other agencies, including the FBI and CIA. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a colossal entity, a veritable behemoth. As the head of such a formidable institution, Nick Fury had never before encountered a threat. This incident clearly illustrated that Rasha, the shopkeeper, held S-H-I-E-L-D in utter disregard, demonstrating a complete lack of reverence. This further underscored the extraordinary significance of the Devil Fruit House. Director Fury, what should our next course of action be? Black Widow inquired earnestly, her gaze fixed intently on Nick Fury. First, we shall monitor the Devil Fruit House until we acquire more intelligence. We must refrain from any hasty actions, Nick Fury decided without hesitation. Black Widow nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. Nick Fury's plan was precisely as she had anticipated. The House of Devil Fruits was shrouded in mystery. Indeed, it was unwise to act recklessly without knowing anything about the other party. By the way, Director, I have another crucial piece of intelligence that I believe you should be aware of. The Black Widow suddenly recalled something and spoke again to Nick Fury, stating that devil fruits cannot be purchased at will. There exists a significant purchasing principle. An individual or organization can only control a maximum of 3 devil fruits. If you intend to arrange for someone to acquire devil fruits, this is a vital reference principle. Nick Fury's brow furrowed slightly. This was certainly not good news for him. The Black Widow had hit the nail on the head. He indeed planned to assign personnel to procure devil fruits. Such miraculous items, which bestow superpowers upon consumption, could not be overlooked. It would be utterly foolish for Nick Fury to remain indifferent to such wonders. However, considering this principle of limiting possession to fewer than 3 fruits, did that not imply that S-H-I-E-L-D could only acquire 3 devil fruits? After all, the entire organization was under his control. Currently, the Black Widow had already procured 1, leaving only 2 available. Such a minimal quantity would hardly suffice. What would happen if they exceeded the limit of 3? After pondering for a moment, Nick Fury could not help but fixate on the Black Widow and inquire in a low voice. We have yet to gather intelligence on that front, but Director, since the other party has established this principle, I imagine it is not easily broken, the Black Widow replied. Nick Fury nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Then, Director, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The Black Widow acknowledged Nick Fury and exited his office. Shortly after her departure, Nick Fury summoned Coulson before him once again and relayed the information he had obtained from the Black Widow. To his astonishment, the existence of such extraordinary items as devil fruits was indeed real. Coulson's expression mirrored disbelief upon hearing this. I am assigning you a long-term task, Nick Fury stated directly. Bypassing any unnecessary conversation, conduct a comprehensive investigation into the House of Devil Fruits. I require all pertinent intelligence. Understood, Director. Coulson replied respectfully before taking his leave. Hell's Kitchen, Madame Gao's secret stronghold. It remained the 3 high-ranking members of the Hand, Madame Gao, Murakami, and Nobu. The operation regarding the Devil Fruit Shop has failed. Lady Gao's voice resonated first as she leaned on her cane, standing before Murakami and Shin. She addressed the 2, stating, the individuals I dispatched have completely vanished, as if they have evaporated from this world, with neither living nor deceased signs remaining. Although no bodies were found, even a fool would surmise that they must be dead. This revelation did not come as a surprise to either Murakami or Lady Gao. After all, an organization capable of procuring such extraordinary items as devil fruits cannot be trifling. If the endeavor had been so effortlessly successful, it would indeed have been unexpected. Despite the failure of the operation, surely there must be some gains, right? Murakami inquired. Observing Lady Gao, regardless of their methods, they must have left some traces behind. Such traces could unveil numerous truths. And perhaps the Hand Association could follow the clues to uncover something significant. Regrettably, Murakami, there were no gains whatsoever, Lady Gao replied, shaking her head. Like stones cast into the ocean, those 2 vanished without a trace. We know nothing of when they were exposed, when they were eliminated, who did it, or the methods employed. We are utterly in the dark. The expressions of Murakami and Shin grew grave. The fact that the Hand Association could not unearth even the slightest evidence was almost unimaginable. The force behind the Devil Fruit House was indeed formidable. However, Lady Gao, we should have left no traces ourselves, correct? Murakami asked, seeking reassurance. What? Are you questioning my abilities? Lady Gao cast a languid glance at Murakami. He refrained from saying more. Her confidence indicated that everything had been arranged meticulously, leaving no clues behind. Murakami felt assured in her capabilities. Let us set aside the matters concerning the Devil Fruit House for now. The gambler will arrive in an hour. We should first eliminate Jean and then concentrate our efforts on the Devil Fruit House, Murakami suggested after a moment's contemplation. Lady Gao nodded in agreement, saying nothing further. Chapter 100, System Upgrade, Nature Type, Ancient Species Fruit available at the Devil Fruit House. A notification appeared on the system panel, detected that the host has accumulated the sale of 15 devil fruits. A system upgrade is available. Would you like to upgrade? Gazing at the prompt on the system panel, Rasha felt an overwhelming excitement, accompanied by an indescribable anticipation. In truth, while concluding the transaction with Black Widow, Rasha had already received an update notification from the system. However, due to Black Widow's presence, he found it inconvenient to access the system until she departed, at which point he eagerly entered the system. The previous mention of 15 upgrade indicators was fulfilled with her final assist, enabling Rasha to achieve the upgrade. What was there to hesitate about? Without uttering a word, Rasha promptly issued the upgrade command to the system. System upgrading. Upgrade complete. The latest version of the system has been loaded. Would you like to view it? View. The updated system interface unfolded before Rasha's eyes. The most striking feature was undoubtedly the expanded shelf. The post-update shelf was significantly longer than its predecessor, making it nearly impossible to overlook. As Rasha perused the shelf, he discovered a plethora of newly listed devil fruits. His previous conjectures held true. Among the new arrivals were several relatively high-grade and premium devil fruits. Included were notable paramecia types such as the split fruit, bomb fruit, and string fruit, along with the door fruit that Bruce Banner had taken a particular interest in. However, the most formidable fruits, including the quake fruit, gravity fruit, soul fruit, and the negativity fruit, remained absent. As for the Zoan-type fruits, beyond the standard offerings, a selection of ancient varieties had emerged, albeit not including any dragon-type fruits. The illustrious mythical Zoan fruits were also conspicuously missing. Nevertheless, the ancient Zoan fruits available were still extraordinarily formidable, particularly within the Marvel Universe. In fact, to some extent, the ancient varieties might possess advantages over the paramecia types, as the effects of Zoan fruits are often immediate upon consumption. Conversely, paramecia fruits require gradual development. It is worth noting that even when fully mastered, some paramecia fruits may not surpass the potency of certain ancient fruits. The ancient varieties indeed possess an uncanny edge. To Rashia's surprise, the long-coveted Logia-type fruits were also present, albeit only lower-tier options. The available Logia fruits included the spark fruit, thunder fruit, and lava fruit. Notably, even the unpalatable fire fruit was absent from the offerings. In total, the system had listed only 3 Logia fruits: the smoke fruit, swamp fruit, and snow fruit. In the realm of natural abilities, it may not be deemed exceptionally powerful, yet when compared to other fruits, it is indeed remarkable. Setting aside other considerations, the elemental transformation alone is an aspect that other fruits cannot rival. Indeed, the recent upgrade of the system has proven to be quite formidable. Rasha finds himself immensely satisfied with this development. A selection of relatively high-end paramecia, ancient Zoan types, and these 3 rather unimpressive natural fruits are poised to become the flagship products of the Devil Fruit House in the future. The Zebing fruit? Furthermore, Rasha has noticed a fruit that was previously sold has mysteriously reappeared in the system. This suggests that Deadpool's assertion was accurate. Wesley has indeed met his demise. No wonder he became the eternal lurker in the group, having only made a few appearances when he first joined, only to vanish thereafter. It turns out he has simply passed away. However, Rasha is not particularly concerned about Wesley's fate. He merely reflects on it briefly before turning his attention to the other changes within the system. Another notable change is the alteration in the payment method. Following the system upgrade, transactions are no longer conducted in US dollars. Instead, all payments must now be made in gold. This effectively raises the purchasing threshold. Yet for the undeniably seller-driven market of devil fruits, this slight increase poses no significant obstacle. It will not adversely affect the sales of these fruits. Rasha can fully comprehend this shift in payment method. Initially, when the market for devil fruits had not yet developed, it would have been impractical to demand gold for transactions, as sales would likely have been scarce. Now, with the market fully established and a solid sales foundation in place, transitioning to a more reasonable payment method is entirely justifiable. After a brief review, aside from the updates to the inventory and the payment method, the system has also undergone enhancements in various other aspects. For instance, a theft prevention feature has been introduced, allowing Rasha to forego the daily task of retracting the devil fruits into the system. Additionally, the option to export the devil fruit compendium with a single click has been added, eliminating the need for manual compilation. These improvements have indeed rendered the process significantly more convenient. After examining these updates, Rasha remains quite pleased. However, he soon finds himself deep in thought regarding the sales strategy for the devil fruits. Regarding the several natural and ancient fruits, to be candid, they are exceedingly rare and valuable. Rasha does not intend to sell them through ordinary channels. Rather, an auction format would be far more fitting. Only in this manner can he properly honor the prestige of such rare devil fruits. However, if it pertains to an auction, now is not the opportune moment. After all, while the devil fruits have indeed begun to gain some traction, their notoriety remains significantly insufficient. To proceed with an auction at this juncture would invite a plethora of unworthy bidders, which would be rather humiliating. So, when would be the appropriate time for an auction? It would be when the devil fruits are fervently sought after, with eager patrons clamoring for the chance to purchase them. Only then, when they are summoned by the masses, would it truly align with the prestige of the devil fruits. Presently, the timing is far from ideal. Nonetheless, there is no rush. It is prudent to first replenish the stock of devil fruits on the shelves. Thus, Rasha entered the system and opted to release the newly listed devil fruits, excluding those of the natural and ancient types. In an instant, the display case was filled with numerous additional fruits, prompting Rasha to nod in approval. Next, the collection must be updated. Without further ado, Rasha swiftly accessed the system, selected the appropriate fruits, and exported the updated collection with a mere click, completing the task in mere seconds. Chapter 101, Deadpool, Immortal Body. Can one consume multiple fruits? After tending to the tasks at hand, Rasha entered the chat group to announce a new message. To all store managers, effective immediately, transactions for devil fruits will no longer be conducted in US dollars and will instead be settled in gold. Please take note. Additionally, the Devil Fruit House has launched a new batch of devil fruits. All are welcome to repurchase, and we encourage you to recommend friends and family to join in the purchasing. These two pieces of information immediately transformed the previously tranquil chat group into a lively forum. Wade Wilson, has the store manager released new devil fruits? I am truly looking forward to it. However, it is regrettable that each individual can only consume one fruit. No matter how exceptional, they remain beyond my reach. Wade Wilson, wait a moment, store manager. A bold thought has suddenly struck me. You mentioned that consuming 2 devil fruits would result in an explosive demise, correct? But what if that individual, upon exploding, could come back to life? Would that not allow one to consume multiple devil fruits, exploding and dying? Am I to be daunted by such a fate? As if no one has ever faced an explosive demise before. I, for one, have been blown to smithereens by a bomb in the past. Rasha found himself at a loss for words in response to Deadpool's inquiry. It must be said that Deadpool's question struck a chord. Indeed, consuming multiple devil fruits would lead to an explosive end. But what if someone could explode and yet not perish? Now, that presents an intriguing proposition. Store manager, Wade, I have already informed you of the consequences of consuming multiple devil fruits. As for the rest, I trust you will weigh the implications for yourself. Michael Morbius, how can one possibly die and come back to life? Wade, your question lacks any significance. Michael Morbius, however, store manager, the selection of fruits you have on display is quite impeccable. I plan to return with my friends in the coming days. Michael Morbius, although settling with gold is somewhat cumbersome, it is not insurmountable. Store manager, Michael Morbius, you are always welcome. I trust the fruits in the store will not disappoint you. Hawkeye Van Dane, store manager, may I inquire if the fruits currently available can lock onto another's fruit? Vanessa, lock onto someone else's? Hawkeye, that request sounds rather peculiar. Wade Wilson, I am quite curious. Hawkeye, what exactly do you intend to lock onto? I can already envision it, akin to some melodramatic film. It cannot be the cliched pursuit of a girl after a boy, can it? Wade Wilson, do enlighten me. Hawkeye, Tell me you are not that kind of person. Vanessa Wade. Wade Wilson. Haha, just jesting. By the way, does no one else in the group possess a sense of humor? It is truly awkward to be the only one laughing at my own jokes. Store manager, Hawkeye Van Dane. Your description is overly broad and vague. I cannot provide you with an accurate answer at this moment. In truth, Rasha understands precisely what Hawkeye is inquiring about. He merely wishes to enter the quantum realm to locate his mother. However, if Hawkeye has not revealed this, Rasha's knowledge would indeed be rather unsettling. It seems no one in the group will dare to converse with Rasha thereafter. Hawkeye Van Dane. I was remiss, store manager. I need to speak with you privately. After informing everyone in the group, Rasha refrained from further idle chatter and exited the group. Hawkeye Van Dane promptly sought out Rasha. Store manager. It was inconvenient to elaborate in the group. The matter is as follows. There is someone incredibly important to me, with whom I have lost contact for nearly 20 years. I do not even know whether she is alive or deceased. I wonder if any of the fruits currently available can assist me in finding this person? Hawkeye then articulated his request to Rasha in detail, aligning perfectly with Rasha's suspicions. The individual indeed sought to find his mother. Hawkeye, I must say, your fortune is quite remarkable, Rasha remarked with a slight sigh, quickly responding to Hawkeye. In the past, the store did not possess such fruits. However, among the latest batch just released by the system, there happens to be a fruit that is exceptionally suitable. Is that true, store manager? That is simply splendid. Hawkeye replied swiftly, and even through the screen, Rasha could sense the excitement radiating from him. Shopkeeper, I am uncertain about this fruit. Hop continued to inquire with palpable excitement. The tracking fruit, Rasha replied, grants the user the ability to trace their target. Once a target is marked, their location can be pinpointed with utmost precision. Within the confines of Klaus Technology's office, Hop's face lit up with uncontainable enthusiasm, even causing her breath to quicken slightly. This fruit was precisely what she had longed for, the means to locate her mother. Could you elaborate on the tracking fruit, please? Hop steadied her racing heart and posed her question anew in the chat interface. Hop, there are two key considerations regarding this fruit, Rasha explained. Firstly, it is crucial to mark the target. Without a prior mark, tracking is impossible. The marking process is quite straightforward. Simply locate an object that the target has used or any personal item such as hair or clothing that is associated with them. Hop's excitement grew as she realized that she possessed everything necessary for this requirement. Although her mother had been missing for over a decade, her mother's room was preserved just as it had been, with everything intact. Even Hank Pym visited daily to clean. There were countless items related to her mother within. What about the second point? Hop eagerly asked. The second consideration, Rasha continued, is that the user's mental energy is significantly consumed during tracking. They cannot maintain this state for prolonged periods. The duration of tracking is contingent upon the user's proficiency with the tracking fruit. With this information, Hop felt reassured. The tracking fruit posed no issues for her. It would perfectly fulfill her and Hank's quest to find Jennifer. The sole obstacle was that both Hop and Hank Pym had already consumed a devil fruit. They would need to find a reliable individual to consume the tracking fruit instead. By the way, shopkeeper, what is the price for the tracking fruit? Hop inquired once more. Currently, the currency for devil fruits has shifted to gold, so preparations are necessary. The tracking fruit is priced at 50 kilograms of gold, Rasha promptly informed her. 50 kilograms? Understood, shopkeeper. I shall not disturb you further. As soon as I have secured the gold, I will come to purchase the tracking fruit. In the meantime, please reserve it for me. Hop addressed Rasha with a request. So, Rasha, tracking the devil fruits is akin to reserving them in advance. I can hold them for you for 7 days. Rasha hardly hesitated before agreeing. Thank you, manager. Naturally, there were no issues on Hop's end. Gathering 50 kilograms of gold within a week was not a daunting task for her. You're welcome, Rasha casually replied. Concluding the call with Hop. Manager, I have a question I wish to consult you about. After finishing her conversation with Hop, the Black Widow sent Rasha a private message, inquiring if it was a convenient time for her. The renowned Black Widow maintained a courteous demeanor towards Rasha. Please go ahead, Natasha. Rasha, having nothing to hide, responded without hesitation. I reviewed the purchasing principles for the devil fruits stated in the group announcement, and I am uncertain if I understood correctly. Does it mean that for S-H-I-E-L-D, all agents combined can only purchase 3 fruits? The Black Widow inquired directly. Indeed, Natasha. That is the limitation imposed on the purchase of devil fruits. Your understanding is quite accurate, Rasha affirmed. Then, manager, Is there any way to circumvent the limit of 3 devil fruits? The Black Widow pressed on. Becoming a member of the Devil Fruit House would indeed relax the purchasing restrictions, Rasha replied. The Black Widow's eyes brightened at this revelation. Initially, she held little hope. But now there seemed to be a possibility. What must one do to become a member of the Devil Fruit House? The Black Widow eagerly asked. Please pay attention to the information provided in the group, Rasha responded, choosing not to elaborate further. This was not a matter of arrogance. Rather, the system had not provided clear guidance on this aspect, and Rasha could not speak out of turn. I understand, the Black Widow acknowledged, displaying her astuteness by refraining from further inquiries. She then exchanged brief farewells with Rasha and exited the chat interface. Following the exchanges with Hop and the Black Widow, several other group members also reached out privately, seeking clarification on matters related to the recent system updates. Rasha patiently responded to each inquiry. Occasionally, she attended to walk-in customers, and before she realized it, the morning had swiftly passed. In the afternoon, the pace eased considerably, with about a dozen customers visiting. However, due to various reasons, not a single devil fruit was sold. Rasha remained unfazed by this. Having engaged in the sale of devil fruits for a considerable time, her business was well established, and she had no concerns regarding demand. Without further ado, Mobius had mentioned bringing his friends along, and Hop was also expected to arrive in a few days. Moreover, Black Widow had recently purchased mimetic fruits from me and inquired about purchasing limits, indicating that S.H.I.E.L.D. would likely send representatives once more. However, what Ratchet did not anticipate was that in the coming days, he would not receive orders from Mobius, Hop, or S.H.I.E.L.D. Instead, he would first receive news from Jinbing. I had uncovered some leads regarding the mastermind behind the assassin known as Li. Jinbing sent a message to Li Xuanhuan's alias, revealing that the individual who had employed the assassin was an underground broker named Edward Sandler, who had already been silenced by the time I located him. Without waiting for Ratchet to inquire further, Jinbing promptly provided a comprehensive introduction. Nevertheless, through various clues, we were able to trace the true mastermind behind Edward Sandler to Norton Schwarzenegger. Not only did we gather information from Edward Sandler, but additional clues during our investigation also pointed towards Norton Schwarzenegger. Based on past experiences, I would typically conclude that the true culprit was indeed Norton Schwarzenegger. I surmised there would be a but following this revelation, correct? Ratchet confidently addressed Jinbing. Indeed, Li, hence my statement that I had merely uncovered some leads. For this Norton Schwarzenegger is a man who has been deceased for 7 years. Thus, a question arises. Did Norton Schwarzenegger fake his death, or is someone else impersonating him? I will require more time for further investigation. However, Li, you must brace yourself. Norton Schwarzenegger has been missing for 7 years, and the traces he left behind are exceedingly scant. I am aware that I previously made you a promise, but Li, the complexity of this matter has far exceeded my expectations. I may need additional time. Jinbing's words were heartfelt. Initially, he believed that, given his extensive network in New York, uncovering the true perpetrator would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, as the investigation unfolded, Jinbing realized his error. Whoever had targeted Li Xuanhuan wielded an unfathomable influence, leaving behind minimal traces. If not for Jinbing's vast connections, it would have been nearly impossible for anyone to detect those subtle clues. Yet, even so, all evidence pointed to a deceased individual. Jinbing felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. A corpse? However, upon hearing Jinbing's conclusion, Ratchet felt a stirring within. A deceased individual orchestrating events from beyond the grave. Surely this exemplifies the modus operandi of the Hand Association? The remarkable power wielded by the Hand Association, which enables it to exert control over so many, predominantly hinges on its method of seeking out those influential figures nearing death, resurrecting them as leverage to exert absolute dominion. A prime illustration of this is found in the father of Ward, a close companion of Iron Fist Danny Rand. After his resurrection by the Hand Association, he has silently served as a mere pawn, oblivious to the fact that he is still dead, even to his own flesh and blood. It is undoubtedly the Hand Association at work. Rorschach's suspicions grew ever more resolute. Firstly, the timing of these events is far too coincidental. Secondly, the behavioral patterns align seamlessly with the Hand Association style. Two such coincidences in succession are simply too fortuitous. What more is there to discuss? Chapter 103, Swiftly. Seek aid from Li Xuanhuan. Hell's Kitchen. the clandestine stronghold of Jean. Within a spacious chamber reminiscent of a training facility, the sound of liquid splattering resounds incessantly as Vanessa vigorously wields her hands. With each motion, a fierce and lethal stream of water is unleashed. Opposite Vanessa, the target, known as the bullseye, nimbly dodges her every assault, moving with the agility of a monkey. When evasion proves impossible, Bullseye swiftly transforms his limbs into razor-sharp blades, effectively countering Vanessa's water attacks. What poses a significant threat to an ordinary person is effortlessly thwarted by him. Vanessa, take heed. It's my turn now. After a brief period of being targeted, Bullseye seizes a bamboo skewer, addressing Vanessa. Hold on, I've nearly depleted my hydration. I need to replenish. Vanessa gestures dismissively. No, Vanessa, in real combat. No one will grant you such an opportunity. You must learn to seize your own chances. Bullseye declares, flicking his wrist as the bamboo skewer swiftly hurtles toward Vanessa. With a sudden tension, Vanessa realizes the imminent danger. She instinctively jerks her head up and launches a stream of water in an attempt to knock the skewer down. However, its diminutive size and rapid speed render her efforts futile. Swish! The skewer slices through the air, hurtling directly toward Vanessa. Instantly, she is engulfed by an overwhelming sense of peril, her body freezing in place, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Despite the arduous training Vanessa underwent after her formal combat with the Hand Union, she realized the necessity of acquiring certain combat skills. However, being an ordinary woman, it was unrealistic to expect swift results from her training. Currently, her ability to effectively target the bullseye was commendable. Yet, just as a bamboo skewer was about to strike her, the bullseye suddenly twitched and launched another skewer with remarkable speed, knocking the first one aside. Vanessa instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief, her back dampened with sweat from the scare. I shall take a moment to rest and inspect the various posts, she declared. Observing this, the bullseye halted, casually pocketed the bamboo skewers, greeted Vanessa, and departed. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Vanessa entered a nearby lounge, poured herself a glass of water, and sat across from Jean Bin, who was fervently typing away on his computer. Upon leaning in to catch a glimpse, she noticed Jean Bin was communicating with Li Xiao. Fisk, your words remind me of a matter that may assist your investigation. Li Xiao's voice resonated through the chat interface. The scenario you described, involving behind-the-scenes manipulation by the deceased, bears a striking resemblance to the tactics employed by the Hand Union. You are aware of the Hand Union, are you not, Fisk? Vanessa and Jean Bin exchanged glances, both registering surprise and subtle suspicion. Their painstaking efforts to aid Li Xiao in uncovering the identity of the gunman were aimed at implicating him against the Hand Union. The revelation that Li Xiao was already familiar with the Hand Union raised questions about their relationship. Were they allies or adversaries? If they were enemies, it would be manageable, but if allies, it would complicate matters considerably. Nonetheless, Li Xiao was clearly hinting to Jean Bin that the mastermind might indeed be the Hand Union, which slightly assuaged Jean Bin's concerns. Yes, I am aware of the Hand Union. Are you now suspecting their involvement? Jean Bin inquired with a calm demeanor. It is quite possible. Jean Bin's expression relaxed. Regardless of their past, it was evident that Li Xiao was now at odds with the Hand Union, which was a positive development. Just as he intended to converse further with Li Xiao, the office door was suddenly thrust open with force. Suddenly, the target approached in a hurried manner, his expression grave. The Hand Association is here again, he said solemnly to Kingpin. The Hand Association, they truly underestimate me. Wilson Fisk. Kingpin let out a cold snort, quickly tapping on his computer, which brought up a relevant surveillance screen. As he surveyed the area, he indeed observed a throng of ninjas surging at every entrance of the stronghold. Bang, bang. Simultaneously, the muffled sounds of gunfire echoed incessantly. The surveillance footage revealed that Kingpin's men were already engaged in fierce combat with the ninjas. Everyone had raised their submachine guns, unleashing a relentless barrage against the assailants. Clatter, clatter. Yet amidst the gunfire, the sound of shattering glass could be heard, as ninjas continued to force their way into several non-entry points on other floors. Apart from the entrances on the first floor, this was the troublesome nature of the Hand Association. Some ninjas, well-versed in assassination and more agile than monkeys, could indeed accomplish feats that many others could not. Madame Gao, it's him. Among the crowd of the Hand Association, Kingpin quickly recognized two very familiar figures, his old adversaries. Moreover, another individual also caught Kingpin's eye, causing his expression to darken considerably. This person was no stranger to him. It was indeed a high-ranking member of the Hand Association who had perished at his hands last time. Yet now, they had astonishingly returned to life. Just like Gao. The dead were orchestrating events from the shadows. Kingpin had struggled to grasp the full meaning of this when Li Xiao mentioned it, but at this moment, everything became clear. Though it was hard to believe, the fact was undeniable. The Hand Association possessed the means to resurrect the dead. Realizing this, Kingpin was instantly engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. He was not afraid of formidable foes, but the notion that such adversaries could possess immortality left him feeling utterly trapped. Rarely did he experience such immense pressure. Li Xiao. A glimmer sparked in Kingpin's eyes. It appeared that he needed to seek assistance from Li Xiao. Firstly, the sheer number of personnel deployed by the Hand Association was overwhelming, rendering Kingpin incapable of managing them alone. Secondly, since Li Xiao was aware of the Hand Association's immortal attribute, he likely possessed a means to counteract it. Moreover, during this period, Jin Bing has been consistently extending goodwill towards Li Xiao with the intention of confronting the Hand Association. Now that the Hand Association has arrived, what is there to hesitate about? Chapter 104. Exciting developments. The manager must take action. Target Eye, you lead the team to fend off the Hand Association. Vanessa, is your water supply nearly depleted? You must replenish it immediately. Quickly. Having made his decision, Jin Bing swiftly conveyed a brief directive to the two individuals beside him before hastily re-entering the chat interface. Understood. Target Eye replied and promptly exited the office. Vanessa, on the other hand, dashed to the prepared water tank in the adjacent room, immersing her hands into it and drinking voraciously. The water level in the tank decreased at a noticeable pace, mirroring the rapid increase in Vanessa's stature. However, she did not allow herself to grow indefinitely, maintaining her height at approximately 2 meters. Though a larger size would grant her formidable strength, it would also render her an easy target. Movement within such confined quarters would be significantly hampered. Moreover, given that Vanessa's primary method of attack involved water-based projectiles, there was no need for an excessive increase in size. Once Vanessa finished her water intake, Jin Bing's subordinates, who had rushed in, were already prepared with bulletproof vests and assisted Vanessa in donning them. In summary, Vanessa was thoroughly prepared for this encounter. Lee, I realize this is rather sudden, but the situation is urgent. I am currently under attack from the Hand Association, and I seek your assistance. This favor, Wilson Fisk will remember and repay generously. As Vanessa consumed water, Jin Bing quickly sent a message to Li Xiao. Afterwards, he anxiously stared at the chat interface, feeling quite uncertain. Frankly, he did not harbor much hope that Li Xiao would come to his aid. After all, they had only recently met and were not particularly familiar with one another. Although he had assisted Li Xiao in investigating the assassins targeting him, the investigation had yet to yield any conclusive results. Not only that, but even if results were found, how could that compel Li Xiao to assist him against the Hand Association, which posed a lethal threat? Investigating assassins was simply not enough to inspire such loyalty. Moreover, Li Xiao was well aware of the nature of the Hand Association. I regret to inform you, Fisk, that I am currently unable to assist. Indeed, Jin Bing's expectations were not misplaced. Li Xiao unhesitatingly declined. However, do not be anxious, Fisk. Although I cannot leave, I can implore the manager to assist you. Li Xiao suddenly proclaimed. Jin Bing found himself engulfed in hesitation. The manager was a formidable figure he did not wish to disturb lightly. Moreover, Jin Bing did not believe he held such influence with the manager. Li Xiao, observing the unwavering conviction in his demeanor, could he truly possess that kind of clout? Nevertheless, at this moment, there was indeed no one else who could aid him. Tell me your location. To Jin Bing's surprise, before he could finish his deliberation, the manager sent him a message. For Lin Xiao, having gathered a considerable degree of certainty that the last incident was orchestrated by the Hand Association, there was nothing further to discuss. Even if Jin Bing did not summon Lin Xiao, he intended to eliminate the Hand Association directly. Thus, since Jin Bing had extended an invitation to Lin Xiao, it was only natural for him to seize this opportunity to confront the Hand Association. Li Xiao actually managed to persuade the manager. Upon seeing Lin Xiao's message, Jin Bing was both astonished and delighted. Although he had never witnessed the manager in action, how could such a powerful being be anything but formidable? Manager, I am grateful for your assistance. Jin Bing earnestly expressed to Lin Xiao, promptly providing his location. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. As Jean Bing completed these actions, the cacophony of chaos outside drew ever nearer. The unmistakable sounds of gunfire, cries of battle, and the clash of blades resonated clearly. Without further ado, Jean Bing rose, shed his outer coat, and strode purposefully into the adjacent hall. There, a cadre of gunmen had encircled Vanessa, poised for confrontation. Fisk. Vanessa nodded at Jean Bing, signaling her readiness. Do not worry, the situation will be resolved, Jean Bing assured her with a firm nod. Witnessing Jean Bing's unwavering composure, Vanessa felt a sense of reassurance settle within her. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the door was forcefully breached. Amidst a throng of ninjas, Murakami and Shin, wielding long swords, swiftly surged into the room. Lady Gao, leaning on her cane, trembled as she ambled in, resembling a frail, old woman. Jean Bing, without uttering a single word, slowly raised his hands, and with a mere thought, his fists transformed into a deep crimson hue. What a pity. Had you truly possessed an iron fist, we might have spared your life, Lady Gao remarked, unable to suppress her astonishment upon witnessing the familiar fists once more. Jean Bing, utterly bewildered, could not comprehend the meaning behind her words. An iron fist? Was it possible that his iron fist was anything but genuine? However, it was evidently not the time for idle chatter. Jean Bing promptly commanded the gunmen stationed within the room, open fire. The sound of gunfire erupted as the gunmen unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Lady Gao and her companions. Yet, they were not to be underestimated. Before Jean Bing's command had fully escaped his lips, they swiftly evaded, moving with agility surpassing that of monkeys. Simultaneously, a multitude of ninjas surged in from outside, adding to the chaos. Not only that, but several ninjas hurled shurikens at Jean Bing's gunmen, striking them down with precision. The scene devolved into a full-blown melee. Go! A voice rang out as Murakami charged towards Jean Bing with his sword drawn, beckoning to Lady Gao to follow suit. Understanding his intent, she too began to advance, clearly aiming to employ a coordinated strategy of offense and distraction against Jean Bing, reminiscent of their previous encounter. However, as Murakami made his move, an onslaught of metallic objects rained down upon him. Unperturbed, he wielded his sword with deft precision, deflecting each projectile with ease. As he surveyed the battlefield, he noticed a target had inexplicably appeared. Casting a glance at his apprentice, Exine, who wasted no time in rushing towards the target with his sword drawn, Murakami pressed forward, closing the distance to Jean Bing, and with a swift motion, he lunged at him. Jean Bing did not flinch. Instead, he steeled his body, allowing the sword to pierce against him. Simultaneously, his crimson iron fist was brought down with tremendous force towards Murakami, who nimbly dodged like a monkey. Lady Gao seized the opportunity, launching her own attack on Jean Bing amidst the clash between him and Murakami. Chapter 105. A dazzling entrance, that soaring golden glimmer. With a swift gesture, Lady Gao unleashed an overwhelming wave of energy that surged forth. However, Jean Bing, having gained invaluable experience from his previous encounter with Lady Gao, was not so easily caught off guard this time. His massive physique belied an agility that was astonishing, allowing him to nimbly leap aside and flawlessly evade Lady Gao's strike. A resounding crash echoed as the energy wave collided forcefully with the wall, leaving a significant dent that attested to its formidable strength. Such was the terrifying power of that wave. Had it struck an ordinary individual, it would likely have been sent reeling back home. Fisk, I have consistently underestimated your combat prowess, Lady Gao remarked, her expression betraying a hint of astonishment as she observed Jean Bing's composed evasion. Likewise, it is I who am truly astonished, Jean Bing replied gravely. His words were a stark truth. Who could have anticipated that the elderly Lady Gao possessed such terrifying strength? One could only imagine the turmoil Jean Bing felt when he was last overpowered by her. It was not merely a defeat. It was as if he had been vanquished by a horde of angry huskies. Then I shall see just how far you can go. With a chilling tone, Lady Gao signaled for Murakami to once again advance towards Jean Bing, sword in hand. The clang of metal echoed in a fierce exchange as they engaged in combat. Seizing the opportunity while Murakami occupied Jean Bing, Lady Gao raised her hand once more. Suddenly, a stream of water shot toward her. It was Vanessa making her move. Yet, in that instant, a figure darted past, a man with curly hair who abruptly appeared before Lady Gao, brandishing his sword to intercept Vanessa's water attack, spraying water from within. A crimson fist. Indeed, you are correct. "This is quite intriguing," the man with curly hair said, a cold smile gracing his lips as he brandished his sword. Jean Bing's expression darkened as he recognized the newcomer, a high-ranking member of the Hand Union, known as the Gambler. "If you find it interesting, then I shall leave that woman to you. What do you say?" Madame Gao's gaze lingered, casting a sidelong glance at the Gambler. "Indeed, I am quite curious about how much water she can unleash." The Gambler flashed a grin, then with a swift motion of his sword, charged towards Vanessa. "Vanessa!" Jean Bing's voice erupted in urgent shouts, calling out to her. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Madame Gao seized the pivotal opportunity, delivering a powerful strike to Jean Bing. His formidable frame was immediately sent staggering backwards. With a swift motion, Murakami, relentless and unforgiving, raised his sword once more and attacked Jean Bing. Stumbling, Jean Bing could hardly evade the onslaught, enduring 3 brutal slashes from Murakami. Fortunately, Jean Bing's body had hardened like steel, sparing him from substantial harm. Amidst the chaos, a barrage of gunfire erupted as the Gambler lunged towards Vanessa. Her personal bodyguards, positioned closely, instinctively fired their weapons at him. Yet, as one of the 5 fingers of the Hand Association, the Gambler's agility was unparalleled. Like a whirlwind, he deftly dodged and darted, emerging unscathed from the hail of bullets, and swiftly dispatched all of Vanessa's protectors. "Now, it seems no one will disturb us, right?" The Gambler wiped the blood from his blade and flashed a grin at Vanessa, causing her to feel an involuntary tightening of fear. Despite her rigorous training, she remained an ordinary woman at heart. "Vanessa!" Jean Bing's frantic cries echoed, yet they bore no weight. Surrounded tightly by Murakami and Madame Gao, he found himself unable to break free. As for Jean Bing's other subordinates, despite his meticulous preparations and the considerable increase in numbers, could they truly match the might of the Hand Association? To ensure Jean Bing's complete eradication, Madame Gao had summoned a vast contingent of ninjas, whose skills far surpassed those of Jean Bing's men. Consequently, his forces were being overwhelmed with little chance of retaliation. Had it not been for Jean Bing and the target's ability to harden their bodies, they would likely have already succumbed. With a flash of cold light, the Gambler charged towards Vanessa once again. In a moment of desperation, she instinctively raised her hand, unleashing a torrent of water towards him. The volume was considerable, surpassing the potency of her previous efforts. The Gambler sensed the energy within and, rather than confronting it head-on, deftly evaded it with a graceful maneuver. "Well, this truly opens my eyes," he remarked with feigned seriousness towards Vanessa. Swiftly, he lunged again with his sword aimed at her. Vanessa, lacking in combat skills, could only rely on frenzied bursts of water to momentarily suppress the Gambler. Yet, it was clear to all that this was merely a stopgap measure. At this rate, she would soon be devoid of moisture within her body, rendering her a lamb to the slaughter before the Gambler. Understanding this was one thing, but Vanessa found herself powerless to alter her fate. To stave off the Gambler, she had no choice but to desperately spray water. Under the relentless assault, she was unable to replenish her fluids, helplessly watching as her internal moisture dwindled away. Until finally, with a feeble puff, her hands could produce only an empty sound, no longer capable of spraying forth streams of water. "Heh, it seems you have run out of options," the Gambler smirked cruelly, advancing towards Vanessa once more. "Vanessa!" Jean Bing exclaimed in a voice filled with urgency, disregarding the attacks from the villagers as he turned to rush to her aid. But was Lady Gao to be trifled with? Boom! With a powerful strike, Jean Bing was sent flying. The Gambler's sword became a streak of light, aimed directly at Vanessa's heart. "Vanessa!" Jean Bing's pupils dilated in horror, letting out a desperate cry. In that critical moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated the scene. Chapter 106. A terrifying encounter. As the onlookers watched in astonishment, the golden light streaked through the air like a meteor, crashing directly before Vanessa. Subsequently, the light erupted in a dazzling flash, revealing a youthful figure imbued with an air of elegance, emerging from the brilliance. What? The light had transformed into a person. Lightspeed kick. In the next moment, a voice rang out as the young man delivered a powerful kick towards the Gambler standing before him. A piercing and resplendent beam of light flashed across the sky, akin to a cannonball, striking the Gambler with breathtaking swiftness. Boom! The Gambler was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into the crowd. Subsequently, he lay motionless. At that moment, his chest was drenched in blood, the flesh torn asunder. As though the force of the opponent's kick had obliterated his torso, reducing it to a grotesque mass. It resembled a bomb detonating upon his chest. Clang! As the gambler fell, his long sword was cast aside, clattering to the ground with a resounding metallic ring. A sound so seemingly insignificant now echoed painfully in the silence. Suddenly, the entire scene descended into a profound stillness. Every onlooker's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Lin Xiao, rendered speechless and awestruck. Who exactly was this individual? First, he appeared as a dazzling manifestation of light, and then, with a mere kick, he dispatched a member of the Hand Union, as if he were nothing more than an insect. How extraordinary! That was a member of the Hand Union. Yet before this person, he was effortlessly annihilated. Moreover, what was this individual's nature? Just moments ago, they had clearly witnessed him transform into light, hadn't they? Was there a mistake? How could a human possibly become light? Was he some sort of mutant? Yet, even as a mutant, this was utterly outrageous. In that instant, the atmosphere turned eerily quiet. Both sides, unable to restrain themselves, paused mid-conflict, gazing at Lin Xiao in stunned silence, all rendered speechless by his overwhelming presence. "Manager, you've arrived." Jin Bing's astonished and elated voice broke the stillness as he rushed toward Lin Xiao, appearing as though he had spotted a beacon of hope. "Manager? Mrs. Gao and Murakami exchanged glances at Jin Bing's address, each realizing the implication. It seemed that this individual was not a mutant, but rather the manager of the Devil Fruit shop. They had long suspected that someone chosen by such a remarkable establishment must possess extraordinary qualities, yet they had never anticipated the extent of his power. "Vanessa, are you all right?" Jin Bing hurried to Vanessa's side, concern etched across his face. "Fisk, I'm fine," Vanessa replied, shaking her head in a state of shock. After a thorough examination, Jin Bing noted that she had indeed sustained no injuries, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Young friend, this is the enmity between our Hand Association and the Devil Fruit House. Why do you meddle?" Lady Gao's voice resonated, her expression grave as she addressed Rasha. "Is there some misunderstanding? Our Hand Association should not have offended you in any way, correct? Despite having recently orchestrated a robbery at the Devil Fruit shop." Lady Gao was confident that her plans were flawless. This person could not possibly uncover anything. "If robbing me isn't deemed an offense, then allow me to consider this an act of righteous retribution," Rasha remarked, shrugging nonchalantly. Although Lady Gao maintained a composed exterior, a sense of alarm surged within her. How could this be? She had meticulously arranged every detail, with all connections severed. It was a seamless operation. How could this individual possibly know? Such a scenario was utterly unfathomable. It appeared she had underestimated the Devil Fruit House. Nevertheless, despite her astonishment, Lady Gao would never concede to such matters. She continued, feigning innocence, "I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us." "You seem to be mistaken about something," Rasha interjected, cutting her off mid-sentence. "I am not a policeman. I only need to know that it was you who did this. Whether you acknowledge it or not is of no consequence to me." Lady Gao's countenance darkened instantly, and Murakami beside her wore a similarly grim expression. The situation had become abundantly clear. They were in an irreconcilable conflict with the Devil Fruit House, with no possibility for resolution. In a swift motion, Murakami, realizing the gravity of the situation, lunged towards Rasha with his sword. It was executed with such speed and surprise, leaving no room for evasion. Before anyone could react, Murakami's blade was already poised before Rasha. "Watch out, manager!" Jin Bing exclaimed in alarm. Yet, before the warning could fully escape his lips, Murakami's sword pierced through the manager's chest. Jin Bing was struck dumb, unable to comprehend that the manager could have been so easily slain. What madness is this? Success! A fleeting glimmer of triumph crossed Murakami's face. He had not anticipated such ease in dispatching the manager of the Devil Fruit shop, whom they had so greatly feared. Wait. However, in the next instant, Murakami sensed something amiss. Although his sword had penetrated the target, it lacked the usual visceral sensation of piercing flesh. On the contrary, Murakami felt as though he had struck nothing at all, or rather, merely pierced the air. The sword in his hand offered no sensation of impact. When he cast his gaze once more, he beheld Rasha standing there with an air of calm and composure, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded Murakami with a sidelong glance. Where was the slightest indication of injury? Meanwhile, at the spot where Rasha had been pierced, a dazzling golden light shimmered, almost blinding in its brilliance. Reflecting on Rashia's earlier, radiant entrance, Murakami suddenly comprehended the truth. His strike had been in vain. This individual could transform into light at will. How terrifying, Rashia remarked, and as he spoke, he launched a swift kick towards Murakami. This is bad. Boom. Accompanied by the blinding golden light, Rashia's kick collided with Murakami, sending him hurtling backward as if struck by a cannonball. Chapter 107. The Terrifying Manager. Annihilating the Hand Alliance with a single strike bang. A resounding crash echoed as Murakami's body soared through the air, landing heavily against the wall before crashing down onto the ground. He had met the same fate as the gambler, utterly beyond salvation. Gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva resonated, even amongst the emotionless killing machines trained by the Hand Alliance, who could not help but swallow hard at that moment. There was no denying it. Rashia's performance was simply extraordinary. He uttered words of fear, yet with each kick, he dispatched a member of the Hand Alliance. The leader, who had survived for centuries, could not withstand even a single blow from this man, not to mention the ordinary members of the Hand Alliance. Even prominent figures like Madame Gao displayed a hint of panic on their faces. Eliminate him. Madame Gao decisively commanded the nearby ninjas. At this juncture, it was a matter of life and death. One must strike first. With her command, the ninjas, without a moment's hesitation, brandished their swords and charged toward Rashia. Meanwhile, Madame Gao seized the opportunity of the chaos to swiftly retreat. She was no fool. She had discerned the implications of Murakami's earlier strike. The manager of that devil fruit shop was an entity capable of transforming any part of his body into light, rendering him virtually immortal. In stark contrast, they had lost two critical forces, Murakami and the gambler. Though it is exceedingly frustrating to admit, Lady Gao must concede that their recent endeavor has ended in failure. If they do not depart now, any further delay may render their escape impossible. However, she has overlooked a critical issue. In the presence of Rasha, her desire to flee is futile. Lady Gao plans to leverage the lives of her numerous ninjas to buy herself time. But one must acknowledge that such aspirations are grand, yet utterly meaningless before Rasha. At this moment, Rasha has raised his hands, fingers crossed before his chest, shimmering with golden light. The Yada no Kagami. With a series of rapid bursts, photon bullets erupt from Rasha's fingertips, blanketing the surrounding ninjas of the Hand Alliance in a relentless barrage. One by one, muffled groans resound as the ninjas fall like wheat harvested from a field. In mere seconds, every ninja that charged at Rasha has been eliminated, sprawled across the ground in disarray. What? Lady Gao gasps in horror, her face a mask of fear, thoroughly daunted by Rasha's extraordinary assault. Yet, there is no time for reaction, as a multitude of photon bullets strikes her down as well. Had she known, she would never have provoked the Devil Fruit House. In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, a thought flickers in Lady Gao's mind, even for the Hand Alliance. Such a being is terrifyingly formidable, despite their overwhelming numbers and the countless ninjas willing to sacrifice their lives. The proprietor of the Devil Fruit Shop has rendered their numbers irrelevant. Rasha's might is an unassailable force, even for the Hand Alliance. The sole consolation lies in the fact that, for the fingers of their alliance, death is not the end. Thud. In the next instant, Lady Gao's lifeless body crashes to the ground. Thus, every member of the Hand Alliance at the scene has been mercilessly slaughtered, leaving not a single soul behind. This entire process has transpired in a mere few seconds. The atmosphere grows increasingly oppressive and tense. The remaining members of Kinbin gaze at Rasha with eyes wide in shock and terror, as if beholding a monster. Is this the extent of the storekeeper's power? How terrifying! Even Kinbin cannot maintain his composure, as tumultuous waves rise within him. The targets, Vanessa and Mo, were utterly dumbfounded. In that fleeting moment, Rorschach revealed to them the essence of true power, a terrifying force that transcended the comprehension of ordinary individuals, an unimaginable strength from an entirely different dimension. Even the rumored mutants were incapable of wielding such formidable might. Fisk. The quiet atmosphere was abruptly pierced by Rorschach's voice, sending a shiver down Kingpin's spine. Manager, please speak. Kingpin instinctively responded with a tone of utmost reverence. At that moment, his awe for Rorschach had reached its zenith. Initially, while Kingpin was aware that Rorschach, who operated a devil fruit shop, was no ordinary figure, Rorschach had never exuded any arrogance or overwhelming presence. Kingpin's respect had stemmed more from admiration than fear. However, in that instant, his trepidation soared to unprecedented heights, far exceeding his expectations of the manager's terrifying prowess. Handle the bodies of Madame Gao, Murakami, the gambler, and Exine separately. Burn them to ashes. This way, they cannot be resurrected, Rorschach instructed Kingpin casually. Although the narrative did not explicitly assert the effectiveness of this method, Rorschach remained unconvinced, believing that even the remnants of their corpses would thwart any possibility of revival. After all, they were merely capable of resurrection, not reincarnation. I understand, manager. Kingpin immediately replied with respect. Without further ado, he began to organize his subordinates to remove the corpses. I, Wilson Fisk, will never forget your assistance this time, manager. Should you ever require my services in the future, I shall exert my utmost effort to fulfill your needs. He then fervently expressed his gratitude and loyalty before Rorschach. On one hand, Rorschach had indeed rescued them from peril, and Kingpin felt a profound debt of gratitude. On the other hand, having witnessed Rorschach's power, Kingpin sought to forge a deeper alliance with such a formidable individual. Rorschach merely nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. I leave this to you. I shall take my leave. With that, Rorschach transformed into a dazzling golden light and shot through the shattered window, disappearing in an instant, as if he had never existed at all. Chapter 108. The Arrival of Nick Fury. Until Rasha completely vanished from sight, everyone, including the target, could not help but exhale a long sigh of relief. Alas, despite Rasha being an ally rather than an adversary, his mere presence loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, constricting their breath. The terrifying image of Rasha effortlessly dispatching all the ninjas with a barrage of photon bullets sent shivers down their spines. Boss, is that gentleman the manager of the Devil Fruit shop? How utterly frightening. After a considerable pause, the target spoke with a tone filled with reverence and astonishment as he looked at Jean. It is only today that I have truly witnessed the manager's prowess, Jean echoed. Equally taken aback, he swiftly scanned his subordinates and solemnly commanded, what transpired today must not be disclosed or discussed casually. Understood? Understood. Now, let's clean up the scene. Target. Those individuals the manager mentioned are your responsibility. Ensure they are reduced to ashes. I expect your personal oversight. Understood. In no time, under Jin's orders, everyone sprang into action. Meanwhile, Jean took Vanessa back to his opulent office, confident that he need not personally attend to the menial tasks. Immediately, Jean accessed his social platform to express his gratitude to Li Xiao. Li, the manager's timely arrival helped us avert a crisis. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Although it was the manager who intervened rather than Li Xiao, the fact remained that the manager was summoned by Li, and therefore, Jean felt indebted. Moreover, Li Xiao's request had elicited an immediate affirmative from the manager, leading Jean to suspect a deeper connection between them. While Jean also pondered whether the manager's involvement stemmed from a pre-existing grudge against the Hand Union, considering that the manager had mentioned their robbery of the Devil Fruit shop. It was evident that someone of the manager's caliber could easily deal with the Hand Union at will. His journey to Hell's Kitchen must have been motivated by Li Xiao's standing. This was indeed a significant figure, one that needed to be cultivated. Li, the crisis on my end has been averted. I will now conduct a thorough investigation into the assassins involved, striving to provide you with a satisfactory answer in the shortest possible time. Rasha was communicating with Jean through Li Xiao's alternate account. After Jean expressed his gratitude to Li Xiao, he assured Rasha with unwavering resolve that he would continue to investigate the assassins. Rasha did not decline this offer. Thank you for your efforts, Fisk. Please notify me immediately upon receiving any news. Rasha replied to Jean. Although he has successfully eliminated 3 fingers of the Hand Association and dispatched dozens of its ninjas, which can be considered a form of retribution, the underlying issue remains. All of this is merely a conjecture on Rasha's part. He cannot ascertain with absolute certainty that the Hand Association is indeed the perpetrator. Therefore, further investigation is imperative, and Rasha did not impede this process. Should the true culprit be revealed as the Hand Association, there would be no further discourse. However, if the real offender is not the Hand Association, would that not constitute a grave error? Naturally, even if the Hand Association were mistakenly harmed, Rasha would not dwell on it excessively. Such a vile group deserves their fate. Yet the notion of allowing the true culprit to roam free is something Rasha cannot accept under any circumstances. Don't mention it, Li. This is simply my duty. Jean courteously replied. After a brief exchange, their conversation came to an end. Observing the lack of customers in the establishment, Rasha, feeling somewhat bored, took out his phone and swiftly logged into the international server of his game, resuming his ranked matches. However, despite his efforts, he found himself perpetually oscillating between Diamond 2 and Diamond I, unable to break through to Diamond I, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. I refuse to believe this curse, Rasha muttered as he poured himself a glass of water, stretched his hands, and steeled himself for an intense session. At that moment, the wind chime at the door jingled. Rasha looked up and was confronted by a rather formidable figure. Nick Fury. A flicker of recognition sparked within Rasha. Although this individual possessed limited strength and could even be considered weak, he was nonetheless a prominent figure in this world. After the day Black Widow paid him a visit, Rasha anticipated that Nick Fury would eventually arrive, so he was not particularly surprised to see him now. Rasha, the store manager, I've long wished to witness your prowess, Nick Fury said, entering the Devil Fruit shop with his hands clasped behind his back. I should introduce myself, but I believe you already know who I am, correct? Oh, and by the way, the items you requested through Natasha have been delivered, he added. That's good to hear, Rasha replied nonchalantly, casting a cursory glance at Nick Fury. Now, tell me, what brings you here this time? Are you in search of devil fruits? Or is there something else? Rasha, although I am the head of America's largest intelligence agency, you need not be wary of me, Nick Fury replied, spreading his hands. I am here solely in a personal capacity, or more accurately, as a customer. So, you are indeed here to purchase fruits? Rasha's eyebrows raised slightly. Of course. Nick Fury nodded in acknowledgement. Even I wish to witness the marvel that is the devil fruit. Indeed, I have come to procure such a fruit. Moreover, I would like to engage in a casual conversation with you, the shopkeeper. Just a casual chat? For me, it truly is merely a casual chat. Nick Fury Roxa chuckled, casually responding to Nick Fury, stating that he welcomed the purchase of the fruit, but as for a conversation, it would depend on his mood, for he had no habit of idly chatting with an older gentleman. I sense you are in good spirits today, Nick Fury remarked leisurely, then added, however, first, let me see the encyclopedia. Roxa had nothing more to say and promptly retrieved the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, handing it to Nick Fury. Upon receiving the tome, Nick Fury began to scrutinize its contents with his solitary eye. Roxa observed that even a cunning character like Nick Fury displayed a hint of astonishment upon his visage. Chapter 109. The fruit highly esteemed by Nick Fury. Though I had already received a report from Natasha, I must confess, this encyclopedia still left me in awe. After a brief perusal, Nick Fury could not help but exclaim in genuine wonder. This was not a mere act of pretense. Deep within, he truly felt this way. Even though he possessed a greater understanding of the world's truths than most, having encountered extraterrestrials, vampires, and various supernatural phenomena, the devil fruit still astounded him. For he had never witnessed a form of power so effortlessly attainable. The dazzling and extraordinary abilities condensed within a mere fruit, granting one the power upon consumption. Yet, the ease of obtaining such power begs the question, is it a boon or a bane? Nick Fury spoke again with a layer of profundity, as if lost in his own musings, yet seemingly directed at Roxa. However, Roxa paid him little mind. While Nick Fury examined the encyclopedia, he busily tapped away on his phone screen, appearing quite occupied. Initially, Nick Fury assumed Roxa was engaged in a significant conversation. But when he discreetly cast his solitary eye toward Roxa's screen, he felt as if he had been struck by a revelation. He was playing a game. The shopkeeper was indeed engrossed in gaming. Here was Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a figure of paramount importance even across the vast expanse of America, now being so blatantly disregarded. Such an experience was unprecedented for Nick Fury. The shopkeeper's apparent disdain for him was unmistakably evident. However, given Nick Fury's temperament, he would not dwell on such a trivial slight. He feigned ignorance and continued to examine the fruits in his hands, soon becoming engrossed in them. Listening to Black Widow's report, he pondered the peculiar abilities of various fruits. The split fruit enables one's body to freely divide into multiple parts, an unsettling thought, as who would willingly choose to dismember themselves. The target fruit allows one to mark a target, facilitating unfettered tracking and assaults. While it may appeal to Barton, it is not quite his preference. The silence fruit silences surrounding sounds, rendering it rather superfluous. One fruit after another flashed before Fury's eyes, subjected to his judicious evaluation. Though many of these bizarre abilities were eye-opening, Fury found most of them lacking in merit, until one particular fruit captured his attention instantly. Shopkeeper. This gaze fruit, does it grant the ability to see through objects and discern the hearts of men? Could you provide me with a detailed account? Nick Fury inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Rasha. This fruit resonated deeply with him, seemingly tailor-made for a spy chief of Fury's caliber. The ability to perceive through objects is invaluable in the myriad operations of intelligence agents. For instance, it could easily reveal whether someone is concealing a weapon or if there are hidden individuals nearby, as well as uncover subtle, unnoticed movements. Moreover, the capacity to penetrate the minds of others aligns perfectly with Fury's needs. Despite his illustrious position as the head of SHIELD, which may appear dazzling to outsiders, it is, in truth, a precarious existence, akin to walking a tightrope above a chasm. A single misstep could lead to ruin. Over the years, Fury has learned to place his trust in no one. Indeed, he trusts no one entirely, not even his most loyal confidants like Coulson or Black Widow, who, despite their relatively higher trustworthiness, remain beyond absolute trust. In this line of work, a moment's negligence can result in utter devastation. Yet, with the ability to see into the hearts of others, all such concerns would evaporate, allowing Nick Fury to excel further in his role as the head of an intelligence organization. He would emerge as the most formidable and unparalleled spy chief in history. Indeed, the gaze fruit is undoubtedly well suited for you, Nick Fury. Ratchet cast a glance at the illustrated guide regarding the dang fruit, as pointed out by Nick Fury, and nodded approvingly. Without indulging in unnecessary chatter, he proceeded to elucidate the attributes of this particular fruit. As described in the guide, the dang fruit possesses the remarkable abilities of X-ray vision and insight into the human heart. I shall expound upon these two facets in turn. First, let us consider the power of X-ray vision. This ability, as you might comprehend, is akin to that of Superman, enabling a scanning perception that reveals the intricate internal structures of objects with astonishing clarity. Nick Fury listened intently, nodding in affirmation. This indeed aligned perfectly with his ideals of what X-ray vision should encompass. Now, what of the ability to perceive the thoughts of others? Nick Fury raised an eyebrow and continued to gaze at Ratchet, inquiring further. The capacity to discern the inner workings of another's mind is just as comprehensible. It grants the ability to unveil what others are truly contemplating. Notably, this power operates irrespective of whether the target is conscious. In other words, can the wielder still read the thoughts of someone who is asleep or unconscious? Nick Fury interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Ratchet affirmed with a nod. Nick Fury also nodded, pleasantly surprised by this revelation, as he had not anticipated the ability to read the minds of those in non-conscious states. His satisfaction with the fruit intensified. However, Nick Fury, there is one point I must emphasize. This fruit only allows you to access the immediate thoughts and feelings of others. It is crucial to note that it cannot penetrate their memories, Ratchet added, making a special note for Nick Fury. The inability to access memories? Nick Fury did not dwell on this too heavily. While it was somewhat disappointing, the capacity to read minds was, in his view, already sufficiently formidable. Moreover, when not activated, the wielder's eyes will take on an extraordinary quality, akin to that of a far-seeing eye, enabling them to observe a radius of several thousand kilometers, or even tens of thousands, several thousand kilometers. Nick Fury nearly gasped in astonishment. This seemed rather exaggerated. Chapter 110, Maximizing the Cyclopean Vision of the Egg. Shopkeeper, what you describe pertains to the normal state. But what about the state of X-ray vision? How far can one see then? Can it reach thousands of kilometers? After calming himself, Nick Fury immediately posed his eager question. Upon consuming this fruit, the initial state reveals that the scope of common perspective is not as expansive as that of the normal vision. However, Nick Fury is aware that for those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit, as long as one diligently cultivates their abilities and possesses a sufficiently imaginative mind, there are virtually no limits. The extent of one's perspective varies from person to person, making it difficult for me to provide a definitive conclusion, remarked Rasha with utmost seriousness. Nick Fury, understanding the implications, inquired further, aside from this remarkable ability of the common thousand-mile gaze, does the fruit possess any other delightful powers? He looked at Rasha with eager anticipation. Initially, Nick Fury had merely asked out of curiosity, as the fruit's description in the compendium only mentioned the abilities of enhanced vision and insight into the hearts of others. The common thousand-mile gaze was a delightful surprise. However, such surprises are seldom in abundance, or so he thought. To his astonishment, there was indeed more. Nick Fury, if you acquire this fruit, it would be a tremendous gain. Its potential is exceedingly vast. Beyond the abilities I have introduced to you, it also possesses offensive skills, Rasha informed him. Offensive skills? Nick Fury felt a mix of astonishment and joy. Initially, he considered the fruit's powers to be primarily supportive, but if it indeed had offensive capabilities, that would change everything. However, he found himself perplexed, as the fruit's name, the glaring fruit, suggested an eye-related power. How could such a fruit be used for attack? Surely, it could not simply unleash beams of light or rays from one's eyes, akin to Cyclops from the X-Men. Are you puzzled? Unsure how glaring could serve as an attack? Rasha glanced at Nick Fury and smiled before elucidating. It is through tears. This fruit enables the user to produce tears of enhanced potency, akin to those of a powerful ability user. These tears can be shaped into various forms, hardened to the strength of steel, and maintained at elevated temperatures. The user can hurl these highly destructive tears as projectiles to inflict harm. Tears. Nick Fury appeared somewhat bewildered, left momentarily speechless. Tears that could be as hard as steel and retain intense heat. Was this truly a type of tear? Such a notion seemed rather exaggerated. Nonetheless, if this method of inflicting harm were to be considered, it diverged significantly from the means idealized by the likes of the egg. After all, this attack would be executed by throwing, which led to a pressing question. Even for a specially trained agent like Egg, who could adeptly throw a dagger to kill. How effective could throwing something as small as tears be? Surely, one could not expect tears to be as large as a dagger. Such a notion transcends exaggeration and veers into the realm of absurdity. However, for Nick Fury, this presents no challenge whatsoever. In this modern age, why would he bother to resort to tears to eliminate foes when he carries a handgun? Even if the offensive capabilities of this fruit may not appear particularly practical, Nick Fury remains thoroughly satisfied with it. With this fruit, Egg will possess the most formidable eyes in existence. Although he has but one eye, that eye has been enhanced to its utmost potential. Now, my good shopkeeper, does this fruit come with any other limitations? After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury turned his gaze back to Rasha and posed this inquiry. If there are indeed restrictions, it is that activating the fruit's abilities necessitates a specific hand gesture. Specific hand gestures? Nick Fury's brows furrowed slightly. Indeed, Rasha confirmed. The user must press their thumb and index finger together to form a circle akin to an OK sign. Whether it be for X-ray vision or mind reading, the user must peer through that circle to achieve the desired effects. Nick Fury couldn't help but envision several iterations of absurdity in his mind. As the esteemed leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be utterly humiliating to observe others in such a manner. The entire aesthetic would be discordant, potentially leading others to believe that Nick Fury had lost his faculties. However, after a moment of ribbing, he swiftly adjusted his mindset. After all, this fruit can also be utilized while others are inebriated, rendering it inconsequential. Furthermore, it is merely an OK gesture. As long as he remains unembarrassed, the awkwardness falls to others. Compared to the capabilities of the glaring fruit, this minor limitation pales in significance. Shopkeeper, may I partake in a taste test? After a brief moment of reflection, Nick Fury made this request to Rasha, having arrived at his decision. Of course, Rasha replied. Having no objections whatsoever, he promptly retrieved a sample of the glaring fruit and handed it to Nick Fury. With prior knowledge from the compendium and reports from Black Widow, Nick Fury needed no further elaboration. He merely took a gentle bite from the sample. That was all. Rasha observed Nick Fury closely. The man displayed no change in demeanor. His expression unwavering. He remained as composed as the elder sage. It is evident that he is indeed the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. Is this the power of the devil fruit? As soon as Nick Fury swallowed the fruit pulp, a look of astonishment immediately crossed his face. Like many others endowed with extraordinary abilities, he acutely sensed the profound transformation occurring within his body. "Excuse me, manager," he said after greeting Rasha. And he eagerly approached the shop entrance, utilizing his singular eye to survey the surroundings. Indeed, the entire street unfolded before him, from one end to the other. Everything vividly clear, as if he were peering through a telescope. Forming an OK gesture with his right hand, Nick Fury gazed through the circle, and a perspective emerged. He could see through the walls, directly observing the interiors of the shops across the street. The thoughts of the pedestrians passing by were also perceptible to him with remarkable clarity. This was truly astonishing. Even the egg, astonished, could not help but exclaim. Chapter 111. Can tears really kill? Do you dare to ask? Then let us try the tear attack of the stare fruit. After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury resolved once more to pursue this plan. Though he generally believed that employing a tear attack would be unlikely, what if an extraordinary situation were to arise? If he found himself unable to resort to other means, could the tear attack not serve as his trump card, capable of delivering an unexpected blow? After all, who would anticipate that a person's tears could possess lethal potential? Placing his hand before his singular eye, he concentrated, and a drop of tear was secreted forth. No, this liquid could no longer be deemed mere tears. It was now a special fluid. Holding that droplet of extraordinary liquid, Nick Fury realized he could shape it at will. With merely a thought, the tear could morph into any form he envisioned. However, as he had just acquired this ability, his control was not yet adept. After a brief delay, a fine needle materialized in his hand. Testing its hardness and sharpness, he silently nodded in approval. In the hands of such a skilled agent, even this needle could be a weapon of death. Furthermore, he was confident that with continuous practice, the quantity of the fluid he secreted would increase. In time, crafting a tear dagger would be well within his capabilities. Who knows, he might even be able to launch it directly from his eye. How remarkable! This would become Nick Fury's hidden ace. Initially, Nick Fury regarded the ability of tear attack as somewhat superfluous. However, at that moment, his perspective shifted. He realized that he had previously held a narrow view. It was through personal experience that Nick Fury came to understand the immense potential inherent in each ability of the staring fruit. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. With a look of complete satisfaction, Nick Fury turned to retrace his steps. Nick Fury, how do you feel? Roche inquired confidently, casting a glance at the egg. Quite well. Nick Fury responded, though he maintained a demeanor of understated composure, merely nodding slightly before reaching a decision. Then, shopkeeper, I shall take this staring fruit. The staring fruit is priced at 100 kilograms of gold, Roche announced to the egg. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury said nothing further. He approached the entrance of the shop and gestured to the S-H-I-E-L-D agents who had been waiting outside, casually instructing, bring in 100 kilograms of gold. It was evident that Nick Fury had come well prepared, bringing gold with him. This was hardly surprising. Considering Black Widow was part of the group, how could the intrepid egg not be aware of the altered transaction methods for devil fruits? Before long, 100 kilograms of gold was delivered to Roche's presence. System commenced the transaction settlement. Roche could not personally verify the gold, as that would be rather unseemly. Fortunately, the system had a settlement function. The system would handle the weight and purity of the gold. Settling. Transaction status, normal. Settlement complete. Roche felt no surprise at the outcome. Given Nick Fury's stature, what was a mere 100 kilograms of gold to him? There was no chance of any deceit. Without further ado, he placed his right hand gently upon the pile of gold, directly transferring it into the system S space. Whoosh. Nick Fury then witnessed the pile of gold, which had been right before him, vanish into thin air. His brows furrowed in surprise as he cast a glance at Roche. His astonishment evident. How was this possible? It seemed that this shopkeeper, Roche, was far more enigmatic than he had initially presumed. Roche, however, paid no heed to Nick Fury's expression. He retrieved the staring fruit from the display case and handed it to Nick Fury. The latter, without a word, carefully accepted it and took a bite of the staring fruit. Of course, it was merely a single mouthful. As for the remaining fruits, Nick Fury did not choose to bring them back to S-H-I-E-L-D, like Black Widow did. He had already dispatched someone to analyze the fruits that Black Widow previously brought back, and they yielded no valuable conclusions whatsoever. Moreover, it was evident that since shopkeeper Rasha was so confident in allowing others to study the devil fruits, he was entirely assured that the devil fruit code would remain unbroken. Bringing them back would simply be an exercise in futility. Well then, shopkeeper, as a recent patron who has taken care of your business, I trust that a casual conversation would not be an imposition? Nick Fury remarked in a nonchalant tone, gazing at Rasha. And what would you like to discuss? Rasha arched an eyebrow. One must say, Nick Fury certainly knew how to pick his moments. Rasha would never usher out a customer right after they had made a purchase. I am merely curious, shopkeeper Rasha. You hardly strike me as someone in need of money. Why would you choose to sell such extraordinary items? Nick Fury directly posed his most pressing question. Why sell the devil fruits? Because the system compelled me to. Rasha silently scoffed at this thought, though he would never voice it to Nick Fury. Instead, he simply shrugged. I do so at my own pleasure. Nick Fury remained silent. It was clear that shopkeeper Rasha was reluctant to divulge too much, so Nick Fury shifted to another question. Your taste is quite remarkable, shopkeeper. I am curious. Can you inform me if there are other places to purchase devil fruits? This question posed no need for concealment, and Rasha replied candidly. The House of Devil Fruits is the only one of its kind in the world. Nick Fury nodded subtly, indicating his understanding. I presume you would not reveal how the devil fruits came into existence, would you, shopkeeper? You may inquire and see for yourself. Shopkeeper. Nick Fury. You surely know that you cannot extract any useful information from me, so let us not waste time, shall we? Besides, I truly do not enjoy conversing with older gentlemen. With Rasha's words laid bare, Nick Fury had little more to say. Very well, shopkeeper, I shall not impose further. Nick Fury exchanged a brief farewell with Rasha and departed from the devil fruit shop. As for joining any groups, Nick Fury did not mention it at all. After all, having Black Widow in the group sufficed. Naturally, Rasha would never bring it up either. Chapter 112. A blind egg lacks a soul system. The dreadful fruit of Nick Fury should have no effect on me, correct? I refer to the mind probing. After Nick Fury departed, Rasha pondered briefly before promptly delving into the system for clarification. Long ago, Rasha had confirmed with the system that Professor X's telepathic abilities were utterly ineffective against him. Hence, it was reasonable to deduce that the diminished mind-reading prowess of the dreadful fruit would also bear no effect. However, given the significance of the matter, Rasha felt it prudent to seek confirmation for peace of mind. Rest assured, host, the system's protective mechanism renders any form of mental probing ineffective. The system's response echoed in his mind, prompting Rasha to exhale in relief. Indeed, his assumptions were validated. Even if the blind egg attempted to employ the dreadful fruit for telepathy, it would ultimately be a futile endeavor. Nonetheless, other abilities, such as distant observation or the capacity to see through walls, remained unrestrained. In this regard, Rasha was indistinguishable from any ordinary individual, susceptible to surveillance by Nick Fury. Yet, Rasha was entirely unconcerned by such conventional monitoring. He was well aware that since the day Black Widow had arrived at his doorstep, his every action had likely fallen under the watchful eye of S.H.I.E.L.D. This was an inevitability. However, he held no apprehension regarding standard surveillance methods. His sole trepidation lay in telepathy, and nothing beyond that. Having confirmed this, Rasha swiftly dismissed thoughts of Nick Fury, granting him little consideration. Despite Fury's position as the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. to Rasha, he bore little distinction from any other ordinary person and was thus unworthy of excessive focus. Having recently sold another devil fruit, Rasha was but one sale away from fulfilling his new sales milestone. Reflecting on the sales progress, he noted that, thanks to the support of the blind egg, the sales target of 10 had reached 9. Only one step remained to complete the task. Rasha's spirits were exceedingly high. On 73rd Street, a black luxury vehicle glided along the roadway. Nick Fury occupied the back seat, appearing composed on the surface. However, he was secretly engaged in contemplation. He was thoroughly pleased with the dreadful fruit, which could enhance a person's vision to its utmost potential. Yet, possessing only one eye rendered such an ability a considerable waste. In the past, Nick Fury had been indifferent to the state of his other eye. However, it appears that now is the time to remedy the other eye. In doing so, I shall possess an additional card that others are unaware of. Splendid. Nick Fury made a decisive resolution. Director, where shall we head next? Came the inquiry from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, who was serving as the driver, turning to seek Nick Fury's guidance. Pull over to the side. Nick Fury suddenly instructed. Although this decision was somewhat abrupt, as an agent, he merely needed to follow the director's orders without further inquiry. The agent wasted no words and promptly pulled the car to the side. Get out. Nick Fury commanded once more. The agent complied without hesitation. With a decisive slam, Nick Fury shut the car door without elaboration, swiftly taking the driver's seat and pressing the accelerator to start the vehicle. Simultaneously, he retrieved his mobile phone and made a call to arrange matters accordingly. Director, everything is set. The individual will be taken to Old George's place. Arriving in approximately 40 minutes, he received a response about half an hour later. With a swift maneuver, Nick Fury began to turn the car around, navigating through various streets. Eventually, he arrived outside an unremarkable cafe. He gradually brought the car to a halt. Just as he was about to exit, a thought struck him. He formed an OK sign with his right hand and scanned the surroundings from within the vehicle, activating his perceptive abilities. The entire environment was vividly captured in Nick Fury's singular eye. Everything appeared normal, devoid of any discrepancies, allowing him to confidently step out of the car and stride into the cafe. On the surface, the cafe seemed like an ordinary, nondescript establishment, yet in reality, it served as a covert base under Nick Fury's control. Upon entering, he wasted no time and proceeded directly to a table where a woman had been seated. He took a seat across from her. Although the cafe might seem somewhat antiquated, trust me, in terms of authentic flavor, this is the place to be. Particularly their freshly brewed coffee, which is truly exceptional, Nick Fury remarked to the woman. I must apologize, I'm not particularly fond of coffee, she replied, shaking her head and glancing at Nick Fury. You must be the one I am to treat, correct? Nick Fury observed that the coffee before her remained untouched. She had not taken a single sip. I apologize for summoning you in this manner, Dr. Xiao, but may we commence now? Nick Fury extended his hand. Indeed, the young woman before him was none other than Zhao Helen. Upon seeing Nick extend his hands, Zhao Helen exchanged no superfluous words and gently grasped his hand. The healing powers of the fruit were activated immediately. Within mere seconds, Zhao Helen withdrew her hand and remarked, I believe it is healed. You may remove the eye patch and see for yourself. However, Nick Fury did not comply. Instead, he rose from his seat, stating, Excuse me for a moment. It was only when he had sequestered himself in a stall of the men's restroom that he finally removed the eye patch from his left eye. A wave of exhilaration washed over his face. Remarkable. His vision had indeed been restored. After all these years, he had never imagined he would have the chance to reopen his left eye. That sensation was a long-lost one. Nevertheless, Nick Fury soon calmed his exhilarated spirit, reaffixed the eye patch, and returned to face Zhao Helen. Dr. Xiao, remember the confidentiality protocols. You are here for coffee and have never met me. He stated earnestly to her. I understand. May I leave now? Zhao Helen nodded and replied, That is your prerogative. Nick Fury shrugged. However, I genuinely recommend that you try the coffee here. With that remark, he refrained from further conversation with Zhao Helen and departed from the cafe. Chapter 113, The S.H.I.E.L.D. Director's Concern. Manager Rasha is too dangerous. Director, I have pertinent intelligence to report. Shortly after he had settled into his vehicle, Nick Fury received a call from Coulson. I will return to the office in an hour. Understood. Although he mentioned an hour, in reality, Nick Fury disregarded traffic regulations and sped back to the Triskelion in just 40 minutes. Upon arriving at his office, Nick Fury did not hastily summon Coulson. Instead, he utilized his X-ray vision to conduct a preliminary scan of the entire building. He was acutely aware that an intelligence agency like S.H.I.E.L.D. would inevitably harbor numerous spies. It was unavoidable that organizations such as the FBI, CIA, and various other intelligence entities would infiltrate. Just as these organizations undoubtedly had their own spies within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury understood this well. An intelligence agency that is not impervious to infiltration by other intelligence entities is inherently deficient. However, while Nick Fury possesses the knowledge of these spies, he must also ascertain their identities. In the past, conducting such investigations was rather cumbersome. Yet now, Nick Fury finds himself imbued with newfound confidence. For the Special Operations Team, evading surveillance is second nature, ingrained in their very DNA. Nevertheless, Nick Fury has transcended the limitations of mere monitoring. He endeavored to harness his X-ray vision to explore areas previously beyond his purview, including certain blind spots in surveillance systems. The sensation was undeniably exhilarating, as the entirety of the Triskelion building revealed no secrets before him. Fury firmly believed that with the capabilities bestowed by the Stare Fruit, his dominion over S.H.I.E.L.D. would only strengthen in the days to come. Suddenly, however, a shift occurred in Fury's demeanor. His gaze fixated on a particular direction, momentarily halting. Initially, he had merely intended to experiment and refine his mastery of the Stare Fruit's abilities, without the expectation of uncovering anything significant on the very first day of acquiring such power. Yet unexpectedly, he stumbled upon something suspicious. He observed a bespectacled bald man conversing with Romlo, the captain of the rapid response team, in an area obscured from surveillance. This individual was a technician. What could he possibly be discussing with Romlo? Fury's brow furrowed slightly. Romlo, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., was well known to him, but that bald technician was merely a nameless face among the multitude of agents within the organization. How could these two seemingly unrelated individuals possibly know each other? Moreover, why would they retreat to a location devoid of monitoring to engage in conversation? Fury sensed something amiss. Nevertheless, he chose to discreetly commit this peculiar encounter to memory, retracting his gaze and relinquishing the OK signal. It was only at that moment that Nick Fury picked up the phone and dialed an internal line. Have Coulson come in? Yes, sir. Shortly thereafter, Coulson stood before Nick Fury. Speak, Coulson, what intelligence do you have? Fury inquired, his expression impassive as he cast a sidelong glance at Coulson. 3 hours ago, a large-scale conflict erupted between the Hand and the Gene family. As Coulson spoke, he produced a series of pertinent photographs and placed them before Nick Fury. A brief glance revealed a chaotic scene littered with bodies, prompting Fury to raise an eyebrow. It appeared that Coulson's use of the term war was not an exaggeration. However, for Nick Fury, whether it involved the Hand or the Gold Syndicate, the demise of such individuals was of no consequence to him. Thus, he paid little attention to the conflict at hand and simply raised his head, languidly inquiring, and then, the manager, Rasha, made his appearance. Coulson's subsequent words stirred something within Nick Fury. How could someone of Rasha's caliber become entangled in the strife between the Hand and the Gold Syndicate? Upon his arrival, he dispatched 47 members of the Hand in less than a minute, including 3 of their key figures. Coulson continued his report to Fury in a grave tone. Less than a minute? Fury's voice involuntarily escalated several octaves. Even he could not suppress the tumult within. The sheer shock of it all was overwhelming. To eliminate 47 individuals in under a minute. What kind of concept was that? Even the use of grenades could not achieve such efficiency. Indeed, less than a minute. Coulson confirmed with a solemn nod. Regrettably, there were no accompanying photographs to capture Rasha's display of prowess, as his entire entrance and exit transpired in a brief span. According to Natasha's intelligence, Rasha had consumed the Flash Fruit, becoming the Flash Man, and it seems we now possess a clearer understanding of the Flash Man's capabilities. From this investigation, it was revealed that Rasha could transform himself into light, akin to light waves, utilizing this ability for movement or attack. The gamblers and Murakami of the Hand fell victim to the intense light waves unleashed by Rasha's strikes. Moreover, the remaining 40 or so ninjas of the Hand were simultaneously annihilated by a widespread barrage of light waves. After eliminating all members of the Hand, Rasha transformed into light and elegantly retreated from the 32nd floor. Nick Fury's expression grew increasingly grave, bordering on the utmost seriousness. The ability to become light was utterly astounding, especially considering that Rasha could emit extensive light wave attacks. This implied that killing over 40 individuals was far from his limit. Should he choose to, he could effortlessly slay hundreds, even thousands. When factoring in his capacity to become light at will, hiss. The mere thought sent a chill down Fury's spine. Danger loomed. The manager of the Devil Fruit shop is exceedingly perilous. In this moment, Rasha's standing in Nick Fury's mind ascended several tiers. His level of danger deemed extremely high by Fury. Coulson, in his investigation of the Devil Fruit shop, must exercise utmost caution and ensure that no signs of suspicion are revealed. Furthermore, it is imperative to avoid any form of conflict with the other party. Nick Fury stated solemnly to Coulson. Understood, sir. Coulson replied with a grave expression. Even without Fury's directive, Coulson would have acted with the same prudence. The formidable and terrifying nature of Rasha instilled a sense of trepidation even in Coulson, a top-tier agent. What of Barton? Where is he at present? Fury inquired, a thoughtful look crossing his face as he recalled something and turned his gaze back to Coulson. He's on a mission in Chicago, Coulson answered promptly, well acquainted with his operatives. The mission regarding the assassination of that senator? Indeed, sir. Have Barton return immediately. Such matters can be left to the FBI and CIA to squabble over. Our finest operatives should not be engaged in such trivialities, Fury commanded casually. Do you have other important tasks for Barton, sir? Coulson could not help but ask. Upon his return, instruct him to come see me, Fury replied, sidestepping Coulson's inquiry and continuing with his instructions. Understood, sir, Coulson acknowledged, refraining from further questions. Fury had intended to say more, but suddenly a thought struck him. He perceived this as an opportune moment to test his own abilities. He extended his left hand, feigning an adjustment of the eye patch covering his left eye, inadvertently forming an OK gesture. He cast a sidelong glance at Coulson through the eye obscured by the patch. Recently, there had been no significant developments in the agency. The only major event was the discovery of the Devil Fruit shop. Summoning Barton back could very well indicate an intention to bestow upon him a quota for a Devil Fruit. Coulson's thoughts were precisely discerned by Fury. Fury remained composed, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Truly, Coulson, his most exceptional agent, appeared to be an amiable figure, seemingly unremarkable, yet he was indeed a level 8 agent. He had swiftly grasped Fury's implication, confirming his professional acumen. Indeed, Coulson's deduction was spot on. Nick Fury indeed intended to bestow the last Devil Fruit of H-I-E-L-D upon Barton, as he pondered long and hard and found no other candidate more suitable. Had Coulson been a decade younger, Fury might have considered him as a possibility. However, regrettably, Coulson had aged, and his prime as an agent had long since passed. Utilizing the fruit on Coulson would be somewhat of a waste. That rascal, I toil for him day in and day out, selflessly bearing the burden. Yet he scarcely thinks of me. He merely summons me to run errands for him, cursing that he has a son who is utterly useless. Just as Fury felt a sense of satisfaction, a sudden notion emerged in Coulson's mind. The corner of Fury's mouth twitched slightly. Coulson, oh Coulson, I once thought you to be a man of integrity. Little did I know, I was mistaken. You appear outwardly respectful and loyal, yet inwardly you dare to curse me? And such harsh words about your son? What does that even mean? Fury instinctively retracted his left hand, his exposed eye glinting with a sharper intensity as he gazed at Coulson. Standing opposite Fury, Coulson immediately sensed an ominous vibe. What is happening? Just now, he felt as if Fury had pierced through his thoughts. Yet, he quickly shook his head vigorously, dismissing the absurdity of such a notion. How could that possibly be? Fury does not possess mind-reading abilities. He had similarly harbored disparaging thoughts about Fury countless times, and nothing ever came of it. Director, is there anything else you require? Coulson inquired calmly, turning his gaze toward Fury. I have received confidential intelligence indicating that a tribe in Africa has discovered a rare earth mine. However, it serves as a facade for an international drug lord conducting his illicit trade. Due to certain political factors, a minister from the Department of Defense approached me, requesting the arrangement of an undercover agent to infiltrate this mine and execute a covert mission. Coulson, you are an 8th level agent of S-H-I-E-L-D, and you are the one I trust the most. There is no one more suitable than you. What is the situation? Coulson questioned in disbelief. Are you sending me to Africa to mine? What on earth? Since when does S-H-I-E-L-D involve itself in drug trafficking? Even if political factors are at play, surely you could send someone else. It cannot possibly fall upon me. The Devil Fruit resides here. Just place the items here, and you may leave. Hop directed 2 burly men to transport the 50 kilograms of gold required by Rasha into the store, swiftly sending them away afterward. Observing the busy Hop, Rasha maintained an outward composure while feeling a surge of excitement within. This timely assistance from Hop would undoubtedly help him achieve his sales target. Manager, this is 50 kilograms of gold. Would you like to verify it? Hop inquired, clapping her hands as she suggested to Rasha. There's no need. I trust you, Hop. Rasha replied with a smile. Nevertheless, he proceeded to conduct a settlement through the system, confirming that everything was in order. He then gently reached out to collect the corresponding gold. This scene intrigued Hop, who marveled at the spectacle. However, considering that the manager's role involved bestowing extraordinary abilities upon others, it was hardly surprising that the proprietor of such a wondrous establishment possessed numerous powers himself. Hop refrained from asking further questions. Rasha, naturally, had little more to say. He swiftly retrieved the tracking fruit that Hop required and handed it to her. Gazing at the fruit adorned with patterns reminiscent of clouds, a smile broke across Hop's face. At last, this crucial fruit was in her possession. By the way, manager, are there any precautions to consider for preserving the devil fruit? Hop then inquired earnestly. This question was indeed significant, as her early purchase of the tracking fruit stemmed from a fear that it might be snatched away by someone else. There was still no clear candidate to consume the tracking fruit, necessitating its preservation for a while. There's nothing to worry about, as long as it's not stolen. It will be fine, Rasha replied with a smile, noting that this was no ordinary fruit. Upon hearing this, Hop felt her worries ease. But then another thought occurred to her. So, manager, how long can the devil fruit be preserved? Such a magical fruit surely wouldn't spoil, would it? Rest assured, if you don't consume it, the devil fruit can be kept indefinitely without spoiling, Rasha assured her with utmost certainty. With this, Hop felt completely relieved. Chapter 115, Lottery. Mastering observation hockey and great swordsmanship. Well then, manager, I won't take up any more of your time. I'll visit again another day. Farewell. Goodbye, Hop. After completing the transaction, Hop did not linger in the devil fruit shop. She exchanged a few brief pleasantries with Rasha before departing. Meanwhile, Rasha eagerly delved into the system. In fact, the moment he finalized the transaction with Hop, he received a notification from the system. The new phase of the sales task has been completed. Congratulations, host, on successfully selling 10 devil fruits and accomplishing the phase task. Indeed, upon entering the system, Rasha immediately noticed the prominent notification on the system panel. His eyes brightened with excitement. Congratulations, host, you have earned 3 opportunities for a reward draw or 3,000 origin points. Special reminder, the host can choose either the draw or the origin points reward. Each draw is equivalent to receiving 1,000 origin points. Please make your selection. In other words, one draw equates to 1,000 origin points, and regardless of how one chooses to combine the draw and the origin points, their total must amount to 3 instances. This rule is quite straightforward and easy to comprehend. Rasha began to ponder how to best allocate his choices. The origin points are vital for enhancing abilities, so he must reserve a portion of them for this purpose and not use them all for the draw. Based on Rasha's experience, 1,000 origin points could strengthen the Goro Goro no Mi to the level of Admiral Kazuru, which is substantial indeed. This implies that Rasha need not choose solely origin points. There remains room for a draw. It is preferable to select a combination of both rewards. As for which to favor slightly more, it would depend on the specific circumstances. After a brief contemplation, Rasha made his decision to first try a draw. System, let us proceed with a draw. Having resolved his choice, Rasha eagerly addressed the system. Reward is being drawn. As this notification appeared, Rasha watched as a flurry of names rapidly flashed before his eyes. Goro Goro no Mi, Op Op no Mi, Black Blade Knight, the 6 powers of Vice Admirals, Horu Horu no Mi, Suna Suna no Mi, Vegapunk's Knowledge, Pacifista Technical Data, Garp's Iron Fist, Busashoka Hockey Seeds. And the going merry. His heart raced, and he was too tense to even breathe. The excitement was indescribable, for some of these rewards were exceptionally desirable, even stirring Rasha's heart. However, some were decidedly lackluster, verging on useless. The going merry, for instance, could be deemed a colossal pitfall. What purpose would it serve Rasha? It seemed almost comical. Just as his emotions oscillated wildly like a roller coaster, the text on the large screen suddenly froze. Simultaneously, a notification chimed. Draw completed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the swordsmanship of Rorinoa Zoro, East Blue. The swordsmanship of Sora, indeed. Rashia's tense heart relaxed slightly, though he could not avoid feeling a sense of disappointment. While Sora's swordsmanship could not be deemed entirely ineffectual, it still appeared somewhat superfluous to Rashia. As a user of the shining fruit, why should he engage in sword fights with others? Moreover, this was not the peak version of Sora, but rather the Sora from the East Blue era. However, upon further reflection, Rashia found a measure of comfort. After all, even Admiral Kazuru had encountered the likes of the Dark King Rayleigh, who was capable of clashing with formidable foes of the Logia type. In the face of such powerful adversaries, having a mastery of swordsmanship could indeed be a prudent choice. Furthermore, if one were to indulge in a bit of daydreaming, the combination of the Amagomo sword and Sora's sword techniques could prove to be an exceptional pairing. Of course, this is the Marvel Universe, where the concept of hockey technically does not exist. Yet, given that Marvel is a realm rife with chaos, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that some individuals might possess methods to contend with Logia-type users. With this line of thought, it seemed wise for Rashia to acquire some techniques outside of the natural realm. As he contemplated this, Rashia's heart began to find equilibrium, and he felt less despondent. Sora's swordsmanship, after all, was rather commendable. Nevertheless, for Rashia, it was still far from sufficient. System, continue the lottery. Rashia commanded the system once more. Rewards are being drawn. With this prompt, A series of words began to flicker before Rashia's eyes. Lottery completed. Congratulations, host, you have received the observation hockey seed. It was the observation hockey. Rashia was instantly filled with excitement. One must acknowledge the system's effectiveness. The observation hockey was precisely the reward Rashia had yearned for the most. Without the benefit of observation hockey, Rashia's strength would significantly diminish. Whether in the utilization of his fruit abilities or other skills such as swordsmanship, the assistance of observation hockey would render his efforts far more efficient, maximizing his potential. Indeed, Rashia was extremely pleased. The only slight regret was that the hockey he obtained was merely a seed, not the advanced version wielded by an admiral. In other words, it was the most rudimentary form of observation hockey. Rashia did not consider himself a prodigy capable of mastering hockey to a remarkable degree through self-study, without any guidance. However, he still had 1,000 source points as rewards to choose from. After experiencing 2 consecutive lotteries, the choice for the third was natural and inevitable. System, I choose to receive 1,000 source points as a reward. Without any further ado, Rasha immediately entered the system to issue his command. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 source points. Detected that the host has a surplus of source points, which can be used to enhance the observation hockey, Kinbunchika hockey, or Zoro's swordsmanship. Please make your selection. A prompt resonated in his mind. What was there to hesitate about? Enhance the Kinbunchika hockey. Enhancing. Deducting source points. Enhancement complete. Congratulations, host. Your Kinbunchika hockey has been elevated to the level of Admiral Fujitora. The level of Admiral Fujitora. Rasha was overwhelmed with excitement. Fujitora's Kinbunchika hockey was arguably the most formidable among pirates, capable of detecting meteorites in the sky. How astonishing. Now, Rasha possessed the same extraordinary Kinbunchika hockey. Chapter 116. Those interested in Zoan-type fruits with a mere thought, Rasha expanded his top-tier Kinbunchika hockey, perceiving everything in his surroundings. It was an incredibly wondrous sensation. Beyond the function of his eyes, he could observe the world in this unique manner. It resembled a form of mental perception, akin to a spiritual awareness. Although unlike the latter, this ability was solely for observation without the myriad functions of true spiritual awareness. Nevertheless, this experience was profoundly intriguing for Rasha. He felt as though he had installed surveillance in every corner of the earth, freely examining any location or individual without restraint. Not limited to Earth, Rasha concentrated once more, drawing his vision away from the planet and delving into the vastness of space. The profound, expansive, and starkly desolate starry sky materialized before him. This sensation was truly remarkable. In both his previous life and this one, it was his first time observing the cosmos from such a perspective. He often heard others speak of gazing at the stars, yet few, if any, could truly achieve such a feat. Perhaps only Rasha could. Thus, Rasha's Kinbunchiko hockey continued to explore the cosmos, ultimately reaching the celestial body most closely related to Earth, the Moon. Even the Moon can be observed. It is worth noting that humanity's space exploration has progressed significantly over the years, yet we have merely reached the threshold of lunar exploration. However, this feat has been accomplished singularly by Rasha. To claim that he does not feel a sense of gratification or superiority would be utterly implausible. One can only assert that his mastery of observation hockey is truly extraordinary. Initially, Rasha intended to casually survey the lunar surface, but he was suddenly stirred by an unexpected revelation. He discovered the presence of living beings on the Moon. To his astonishment, there were indeed humans residing there. This revelation invigorated Rasha, prompting him to extend his observation hockey for further investigation. His probing yielded surprising results. The Moon was not merely a barren landscape. It concealed a thriving city, Adelon. Indeed, the city he found was the mobile fortress of the Inhumans, Adelon. Among the inhabitants Rasha discerned were also members of the Inhuman race. Among them was a familiar face, the very individual whom the Scarlet Witch had effortlessly obliterated. It is no wonder that in the Marvel Universe, life persists even on the Moon. Rasha mused silently, then retracted his observation hockey. He was not one to pry into the lives of others. Although the city of Adelon and its inhabitants piqued his curiosity, he chose to respect their privacy. Rasha swiftly traversed the lunar expanse and continued his cosmic exploration until he was interrupted by a voice. Next phase task unlocked. Sell 15 devil fruits. Phase task reward. 5 lottery chances or 5,000 source points. Note: 1,000 source points equate to 1 lottery chance, and the host may combine them randomly. The latest phase of the sales task had been unlocked. 15 fruits? Upon reviewing the new task objectives, Rasha felt a surge of optimism. This task posed no challenge for him. He was brimming with confidence. "Shopkeeper, you seem in high spirits," a voice remarked as the charismatic and stylish Mobius entered the Devil Fruit store, exuding charm and respect as he greeted Rasha. Accompanying Mobius was another young man clad in a trench coat, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a punk. It was he. With a mere glance, Rasha recognized the young man instantly. He was none other than Mobius's close friend, or more accurately, his fellow patient. Like Morbius, he suffered from a rare blood disease and grew up alongside him. Later, he secretly injected himself with the serum developed by Morbius, transforming into a vampire. However, unlike Morbius, who exercised restraint, this individual completely succumbed to his darker impulses, engaging in wanton murder and villainy, ultimately meeting his demise at Morbius's hands. As a mere supporting character, Rorschach was unaware of his name. Yet now, this man appeared as healthy as Morbius, presumably having been cured by Morbius after his own treatment by Zhao Hailun, who also recommended his ailing friend. It was indeed Morbius. While these thoughts flickered through his mind, Rorschach subtly greeted Morbius, inquiring if he had come to purchase another devil fruit. "Indeed, store manager. Allow me to introduce my dearest friend, Lucien Crone." Morbius nodded at Rorschach, providing a brief introduction to his companion. "This time, it is Lucien who wishes to buy a devil fruit. I am merely accompanying him." "Greetings, store manager Rorschach. I have often heard Morbius speak of you, and it is a pleasure to finally meet you in person," Lucien said, extending his hand with utmost politeness, exuding the charm of a true gentleman. Who could have imagined that he would become so ruthless after gaining power? "Hello," Rorschach replied, exchanging a brief handshake with Lucien. "Now, store manager, may I take a look at the compendium? I have been eagerly anticipating this moment." Without hesitation, Rorschach produced the latest compendium and handed it to Lucien, who accepted it with care. After a mere glance, he began to express his awe. "Wow, Morbius, these are truly extraordinary fruits. You were absolutely right. I had already informed you." "Lucien," Morbius chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. Lucien merely shrugged, dismissing Morbius's remark as his attention was wholly consumed by the compendium. Morbius understood this well and did not take offense, instead observing with a smile as Lucien perused the fruits. However, Morbius soon raised an eyebrow. "Lucien, are you examining the Zoan fruits?" Rorschach had also noticed that Lucien was quite different from the typical customer. Most patrons swiftly bypassed the Zoan category, meticulously selecting from the paramecia, whereas Lucien displayed a remarkable interest in the Zoan fruits. Chapter 117. The first sold Zoan fruit, is there a problem? Upon hearing Mobius's words, Lucien could not help but turn his head, casting a casual glance at Mobius. "Lucien, perhaps you have not grasped the gravity of the situation. The Zoan-type fruit can transform a person into an animal." Mobius earnestly cautioned Lucien. "I am aware, I have seen it. Yet the Zoan type also grants formidable power and unimaginable abilities." Lucien dismissed the concern with indifference. "My friend, acquiring power comes at a cost. Besides, it is not as if one truly becomes an animal." With that, Lucien turned his gaze towards Rasha, continuing his inquiry. "By the way, I presume that the process of transformation only occurs when the ability is activated, correct?" "Indeed, Lucien," Rasha affirmed with a nod, "as long as the ability is not activated. Even a consumer of a Zoan-type fruit will exhibit no changes." "Did you see that?" Lucien gestured towards Mobius, exasperated. "Tell me, you cannot be serious." Mobius's expression remained stern as he fixed his gaze intently on Lucien. "Mobius, why so serious? You are a scientist. I expected your thoughts to be more open-minded." "Relax. I am merely browsing." Lucien smiled at Mobius and resumed his perusal of the encyclopedia in hand. What worried Mobius was that Lucien still spent considerable time on the section regarding Zoan-type fruits. It was not until Lucien diligently finished reading the Zoan section and turned to the paramecia section that Mobius finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Lucien was not solely focused on the Zoan types. He was simply reviewing all the fruits, nothing more. "Lucien, how do you feel? These paramecia fruits are truly remarkable." Mobius inquired, still somewhat apprehensive. "Indeed, quite extraordinary, truly eye-opening," Lucien replied nonchalantly. "So, Lucien, do you have a fruit that you favor?" As Lucien concluded his review and replaced the encyclopedia, Mobius immediately posed the question. Certainly, Lucian nodded, directing his gaze towards Rasha. The bird fruit in its bat form piques my interest. Lucian, are you jesting? Before he could finish his sentence, Mobius anxiously called out to Lucian in a low voice. Despite having examined the paramecia fruits, Lucian shockingly chose a zoan type. This was something Mobius found hard to accept. Lucian had been his closest friend since childhood, and Mobius had long considered him as a brother. He certainly does not wish for his brother to transform into a monster. I speak with utmost seriousness. Lucian solemnly addressed Mobius. With so many superhuman fruits available, why must you choose the zoan type? Do you desire to become a monster? Mobius's emotions began to stir slightly. Although there are many superhuman fruits, none have captivated my heart. Mobius, I have been ill my entire life. I have grown up confined to a small hospital room. I have had enough. Now, fate has granted me a second chance to embrace a life of greater freedom and strength, and you expect me to forfeit that? My friend, I appreciate your concern, but this is my decision, Lucian firmly stated to Mobius. Indeed, while the superhuman fruits are numerous with their bizarre abilities, none are as practical to Lucian as the zoan type. What use is creating barriers, transforming into springs, wheels, controlling threads, or generating shields? None of these compare to the zoan type, which grants immense power upon consumption. Particularly, he was keen on the bat form of the bird fruit, which would allow him to fly freely. As for the transformation aspect, while some may find it difficult to accept, it posed no issue for Lucian whatsoever. Of course, in comparison to the bat form, the bird fruit also possesses a superior eagle form. However, the price of the eagle fruit is a staggering 150 kilograms of gold, far beyond Lucian's budget. The bat form, requiring only 50 kilograms of gold, was much more suitable for him. My apologies, shopkeeper. Mobius greeted Rasha and then swiftly pulled Lucian aside for a private conversation. Thus began a fierce debate between Mobius and Lucian. Ultimately, however, Mobius could not sway Lucian's resolve. Lucian returned to the display case and addressed Rasha. Shopkeeper, please bring forth the sample of the bat form of the bird fruit. I would like to taste it. Although Mobius was clearly reluctant, it was Lucian who was making the purchase, since Lucian had set his sights on it. Rasha had no objections and promptly presented the sample of the bat form to Lucian. Mobius watched with wide eyes, breathing heavily, yet he refrained from further attempts to intervene. Lucian's mind was made up, and no amount of persuasion from Mobius could alter that. Thank you, shopkeeper. Lucian exclaimed with excitement as he took the fruit sample from Rasha's hands and gently bit into it. A look of incredulity spread across his face. This power. I feel as though I could fell a bull with a single punch. Lucian felt an unmistakable surge of power coursing through him, and his voice began to tremble with excitement. In the past, he had been as helpless as Mobius, unable to lift a finger or shoulder any burden, even less formidable than an elderly woman. It was precisely for this reason that he found himself utterly captivated by the overwhelming sensation of strength that now enveloped him. He sensed that his life had undergone a profound transformation, that he had finally risen from his previous state. With a mere thought, Lucian initiated another transformation, and his body began to undergo the corresponding bat-like changes. Suddenly, a pair of bat wings erupted from his back, followed by his hands morphing into claws, and his face exhibiting features reminiscent of a bat. In essence, Lucian had transformed into a creature that was half man, half bat. Although this transformation was the result of a fruit sold by Rasha, he couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "How utterly grotesque." Flapping his newly formed wings, the half-man, half-bat creature took flight, only to misjudge his direction and crash headlong into a tree outside. Chapter 118. The true power lies with Rasha. Crash. Even in his half-man, half-bat form, Lucian possessed considerable strength, and his collision caused the entire tree to sway violently. A muffled groan escaped his lips as he tumbled to the ground. What just happened? What on earth was that? Passers-by nearby were startled, pausing to observe the spectacle. It's all right, I'm fine, Lucian exclaimed, sheepishly waving at the onlookers as he reverted to his human form. Although the spectators were puzzled as to why this seemingly pristine individual, dressed in fine attire, was now disheveled and had just crashed into a tree, they chose not to intervene since he claimed to be unharmed. Lucian brushed off the dust from his clothes, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he returned to the devil fruit shop. Lucian, this is utterly absurd. Mobius approached, his brows furrowed like a chrysanthemum in late autumn. You should have seen yourself just now. You look like a monster. Lucien interrupted Mobius, his face alight with exhilaration. Mobius, did you not see me fly? Did you not witness my near collision with that tree? My friend, I feel absolutely fantastic. Upon witnessing Mobius's demeanor, he understood that persuading Lucien was futile. Thus he decided to alter his approach. Very well, if you genuinely wish to procure a zoan-type fruit, might you consider exchanging for another? How about the bird fruit in its falcon form? If your concern lies with the price, fret not, my friend, for I am here to alleviate that worry. In Mobius's perspective, the falcon form of the bird fruit bore a striking resemblance to its bat form. Both allowed the user to transform into a bird. However, from a biological standpoint, bats are classified as mammals rather than aviates. Yet, the devil fruit seems to lean more towards functional capabilities. Moreover, the bat form merely suggests a bat-like appearance, not a complete transformation into one. In summary, while the former is highly akin to the latter, it surpasses it in numerous aspects. And after all, the eagle reigns as the king among birds, a fact not difficult to accept. Nevertheless, Lucien resolutely declined the offer. After countless years of Mobius's benevolent guidance, Lucien felt it was time to forge his own path, relying on his own strength. He did not wish for everything he possessed to stem from Mobius's generosity. Shopkeeper, I have made my decision. I shall take this fruit, Lucien asserted firmly to Rasha. The choice of fruit lay entirely within the patron's discretion, and Rasha, naturally, would not impose any interference. He nodded in acknowledgement, as the customer wishes. Lucien, without further ado, exited and began the arduous task of transporting gold into the shop. Observing this, Mobius sighed deeply, yet he hurried over to assist. With Lucien having made his determination, what alternative did Mobius have? The transaction was swiftly completed. Lucien joyfully consumed the bird fruit in its bat form, acquiring the ability to transform into a bat. However, Lucien was acutely aware that, although he cherished the bat form of the bird fruit, the general populace would likely harbor biases. Their reaction upon discovering his choice would probably be far less favorable than Mobius's. No, it would likely be worse. If even Mobius, a close friend, reacted thus, one could only imagine the responses of others. Consequently, Mobius ultimately chose not to join the group. After exchanging a brief farewell with Rasha, he departed the Devil Fruit shop alongside Lucien, within the clandestine stronghold of the Stick Elder in Hell's Kitchen. The recent battle had resulted in the deaths of 113 members of the Hand Association, including Lady Gao, the Gambler, and Murakami, along with Murakami's apprentice, Shin. All perished without exception. Madame Gao, the Gambler, and the corpses of Murakami and Shin have been reduced to ashes by Jin Bing, their remains scattered into the sea, leaving no possibility of resurrection. A disciple of the Pure Heart Society is delivering a report to the Elder. Even the Elder, with his usual temperament, cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. His breathing quickens slightly. Can we confirm this? Is it 100% certain? Indeed, these miscreants are finally and utterly dead. The Elder exclaims, unable to contain his joy. Beside him, Erica shares his exhilaration. To be candid, she had previously harbored doubts about the Elder's scheme to incite conflict between Jin Bing and the Hand Union. After all, the Hand Union's stature was formidable. How could someone like Jin Bing hope to shake its foundations? Though Jin Bing may be the underground emperor of New York, to the average observer, he remains a figure of daunting magnitude, overshadowed by the Hand Union. However, reality has left Erica astounded. The very Jin Bing she had dismissed has accomplished what the Elder had never managed in his entire life. How could this be? Does Jin Bing possess such capability? As her composure returns, Erica gazes at the disciple of the Pure Heart Society, questioning, I suspect some unforeseen events have transpired, correct? The Elder, with a tone of firm conviction, turns to the disciple and inquires, indeed, unforeseen events have occurred. It was the manager of the Devil Fruit shop who intervened. Just as Jin Bing was on the brink of collapse, Manager Rasha appeared, ruthlessly eliminating all the members of the Hand Union and turning the tide. The disciple continues his report. Both the Elder and Erica are momentarily taken aback, astonished that Manager Rasha would become involved in the conflict between Jin Bing and the Hand Union. Yet, if this is the case, it explains how Jin Bing could obliterate the Hand Union. The true force lies not with Jin Bing, but with the manager. Elder, 3 of the 5 fingers of the Hand Union have perished, leaving only 2. We can handle them ourselves. Should we not now eliminate Jin Bing and avenge Matt? Erica states earnestly, her thoughts immediately turning to the vendetta against Matt Murdock. Erica, you have yet to learn your lesson. Emotional ties will only serve as your weakness. Matt's death was in vain, failing to impart any wisdom upon you. The elder admonishes her, his voice calm. Our foremost priority is to eradicate the Hand Union. I will deal with Jean Bing, but not at this moment. Chapter 119. Do not provoke that manager. Midtown Financial Corporation Building. In the opulent office at the highest level. A woman appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, exuding elegance yet showing signs of frailty, sat face to face with a black man. The expressions on their faces were grave, and the atmosphere in the room was palpably oppressive. These two individuals were none other than the last two fingers of the Hand Association, Alexandra and Soanda. Gao, Murakami, and the gambler were all deceased. Breaking the suffocating silence, Soanda finally spoke with a serious countenance. Alexandra, I do not comprehend your point, she stated. Alexandra furrowed her brow slightly. Is death not an ordinary occurrence for us? Or does it not exist at all? Indeed, death is an inevitable natural law that no one can escape. However, the Hand Association was an exception. They had shattered the shackles of mortality. They were utterly dead, incinerated to ashes, and their remains scattered. Soanda added a remark that made Alexandra's lips twitch in response. To kill is one thing, but to scatter someone's ashes is rather ruthless, don't you think? She mused. Yet, this meant that Gao and the others were indeed irrevocably gone, with no chance of resurrection, while the others remained unharmed. Only the ashes of Gao and Murakami had been dispersed. Alexandra, you must understand what this signifies. Soanda's tone reached a peak of seriousness. It was evident that Gold knew their secret of resurrection and, more importantly, the means to counter it. This posed a tremendous threat to Alexandra. Soanda, Gold cannot possess such capabilities, she replied after a prolonged silence, her brow still furrowed. As the supreme leader of the Hand Association, how could Alexandra be unaware of Gold's true nature? Although Gold might appear formidable to the average person, in the eyes of the Hand Association, he was merely insignificant. There was no way he could have such power. Not only could he not eliminate all three fingers of the Hand Association simultaneously, but he couldn't even take down one, even if he had consumed a devil fruit. There must be more to the story. According to investigations, it was indeed revealed that someone had assisted Gold. Soanda conveyed the intelligence she had gathered, informing Alexandra that Gold was initially destined for annihilation. However, at a critical moment, someone intervened and turned the tide of battle. Soanda, allow me to confirm with you. Did you just say one person? Alexandra raised an eyebrow. Indeed, one person. Soanda nodded emphatically. Even in such a grave context, Alexandra nearly succumbed to laughter. Soanda, you truly ought to listen to the words you are uttering. At that moment, Alexandra swiftly recalled that the last individual to appear was a user of a devil fruit ability. Only this could elucidate the entire situation. According to investigations, this was a wielder of light manipulation. Soanda nodded again, claiming that he could unleash wide-ranging light wave attacks, which led to the annihilation of Gao and his associates. Alexandra's pupils involuntarily constricted. Such a being is indeed terrifying. Even someone of Alexandra's stature felt a deep-seated tremor. Why would such a figure lend assistance to Jean Bin? Subsequently, Alexandra's brow furrowed deeply, resembling a chrysanthemum blooming in the autumn chill. I suspect he was not assisting Jean Bin. Rather, Jean Bin merely had the fortune to be in the right place at the right time. What does this signify? Gao had previously orchestrated a clandestine operation to seize devil fruits, and according to my findings, the individual who ultimately eliminated Gao and the others was likely the proprietor of that devil fruit shop. Alexandra inquired, are you suggesting that the demise of Madame Gao, Murakami, and the gambler was merely a consequence of a robbery? Is that all there is to it? Alexandra found the situation utterly preposterous. What is the existence of the Hand Association? For centuries, they have stirred turmoil on this earth, instigating earthquakes, invoking plagues, and causing countless grave disasters. To them, a robbery is as trivial as eating and drinking. Consequently, after years of remaining unscathed, Madame Gao and her companions met their doom merely because of a petty heist. Alexandra found it impossible to accept. Shock, disbelief, unacceptability, incredulity, absurdity, an array of expressions played across Alexandra's face in rapid succession. Ultimately, all of it distilled into a profound inquiry. Is everything merely the result of a robbery? To be precise, a wholly unsuccessful robbery. Soanda interjected, affirming that Gao's operation ended in utter failure, yielding nothing. Sawanda's additional commentary only intensified Alexandra's sense of absurdity. Thus, the deaths of Madame Gao and her companions were utterly meaningless. It is nothing short of farcical. What shall we do next? Sawanda paused for a moment, then turned to Alexandra with a piercing gaze. Is this truly the extent of our options? The demise of Gao and the others has left us with an abundance of chaos to manage. Is it not enough? Alexandra rubbed her temples, feeling quite exasperated. Moreover, I am afflicted with a terminal ailment myself, rendering me nearly incapacitated, which means I must delegate nearly all responsibilities to you. The thought alone is a source of distress. I mean, the manager of that devil fruit shop, Sawanda corrected himself. He has inflicted such significant losses upon us. What course of action should we take? Indeed, we can take measures regarding that matter, Alexandra nodded. From this moment forward, we must ensure that our subordinates do not provoke the manager of the devil fruit shop. It is somewhat disheartening, and I am reluctant to concede this point, but Sawanda, that individual is indeed not someone we can afford to confront, at least not at this juncture. Chapter 120. Iron Man's girlfriend comes to purchase fruits at the devil fruit shop. Lee, I have uncovered the truth. As you anticipated, Norton Schwarzenegger is indeed affiliated with the Hand Association. He was diagnosed with a terminal illness 7 years ago, but as he approached death, the Hand Association found him and resurrected him. Since then, Norton Schwarzenegger has operated in the shadows under the guise of a non-existent persona, assisting the Hand Association with their nefarious dealings. For 7 years, he has been under the employ of Madame Gao. Roxa gazed at the message sent by Jean Bing on his alternate account, unable to suppress a nod of approval. It seems my prior assumptions were correct. This matter is indeed orchestrated by the Hand Association, and I have not erred in my judgment. However, the Hand Association consists of 5 fingers, and thus far, Roxa has only eliminated 3. This suggests that 2 fingers remain. Since I have already dealt with 3, there is no longer a necessity to spare the remaining 2 fingers. Is there? Roxa had initially intended to eliminate the last 2 fingers of the Hand Association when another message from Jean Bing arrived. Lee, as you may be aware, the Hand Association has 5 leaders, collectively referred to as its 5 fingers. Madame Gao, Murakami, and the gambler are 3 of those fingers, who have already been removed by the manager. However, there are still 2 fingers remaining, Alexandra and Sawanda. I shall endeavor to eliminate these 2 swiftly. I am aware that with your capabilities, eliminating the other 2 fingers would pose no challenge for you. However, Lee, leave those 2 to me. As your host, I shall bestow upon you a modest gift. A gift, you say? Luo Xia couldn't suppress a cold smirk. Jean Bing indeed played his cards well. His words sweeter than a melody. Jean Bing had already clashed with the Hand Alliance, and the demise of 3 of their fingers was entirely attributable to him. Their enmity had reached a point of no return. Did he truly believe Li Xuanhuan to be a fool, to extend a favor to those he intended to slay? Was Li Xuanhuan so easily deceived? Fisk, you are mistaken. Grievances have their origins, and I am a man who distinguishes between kindness and enmity. Did you not claim that everything was orchestrated by Madame Gao? Now that she has been slain by the store manager, let the dust settle and everything return to the wind. Well said indeed. I trust you as far as I could throw you. You cunning old man. Jean Bing gazed at the message from Luo Xia, unable to suppress a knowing smile. His empty words had indeed failed to deceive Li Xuanhuan. Li, await my good news. With that, Jean Bing refrained from further discourse, sending that final message before exiting the social platform. Meanwhile, Luo Xia found himself deep in contemplation. Since Jean Bing intended to eliminate Alexandra and Sawanda, he could handle them. After all, with the mastermind Madame Gao now dispatched, their existence was inconsequential to Luo Xia. If Jean Bing wished to kill them, let him. He found no desire to make the trip himself. While it wouldn't be a significant burden, why not let someone else do the legwork? Furthermore, Luo Xia was intrigued to see how the miraculous devil fruit might transform the world. Could the underground emperor of New York, after consuming the devil fruit, contend with a severely weakened Millennium organization? His anticipation grew. Lost in thought, the wind chimes at the door chimed. Luo Xia instinctively looked up and beheld a tall, poised blonde clad in professional attire, striding confidently on her high heels into the store. A glance was enough to stir a reaction within him. The visitor was no ordinary individual. Luo Xia had often seen this woman on television, in the news, and in newspapers. Not only for him, but for many others as well, she was undeniably a superstar. Her every move under the scrutiny of the media and the airwaves. The reason is simple. The woman before him was none other than the illustrious Pepper Potts, the renowned personal assistant to Tony Stark, though it would be more fitting to refer to her as a nurturing figure. Indeed, it was she who would eventually ascend from being Stark's assistant to becoming the CEO of Stark Industries, and ultimately the wife of Iron Man. Ratchet could hardly fathom that such a powerful businesswoman would stroll through an ordinary commercial street like any other woman. However, this was merely a reflection of Ratchet's preconceived notions. Having had little experience in romance, and having tragically met his demise during a blind date, Ratchet confessed to himself that he did not truly understand women. Welcome to our humble shop. While his mind raced with various chaotic thoughts, Ratchet did not neglect to greet the customer. With a slight smile, he addressed Pepper Potts. Hello, store manager. I was simply curious and wanted to see what exactly a devil fruit is. Pepper Potts returned his smile with politeness, responding, Devil fruit? I have never heard of such a peculiar name for a fruit. Please, feel free to look around. These are the devil fruits. Ratchet gestured towards the display case. In truth, Pepper Potts' attention was naturally drawn to the vibrant array of devil fruits, which were undeniably eye-catching and difficult to overlook. Wow, she exclaimed, slightly taken aback by the sight of the fruits. I must say, these fruits truly live up to the name devil fruit. They do seem rather intimidating. That is because you do not yet understand them, dear customer. Trust me, once you comprehend what a devil fruit truly is, you will find them to be the most marvelous things in the world. Ratchet spoke in a tone that hinted at mystery. Is that so? Pepper Potts arched an eyebrow, thinking that the store manager might be overstating things. Nevertheless, she found herself intrigued by these bizarre fruits and was eager to discover their true nature. I am indeed curious to see what these fruits are like. So, store manager, please give me one. Chapter 121. The perfect match for Pepper Potts' fruit, dear customer. The devil fruits are unlike any other fruits. As you can see, each one possesses a distinct appearance. This is because they are entirely different fruits. Each fruit is unique, endowed with entirely different abilities. Therefore, please select the one that appeals to you the most. As Rasha spoke, he retrieved the devil fruit guide and offered it to Pepper Potts. However, she did not reach for the guide. Instead, she waved her hand dismissively and said, Manager, just give me any one. I am actually in a bit of a hurry. Pepper Potts paid little heed to Rasha's remarks about each fruit being unique. To her, it seemed merely a conversational tactic employed by Rasha to engage with customers. Nothing more. Then please hold on a moment while I recommend a fruit for you, Rasha replied. As a manager would naturally not oppose his customer. Given that Pepper Potts requested his assistance in selecting a fruit, Rasha readily agreed. Even though it was under the assumption that she was not fully aware of the situation. What kind of fruit would be most suitable for a businesswoman like Pepper Potts? A myriad of unique fruits began to flash through Rasha's mind, and soon, his eyes sparkled with realization. He indeed believed there was a fruit that would be particularly fitting for Pepper Potts. Dear customer, if it were up to you, I sincerely recommend this bubble fruit. Rasha took out a purple fruit adorned with swirling patterns from the display case, shaped somewhat like an oval. Bubble fruit? Isn't that a devil fruit? Pepper Potts was somewhat bewildered by Rasha's response. One moment he referred to it as a devil fruit, and the next he called it bubble fruit. So, what exactly are you selling here, manager? The term devil fruit is a general classification. All the fruits you see are indeed devil fruits. However, as I mentioned earlier, each devil fruit is distinct, and this particular one grants the ability to produce bubbles, hence the name bubble fruit. Wait a moment, manager, Pepper Potts interjected, unable to contain herself. The initial explanation was comprehensible. It seemed the manager was assigning unique names to each devil fruit. But what followed was perplexing. The ability to produce bubbles? Are you implying that consuming a devil fruit bestows one with abilities? That sounds rather absurd, does it not? And what exactly is the significance of producing bubbles? Why would one want to create bubbles? I am confused. I do not quite grasp the essence of what you are trying to convey. I merely saw an intriguing fruit that I wished to purchase. Just sell it to me without complicating matters. What is the crux of your strange musings? Pepper Potts furrowed her brow, fixing her gaze on Rasha. As she reflected on the matter, Pepper Potts found that her fleeting curiosity about the devil fruit had nearly dissipated. She had no intention of making a purchase. The proprietor of the devil fruit shop exhibited peculiar behavior, as if his mind were somewhat unhinged. It would be wise to depart swiftly. However, just as Pepper was about to articulate her thoughts, Rasha unexpectedly extended his right hand, leaving her uncertain of his intentions. In that instant, a look of astonishment crossed Pepper's face, for Rasha's outstretched finger radiated a brilliant golden light, dazzling in its brilliance. "Shopkeeper, your finger," Pepper began. But her words were abruptly interrupted. Rasha suddenly pointed ahead, and a golden beam shot forth with surprising force. A loud thud resonated, and at that moment, the tree outside the Devil Fruit shop began to tremble. Pepper turned her head, her eyes widening in disbelief. Instinctively, she quickened her pace, hastening to the entrance and standing before the tree, utterly astonished. "Oh my God!" Pepper gasped, unable to suppress her stunned exclamation. Before her, the trunk of the tree bore a gaping hole, from which wisps of smoke still emanated. Even the edges of the crater glimmered with embers, evidence of a recent conflagration. How could this be? The young shopkeeper had unleashed a wave of light from his finger, effortlessly creating a gash in the tree. Had she truly witnessed such a phenomenon? Instinctively, Pepper reached out to touch the gaping wound in the tree, only to retract her hand as if shocked. It was scorching. "I apologize, dear customer. A mosquito unexpectedly flew out, and I may have acted a bit rashly," came Rasha's cheerful voice as he emerged, grinning. "Swatting a mosquito?" Pepper could scarcely contain her incredulity. "You conjured a radiant finger and unleashed a wave of light, reminiscent of legendary magic, only to claim it was merely a mosquito? The unfortunate insect you dispatched must feel quite honored. Moreover, isn't it spring? Where could a mosquito possibly have come from? I hope your finger is unharmed. I neglected to remind you that my photon bullets are not mere energy attacks, akin to the intense heat generated when sunlight passes through a magnifying glass. My photon bullets similarly emit high temperatures." As Rashia observed Pepper Potts nursing her scorched fingers, he smiled amiably and began to elucidate the situation. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Pepper Potts cast a reproachful glance at Rashia. "Wait, is this really the time for such concerns?" She quickly shook off these trivial thoughts, her focus returning to Rashia, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Store manager, what on earth just happened? How did you accomplish that?" Before Rashia could respond, Pepper recalled his earlier words, her eyes widening in realization. "You can't possibly mean to tell me that ability is a result of a devil fruit, can you?" "You are correct, dear customer." "Oh, and I suppose I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I am the Glimmer Man, having consumed the glitter fruit." Rashia replied with a smile. Witnessing Pepper's evident shock, Rashia sensed that his victory was all but assured. Chapter 122. Pepper Potts. "If I consume it, I shall become the strongest worker in history. The Glimmer Man who has consumed the glitter fruit?" Pepper was momentarily taken aback. Was that title not somewhat exaggerated? Little did she know that the emission of light from his fingertips was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding Rashia's abilities. He possessed the genuine capability to emit light from any part of his body at will. Nevertheless, even with this knowledge, Pepper was undeniably astonished by Rashia's prowess. "So, store manager, your devil fruits can truly bestow superhuman abilities?" After regaining her composure, she instinctively gazed at Rashia with incredulity. "Did you not witness it just moments ago?" Rashia shrugged nonchalantly. Pepper was momentarily left speechless. Indeed, while such claims may sound utterly implausible, even absurd, how could one explain the earlier scene? Rashia's fingers truly emanated light. A large crater had indeed been created in the tree at the entrance of the store. "Store manager, I realize my request may be impertinent, even somewhat offensive, but could I possibly see your hand?" Yet, being a member of the elite class, Pepper Potts was not easily swayed. After a moment of contemplation, she made her request. "Of course, dear customer, feel free," Rashia replied, having no reason to decline, as he was confident in the authenticity of his abilities. "I apologize for the inconvenience." Pepper Potts offered Rasha an apologetic smile before delicately examining Rasha's hands. From beginning to end, she found no clues. Rasha's hands were indeed flesh and blood. The hands of an ordinary person. Could it be that the store manager's words were true? Had he truly wielded the abilities bestowed by the devil fruit? Lost in thought, Pepper Potts inquired, "Could you show me that introduction to the devil fruit once more?" When she lifted her gaze again, her demeanor had shifted. "Please, come in," Rasha beckoned, leading Pepper Potts back into the store, where he retrieved the devil fruit compendium she had previously declined. This time, Pepper Potts accepted it with care, scrutinizing it thoroughly. What exactly is a devil fruit? What classifications do they possess? She perused all the relevant information. Even after witnessing Rasha's remarkable manifestation, her expression remained one of astonishment. This reaction is understandable. For someone living in a materialistic world, Encountering such supernatural phenomena for the first time can be disorienting. Wow, this is truly incredible. No, it could even be deemed madness. Pepper Potts murmured, unable to contain her astonishment. Dear guest, this world is far more fascinating than you can imagine. Rasha remarked with a knowing smile. It shatters one's worldview, Pepper Potts added, her gaze drawn to the bubble fruit that Rasha had previously recommended. Curiosity stirred within her as she began to examine this particular fruit closely. What made it so special that the manager would endorse it? However, upon reviewing the description of the bubble fruit, Pepper Potts found herself perplexed. The fruit appeared rather unremarkable, and she was at a loss as to its utility. Upon consumption, the user could produce bubbles capable of washing away anything and rendering touched objects exceptionally smooth. So, the bubble fruit merely generates soap bubbles? Could it save on shower gel? Pepper Potts struggled to see the fruit's worth. Nevertheless, she understood that if the bubble fruit were truly so trivial, it would not have been so vigorously recommended by the store manager. This fruit likely possessed other attributes of which she was unaware. Store manager, could you provide a more detailed introduction to the bubble fruit that you previously recommended to me? Rather than indulging in her own speculations, Pepper Potts began to inquire of Rasha. Certainly, Rasha replied with enthusiasm, as there was nothing particularly complex about such matters. Surely, guests would have noticed from the description in the illustrated guide that the bubble fruit can wash away anything. However, have they ever contemplated what that anything truly encompasses? Rasha raised an eyebrow, posing a thought-provoking counter-question. Various forms of dirt? After a moment of contemplation, Pepper cautiously ventured her guess. She understood that the bubble fruit likely transcended such simplistic notions, yet she struggled to conceive what exactly it could wash away, hence her tentative inquiry. Goodness! Had Pepper truly misconstrued the bubble fruit as merely a bathing aid? Guests might benefit from broadening their perspectives. The bubble fruit is not limited to cleansing physical substances, but can also alleviate more abstract burdens. For instance, the fatigue accumulated from a long day's work, or the pain from an accidental burn. Furthermore, if utilized against an adversary, it could even strip them of their strength, rendering them immobile. Rasha decided to dispense with the suspense and elucidated Pepper's queries directly. Washing away fatigue, alleviating pain, stripping away strength? Pepper was left momentarily speechless, feeling as if she were grappling with an incomprehensible text. Regardless of how it was framed, these assertions seemed excessively far-fetched. Fatigue, pain, strength, they are intangible and invisible. How could one possibly wash them away with bubbles? Were it not for Rasha's earlier display of brilliance in dispatching a mosquito, Pepper might have dismissed him as delusional. However, if what the manager said were indeed true, then this fruit would undoubtedly be extraordinary. With an unreliable boss like Tony Stark, Pepper found herself working tirelessly each day, returning home utterly exhausted, barely able to lift a finger. If the bubble fruit could indeed alleviate such fatigue, she would become the most formidable worker in history. She was genuinely inclined to invest in it. Yet the crux of the matter remained. Pepper simply could not fathom that the bubble fruit could produce such miraculous effects. After all, it was rather absurd. Even having witnessed Rasha's extraordinary abilities firsthand, it only prompted Pepper to delve deeper into the nature of the devil fruit. But it did not suffice to instill her with unwavering belief. Chapter 123. Pepper Potts stunned. Can bubbles also provide bulletproof protection? Observing Pepper Potts, Rasha discerned that she harbored some lingering doubts. However, he assured her that these concerns were trivial. Once Pepper sampled the product, all her reservations would swiftly dissipate. Rasha enthusiastically began to elaborate on the wondrous properties of the bubble fruit. Furthermore, the catalog indicated that the bubbles produced by this fruit not only possess cleansing properties, but also render the surfaces they touch remarkably smooth. Surely, the guests would grasp the implications of this, wouldn't they? Indeed, it is a beauty treatment. The bubbles generated by the bubble fruit could grant guests flawless skin, achieving a perfection that many women dream of yet seldom attain. At this juncture, Rasha noticed a spark of excitement igniting in Pepper's eyes. The prospect of attaining immaculate skin was a fervent aspiration for countless women, albeit an unrealistic one. Perfection is a mere illusion, save for the realm of photo editing. Yet, here in the shop, it seemed plausible, especially considering the golden glow that had just emanated from the proprietor's fingertip. Surely, the owner was not misleading them. Unbeknownst to Rasha, his casual remark about the bubble fruit's cosmetic benefits had significantly heightened Pepper Potts' desire to purchase, alleviating her considerable doubts. It appeared that her yearning for flawless skin had momentarily eclipsed her rationality. Can the bubble fruit truly be used for beauty? Pepper inquired, her tone betraying an unexpected fervor. Indeed, but one must exercise caution in its application, Rasha replied, for excessive cleansing may lead to unintended effects, creating a slippery condition that could disfigure one's appearance. However, should an accident occur, simply rinsing with water will suffice to remove the bubbles. Slippery to the point of disfigurement? Pepper thought, momentarily taken aback by the exaggeration. Yet, her mind was consumed by the notion of achieving flawless skin. The prospect of disfigurement seemed inconsequential. After all, the proprietor had assured her that water would wash away any mishap. In addition, Rasha continued, the bubble fruit could serve a defensive purpose, allowing its user to conjure a multitude of bubbles to form a protective shield. A shield made of bubbles? Pepper interrupted, her brow furrowing. Surely, you jest. How can one protect against the fragile bubbles that burst with a mere poke? Is it possible to guard against insect bites? Indeed, dear guest. Do not underestimate the protective shield of the bubble fruit. It is more than capable of withstanding bullets. Rasha continued to expound enigmatically to Pepper Potts. Manager, how can this be? It sounds rather absurd. We are discussing bubbles. Pepper Potts shook her head repeatedly, unable to accept such a notion. One must understand a crucial premise. The bubbles generated by the bubble fruit are not ordinary bubbles. In the realm of devil fruits, one must cast aside previous perceptions, for they hold no validity here. To my knowledge, there are instances where individuals have utilized the shields created from the bubble fruit to withstand lightning strikes and bullets. It is entirely feasible. Withstand lightning strikes? Pepper Potts was left utterly astounded, scarcely believing her ears. Even with Rasha's assertions, she found it difficult to accept. How could something as trivial as bubbles be so resilient? This defies logic. This is unreasonable, considering the myriad abilities of the bubble fruit. I personally believe that this fruit would suit you exceptionally well. Of course, this is merely a humble suggestion. Feel free to disregard it, Rasha added, addressing Pepper Potts once more. If what you say is indeed true, this fruit could be my salvation. However, forgive my boldness, but I must be candid. You are aware that what you speak of regarding devil fruits is quite preposterous, correct? I have never encountered anything so outlandish. So I cannot ascertain the truth of your claims. I understand completely, Rasha replied nonchalantly, raising his hands. It is precisely because of this concern that our shop offers a tasting service. Would you care to experience it? Tasting? Pepper Potts was momentarily taken aback. Such a wondrous thing can be sampled? Certainly. Otherwise, how would you ascertain the authenticity of our fruits? The tasting sample will grant you 5 minutes of the fruit's abilities. In that time, you shall truly comprehend the nature of the devil fruit, Rasha stated earnestly to Pepper Potts. How considerate. In that case, manager, please provide me with a sample. After a brief contemplation, Pepper Potts spoke to Rasha. Without further ado, Rasha produced the sample and handed it to Pepper Potts. She accepted it, pondered for a moment, and then gently took a small bite. Then her expression changed dramatically. She immediately released her grip and exclaimed, Manager, this fruit is spoiled. The manager replied, the fruit is not spoiled. This is its true flavor. I understand it may not be particularly palatable, but in light of the abilities it bestows, it is inconsequential. What nonsense is this? Is this truly the authentic taste of the devil fruit? Pepper Potts was genuinely taken aback. Who in their right mind would buy something so unpalatable? However, despite her complaints, the very unpleasantness of the devil fruit's taste only served to bolster Pepper's trust. After all, if the devil fruit were a mere deception, how could the manager possibly present such an off-putting flavor? Well, Pepper decided to refrain from further comments. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the urge to vomit and resolutely bit into the unappetizing fruit, swallowing it down. Then, in that very moment, a look of astonishment crossed her face, as if she had witnessed something truly extraordinary. Rasha knew that Pepper had just experienced the power of the devil fruit firsthand. It was incredible. This sensation was beyond words. Amid her continuous exclamations of wonder, she instinctively extended her hand and activated her newfound ability. To her amazement, several bubbles were conjured into existence. Chapter 124. Iron Man is about to go online. The era of superheroes dawns. I can't believe it. I have truly created bubbles. Pepper exclaimed with wide eyes, gazing at the floating orbs around her, feeling as if she were in a dream. This phenomenon, which defied all scientific logic, had indeed come to fruition. It was real. The devil fruit, as the manager had described, was genuine. At that moment, all her doubts regarding the Devil Fruit shop evaporated completely. She was left with no skepticism whatsoever. Manager, I sincerely apologize. I have never encountered such a marvelous fruit before, so I may have been somewhat rude earlier. As she regained her composure, the first thing Pepper did was to promptly apologize to Rasha. Upon realizing that such a wondrous entity as the Devil Fruit was indeed real, her attitude toward Rasha underwent a profound transformation. After all, who but an extraordinary individual could sell something so remarkable as the Devil Fruit? Though the manager appeared unassuming, giving the impression of a mere fruit vendor, Pepper could hardly grasp that this person was a figure of great significance. It's quite all right, dear customer. I completely understand. Rasha replied, waving his hand dismissively, speaking with an air of nonchalance. The existence of devil fruits is indeed a rather extraordinary concept for the vast majority of individuals. As long as the storekeeper does not mind, Pepper Potts felt a sense of relief and eagerly turned to Rasha, stating, in that case, I would like to purchase the bubble fruit. The price for the bubble fruit is a hefty 100 kilograms of gold. It is worth mentioning, dear customer, that our establishment only accepts gold as payment and does not accommodate other forms of currency. Rasha informed Pepper Potts of the price. Only gold as payment? Pepper Potts was slightly taken aback, struggling to comprehend why this shop would exclusively accept gold, as it seemed rather inconvenient. After all, who would carry gold around for shopping unless they were well prepared? However, she merely grumbled internally and, upon reflection, found some logic in it. This was not an ordinary store, but rather a remarkable shop selling devil fruits. In such a unique establishment, peculiar regulations were not entirely unreasonable. 100 kilograms of gold. Shopkeeper, would it be possible for you to hold the bubble fruit for a few days? I need time to gather the gold. Pepper Potts said with a serious expression directed at Rasha. Certainly. However, the customer must first pay a deposit of $1 million. When you return to purchase the fruit, the deposit will be fully refunded, Rasha replied with a nod, adding further clarification for Pepper Potts. The situation for Pepper Potts differed from that of Hope. After all, Hope was a longtime customer of Rasha, having previously acquired 2 devil fruits. Thus, when Hope requested Rasha to reserve a fruit, the process was considerably less complicated. A special consideration afforded to loyal patrons. However, Pepper Potts was not in the same position. She was required to pay the deposit. After all, what reason would there be to reserve the bubble fruit for her? Simply because she was Iron Man's woman? The demand for a $1 million deposit seemed utterly absurd at first glance. Yet, after personally experiencing the bubble fruit and confirming the authenticity of the devil fruits, Pepper Potts found no issue with it. In fact, she believed it to be entirely justified. Such a wondrous item could not be treated like any ordinary purchase. Proceed. I have no objections, Pepper Potts decisively declared. Despite her title as merely Tony Stark's assistant, she managed the affairs of Stark Industries, large and small. Her role as an assistant was nominal. The authority she wielded was quite formidable. Thus, Pepper Potts was not lacking in financial resources. Shopkeeper, please process the payment. Pepper Potts promptly retrieved her bank card and handed it to Rasha. With a beep, the deposit was confirmed. Subsequently, Pepper took the initiative to exchange contact information with Rasha, giving him a brief farewell before departing from the devil fruit shop. As Rasha watched Pepper's retreating figure, his spirits were quite high. If all went according to plan, the outcome seemed nearly assured, especially since a deposit of $1 million had been made. This venture appeared to be secure. Rasha felt little apprehension regarding this transaction. Instead, he found himself filled with anticipation about another matter. Given the relationship between Pepper Potts and Tony Stark, and with Pepper having purchased the fruit, how long could it be before Tony Stark came to acquire one himself? Moreover, Rasha recalled that since the system's update, a new fruit had been added to the shelves, the weapon fruit. Rasha was uncertain of Tony Stark's thoughts, yet from his perspective, this fruit seemed exceptionally well suited to Stark, almost as if it had been tailor-made for him. Whether Tony Stark consumed it himself or later incorporated it into his Iron Man suits, the prospects were incredibly promising. Additionally, it had been some time since Tony Stark had produced the Jericho missile. Rasha wondered what stage the timeline had reached. He had not paid much attention previously, but Pepper's visit had served as a reminder. He quickly searched online for related news, and his eyes brightened with excitement. Indeed, he discovered significant developments. The Playboy had made headlines, and during the Pinnacle Awards ceremony, he had snubbed the military, leading to Obadiah Stane stepping in to salvage the situation. The military was reportedly in discussions to procure a batch of Jericho missiles from Stark Industries, and they were now in the contracting phase. The snub at the awards ceremony and the military's procurement of the Jericho missiles were reminiscent of the unfolding storyline of Iron Man. It was during the return journey from a deal with the military regarding the Jericho missiles that Tony Stark was ambushed by the Ten Rings, leading to his harrowing captivity in a cave for over a month, ultimately resulting in his rebirth and transformation. It seemed that the day when Tony Stark would become Iron Man was drawing near, heralding the true onset of the chaotic Marvel era. Previously, Rasha had expressed considerable trepidation at the thought of such a moment arriving, but now, having undergone 2 rounds of enhancements that significantly elevated his own capabilities, he remained remarkably composed. In fact, he felt a subtle sense of eager anticipation. Chapter 125, The Collapse of the Wasp Warrior. The Wasp suit is missing. Klaus Technology. In the future laboratory, I must earnestly caution those among you with heart conditions or high blood pressure to take heed. For what you are about to witness will undoubtedly leave you astounded. Are you prepared? Darren Klaus, brimming with confidence, engaged in animated discourse with several impeccably dressed gentlemen standing nearby, exuding an air of authority. Klaus, I sincerely hope that your product is as remarkable as you claim. A man with graying hair, bespectacled and seemingly mild-mannered, adjusted his glasses and spoke to Darren Klaus with a stoic expression. Murphy's. Allow me to clarify that this is not mere boastfulness. Darren Klaus extended a finger for emphasis before moving toward the miniature safe that housed the Wasp suit. The moment of witnessing a miracle was imminent. With an assured grin directed at his prospective buyers, he swiftly pressed several buttons. The Wasp suit promptly ejected, materializing before him. Without uttering a word, Klaus grasped the Wasp suit. Yet, inexplicably, at the moment he held the suit, he sensed something amiss. It felt strangely different in weight. Furthermore, the tactile sensation was not quite right. But at such a pivotal juncture, Klaus could scarcely allow himself to ponder the irregularities. He steadied his resolve and forced himself to dismiss those unsettling feelings, directly pressing the corresponding button. However, at that very instant, Klaus's expression shifted dramatically. The button refused to respond. What was happening? In a flurry, he brought the Wasp suit closer to examine it meticulously. With a thunderous realization, Klaus's mind erupted in shock, his countenance darkening to an extreme. It was a counterfeit. The Wasp suit in his possession was, astonishingly, a forgery. It had been stolen. How could this be? When had it occurred? Klaus found himself grappling with the unthinkable. The Wasp suit was his most vital asset, the very lifeblood of Klaus Technologies, and now it had vanished? No. Klaus's body trembled involuntarily. Klaus. Murphy's voice broke through, laced with inquiry as he regarded Darren Klaus with a questioning gaze. The other buyers, sharing expressions akin to that of Murphy S., were not oblivious to the peculiar turn of events. My sincerest apologies, esteemed guests, but I believe it may be prudent to draw our discussions to a close here. Darren Klaus's lips twitched momentarily before he nonchalantly returned the Wasp suit to its place. It was only at that moment I realized I was not yet prepared to part with it. Klaus, are you toying with us? Murphy could not suppress a derisive snort, and the remaining buyers mirrored his discontent with furrowed brows, who had inflated expectations to such heights, only to leave everyone on edge, prepared for an extraordinary reveal. Only for Darren Klaus to abruptly backtrack at the last moment? Is this how one conducts business? I understand your discontent, thus as a gesture of goodwill, I am willing to reduce the prices of the orders we are negotiating by an additional 5%. Please, esteemed guests, this is already a substantial concession. You must comprehend that I am enduring significant losses. So, shall we turn the page on this matter? What other choice do we have? Given Klaus's apparent sincerity, forgiveness seems the only course. Though I remain perplexed by Klaus's sudden change of heart, willing to forego such a considerable sum, in this day and age. Who would refuse money? The funds Klaus relinquished were sufficient to silence their discontent. Klaus, should you wish to engage in such games with us in the future, as long as the finances are in order, I am readily available. Murphy patted Klaus on the shoulder before turning to exit. Sean, please see our guests out. Klaus casually instructed one of his confidants, who nodded in compliance and ushered everyone away. Soon, the future laboratory was left with only Darren Klaus. At that moment, the forced smile on Klaus's face, more grotesque than a frown, finally faded, revealing a visage twisted in agony. With a sudden force, he hurled the Wasp suit to the ground, shattering it into a myriad of pieces with a soft thud. Damn it! Klaus, in a fit of rage, lunged at the remnants of the wasp's suit, delivering a flurry of kicks until it was reduced to mere fragments, his legs growing numb from exertion. Finally, he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath as he began to regain his composure. His mind raced, conducting an analysis and contemplation of the situation. How could this happen? The entire system of the company was meticulously designed by me, and there are no flaws within it. How could anyone possibly infiltrate my system silently and steal the wasp suit? How could this have been accomplished? No, the method of execution is not what truly matters. The pressing question is, who is responsible? The mere thought of this made Darren Klaus's expression grow increasingly sinister, the glint of murderous intent evident in his eyes. Whoever it may be, Darren Klaus vowed that they would face utter annihilation. Such an act is wholly unforgivable. Hank Pym. When the wasp suit was previously stolen, the suspicions of Hank Pym and his daughter were indeed correct. Almost immediately, Darren Klaus found himself suspecting Hank Pym. No, suspecting is not the right word. Darren Klaus was exceedingly certain of this. Firstly, very few individuals knew of Darren Klaus's possession of the wasp suit, and Hank Pym was undoubtedly one of them. Secondly, the only person who had exerted considerable effort to steal the wasp suit from Darren Klaus, to his knowledge, was none other than Hank Pym. Finally, and most crucially, there was no one else capable of executing such a theft from him other than Hank Pym. This matter must have been orchestrated by Hank Pym. Chapter 126. The abilities of the capable astonish all, a power like magic. Hank. Darren Klaus spat Hank Pym's name with palpable hatred, then ceased to waste words. Beckoning his trusted subordinates. You lot, follow me. With a menacing air, Darren Klaus led the group out of the future laboratory, intent on storming into Hop Van Dyne's office. Catherine, I have matters to attend to this afternoon and cannot meet with Mr. Smith. Please reschedule. Bang. Hop was engaged in a series of discussions with his assistant when the office door was suddenly thrust open with unceremonious force. Both Hop and his assistant instinctively turned their gazes towards the entrance, only to behold Darren Klaus, his face darkened, storming in with an entourage that radiated hostility. The sheer intensity of their demeanor suggested they were not there for a mere discussion, but rather resembled a gang leader arriving to wreak havoc. Hop's assistant swore that Darren Klaus had always projected an image of gentleness and humility. She had never witnessed such a terrifying side of him before. The mere look in his eyes sent shivers down her spine. What is happening? A sense of foreboding gripped Hop's heart, and he could not shake the feeling that something was terribly amiss. Could it be that the theft of the wasp suit had been discovered? Apart from this singular matter, Hope could not fathom what else could provoke Darren Klaus to arrive at her doorstep with such a menacing demeanor. Her assistant, utterly bewildered, shared in her confusion. Both Darren Klaus and Hope Van Dyne were members of the Klaus Technology Board, wielding the utmost authority over the company's core operations. Yet, it appeared that something was amiss between these two leading figures. For no matter the angle from which one viewed it, Darren Klaus seemed primed for confrontation. A significant upheaval was imminent, one akin to a tempest. Klaus, what troubles you? Is there something amiss? Hope inquired, feigning astonishment and surprise as she gazed at Darren Klaus. Despite her internal suspicions, she refrained from displaying any outward signs of distress until she grasped the full extent of the situation. Leave. Darren Klaus, however, disregarded Hope entirely. His voice icy as he issued a merciless command to her assistant. Sophia, you may leave. Reluctantly, Hope gestured for her assistant to depart, who fled the office as if granted a reprieve. Klaus, what on earth is going on? Hope raised her hands in exasperation, continuing to scrutinize Klaus. This involves you as well, does it not? Hope, I must confess, you have greatly disappointed me. Darren Klaus seated himself before her, his gaze piercing as it bore down on her countenance. Hope's heart sank as she grew increasingly convinced that Darren Klaus had discovered the theft of the wasp suit. That day had finally arrived. Yet, Hope had prepared herself adequately for this eventuality, feeling neither panic nor alarm. Klaus, what are you insinuating? I do not comprehend your meaning. Hope replied, simultaneously playing the fool while subtly inching toward the wall, ready to escape at the slightest indication of danger, utilizing her powers to vanish without a trace. Do not feign ignorance with me. Darren Klaus slammed his palm onto the table, his voice rising sharply. Hope, do you truly think me a fool? Do you believe I am oblivious to the charade you have orchestrated? You have been colluding with Hank to pilfer the wasp suit from me, have you not? I expelled my mentor from the company, only to find his daughter occupying such a lofty position. Do you genuinely consider this acceptable? Indeed, You believed you had successfully deceived me. But in truth, I have known all along. Hop, I must confess that I harbored some fleeting thoughts of malice towards you. My desire to eliminate Hank was consistently restrained by your presence. Yet, you have crossed a line with your incessant provocations. At this juncture, Darren Klaus extended his hand towards his trusted aide, who promptly placed a handgun into his grasp. With a firm grip, Darren aimed it directly at Hop. Now, enlighten me as to the whereabouts of the wasp's suit. In a location you shall never discover, Hop replied. A mocking grin adorned her face, exuding an air of icy derision. Since Darren had been merely play-acting alongside Hop from the very beginning, and Hop had never deceived him, the pretense had lost all significance. Impressive, indeed, Hop. I must admit, you and Hank have astonished me. I was well aware of your nefarious intentions regarding the wasp suit. Yet I refrained from executing you both, your existence being but one reason. Primarily, I was confident in your lack of capability. However, it appears I have underestimated you. Hank truly is remarkable, achieving the inconceivable once more. With each word, Darren's expression grew increasingly sinister. Nefarious intentions? Hop could not suppress a cold laugh. The wasp suit rightfully belongs to my father. We are merely reclaiming what is rightfully ours. Clack. Darren chambered a round into the firearm, his demeanor chilling further. Enough, Hop. My patience has waned. You now face two choices. Willingly disclose the location of the wasp suit, or I shall compel you to do so. Trust me, you would not favor the latter. Regrettably, I am disinclined to accept either option, Hop replied, her composure unwavering as she shrugged nonchalantly. Seize her, Darren called out. Dismissing further dialogue, summoning his aides. Two well-dressed men approached, intent on apprehending Hop. Bang, bang. However, Hop was no ordinary adversary. Her skills rivaled those of any seasoned agent. With a flurry of swift, decisive movements, she swiftly incapacitated the two men. Clack, clack. The remaining aides of Darren, witnessing this turn of events, swiftly drew their weapons, aiming them at Hop. Farewell, gentlemen, Hop said, waving dismissively at Darren and his associates before making a sudden leap towards the wall beside her. Darren and the others were momentarily stunned, bewildered by Hop's enigmatic maneuver. Suicide by wall collision? Knowing escape was impossible. One would resolutely take their own life to protect the whereabouts of the wasp suit. Truly a man of valor. Yet, in the next instant, the jaws of Darren Klaus and his companions dropped in disbelief. The anticipated scenario of Hope crashing and bleeding did not materialize. Instead, Hope astonishingly passed through the wall. A series of ripples appeared on the surface of the wall, reminiscent of waves on water. When those ripples dissipated, Hope had entirely vanished. What is happening? Magic? Darren Klaus and his associates were left dumbfounded. Chapter 127. The Ultimate Card. The Devil Fruit User Chat Group. The scene fell into a profound silence. Darren Klaus and his loyal subordinates exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. It was only after several seconds that Darren Klaus regained his composure. Dashing to the wall from which Hope had escaped, extending his hands to examine it meticulously. However, upon inspection, he discovered that the wall was merely an ordinary wall. It was not an entity that could be penetrated. So, how did Hope accomplish such a feat? Could this be another groundbreaking technology developed by Hank Pym? Nevertheless, this completely validated Darren Klaus's earlier speculation. The wasp suit had indeed been stolen by Hank Pym and his daughter. They must have utilized the very ability Hope demonstrated to silently infiltrate the company, flawlessly bypassing the impeccable security system designed by Darren Klaus, and thus succeeded in stealing the wasp suit. Ah, Hank, who would have thought you would surprise me once more? As Darren Klaus unraveled the truth, he felt a surge of indignation mixed with exhilaration. This meant he could master yet another technology, his mentors, which rightfully belonged to him. Although the wasp suit had been stolen, Darren Klaus was not overly concerned. With his wealth and resources, dealing with an elderly man was rather straightforward. Even if that man possessed what could be described as black technology, in due time, he would reclaim the wasp suit, along with the wall-piercing technology developed by Hank Pym. Darren Klaus's mind was racing with plans. He resolved to seal off the entire building and capture Hope. Having made up his mind, he immediately issued this command to his loyal subordinates. However, considering Hope's earlier wall-passing feat, Darren Klaus pondered whether even a complete lockdown of the building would suffice to apprehend him. Immediately, he added, "Furthermore, send a team to apprehend Hank Pym." "Yes," replied his trusted aide, who promptly turned and departed to make the necessary arrangements. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, the shrill sound of alarms reverberated throughout the Klaus Technology building, sealing off the entire structure and prohibiting anyone from exiting. Armed guards began to surge from various corridors, conducting a thorough search of the premises. Meanwhile, those in the control room widened their eyes, desperately seeking the whereabouts of Hope. However, it was evident that locating Hope would be nearly impossible. In the very moment she phased through the wall, Hope swiftly donned her wasp suit, transforming into the second incarnation of the wasp, her abilities allowing her to traverse obstacles effortlessly. While the building was locked down and an extensive manhunt was underway, she had already departed Klaus Technology with ease. Father. The first thing Hope did after her escape was contact Hank Pym. Klaus has discovered that the wasp suit is missing and has just taken measures against me. Be cautious over there. Understood, Hope. Hank Pym's voice came through the receiver. Let's rendezvous at point 1 as per our previous plan. I understand. Stay safe. You too. The call concluded swiftly. Long before the father-daughter duo successfully stole the wasp suit, they had anticipated a confrontation with Darren Klaus. Given Klaus's power, influence, and lack of moral scruples, the pair took him seriously and had prepared a series of contingency plans well in advance. In addition to procuring Pym particles to ensure Hank's self-defense, they devised numerous strategies. After all, how can one expect to evade a thief indefinitely? The only way to resolve this matter entirely was to eliminate Darren Klaus. However, this was no simple task, as Hank and Hope held themselves to a moral code that forbade indiscriminate killing. Fortunately, they were not without resourcefulness. After stealing the wasp suit, Hope had managed to remain undetected within Klaus Technology for quite some time, ensuring they were not idle. Approximately half an hour later, in a seemingly unremarkable apartment, Hope and Hank Pym reunited. With the ability to alter their size at will, evading Klaus's pursuit was an effortless endeavor for them. The father and daughter easily shed their tail and met in secret, undetected. Father, are you all right? I am fine, and you? I am also well. Thank heavens. After confirming their mutual safety, the father and daughter could not resist embracing each other tightly. All right, Hope, let us address this predicament. Hank Pym then patted Hope on the shoulder, speaking earnestly to her. Hope rose to her feet, separating from Hank Pym. The father and daughter commenced their serious discussion. With a decisive motion, Hank Pym retrieved a substantial stack of documents from a pre-prepared suitcase, placing them before Hope. Time is of the essence. This is all we have. Though I feel it is insufficient, it constitutes our entire collection. The documents contained compromising information about Darren Klaus, including various criminal evidences. As Hope perused the materials, her expression grew grave, and she instinctively shook her head. Father, this is inadequate, far from sufficient. While this evidence could condemn any ordinary individual to a lengthy prison sentence or even death, it is merely a fraction of what is necessary to bring someone like Darren Klaus to justice. A person of such power and influence, with intricate connections, is exceedingly difficult to confront. Given ample time, they may unearth substantial incriminating evidence potent enough to ensnare even someone of Klaus's stature. Alas, the world offers no what-ifs. The sudden revelation of the wasp's suit caught us off guard. At this juncture, we must adhere to our original plan. We have no alternative. Hank Pym gazed at Hope for a moment, ultimately expressing his resignation. Everything will turn out well, Father, Hope replied with a depth of meaning. In her heart, she harbored another trump card, the ability user's chat group. Should the situation deteriorate to its worst scenario, Hope would have no choice but to reach out to the group for assistance. Chapter 128. Nick Fury unravels. S-H-I-E-L-D. Has a Hydra mole. Nightfall enveloped the earth, casting the entire city into slumber, save for a few establishments that operated late into the night, leaving no room for commotion. The Klaus Technology building was no exception. Apart from a handful of security personnel on duty, the thousands of workers who typically traversed the various floors and offices had long since vanished. However, the number of security personnel on duty had more than doubled. The reason was simple. Following the theft of the wasp suit, Darren Klaus had realized that his once reliable security system was woefully inadequate. Hank Pym and his team managed to infiltrate the premises once, and they could certainly do so again. Although the wasp suit is no longer available, Darren Klaus will not permit such an occurrence to transpire a second time. He will not tolerate any vulnerabilities. All of you, keep your eyes wide open, and do not allow even the slightest lapse. Even if a fly should enter, I expect you to report it immediately. Furthermore, the personnel on patrol must provide me with a report after each shift change. The boss is already furious, and I shall not allow even the minutest error to occur. Understood? Within the control room, the security supervisor, holding a walkie-talkie, solemnly instructed all security personnel stationed at their posts. Understood. The security supervisor nodded and then set down the walkie-talkie, focusing intently on the surveillance footage before him. Of course, there were already 6 individuals in the control room engaged in this task, and this minor detail did not necessitate the supervisor's direct involvement. However, the situation with Darren Klaus was rather precarious, and the security supervisor dared not exhibit any signs of complacency. Clang, clang. At that moment, several cans were hurled in from an unknown source. Hiss. Subsequently, a substantial amount of yellow smoke erupted from the cans. Cough, cough. The sound of relentless coughing filled the air as all security personnel felt a searing sensation in their throats, as if they had ingested sulfuric acid. Moreover, their eyes streamed with tears, equally tormented. This was merely the secondary concern. More critically, they noticed pronounced red spots appearing on their bodies, accompanied by intense pain. This is bad. It's a gas attack. Everyone was taken aback. At that instant, they could scarcely be concerned about anything else and swiftly rushed outside. Clang, clang. Yet the clattering of metal was incessant, as the shadowy figure behind this assault seemed to vanish and reappear like a ghost, effortlessly filling the entire building with gas without alarming anyone. In a matter of mere minutes, Klaus Technologies was entirely engulfed in this toxic gas. Cough, cough. Amidst the agonizing coughs, everyone within Klaus Technologies fled the building as if pursued by wolves, hastening towards safety. It was poison gas. Who would not be afraid? Thus, the entire edifice was efficiently vacated. Boom. Shortly after the building was evacuated, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. A terrifying shockwave instantly spread, engulfing the entire Klaus Technology building. The very ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. However, an eerie phenomenon soon unfolded. Following that dreadful blast, an inexplicable force emerged from within the Klaus Technology building, akin to an invisible black hole, devouring everything in its vicinity. In an astonishing instant, the once mighty and imposing structure was completely consumed, as if it had never existed at all. The surrounding security personnel, who had retreated, stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the scene before them, unable to comprehend the reality. Klaus Technology had been utterly erased from the earth. At that moment, the symptoms they had attributed to poisoning swiftly vanished. Little did they realize it was not toxic gas. They were merely being driven away with the intent to obliterate Klaus Technology. How ruthless indeed. What formidable enemy had Darren Klaus incurred? In the crowd, a wasp flitted its wings and soared into the air, unnoticed by anyone. It surveyed the now barren ground and, with satisfaction, communicated with Hank Pym. I see it, Hope. Let us retreat. Hank Pym's voice echoed through the communication channel. Understood. The wasp continued to flutter away, disappearing into the night sky. Indeed, this was the plan devised by Hank Pym and his daughter Hope, to dismantle everything belonging to Darren Klaus. The immense power Darren Klaus wielded stemmed from the substantial value inherent in his enterprise, which was the very core of it all. But what would happen if Hank Pym were to annihilate it all? With Hank Pym's recent actions, the world-class laboratories within Klaus Technology, along with the diverse research achievements that Darren Klaus had painstakingly cultivated over the years, were reduced to ashes. Darren Klaus would become a person of no value. In such a scenario, who would still care for him? If Hank Pym cast him into prison, who would come to his aid? The three-winged building loomed as 3 agents' vehicles majestically came to a halt in the parking lot. The car door swung open, and a squad of fully armed agents swiftly emerged from the vehicle. Well done. The mission is accomplished. You may all disperse, declared Rumlow, the illustrious Crossbones and the captain of the Rapid Response Unit, addressing his team. The agents visibly relaxed, exchanged pleasantries with Crossbones, and departed, chatting amiably amongst themselves. Crossbones, how about a drink at the bar tonight? Inquired a robust man with a slicked-back hairstyle, clearly well acquainted with Crossbones. No, I have other arrangements this evening, Crossbones replied, shaking his head in refusal. Well, what a dull fellow you are, the man remarked with a shake of his head, a hint of exasperation in his tone. However, after uttering this sentiment, the man's demeanor shifted abruptly, and he proclaimed to Crossbones, Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Crossbones, with a serious expression, echoed the words in response. They exchanged nods before parting ways. Hail Hydra. They are indeed Hydra operatives. In the office of the director, the agent known as Egghead found himself utterly stunned, scarcely able to believe his own eyes. Having previously sensed something amiss with Crossbones, Egghead had utilized his abilities to monitor him. Given Egghead's naturally suspicious nature, it was impossible for him to ignore the evident red flags. It must be said that Egghead's ability was nothing short of extraordinary. Seated in his office, he needed only to make a slightly embarrassing gesture to perfectly glean the thoughts of others. It was truly a remarkable tool for surveillance. Egghead had amassed substantial knowledge regarding Crossbones' recent activities, the individuals he encountered, and even the conversations he engaged in. However, despite his diligent efforts, Egghead had not uncovered any particularly useful information, though it was undeniable that Crossbones exhibited a blatant lack of respect for S.H.I.E.L.D. This only intensified Egghead's suspicions regarding Crossbones. Yet, even so, Egghead could scarcely fathom the notion that Crossbones was, in fact, affiliated with Hydra. What a farcical idea. Egghead felt as though his very being might shatter under the weight of this revelation. Hydra had ostensibly been eradicated, non-existent in any meaningful capacity. Prior to truly comprehending Crossbones' inner declaration of Hail Hydra, Egghead had entertained a myriad of hypotheses. However, no amount of conjecture had led him to such an astonishing conclusion. Chapter 129. Iron Man's driver happy. I can't believe I've become a dog. At the Devil Fruit shop, a sleek black SUV came to a gradual halt in front of the establishment. As the car door swung open, a man and a woman, one stout and the other slender, descended from the vehicle in succession. Had Rasha been present, he would have recognized both individuals, particularly the woman, who had crossed paths with him merely days prior. These two were none other than the most trusted associates of Tony Stark at Stark Industries, the spirited Pepper Potts and Happy, Tony Stark's driver and bodyguard. Although Rasha found it perplexing why someone of Tony Stark's stature would employ a bodyguard who seemed so inconsequential, the scene unfolded with urgency. Pepper, wait. Seeing Pepper Potts briskly making her way into the establishment, Happy quickly stepped forward to intercept her. You cannot go in there. I cannot stand by and watch you be deceived. Happy, we've already discussed this, Pepper replied, her expression fraught with frustration. I have not been duped. The devil fruit is real. I have witnessed it with my own eyes and experienced it firsthand. Pepper, you know that some street magicians can perform even more astonishing feats. It's merely an illusion. How could there possibly exist a fruit that grants superpowers simply by consuming it? You must have been misled, Happy asserted with unwavering conviction. Regret washed over Pepper as she realized she should have kept this matter to herself. After all, as a woman carrying 100 kilograms of gold, she found her safety compromised and convenience severely lacking. Thus, after much contemplation, she sought the assistance of a trustworthy companion to facilitate the final transaction. Happy, upon learning that Pepper had ventured to the bank to procure such a substantial quantity of gold, felt compelled to uncover the entire truth of the situation, leading to his mounting anger. Pepper has indeed been deceived. Thankfully, I discovered this in time. Otherwise, that entire 100 kilograms of gold would have been lost. Can you imagine how she would feel upon realizing that she had been swindled? He marveled at the audacity of the con artist who could dupe someone as astute as Pepper Potts, acknowledging a certain skill in the deception. Yet, it was unfortunate for the fraudster that he had crossed paths with Happy, despite currently serving as merely Tony Stark's driver, and, lest we forget, his bodyguard. Happy was far from an ordinary man. A determined resolve took hold of him. He would expose the swindler's ruse with fervor. Happy, I appreciate your concern, but could you please refrain? Goodness, I regret bringing you along. You've voiced your doubts incessantly. Do I strike you as a woman easily fooled? I am fully aware of my actions. Happy, you simply need to keep your mouth shut and assist me in bringing in the gold whenever I require it. That is all I ask for, just this trivial matter. Pepper Potts felt herself on the verge of exploding. After delivering this tirade to Happy, she disregarded him and strode straight into the Devil Fruit shop. Inside, she observed the manager, as ever, exuding an air of elegance, standing at the counter and radiating warmth akin to sunlight. Quickly adjusting her demeanor, Pepper adorned her face with her most enchanting smile. Manager, are you the sole occupant of this establishment? Have you not considered hiring an assistant? She casually greeted Rasha as she ventured further inside. As you can see, Pepper, this is but a modest shop, and I am perfectly sufficient on my own. Rasha replied with a smile. A modest shop, you say? Yet this little establishment is the finest in the world. Even Stark Industries pales in comparison. Pepper thought to herself, unable to suppress her admiration. Are you truly the manager of this so-called devil fruit shop? Just as the conversation with Rasha was flowing, an unwelcome voice pierced through the atmosphere. Happy had reappeared, irritatingly puncturing the moment with his accusatory tone directed at Rasha. Pepper felt a surge of frustration. However, now that he had entered, she could not simply eject him. So she forced herself to introduce him. Manager, this is Happy, my colleague and friend. Rasha merely nodded, already familiar with Happy, even without Pepper's introduction. In fact, he had overheard their earlier exchange outside. With his newfound observation hockey, it was nearly impossible for Rasha to remain oblivious to the happenings at the shop's entrance. He cast a knowing glance at Happy, brimming with playful intrigue. Playing the con, are we? You may soon regret this, young man. I have heard tales of your devil fruits. While I am unsure of how you deceived Pepper, I remain unconvinced. The notion of devil fruits is utterly absurd. Do not become complacent, for I shall expose you. Happy's tirade was abruptly cut short when Rasha unexpectedly produced an item and thrust it into Happy's mouth, forcibly clamping his jaw shut to compel him to swallow. What are you doing? What did you just make me consume? Poison? Do you intend to kill me? As Happy spoke, he suddenly felt an unsettling shift within his body. He seemed to believe, rather absurdly, that he could transform into a dog. What a peculiar notion. How could a human possibly become a dog? Yet, almost instinctively, Happy began to embrace that strange sensation of transformation, only to discover that his hands had morphed into paws. What on earth? What was happening? Happy was nearly frightened out of his wits. Where had all this fur come from? What had become of his hands? Moreover, why did his nose and ears feel so utterly alien? He instinctively touched them, and to his shock, his nose had inexplicably elongated. Overwhelmed with terror, Happy rushed to a mirror displayed in the shop, stealing a glance at his reflection. The impact was staggering. He felt as though struck by lightning, unable to fathom what he saw. The mirror revealed a grotesque creature, half human, half dog. The creature stood upright like a human, yet bore a dog's head and paws, definitely not human. Good heavens, what had happened to him? How had he transformed into a dog? And not just any dog, but a husky. Chapter 130. The Dog Fruit. Husky form. Terrifying indeed. What on earth is happening? What has become of me? Happy was engulfed in sheer terror. His eyes wide as he gazed at the half-human, half-dog monstrosity in the mirror, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Happy! Happy! Pepper Potts was frantically calling out, equally bewildered as she and Happy grappled with the absurdity of his transformation into a monster. Zoetic fruits. Yet, Pepper soon regained her composure. She had seen in the compendium a few days prior that devil fruits encompassed not only paramecia types, but also zoan types. Shopkeeper, the fruit you just gave to Happy, was it a zoan type? Pepper turned to Rasha, seeking confirmation. Yes, Pepper, what I just gave to Happy was indeed a zoan type. The dog fruit, husky form, Rasha replied, smiling and nodding at her. Phew. Only then did Pepper release a long sigh of relief. What do you mean by zoan type? What is this dog fruit? What are you talking about? Happy interjected, increasingly bewildered and anxious. Would he be doomed to remain in this ghastly form forever? He would rather perish. What exactly did you give me? What have you done to me? Happy continued to glare at Rasha, a tempest of anger and fear swirling within him. Are you feeling all right? If you continue to make such a commotion and provoke my displeasure, I shall refrain from transforming you back into your original form, Rasha said with a smile, akin to soothing a frightened child. For Happy, who was enveloped in sheer terror at that moment, this tactic proved remarkably effective. Gasp! Happy suddenly inhaled sharply, instinctively covering his mouth with his paws, no longer daring to utter another word. Despite possessing the head of a Siberian husky, both Pepper Potts and Rasha could discern the distinctly human-like expression of fear etched across his face. Unable to contain herself, Pepper stifled a laugh. Rasha too could not help but chuckle at the sight. Look at you, so audacious moments ago, yet now reduced to this state of timidity. Pepper, what are you laughing at? Happy questioned, his voice tinged with confusion. All right, I must admit, I do appear rather comical at the moment. At that juncture, Happy was genuinely cowed. He gazed imploringly at Rasha. Store manager, I acknowledge my previous missteps and sincerely apologize. I beseech you, have mercy and revert me to my former self, if you would be so kind. What happened to your earlier claim of me being a fraud? Rasha replied, folding his arms and regarding Happy with a bemused expression. I was indeed shallow. You see, I am not the brightest, and my appearance reflects that. Happy lamented. Pepper referred to me as her colleague, but she has elevated my status. I am merely a driver with little knowledge. Please do not hold my lack of intellect against me, dear manager. I misjudged you, and I earnestly apologize. Happy's apology was delivered with the fervor of one on the verge of tears. All right, manager, I think we've had our fun. Let us not tease him any further. Pepper said, struggling to suppress her laughter as she addressed Rashia. Rashia was equally amused. Pepper, what do you mean by that? Happy finally sensed something amiss. Happy, have you not realized? You have already transformed back. Rashia said, grinning at him. Previously overwhelmed by fear, Happy had not noticed until Rashia pointed it out. Indeed, it seemed he had returned to his former self. The sensations of being a dog had vanished, replaced once more by the feelings of humanity. In a flurry, Happy extended his paws. Oh no, rather his hands, examining them closely. To his astonishment, the fur had disappeared, and his long claws were also gone. He touched his face, and the dog nose and ears had reverted as well. It was an intense longing to regain his human form that had inadvertently activated his powers, leading to his transformation. However, he had remained so tense that he had not realized it until now. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure sprang forth, darting to the mirror to gaze upon himself. Happy could not help but thump his chest with his hand, gasping for breath, a portrait of someone who had narrowly escaped calamity. So, manager, what I consumed earlier was a devil fruit. As he gradually regained his composure, Happy began to piece together the events that had transpired. Was it the dog fruit? Husky form? Indeed. Happy, how did it feel just now? Rasha mused, recalling Happy's earlier ghostly expression, unable to suppress a chuckle. It felt as though I had plunged into a nightmare. Happy shivered involuntarily. And what about now? Rasha inquired, raising an eyebrow, his gaze laden with significance. Now, Happy was momentarily taken aback by Rasha's question, but soon grasped his implication. The fear he had felt stemmed from a dread of never returning to his former self. However, he now understood that transforming into a dog was entirely within his control. As long as he wished, he could revert to his human state at any moment. With this revelation dispelling his earlier trepidation, Happy's enthusiasm surged. Eagerly, with a face brimming with anticipation and curiosity, he attempted the transformation once more, only to find himself once again embodying the husky form. Previously, during his first metamorphosis, he had been too consumed by fear to truly experience it, but now, he could distinctly sense the immense power coursing through this body. Happy, invigorated, could not resist the urge to throw punches, feeling as though a single blow could fell a bull. Remarkably, he had even produced a whooshing sound with his strikes. Can you believe it? This overwhelming sensation was one he had never encountered before. With an exuberant shout, Happy, fully embracing his husky form, began to practice within the confines of the Devil Fruit shop. Still unsatisfied, he burst through the shop's entrance and delivered a mighty punch to a tree outside. Crunch! With one blow, the tree swayed alarmingly. Gasp! Happy widened his eyes at his paws, taking a sharp intake of breath. Was this not a tad exaggerated? Was this truly the dog fruit, husky form? Terrifyingly so. Hey, manager, why did I revert back? I wasn't even thinking of changing back. Shouldn't this be under my control? Also, why can't I return? As he continued to practice, 5 minutes elapsed, and Happy was forcibly returned from his husky form. Previously, he was as if haunted by ghosts. Yet now he appeared reluctant. Chapter 131. The Nostalgia of Being a Husky. Shopkeeper, would you be so kind as to present the fruit encyclopedia for Happy to peruse? Upon witnessing Happy's awkward demeanor, Pepper Potts refrained from further teasing and courteously addressed Rasha. Naturally, Rasha had no objections. He promptly retrieved the Encyclopedia of Devil Fruits and handed it over to Happy. Thank you, shopkeeper, Happy exclaimed, eagerly grasping the encyclopedia as if it were a priceless tome. His eyes filled with awe and anticipation as he began to explore its contents. The devil fruits, it turned out, were treasures of the sea, granting extraordinary powers to those who consumed them. Marvelous. Such prestige, such allure, truly worthy of the title Devil Fruit. As he delved deeper, he discovered that the devil fruits were categorized into paramecia and zoan types. The fruit that the shopkeeper had previously consumed, the Inu no Mi, in its husky form, belonged to the zoan category. However, compared to the zoan fruits, Happy was more inclined to purchase a paramecia fruit. Although the formidable power granted by the Inu no Mi evoked a sense of nostalgia, transforming into a husky felt somewhat too humiliating. Thus, with eager enthusiasm, Happy swiftly skimmed through the entries on Zoan fruits and began to explore the paramecia category. The melt fruit could produce candles. Who uses candles in this day and age? The swallow fruit allowed one to consume anything and incorporate it into their body. Wasn't that a bit too horrifying? And considering Happy's current physique, that was a definite no. The bean fruit enabled the user to transform their body into a ball. Was that fruit merely for comedic effect? Wait. The weapon fruit could transform any part of the body into a weapon. Happy's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. This was it. This fruit struck a chord deep within Happy's heart. After all, his boss, Tony Stark, had built his empire on weaponry, Stark Industries, while encompassing various fields. Fundamentally remained a weapons manufacturer. In this context, the weapon fruit held profound significance. I shall have this weapon fruit, Happy decisively concluded. However, just as Happy was about to inquire further about the weapon fruit from Russia, he caught a glimpse of its price, which struck him like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. 2,000 kilograms of gold. This is beyond my means. Happy shook his head repeatedly, stating that he was merely Tony Stark's driver and bodyguard, nothing more. Despite his wealth, it was improbable that he possessed money to such an extravagant degree, perhaps a little over $1 million a year. Furthermore, like most Americans, Happy had not cultivated the habit of saving, resulting in a meager disposable income of merely $2 to $3 million over the years. He was not in the position to purchase whatever fruit he desired. Alas, what a pity. Happy could not help but shake his head. The weapon fruit, such a remarkable treasure, was slipping through his fingers. However, it seemed that recommending this fruit to his boss would be quite favorable, and Tony Stark would likely be very pleased. If he succeeded in acquiring it, would it not be a significant achievement? With this thought, Happy felt a renewed sense of relief. He began to skim past the weapon fruit, continuing to explore other options. Ultimately, he encountered another fruit that captured his attention. He realized that this particular fruit was exceptionally suited to him, perhaps even more so than the weapon fruit. After all, Happy's primary role was that of a bodyguard, not an assassin. Shopkeeper, this barrier fruit you speak of, its barriers should be bulletproof, correct? Happy inquired eagerly, turning to Rasha. Indeed, Rasha affirmed. The fruit Happy had set his sights on was the one that claimed to create impenetrable barriers. If it could effortlessly withstand bullets, Happy would ascend to the status of the world's most formidable bodyguard. With such a hardcore ability at his disposal, his unrealistic dream of becoming a security chief could finally be realized. At this thought, a glimmer of light sparkled in Happy's eyes as he envisioned a brilliantly promising future beckoning to him. Can it truly stop bullets? Happy, you underestimate the powers of the devil fruit. Hasn't Pepper informed you that even the bubbles she creates can serve that purpose? Rasha's voice interjected, a hint of mockery lacing his tone as he glanced at Happy. Bubbles can be used for bulletproofing? Happy was taken aback, the notion seeming almost absurd. However, joy soon spread across his face. If something as trivial as bubbles could serve as protection against bullets, then a fruit specifically designed for defense would undoubtedly be up to the task. The barriers produced by the barrier fruit could easily withstand attacks from bullets, bombs, missiles, and other familiar weapons, as well as defend against lightning, magic, and various other forms of assault. Thus, the defensive prowess of the barrier fruit is beyond question. Roche proceeded to elaborate on the remarkable defensive capabilities of this extraordinary fruit. How splendid, indeed. Happy's face beamed with delight as he nodded fervently, struggling to suppress a grin that threatened to blossom. By the way, manager, what is the extent of the barrier that the fruit can create? After a brief pause, Happy pondered another crucial inquiry, gazing earnestly at Roche. This question held significant weight. Should the barrier's size prove insufficient, its protective efficacy would be severely diminished, warranting further contemplation on Happy's part. Fortunately, Roche's response did not disappoint him. The barrier's coverage is limitless. If the user's abilities are sufficiently developed, it could encompass an entire city. Naturally, the initial capabilities after consuming the barrier fruit would not be so extravagant, yet easily covering several meters in radius is certainly feasible. Roche assured Happy. Several meters, you say? At this revelation, Happy's concerns were entirely alleviated, for this range was more than adequate to safeguard Tony Stark. The barrier fruit allows its wielder to create barriers at will, with size and shape entirely dictated by the user's imagination. Furthermore, beyond mere defense, the barrier fruit can also be wielded as an offensive weapon. Indeed, The barrier fruit serves not only as a shield, but can also be utilized to strike foes. For instance, the user can envelop their fist in a barrier, functioning as a formidable gauntlet. Alternatively, the barriers can be launched at adversaries, or employed in various inventive offensive maneuvers that the user may gradually develop. In essence, as long as one's creativity knows no bounds, the fruit can be manipulated in wondrous ways. With Roche's words, Happy's gaze intensified with fervor. Chapter 132. A perfect match for Happy's fruit manager. Would you kindly present the fruit compendium for Happy to examine? Observing Happy's somewhat awkward demeanor, Pepper Potts refrained from further teasing and politely addressed Roche. Roche, of course, had no objections. He promptly retrieved the devil fruit compendium and handed it to Happy. Thank you, manager. Happy eagerly accepted the compendium, cradling it as if it were a priceless tome, gazing at it with a mix of awe and anticipation as he began to peruse its contents. The devil fruit, it turns out, is a treasure of the sea. Consuming it grants individuals extraordinary powers. Marvelous. Such prestige and significance, truly worthy of the devil fruit. Onward, he continued to read. Originally, the devil fruits are classified into paramecia and zoan types. The dog fruit, which the store manager had stuffed into his mouth, transforming him into a husky, belongs to the zoan category. However, compared to zoan fruits, Happy leaned more towards acquiring a paramecia fruit. Although the formidable power bestowed upon him by the dog fruit evoked a sense of nostalgia, the thought of transforming into a husky felt somewhat too humiliating. Thus, with enthusiasm, Happy swiftly perused the entries on zoan fruits, shifting his focus to the paramecia varieties. The melt fruit, capable of producing candles, seemed rather antiquated in this modern age. The swallow fruit, which allows one to consume anything and integrate it into their body, sounded rather macabre. Furthermore, given Happy's current physique, that was a notion best left unconsidered. The bean fruit, which could transform one's body into a ball, appeared to be more of a comedic gimmick. The weapon fruit, which enables any part of the body to morph into a weapon. Happy's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. This was splendid. This fruit resonated deeply with Happy's core. After all, his employer, Tony Stark, had built his empire on weaponry. Though Stark Industries spans numerous domains, at its heart, it remains a weapons manufacturer. In this context, the weapon fruit held significant meaning. This was the one he desired. Just as Happy was about to inquire further about the weapon fruit from Russia, he caught a glimpse of its price, which felt like a bucket of cold water splashed upon him. 2,000 kilograms of gold. No way. Happy shook his head vigorously. After all, he was merely Tony Stark's chauffeur and bodyguard. While he was well off, he certainly could not afford such an extravagant price. His annual earnings barely exceeded $1 million. Moreover, like most Americans, he had not cultivated a habit of saving, leading to a mere $2 to $3 million of disposable income over the years. Thus, it was not feasible for him to purchase just any fruit he desired. Alas, what a pity. Happy couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. The weapon fruit, such a remarkable fruit, was only to be watched slip away. However, it seemed that recommending this fruit to his employer would be quite beneficial. Tony Stark would likely be very pleased. If the purchase were successful, wouldn't that mean a significant achievement for him? With this thought, Happy felt a sense of relief wash over him. He began to peruse the weapon fruits, continuing to examine the others. Ultimately, he encountered a fruit that caught his attention anew. He felt that this particular fruit was indeed much more suitable for him, at least far more than the weapon fruit. After all, Happy's profession was that of a bodyguard, not an assassin. Shopkeeper, the barrier fruit can create a shield, which should be bulletproof, correct? Happy turned to Rasha and inquired. Indeed, Rasha affirmed. The fruit that had piqued Happy's interest was the one that claimed it could generate a formidable barrier. If this fruit could effortlessly withstand bullets, then Happy would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the world's strongest bodyguard. With such a formidable skill at his disposal, his unrealistic aspiration to become a security chief could finally be realized. At this thought, a gleam of excitement sparkled in Happy's eyes, as if he could glimpse a brilliantly promising future beckoning him. Can it truly be bulletproof? Happy, you may be underestimating the powers of the devil fruit. Did Pepper not inform you that she could create a bubble shield capable of doing just that? Rasha's voice resonated, casting a sidelong glance at Happy with a hint of sarcasm. Bubbles can be used to deflect bullets? Happy was momentarily stunned. That seemed rather far-fetched. However, joy soon overtook him. If something as trivial as a bubble could serve as a bulletproof barrier, then a fruit specifically designed for defense would undoubtedly be up to the task. The shield created by the barrier fruit could easily withstand bullets, bombs, missiles, and other familiar weaponry, while also offering protection against lightning, magic, and various other forms of attacks. Thus, Happy had no reason to doubt the defensive capabilities of the barrier fruit. Rasha proceeded to elaborate on the defensive strength of the barrier fruit. "Wonderful, simply marvelous," Happy exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement, nodding vigorously, barely able to suppress a broad smile. "By the way, shopkeeper, what is the maximum range of the barrier that can be created?" After a brief pause, Happy pondered another crucial question, gazing intently at Rasha. This inquiry was indeed significant. If the barrier were too small, its protective efficacy would be greatly diminished, prompting Happy to reconsider. Fortunately, Rasha's response did not disappoint him. The barrier's coverage has no upper limit. Should the wielder possess sufficient power, it could encompass an entire city without difficulty. Certainly, the initial capabilities after consuming the barrier fruit may not be as extraordinary as one might expect, yet easily encompassing a radius of several meters is indeed achievable. Rasha naturally conveyed this to Happy. "Several meters, you say?" Happy felt an immense sense of relief. This range would undoubtedly suffice to protect Tony Stark. The barrier fruit is a fruit that allows its user to create barriers at will, with their size and shape entirely under the user's control. Beyond mere defense, the barrier fruit can also be employed to launch attacks against adversaries. Indeed, this fruit is not solely a defensive tool, it can also serve as an offensive weapon. For instance, the user can envelop their fist with a barrier, effectively transforming it into a gauntlet. Moreover, the user can project the barrier as a projectile against foes, or devise various other offensive maneuvers, allowing for endless creativity. In essence, as long as one's imagination is boundless, the fruit can be wielded in countless innovative ways. With Rasha's revelations, Happy's gaze grew increasingly fervent. Chapter 133. Happy, consume it, and I shall become the strongest bodyguard in history. The fact that the barrier fruit could also be utilized for offense was something Happy had never considered before. It is understandable. As an ordinary person unacquainted with the devil fruits, it is challenging to broaden one's perspective instantly. However, after hearing about some uses of the devil fruits from Rasha, Happy felt as if a veil had been lifted from his mind, as if enlightenment had struck him. A flurry of ingenious ideas surged forth, exciting him to the point of trembling slightly. "Shopkeeper, I have an idea. What do you think? Could I use this barrier to create a transparent armor? Would that not grant me a physique akin to Superman?" Happy's eyes sparkled as he eagerly inquired of Rasha, seeking his validation. "Ah, a promising pupil indeed." Rasha nodded appreciatively, his face adorned with a look of approval. Although Happy may not appear particularly astute, it must be said that he possesses an innate understanding when it comes to harnessing the devil fruits. The concept of barrier armor is, without a doubt, an excellent application of the fruit's potential. Rasha silently commended Happy for his insight. Receiving the endorsement of such a distinguished figure as the devil fruit shopkeeper made Happy feel as though he were floating, brimming with pride. However, I must remind you, Happy, that in order for the user of the barrier fruit to activate their abilities, specific gestures are required. In other words, one can only successfully create a barrier by performing that specific gesture. Roche subsequently took a moment to specifically remind Happy of this. It is a slight drawback of the barrier fruit, and Roche deemed it necessary to clarify this to Happy. "Gesture? What kind of gesture? Is it complicated, manager?" Happy inquired with a hint of concern, as overly intricate gestures could significantly diminish the fruit's practicality. "It is exceedingly simple. Merely crossing your hands like this will suffice. You will understand once you consume the fruit," Roche explained, demonstrating the gesture briefly. Indeed, it was remarkably straightforward. Happy then felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that such a simple gesture would not pose any significant challenges. "Manager, don't you have a sample here? May I experience your tasting service?" Happy looked at Roche with eager anticipation, making this request. "Of course, that is entirely possible," Roche readily agreed. Although Happy had already consumed a zoan-type fruit, the effects of the devil fruit sample would only last for 5 minutes. Since that time had already elapsed, consuming another sample was not an issue. Without further ado, Roche produced the sample of the barrier fruit and handed it to Happy. "Thank you, manager," Happy exclaimed, eagerly receiving the sample and promptly placing it in his mouth. Ugh! The unpleasant taste caused Happy's face to contort slightly, yet he persevered through the wretched flavor and swallowed it down. "Happy, one bite is sufficient. There's no need to consume a great deal, Pepper Potts remarked, unable to restrain herself as she observed Happy grimacing. It dawned on Happy then that Pepper had indeed only taken a gentle nibble of the bubble fruit earlier. He promptly set aside the remaining sample. At that moment, a look of astonishment and exhilaration crossed Happy's face, for he truly felt the ability to create barriers bestowed upon him by the barrier fruit. Unable to contain his excitement, he immediately began to experiment with his newfound power, successfully conjuring a barrier that enveloped him entirely. However, the barrier was only visible to Happy. No one else could perceive it. Happy, have you truly created a barrier? Pepper Potts inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at him expectantly. Of course. Can't you see? I am surrounded by a layer of barrier, although you indeed cannot see it, he replied with a hint of pride. Happy, with great effort, wished to demonstrate his abilities to Pepper Potts. However, the barrier he created was completely transparent. On the other side, Rasha could not help but chuckle. He casually pointed at Happy, and a photon bullet shot towards him. Yet, just a meter away from Happy, it was abruptly halted by an invisible wall. Undoubtedly, it was the barrier created by Happy. Excellent work, Happy. The power of the barrier fruit is indeed impressive, capable of blocking even the manager's photon attack. Pepper Potts nodded in approval, her face beaming with admiration. She recalled how the manager had once used a photon bullet to swat a mosquito, inadvertently creating a significant dent in a tree trunk, leaving a profound impression on her. Now witnessing such a formidable photon bullet being thwarted by the barrier, Happy's chosen fruit truly proved its worth. Cool. That was incredibly cool. Was that your ability, manager? That was so impressive. Of course. My barrier fruit is quite remarkable as well. Happy exclaimed, marveling at Rasha's photon bullet, while simultaneously reveling in the prowess of the barrier fruit. Happy. It seems you are quite pleased with the barrier fruit, Rasha remarked, looking at him. Very pleased. I have made my decision. I want this barrier fruit. Happy declared resolutely. With this barrier fruit, he would become a super bodyguard endowed with perfect defense and extraordinary offensive power. Although the price of the barrier fruit exceeded Happy's current budget, requiring 120 kilograms of gold, which he could not afford, he had already resolved to gather the funds, even if it meant selling everything he owned. This fruit was undoubtedly worth the sacrifice. Happy, if you are keen on this fruit, you can reserve it by paying a $100,000 deposit. And you can complete the transaction once you have gathered enough gold, Pepper Potts informed him with a smile. Happy nodded, without any hesitation, pulled out his bank card, and handed it to Rasha. Beep. The transaction was complete, and the reservation was secured. Though he felt a twinge of pain parting with the money, overall, Happy felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In this way, the barrier fruit was, in a sense, already his, allowing him to breathe easy. Chapter 134, The Most Unreliable Boss. Tony Stark. Goodbye, manager. Safe travels to both of you. After exchanging pleasantries with Rasha, Pepper Potts and Happy departed from the House of Devil Fruits. Pepper was relatively at ease, having been thoroughly impressed by Rasha during her last visit, maintaining a respectful demeanor towards him. However, Happy, who had previously harbored skepticism towards Rasha and had vocally expressed his intent to expose him as a fraud, underwent a complete transformation in attitude. He now regarded Rasha with utmost courtesy and reverence, as if donning an entirely new persona. Pepper, I can hardly believe that such wondrous entities as devil fruits exist in this world. Even now, it feels as though I'm trapped in a dream, Happy exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief while driving. Despite having personally experienced the extraordinary capabilities of the Inu no Mi and the barrier fruit, he had rationally accepted the existence of devil fruits, yet emotionally, he remained unsettled. Isn't that the truth? Pepper nodded deeply in agreement, echoing his sentiments, feeling as though, after all these years, she was only just beginning to comprehend the true nature of the world. Though this statement may seem exaggerated, it truly encapsulated Pepper's feelings. Happy, having shared a similar experience, could completely empathize with her. Pepper, who exactly is the proprietor? Where on earth did those devil fruits come from? Happy paused, glancing at Pepper with a look of utter confusion. How would I know? Pepper shook her head. In any case, a person as enigmatic as the proprietor is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals like us. Happy wholeheartedly concurred. Anyone capable of vending such extraordinary treasures as devil fruits was undoubtedly a figure to be revered. However, Happy, are you truly considering purchasing the barrier fruit? That fruit does not come cheap, Pepper inquired seriously, recalling something important. From what she understood, Happy did not possess the financial means for such an acquisition. Yes, Pepper, I am different from you. I often boast about my skills and accomplishments in front of others, but the truth is, I am just a driver, nothing more. If nothing unexpected happens, this is the extent of my life, Happy confessed. But now, Pepper, I see an opportunity that could transform my life. A chance for genuine elevation and metamorphosis. Though it comes at a considerable price, I would regret it for a lifetime if I let it slip away. Happy spoke with unwavering conviction. Pepper immediately recognized that Happy was serious. As a friend, she felt a genuine sense of joy for him. Happy, I genuinely feel delighted for you. Indeed, this is an exceptionally precious opportunity. How many individuals in this world encounter something akin to the devil fruit? Should you require any assistance, as your friend, I am more than willing to help. Pepper Potts sincerely addressed Happy. Thank you, Pepper. I may truly need assistance at this moment. Happy nodded emphatically. Pepper Potts wished to say more, but suddenly her phone rang. After exchanging brief greetings with Happy, she answered the call. Subsequently, Pepper became engrossed in her work beside Happy, leaving little room for further conversation. There was no choice. Tony Stark, her employer, was notoriously irresponsible, delegating nearly all matters to Pepper Potts. She found herself perpetually busy, overwhelmed with tasks. Even when Happy parked the car outside Stark Industries, Pepper's phone continued to ring. Happy, wait for me for 20 minutes. I'll tidy up and return, she called out before hurriedly entering Stark Industries. After completing her necessary preparations, she returned and hopped back in a Happy's car, which then took them to Tony Stark's private mansion in Malibu. Happy, I'm heading in to find Tony, Pepper announced as she exited the car, striding confidently into the opulent residence, as if it were her own home. Meanwhile, Happy, Tony Stark's driver, could only wait outside, dutifully fulfilling his role. However, it was evident that Pepper, while officially an assistant, held a far more significant position in Tony Stark's world. The disparity between Happy and Pepper's status in Stark's realm was stark. Upon entering the lavish seaside villa, Pepper glanced around and quickly realized that Tony was not present. Without wasting any words, she adeptly made her way towards the basement. Beep, beep, beep. After inputting the code and opening the glass door, Pepper indeed found Tony Stark in the basement, working on what appeared to be an antiquated classic car. Though Tony was not particularly young, his demeanor seemed to remain in that of a carefree playboy, whimsically engaging in one venture today and another tomorrow, living life with remarkable ease and indulgence. Lately, Tony had become infatuated with vehicle modifications, often secluding himself in the basement, tirelessly tinkering with various projects, leaving all responsibilities to Pepper Potts. To be frank, if it weren't for Tony Stark's unparalleled genius, which has led him to invent a plethora of groundbreaking weapons that sustain Stark Industries, he would have long been rendered obsolete due to his lackadaisical attitude. Stark, why are you still here? You were supposed to be at the board meeting an hour ago. I tried calling you 5 times, yet you failed to answer even once. It would be disingenuous to claim that Pepper Potts was not exasperated by Tony Stark's negligence toward such matters, especially when it came to the board meeting. However, she was not particularly surprised, as this was not the first instance of Tony Stark's disregard for similar obligations. Those tedious meetings were nothing more than a waste of time. As long as Obadiah was present, that was sufficient. While continuing to tinker with his projects, Tony responded nonchalantly and gestured for Pepper to hand him the number 5 wrench. Which one is the 5? He asked. The second one from the left on the shelf next to you, if I remember correctly. The wrench also has a specification number, Tony casually remarked to Pepper. After searching with her eyes, Pepper eventually located the 5 wrench and handed it to Tony. Thanks, he said, casually taking the 5 wrench from her hand and beginning to twist it around on components that Pepper could not begin to comprehend. After waiting for a while and seeing no sign of Tony pausing, Pepper felt compelled to interrupt him. Tony, could you take a moment to stop? If your dedication to the company could match even half the effort you put into this, it would be marvelous, she remarked, unable to suppress her sarcasm. This kind of banter was not typically expected from a personal assistant, yet Pepper transcended the role of a mere assistant. Are you joking, Pepper? Tony retorted, standing up and casually placing the wrench down. With utmost seriousness, he corrected her, with my brilliance. I only need a fraction of my intellect, just a small percentage devoted to the company, and it would be impeccably managed. True to form, Tony's narcissism was on full display. Is that so? Then why don't you do it? Pepper shot back, rolling her eyes in exasperation. If I did, everyone would be out of a job. Tony replied. shrugging his shoulders nonchalantly. So, your constant frivolity and detachment from reality is meant for our sake? Pepper inquired incredulously. Who says it isn't? Tony countered with a smirk. Pepper Potts was at a loss for words. She retrieved a stack of documents she had prepared and handed them to Tony Stark, stating that these were the papers requiring his signature. This one is for, she began, but Tony Stark interrupted her, unfazed by Stark's brash demeanor. Pepper quickly flipped to the page where he needed to sign, pointed it out, and handed him a pen. Stark snatched it from her and swiftly scrawled his name. Additionally, there are several appointments that require your confirmation, Pepper continued after he finished signing. She produced another document and sought his input. Rhodey asked me to confirm the transaction scheduled for 3 days from now. The plane will be ready to depart at 3 o'clock. Yes, you've mentioned this numerous times. I am well aware, Stark replied dismissively. Vanity Fair wishes to interview you again. Who was the interviewer? Not the same one who left such an impression on you last time, the one with golden waves and an eye-popping figure. Then what joy is there in that interview? Having dealt with the necessary tasks, Pepper glanced at Tony and noticed the bloodshot scare of his eyes. Tony, have you not slept again? She regarded him with a mix of concern and exasperation. Again? Stark instinctively began to retort, but he caught himself. He had no firm ground to argue. He had been caught too many times by Pepper for his sleepless nights, and any rebuttal would be futile. In fact, I dozed off on the sofa for over half an hour. Did you not see how alert I am now? Stark shrugged nonchalantly. At this point, it was impossible not to mention Stark's extraordinary physical resilience. He was seemingly more robust than Captain America after a dose of super soldier serum. After all, even Captain America would not survive a missile explosion, sustaining a significant wound to his chest, and immediately returned to laboring tirelessly in a cave for 3 months. Just finished a major operation, my friend, Stark boasted, demonstrating his iron-like constitution. Tony, if you continue like this, your body will collapse, Pepper cautioned. However, as she prepared to offer her usual words of encouragement, her eyes suddenly lit up with an idea. She set aside her documents and extended her hand toward Tony, invoking the power of the bubble fruit, sending a flurry of bubbles floating toward him. Tony Stark's face instantly displayed a look of astonishment. How had Pepper managed this? Was it magic? A hint of admiration crossed Tony Stark's features as he nodded repeatedly, remarking that even he could not discern any flaws. Pepper, I never imagined you possessed such a talent. Magic? No, this is not magic at all. Pepper Potts promptly shook her head, earnestly correcting Tony Stark. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, exposing her arms fully, allowing Tony Stark to see clearly that she was using no props whatsoever. Yet, to his bewilderment, an abundance of bubbles continued to emerge from Pepper's hands and arms, cascading outward incessantly. Pepper, this is truly remarkable. I find myself utterly perplexed by the mechanics behind this, Tony Stark remarked, his astonishment growing deeper. Magic, after all, typically relied on specific tools. However, at that moment, Pepper's hands were undeniably empty. What, then, was the source of these bubbles? Tony Stark's mind raced as he endeavored to unravel the mystery. Yet, despite his intellect, he found himself at a loss for answers. Meanwhile, a multitude of bubbles had already settled upon him. Ah, Pepper, are you attempting to create a romantic ambience? Planning to confess your feelings to your boss? Tony Stark teased, glancing at the bubbles surrounding him. Don't you feel a refreshing sense of clarity now? Pepper Potts inquired, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Tony Stark. Initially, he had not noticed, but upon her prompting, he couldn't help but marvel. He truly felt as if all his fatigue had vanished, leaving him invigorated. He felt as though he could stay awake all night. Pepper, how did you accomplish this? What are these bubbles? Tony Stark asked in utter amazement. Well, Pepper Potts smiled. Have you ever heard of the devil fruit? Devil fruit? Tony Stark raised an eyebrow, his expression reflecting confusion. What exactly was this devil fruit? Even he had never encountered such a term before. It appears that this is a Halloween costume accessory specifically launched by the mall, which raises the question of its relevance, considering Halloween is still nearly 10 months away. I see. You are subtly reminding me not to forget that unforgettable night we shared during the last Halloween, correct? I must admit, once Tony Stark's mind begins to wander, there are truly no bounds to his thoughts, leaving Pepper Potts both amused and exasperated. That memorable evening you refer to was when you invited me to dinner, only to completely forget about it, leaving me waiting at the restaurant for 2 hours and becoming the subject of ridicule. Wasn't he it? Yet, I eventually showed up. And you were so moved that you cried, remember? I was not moved. I was upset. What kind of woman would be touched by a man who is 2 hours late? Pepper Potts was at a loss for words. She shook her head vigorously, casting aside those chaotic thoughts, and redirected the conversation. In any case, let us return to the main topic. The devil fruit is not a Halloween costume accessory. You are utterly mistaken. Pepper then succinctly explained to Tony Stark what the devil fruit is in her experience of acquiring it. A fruit that grants superpowers upon consumption? Pepper, I am genuinely astonished that a woman as intelligent as you could make such a fundamental error. How could such a fruit possibly exist in this world? Tony Stark's reaction was strikingly similar to that of Happy's in the past. However, the fact that someone managed to deceive you is remarkable. I must say, he has successfully piqued my curiosity, which cannot be an easy feat, Tony. The devil fruit is indeed real. Did you not just experience the bubbles firsthand? Pepper Potts stated earnestly to Tony Stark. He was momentarily taken aback by her words. Indeed, the way Pepper created those bubbles left Tony Stark perplexed, even as he struggled to comprehend how it occurred. For someone of Tony Stark's genius, such bewilderment is a rarity. After all, he had closely observed that Pepper Potts possessed no props, as if those bubbles genuinely materialized from her hands. This was the first point of suspicion. Furthermore, the effect of those bubbles was astonishing. Upon contact, they instantly revitalized his weary body. Frankly speaking, this was beyond Tony Stark's expectations. After all, the body's recuperation is a complex and gradual process. How could fatigue possibly be erased in an instant? Even the most expensive pharmaceuticals could not achieve such an effect. Tony Stark found himself bemused by the peculiar bubbles created by Pepper Potts. Well, Pepper, you have succeeded. You must have sensed my recent neglect and sought to reclaim my attention, and indeed, you have done so. I am intrigued by these bubbles. Please, do not divulge the secret to me just yet. Grant me a day, no, merely an hour, and I shall unravel the mystery. However, could you conjure up another batch of those bubbles? After a brief moment of contemplation, Tony Stark swiftly grasped the situation. With a tone of certainty, he turned to Pepper Potts and remarked, "It seems that I am portrayed as a woman who goes to great lengths to amuse others with trivial tricks." Pepper, feeling a twinge of irritation, thought to herself, "Am I truly such a person, even in the presence of Tony Stark?" She retorted, "Come on, Tony. Perhaps other women might engage in foolish antics to please you, but I am not one of them, okay?" Her expression soured slightly, betraying her discontent. "Why the sudden change in demeanor? Have I misjudged you?" "No, it must be that you are too embarrassed to admit it." "My apologies, I should not have pried." Observing Tony Stark's unabashed self-absorption, Pepper could not help but shake her head in disbelief. This narcissist was beyond redemption. "In any case, Tony, I have informed you about the devil fruit. I initially intended to mention that the shop also possesses a weapon fruit, capable of manifesting any weapon at will. However, it seems your interest has waned." "Wait a moment, a fruit that can create any weapon?" Tony Stark interjected, unable to contain his surprise. "Is this what the seller of the devil fruit told you? How utterly absurd. The notion of a fruit that can fabricate any weapon transcends the realm of nonsense. It is sheer folly. Yet, astonishingly, you seem to believe it." Tony's curiosity was piqued. The fact that someone of Pepper's caliber could be so easily deceived was remarkable. What was even more astonishing was the outrageous nature of the lie, reminiscent of a child's fairy tale. Surely, such a tall tale could only be believed by a child. How did Pepper Potts fall for it? In that moment, Tony Stark found himself eager to meet this extraordinary deceiver and uncover their true identity. "Well, I shall refrain from commenting further. I still have a multitude of tasks ahead of me, so I shall take my leave." Pepper Potts, having faced relentless skepticism, found her enthusiasm waning. Noticing Tony Stark's continued disbelief, she opted to forego any further explanation. After exchanging a brief greeting with Tony Stark, she turned on her heel and departed. Observing Pepper's irate exit, Tony Stark pondered momentarily before retrieving his phone to summon Happy. "Happy, have you any inkling of the peculiar places Pepper has been frequenting lately?" Tony Stark inquired, initially with a sense of tentative curiosity, harboring little hope. After all, the social circles of Happy and Pepper were rather disparate. To his surprise, Happy responded with great excitement. "Mr. Stark, surely Pepper has informed you? That extraordinary devil fruit. Goodness, I swear I have never encountered anything so astonishing in my life." Subsequently, Happy enthusiastically elaborated on the marvels of the devil fruit to Tony Stark. The fact that even Happy had fallen under the spell of that charlatan astonished him greatly. Nevertheless, his resolve solidified, Once his current obligations were fulfilled, he would seek a meeting with that trickster. Chapter 137. The birth of the first devil fruit user, a super criminal Hell's Kitchen. Within a construction site, the area, which should have been bustling with workers, now lay eerily quiet. The cranes, mixers, and various machinery that should have been operating had long since fallen silent. The entire scene was enveloped in stillness. Scanning the surroundings, only a few figures stood in the open space of the construction site, surveying the area. Is this the designated location? Soanda casually inquired of his confidant beside him. This is one of the 3 potential sites we identified. We cannot confirm it yet. But there is a reasonable possibility. The confidant responded with utmost respect. Let us commence the excavation without delay, Soanda commanded, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, this location had already fallen under the control of the Hand Association. The presence of Lady Gao and Xin, 2 key operatives of the Hand, secretly lurking in Hell's Kitchen, could not simply be for monetary gain. They harbored a far grander ambition, to locate the dragon bone. The portside noodle vendors and the Yakuza were mere facades. This construction site was one of the several suspicious locations identified by Lady Gao and Xin in Hell's Kitchen. According to Lady Gao's instructions, preparations for excavation should have commenced long ago. However, who could have anticipated such a sudden turn of events? The matter of the dragon bone had yet to be formally presented, and Lady Gao and several members of the Hand Association had already been eliminated by Jean. Hence, Sual Wanda clandestinely returned to Hell's Kitchen to preside over matters anew, in search of the dragon bone, just as he intended to relay instructions to his subordinates. His expression suddenly shifted, as if he had sensed something amiss. He abruptly turned his head, and, indeed, from behind a massive concrete tank, a figure emerged slowly, clutching a long sword, from which blood dripped steadily to the ground. In a swift motion, another figure, clad in fiery red, leapt down from above, crashing heavily to the ground. In tandem with the first figure, it advanced step by step towards Sualwanda and his companions. The figure was the Stick Old Man, a long-standing adversary of the Hand Association. Previously, the Pure Heart Society could at least contend with them, but now, the Pure Heart Society had long been decimated. The Stick Old Man had, for years, lurked like a rat in the shadows, daring only to engage in covert schemes to annoy the Hand Association, never daring to confront them directly. Sualwanda was taken aback. It was unexpected for someone like the Stick Old Man, who no longer deserved to be called an opponent, to have the audacity to confront him. Was he taking advantage of the Hand Association's recent setbacks? Nevertheless, even so, the Hand Association was not to be trifled with by someone like the Stick Old Man. Sualwanda. The Stick Old Man spoke with a cold detachment, wiping the blood from his sword with his coat. This place is perfectly suited for burying scum like you. You shall be buried here, alone. Sualwanda retorted frostily and gestured dismissively to his companions. Several ninjas immediately drew their weapons and charged at the Stick Old Man. However, Erica was not to be underestimated. With a cold laugh, she sprang into action, her fiery red attire casting a striking silhouette as she engaged the ninjas, blocking them entirely. Meanwhile, the Stick Old Man advanced unimpeded, closing the distance to Sualwanda. Then allow me to personally send you on your way. Sualwanda uttered icily, drawing his sword, intent on eliminating the Stick Old Man. Yet at that moment, the Stick Old Man suddenly raised his hand, feigning a gesture. Sualwanda failed to react in time, and a wave of light shot toward him. At such a close range and so unexpectedly, he had no chance to respond and was instantly struck by the wave. Soanda immediately felt as if he were ensnared by a binding spell, his body suddenly rendered unresponsive. It defied his every command, and despite biting down and summoning all his strength, he could only manage the most sluggish of movements. This was dire. Soanda's expression shifted dramatically. Just then, the old staff wielder had already lunged towards him, brandishing his sword with a fierce sweep. A piercing glimmer of cold light flashed by, and crimson blood surged forth from Soanda's throat like a fountain. What manner of sorcery is this? Soanda's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, his instinct urging him to voice his question. However, much to his dismay, his consciousness began to blur, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Alexander. It is now your turn, the staff wielder muttered coldly, not even glancing at Soanda's lifeless body. Inside a bar on 62nd Street, Lucien, brimming with vigor, had just gulped down a glass of whiskey as if it were mere water and promptly addressed the bartender. Another, please. Take your time, friend. No one else competing with you. Drink as much as you wish, provided you can pay for it, the bartender advised, having never witnessed such a carefree approach to alcohol. He feared that Lucien might soon be incapacitated and thus offered a word of caution. What I choose to do is my own affair. Do you dare to interfere? Lucien retorted with a cold smirk. I'm merely trying to be helpful. Do you think I require your assistance? The bartender shrugged, choosing not to press further, recognizing that this individual was clearly inebriated and it would be prudent to avoid conflict. He silently poured another glass of whiskey for Lucien. Lucien seized the drink and took another hearty swig. So this is the sensation of alcohol? Truly exhilarating. Lucien had never realized that life could be so splendid. Is it so wrong to drink alone? If you don't mind, he began, attempting to strike up a conversation with a lovely woman nearby. Scram hick. You think someone like you could bother me? No sooner had Lucien spoken than a burly man approached, glaring fiercely and shoving Lucien aside. A flicker of anger crossed Lucien's face, and he nearly transformed into a bat to retaliate. However, he retained enough composure to recognize that this was not the place for a confrontation. Silently, he turned and exited the bar. Coward, timid, spineless. Go eat dirt. With such a feeble spirit, how dare you pursue women? Such derisive laughter echoed from behind as the burly man and the beautiful woman he had his eye on began to mock openly. Little did they know the nightmare that awaited them. Approximately half an hour later, the burly man and the attractive woman stumbled out of the bar, intoxicated, discussing where to continue their revelry. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking the path of the burly man. Initially taken aback, he erupted into laughter upon recognizing who had dared to confront him. Coward, is that you? What are you doing here waiting for me? Planning to strike me with your fists? Come, let me witness your needle-like punches. However, his taunts were abruptly cut short as he gasped in horror. His face contorted with fear. The man he had so brazenly ridiculed had transformed into a grotesque creature, half-man, half-bat. In the next moment, the half-man, half-bat creature lunged forward, and a piercing scream shattered the night. Chapter 138. Hawkeye Barton comes to buy fruit at the House of Devil Fruits. A notification popped up. You have a new contact request. While scrolling through short videos in boredom, Rasha suddenly received a friend request from a social platform. Such matters were usually of little concern, so he promptly exited the video platform and opened the request to see who it was. Manager, it's me, the Door Fruit. Upon seeing this verification message, Rasha instantly recognized the requester. Undoubtedly, it was Bruce Banner. Without hesitation, he accepted the request. Manager, I am Bruce Banner. The other party quickly identified himself, confirming Rasha's assumption. Dr. Banner, how have you been lately? Rasha casually exchanged pleasantries. Considering previous circumstances, I am actually doing quite well. Bruce Banner replied candidly. Ever since he inadvertently eliminated his father-in-law, Banner had been free from headaches and backaches, even able to eat significantly more than before. Given General Ross's esteemed status and the unique value of the Hulk, the question of who would replace General Ross could easily lead the military into prolonged disputes. Consequently, the pursuit of Bruce Banner had naturally relaxed considerably. It is a rare occasion that Bruce Banner enjoys a moment of leisure. Seizing this opportunity, he has been amassing wealth overseas. By the way, manager, the primary reason for my contact is to inquire whether the Momo fruit has been made available. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bruce Banner promptly broached the matter at hand. Indeed, Dr. Banner, the Momo fruit is now in stock. Additionally, there has been a change in the payment method. We no longer accept U.S. dollars, but instead conduct transactions in gold. The manager responded swiftly. Initially, Bruce Banner felt a surge of excitement upon learning that the Momo fruit was available. But his enthusiasm waned when he realized that the payment method had indeed shifted to gold, causing him considerable distress. The manager had previously quoted him a price of 80 million U.S. dollars for the Momo fruit. When converted to gold, that would amount to over 1,200 kilograms. Such a vast quantity of gold would undoubtedly be quite troublesome to procure, especially given Bruce Banner's current circumstances. So, manager, what is the price of the Momo fruit in gold? Although he had made a rough calculation, Bruce Banner felt compelled to ask again. 1,300 kilograms of gold. The manager promptly stated the price of the Momo fruit. This figure was roughly in line with Bruce Banner's expectations, prompting him to respond decisively. I understand. Manager, I will gather the gold as swiftly as possible. By the way, Dr. Banner, if you are truly eager to acquire the Momo fruit, I suggest you pay a deposit to secure a reservation. This will ensure that the Momo fruit is not purchased by someone else before you can obtain it. The manager kindly reminded Bruce Banner. You are right, manager. A deposit is indeed necessary. Therefore, how much should I pay to ensure the Momo fruit is held until I am able to purchase it? In your case, a deposit of 3 million US dollars will secure it for 6 months. I understand, manager. I will arrange for the payment promptly. After concluding the business with the manager, Bruce Banner bid farewell and logged off. The manager, not overly concerned with the matter, resumed watching short videos after Bruce's departure. It was not long before the wind chime at the entrance chimed once more. A shrewd and formidable man, emanating a subtle air of sharpness, strode confidently into the store. The manager recognized him immediately with just a glance. There was no mistaking it. This man was a renowned figure within the Marvel Universe. Although he may pale in comparison to the likes of the Avengers Triumvirate and Black Widow, he remains one of the original members of the Avengers. Hawkeye. Indeed, the visitor was none other than the seasoned agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye Barton Clint. Upon receiving a notification from Coulson, Hawkeye abruptly halted his ongoing mission and hastily returned from Chicago. Initially, he presumed that the urgent summons from Director Fury was due to a matter of great significance. However, upon his return, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. How could he have imagined that the pressing issue at hand was nothing more than the procurement of a devil fruit? A fruit that, when consumed, bestows extraordinary powers upon its eater. Surely such a thing could not exist in reality. At first, Hawkeye was resolutely skeptical of this absurdity. Yet, when he witnessed Black Widow demonstrating her newfound abilities before him, he was rendered speechless by sheer astonishment. He had witnessed Black Widow transform entirely into another being. This was not an application of advanced technology nor mere makeup. It was a genuine metamorphosis. It was at that moment that Hawkeye realized the astonishing truth. Devil fruits were indeed real. Having grasped this revelation, Hawkeye Barton approached the Devil Fruit shop with immense anticipation. Greetings, I am Barton Clint, a colleague of Natasha Romanoff, he courteously announced to Rasha, the shopkeeper, while also clarifying his identity. Prior to his arrival, Nick Fury had repeatedly emphasized the importance of maintaining a respectful demeanor towards the young yet enigmatic shopkeeper, who was well acquainted with both Black Widow and Nick Fury. S.H.I.E.L.D. had ample reason to speculate that Rasha was also knowledgeable about Agent Barton and other agents within the organization. Barton understood that a person capable of selling such extraordinary items as devil fruits must undoubtedly possess considerable prowess, and thus he dared not show any disrespect. Hello, Barton. Welcome to my humble shop, Rasha responded, clearly pleased with Hawkeye's demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. Natasha highly recommended the target fruit from your establishment, and I find it quite intriguing. Could you provide me with a detailed introduction to the target fruit? Hawkeye inquired directly. The target fruit? Certainly, Rasha replied, gesturing towards the display case to indicate the target fruit, allowing Hawkeye to behold its appearance. Here, Barton, this is the target fruit. As Rasha pointed, a pale purple fruit adorned with a design resembling a target came into view before Hawkeye Barton. However, for Hawkeye, all the devil fruits displayed in the showcase appeared uniquely captivating, yet their outward appearance did not reveal any extraordinary characteristics. It was necessary to rely on Rasha's introduction to discern their true potential. I trust that Natasha has already informed you about the target fruit, which enables the user to mark an object as a target, allowing them to throw any object and track and attack the marked target, correct? Rasha's voice resonated as he glanced at Hawkeye, inquiring. Indeed, manager. Hawkeye nodded, confirming that this was precisely what Black Widow had conveyed to him. Natasha elaborated that the tracking capabilities of the target fruit possessed dynamic capture and automatic correction abilities, akin to a weapons tracking system. This particular aspect greatly piqued Hawkeye's interest. Undoubtedly, Hawkeye is an exceptional archer, his skills unparalleled within this realm, standing at the pinnacle of excellence. However, despite the prowess of his archery, even with the assistance of external forces like wind to achieve arcing shots, the concept of dynamic capture seemed rather fantastical. If such a dynamic capture were truly feasible, Hawkeye's archery would ascend to unprecedented heights. Indeed, what Natasha spoke of is entirely attainable, Rasha affirmed with unwavering confidence. Then, manager, does the target fruit have any distance limitations regarding the thrown objects? Hawkeye posed another crucial question. There are no specific limitations. Even if the user is separated from the target by several dozen or even hundreds of kilometers, tracking, and shooting remain possible. No distance restrictions. It can hit from hundreds of kilometers away. How astonishing. Hawkeye's eyes gleamed with excitement and exhilaration. It can only be said that the devil fruits truly live up to their name, achieving such extraordinary feats. This surpasses even the range of a sniper rifle. Natasha was right. This particular fruit is undoubtedly well suited for him, potentially elevating his prowess to new heights. However, Hawkeye, as the proprietor of the Devil Fruit Shop, I must candidly inform you that the target fruit does indeed have certain usage limitations. Just as Hawkeye was reveling in his excitement, Rasha addressed him once more. Hawkeye's expression shifted slightly. Please, manager, enlighten me. Firstly, the marking of a target object or individual requires the user to physically touch the target with their hand in order to mark it. Only by touching with the hand can it be marked? Hawkeye Barton was taken aback and then asked affirmatively. So, in order to utilize the abilities of the target fruit, I must first engage in face-to-face contact with the intended target. And I must also physically touch them to designate them as a target before I can employ my abilities to track and shoot at them? Indeed. Hawkeye Barton replied. If that is the case, it seems rather absurd. If I am already in close proximity to the target, why not simply eliminate them directly rather than going through the unnecessary steps of marking them and then shooting from a distance? What purpose does my bow and arrow serve in this scenario? It's akin to placing mosquito repellent inside a mosquito net for it to be effective. I assent it. However, considering the nature of espionage, there are indeed many situations where direct assassination is inappropriate. In such instances, preemptively marking the target and subsequently eliminating them with a single arrow does offer a certain convenience. Thus, one cannot entirely dismiss the utility of this fruit. Hawkeye Barton then inquired further. How long does the mark from the target fruit remain effective? The duration of the mark depends on the intervals at which you wash your hands, replied Rasha with a knowing look. Excuse me, are you implying that if I wash my hands, the mark from the target fruit will vanish? Hawkeye Barton pondered for a moment, only to reveal an expression of utter disbelief. So, if I consume the target fruit, I can never wash my hands again? Precisely. The user will wash away the mark from the target fruit while washing their hands. Thus, they must refrain from doing so until they decide to revoke the mark. Furthermore, this mark is a compulsory designation that does not change according to the user's will. Any individual that the user touches will be marked, regardless of whether the user wishes to mark them. Therefore, in daily life, if the user wishes to touch others without marking them, they must wear gloves in advance. Hawkeye Barton exclaimed, "This is even more ludicrous. So, after consuming this fruit, I am not only condemned to a life without hand washing, but also forced to wear gloves at all times. This is utterly ridiculous." Yes. And one more thing. Since humans have two hands, the maximum number of simultaneous marks is 2. In other words, the user can only mark 2 individuals at once. Rasha added this final detail, shattering Hawkeye Barton's previous expectations. With all these limitations, it is safe to say that the illusion surrounding the target fruit has been entirely dismantled. This fruit is nothing short of a monumental trap. It seems that Natasha's understanding of the information is somewhat lacking. Well then, I shall explore other fruits. Hawkeye Barton immediately shrugged and spoke to Rasha. At first glance, this bomb fruit appears quite suitable, yet upon closer examination, it reveals numerous drawbacks, prompting Hawkeye Barton to decisively abandon it. Of course, Rasha replied, having nothing further to say. He promptly retrieved the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and presented it to Hawkeye Barton. All the fruits in the shop are listed in this encyclopedia. If any particular fruit piques your interest, do let me know, and I will provide a more detailed introduction. Thank you, shopkeeper. Hawkeye Barton graciously accepted the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia from Rasha's hands and began to scrutinize it meticulously. The array of astonishing fruits captivated Hawkeye's attention, causing him to involuntarily display an expression of continuous wonder. Indeed, the devil fruits are truly remarkable. Chapter 140. The Zoan fruit selected by Hawkeye Barton shopkeeper. This bomb fruit allows one to transform a portion of their body into an explosive, which then detonates. The shop fell silent for a moment before Hawkeye Barton's voice resonated again. He pointed at a particular fruit with keen interest, inquiring with Rasha. If I could make the arrows I shoot explode, such a capability might indeed be useful. However, I wonder how one defines a part of their body in this context. Indeed, Barton. That is precisely the power of the bomb fruit, Rasha nodded, providing an explanation. This fruit grants the ability to cause any part of one's body to explode. Even the air expelled or a single strand of hair can be detonated. Air expelled and hair can explode. Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but be somewhat astonished. The capabilities of this bomb fruit sounded rather exaggerated. However, simultaneously, the shopkeeper's description seemed to unveil a significant limitation of the bomb fruit. Shopkeeper: does this mean that the bomb fruit can only cause the user's body to explode and not external objects, such as the arrows I shoot? Hawkeye Barton raised an eyebrow, seeking confirmation from Rasha. Indeed, that is the limit of the bomb fruit. It can only cause a part of the user's own body to explode, not external objects, Rasha affirmed with a nod. Hawkeye Barton remarked, "This devil fruit appears to be quite a trap. What use is it for me to explode parts of my own body? Surely, I cannot resort to severing my own limbs to attack an enemy." The shopkeeper did not specify. So the bomb fruit likely does not grant the ability for the user to regenerate severed limbs, does it? In other words, to attack an enemy, one would have to resort to self-harm? Or perhaps one could only utilize strands of hair, fingers, and other parts that would not cause injury if severed. But that seems rather absurd, does it not? Upon reflection, Hawkeye could not help but shake his head repeatedly. Initially, he believed that the previous target fruit was quite troublesome, but he never anticipated that this new fruit would be even more vexatious. If you wish for the arrows you shoot to explode, allow me to recommend another fruit. The burst fruit. Rasha's voice rang out again, as he spoke earnestly to Hawkeye. The burst fruit? Hawkeye raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Judging purely by its name, this fruit indeed bore a striking resemblance to the explosive fruit. Consequently, Hawkeye promptly searched the compendium and, to his surprise, discovered the twin of the explosive fruit, the burst fruit. This fruit allows the wielder to detonate their own body and any inorganic materials they touch at will. After reading this, Hawkeye could not help but nod in approval. This was the kind of fruit he had envisioned, capable of igniting the arrows he launched. There was no doubt about that. However, one aspect baffled him. Why did this fruit also grant the ability to explode one's own body? What kind of person would choose to self-detonate? Nevertheless, Rasha interjected once more, clarifying that the explosions of the burst fruit differ from those of the explosive fruit. The latter transforms any part of the body into an explosive, relying on the principles of detonating explosives. In contrast, the burst fruit generates explosions not by turning the object into an explosive, but by causing it to expand rapidly until it detonates. While there are distinctions, it is important to note that the ultimate principle of both is fundamentally similar. After all, the explosion of any explosive relies on rapid expansion. Hawkeye nodded, choosing to remain silent. Regardless of the mechanics of the explosion, as long as it resulted in detonation, that was sufficient. He had a basic understanding of the burst fruit for the time being. Yet, Hawkeye was merely marking the burst fruit in his mind as a temporary consideration. Although it was undoubtedly useful and suited his identity as an archer, it did not align perfectly with his aspirations, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. After all, Hawkeye could already create various arrows, including explosive tips, which rendered the capabilities of the burst fruit somewhat superfluous. It was not essential. Given the opportunity to acquire a superpower, Hawkeye naturally wished to attain something that would truly enhance his abilities. I shall continue to explore other fruits, he decided. Eagle-Eye Barton engaged in a brief exchange with Rasha before meticulously examining the illustrated compendium. A plethora of bizarre and extraordinary abilities associated with various fruits unfolded before his eyes. Regrettably, despite the remarkable nature of these superhuman fruits that captivated Eagle-Eye Barton, he found nothing that truly resonated with him, nothing that made his heart race with excitement. Up to this point, it seemed that only the explosive fruit held any significant compatibility with him. However, the explosive fruit did not entirely fulfill his expectations. After some contemplation, Eagle-Eye Barton shifted his focus to the Zoan-type fruits. Given that the Paramecia fruits did not offer a perfect match, he decided to explore the possibilities within the realm of Zoan fruits. The compendium stated that Zoan-type fruits could bestow upon their users the powers and abilities of corresponding animals. Thus, if he were to encounter a fruit linked to a particularly formidable creature, it would certainly be worth considering. Bull fruit, horse fruit, mole fruit, dog fruit. The bird fruit in its falcon form. Eagle-Eye Barton's gaze instantly fixated on this fruit, irresistibly drawn to its allure. A falcon form. This implied that it was a fruit capable of transforming its user into a falcon. Although falcons and eagles are not strictly the same species, they share striking similarities. Falcons belong to the family Falconidae, While eagles are part of the family Accipitridae, although they differ in classification, they belong to the same order. In many respects, they are often regarded as akin to one another. For Eagle-Eye Barton, the falcon form was entirely acceptable. Moreover, upon closer inspection, his code name was Eagle. While this fruit was of the falcon variety, could it be a serendipitous alignment? Rasha, I would like to inquire further about the bird fruit in its falcon form. Eagle-Eye Barton promptly raised his gaze and addressed Rasha with a serious tone. Chapter 141, Eagle-Eye Barton. From now on, please refer to me as Eagleman Barton. Have you taken a liking to this fruit? Rasha asked. Indeed, this fruit is quite impressive and powerful. Even among all zoan-type fruits, it occupies a distinguished position. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, Rasha began to elucidate the attributes of the bird fruit in its falcon form. As the compendium indicated, the abilities of zoan-type fruits enable the user to inherit the strengths of the corresponding animal, along with its unique capabilities. This is self-evident, and I trust you understand. The bird fruit in its falcon form grants you extraordinary strength beyond that of an average human, as well as the abilities associated with falcons, such as flight, unparalleled vision, and razor-sharp talon attacks. Nevertheless, even if you were to undergo a complete transformation, your intellect would remain unscathed. Hawkeye Barton silently nodded, as this revelation significantly alleviated his concerns. However, the relief was only partial. A lingering apprehension still occupied his mind. He pondered whether utilizing the powers of the falcon might adversely affect his existing skills. For instance, would he be able to maintain his combat and shooting abilities while in falcon form? This pressing question weighed heavily on Hawkeye Barton's mind. If he were to gain the strength of the falcon but lose all his original skills, then this fruit would not be as perfect as it seemed. Yet, the subsequent response from Rasha completely dispelled Barton's worries. You are overthinking it, Rasha remarked, shaking his head before elucidating. The animal-type fruits possess three forms: human, hybrid, and beast. The human form is the standard human appearance, which requires no further explanation. The hybrid form allows the user to partially transform into an animal, enabling the retention of human abilities while gaining the enhancements of the beast. For you, Barton, in this form, you can sprout falcon wings to soar while simultaneously retaining your combat and shooting skills, with no hindrance whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye Barton could not help but exhale a long breath of relief. With such an assurance, his deepest concern vanished entirely, and a hint of excitement and anticipation began to illuminate his expression. This fruit was, without a doubt, the most promising he had encountered thus far, even surpassing his satisfaction with the explosive fruit. May I experience a tasting session? Hawkeye Barton inquired earnestly after a moment of contemplation. Rasha, without hesitation, promptly retrieved the relevant fruit sample and presented it to Hawkeye Barton. With unwavering composure, Barton consumed a small piece of the fruit and then returned the remainder. Almost immediately, a look of incredulity washed over his face. He felt it, the ability to transform his body. He could, at will, become a falcon. Is this truly the essence of the devil fruit? As he marveled at this realization, Hawkeye Barton focused his thoughts, and the fruit's power surged within him, instigating a remarkable transformation. Suddenly, a pair of wings erupted from his back, and his body underwent further transformations in response. For instance, vast areas of feathers sprouted across his body, and a falcon's sharp beak manifested upon his face. Moreover, the eyes of Hawkeye Barton transformed into a peculiar form reminiscent of a half-claw, half-hand appearance. Although it appeared rather strange, Hawkeye Barton endeavored to adapt. This new state did not impede his ability to perform various actions such as archery and combat. A look of profound satisfaction spread across Hawkeye Barton's visage. You have just consumed the fruit, and your ability to control it is not yet fully refined. Once you become acquainted with the power of the fruit, your transformation will become increasingly effortless. For instance, you may choose to transform only a specific part of your body while leaving the rest unaffected. Upon observing Hawkeye Barton's expression, Rasha felt compelled to provide further clarification. Hawkeye Barton felt an increasing sense of satisfaction. With a thought, he swiftly retracted his falcon-like transformation, returning entirely to his human form. At that moment, he had made a decisive choice. I shall take this bird fruit in its falcon form. Hawkeye Barton exclaimed enthusiastically to Rasha. He was exceedingly pleased with this particular fruit, as it not only bestowed him with formidable strength, but also granted him the ability to fly. Such a capability would elevate Hawkeye Barton's prowess significantly. As it stood, There was no agent within the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. who could rival Hawkeye Barton after consuming the bird fruit in its falcon form. Indeed, this fruit is remarkably suited to you. Rasha affirmed with a nod of approval before quoting a price. The bird fruit in its falcon form is priced at 150 kilograms of gold. Please hold on for a moment. Hawkeye Barton responded with a gesture towards Rasha before turning to leave. He had already prepared the gold and began transporting it in batches to the Devil Fruit shop, ultimately ceasing his efforts upon delivering 150 kilograms of gold. Here is 150 kilograms of gold. Please check, Hawkeye Barton said courteously to Rasha. Without any superfluous words, Rasha utilized the system to process the transaction, confirming that everything was in order before swiftly storing all the gold within the system's space. Hawkeye Barton watched in amazement. Indeed, the proprietor of this Devil Fruit shop was as enigmatic as Natasha had described. Here is your bird fruit in its falcon form. After securing the gold, Rasha retrieved the fruit that had caught Hawkeye Barton's interest and handed it to him. Thank you, shopkeeper. Hawkeye Barton accepted the bird fruit in its falcon form with great care, his face alight with anticipation as he took a bite, thereby permanently acquiring the ability to transform into a falcon. Eagle-Eye Barton was utterly exhilarated. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Rasha, he bid him farewell and departed from the Devil Fruit shop. Chapter 142. The Power of Zoan-Type Devil Fruits. Director. The first thing Eagle-Eye Barton did upon leaving the Devil Fruit house was to contact Nick Fury and provide him with a succinct report. I've got everything sorted out. Really? What fruit did you acquire? Nick Fury inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. The bird fruit, falcon form, Eagle-Eye Barton replied truthfully. A Zoan-type fruit? Nick Fury expressed his surprise. He had instinctively assumed that Eagle-Eye would follow the trend of most and opt for a Paramecia-type fruit instead. Yes, it is indeed a Zoan-type fruit, but I believe it is worth every penny, Eagle-Eye Barton asserted resolutely. I understand. Come back quickly. I need to conduct a test of your abilities. Understood, Director. Heading to Base 3. After a brief pause, Nick Fury added. Base 3 is a secret facility developed by Nick Fury himself, not officially registered with S.H.I.E.L.D. This implies that there are no records of this base within the agency, highlighting just how cautious Nick Fury has become. Ever since discovering that the highly skilled agent, Rumlow, was actually a Hydra infiltrator, Nick Fury had been on high alert, monitoring not only Rumlow's rapid response team, but also his direct superiors and other related personnel. The investigation yielded shocking results. Nearly 70% of those linked to Rumlow were Hydra agents. Nick Fury was left astounded, questioning whether he had misread the information. How could a line of operatives have such a high proportion of Hydra infiltrators? Did this not suggest that the infiltration within S.H.I.E.L.D. had reached an alarming level? Without a doubt, there were high-ranking Hydra agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. and it was impossible for such a vast number of infiltrators to exist otherwise. This was S.H.I.E.L.D. How could it have been so thoroughly compromised? Nick Fury could hardly fathom the implications. Consequently, he now felt an overwhelming sense of paranoia, as if every rustle of leaves and whisper in the air was a harbinger of danger. Despite being surrounded by familiar faces, Nick Fury found himself at a loss as to whom he could truly trust. The honest Coulson, having followed the seasoned agents Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye Barton, and Hill for many years, had already validated their trustworthiness through Nick Fury's extraordinary ability to perceive the truth. As for others, their reliability remained uncertain. Naturally, in the days to come, Nick Fury could continuously employ this unique power to ascertain who was truly trustworthy. Yet this endeavor would be a lengthy and arduous task, considering the overwhelming number of individuals within S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, such surveillance would not necessarily yield immediate results. Nick Fury had numerous other pressing matters to attend to, making it impossible for him to dedicate his time solely to uncovering deception. Thus, the individuals he genuinely trusted were limited to this select few. Regarding the presence of Hydra infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury would have to address the situation gradually. As for those already confirmed to be Hydra, such as Rumlow, Nick Fury opted to feign ignorance, allowing events to unfold as they may. Acting with the utmost caution, he was determined not to alert the enemy. Understood, sir. Hawkeye Barton responded, having just learned of the existence of Base 3, a secret facility that Nick Fury possessed. Given Fury's nature, it was not surprising that he kept certain information hidden. Without further ado, Hawkeye skillfully maneuvered the vehicle, ensuring no one was tailing him before arriving at Base 3. Nick Fury and Black Widow had been waiting for his arrival. "Sir." Hawkeye Barton approached Nick Fury with the utmost respect, greeting him appropriately. He also nodded in acknowledgement to Natasha. "All right, Barton. Let us witness the power of the Zoan-type fruit," Nick Fury said, his single eye fixed on Hawkeye with a glimmer of anticipation. As Lucian had not yet made an entrance, this information remained unknown to Black Widow. Thus, Hawkeye Barton stood as the first Zoan fruit user that Nick Fury and Black Widow were eager to observe. "Barton, are you prepared?" Black Widow inquired, flexing her hands in readiness. "Natasha, I must caution you. Be exceedingly careful, for if not, you'll find yourself swiftly defeated by me," Hawkeye Barton replied, brimming with confidence. "Is that so? It would be quite embarrassing if grand words were not matched by deeds," Black Widow retorted before dashing towards Hawkeye with remarkable speed. Hawkeye Barton understood that Nick Fury desired to witness the power of the Devil Fruit, a force he himself yearned to experience. Thus, he did not hesitate, instantly unleashing the fruit's capabilities. In an instant, a pair of wings unfurled, sweeping fiercely toward Black Widow. With a resounding crash, Black Widow felt as though she had been struck by an enormous fan, her body propelled backwards like a ping-pong ball rebounding from a paddle. This was merely the result of Hawkeye Barton holding back his strength. "What tremendous power!" Black Widow silently mused, yet her lips spoke defiantly. "Is this all you've got?" That was merely a friendly greeting. With a gentle flick, Hawkeye's wings flared, and he soared into the air, his hands poised like talons, reaching for Black Widow. Despite the size of the avian figure, one would expect a slower speed. However, Hawkeye Barton defied such expectations, moving with astonishing swiftness. Black Widow barely had time to evade, barely managing to escape his grasp with a hasty sidestep. Following this, she executed a roll on the ground, springing to her feet and raising her right hand. The Widow's bite, equipped on her wrist, shot forth a bolt of electricity towards the rapidly approaching half-human hawk. Unfortunately, Hawkeye's speed was so remarkable that her first electrical shot missed entirely. Only after 3 failed attempts did one bolt finally strike Hawkeye Barton, and even then, it was under the condition that he chose not to evade. Crack! The electrical surge crackled upon impact, yet had no discernible effect on Hawkeye Barton. Chapter 143, The Clash of Powers. Whoosh! A sound pierced the air. Enduring the electrical shock without apparent consequence, Hawkeye continued his relentless advance toward Black Widow. She could scarcely comprehend the rapidity of his approach. In the blink of an eye, he stood before her. So fast, the initial onslaught had been evaded with some effort. But now, having just regained her footing, Black Widow found herself unable to escape. A formidable gust of wind slammed against her, forcing its way into her mouth, causing her body to instinctively tense. Whoosh! A colossal shadow loomed before her. It was Hawkeye in his half-human form, extending his sharp claws, aimed directly at her throat. Yet came to a halt just before making contact. Only a few millimeters separated Black Widow's neck from imminent peril. In a genuine battle, her throat would have been mercilessly torn apart by Hawkeye. Defeated, the ace agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Widow, had succumbed. In times past, Black Widow and Hawkeye had been evenly matched, but now the chasm between them was staggering. Yet, this was the allure of the Devil Fruit. The investment of 150 kilograms of gold had not been in vain. It was exceedingly worthwhile. "How do you feel, Natasha?" At this moment, Hawkeye retracted his claws and flashed a grin at Black Widow, revealing his satisfaction. Indeed, quite impressive. Black Widow did not hesitate to offer her praise. Nick Fury, observing from the sidelines, nodded in agreement. This was precisely the power one would expect from a devil fruit. He then posed a crucial question. "Barton, does this state affect your archery?" Well, Hawkeye Barton smiled lightly, offering no further explanation. Instead, with a swift motion, he soared into the air. In mid-flight, he deftly retrieved his bow and released an arrow with remarkable precision. The arrow zipped through the air, slicing through a shadow and striking down the wrist guard worn by Black Widow, known as the Widow's Bite. The accuracy remained impeccable, showing no signs of impairment. After showcasing his prowess, Hawkeye glided gracefully to a rooftop, transforming back into human form. From his elevated position, he gazed down at Nick Fury and Black Widow. a sense of satisfaction and pride enveloping him. Indeed, this avian form of the devil fruit is truly remarkable. You're just showing off, you know? Black Widow glanced up at Hawkeye on the rooftop, her tone tinged with playful reproach. Yes, indeed, I am showing off, Hawkeye Barton replied, a hint of arrogance in his voice. Nick Fury couldn't help but nod in silent approval. Hawkeye's animal-type fruit was undeniably a tremendous asset, and he was very pleased with it. All right, both of you come inside now. Nick Fury beckoned, ushering Hawkeye and Black Widow into his office. Listen, you two must keep your abilities as devil fruit users a secret. It must not be mentioned to anyone. Once seated, Nick Fury cast a serious glance at them, emphasizing the gravity of his words. S-H-I-E-L-D can no longer be trusted, and Hawkeye and Black Widow are my two trump cards. The details regarding these two trump cards must, of course, remain confidential. However, Commander, my identity as the store manager has already been discovered, and the abilities within the Devil Fruit House Group are well aware of it. If someone is intent on investigating, it would not be difficult for them to uncover the truth. Black Widow incisively pointed to the crux of the issue. Indeed, this is something beyond our control. Yet I still require your discretion, Nick Fury replied with an unchanging expression. In fact, considering the nature of the fruit consumed by Black Widow, even if her identity were to be revealed, it would not be of great consequence. After all, when necessary, one could simply assume a different identity. As for Hawkeye, Nick Fury was confident that he had not joined that chat group. Having Black Widow alone in the group sufficed. And such matters did not require specific instruction from Nick Fury, as Hawkeye would undoubtedly understand. Thus, maintaining the secrecy of Hawkeye's abilities was feasible. Natasha, there has been a murder on 62nd Street in New York. A couple was discovered brutally slain in the street, and the manner of their deaths appears quite peculiar. Eyewitnesses claim that a monster attacked them. I need you to investigate this matter personally. Nick Fury instructed Black Widow in a grave tone after giving his brief directives. A monster? Black Widow raised an eyebrow. In the past, she might not have paid much heed to such rumors. Based on her experience, while there indeed exist extraordinary powers in this world, incidents involving such powers are relatively rare. Among those who claim to have seen monsters or aliens, it is fortunate if even 1 out of 10 is genuine. However, now, Black Widow found herself more attentive. Not only due to Nick Fury's direct inquiry, but also because she was now aware of the existence of another form of extraordinary power, those who possess devil fruits. The so-called monster could potentially be another manifestation of extraordinary power, or, quite possibly, a devil fruit user. Just moments ago, Hawkeye had allowed her to witness this firsthand. After all, from a certain perspective, while Hawkeye's half-human, half-beast form may appear quite impressive, to the average person, is he not also a monster? I understand. Black Widow thought as various reflections flitted through her mind, maintaining a composed exterior as she nodded at Nick Fury. This matter must be handled discreetly. I will provide you with the utmost cover within my capacity. If that monster turns out to be a genuine creature, like a vampire, Barton, assist Natasha in ensuring its complete eradication. However, if that creature is not a vampire, but rather a Zoan-type devil fruit user akin to yourself, I intend to capture it alive. Is there any issue with that? No issues, Commander. Both Hawkeye Barton and Black Widow promptly responded in a serious tone, devoid of any further chatter. Very well, let us commence our operation without delay. Nick Fury waved his hand, dispatching Hawkeye Barton and Black Widow. Chapter 144. The Devil Fruit Shop targeted by Hydra in the Tricurve Tower. Atop the highest floor, Alexander Pierce, adorned with reading glasses, was meticulously perusing a document before him. His demeanor radiated an air of focus and seriousness, reminiscent of a scholarly figure. Opposite him stood a man named Marco, equally bespectacled and clad in a suit. Exuding an air of decorum, he remained as still as a statue, even regulating his breathing to avoid disturbing his superior. In truth, Marco was a high-ranking official within H-I-E-L-D, though he was, in reality, an agent of Hydra. After approximately 5 minutes, Alexander Pierce finally closed the document in his hands. He lifted his gaze, removed his reading glasses, and underwent a remarkable transformation in presence. At that moment, he no longer resembled the mild-mannered scholar, but rather emanated an overwhelming authority that compelled instinctive reverence. All right, Marco, share your findings, Alexander Pierce instructed with a sweeping glance. Yes, sir. Marco replied obediently and proceeded to report to Alexander Pierce. According to our investigation, We have confirmed the existence of devil fruits. The mutants Nick Fury previously considered to be rogue mutants have been verified as devil fruit users. Furthermore, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff has acquired a devil fruit, specifically one known as the Mimic Fruit. Its abilities allow her to shapeshift, akin to Mystique from the X-Men, enabling her to assume the appearance of any individual. This implies that Black Widow can flawlessly impersonate anyone without our detection. Alexander Pierce's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, sir, Marco affirmed with a nod. Then, if you, Agent, were currently disguised as Black Widow, I would be utterly unable to discern the difference, correct? Alexander Pierce's gaze sharpened significantly. Sir, I am not Black Widow. I am Marco. Hail Hydra. Marco immediately faced Alexander Pierce, fists clenched, and saluted with a distinctive Hydra military salute, expressing his heartfelt loyalty. Alexander Pierce nodded, a flicker of doubt dissipating within him. Even though the Black Widow possessed the ability to perfectly mimic Marco, it was inconceivable that she could discern his Hydra identity. Nonetheless, the Black Widow's capabilities were undeniably troublesome. Her flawless disguise rendered her nearly impossible to detect. It seemed prudent to heighten the vigilance of Hydra operatives in the future. Long live Hydra, Alexander Pierce echoed, before continuing with his directives. Aside from the Black Widow, Nick Fury has also acquired a devil fruit, though the specific nature of this fruit remains unknown to us. Furthermore, Hawkeye Barton was urgently summoned back from Chicago by Coulson during this time. Nick Fury has mobilized a significant amount of gold, and it is highly probable that Barton has also purchased a devil fruit. However, we are still in the dark regarding the nature of Barton's acquisition. Investigate this matter with utmost urgency. The gravity of the situation began to weigh on Alexander Pierce's countenance as he turned to Marco and instructed him. The fact that both Nick Fury and Hawkeye Barton possessed supernatural abilities was alarming, compounded by their ignorance of each other's powers. This was undoubtedly a predicament. While Hawkeye Barton was relatively inconsequential, being merely a pawn regardless of his strength, Nick Fury was an entirely different matter. Alexander Pierce was well aware of the extent of Fury's capabilities, having been instrumental in his rise. Yes, sir, Marco responded solemnly. Additionally, there is another matter that warrants your attention, Commander. Marco then produced a dossier he had prepared earlier, placing it before Alexander Pierce. A fleeting glance revealed a look of confusion on Pierce's face. A murder case? Why would such a trivial matter warrant the attention of someone at my level? It quickly dawned on Alexander Pierce that this murder case must be anything but ordinary. Nick Fury has also taken note of this case. Based on the intelligence we have gathered, it appears to involve a being with extraordinary abilities, Marco promptly replied. Ah, I see. Alexander Pierce comprehended Marco's intent, realizing that an extraordinary being was beyond the capabilities of ordinary agents. Proceed with your investigation. If this case indeed involves a being with supernatural powers, I want you to bring them in. If necessary, I shall dispatch the Winter Soldier to assist you. Alexander Pierce promptly made this commitment to Marco, which was precisely the purpose of Marco's report to him. After all, if this case indeed involved superhuman abilities that required apprehension, it was highly likely that the Winter Soldier would need to be deployed. The Winter Soldier, however, takes orders solely from Director Pierce. Is there anything else? Alexander Pierce glanced at Marco once more and inquired in a low voice. There is nothing else, Director. May I ask if you have any further instructions? Marco sought Alexander Pierce's guidance. Nick Fury and his associates have already begun procuring devil fruits. We must not fall behind. Although we have yet to ascertain the origins of that devil fruit shop, we can no longer afford to wait. Thus, I have prepared the gold. You must arrange for someone to go and procure several devil fruits. Be advised, that establishment is no ordinary shop. Your visit should be as a customer seeking to buy the fruits, while also gathering as much intelligence as possible. Do not harbor any ulterior motives. Do you understand? Understood. Director. Marco responded without hesitation. Very well, you may leave. Hail Hydra. Hail Hydra. Marco respectfully expressed his allegiance to Alexander Pierce in true Hydra fashion before turning to depart. At that moment, Alexander Pierce donned his reading glasses once more and resumed perusing the documents, appearing merely as a minister of the World Security Council, a mere bureaucrat. Nothing more. Chapter 145. Crossbones comes to purchase fruits, the House of Devil Fruits. Manager, I have splendid news to share. Rashia gazed at the message sent by Deadpool, unable to suppress a flicker of intrigue. Splendid news? What could Deadpool's so-called good news possibly entail? Could it be? Since Deadpool embarked on selling face masks, His remarkably flawless skin had propelled him to great success in this endeavor. He frequently showcased photos from various events on his social media, as well as images of his travels with Vanessa, residing in luxury hotels. The once formidable mercenary seemed to have vanished without a trace. Based on recent communications over the past 6 months, Rashia noted that Deadpool had been predominantly occupied with his face mask enterprise. Just days ago, Deadpool mentioned that higher-ups had begun discussions with him regarding advertising campaigns. Could this good news pertain to that? Manager, you're not playing by the rules. Why didn't you ask me what the good news is? I've been waiting for you to inquire. As Rorschach remained unresponsive, Deadpool could no longer contain himself, eagerly inundating Rorschach with messages. All right, manager, you always behave this way, yet I find myself compelled to share with you my exciting news. It's quite frustrating. I know you are keen to discover the good tidings I have to share. Your silence is merely a facade, compelling me to reveal it. Am I right? Well, I shall divulge it. My supervisor has already spoken to me, and next month, a tailored advertisement will be produced featuring me. Indeed, manager, I am going to shoot a film. I shall be the leading man. Though it may only be an advertisement, I firmly believe that, given my attributes, I am destined for stardom. My journey to becoming a superstar is about to commence. Rorschach's conjecture proved accurate. Deadpool was indeed preparing to embark on his advertising venture. Congratulations. Wait, Rorschach replied, stifling a chuckle. It seemed that Deadpool would truly make his mark in the entertainment industry. Who could have foreseen that when Deadpool purchased the devil fruit at the shop, events would unfold in such a manner? Rorschach recognized that the butterfly effect he had instigated might lead some individuals astray, but he never anticipated Deadpool's trajectory would veer in this direction. Manager, await my good news. Deadpool declared confidently, brimming with ambition. After engaging in light banter with Deadpool, Rorschach exited the social media platform. After scrolling through short videos and playing a couple of games, the wind chimes at the entrance jingled. Rorschach looked up to see a man entering the store, exuding a hint of wildness. His physique might not have appeared particularly robust, yet he radiated an overwhelming aura of masculinity. Maintaining an impassive facade, Rorschach could not help but harbor a knowing smile within. Crossbones. The visitor was none other than Crossbones. Although he had donned a disguise to appear as an ordinary office worker, how could he deceive Rorschach's keen perception? It seemed that Hydra had set its sights on him. Rorschach felt no surprise. After all, the current S-H-I-E-L-D was more aptly described as S-N-A-K-E-S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick Fury, Black Widow, and Hawkeye had all acquired devil fruits, and as the parent organization, Hydra could hardly overlook him. This development was only logical. Hello, manager. I wonder, what sort of fruit is the devil fruit? I have never heard of such a fruit before, Crossbones inquired, gazing at Rorschach with genuine curiosity. Warning, warning, a violation has occurred. Please address it immediately. Before Roxia could utter a word, a notification sound resonated in his mind from the system. At this moment, Roxia no longer needed to inquire further to discern the specific cause. The individuals from Hydra had long been blacklisted by the system. Moreover, he speculated that Crossbones' order might have contravened the purchasing limitations imposed on the devil fruits. After all, S-H-I-E-L-D had already had Nick Fury, Black Widow, and Hawkeye Barton purchase devil fruits. Considering the intricate circumstances surrounding S-H-I-E-L-D, these three individuals who acquired the fruits could, to some extent, be perceived as being under the influence of Alexander Pierce. Thus, from any perspective, it was evident that Crossbones was destined to be denied access to the devil fruits. Apologies, sir. I truly appreciate your support for our establishment, but we exclusively cater to internal members, thus I must regretfully decline, Roxia stated, employing a previously used excuse to dismiss Crossbones outright. The feigned warmth on Crossbones' face faltered, revealing a hint of surprise. I had no idea this place operated on a membership basis. I mean, no offense, but this comes as quite a shock to me. Although his expression was contrived, the sentiment of being caught off guard was genuine. Typically, membership systems are characteristic of upscale establishments. Yet this devil fruit shop appeared merely as an ordinary fruit vendor. However, upon reflecting on the extraordinary nature of the devil fruits, any lingering skepticism in Crossbones quickly dissipated. He swiftly recalibrated his mindset and fixed his gaze on Roxia once more, inquiring, "Are these indeed the devil fruits?" They seem rather intriguing. So, how does one become a member here? Our establishment has its own mechanisms. If a guest has not received an invitation from us, it signifies that they have not met our criteria. Therefore, I must apologize, Roxia replied, extending his hand towards Crossbones in a gesture of dismissal. Come now, manager. Is it customary to turn away a customer who comes to your door? Do you believe I cannot afford to pay? I am merely curious about what these devil fruits are, wishing to procure one to sample. Must this be so complicated? Crossbones had come with a mission, aware that further negotiations might prove futile given the manager's resolute demeanor. He did not expect the devil fruit shop to arbitrarily alter its rules, yet he still endeavored to make the best attempt. I'm afraid not, Roxia reiterated, maintaining his dismissive posture. What nonsense. Some mere fruits, and you require a membership? Truly, this is absurd. I shall take my leave. Crossbone realized the futility of the situation and deliberately feigned a state of exasperation, muttering angrily as he departed. After all, it was quite infuriating for someone unaware of the intricacies behind a mere fruit to witness such elaborate schemes. Chapter 146. The New Guest, the Punisher for Rasha. Crossbone was merely a minor episode, nothing more. Once Crossbone exited the devil fruit shop, Rasha completely dismissed him from his mind, no longer giving him a second thought. Given his current standing, the Hydra was hardly worth mentioning. If the Hydra were wise and compliant, Rasha would not seek trouble with him. However, should the Hydra prove to be unwise, Rasha would not hesitate to show no mercy. The Lady of the Hand Alliance was a prime example of what awaited those who crossed paths with Rasha. What exactly is a devil fruit? The name is rather peculiar, isn't it? Yet, it must be said, the marketing is remarkably effective. I find myself drawn in. This is rather exaggerated, isn't it? To settle in gold? Truly. Since Crossbone's departure, other natural customers had gradually arrived at the shop. Some regarded the devil fruit with disdain, while others expressed a flicker of interest but were deterred by the price and payment method. A few even outright accused the shop of being a scam. In summary, no transactions were made. However, Rasha remained utterly unconcerned. His attitude towards selling the devil fruits had become rather zen. Such divine objects, if one chooses not to buy, they will soon realize the consequences of their decision. Excuse me, do you sell devil fruits here? As noon approached and the time for lunch drew near, a rugged man, exuding a subtle air of intimidation, entered Rasha's domain and approached him. My goodness, it's the Punisher. A faint smirk of intrigue danced upon Rasha's lips. If the Punisher were to purchase a devil fruit, then those who engage in unlawful activities would surely be in for a reckoning. After all, the Punisher is known for his ruthlessness. Greetings, esteemed guest. Are you here to acquire a devil fruit? You've certainly come to the right place. Rasha greeted the Punisher with a professional smile, while internally assessing the situation. Clearly, the Punisher had already heard the rumors surrounding the devil fruits. This visit was evidently purposeful. Rasha's intuition was indeed correct. The Punisher had been in Hell's Kitchen for some time, continuing his relentless pursuit of criminals. Unlike the previous chaos caused by Nightwalker's intervention, which had led to the arrest of numerous criminals, the current state of Hell's Kitchen remained firmly under the control of the Gold Syndicate. During this period, the Punisher has been engaged in a silent battle with Kingpin. The Punisher's prowess far exceeds that of Kingpin's minions, who have fallen victim to him in considerable numbers, inflicting upon Kingpin losses greater than those experienced during the reign of Daredevil. The consequences of this clash are evident. Following a fierce confrontation, the Punisher's attention was drawn to the mysterious fruit known as the devil fruit. After conducting a thorough investigation, he found himself at the doorstep of acquiring this extraordinary item. Pray tell, what manner of fruit is this devil fruit? The Punisher inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon Rasha. Throughout my life, I have never encountered such a fruit. The devil fruit, Rasha replied confidently, is a remarkable fruit imbued with extraordinary powers. Consuming it grants one specific supernatural abilities. Surely, you have heard the whispers surrounding the devil fruit, have you not? I assure you, those tales are indeed true. The Punisher's eyes widened in astonishment as he contemplated the potential of this fruit. With a burgeoning instinct to transform himself into a weapon, he began to experiment. To his utter shock, he discovered that his right hand had indeed transformed into a firearm. Even the ever-composed Punisher could not conceal his disbelief as he stared at his gun-like hand. How is this possible? My hand has truly become a pistol. It feels as though I am dreaming. He examined his new appendage with fervor, confirming that this was no mere illusion but a tangible reality. Once assured of this transformation, the Punisher's excitement surged, his breath quickening as he surveyed his surroundings. His gaze ultimately fixed upon a tree outside the Devil Fruit shop. Bang, bang, bang. The Punisher unleashed 3 shots in rapid succession. The dull thuds echoed as the tree swayed from the impact. He approached the tree, eager to confirm the results of his experiment, and was met with the sight of 3 smoking bullet holes in the trunk, an undeniably striking testament to the truth of his newfound power. In that moment, the Punisher felt an exhilarating surge of triumph and anticipation. In this moment, he could confirm beyond any doubt that the Devil Fruit was indeed real. The incredibility of the shopkeeper was truly astonishing. When the Punisher returned, the awe on his face had not yet faded, and he could not help but exclaim in wonder before Rasha. As long as the customers were satisfied, that was all that mattered. Rasha, however, maintained a composed smile. "So, shopkeeper, what is the price of this weapon fruit?" The Punisher eagerly inquired, clearly delighted by the prospect of acquiring it. With this fruit in his possession, he could summon rocket launchers at will, bombarding the criminal syndicates, a thrilling thought indeed. Before Rasha could respond, the Punisher glanced at the catalog and saw the price for the weapon fruit, causing his expression to momentarily freeze. 2,000 kilograms of gold. This price roughly equated to $15 million, far exceeding the Punisher's financial means. Of course, one could not calculate the price so straightforwardly. After all, 2,000 kilograms of gold was an immense quantity, and possessing $15 million would not guarantee one could acquire such a vast amount of gold. Such a substantial amount could only be obtained through significant means, and even for the Punisher, it would be exceedingly difficult, if not nearly impossible. After all, the Punisher was essentially impoverished. Nevertheless, from the moment the Punisher contemplated purchasing the Devil Fruit, he had already devised a plan to raid several criminal dens to seize their ill-gotten gains. However, the sheer scale of the amount made it clear that even if he dismantled Hell's Kitchen, he would not be able to amass it. The burden was too great, too daunting. What a pity. A look of regret crossed the Punisher's face, and after a moment of contemplation, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon the idea of the weapon fruit, seeking instead other fruits with comparatively lower prices. Fortunately, the catalog boasted a diverse array of devil fruits, and even those priced more modestly offered plenty to intrigue the Punisher. After a thorough search, the Punisher's gaze ultimately settled on another devil fruit, transparent fruit, which allows the user and any object they touch to become invisible. How remarkable! The ability to render himself and anything he touched transparent was indeed a splendid prospect, aligning perfectly with the Punisher's desires. After all, given his capabilities, achieving invisibility would elevate his power significantly. Moreover, while some regarded the Punisher as a hero, in the eyes of the authorities, he was unequivocally a madman and a criminal. Every action undertaken by the Punisher is invariably accompanied by the formidable efforts of law enforcement. Although he possesses a unique set of counter-tracking skills that allow him to elude capture time and again, one must consider the age-old adage, those who frequent the riverbank are bound to get their feet wet. Amidst the multitude of his endeavors, the Punisher has indeed found himself cornered on several occasions, only to decisively overcome the police forces in a display of sheer force. Yet, what if he were to obtain the transparent fruit? All of these dilemmas would become moot. The Punisher could silently eliminate any wretched soul, retreating unscathed. Henceforth, he would embody a specter from the depths, a phantom dedicated to harvesting the lives of criminals. This state of being brings a considerable degree of satisfaction to the Punisher. The pivotal matter lies in the price of the transparent fruit. Upon inspection, he discovered that it costs a mere 50 kilograms of gold, a sum well within his means. "Shopkeeper, may I inquire about the duration of the fruit's transparency?" The Punisher raised his gaze toward Rasha, posing this crucial question. There is no time limit. Should the user so desire, they could exist as an invisible entity for a lifetime, Rasha replied with a smile. No time limit. The Punisher nearly succumbed to the urge to slap his thigh in delight. If the transparent fruit indeed lacked a temporal constraint, it would be utterly flawless, perfectly aligning with his desires. Then, dear shopkeeper, my second inquiry, aside from being undetectable by the naked eye, can it evade detection by light or cameras? The Punisher composed himself and posed this significant question once more. Rest assured, the transparent fruit remains invisible to cameras as well. However, it can be revealed through X-ray scans and may also be detected by thermal imaging or other spectral cameras, Rasha elucidated. The Punisher felt increasingly satisfied. X-rays and thermal imaging are rare contingencies, Generally speaking, there is little cause for concern. In his assessment, as long as he can avoid the ubiquitous cameras installed in streets and alleys, the transparent fruit would be nothing short of perfect. Even if evasion of cameras proves impossible, the Punisher remains unfazed, for such devices are of minimal consequence to a seasoned operative like himself. It merely entails a bit more hassle, nothing more. Chapter 148. Tony Stark attacked. The dawn of a new era. Shopkeeper, I shall procure this transparent fruit. Having gathered sufficient information, the Punisher resolved without hesitation, addressing Rasha directly. However, I require some time to arrange for the gold. Can the manager preserve this transparent fruit for me for a while? After a brief pause, the Punisher made this request to Rasha. Dear guest, if you can pay a deposit of $500,000, I can hold the transparent fruit for you for 1 month, Rasha explained promptly. $500,000. The Punisher calculated in his mind without voicing any objections. Although it seemed excessive to pay such a hefty deposit for an item worth 50 kilograms of gold, and for merely a month of storage, he still refrained from expressing any dissent. The enigmatic nature of the devil fruit rendered even the most stringent conditions worthwhile. Manager, I will send the money as soon as possible, the Punisher said with utmost seriousness to Rasha before swiftly turning to leave. Watching the Punisher's figure vanish amidst the crowd, a sly smile crept onto Rasha's lips. On the day the Punisher consumes the transparent fruit, the criminals of New York shall face the greatest nightmare of their lives. Contemplating this scenario, Rasha found himself harboring a flicker of anticipation deep within. Afghanistan. Bagram Airfield. Which is preferable, being respected or being feared? If you ask me, why can't we achieve both? Allow me to introduce the weapon born for this purpose. Dressed in a sharp suit and sporting sunglasses, the flamboyant Tony Stark stood before a group of Air Force generals, exuding confidence. This is the pinnacle of Stark Industries Freedom Series, our first missile system, featuring our independently developed rapid counterattack tactics. Some say the best weapon is the one you never have to use, but I beg to differ. I believe the best weapon is one that only needs to be launched once. My father did this, and so did America. These principles remain highly relevant today. Find an excuse to launch such a weapon, and I assure you, the villains will cower in their caves. It must be said, Tony Stark, with his audacious flair, possessed a certain gift for oration. His words flowed effortlessly, exuding an air of sophistication. The military leaders before him displayed expressions of eager anticipation. At that moment, Tony Stark gestured with his hand, mimicking a launch posture. Whoosh! A massive missile warhead was fired, swiftly splitting into several smaller warheads in midair. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a dozen miniature warheads struck the distant mountains with a resounding thud. For your reference, the Jericho missile. As Tony Stark uttered these words, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the air. In an instant, billowing clouds of smoke surged skyward, and amidst the thunderous din, it seemed as though the very earth quaked beneath the onslaught. Even from a distance of several dozen kilometers, the immense shock wave rushed forth, nearly toppling everyone off their feet. The might of the Jericho missile was undeniably formidable. With this successful demonstration, the ensuing transaction progressed with a smoothness akin to that of lubricated gears. Tony Stark generously bestowed upon the attendees a case of fine spirits. Once the deal was consummated, everyone returned to their respective abodes, each seeking their own kin. Tony Stark, while exchanging a few words with Obadiah, slipped into a jeep. Hey, Tony, called out Rhodey, Stark's closest friend, eager to share the ride. Apologies, but this is the Joyride Jeep. Your mundane one is behind, Tony Stark retorted unceremoniously, dismissing Rhodey. With no other recourse, Rhodey climbed into the vehicle behind. Thunderous roars echoed as the military convoy set forth with great authority. Yet, it was not long before a startling explosion erupted as several missiles rained down, flipping a military jeep in an instant. The cacophony of artillery and gunfire ensued. On 32nd Street in New York, a Ferrari, utterly disregarding traffic regulations, transformed the bustling thoroughfare into a racetrack, weaving in and out with reckless abandon, exuding an air of audacious freedom. Behind the wheel, a man donned sunglasses, one hand resting casually on the thigh of a sultry companion in the passenger seat, the other steering with a nonchalant ease. His face bore an expression of wild exhilaration. Oh, his companion spread her arms wide, embodying the essence of a life well lived, her shrieks of delight resonating within the open-top Ferrari, further fueling the man's sense of euphoria. This was life. He couldn't help but exclaim. Such unrestrained freedom, the ability to act on whims without hindrance, epitomized true existence. Ahead, the traffic light turned red. Vehicles across all lanes dutifully engaged their brakes and came to a halt, yet the Ferrari seemed oblivious, not only failing to decelerate, but instead flooring the accelerator. Whoosh! He sped directly past the intersection. Ahead, vehicles traveling crosswise nearly collided with the Ferrari. Drivers slammed on their brakes. Some jerked their steering wheels, creating a chaotic scene. "Lucien, darling, they're chasing us again," the stunning girl in the passenger seat exclaimed. At that moment, she heard the piercing sound of sirens behind them. Turning her head, she spotted two police motorcycles emerging from the intersection, closely followed by two police cars in hot pursuit. Lucien glanced into the rearview mirror, a smirk of disdain curling his lips, completely unfazed. These traffic officers had been after him for several blocks. What was there to fear? With his extraordinary physical prowess and reflexes, akin to a character from an action film, he could effortlessly shake off the pursuing officers. It was hardly worth mentioning. "Lucien, there's a roadblock ahead." The girl's voice pierced through his thoughts. Lucien looked forward and indeed saw that the road had been barricaded by the police. Several patrol cars were positioned, effectively blocking their path. "Let us have some fun with them, darling," he grinned, finally bringing the Ferrari to a halt before the blockade. Get out. Get out immediately." Two officers approached sternly as Lucien parked his car. "No need to rush, sweetheart. Just wait a moment," he said, pressing down on the girl who was about to exit. With a playful smile, he leaped out of the convertible and walked towards the two officers. Hearing Lucien's words, the girl relaxed and settled back into her seat, curiously watching how he would handle the situation. This captivating man was someone she had chanced upon in a bar, flaunting luxury watches and cars, embodying the essence of a wealthy heir. In the presence of such a figure, the small police officers seemed rather insignificant. "Officers, on such a hot day, why not find a place to unwind with a drink instead of making things so tense?" Lucien approached the two officers with a mischievous smile. However, the officers ignored him completely, pulling out handcuffs, intent on apprehending him. Lucien had already caused several accidents on his reckless journey. Engaging in a cat-and-mouse game with the police, the severity of his actions undeniable. "I caution you, it would be wise not to proceed in that manner." Upon noticing the handcuffs in the officer's grasp, Lucien's countenance darkened slightly, and he spoke in a tone laced with menace. "A warning? Quite an intriguing notion. It appears you have yet to grasp the gravity of your situation." The older officer to the left could not suppress a derisive chuckle, barking at Lucien to stand still. With that, he intended to cuff Lucien without hesitation. However, with a swift motion, Lucien reached out and seized the older officer's wrists, astonishingly thwarting his attempt. The officer's expression shifted dramatically. "Are you assaulting a police officer? This young man possesses an audacious spirit." Assaulting an officer? Initially, it was presumed Lucien would be intimidated. Yet who could have anticipated that his brows would merely raise in fervor, finding the situation amusing despite having encountered it before? "What?" The two officers flanking Lucien stood in stunned disbelief, as if they had misheard. "This individual is exceedingly audacious." Suddenly, before they could react, Lucien unleashed a flurry of punches, landing two strikes upon them in rapid succession. The trained officers, momentarily shaken, were sent reeling like rag dolls, crashing heavily against the police car behind them, causing it to shudder violently. All officers present were left astounded. This individual had indeed assaulted a police officer. What more could be said? A cacophony of clattering erupted as the remaining officers swiftly drew their firearms, aiming them squarely at Lucien. "Do not move, or we shall be compelled to fire. Raise your hands and turn around." The commanding shouts rang out in succession. Lucien gradually lifted his hands, yet the smile curving upon his lips grew increasingly sinister. At that moment, a surge of thought ignited within him, activating his fruit power. The officers before him were suddenly stricken with terror, as they beheld the grotesque transformation of Lucien's facial muscles, morphing into that of a monstrous being, a creature half man, half bird. What on earth is this? A monster? The officers stood aghast, drenched in sweat. In that instant, Lucien, in his half-transformed state, moved with a blur, vanishing from sight, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, a dull thud of collision echoed, interspersed with a few hurried and chaotic gunshots. In the blink of an eye, Lucien darted through the midst of the officers. The policemen were soon sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. A few lay utterly still, having drawn their last breath. Lucien acted with ruthless efficiency. With a sharp clap of his hands, he completed his grim task and returned nonchalantly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial chore. "Well, darling, the trouble has been resolved," Lucien remarked casually to the sultry companion in the passenger seat. "Why you don't come closer?" The woman, utterly petrified, gasped in horror, her eyes wide with fear as she stared at Lucien. This man was a monster. "What? Are you rejecting me?" Lucien's expression hardened, his voice taking on a more severe tone. The woman drew in a sharp breath, nearly on the verge of tears, shrinking into herself and shaking her head repeatedly. "Please, don't come closer, don't come closer, don't come closer. I recall you initiated this, didn't you? You seemed quite pleased these past few days." Lucien's smile grew increasingly icy, resembling a hunter toying with his prey. Suddenly, a voice pierced the tension, belonging to a strikingly voluptuous woman with golden waves cascading down her back, who had appeared beside Lucien without him noticing. "When a woman says not to come closer, I advise you to heed her words," the Black Widow stated with a serious demeanor. "Who are you? A police officer? Wow, such beauty wasted on the force." Lucien glanced at the Black Widow, his interest piqued, completely disregarding the terrified woman beside him. He didn't even acknowledge the gun in her hand. It held no significance for him at that moment. Would this lovely officer do me the honor of sharing a drink? Lucien began to flirt with the Black Widow directly. "Sure." The Black Widow grinned, and in an instant, she lunged towards Lucien, her widow's bite poised to fire a tangle of electric cords at him. Lucien swiftly transformed partially, effortlessly grasping the cord in his hand. Crackling electricity surged through the cord the next moment. Ugh! Lucien was taken by surprise, his body instantly stiffening. As the Black Widow observed the situation, she executed a swift low kick that sent Lucien tumbling to the ground. However, Lucien swiftly unfurled his wings, gracefully gliding through the air before landing steadily on his feet. Chapter 150: The Super Battlefield, Animal System versus Animal System. The physical prowess of the Animal System is undoubtedly formidable, reminiscent of the battle with Hawkeye Barton. At this moment, the Black Widow's electric whip similarly failed to inflict any significant harm on Lucien, merely causing him to shudder momentarily. "You are not a police officer." Lucien, maintaining his half-human, half-bat form, fixed a piercing gaze on the Black Widow as he spoke in a low voice. "I never claimed to be a police officer," she replied with a shrug. "FBI? CIA? It's all the same to me." Lucien scoffed coldly before charging towards her, leaving a blur in his wake, his speed nearly unparalleled. Bang! 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 The Black Widow's reflexes were equally impressive. She swiftly drew her handgun and fired at Lucien the moment he charged. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed through the air. The Black Widow's reaction time and marksmanship were far superior to that of ordinary officers. Mere minutes earlier, several policemen had fired at Lucien without posing any threat. Yet now she alone was making an impact. Lucien felt the bullets whizzing past him, narrowly avoiding being hit. He was compelled to momentarily abandon his pursuit of the Black Widow, darting across the street to evade her fire. "Damn it!" the Black Widow cursed under her breath, realizing that her relentless barrage had failed to affect Lucien in the slightest. It became evident that Lucien was not a vampire, but rather an animal system user. Akin to Barton, judging by his half-human, half-beast form, he appeared to possess the powers of the bat fruit. This was clearly beyond the scope of Black Widow's capabilities. "Barton, I require assistance," she decisively called out while continuing to fire at Lucien. "Understood." Barton's voice crackled through the communication channel. "Hold on, I'm on my way. You'd better hurry." Bang! 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 The Black Widow engaged in a rapid exchange with Lucien while communicating with Barton. Meanwhile, the young woman who had been sitting in the passenger seat of Lucien's Ferrari had long since seized the opportunity to flee in a panic. Bang! 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 The jarring sound of gunfire quickly faded into silence, as the Black Widow had exhausted all the bullets in her chamber. With a swift motion, Lucien, utilizing a speed beyond the comprehension of an ordinary human, darted in front of her. All was in vain. No one could thwart me now. Lucien let out a maniacal laugh, launching himself once more towards the Black Widow. Taking a deep breath, she leapt to the side and rolled on the ground, narrowly evading Lucien's attack. With a resounding crash, Lucien overturned a car situated behind where the Black Widow had been, leaving her in silent astonishment. This creature was indeed beyond her capability to confront. However, the Black Widow was not easily subdued, while she adeptly evaded. She utilized the widow's bite on her right hand to launch a tear gas canister at Lucien. A dense cloud of white smoke enveloped the scene instantaneously. Coughing sounds emerged from within, but that was all. In the next moment, the Black Widow witnessed a shadow dart through the thick smoke, ascending into the sky. It was a massive bat, soaring above. How grotesque it looked. The falcon form of Barton was undeniably cooler. The Black Widow glanced up at the enormous bat in the sky, unable to suppress a sneer. "You have enraged me." The furious voice echoed as the bat dove down with incredible speed, flapping its wings, claws outstretched, aiming to strike the Black Widow fiercely. She dared not confront the colossal creature head-on and quickly crouched behind a car for cover. With a thunderous crash, the vehicle was sent flying by the massive bat. Yet, the creature swiftly altered its trajectory in midair, charging toward the Black Widow once more. This time, with no obstacles nearby for her to evade. She raised her right arm and fired at the enormous bat. Having tasted the consequences of previous encounters, the bat was cautious. Unsure of the peculiar armament that appeared deceptively small, yet could unleash a myriad of surprises. It swiftly dodged, evading the projectile with ease. However, the Black Widow had already readied her firearm, calmly taking aim at the sky and firing at the explosive she had launched. The impact was explosive. Amidst the deafening roar of a violent explosion, a terrifying wave of energy erupted with ferocity. The immense form of the bat was swiftly overturned, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, in the next moment, the colossal creature regained its footing. Although it appeared quite disheveled, it had not sustained any substantial harm. Rather, it was genuinely incensed. Ever since acquiring a more formidable power, Lucien had been indulging himself without restraint, with no one capable of thwarting him. Law enforcement, the FBI, and others were utterly powerless against him, as if they were mere paper figures. Yet this woman, seemingly an ordinary person, had repeatedly thwarted him and even caused him injury. This was something Lucien could not accept under any circumstances. Infuriating. "I shall tear you to shreds." Lucien bellowed in rage, charging once more at the Black Widow. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air. Lucien instinctively turned his head, and his pupils constricted sharply. A man had inexplicably appeared beside him. The shock of this revelation struck Lucien deeply. With his current prowess, how could anyone approach him undetected? Such a thing was inconceivable. In the next moment, the man unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Lucien. At that instant, the man's physique underwent a bestial transformation. "What is this?" Boom. Just as a flicker of doubt crossed Lucien's mind, the man's fist collided with him, sending his massive body crashing to the ground. Chapter 151, The Clash of Monsters. The might of the falcon-shaped ability user bang. Lucien's form plummeted to the earth like a cannonball, causing the entire ground to tremble violently. Even with Lucien's formidable physical constitution, a muffled groan escaped his lips. The impact had nearly shattered his bones. Dazed and lightheaded, he struggled to catch his breath. A tempest of disbelief surged within him. How could this be possible? With his current strength, how could anyone inflict such damage with a single punch? Moreover, that man had clearly undergone an animalistic transformation as well, a user of the devil fruit. In an instant, Lucien recognized the identity of the man as Hawkeye Barton. His expression grew gravely serious. In the present moment, Lucien harbors no fear of the mundane authorities, such as the police or the FBI, and he regards even the military with disdain. The only individuals he truly respects are those possessing abilities akin to his own. You, too, are a user of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Rising from the ground, Lucien fixed his gaze upon Hawkeye Barton, whose expression was laden with gravity and caution. It was evident that Barton was not merely a Zoan user. His prowess surpassed Lucien's own. "It appears my arrival was quite timely." However, Hawkeye Barton chose to disregard Lucien, approaching Black Widow instead and extending his hand towards her. "You deliberately appeared when I was in a vulnerable state, did you not?" Black Widow quipped sarcastically. Before grasping Barton's hand, who promptly helped her up, Lucien's countenance darkened further. This newly emerged ability user was allied with that insufferable woman. A piece of news that boded ill for him. What a small world it is. I never anticipated encountering another ability user. Lucien's voice resonated once more, his expression regaining its composure. "I acknowledge that I may have been somewhat ostentatious in recent days, inadvertently stirring up trouble. If my presence is unwelcome, I can certainly retreat for a few days. No more monsters will emerge, and no one else will be harmed. I will live quietly and obediently, and you may pretend you have never seen me. What do you think?" Do you believe you have a choice? Hawkeye Barton regarded Lucien with an exceptionally sharp gaze. I genuinely advise you not to provoke me. Lucien's tone turned frigid. As a fellow ability user, you should be well aware of what we are capable of. If you force my hand today, I cannot guarantee what I might do. I may not be able to kill you, but what about those ordinary people? Hawkeye Barton had never encountered someone so audacious before. Despite fully understanding he was no match for Barton and being acutely aware of his own trepidation, Lucien maintained an arrogant demeanor, as if he still held the reins of control. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Lucien's threats were not without merit. Should this individual escape today, it would pose a significant danger to society. He would undoubtedly retaliate with even greater fervor. Thus, such a scenario must be averted at all costs. This man cannot be allowed to slip away. With a resolute decision forming within him, Hawkeye Barton declared, "This will not happen. You shall not leave today." Upon uttering these words, he concentrated his thoughts and swiftly began to undergo partial transformation. His face began to sprout a long, pointed beak, and his hands transformed into a grotesque hybrid of claws and appendages, while a pair of wings erupted from his back in an instant. A shadow flitted by. Lucien, upon witnessing the transformation of Eagle-Eye Barton, understood that the events of the day were destined to end poorly. Gritting his teeth, he took the initiative, morphing into a bat and charging toward Eagle-Eye Barton. His formidable claws, sharper than daggers, exuded an oppressive aura, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Barton. Barton, swiftly completing his half-beast transformation, grasped with his clawed hands, effortlessly immobilizing the giant bat right before him. The flapping of wings was relentless, as Lucien exerted all his strength to land upon Barton. Yet it was in vain. With a mere flick of his wrist, Barton rendered Lucien's efforts futile, as if standing against an insurmountable mountain. What? A tempest surged within Lucien's heart. Even with impaired vision, he recognized that Barton had acquired the avian fruit he could not afford at that time, the falcon form. This fruit was far more valuable than his bat transformation, and Lucien understood that its wielder was significantly more powerful than himself. The stark disparity between them was a bitter pill to swallow. With a resounding thud, Barton unleashed a kick that struck Lucien squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward once more to the ground. This time, however, Lucien found himself devoid of the courage to confront Barton head-on. He flared his wings and fled with a swift whoosh. Alas, while Lucien's ability to fly provided him an advantage against other zone-type users, it availed him little in the presence of Eagle-Eye Barton. In a flash, Barton too unfurled his wings, pursuing Lucien with the speed of lightning, vanishing in an instant. The Black Widow looked up to see both bat and falcon swiftly transformed into mere specks in the sky. Their velocity was astonishing, bordering on the extraordinary. Yet, before the two diminutive figures became indistinguishable, she witnessed Eagle-Eye Barton catch up to Lucien, and the two shadows collided violently. In that moment, Barton had seized Lucien, grasping the giant bat's wings with his claws, effectively grasping Lucien's very lifeline. Infuriated, Lucien gritted his teeth in rage, exerting every ounce of strength to free himself from Barton's grip, yet it was utterly futile. The bat, in the presence of the falcon, was utterly insignificant. Whoosh! Thus, Hawkeye Barton relentlessly pursued Lucien through the air until they reached a desolate location, where he forcefully pinned Lucien to the ground. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Lucien crashed into the earth, creating a substantial crater. "I will fight you." Knowing he could not escape, Lucien roared and lunged at Hawkeye Barton. Alas, he was treated like a mere dog under Barton's relentless assault. Bang! Bang! The cacophony of fierce sounds did not last long, quickly settling into silence. For Lucien had been grievously injured by Hawkeye Barton and lay on the ground, unable to rise, reverting to his original form. Chapter 152, Rasha. Tony Stark's fate is of no concern to me. Barton, what is the situation? The voice of Black Widow echoed through the communication channel. Hawkeye Barton glanced at the unconscious Lucien on the ground and retrieved a specially designed restraint, securely binding Lucien's hands and feet. "What do you think, Natasha?" After completing the task, Hawkeye casually lifted Lucien while replying to Natasha, "If I can't handle a large bat, am I not a rather ineffective falcon?" Well, that was indeed a foolish question. After a brief exchange of banter, they agreed upon a rendezvous point. Hawkeye Barton refrained from further trivial conversation. Flapping his wings and soaring into the sky with Lucien in tow, they swiftly navigated the heights, and after a few ascents and descents, arrived at an unoccupied intersection. Where they descended, Black Widow had already awaited his arrival. A transport vehicle was prepared in advance. Without indulging in unnecessary dialogue, they placed Lucian into the vehicle's compartment and secured him before starting the engine. "Director, we have captured the target. Where shall we send him?" Black Widow inquired while driving, contacting Nick Fury to seek his guidance. "Take him to the Red Horn safe house. I will send you the precise coordinates." Nick Fury's voice promptly responded over the communication channel. The Red Horn safe house? Another location the Black Widow had never heard of. Who knows how many secret factions that rascal has covertly established under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar. However, this did not concern Black Widow. On the contrary, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., she found it rather peculiar if a person of such stature did not possess some hidden resources. The Black Widow was merely curious. Despite the multitude of bases and safe houses at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s disposal, Nick Fury refrained from utilizing any of them. What could have prompted such a sudden and heightened caution in the director? After all, he is the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. Had the Black Widow been aware that at this very moment, Crossbones was surveilling her with binoculars and reporting her movements upward, she would have comprehended the reason behind it. "Director, the Zoan-type Devil Fruit user has been captured by the Black Widow and is currently in transit. Moreover, we have confirmed Hawkeye Barton's abilities, like Lucian. He is also a Zoan-type user. We still need to investigate the specific fruit he has consumed, but his power allows him to transform into a falcon." Crossbones reported seriously through a secure channel. Transforming into a falcon? Meanwhile, Marco's expression began to darken upon hearing this. Even if he was unfamiliar with other devil fruits, the ability to metamorphose into a falcon sounded undeniably formidable. Furthermore, like the Black Widow, Hawkeye Barton is a staunch ally of Nick Fury, which suggests that the situation might be somewhat troublesome. It is precisely for this reason that the captured Lucian has become all the more significant. "Director, what shall we do next?" After relaying the situation, Crossbones promptly sought clarification. "No need. Just keep a close watch on them. Remember, do not alert the enemy." Marco emphatically instructed Crossbones. After all, the entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D. is effectively under the control of Hydra, rendering the distinction between those captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. and those apprehended by Hydra negligible. Although Hydra has fallen a step behind, leaving the individual in Nick Fury's hands, it is not an insurmountable predicament. Regardless of where Nick Fury confines the individual, Hydra's spies will be present, or the location will be entirely under Hydra's control. Given Hydra's vast network of infiltration, it would be a trivial task to completely dominate Lucian. "Yes, Director," Crossbones responded with conviction. The House of Devil Fruits. A full week has elapsed since Tony Stark was attacked, with military and various departments, including FC, involved in the investigation. However, as of now, no department has publicly disclosed any findings, although the body has yet to be discovered. The prevailing sentiment among mainstream media is that Tony Stark has likely perished in the attack. Related agencies continue to search for Tony Stark, yet we must question whether any progress will be made after such an extended period. Next, let us take a brief 5-minute journey to reflect upon the legendary and remarkable life of Tony Stark. As he gazed at the news broadcast on the television screen, a look of profound contemplation crossed Rash's face. The day had inevitably arrived. The news of Tony Stark's tragic demise in Afghanistan had dominated headlines in recent days, flooding screens across television and the internet, igniting fervent discussions among all. After all, Tony Stark was undoubtedly the most controversial superstar of this century, matching the buzz of any top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry. Initially, Rasha noted that both Pepper Potts and Happy, the two closest individuals to Tony Stark, had come to acquire the Devil Fruit. Although Happy had yet to gather the requisite gold to finalize the transaction, he had at least witnessed the extraordinary nature of the Devil Fruit. Consequently, it was only natural that Stark would eventually become aware of its existence. Would Tony Stark, then, consider purchasing the Devil Fruit for himself? Would such a decision alter the course of his fate? Rasha found himself quite curious about this possibility. He wondered what the future might hold had Stark not endured those harrowing 3 months in the cave in Afghanistan. However, to his surprise, Stark met with an unfortunate attack in Afghanistan despite the circumstances. It appeared that Iron Man would indeed rise once more. Yet, upon reflection, How dull would the Marvel Universe be without Iron Man as presence? As for the notion of rescuing Tony Stark, Rasha had no intentions of doing so. Firstly, Stark was not destined to perish. Secondly, Stark as fate bore little significance to Rasha. No matter how renowned Stark was, they were ultimately two disparate individuals with no connection. Why, then, would Rasha feel compelled to save someone with whom he had no ties? For Rasha, this situation was simply a sensational piece of news, one from which he could silently observe and savor. Chapter 153, Pepper Potts. Only those with power can save Stark Industries. I apologize, Rhodes. But do you have any updates? Pepper Potts paced anxiously in Tony Stark's office as she spoke earnestly on the phone. Pepper, I'm sorry, but we have yet to uncover any leads. The voice on the other end of the line caused Pepper's expression to darken. I appreciate your efforts, Rhodes. Please inform me immediately if you receive any news. I will. With that, the call concluded. What is the situation? As Happy observed Pepper Potts putting away her phone, he eagerly approached her, his eyes brimming with hope, yearning for some encouraging news. Regrettably, all he received was a shake of her head, causing his heart to sink slightly. Didn't he receive numerous business cards? Keep calling. Happy paused momentarily before urging Pepper once more. Without further ado, Pepper resumed her search on her phone, sifting through her contacts. Agent Hansen, I apologize for the inconvenience, but it has been a week. Have you uncovered any information? Miss Potts, should we make any progress? A dedicated representative will reach out to you. Until then, please remain patient. All right, thank you. Pepper's expression grew increasingly grim. Undeterred, she began to dial one number after another, attempting to reach every relevant contact within her means. Unfortunately, no valuable information emerged. Pepper? Happy cautiously inquired. I'm sorry, Happy. Pepper replied weakly, shaking her head. Mr. Stark was indeed correct. These individuals are utterly incompetent. How could they have found nothing after all these days? Happy exclaimed in frustration. I can't help but wonder how Mr. Stark is faring. Pepper muttered to herself, her face etched with worry, contemplating Tony Stark's disposition. She shuddered at the thought of it falling into the hands of terrorists. Such a scenario would be utterly catastrophic. With her words, the atmosphere in the room became palpably oppressive, rendering both Happy and Pepper's breaths labored. Damn it! Is there truly nothing we can do? Must we simply wait aimlessly? Happy exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in exasperation. Happy, I believe we can indeed take action, Pepper suddenly replied, raising her head, her eyes alight with a flicker of determination. It seemed she had recalled something significant. Happy, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze, fixated on Pepper. Pepper, what can we do? We must seek the assistance of those who can genuinely help us. Pepper articulated with profound significance. Without further ado, she retrieved her phone, logged into her social media platform, and entered a group chat, sending a message to all members therein. Pepper Potts, ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the recent tribulations faced by Tony Stark. I sincerely apologize for this unexpected interruption. I know it may seem abrupt, but I implore you for your assistance. Pepper Potts, I understand that this matter may not directly concern you. Yet I find myself at a loss and must beseech your help in locating Tony Stark. Pepper Potts, rest assured, I shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. Should you be willing to assist, regardless of the outcome, I will express my gratitude generously. Her heartfelt plea instantly invigorated the group chat. The first to respond was none other than Wade Wilson, the perennial king of banter. Wade Wilson, Pepper, while I do not wish to douse your hopes, how many days have passed? Based on my experience, the likelihood of Tony Stark being alive is exceedingly slim. Wade Wilson, that fellow may have an 80% chance of being deceased. Pepper Potts, no, I firmly believe that Tony is not dead. He has simply encountered an unforeseen circumstance, which is why he remains untraceable. Mobius, indeed, I am confident that a person of Tony Stark's caliber would not succumb so easily. Fear not, Pepper. I shall mobilize all my resources to locate Tony Stark. Zhao Hailuan, do not fret, Pepper. Stark will surely be fine. Given Stark's stature, few would dare to act against him. Zhao Hailuan's assertion was not mere alarmism. Stark Industries, as a formidable conglomerate, commands immense influence, particularly as a weapons manufacturer with deep ties to the military and political spheres. Anyone who would dare to cross Tony Stark would inevitably face severe repercussions from the authorities. Wilson Fisk, Ms. Potts, while I cannot guarantee my efforts will yield results, you can trust that I will lend my strength to the search for Tony Stark. In response to Pepper Potts' plea, the group members rallied with enthusiasm. Whether motivated by self-interest, humanitarianism, or personal connections, nearly everyone readily agreed to assist. Pepper Potts, thank you all. I am immensely grateful for your support. Though Pepper expressed profound gratitude, a flicker of disappointment lingered in her heart. The individual she most wished to hear from, the enigmatic group leader, had yet to make a statement. Indeed, the group contained numerous individuals of considerable prowess, yet Pepper Potts placed her utmost faith in the mysterious leader. Despite her limited understanding of the leader, it was evident that possessing such extraordinary items as the devil fruit indicated that this individual was far from ordinary. Regrettably, the leader remained silent throughout the exchange. Though reluctant to trouble such a person, the urgency of the situation compelled Pepper Potts to seek out Rasha alone. Pepper Potts, manager. I know I shouldn't be bothering you, but could I boldly request your assistance in locating Stark? After a prolonged silence, Rasha finally spoke. Manager, Pepper, you need not worry. Although Tony Stark has not yet been found, he is unharmed and in no life-threatening danger. Rasha's words brought a surge of both surprise and elation to Pepper Potts. Despite the numerous official departments failing to locate Tony Stark, and the truth remaining shrouded in darkness, Rasha's unwavering assertion of Stark's safety appeared somewhat jarring. Most would surely find it hard to believe. Yet, Pepper Potts accepted it without a shred of doubt. The reason was simple. These words came from the manager. A person as enigmatic as Rasha discovering Stark's whereabouts before any official agency was hardly astonishing. Pepper Potts felt an immediate sense of reassurance wash over her. Pepper Potts, Tony is not in any life-threatening danger? That is truly wonderful. Thank you, manager. Your words bring me peace. Although the manager ultimately did not agree to take action, the invaluable information he provided was enough for Pepper Potts to express her gratitude. Hope Van Dyne. Tony Stark being out of immediate danger is indeed a silver lining amidst misfortune. Wade Wilson. The manager is so confident that the playboy is unharmed? It seems he knows far more than we could have imagined. He truly lives up to his title. Wade Wilson. So, manager, since you are aware that Tony Stark is safe, you must also know who assaulted him and where he is located, correct? With Deadpool's remarks, the attention of everyone in the group became intensely focused on Rasha. The information he was alluding to was of paramount importance. Zhao Helen, manager, though it may be presumptuous, if you truly possess this knowledge, would you be so kind as to share it with us? Zhao Helen, while you have stated that Stark is not in danger, does this not imply that his situation is still quite dire? It would be wise to rescue him as soon as possible. Pepper Potts, manager, I implore you, please share more with us. If you truly know Stark's whereabouts, could you tell me? Thus, Pepper Potts began to earnestly plead with Rasha in the group chat. For Rasha, Tony Stark was of little significance. He had no intention of intervening to rescue him. However, given the fervent pleas of his client, he found it reasonable to expend some effort to locate Tony Stark. After all, it was merely a matter of convenience. Moreover, Rasha suddenly entertained another consideration. Although he had sold a considerable number of devil fruits, their overall notoriety still fell short of the threshold required for him to host an auction. Presently, it appeared to be an opportune moment for a devil fruit user to garner significant attention. After all, Tony Stark's abduction had captured global attention with countless eyes, both public and official, fixated upon him. If a devil fruit user were to rescue Tony Stark, it would undoubtedly generate a substantial wave of interest in the devil fruits. Thus, Rasha promptly made his decision. He ceased his idle chatter and immediately unleashed his observation hockey, enveloping the entirety of the earth. In an instant, he located Tony Stark. Tony Stark is currently confined in a cave within the Afghan desert. Please hold on while I pinpoint the exact coordinates on the map, Rasha stated. As he found a map online, marked the location, and shared a screenshot in the group chat. Pepper Potts, thank you so much, manager. I am sincerely grateful. Wade Wilson, now that the manager has provided us with the specific coordinates, the remaining task becomes considerably simpler. We shall head directly to this location and rescue Tony Stark. Correct? Wade Wilson, this is truly exhilarating. I haven't engaged in mercenary work for quite some time, and I never expected such a significant opportunity to arise. Wade Wilson, this is Tony Stark we're talking about. If we manage to rescue him, I shall become the most formidable mercenary. No, I will ascend to the status of a legend among mercenaries. The prospect of such a monumental job involving Tony Stark stirred even Deadpool, who had long distanced himself from the mercenary life, into action. Wade Wilson, Pepper, just to clarify, this location is quite perilous. So you must arrange for a private jet to transport us, right? This should pose no problem for someone of your stature. Additionally, I must stress that while we may be familiar, financial compensation cannot be overlooked. Vanessa, Wade, what did you promise me before? You said you would distance yourself from the mercenary lifestyle. Wade Wilson, Vanessa, I understand I made that promise, but the circumstances have changed. Pepper has reached out. We cannot simply ignore this, can we? Wade Wilson, moreover, I am not the only one. Others will join as well, right? We can form a super team of devil fruit users. My goodness, what a splendid idea. Initially, Pepper Potts merely sought assistance in locating Tony Stark, without much thought. However, now that Tony Stark has been found, Pepper's aspirations have expanded. She further hopes everyone can assist in rescuing him. Of course, she could relay this information to Rhodey or the FBI, but who could ever have too much insurance? The more individuals who can aid in Tony Stark's rescue, the better. It goes without saying that everyone in this group is extraordinary, each having consumed a devil fruit. With such an opportunity at hand, Pepper Potts will certainly not let it slip by. Pepper Potts, rest assured, Wade, as long as we can save Stark, money is of no concern. A private jet is certainly not an issue. Pepper Potts, everyone, I hope to hire all of you to aid in Stark's rescue, just as I hired Wade. Who else is willing to join? Wade Wilson, Wilson Fisk, shall we go together? Your iron fruit will come in handy. And everyone, don't miss out on this marvelous opportunity. Not only can we earn a substantial sum, but we can also have someone like Tony Stark owe us a favor. What is not to like? Wilson Fisk, count me in. As Deadpool stated, the chance to align with Tony Stark is one I do not wish to miss. Hope Van Dyne, I will join as well, but Pepper, I do not want money. I am agreeing solely because you requested it, nothing more. Chapter 155, Before the Ability Users, S. H. I. E. L. D. holds no weight at first glance. Hope's words may seem somewhat insincere and pretentious, yet they genuinely reflect her true sentiments. Her decision to partake in the mission to rescue Tony Stark, while undeniably influenced by some pragmatic factors, is not driven by monetary gain. After all, Hope is not in need of money. Not only is Hank Pym quite affluent, but Hope herself holds a prominent position at Pym Technologies, making her quite wealthy as well, comparable to Pepper Potts. The primary reason for Hope's involvement is to mitigate the possibility of Darren Cross turning the tide against them. Although the plan dictates that Hope and Hank Pym will work together to dismantle Darren Cross's foundation, he has been operating for years and undoubtedly possesses some resources. Indeed, while it is true that Hank Pym has successfully imprisoned him for now, should he ever manage to stage a comeback in the future, Hope would not be surprised. Though endowed with certain extraordinary abilities, she and Hank Pym ultimately lacked the fortitude to confront capital. From the outset, Hope regarded the chat group of this devil fruit user as her most formidable trump card, should circumstances spiral beyond her control. Akin to the predicament currently faced by Pepper Potts, this group may well be her sole recourse. Thus, establishing her presence in the group, forging amicable relations with fellow members, and nurturing camaraderie are imperative. As for inducing Tony Stark to owe her a favor, that consideration is secondary for Hope. Pepper Potts noted that 3 individuals with abilities had already committed, though it fell short of her expectations. The store manager, presumed to possess the greatest strength, appeared disinterested, while the widely regarded formidable laser man, Li Xuanhuan, remained noncommittal. Nevertheless, the fact that 3 empowered individuals had stepped forward brought Pepper considerable solace. With her own involvement, that would make 4. Indeed, Pepper intended to take matters into her own hands. Although her mastery of her fruit power was not yet polished, and she could not yet create protective shields with bubbles, she could still wash away the enemy's strength with her bubbles. She firmly believed her abilities would prove invaluable. Mobius, I apologize, Pepper. Although I wish to contribute, my hormone fruit cannot be of assistance. Charles Xavier, regrettably, Miss Potts. I have numerous matters to attend to at the school and cannot be away. In truth, this was merely a pretext. The real reason for Professor X's reluctance to intervene stemmed from a prior agreement with the authorities that forbade his involvement in mundane affairs. Zhao Hailuan, I am also unable to assist and can only pray for your success in rescuing Stark. Pepper Potts, it is quite all right, everyone. I appreciate your sentiments and am truly grateful. Pepper Potts, so, Mr. Wade, Mr. Fisk, and Ms. Hope, let us not delay any further. Shall we depart promptly? Deadpool, Kingpin, and Hope readily concurred, for rescuing a life is akin to extinguishing a fire. Such endeavors are best embarked upon without delay. They proceeded to arrange a gathering at Stark Tower, with Pepper seizing this opportunity to organize the plane. Once everyone was assembled, they would set forth to Afghanistan to rescue Tony Stark. Thus, the plan was solidified. However, just as everyone prepared to embark, the long-absent Black Widow unexpectedly made her presence known. As the group discussed how to rescue Tony Stark, Black Widow was preoccupied with escorting Lucian and only now found time to join the conversation. She quickly skimmed through the chat history and was struck by a sudden headache. Pepper Potts had astonishingly enlisted the group's members to venture into Afghanistan for Tony Stark's rescue, complicating matters unnecessarily. Although the individuals planning to intervene were indeed formidable, possessing considerable combat capabilities, the task of rescuing someone from terrorists required professional expertise. It was not merely a matter of brute strength. Natasha Romanoff, the manager, even knows where Tony Stark is being held. It seems I have missed quite a bit. Natasha Romanoff. Nevertheless, under these circumstances, Pepper, dear colleagues, let us take charge of this matter through S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff. I shall promptly report to the director and head to Afghanistan at once to retrieve Tony Stark. Previously, Black Widow had jested in the group, assuring everyone that S.H.I.E.L.D. would not intervene unless Tony Stark was genuinely kidnapped, emphasizing their distinction from the police. Who would have thought that? At this moment, Tony Stark would indeed be abducted? What a predicament. Wade Wilson. Agent, you pursue your rescue while we handle ours. Our efforts do not conflict. You are welcome to join us. S.H.I.E.L.D. has enough personnel without you. Pepper Potts. Natasha, I apologize, but I cannot remain in the office waiting for news. It is excruciating. I have already waited 7 days. Pepper Potts. Now that I possess the means to assist Stark, this is a rare opportunity that I must seize. Black Widow attempted to persuade Pepper Potts for a while longer, but found her resolve unwavering. Her determination was unyielding. Reluctantly, Black Widow conceded. Ultimately, she was merely an agent of an intelligence organization. Despite her affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D., she had no authority over someone of Pepper Potts' stature. The wealthy could afford to hire their own resources for Stark's rescue, a decision beyond her purview. However, this endeavor could potentially complicate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rescue operation, representing a latent risk. After careful consideration, Black Widow once again contacted Nick Fury, entrusting this troublesome issue to his judgment. What did you say? Tony Stark has been located? Nick Fury expressed considerable surprise upon receiving this news. Chapter 156. The birth of the first-generation Mark armor. The dawn of Iron Man. Tony Stark was ambushed in Afghanistan, leaving him untraceable. A situation of such magnitude that Nick Fury could not possibly remain uninformed. In truth, Nick Fury had already dispatched agents to investigate the matter. However, much like other organizations, S.H.I.E.L.D. had yet to uncover any leads. But now, the Black Widow unexpectedly reported to him that Tony Stark had been located. This revelation indeed astonished Nick Fury. Natasha, is the information reliable? From where did you obtain this news? Nick Fury inquired within the confines of secure communication, his singular eye gazing intently into the void ahead. This information was provided by shopkeeper Rasha. The Black Widow promptly replied in a serious tone. The shopkeeper furnished the precise coordinates of Tony Stark's location, though he did not disclose how he acquired this information. Nevertheless, I believe this intelligence to be credible. Since it originates from the shopkeeper, we should certainly take action. Nick Fury reached the same conclusion as the Black Widow. A person like shopkeeper Rasha, capable of providing such specific coordinates, could not be mistaken. Although the entire nation was searching for Tony Stark without success, it was no surprise that the shopkeeper had knowledge of his whereabouts. It was entirely normal for such enigmatic figures to accomplish what others could not. However, Director, we have encountered a minor complication. The Black Widow continued, informing Nick Fury about Pepper Potts hiring a Devil Fruit user to rescue Tony Stark. Nick Fury felt a slight twinge of discomfort. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, he made a decisive resolution. He would not obstruct the actions of those Devil Fruit users. Instead, S.H.I.E.L.D. would collaborate with them. For Nick Fury, this was an opportunity, since learning of the limited purchase of Devil Fruits, whereby the vast S.H.I.E.L.D. could only accommodate 3 individuals. Nick Fury had long considered the potential of other ability wielders. Now presented was a perfect occasion to engage with these other individuals. Furthermore, it was a crucial chance to gather intelligence on them. Gaining insights into these ticking time bombs was essential. I understand, Director. Without requiring further elaboration from Nick Fury, the Black Widow immediately grasped his intent and responded affirmatively. After the communication with Nick Fury was interrupted, Black Widow once again reached out to Pepper Potts, clearly conveying the intention of SHIELD to collaborate with them in a joint operation. Pepper Potts did not outright refuse this proposition. As long as SHIELD did not impede their efforts, these concerns were secondary. Moreover, it was evident that utilizing SHIELD's channels to reach Afghanistan would significantly enhance their efficiency. Although Pepper, with her capabilities, could arrange a private jet without difficulty, it would still require time. Additionally, sending a private plane to Afghanistan necessitated the appropriate formalities, which could lead to a series of complications. In fact, it might even prove more convenient to simply purchase a ticket for a commercial flight. Of course, there was an even more crucial consideration. Pepper understood that rescuing individuals from terrorists was no trivial matter. Intelligence gathering, tactical planning, rapid response actions, orderly evacuations, and emergency protocols for unforeseen circumstances were indeed not tasks that amateurs could handle adeptly. While Pepper contemplated the strength in numbers and wished to enlist more capable individuals to enhance the likelihood of a successful rescue, she did not completely lose her rationality and was aware of the inherent risks. However, collaborating with SHIELD would eliminate these concerns, allowing everyone to reach the cave as swiftly as possible and initiate a well-organized rescue of Tony Stark. Subsequently, Pepper contacted Deadpool, Kim, and Hope, informing them of the joint operation with SHIELD. Although these individuals harbored various reservations, after careful consideration, they all agreed to participate. Thus, a consensus was reached. In Afghanistan, within a cavern amidst the vast desert, a faint click echoed as Tony Stark pressed the switch on a small device resting on the table before him, causing a soft azure light to shimmer forth. It possessed an indescribable allure. Though Tony maintained a facade of calmness, he could not suppress a deep sigh of relief within. This device was the core component essential for his escape, exceedingly important, and the limited resources within the cave would only suffice for a single experiment. Should he fail, all would be irrevocably lost. He would be doomed to rot in this lightless cavern for eternity. Yet, true to his genius, Tony Stark succeeded in creating such a complex device on his first attempt. This was not akin to the Jericho missile. A voice broke the silence. It was Ethan, who was working alongside Tony in the cave, gazing at the device with a look of incredulity. This is a small arc reactor. Tony Stark did not conceal this from his colleague, who had collaborated with him for a week, but rather chose to unveil the truth. With the impending creation of the Iron Man suit, it would surely be impossible to keep it hidden from Ethan's keen eyes. Thus, it was wiser to disclose the reality beforehand. This would also facilitate Ethan's cooperation when the need arose. In my hometown, there exists a large reactor that powers my factory, effectively preventing shrapnel from penetrating my heart. What is its power output? If my calculations are correct, it is an astounding 3 billion joules per second. That is sufficient to sustain your life 50 times over. Ethan exclaimed in astonishment. It is indeed remarkable that Tony Stark, under such rudimentary conditions within this cave, could devise such a battery. He is nothing short of a genius. However, Tony Stark cryptically remarked, it might only suffice for a hefty individual for a mere quarter of an hour. At this juncture, Tony Stark had already formulated a plan to construct the Iron Man suit to effect his escape, with the blueprints for the original Mark suit already drafted. He intended to clandestinely manufacture the initial armor in the ensuing days, and with this formidable weapon, make a bold bid for freedom. The stakes could not be higher. However, unbeknownst to him, as he gazed upon the arc reactor with satisfaction, a Quinjet was already soaring into the sky. Chapter 157. The Special Forces of Enhanced Individuals spring into action. Afghanistan. Amidst the vast, desolate expanse of the desert, a supply truck ambled along the sole dirt road. The driver and co-driver conversed in a language incomprehensible to outsiders, one that only a small Middle Eastern nation would understand, sharing laughter and idle chatter. Both men bore firearms at their waists, and the co-driver had a submachine gun carelessly placed by his feet. Inside the truck's cargo area, alongside essential supplies, sat 4 burly men. They were seated in pairs, each cradling a weapon, laughing heartily, seemingly engaged in lively banter. Yet, these individuals remained oblivious to the presence of several concealed figures behind the nearby earthen mound and rocky cover. Among them were Hawkeye, Barton, Black Widow, Clint, Deadpool, Hope, and several agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Notably absent was Pepper Potts. Initially, Pepper had fervently insisted on participating in this operation, asserting that her bubble fruit could play a crucial role, yet she was unanimously declined by the others. What a farce. Pepper Potts is merely an ordinary professional woman. Even if she were to consume a devil fruit and acquire a modicum of superpowers, her overall capabilities would still fall short, rendering her incapable of executing such military-grade operations. Thus, under the strong insistence of Hawkeye, Barton, and Black Widow, Pepper remained at the command center, awaiting updates, rather than accompanying them. In contrast, Hope, who bears a striking resemblance to Pepper in many aspects, finds herself in a different predicament. On the surface, she appears to be just another corporate worker, yet she has undergone rigorous training. While her skills may not rival those of Black Widow and Hawkeye, she certainly surpasses many other agents. Indeed, this is the elite team of Devil Fruit users assembled for the rescue of Tony Stark, serving as the vanguard for the operation. Everyone, take note, the target has appeared. Hawkeye Barton conducted a careful reconnaissance before alerting his fellow operatives. In truth, there was no need for his words. The others had already noticed. All right, Hope, it's your moment to shine, Black Widow remarked, casting a glance at Hope. Nodding in acknowledgement, Hope refrained from unnecessary chatter, swiftly donning her wasp helmet and pressing the button. With a whoosh, she transformed into a wasp, fluttering her wings as she darted towards the supply truck. Wow, did you see that? She actually shrank. What an intriguing suit. I wonder if she could lend it to me someday. I'd love to experience the sensation of flying small, Deadpool mused. However, it seems this suit is specifically designed for women, so it might look odd on me. But I do enjoy peculiar things. As Deadpool gazed at the rapidly disappearing Hope, he began his incessant chatter once more. Wait, could you please keep quiet? Black Widow interjected. Exasperated, she had noticed his incessant prattling in their group chat, but to discover he was equally verbose in real life was unexpected. Since their gathering, Deadpool had not paused his chatter for a moment. While the others found his antics somewhat bothersome, they had tolerated him out of politeness. However, given the gravity of their current mission, Black Widow could no longer endure his incessant rambling. Okay, I just find this all incredibly amusing, Deadpool replied, raising his hands and miming a zipper across his mouth. With that, Black Widow turned her attention back to the supply truck ahead. However, due to the wasp's diminutive size, it was difficult to discern any further details for the time being. However, Hawkeye Barton, who was by Black Widow's side, observed everything with utmost clarity. His own eyes had undergone enhancements, granting him extraordinary vision, which is why he bore the moniker of Hawkeye. Coupled with the augmentation from consuming the falcon fruit, his sight reached new heights. Under the gaze of Hawkeye Barton, he witnessed Hope transform into the wasp, crashing forcefully into the front of the supply truck. In that instant, her fruit ability activated, causing ripples on the truck's metal facade, presenting no hindrance to Hope as she seamlessly penetrated inside. With a resounding crash, the wasp form of Hope collided fiercely with the burly man seated in the passenger seat. The impact struck him like a bolt from the blue, sending him flying out of the vehicle. The door was flung open, crashing onto the pavement. The driver, taken aback, had barely time to react before Hope replicated her earlier maneuver, swiftly ejecting him as well. It was only at this moment that Hope reverted to her original form, methodically applying the brakes. Suddenly, the rear doors of the vehicle burst open, and several burly men armed with submachine guns rushed out. Yet, before they could respond, an arrow descended from above, aimed directly at them. However, it did not strike any of them but landed at their feet. In quick succession, the arrow emitted arcs of electricity, incapacitating the men instantly. Hawkeye Barton commanded the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who promptly surged forward to subdue the assailants. Several empowered individuals emerged from their cover, advancing towards the supply truck. Among them, Black Widow approached the driver, gently touching his face before pressing her own, instantly transforming into his likeness. Wow, is this the mimic fruit? It's like a masterful transformation technique. exclaimed Deadpool. Agent Natasha, I mean no offense. But after you transformed into a man, it seems things have flattened out there. Do you feel uncomfortable? Deadpool began to exclaim with his usual dramatics. God, can someone please stitch this guy's mouth shut? Black Widow shook her head, exasperated, as she responded, her voice now resonating in a masculine tone. Both Clint and Hope regarded her with awe, marveling at the true perfection of the mimic fruit's abilities. Without further ado, aside from Hawkeye Barton, the other capable individuals and the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. swiftly entered the vehicle. The Black Widow deftly ignited the engine, leaving a trail of dust in her wake. Chapter 158, Stark's Bewilderment. Is this superpower? With the flawless disguise provided by the mimic fruit, the Black Widow encountered no obstacles and smoothly passed through several checkpoints. Ultimately, she drove the vehicle into the lair of the Middle Eastern terrorists who had kidnapped Tony Stark. During this driving expedition, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents within the vehicle were far from idle. They had already employed specialized equipment to conduct a comprehensive reconnaissance of the base. The number of personnel and weapons within the facility was now crystal clear. This must undoubtedly be the cave the manager had mentioned. While driving, the Black Widow communicated over the comms, instructing the agents to ascertain Stark's whereabouts. Yes, an agent promptly replied, utilizing thermal imaging equipment to observe the cave's interior. The thermal imaging revealed a total of 18 individuals, scattered across various corners and corridors. Although the specifics of their facial features were obscured, preventing the identification of Tony Stark, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents accurately pinpointed the suspicious area. Among the 18 individuals, 16 were armed, making it evident that they could not be Tony Stark. The remaining 2 unarmed individuals, however, stood apart, situated in the core of the cave. Undoubtedly, one of them had to be Tony Stark. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents relayed this intelligence to the Black Widow. Hope, we will be relying on you next, the Black Widow requested over the comms. Understood. Hope transformed into the Wasp once more, effortlessly flying into the cave to confirm the suspected location described by the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. As she utilized her powers to make her way to the destination, she found Tony Stark alongside another man wearing glasses, busily forging metal. Target confirmed. I've located Tony Stark. Hope immediately announced over the comms. Yes, a wave of exhilaration surged through everyone. Now that we have found Tony Stark, let us proceed with the plan. The Black Widow declared over the comms to all. Understood. Received. Everyone responded in unison. Hope first soared into the central control room of the cave like a wasp, uttering not a word and immediately tossing a gas grenade. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst the violent coughing, several terrorists who had been laughing and monitoring the screens collapsed to the ground. Without sparing them a glance, Hope elegantly fluttered her wings and swiftly made her way, utilizing her fruit-based abilities, to the section of the cave where Tony Stark was imprisoned. Clang, clang. Tony Stark, drenched in sweat, was vigorously hammering a glowing red metal component. This playboy was likely experiencing manual labor for the first time in his life. Quick, Ethan, douse it with water. Noticing the moment was ripe, Tony immediately called out to his assistant, Ethan, who promptly picked up a basin of water prepared earlier. However, before he could pour it, a figure suddenly appeared before him. What the? A ghost? Ethan was startled, causing him to spill the entire basin of water over Tony Stark. Stark, there shouldn't be anyone here just now, right? Ethan adjusted his glasses, his expression one of shock, as he stared at Hope, swallowing hard and seeking confirmation from Tony. Tony Stark's eyes widened in astonishment as he was equally bewildered by the unexpected arrival. He could assert with absolute certainty that there had been no one there moments ago, not even a ghost. This individual had materialized out of thin air. Fascinating technology. Is it cloaking? Tony pondered, noting Hope's distinctive uniform, leading him to an instinctive conclusion. There's no time for that. Stark, I'm here to rescue you, Hope declared, suddenly raising her hand. Then, as if performing a magic trick, a bulletproof vest materialized in her previously empty palm. So it's not cloaking, but rather a form of enlargement and reduction? Tony's brow furrowed as he found himself musing over the mechanics behind it, truly a testament to his scientific obsession. However, Hope had no time for pleasantries. Without further ado, she swiftly donned the bulletproof vest onto Tony Stark and urged him, we need to move quickly. Oh right. Tony Stark hurriedly evaded, raising his hand high. He possessed an eccentricity, disliking unwarranted contact from others. Was it truly necessary? I can walk on my own. Hope shook her head slightly, a look of exasperation on her face. This playboy certainly had his share of trivial concerns. Even in such dire circumstances, he was still hesitant. Consequently, Hope swiftly approached the cavern wall, extending her hand to press against it. Initially, Tony Stark was bewildered by Hope's intentions, but in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of surprise. For he beheld the wall she was touching begin to ripple. What was happening? Was it some supernatural ability? Or was he merely imagining things? Rubbing his eyes carefully, he realized he had not been mistaken. At that moment, Hope stepped forward, half of her body merging into the wall, nearly causing Tony Stark to pop his eyes out in disbelief. How could a person merge into the cavern wall? It defied all logic. Tony Stark rushed to Hope's side, scrutinizing the wall with his touch. Yet, an uncanny phenomenon occurred. The wall, which appeared to ripple, remained solid beneath his fingers despite Hope's half-immersion. Only by holding your hand can I ensure your escape. So, do you wish to leave? Hope once again extended her hand towards Tony Stark. It was then that he comprehended her intent, although he could not fathom why this woman possessed such wall-phasing prowess. It was evident that she needed to grasp his hand to facilitate their passage through the wall, leaving no room for doubt. Wait. Just as he was about to depart with Hope, Tony Stark suddenly recalled something and glanced at Ethan beside them. Come on, let's South leave this place together. Who is he? Hope raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Ethan before turning back to Tony Stark with a questioning look. He is, like me, a captive. He is also a scientist, and his name is Ethan. He wishes to accompany me, Tony Stark asserted decisively. Pausing as he seemed to realize the gravity of their situation and slightly tempered his demeanor, adding, please. Hope regarded Tony Stark, then looked at Ethan, shaking her head in resignation. Though this may require extra effort, hold his hand. Tony Stark's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Ethan, we can leave this place. Suddenly, a cacophony of angry voices erupted from the corridor outside. Although Tony Stark could not comprehend the words being spoken, his expression shifted dramatically. The terrorists had arrived. Quick! Tony called out to Ethan, grasping his hand without hesitation while his other hand clasped Hope's. Without further ado, Hope seized Tony and Ethan, swiftly turning to charge toward the interior of the cave. Bang! At that moment, the cave entrance was violently flung open, and several gun-toting terrorists stormed in. They quickly scanned the cavern, their eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. What was happening? Ethan had vanished into the wall. Had Tony Stark and his shadowy accomplice unearthed a secret passage? The terrorists, unwilling to waste a moment, dashed towards the spot where Ethan had disappeared to conduct a meticulous search. However, after their thorough examination, they found only the unyielding rock wall, no signs of any tunnel. Were Tony Stark and Ethan capable of passing through solid stone? The terrorists exchanged bewildered glances, their shock palpable. Tony Stark had escaped. Immediately, two of them pulled out their walkie-talkies to relay the news. Escaped? Where could he possibly go? I didn't witness anyone exiting. At the cave entrance, a bald man clutched a walkie-talkie, his countenance dark with rage. This man was none other than Reza, the leader of the terrorist group. Upon discovering that everyone in the control room had been incapacitated, he quickly realized that an agent must have infiltrated their ranks to orchestrate Tony Stark's rescue. Though he could not fathom how the agents had gained access, he promptly ordered the cave to be sealed off. He personally led the effort to guard the sole entrance, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. Simultaneously, he dispatched numerous personnel to search every passage within the cave, reasoning that Tony Stark should have had no chance of escaping. Yet now, his subordinates reported that the man had indeed fled. How could this be? Was it before he had sealed the cave? Such a scenario was utterly implausible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this critical juncture, a series of piercing sounds suddenly echoed in succession. The attention of Reza and his fellow terrorists was abruptly drawn. Instinctively, they turned their heads to witness a deluge of arrows cascading from the heavens. What is happening? Where did these arrows come from? The crowd swiftly gazed upward, only to behold a solitary bird soaring through the vast sky. Although its precise movements were obscured, it was evident that all the arrows were descending from this avian figure. Bring that thing down. Reza's countenance darkened ominously. Although he was unaware of which agency had developed such advanced avian technology, it was unmistakable that this winged operative had come to rescue Tony Stark. Gunfire erupted as several terrorists raised their weapons, aiming at the airborne figure. However, given the considerable distance and Hawkeye Barton's remarkable speed, it was improbable that they could hit him. Calmly, Hawkeye circled in the sky, methodically releasing arrow after arrow, primarily targeting the terrorists' armored vehicles, defensive structures, and munitions depots, rather than aiming at individuals. When the moment seemed right, Hawkeye pressed a button. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted, sending shockwaves through the base, engulfing it in flames and smoke, making it tremble as if the very earth beneath their feet quaked from the ferocity of the blasts. Simultaneously, a squad of fully armed H-I-E-L-D agents, concealed within the supply truck, received their orders and swiftly emerged, mercilessly firing upon the terrorists. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Chaos ensued as the terrorists scrambled to arm themselves, taking cover behind rocky outcrops to retaliate against the H-I-E-L-D agents. The sound of gunfire filled the air. All right, it's our turn now. I can hardly contain my excitement. At this moment, Deadpool donned his mask, unsheathed the sword he had been carrying on his back, and nonchalantly charged toward one group of terrorists. Someone's coming. Kill that guy? Gunfire erupted once more. Amidst the resounding roars, a multitude of bullets surged forth, creating a veritable storm of gunfire. Bullets? Such trivialities hold no sway over me. My sword can cleave through them with ease. Deadpool exclaimed triumphantly, his hands swirling as he wielded his twin blades, crafting an exquisite tapestry of shimmering swordplay before him. The sound of metal clashing rang out, a symphony of chaos. Thus, with sparks flying and lightning crackling, Deadpool, in an utterly commanding manner, forged his way through the hail of gunfire, swimming against the current until he stood face to face with a throng of terrorists. Yet, by this point, his attire bore several puncture wounds. Chapter 160. The Despair of the Powered Ones. What manner of monsters are these? Indeed, it was merely his clothing. Having consumed the slippery fruit, Deadpool's skin had attained an almost supernatural smoothness. When the bullets struck him, they inflicted no harm, merely ricocheting away. The slippery fruit truly rendered him bulletproof. It appears I may consider experimenting with other styles of attire in the future. Deadpool felt a surge of excitement. He had previously donned the red uniform, believing its hue would make blood from wounds less conspicuous, thus enhancing his cool demeanor. However, this did not imply an affinity for red attire. But now, as a man who would not bleed, he need not be confined to crimson garments. What about black, my friend? Deadpool eagerly inquired of the terrorists before him, only to find them utterly dumbfounded. This man must be a devil. He managed to block their submachine guns with mere twin swords, and not just one. Yet, soon the terrorists noticed the bullet holes adorning Deadpool's outfit, and comprehension dawned upon them. This fellow was clad in body armor. They were thoroughly astonished. How infuriating! Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. A few of the terrorists regained their composure and raised their submachine guns once more, unleashing a fierce barrage at Deadpool. Clang, clang. But all they perceived were fleeting glimmers of cold light, as Deadpool's long sword mercilessly severed their throats, with the sound of blood splattering in mere moments. Deadpool had dispatched the terrorists before him with ruthless efficiency. He flicked his sword, casting off the blood, and charged towards his next target. Boom. At that moment, a resounding explosion echoed, prompting Deadpool to instinctively dodge to the side and leap away. Behind him, a tumultuous wave of earth erupted, accompanied by a terrifying cloud of smoke. The immense shockwave sent Deadpool tumbling several meters away, crashing heavily onto a pile of stones, leaving him momentarily dazed. For an ordinary person, such a blow would undoubtedly be fatal. However, in the next instant, Deadpool rose to his feet, vigorously shaking his head as if nothing had happened. He glanced towards the origin of the artillery fire, spotting a tank's cannon still emitting wisps of smoke. A tank? This seems rather exaggerated, he thought, as he quickly regained his footing, drawing his sword once more to charge into the fray. Boom, boom. The tank continued to unleash its relentless barrage, suppressing the S-H-I-E-L-D agents, rendering them unable to lift their heads. Did you see that tank? Black Widow inquired through the communication channel, reaching out to Hawkeye, who was perched above, raining down arrows. Can you take care of that thing? She asked, her tone grave. No need to trouble yourself. Leave it to me. Hawkeye had yet to respond when the voice of Kim Possible rang through the channel. I'm right by that tank. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye relaxed his grip on the bowstring, opting for a different arrowhead while shifting his focus onto another enemy. This mission involved not only rescuing Tony Stark, but also gathering intelligence on the Devil Fruit users. Since Kim had volunteered, Hawkeye was more than willing to let her take action. He welcomed the opportunity. Thus, while eliminating other foes, Hawkeye utilized his exceptional eyesight to keep an eye on Kim from his vantage point in the sky. Black Widow did the same, engaging the enemy while monitoring Kim's progress. With determination, Kim accepted her daunting task. In an instant, she transformed her body into steel and surged towards the tank. Simultaneously, her hands began to glow a deep crimson. As gunfire erupted around her from numerous terrorists, bullets struck her without inflicting any harm. She approached the tank with remarkable ease. "Huh," Kim exclaimed, her voice a low growl, as her now heated and crimson hands seized the tank's cannon. With a fierce grip, she crushed the cannon in her grasp. Thud. Witnessing this scene, Reza could not help but swallow hard, nearly popping his eyes out in disbelief. Grasping the tank's cannon? What kind of absurdity was this? What manner of creature was that rotund behemoth? And what about the individual wielding dual swords against submachine guns, effortlessly crushing the gunners into mere pulp? From whence did these monstrosities emerge? "Chief, we must retreat. The brothers can no longer hold on." Amidst the turmoil, one of his trusted aides rushed to Reza, urging him. A look of bitter reluctance immediately crossed Reza's face. To flee in such a cowardly manner was an affront to his pride, not to mention the catastrophic loss of abandoning a base he had painstakingly built. Yet, a furtive glance around confirmed his aide's assertion. Despite the battle having commenced only a short while ago, their ragtag group stood no chance against the well-trained operatives, especially with several monsters among them and lethal arrows raining down from above. Reza's forces had already suffered devastating casualties. Though he was loath to admit it, Reza recognized the inevitability of their defeat. The tide had turned irreversibly. If they did not retreat now, they might not have the opportunity to escape at all. "Withdraw," he resolved. But barely had the words left his lips when his aide suddenly struck him fiercely on the back of the head. Reza staggered and collapsed to the ground. In that moment, his aide approached, pressing a hand on Reza's face and then on his own, transforming entirely into Reza's likeness. It was unmistakably Black Widow. The surrounding terrorists were left dumbfounded, murmuring incoherently and hastily raising their weapons. However, before they could react, Black Widow swiftly eliminated them with ruthless efficiency. "Everyone, stand down." Once she had dealt with those who had witnessed her transformation, Black Widow boldly emerged, addressing all the terrorists. Chapter 161. Tony Stark. Is the Devil Fruit real? With a commanding shout, Black Widow captured the attention of all the terrorists. She raised her hands high, slowly stepping forward, and called out towards the direction of the H-I-E-L-D. "Agents, we surrender. We surrender. Everyone, lay down your arms. Lay down all weapons." After announcing their surrender, Black Widow sternly admonished the terrorists. Faced with the undeniable reality that their leader had capitulated, the terrorists had little left to say. Following Black Widow's example, they relinquished their arms, raising their hands in surrender. Subsequently, the agents of S-H-I-E-L-D sprang into action, apprehending all the surrendered terrorists. The entire base was swiftly brought under the control of S-H-I-E-L-D. As for Tony Stark, he had already been evacuated and relocated the moment Hope rescued him, and thus was no longer present at the scene. At the makeshift command center, Pepper Potts paced anxiously at the entrance, her breaths becoming increasingly rapid. Despite having received Natasha's message confirming Tony Stark's successful rescue and his swift journey to the command center, she could not find solace until she laid eyes on him. Behind Pepper, other S-H-I-E-L-D agents and a prepared medical team awaited his arrival, all eagerly anticipating his return. As time stretched on in this agonizing wait, a convoy finally emerged in the distance, gradually coming to a halt before them. Bang, bang, bang. The car doors swung open in quick succession, and from the third vehicle emerged a disheveled, yet spirited Tony Stark, carefully stepping out. "Tony," Pepper exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards him. Upon seeing his condition, her heart sank. "My goodness, what happened to you? Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just trying out a new look. I think it's rather stylish. Don't you agree?" Tony Stark, ever the irreverent soul, managed to jest with his assistant despite his predicament. "Mr. Stark," a voice called out. Simultaneously, A middle-aged man with a receding hairline and an earnest demeanor approached Tony Stark. I am an agent of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. You may call me Coulson. Coulson introduced himself succinctly to Tony Stark. What division? Tony raised an eyebrow, having never encountered an agency with such an unwieldy and lengthy name. Clang, clang. The sound of metallic objects clashing reverberated as prepared medical personnel approached, wheeling a stretcher in front of Tony Stark. Are you jesting? I have no need for this contraption. Tony Stark furrowed his brow and waved his hands dismissively. Agent Coulson nodded to the medical staff, who then retreated with the stretcher. Assuming the role of a host, Coulson escorted Tony Stark into the command center. Though there were numerous inquiries to be made of Tony Stark, it was evident that the present moment was not propitious for such discussions. Coulson briefly prepared some nourishment for Tony and offered a few words of encouragement before departing, granting Tony a moment of solitude. As for Ethan, he too was comfortably settled within the makeshift command center. However, Ethan, displaying a keen sense of propriety, chose to withdraw to another room upon seeing Pepper Potts come to visit Tony Stark. Tony, how are you feeling now? Pepper Potts inquired with deep concern, gently wiping the dust from Tony Stark's face. I was quite famished earlier, but after consuming a bit of food, I feel much improved. If only there were a comfortable bed here. I truly miss my old bed, Tony Stark remarked with a hint of nostalgia. He had been enduring restless nights on a hard floor, without so much as a mattress to cushion him, which had taken a toll on him. Tony, what exactly did those individuals do to you? Pepper Potts asked, her heart aching more with each passing moment. Oh, you must be exhausted. Suddenly recalling something, she set aside the towel in her hand. Just a moment. With a series of soft pops, bubbles began to emerge, adhering to Tony Stark's body. Instantly, he felt invigorated. The fatigue from his recent endeavors of wielding a hammer and welding in the cave vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind. Even though he had previously experienced the marvel of these magical bubbles, Tony Stark was still left in awe, marveling silently at Pepper's extraordinary ability. He paused, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Pepper had once mentioned that she had consumed a devil fruit, which granted her the power to create bubbles. This devil fruit, as she had described, could bestow superhuman abilities upon others. In the past, Tony Stark was a staunch skeptic, convinced that Pepper had been deceived. However, in this moment, uncertainty began to creep into his mind. The astonishing scene of Hope guiding him through the wall in the cave lingered in his thoughts, leaving him perplexed. Tony, what are you pondering? Pepper Potts, noticing Tony's dazed expression, could not resist inquiring with curiosity. Pepper, much like the bubble you've created, I too witnessed something rather extraordinary today. Do you know how I escaped? Someone actually brought me through the wall. Oh, by the way, that woman named Hope, do you know her? I saw you two exchanging greetings. If that's the case, could you summon her? I still cannot comprehend how she accomplished that. Tony Stark mused, addressing Pepper Potts. Ah, Hope? She, like me, is a wielder of a devil fruit ability. Pepper chuckled lightly, explaining to Tony Stark. She has consumed the water fruit, which allows her to transform objects she touches into a watery state. The water fruit. Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating such an answer. Could it be that this devil fruit truly exists? Chapter 162. Tony Stark's frightening revelation upon reflection. Tony Stark vividly recalled that when Hope was pulling them through the wall, the cave's walls indeed transformed into a form reminiscent of water, rippling outward in concentric circles. Yet, what was most astonishing, if not eerie, was that the rippling effect was solely visual, nothing more. Although he witnessed the walls morph into a watery guise, when Tony Stark reached out to touch them, he found them to be as impenetrable as ever. However, once Hope placed her hand upon it, the ripples transformed into genuine waves. This phenomenon left Tony Stark utterly baffled. The water fruit can render objects in a watery form, Tony Stark murmured, then suddenly turned his gaze to Pepper Potts. Pepper, could you elaborate further on this devil fruit? Well, Tony, Pepper Potts couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter tinged with a hint of playful mockery. Was the formerly dismissive Tony now contradicting himself? Nevertheless, she refrained from excessive chatter and proceeded to share everything she knew about the devil fruits with Tony Stark. Among those who have come to rescue you this time, there are several individuals with extraordinary abilities, Tony. They were specifically summoned to aid you. When they arrive, be sure to greet them. Pepper Potts said this with a serious demeanor, recalling something else. Tony Stark's interest was instantly piqued, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is that so, Pepper? Who are these individuals with abilities? Please, do tell me. You have already met Hope, who has consumed the water fruit. In addition to Hope, there is also Wade Wilson, who has ingested the slippery fruit. The slippery fruit? Indeed. Upon consuming this fruit, Wade's skin becomes exceptionally smooth, and if he wishes, he can reduce friction to zero, allowing bullets to effortlessly slide off him. Beyond Hope and Wade, there is also Wilson Fisk, who has consumed the iron fruit, which, as its name suggests, allows him to transform his body into iron. Moreover, there is Coulson's colleague, an agent named Natasha Romanoff, who has devoured the mimic fruit, granting her the ability to perfectly imitate any individual. Pepper Potts conveyed the intelligence of these extraordinary individuals participating in the mission to Tony Stark, who listened with growing fascination. He could hardly contain his eagerness to meet the remarkable individuals Pepper had mentioned. However, regarding Hawkeye Barton, Pepper was unaware of his true identity as an ability user, which has always been kept confidential. Even during missions, he has not revealed himself to others, merely soaring high above. Naturally, Pepper was oblivious to this. As Pepper Potts finished speaking, a commotion could be heard from outside. Tony Stark rose and approached the door, finding a group entering the command center. It was Black Widow and the other extraordinary individuals returning. Upon seeing this, Pepper hurried to greet them. "Tony Stark!" exclaimed Deadpool, who was covered in bullet holes, approaching Tony as if they were longtime friends. "Well, you certainly look like a beggar right now. No, more accurately, like a pile of, well, you know. Wait, I must capture this moment." With that, Deadpool pulled out his phone and began snapping pictures of Tony Stark, leaving him bewildered. He cast a puzzled glance at Pepper. "Who is this guy? He certainly doesn't treat himself as a stranger." "Tony, this is Wade Wilson, the one I told you about." Pepper Potts managed to force a somewhat awkward smile as she hastily introduced Tony Stark. "Are you the one with the slippery fruit ability?" Tony Stark raised an eyebrow, his playboy nature as forthright as ever. "May I touch your face to see just how slippery it truly is? You took so many pictures of me, surely. It wouldn't be unreasonable to expect a little reciprocation?" "No, absolutely not." Deadpool vehemently shook his head, resembling a bobblehead, unable to suppress a shiver. "A grown man touching another man's face? Come on, I'm a perfectly normal guy." Tony Stark replied, that exaggerated demeanor, that frenzied refusal. "It's as if Benny were about to force himself upon you. Wade, is your mind not functioning properly? Pepper, has he always been like this? Have you ever confirmed his mental state?" He turned to Pepper Potts with a look of perplexity. "Tony, Wade is just like this. You'll get used to it," she reassured. "Oh no, Wade, what are you doing?" Pepper exclaimed, unable to contain a shriek as Deadpool suddenly produced a gun from seemingly nowhere, as if he intended to eliminate Tony Stark for having offended him. "Wade, put that down immediately." Black Widow gasped, her voice sharp as she admonished Deadpool. Simultaneously, she aimed her widow's bite at him. Should he exhibit any erratic behavior, she would not hesitate to take action, though she often remained silent in their gatherings. She frequently observed, and based on Deadpool's reactions, it was evident that something was amiss in his mind. He could very well do anything reckless. What is the matter? Why is everyone so tense? "Yes, I have drawn a gun, but do you honestly believe I would shoot one of you?" Deadpool exclaimed. "Am I really perceived as such a lunatic in your eyes?" Observing the collective expressions of deep conviction around him, he felt a surge of indignation. "You all harbor a profound misunderstanding of me. I sense your palpable malice. I merely drew my weapon to demonstrate the slippery fruit ability to Tony. Didn't he want to see just how slippery my face is? If I shoot myself, he'll know. That won't be necessary, Wade, really." "I suddenly have no desire to witness that," Tony Stark interjected, thoroughly alarmed, eager to prevent Deadpool from creating a gaping hole in his own head due to his reckless words. Bang! However, the sound of gunfire soon erupted, as Deadpool decisively pulled the trigger against his own face. Chapter 163. Tony Stark. A visit to the Devil Fruit shop is unavoidable. "Ah!" A gasp escaped, as Pepper Potts shuddered violently, letting out a startled cry. Her heart nearly leaped from her chest. Although she was aware that Deadpool was a user of the Devil Fruit, she could not withstand his frenzied actions. Her heart was not so resilient. Gasp! Tony Stark himself froze, his body tensing as he drew a sharp breath. Even he was startled by Deadpool's reckless behavior. Then, in the next moment, the gun fired. The bullet struck Deadpool's face, but due to his skin's ability to adjust to zero friction, the bullet merely slid off, creating a hole in the nearby table. The bullet had actually been deflected. Tony Stark's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the bullet hole on the table, his mind engulfed in a daze. He could hardly believe his eyes. Just moments ago, someone had fired a gun at his face, and yet he remained unscathed. Such an occurrence, if not witnessed firsthand, Tony Stark would never have dared to believe. In search of a rational explanation for this bizarre phenomenon, he ransacked his vast repository of knowledge, only to find none of it could provide a satisfactory answer. The devil fruit? Could this truly be the devil fruit? Tony Stark fell into a deep state of self-doubt. Rationally, he still struggled to accept the existence of something so esoteric as the devil fruit. Yet simultaneously, the peculiarities of Pepper Potts' bubbles, Hope's ability to phase through walls, and Deadpool's bulletproof face left him perplexed. It seems that a visit to the devil fruit shop is absolutely necessary. This decision formed quietly in Tony Stark's mind. Previously, he had intended to confront the con artist who had deceived Pepper and Happy, eager to expose their ruse. However, now, he found himself less certain about the nature of the individual as a fraud. After a brief period of regrouping at the temporary base, the group wasted no time. Coulson left behind a necessary team to manage subsequent matters before escorting Tony Stark back. After nearly a dozen hours of travel, the Quinjet finally landed at ASHIELD facility. In this moment, Hope, Deadpool, and several other empowered individuals bid farewell to Tony Stark and departed. Tony Stark, without delay, returned to Stark Industries. Upon arriving at the plaza in front of the Stark Industries building, he was met with a throng of people, countless key members of Stark Industries, along with media representatives from all directions, packed the scene to the brim. "Tony, you know you can come back in a few days," Pepper Potts gently remarked, turning to him as they slowly entered the building. She couldn't quite understand why Tony insisted on coming to the company immediately after being rescued. It seemed utterly perplexing. When had her boss become so dedicated? Typically, he was elusive, leaving all company matters to her. Now, in the wake of such a significant upheaval, he suddenly altered his demeanor? "No, Pepper, I can't wait any longer. Since the day I was trapped in that cave, I've been contemplating this matter. At that moment, I wasn't sure if I would survive, but I promised myself that if I did, I would instigate change," Tony Stark remarked profoundly to Pepper Potts. Although she couldn't fully grasp his sentiments, she refrained from further persuading him. It was evident that he had made a resolute decision. At that moment, she simply needed to adhere to his directives. "So, Tony, what do you intend to do?" Pepper Potts inquired earnestly, her gaze fixed on him. "Contact the media. I wish to hold a press conference," Tony Stark replied with utmost seriousness. "Now, isn't that a bit hasty?" she questioned. "Indeed now?" Tony Stark asserted with unwavering conviction. In the press conference, dressed impeccably yet bandaged, Tony Stark addressed the camera with eloquence. "I witnessed young soldiers being killed by the very weapons I intended to use to protect them. I realized that I was becoming a part of this irresponsible world. I awoke to the understanding that beyond manufacturing weapons, I can contribute so much more to the world. Hence, I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, effective immediately, until I discover a new purpose for the company." On the television screen, Tony Stark's words resonated powerfully. He exemplified what it meant to be audacious. Even though Rorschach had seen the film and anticipated such events, witnessing it unfold on the news struck him profoundly. This indeed pertains to the manufacture of weaponry. Moreover, the magnitude of such an enterprise, akin to that of Stark Industries, undoubtedly involves colossal interests. Tony Stark's audacity in declaring the closure of operations without a flicker of hesitation truly exemplifies a level of reckless extravagance that is unparalleled, even among the most extravagant heirs across the globe. That said, it is evident that Tony Stark possesses the resources to indulge in such caprices. However, with Stark's liberation and the cessation of the weapons division, the narrative of Iron Man has unfurled in its entirety, heralding the imminent advent of a new era of superheroes. One cannot help but ponder how the devil fruit brought forth by Rorschach will alter this burgeoning epic of heroics. Rorschach is, indeed, filled with anticipation. Ding! A sudden notification from his mobile device breaks the silence. Upon inspection, Rorschach discovers a transfer alert, revealing a remittance of $500,000. The deposit has been duly settled, and he will expedite the procurement of gold, kindly requesting the shopkeeper to safeguard the transparent fruit. Concurrently, another message appears. Despite the unfamiliar number and lack of a signature, it is evident that this correspondence originates from the Punisher. Rorschach cannot help but admire the efficiency of the Punisher. as he has managed to amass such a substantial sum in a remarkably short span of time. Chapter 164. New guests and the growing favor for Zoan fruits. It is noteworthy that Bruce Banner has already transferred the $3 million required as a deposit for the Mera Mera no Mi through an anonymous overseas account. This demonstrates that Bruce Banner is faring quite well abroad. At least, when it comes to fund acquisition, he surpasses the Punisher by a considerable margin. This perfectly illustrates the adage that knowledge is wealth. With his 8 doctoral degrees and an abundance of research achievements and patents, monetizing his expertise is a relatively straightforward endeavor. Currently, both the Punisher's transparent fruit and Bruce Banner's Mera Mera no Mi are secured under reservation. Rorschach eagerly anticipates their arrival to procure these devil fruits. Should these two individuals become empowered, the Marvel Universe will undoubtedly transform into an exceedingly intriguing realm. Ding dong. As he is lost in contemplation, the wind chime at the entrance rings, signaling the arrival of a guest. Rorschach swiftly clears his mind of distractions, ready to welcome this new visitor. He glances towards the door and is taken aback to find a renowned celebrity standing before him, Tracy. Though the Tracy Show is merely a radio program, it enjoys immense popularity in the local community, boasting a dedicated group of fervent fans. Even Rasha has heard discussions about this program, despite having scarcely listened to it himself. However, when it comes to Tracy, Rasha quickly finds himself at ease. It is hardly surprising that this woman has come to purchase the mystical fruits. Tracy and Jessica Jones share a close friendship, and unlike Jessica, who seeks to rid herself of her superpowers, Tracy yearns to possess extraordinary abilities and to become a superhero. She longs to emulate the former Jessica Jones, utilizing her exceptional powers to combat the criminals that plague the city. Given that Jessica has previously visited the shop to procure the devil fruits and has witnessed their remarkable capabilities, it is entirely reasonable for Tracy to seek them out as well. With this in mind, a satisfied smile crept across Rasha's lips. This new wave of orders seemed all but secured. Welcome to the shop, he thought, and without further delay, he greeted Tracy with a warm smile. Thank you, shopkeeper. Tracy responded politely, while discreetly observing Rasha. To be candid, Rasha's appearance was somewhat unexpected for Tracy. She had gleaned from Jessica that the devil fruits could grant extraordinary powers, and she instinctively held a deep respect for the enigmatic proprietor of such a remarkable establishment. A mysterious figure began to take shape in her mind. However, the shopkeeper before her was far more approachable and down-to-earth. Hello, shopkeeper. Do you remember Jessica? Jessica Jones, the private detective in the black jacket and blue jeans. I'm her good friend, Tracy. I also host a program called The Tracy Show, which you might have heard of. Tracy's voice continued, and she politely extended her hand for a handshake. Miss Tracy, I recognized you the moment you entered, Rasha replied, smiling as he shook her hand. I've indeed heard of The Tracy Show. It's a fascinating and relatable program, and your hosting is exceptional. Of course, Rasha's claim of having heard the show was a mere fabrication. He had never been in the habit of listening to radio broadcasts. Nevertheless, Tracy was genuinely taken aback by Rasha's recognition of her, and a smile blossomed on her face. To think that someone like Manager Rasha has listened to her program fills Tracy with immense honor. Tracy, since you were introduced by a regular patron of the shop, you must have some understanding of the devil fruits, am I correct? Rasha inquired with a tone of firm conviction as he gazed at Tracy. Indeed, Manager. These are extraordinary fruits that grant superpowers upon consumption. It sounds truly unbelievable. A palpable excitement radiated from Tracy's face. Precisely. The devil fruits are indeed wondrous fruits that bestow extraordinary abilities. Since you are already somewhat informed, I shall refrain from further elaboration. At this juncture, Rasha presented Tracy with a catalog of the devil fruits available in the shop. Take a look and see if any of these fruits captivate your interest. Thank you, Manager. Tracy exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the catalog from Rasha's hands. Taking a deep breath, she began to peruse the various fruits with barely contained exhilaration. The catalog revealed an array of fruits, each possessing remarkable abilities that left Tracy in a state of awe. Remarkable. This is simply astonishing, Tracy exclaimed, unable to suppress her admiration as she studied the entries. However, the question lingered. Which ability would be the best choice? She envisioned herself, much like Jessica, wielding extraordinary strength to effortlessly confront criminals, while also exuding a sense of coolness and grandeur, transforming into a powerful and dashing superhero. Though her excitement was palpable, as Tracy scanned the fruits, She had yet to encounter one that truly sparked her interest. Admittedly, she acknowledged that the fruits were indeed impressive and their powers formidable. But none felt quite right for her. It was only when her gaze fell upon the Zoan-type fruits that her eyes suddenly brightened. Manager. The catalog states that Zoan fruits allow for 3 forms: human, hybrid, and animal. These forms can be freely transformed, correct? Moreover, regardless of which form one takes, the human consciousness remains unaffected. Is that so? Tracy asked, unable to contain her anticipation as she turned to Rasha. While this should have been a given, the significance of the matter compelled Tracy to seek confirmation from Rasha. Absolutely, Tracy. Rest assured, the Zoan fruits will not impose any adverse effects. They will solely grant you the abilities and strengths of the respective animals, nothing more. Rasha's reassurances allowed Tracy to finally relax her worries completely. Chapter 165. The marvelous female hero emerges. The cat fruit. Jungle cat form. Dear shopkeeper, could you grant me a moment more? I wish to thoroughly examine these Zoan fruits. Upon receiving an encouraging reply, Tracy exchanged a brief greeting with Rasha and began to scrutinize the array of Zoan fruits before her. She swiftly dismissed several options, such as the dog fruit and the ox fruit. However, her gaze soon fixated on one particular fruit, the cat fruit in its leopard form. Leopard form. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Tracy's eyes as her face radiated with exhilaration. Shopkeeper, if I consume this fruit, will I transform into a leopard? Just like the character Cheetah? Cheetah, a character from a comic, possesses the ability to metamorphose into a human-leopard hybrid. To ensure Rasha understood her reference, Tracy promptly elaborated. Fortunately, Rasha was familiar with the character. While not as renowned as others from the DC universe, she had indeed graced the silver screen. Indeed, Tracy, by consuming this fruit, you can become another cheetah, Rasha affirmed with a nod. Tracy was overwhelmed with enthusiasm, her body trembling with anticipation. The thrilling image of Cheetah danced in her mind, and she yearned to transform instantly, to embrace her alter ego and make a mark in this world. Cheetah, a figment of imagination, now presented her with a tangible opportunity to embody her. Yet, her excitement dampened as she glanced at the price of the fruit. 120 kilograms of gold, roughly $8 to $9 million. Gasping in disbelief, Tracy felt a wave of despair wash over her. While she was indeed a celebrity, merely a radio host, the prospect of shelling out such an exorbitant sum was utterly daunting. She quickly calculated her available finances, estimating only $3 to $4 million at her disposal, at best. Regret flooded her heart. If only she had known, she would have been more prudent with her spending in the past. What had compelled her to indulge in lavish properties and luxury cars? Yet, despite these inner musings, the thought of selling her home or car to finance the fruit seemed utterly implausible. She lacked the unwavering determination characteristic of Happy. After all, while becoming a superhero was indeed Tracy's heartfelt aspiration, she was equally reluctant to relinquish the comfortable life she currently enjoyed. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Tracy reluctantly averted her gaze, seeking a more suitable target. Fortunately, she soon discovered an alternative. Shopkeeper, I noticed you offer tasting services. May I sample this jungle cat fruit? Tracy inquired eagerly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she gazed at Rasha. Although the jungle cat fruit could not possibly compare to the leopard form, both cats and leopards belong to the same family, sharing significant similarities. Moreover, the term jungle cat inherently suggested a hunter's prowess. Even if its strength fell short of the leopard form, it was likely not far behind. More importantly, the price was reasonable. Tracy had noted that the jungle cat fruit was priced at only 50 kilograms of gold, a sum well within her means. Of course, Rasha replied without hesitation, promptly retrieving a sample of the jungle cat fruit and handing it to Tracy. Thank you, shopkeeper, Tracy exclaimed, extending her hands as if receiving a precious treasure. Carefully accepting the fruit sample, taking a deep breath, she bit into the sample with immense anticipation. The next moment, her expression transformed dramatically, her eyes widening in disbelief. As the flesh of the fruit entered her system, she felt a profound change within her body. The most immediate sensation was an overwhelming surge of strength, even without transforming. She was merely in her initial human form as a Zoan-type fruit user, yet she experienced a remarkable increase in power. Is this the devil fruit? Tracy murmured in exhilaration, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. This was the power she had longed for. Her deepest dream had finally come to fruition. Were it not for Rasha's presence and the inappropriateness of the moment, she would have leaped for joy. After a few deep breaths to compose herself, Tracy, filled with anticipation, began to experiment with her newfound sensations. In an instant, her body began to undergo a transformation, fur sprouting from her limbs and face, and even her claws extending. Simultaneously, she felt her strength multiply exponentially. Not only that, but her senses and thoughts had become remarkably clearer and more agile than before. As her gaze swept around, unable to suppress her impulses, Tracy ultimately turned her head, and her eyes naturally settled on the tree at the entrance of the shop. With a swift motion, Tracy propelled herself towards the tree, her speed astonishingly rapid, leaving a fleeting shadow in her wake. In the blink of an eye, she reached the base of the tree. Her claws struck out fiercely, raking across the bark. Crack, crack, crack. 3 distinct claw marks were etched into the trunk. With remarkable agility, she climbed upwards, resembling a large wildcat, and in an instant, she ascended to the treetop. Marvelous. Absolutely perfect. Manager, I have made my decision. I want this jungle cat fruit. Upon returning, Tracy eagerly announced to Roxa. She was exceedingly pleased with the jungle cat fruit. Certainly, that poses no issue. However, Tracy, if you are truly keen on this fruit, you may pay a deposit of 1 million to reserve it. The deposit will be fully refunded upon the final transaction, thereby preventing it from being purchased by someone else prematurely, Roxa suggested, nodding in agreement. Without a moment's hesitation, Tracy promptly transferred $1 million to Roxa. After exchanging pleasantries, she left with great satisfaction. Chapter 166. Hydra, we must seize Stark Industries. In the 3-winged building, the top-floor office. Ever since Tony Stark announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, the company's stock price had plummeted dramatically. As of the time of this report, Stark Industries stock had fallen by 37% and continued to decline significantly. The financial sector broadly predicted that the stock price might plunge by more than 50%. Alexander Pierce sat on the sofa, observing the news on the large screen, unable to contain a sardonic smile. That Tony Stark is truly a fool. A self-righteous, foolish idiot. What a pity. So much wealth. If Hydra could control such a cash cow, many grand plans could be realized. Yet, that Tony Stark has chosen to wield the axe and sever the very tree that bears the fruit. Just then, a knock echoed from outside, prompting Alexander Pierce to casually pick up the remote and press the off button. Click. The large screen suddenly turned black. Come in. At that moment, Alexander Pierce responded to the direction of the door. It swung open, revealing Marco's figure before Alexander Pierce. So, Marco, what kind of good news do you bring me this time? Alexander Pierce looked at Marco, his face brimming with anticipation. Before stepping into this office, Marco had already reported to Alexander Pierce that he had discovered something exceedingly intriguing regarding the abduction of Tony Stark. This matter was significant enough that even someone of Alexander Pierce's stature needed to be informed. Alexander Pierce's curiosity was instantly piqued. It is essential to understand that Tony Stark's kidnapping is a momentous event for any intelligence agency, yet in the presence of someone like Alexander Pierce, it lacked the weight to truly capture his attention. Not only Alexander Pierce, but even Nick Fury might not be overly concerned. Director, I believe you should take a look at this. Marco, however, did not elaborate further. Instead, he mysteriously produced a USB drive and placed it before Alexander Pierce. Casting a glance at Marco, Alexander Pierce readily picked up the USB drive, connected it to his computer, and opened the files within. What he found were a series of video and audio recordings. He casually clicked on several, only to discover that all the videos were recordings of the terrorists led by Reza, depicting the abduction and torment of Tony Stark. After a few clicks, finding nothing particularly suspicious, he proceeded to examine several audio files. To his astonishment, those recordings were conversations between Reza and another individual. The dialogues unmistakably revealed that the motive behind Reza's kidnapping of Tony Stark was a hired contract. No, it was not merely abduction. The individual who had employed Reza originally intended to murder Tony Stark. However, due to the fact that this person had initially concealed the true identity of the target from Reza and subsequently raised the price, Stark was not killed immediately. Instead, they planned to exploit him, imprisoning him in a cave to produce weapons. As for the identity of the mastermind, Alexander Pierce found the voice strikingly familiar. After a moment of contemplation, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Obadiah Stane? Alexander Pierce could not help but raise his head and glance at Marco. Indeed, Commander, those terrorists have confessed without any concealment. Their motive for abducting Tony Stark was indeed at the behest of Obadiah Stane. Obadiah's original intent was to eliminate Tony Stark directly. Yet upon realizing that their target was Stark, Reza and his associates hesitated and opted for negotiation instead. The discussion stalled, thus sparing Stark's life for the time being. Marco nodded, retrieving a meticulously prepared document from his briefcase. This contained the terrorist's testimonies alongside other pertinent evidence, undeniably compelling. He continued to address Alexander Pierce. How intriguing, truly intriguing. The fact that Obadiah sought to assassinate Tony Stark. If this information were to disseminate, it would surely leave everyone astounded. Alexander Pierce casually lifted his teacup, gently swirling it, a playful expression adorning his face. However, he paused, his gaze drifting contemplatively towards Marco. How do you intend to manage this matter? This presents us with a prime opportunity to seize control of Stark Industries. Obadiah has essentially handed us this leverage on a silver platter. We have no reason to decline. Marco asserted confidently. Alexander Pierce refrained from elaborating further, merely nodding in satisfaction. Marco's plan resonated perfectly with Pierce's ambitions. With such substantial leverage exposed by Obadiah, failing to seize control of Stark Industries would render their organization, Hydra, rather ineffectual. For a corporation of Stark Industries' magnitude, it held immense value, even for Hydra. Alexander Pierce had not anticipated that a seemingly ordinary incident involving a wealthy heir would unravel such hidden implications and yield such advantages. It appeared that even fate was conspiring in Hydra's favor. Commander, beyond this matter, there are additional items that warrant your attention. Yet the revelations were not over. After reporting on Obadiah Stane, Marco produced several design schematics, laying them before Alexander Pierce. Pierce casually picked up the blueprints, perusing them briefly before setting them down once more. What are these? He inquired, casting a questioning glance at Marco. He had observed that the schematics appeared to be designs for various components, lacking any apparent significance. Commander, I suggest you stack these blueprints together and take another look, Marco replied, his tone laden with implication. Alexander Pierce, filled with a hint of skepticism, followed Marco's instructions and gathered the blueprints for a thorough examination. A look of astonishment swiftly spread across his face. Chapter 167. The creation of the Hydra Iron Man armor plan. Robots. Indeed, while the individual components depicted in the blueprints did not reveal much at first glance, Alexander Pierce was taken aback to discover that when assembled, they formed a complete robotic suit. More accurately, it was a suit of robotic armor. Although robots were not a novel concept in this era, many companies and institutions had already developed robotic technologies. This nonetheless represented a remarkably avant-garde advancement. Most of the robots that had been created were largely conceptual, akin to Stark Industries' colossal arc reactor, impressive in appearance yet utterly impractical. However, Alexander Pierce understood that if Marco had presented this to him, it must possess genuine practical value. The mere thought of this made his eyes gleam with anticipation. Marco, what are these? Alexander Pierce inquired, casting a hopeful glance at Marco. Reza and others had not followed Obadiah Stane's directive to eliminate Tony Stark. Instead, they confined him within a cave, coercing him to produce Jericho missiles. While Tony Stark appeared to comply, he was secretly plotting his escape. Marco gestured towards the blueprints laid before Alexander Pierce, which were designed by Tony Stark as part of his escape plan. I have consulted relevant scientists for verification, sir. These blueprints are entirely feasible. They could even enter the experimental phase immediately. Alexander Pierce's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. This revelation was a serendipitous stroke of fortune. Should the robotic armor depicted in the blueprints be successfully manufactured, it would undoubtedly empower Hydra significantly, not merely with ordinary wings, but with the wings of a dragon. Does Nick Fury know about these blueprints? Alexander Pierce pondered another crucial question, fixing his gaze intently on Marco. This operation to rescue Tony Stark was spearheaded by Tony Stark's most loyal confidant, Coulson, with Black Widow and Hawkeye serving as the vanguard. It could be said that this was unequivocally a Nick Fury operation. Certainly, aside from Coulson, Black Widow, and Hawkeye Barton, it remains uncertain whether the other accompanying agents are indeed under Nick Fury's command. Even if Nick Fury were aware of the infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. by Hydra, his cautious approach to personnel selection makes it nearly impossible to completely eliminate Hydra's influence. Until now, this blueprint is known only to us. Upon discovering the blueprint, our operatives chose not to report it but rather concealed it, entrusting it to Rumlow, who then passed it on to me. No one else is privy to its existence. Fortunately, Marco's response has afforded Alexander Pierce a moment of relief. It is fortunate that Nick Fury remains unaware, otherwise, it could lead to complications. Excellent. Alexander Pierce nodded in satisfaction and instructed Marco to promptly establish a research team, emphasizing his desire to see the final product at the earliest opportunity. Understood. Marco replied in a serious tone, expressing his own eagerness for the creation of such armored machinery. Additionally, Director, at this juncture, Marco produced another document and placed it before Alexander Pierce. This contained intelligence regarding the Devil Fruit users involved in the rescue operation of Tony Stark. Alexander Pierce nodded, picked up the document, and casually flipped through it, his expression growing increasingly grave. Such a paramilitary operation was astonishingly completed in a mere half-hour, executed with remarkable efficiency and precision, capturing all adversaries without any casualties on our side. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Alexander Pierce couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. With the armed defenses of the Riza base, even an assault by Hydra would have posed a formidable challenge. Wilson Fisk, a steel fruit user, possesses the ability to transform his body into steel, rendering him impervious to weapons, and can crush tank barrels with his bare hands. Wade Wilson, a slip fruit user, can nullify the friction of his skin. Even when shot at close range, he can effortlessly evade bullets, remaining unscathed. Hope Van Dyne, a water fruit user, has the capability to transmute objects into a liquid state upon contact. It is highly probable that Tony Stark vanished from the heavily guarded cave thanks to Hope's ability to rescue him. Hawkeye Barton, soaring through the skies like a falcon, exploits aerial superiority to deliver powerful strikes against adversaries using his bow and arrows. Especially the performance of those with extraordinary abilities left Alexander Pierce profoundly astonished. The reason was simple. Their displays of talent were nothing short of breathtaking, even bordering on the unbelievable. If such a remarkable group of individuals endowed with various mystical powers could be harnessed by Hydra, the domination of the world would become significantly more attainable. It was inconceivable for Alexander Pierce to feel indifferent. However, the pressing concern remained. What was the purchasing mechanism of that devil fruit shop? They were utterly perplexed. Even wealth could not procure a devil fruit. Marco, we cannot afford to delay regarding the devil fruit. I need you to uncover the mechanism by which the shop invites individuals to become members with utmost urgency. Regardless of the methods you employ, securing a devil fruit is paramount. Alexander Pierce instructed Marco sternly. Furthermore, keep a vigilant watch on all those who possess devil fruit abilities. Ascertain whether there is potential for them to align with us. Alexander Pierce further commanded Marco. Director, let's say if, we ultimately cannot procure a devil fruit from that shop, based on my recent investigations, it appears that the devil fruit shop does not exclusively sell to internal members. Other individuals have directly approached the shop and successfully acquired fruits. Marco posed this pointed question. Marco, no one shall impede our Hydra's progress. No one. Chapter 168. Tony Stark. This is just too exaggerated. At the Zhao Helen Research Center, Zhao Helen instructed her assistant, Jennifer, keep your eyes wide open and focus intently on the readings. Do not even blink. This is a crucial step. Do you understand? The two were diligently operating and calibrating a specialized piece of equipment. Zhao Helen was intensely focused and serious in her guidance. Understood, Jennifer nodded, but then recalled something and reminded Zhao Helen. However, Dr. Zhao, aren't you scheduled to meet with Stark? I am concerned that time may be running short. Zhao Helen pondered for a moment. Although she was eager to commence the experiment, she ultimately opted to defer. Her appointment with Tony Stark was in half an hour, and the completion of the current data cycle would also take approximately that long, making the timeline rather tight. If it were any other matter, it might be manageable. But given that Stark was visiting her for medical treatment, Zhao Helen felt that this was not an issue to be delayed. Record the current data, and we shall resume in 2 hours, Zhao Helen instructed Jennifer casually. Got it, Dr. Zhao. Jennifer immediately responded and swiftly began a series of follow-up tasks. As for Zhao Hailuan, she departed from the laboratory to change into a different outfit and make minor adjustments in anticipation of Tony Stark's arrival. Dr. Zhao, Mr. Stark has arrived. After applying a touch of makeup and taking a brief respite, just as she had finished preparing, Jennifer approached Zhao Hailuan and informed her. Zhao Hailuan, invigorated by the news, promptly rose to her feet and hastened to the entrance of the research center to greet Tony Stark. Of course, Zhao Hailuan's formal demeanor was not merely a reflection of Stark's stature and status. It stemmed from the fact that he was a dear friend, nothing more. Upon reaching the door, a luxurious vehicle was already stationed outside. The door swung open, and Tony Stark emerged, accompanied by his devoted bodyguard, Happy. Stark, it brings me great relief to see you back safe and sound. Zhao Hailuan greeted Tony with a warm smile, expressing her genuine sentiment. I suppose you must have shed a few discreet tears for me over these past days. Tony, ever the irreverent character, approached Zhao Hailuan directly. Come on, if you wish to offer me a hug, now is the time. Stark, seeing you in better health than I had imagined puts my mind at ease. However, you need to take better care of yourself. Follow me, Zhao Hailuan replied, unfazed by his playful banter, as she personally escorted Tony Stark back to the research center. Pepper informed me that the devil fruit you consumed is called the healing fruit, possessing the ability to cure all ailments. To be honest, I am quite eager to witness its effects, Tony remarked with palpable anticipation as they entered a specialized treatment room designed for healing. Previously, he had experienced Pepper's bubble fruit, Deadpool's slippery fruit, and Hope's water fruit, and he was genuinely intrigued by the healing fruit. Yes, Stark, in just a few minutes. You will realize how wise your decision to come here truly was. Now, please take a seat, Zhao Hailuan confidently instructed him. Can you truly heal all injuries and ailments? Tony asked, glancing around and noticing the absence of any medical apparatus, his curiosity reaching a crescendo. Even something like this? At this point, he abruptly tore open his shirt, revealing the small, luminescent blue arc reactor embedded in his chest, which now lay exposed before Zhao Hailuan's gaze. Zhao Hailuan gasped in astonishment. To her disbelief, a substantial cavity had been excavated from Tony Stark's chest, into which an imposing foreign object had been inserted. What on earth was Stark thinking? I was struck by a missile produced by my own company. Fragments have embedded themselves within me, and I cannot extricate them. To prevent these shards from reaching my heart, I must carry this device at all times, Tony Stark briefly elucidated to Zhao Hailuan. So, this is an electromagnet? Zhao Hailuan remarked, raising an eyebrow and teasing Tony Stark. An electromagnet? Is that your assessment? Zhao, I assure you, this is the future. Tony Stark replied with an air of irritation, correcting her with utmost seriousness. Well then, Stark, are you prepared to remove the future from your person? Zhao Hailuan grinned at Tony Stark, seizing his hand. What are you doing? Logically, one might deduce that grasping my hand is intended for healing, yet I must confess, this feels rather peculiar. Is this truly the method by which the healing fruit operates? It diverges from my expectations. However, this aligns perfectly with the consistent nature of the devil fruit, and I find myself somewhat intrigued. While Tony Stark rambled on, Zhao Hailuan had already activated her abilities. Seated beside her, Tony Stark's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment, as he distinctly sensed the transformations occurring within his body. Not only did he feel the changes, but he could also perceive them with his own eyes. Shortly after Zhao Hailuan grasped his hand, he witnessed the miniature arc reactor embedded in his chest being forcibly expelled. With the large wound on his chest, flesh and tissue began to regenerate and heal autonomously. In mere moments, the arc reactor detached entirely from Tony Stark's body, landing with a soft thud on the ground. Alongside it fell several exceedingly tiny metal fragments, which required careful scrutiny to discern. These were, indeed, the missile fragments that had lain dormant within Tony Stark. At that instant, his chest appeared as if it had never been wounded. Not only was the gaping hole gone, but there was also not a single scar to be found. It was as if he had never sustained an injury at all. This was rather extraordinary, even for Tony Stark, who couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Chapter 169. Tony Stark visits to acquire the fruit. Prior to arriving at Zhao Hailuan's location, Pepper Potts had already informed Tony Stark of Zhao Hailuan's remarkable abilities. Tony Stark had also engaged in prior discussions with Zhao Hailuan, as they are friends, and it was only natural to notify her before seeking treatment. Having previously experienced the extraordinary powers of various devil fruit users, Stark held immense anticipation for this healing process. Despite having consulted the most esteemed medical professionals, who deemed the proximity of the fragments to his heart a near impossible obstacle for removal, Stark remained hopeful. After all, it was a devil fruit, capable of conjuring miracles beyond the realm of reason. Yet, upon witnessing the true effects of the healing fruit, Stark was genuinely astounded. A gaping wound had been carved into his chest, yet within mere seconds, it had completely mended, were it not for the unforgettable days spent in that cave. enduring profound torment. Stark might have questioned whether it was merely a nightmare. How could he possibly be unscathed now? Stark, this is the essence of the devil fruit. A phenomenon even a genius like you cannot fathom. Zhao Hailuan's voice resonated, her amusement evident at the sight of someone as formidable as Tony Stark being taken aback. It was a moment that filled her with a sense of accomplishment, particularly given Stark's notorious arrogance and pride. However, amid this triumph, Zhao Hailuan found herself slightly breathless. Beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Mending such a significant wound required considerable exertion, as it involved the regeneration of flesh, an endeavor of remarkable difficulty. Nonetheless, through this recent experience, she gained a deeper understanding of her healing abilities. Although she remained far from the ultimate realm of restoration described by Rasha, she had undoubtedly taken a step closer. A miracle. Indeed, it was nothing short of miraculous. Happy, observing from the sidelines, could not help but express his astonishment. From the perspective of modern medicine, this was undeniably a marvel. Tony Stark nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He could hardly wait to explore the devil fruit shop. What are we waiting for, Mr. Stark? Let us prepare the gold. Furthermore, there exists the barrier fruit. You promised you would assist me, correct? If I were to consume the barrier fruit, such unfortunate incidents would never recur. Happy eagerly urged Tony Stark. Well, Tony Stark glanced at Happy. Gold is trivial. First, let us visit that devil fruit shop. Of course. Happy promptly replied. Now, Zhao, while I am immensely grateful to you, my desire to explore the devil fruit shop is paramount. Perhaps I shall express my gratitude on another occasion? Tony Stark turned his attention away, addressing Zhao Helen. As long as you're content, Zhao Helen shrugged, fully aware of Tony Stark's disposition and accustomed to his antics. Happy, let us depart. After bidding farewell to Zhao Helen, Tony Stark wasted no time and cheerfully left with Happy. Once in the car, Happy wasted no words, guiding Tony Stark to a rather discreet establishment that appeared quite ordinary. Above the entrance were the bold words, House of Devil Fruits. Happy, is this the place? Tony Stark observed his companion with mild surprise. He had anticipated something vastly different for such a remarkable location, yet it was surprisingly unpretentious. Indeed, Mr. Stark, this is the place. We have arrived. Happy parked the vehicle and led Tony Stark into the devil fruit shop. A young man's figure soon came into Tony Stark's line of sight. Is this the proprietor of the devil fruit shop? As there was only this individual present, Tony Stark naturally deduced the conclusion. He instinctively scrutinized the shopkeeper. Feeling a twinge of surprise, the shopkeeper's appearance diverged from Tony Stark's expectations. Tony Stark, has this fellow finally come to purchase fruits? While Tony Stark assessed Rasha, Rasha discreetly examined Tony Stark, maintaining a composed facade, yet feeling a surge of anticipation within. After all, this was the individual who ushered in the era of superheroes in this world. Would Tony Stark, upon acquiring the devil fruit, still emerge as the vanguard of this epic? Rasha was keenly interested in this prospect. Happy, it's you. As he contemplated these thoughts, Rasha maintained a composed demeanor, greeting Happy with familiarity. Is the gold ready? He inquired nonchalantly. No, manager, Happy replied, shaking his head. Gathering such a substantial amount of gold is no simple task. I require more time. My primary purpose for this visit is to accompany my boss to purchase some fruits. Manager, this is my boss, Tony Stark. Surely, you are acquainted with him, correct? Tony Stark? Naturally, in New York, who isn't familiar with him? Rasha remarked with a calm glance at the man beside him. In that case, I need not introduce myself. Tony Stark, usually so arrogant and self-important, momentarily tempered his demeanor in Rasha's presence. I heard from Pepper that it was you who discovered the cave where I was held captive, which is why I stand before you now. Though I seldom express such sentiments, I must say thank you, Manager Rasha. Furthermore, I owe you a favor. While Stark typically exuded an air of flamboyance, he was, in truth, quite perceptive. Acknowledging that Rasha had uncovered his location was fundamental to his rescue, and he recognized this debt. Chapter 170. The fruit most suitable for Tony Stark. There's no need for formality. It was merely a small effort on my part. In response to Stark's earnest gratitude, Rasha waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of casual indifference. This was not mere modesty. It was indeed the truth. He had simply employed a slight application of observation hockey to ascertain Stark's whereabouts, an endeavor no more demanding than a casual wave of the hand. Mr. Stark, since you are grateful to Manager Rasha, you should purchase a devil fruit. Happy interjected, attempting to shift Stark's self-imposed obligation directly onto the fruit purchase. I will certainly buy a devil fruit, but let us be clear, my interest in acquiring the devil fruit is not out of gratitude to the manager, but rather my own curiosity about it. As for the favor I owe the manager, that will be settled separately, Stark stated bluntly, disregarding Happy's suggestion, which left Happy feeling rather disheartened. Huh, Stark, you needn't be so formal, Rasha chuckled, recognizing the unmistakable personality of Tony Stark. However, Rasha was entirely indifferent to Stark's mention of owing him a favor. For most, Stark's goodwill would carry immense value, but to Rasha, it was of little consequence. It is presumed that Stark possesses a certain understanding of the devil fruits, thus rendering a detailed introduction unnecessary. The voice of Rasha continued, bypassing superfluous pleasantries and delving straight into the matter at hand. Indeed, Tony Stark nodded in agreement, his demeanor equally succinct. Shopkeeper, I have heard from Happy and Pepper that you possess a weapon fruit, said to possess the ability to transform the human body into a myriad of weapons. Could you please provide me with more information about this fruit? The weapon fruit had been recommended to Tony Stark the very moment Pepper Potts purchased the bubble fruit and returned. Happy followed suit with his own introduction. However, at that time, Tony Stark was utterly skeptical about the existence of devil fruits and was convinced that Rasha was a charlatan, a master of deception capable of ensnaring even someone as astute as Pepper Potts. Yet, following the incidents in Afghanistan, Tony Stark had witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of those endowed with the powers of devil fruits, leaving no room for doubt. His perspective had undergone a profound transformation. What he once regarded with disdain, the weapon fruit, now ignited within him a fervent anticipation, although he had yet to experience the fruit firsthand. The descriptions provided by Pepper and Happy painted it as a creation seemingly tailored for him. After all, he was, in essence, a manufacturer of weapons. Despite having shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, vowing to cease the sale of conventional arms to prevent them from falling into the hands of nefarious individuals and causing harm to the world, this decision did not conflict with his personal ambition of transforming himself into a weapon. In fact, the escape plan conceived within the confines of the cave had begun to linger in his thoughts. Although the early rescue had left the plan in limbo and the schematics lost, Tony Stark had not relinquished the notion. He remained resolute in his intent to construct that suit of armor. This represented a new objective for Stark Industries, a quest to create a weapon of unparalleled power, transcending any previously manufactured by Stark Industries, aimed at rectifying the wrongs committed by the company. It was a means to rescue the innocent who had suffered at the hands of weapons produced by Stark Industries. While he had not yet firmly embraced the notion of becoming a crime-fighting superhero, the seed had been planted within Tony Stark's heart, beginning to take root. The weapon fruit would undoubtedly assist him in realizing this ambition. Roches readily acquiesced and subsequently produced the illustrated compendium of the devil fruits, placing it before Tony Stark, specifically indicating the weapon fruit. This, Stark, is the weapon fruit. As you are aware, this fruit grants the user the ability to transform any part of their body into any weapon they desire. Shopkeeper, I wish to understand how the term weapon is defined in the context of these devil fruits, Tony Stark inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Roches, posing a remarkably pivotal question. A weapon? Surely that refers to guns, cannons, tanks, and the like, Happy interjected with an expression of obviousness. Mr. Stark, if only you had consumed this fruit sooner. How could those scoundrels possibly contain you? You could easily summon a tank and reduce that wretched place to ruins. The mere thought exhilarated Happy, who lamented Tony Stark's disregard for both Pepper's and his own counsel to procure the weapon fruit earlier. However, Tony Stark remained unaffected. To him, guns and tanks were utterly insufficient to satiate his appetite. Such tools could never realize the audacious visions that danced in his mind. How could one contend with those nefarious individuals wielding the formidable weapons crafted by Stark Industries? It was far from adequate. At that moment, Roches chuckled, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The term lacks a precise and clear definition. In truth, the devil fruits are, to a great extent, a manifestation of abstract ideals. When you inquire about the definition of weapon, my response is simply this. What you perceive as a weapon is indeed a weapon. At this, Tony Stark's eyes gleamed with excitement, visibly invigorated by the revelation. Then, shopkeeper, what if I were to propose a suit of iron armor? In my estimation, that constitutes a formidable weapon. Can the weapon fruit conjure such a creation? After a brief moment of contemplation, Tony Stark raised an eyebrow at Roche's, inquiring with a weighty significance. Iron armor? Happy could not suppress a look of bewilderment as he glanced at Tony Stark, entirely perplexed by his words. Iron armor? Is that not something from a film? Yet Roche's comprehended Tony Stark's true intent with perfect clarity. Without hesitation, he nodded affirmatively. Just as I mentioned, what you believe to be a weapon is indeed a weapon. Therefore, as long as you master the capabilities of your fruit and your imagination knows no bounds, it is indeed possible. In that moment, Roche's observed Tony Stark before him, who began to exhibit a palpable sense of exhilaration. Chapter 171. A grand transformation. As Stark was enveloped in the forging of his iron armor, he turned to the shopkeeper. Having heard from Pepper and Happy that the fruits here could be sampled, allowing one to experience their abilities for 5 minutes. May I sample the weapon fruit now? He inquired eagerly. Upon receiving an affirmative response from Rasha, Tony Stark wasted no time, fixing Rasha with an intense gaze, brimming with anticipation. Of course, that is entirely feasible. Rasha replied with a smile, producing a sample of the weapon fruit and handing it to Tony. With boundless eagerness, Stark swiftly accepted the sample from Rasha's hand. Mr. Stark, I must caution you. Happy attempted to warn him about the notoriously dreadful taste of the devil fruit, yet before he could finish, Tony Stark plunged the fruit sample into his mouth. Stark's expression momentarily froze, his eyes widened in disbelief. His movements halted as if caught in a moment of astonishment. He glanced at Happy with incredulity, as if to ask, is this truly the flavor of the devil fruit? Yes, Mr. Stark, indeed it is. I can relate. The essence of the devil fruit embodies this taste. But trust me, once you've consumed it, even this flavor will evoke a sense of nostalgia. Happy finally managed to complete his earlier thought. Gulp. Stark blinked, steeling himself as he forcefully swallowed the horrid fruit pulp. While he muttered, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark, this flavor certainly lives up to the name of the devil fruit. Wait. Just as Stark was in the midst of his critique, his expression shifted dramatically. Like every other individual who had consumed a devil fruit, he felt a profound transformation within his body the instant the pulp settled. It was a remarkably peculiar sensation, akin to someone having re-engineered his physique, installing a weapon manufacturing system within. This system seamlessly integrated into his mind, akin to a computer CPU, fully attuned to his cerebral commands. Simultaneously, his body transformed into the software that could facilitate the operation of this weapon manufacturing system. Such a feeling was utterly unfathomable. Stark was instantly invigorated, instinctively sharing the changes within his body. Now, Mr. Stark, why not attempt to manufacture a weapon? Happy urged, his excitement palpable. I have been eagerly anticipating this moment for quite some time. Tony Stark himself exhibited an eager demeanor, ready to embark on a new venture. Well then, let us commence with something simple. Let's attempt to create a firearm. With this resolution, he cautiously summoned the extraordinary ability of the weapon fruit, guided by his instincts. Clack, clack, clack. In an instant, he beheld with remarkable clarity that his right hand had indeed transformed into a gun. Mr. Stark, can you see? Your hand has actually turned into a gun. It's truly astonishing, absolutely unbelievable. Happy exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. Wow. Tony Stark mirrored the excitement, his face alight with astonishment. My hand has genuinely become a gun. Is this the essence of the weapon fruit? Remarkable. Even Tony Stark found himself awestruck by this miraculous spectacle. Shopkeeper, do you have any targets in your establishment? I find myself rather eager to try this out. He turned his gaze toward Rasha, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of firing this genuine handgun. Surely, it would be an exhilarating experience, something beyond his wildest imaginings. Apologies, Stark, but our humble shop does not possess any targets, Rasha replied, shaking his head, which brought a hint of disappointment to Tony Stark. Not to worry, Happy interjected, tugging at Tony's sleeve and pointing towards a tree outside the shop. Mr. Stark, isn't that a perfect target? Shopkeeper, may I test my aim on that tree? I hope you don't mind, Tony Stark inquired eagerly, his enthusiasm rekindled. Feel free, Rasha replied with a shrug. He certainly had no objections to such a venture. With renewed fervor, Tony Stark rubbed his hands together and dashed toward the tree at the entrance. A cursory glance revealed the trunk to be riddled with scars and holes, undoubtedly a testament to the trials inflicted by other abilities. After all, in the absence of a proper target, this unfortunate tree had become the chosen victim. What a sorry sight. Tony Stark couldn't help but exclaim, feeling a pang of sympathy for the beleaguered tree. It stands here at the entrance of a devil fruit shop. I can only wonder what sins it committed in a past life. Yet, scarcely had he finished his lament when he unhesitatingly raised his hand and fired a shot at the tree before him. Bang! The bullet erupted from the barrel, striking directly into the trunk. A bullet hole, emitting wisps of smoke, suddenly appeared before Tony Stark's eyes. Yes, Tony Stark exclaimed, stamping his foot in excitement, while Happy beside him joyfully slapped his thigh. The capabilities of the weapon fruit were indeed as impressive as he had imagined. Bang! 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 With an eagerness that was barely containable, Tony's hands trembled incessantly as he fired 3 consecutive shots into the tree before him, finally pausing, though still yearning for more. He returned to face Rasha. "Shopkeeper, I must say, this is the most exhilarating experience I have ever had." Tony Stark exclaimed in awe, adding, "No, this is not the pinnacle of excitement. What I am about to do next will be even more thrilling. Happy, are you ready to witness the most astonishing event in the world?" He cast a mysterious glance at Happy. "Of course, Mr. Stark, I am eagerly anticipating it." Happy nodded vigorously, his enthusiasm palpable. "Then it's showtime." Taking a deep breath filled with anticipation, Tony Stark began to unleash the powers of his weapon fruit. Clank, clank, clank. Instantly, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. Accompanied by this rhythmically chaotic yet forceful sound, metallic modules began to materialize out of thin air, orbiting around Tony Stark. They commenced assembling, interconnecting, and enveloping him in a dazzling display. After a breathtaking sequence of mesmerizing movements, a suit of iron armor emerged. Chapter 172, The Initial Experience of the Weapon Fruit. An impeccable armor, what is this? Happy exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. "Mr. Stark, what is this? Did you create this with the weapon fruit?" His eyes widened as he gazed at Tony with a look of sheer disbelief, stammering a trio of questions that echoed his shattered understanding. In Happy's perception, weapons were merely firearms, grenades, tanks, and rocket launchers, concepts that were so fundamentally ingrained they required no further contemplation. Thus, when Tony had previously inquired about the definition of a weapon from Rasha, Happy found it somewhat peculiar. A weapon is simply a weapon. What more is there to define? However, Tony Stark's mind often ventured into realms that eluded conventional thought, frequently posing questions that left others momentarily bewildered. Happy, not placing much importance on it, was once again left struggling to keep pace with Tony Stark's extraordinary line of reasoning. It is no wonder that Mr. Stark, upon confirming the definition of a weapon, inquired with the shopkeeper about the possibility of creating an iron suit. Happy initially thought Tony Stark was merely asking out of curiosity, yet to everyone's astonishment, Tony Stark actually crafted a suit of armor. How utterly remarkable! Tony Stark truly lives up to his reputation. In Rorschach's eyes, admiration was unmistakably evident. Entrusting the weapon fruit to Tony Stark was undoubtedly the wisest decision. Had it fallen into another's hands, it would have resulted in nothing more than rudimentary firearms, a grievous waste indeed. Only Tony Stark possesses the capability to extract its utmost value. Furthermore, Stark's prowess is undeniable. He was able to construct the iron suit on the spot after consuming the fruit, indicating immense potential for future advancements. However, to speak candidly, the armor he has created at this moment appears somewhat rudimentary. Of course, it is far more refined than the original Mark suit fabricated in the cave as depicted in the films. Yet, it pales in comparison to the renowned Mark III suit, which faced off against Ironmonger, and even falls short of the Mark II, which faced the icy heights. The current initial Mark suit is merely a fledgling. Nevertheless, given Tony Stark's intellect and creativity, Rorschach firmly believes that Stark will continue to innovate and produce even more powerful and extraordinary armors. From another perspective, this current suit, being portable and readily available without requiring an energy source, stands as an impeccable piece of armor. At this moment, Tony Stark donned the suit and began to experiment, moving his limbs and inspecting the weaponry, revealing a somewhat forced expression. While the basic framework is sound, there are still numerous details in need of refinement, not quite aligning with my expectations. As Stark assessed the iron suit enveloping him, he noted his inexperience with the fruit's abilities, resulting in some overly crude components. However, these are not insurmountable issues. "Mr. Stark, you truly crafted a suit of iron armor? This is utterly astounding," Happy exclaimed, his voice filled with awe and admiration. Recognizing this as the most formidable weapon in the world, No. Happy, Tony Stark replied with utmost seriousness, shaking his head. The most powerful weapon in the world is the Devil Fruit. Taken aback by this statement, Happy nodded earnestly, acknowledging the validity of his boss's words. However, the weapon fruit can only unleash its maximum potential in my hands, Tony Stark added with an air of pride. Hap was equally convinced of this notion. As they conversed, Tony Stark's iron armor suddenly vanished, revealing that the 5-minute trial period had come to an end. Stark paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the situation, his face betraying a palpable sense of reluctance and urgency. Good heavens, the sensation of transforming one's imagination into reality and conjuring weapons from thin air is truly addictive. Manager, I have made my decision. I shall choose the weapon fruit, Stark declared earnestly to Rasha. Is this truly your final decision, Stark? There are many other fruits in the catalog you have yet to explore, Rasha inquired with a smile. No, Manager, that will not be necessary. Stark shook his head resolutely, stating, I choose the weapon fruit. My heart tells me this fruit is destined to be mine. Very well, Stark, as long as you are satisfied. Rasha shrugged his shoulders. So, Manager, how much must I pay in dollars to reserve the weapon fruit? Stark asked with a serious demeanor. $3 million. I can hold the weapon fruit for you for 1 month, and I believe that should suffice for you, Stark. Rasha replied confidently. That is more than adequate. Stark responded without a moment's hesitation, promptly transferring $3 million to Rasha. Oh, by the way, how many kilograms of gold is the weapon fruit? It was only after completing the transaction that Stark recalled this crucial question, glancing at Rasha. The price for the weapon fruit is 2,000 kilograms of gold. Rasha informed Stark of the cost. 2,000 kilograms of gold. All right, grant me a few days. Stark replied with newfound confidence. Mr. Stark, don't forget my 30 kilograms of gold. I'm still short 30 kilograms, and you promised you would assist me, correct? Hap seized the opportunity to remind Stark. Did I promise you that, Hap? I don't recall such an agreement. Stark replied, his expression one of confusion as he looked at Hap. Hap's face fell in response. Just as he was about to explain something, Tony Stark suddenly burst into laughter, remarking on the expression on his face. Huh, I'm just joking, of course I remember. This brought a change in mood for Happy, who couldn't help but cast a resentful glance at Tony Stark. His boss's whimsical nature was quite unpredictable, and sometimes his jokes could leave one utterly speechless. Well then, I shall not disturb you any longer. In a few days, I will bring enough gold. I am eagerly anticipating that day. Shortly thereafter, Tony Stark exchanged greetings with Rasha and left the Devil Fruit shop with Happy. Chapter 173, Iron Monarch. Have you heard of devil fruits? Pepper. The moment they exited the Devil Fruit shop, Tony Stark contacted Pepper Potts. Prepare 2,000 kilograms of gold for me. As quickly as possible, Mr. Stark. Happy, who was driving, chimed in to remind Tony Stark. No, make that 2,030 kilograms of gold. Tony Stark corrected himself, addressing Pepper Potts again. Happy's face then lit up with delight. That's wonderful, Mr. Stark. Once Pepper gathers the gold, we can purchase the fruits together, Happy said, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he looked at Tony Stark. Tony Stark said little in response, but he too was filled with immense excitement about the prospect. Mr. Stark, where are we headed next? To the office or home? Happy then turned to inquire about his boss's preference. What's the point of going to the office? I can already tell there's a mountain of problems waiting for me. Take me home. Tony Stark replied matter-of-factly. Due to his recent caprices, Stark Industries had faced considerable challenges, and the shareholders were practically ready to drown him in their disdain. He had no intention of confronting that grim reality. Understood. Happy nodded, deftly turning the steering wheel. Tony Stark's decision was entirely expected. Tony. Just as they rounded a corner, Tony Stark's phone rang. It was Obadiah Stane calling. This man was the most significant figure in Stark Industries aside from Tony Stark himself, and even in Tony's presence. He held a sort of uncle-like status that Tony could not simply overlook. Tony Stark promptly answered the call, and Obadiah Stane's voice resonated immediately through the receiver. Hey, Obi. Tony Stark greeted the other person. Tony, you haven't shown up at the office, and I inquired, but you aren't at home either. Where on earth are you? Obadiah Stane spoke to Tony Stark directly, not mincing words. You've just sustained an injury. Is it wise to be gallivanting around all day? Why not recuperate at home? Tony Stark appeared utterly unconcerned. It was merely a missile explosion. It's nothing serious. Tony, listen, I'm delighted to hear you sound so robust. But we need to have a serious discussion. Obadiah Stane began to address the matter at hand. You cannot continue like this. After all, The company bears your name, does it not? Obi, you are correct. In fact, I believe I ought to rest for a few days. I'm starting to feel a bit unwell, Tony Stark candidly admitted. That's fine. Once you return home, I will come to visit you. It's settled, Obadiah Stane asserted without room for dissent. Tony Stark pondered for a moment, finding no valid reason to refuse Obadiah, as the nature of their relationship permitted a visit to his home. Tony Stark was unable to devise any rationale for refusal. Furthermore, he could empathize with Obadiah's current state of mind, as all the messes created by Tony had now fallen squarely upon Obadiah's shoulders. Thus, it was indeed unreasonable to continue avoiding him. However, what Tony Stark could never have anticipated was that Obadiah's eagerness to seek him out was not primarily concerned with company matters. Those were merely a facade, an excuse. The true reason Obadiah wished to meet Tony Stark was to ascertain whether he was aware of the truth behind the kidnapping incident. In recent days, Obadiah had been exceedingly anxious and uncertain. Through his own channels, he learned that the individuals he had employed from the Ten Rings had been entirely eradicated. No one was left. The majority had been killed on the spot, while the rest had been apprehended by an intelligence organization known as the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support. Previously, Obadiah had never heard of such an intelligence agency, but now it had accomplished what even the CIA and FBI could not, thereby capturing Obadiah's full attention. What troubled Obadiah most was that Reza and his associates had also fallen into the hands of this intelligence organization. This posed a significant risk of exposing Obadiah's involvement in hiring Reza to assassinate Tony Stark. After all, one could never place trust in the character of those terrorists. In these recent days, Obadiah Stane has indeed been somewhat restless. If his dealings were to be exposed, it would certainly lead to his ruin, and his life as he knows it would be irrevocably shattered. However, despite sending a considerable number of operatives to gather intelligence and monitor the situation, he has uncovered no abnormalities. Remarkably, after Reza's arrest, there has been no ripple effect. Not a single organization has approached him. Yet, Obadiah remains cautious. For the operations of intelligence agencies are often beyond the realm of ordinary reasoning. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupts his contemplation. Raising his head and collecting his thoughts, he straightens his posture and speaks. Come in. A young man in a tailored suit promptly strides before Obadiah, ready to deliver his report. The individuals are indeed still detained at the Bureau of Strategic Homeland Defense and Logistics, but that organization seems to possess considerable authority. I enlisted our friends from the CIA and FBI to inquire, yet they have reported that they lack the jurisdiction to probe into this bureau's affairs. Aside from their continued detention, we have yet to uncover any further information. Obadiah's countenance darkens further. It remains uncertain whether Reza and the others have divulged his involvement. Continue to monitor that organization closely. Should any developments arise, notify me immediately, he instructs, rubbing his temples in evident fatigue. The young man nods and continues, however, sir, I have stumbled upon some intriguing information regarding the rescue operation in Afghanistan. It was not the Bureau that located Tony Stark, but rather Ms. Pepper Potts. Pepper? Obadiah is taken aback, never anticipating such an answer. He had orchestrated Tony Stark's abduction, maintaining a keen interest in the operations unfolding. Everything had been progressing according to his expectations, with no agency having tracked Stark's whereabouts. Yet, one day, Stark was inexplicably rescued. This revelation has indeed caught Obadiah off guard. Previously, he had assumed that such a feat was the work of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, his trusted aide now informs him that it was accomplished not by S.H.I.E.L.D., but by Tony Stark's assistant. What a ridiculous turn of events. How could this be? What on earth is happening? Obadiah cannot help but fixate on his confidant, inquiring in a low tone, Sir, are you familiar with the concept of devil fruits? Yet the youth gazed meaningfully at Obadiah Stane and posed a profound question. Chapter 174, Stark's Rescue. A result of the powers of the capable. Devil fruit. Obadiah Stane immediately displayed a visage of confusion and bewilderment. Devil fruit, what manner of thing is this? How could there exist a fruit bearing such a name in this world? Moreover, the matter under discussion was the immensely grave issue of Tony Stark's rescue. How could it possibly be related to any sort of fruit? It was entirely irrelevant, to say the least. Sir, according to my investigation, the true hero behind Tony Stark's successful rescue is not that lengthy named intelligence organization, but rather the wielder of the devil fruit powers. Pepper Potts employed a group of those capable individuals, effortlessly capturing Reza and his associates. The so-called Department of Homeland Strategic Defense merely reaped the benefits. Is that truly the case? Obadiah Stane raised an eyebrow, increasingly taken aback. If the situation indeed unfolded as his confidant suggested, then those so-called devil fruit users were not to be underestimated. Thus, the crux of the matter arose. Who exactly were these individuals wielding devil fruit powers? And what precisely is the devil fruit? Pray tell, what is the essence of the devil fruit? Obadiah Stane fixed his gaze intently on his confidant and inquired in a low voice. It is said to be a fruit that grants superhuman abilities upon consumption. The youth replied solemnly. Just days ago, Pepper Potts made an expenditure exceeding 7 million, coinciding with the timeline of the purchase of the devil fruit. Huh. Obadiah Stane could not suppress a laugh. He found it all utterly preposterous. Tell me, William, do you truly believe in this so-called devil fruit? Do you believe one can simply consume it to gain superhuman abilities? This is utterly ludicrous. Had William not been a trusted aide of many years, Obadiah would have swiftly delivered a resounding slap. How could such fantastical things possibly exist in this world? This was beyond mere exaggeration. However, the fact that Pepper Potts managed to ascertain the precise location of Tony Stark's captivity was something Obadiah found difficult to accept. Are you certain it was Pepper Potts who discovered where Tony Stark was being held? Obadiah Stane fixed his gaze firmly on William. Indeed, sir, I am certain of this. William affirmed with a decisive nod. According to the investigation, it was Pepper Potts who discovered the whereabouts of Tony Stark's captivity. Subsequently, she engaged a group of so-called specialists, accompanied by individuals from an intelligence organization, to orchestrate a rescue. Pepper herself participated in the operation in Afghanistan. Pepper, what role do you truly play in all of this? Obadiah Stane mused aloud, his gaze distant. Pepper Potts, a person he had never regarded highly, had now become the linchpin of the entire situation. This was something Obadiah had never anticipated. Clearly, it was time to have a serious discussion with Pepper Potts. It would also be prudent to subtly inquire through her whether Tony Stark was aware of the truth. After all, Tony Stark held an immense trust in his assistant, making it plausible that he might divulge some secrets. I understand, you may leave now. Having made up his mind, Obadiah waved his hand, dismissing William. Without further ado, he directly dialed Pepper Potts' number. Pepper, do you have a moment? I believe I need to discuss matters concerning Tony with you. Given Obadiah's stature, the initiative to speak with Pepper was not something she could afford to take lightly. She promptly arranged her current tasks, cleared her schedule, and arrived at Obadiah's office at the earliest opportunity. Pepper, how fortunate Stark is to have your assistance. Without you, I would doubt he could survive. Obadiah gestured for Pepper to take a seat and exchanged a few pleasantries. I merely performed the duties expected of an assistant. Mr. Obadiah, you flatter me. Pepper replied with polite humility. Do not be modest. Look at the mess Tony has left behind. Only you can restore order to it, Obadiah remarked, raising his hands in exasperation. After a brief exchange of cordialities, Obadiah wasted no time and proceeded to the crux of the matter. Pepper, I sought you out to inquire specifically about what transpired in that cave. Why has Tony returned a changed man, suddenly shutting down our pillar industry? I have heard you were also involved in the rescue in Afghanistan, so tell me, what have I missed? Can you recount the entire affair for me? Obadiah asked earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Pepper Potts. Considering Obadiah's status and his relationship with Tony Stark, his inquiries were entirely reasonable and expected. It was simply the nature of human curiosity. Pepper Potts failed to perceive any irregularities, and consequently, she did not contemplate concealment. Thus, she candidly spoke to Obadiah Stane. Mr. Stane, I am not entirely certain about what transpired while Stark was confined in that cave, as he has refrained from disclosing any details. I can only surmise that it must have been an exceedingly harrowing experience that he is reluctant to recount. Pepper Potts responded earnestly to Obadiah Stane. Is that so? Obadiah raised an eyebrow, continuing to scrutinize Pepper Potts as he inquired. But why were you present in Afghanistan before the FBI and CIA located Tony Stark? I have also heard that Tony's rescue was entirely due to your recruitment of a group of mercenaries. What exactly transpired, Pepper? Frankly, I am astonished. Your actions have far surpassed the capabilities of a mere assistant. Indeed, this was an extraordinary matter, and Pepper Potts felt no need for secrecy as she recounted the events to Obadiah Stane. Within Pepper's narrative, a crucial term once again captured Obadiah's attention: devil fruit. The information Pepper provided remarkably aligned with William's intelligence. She had indeed enlisted a group of individuals endowed with the powers of devil fruits to rescue Tony Stark. Moreover, it was revealed that Pepper herself was also a possessor of such abilities. Chapter 175. The alliance of Ironmonger and Hydra consuming this fruit grants one superhuman abilities? Pepper, you must realize how outrageous your claims are, correct? Obadiah's voice resonated, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes upon Pepper Potts, demanding an explanation. I am aware. I know, Mr. Stain. However, please hold on for a moment. Upon uttering this, Pepper paused for a brief moment, allowing her thoughts to coalesce. With a mental command, she harnessed her bubble fruit abilities to conjure a myriad of bubbles. She then directed these bubbles towards Obadiah Stane, causing them to settle upon him. A look of surprise immediately spread across Obadiah's face. Pepper Potts had merely waved her hand, and a multitude of bubbles appeared? What was this? A trick? Did Pepper anticipate his inquiries regarding her actions in Afghanistan, and thus prepared this spectacle in advance? It was utterly nonsensical. Yet, if that were not the case, could it be that the bubble fruit truly existed? This was even more unfathomable. So, is this the ability of the bubble fruit? To conjure these bubbles at will? Obadiah raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Indeed, this is the extraordinary ability of the bubble fruit, Mr. Obadiah. Do you now perceive that your mental and physical states have returned to a harmonious equilibrium, akin to the sensation of just awakening? The reason for this revitalization is that I have utilized the bubbles to wash away all your fatigue and weariness. Pepper Potts nodded and continued to elucidate for Obadiah Stane. Initially, Obadiah had not noticed this transformation, but upon her mention, he immediately recognized that he indeed felt invigorated. These past few days, the turmoil surrounding Reza had left him frazzled, even robbing him of sleep at night, rendering him utterly exhausted. Yet now he felt renewed. Not only was his mental state splendid, but his body also seemed to brim with vitality. This sensation left Obadiah marveling at the phenomenon. What sorcery lay within these bubbles that could so swiftly refresh him? Although he remained skeptical of Pepper's claims regarding the devil fruit, he could not deny the palpable change he experienced. One's ingrained beliefs are notoriously difficult to alter. The notion of a devil fruit. Did she truly think him a fool? After Pepper departed, Obadiah could not help but emit a derisive laugh. Nonetheless, he began to take heed of the shop that purportedly sold these devil fruits. Regardless, the establishment appeared to play a crucial role in the rescue operation for Tony Stark. Moreover, according to Pepper, it was not she who located Tony, but rather the proprietor of that devil fruit shop. How had that shopkeeper accomplished such a feat? Furthermore, if the shopkeeper had outpaced all intelligence agencies in discovering Tony's whereabouts, what else might they have uncovered? A cascade of questions and doubts flitted through Obadiah's mind. Considering the timing, Pepper's elaborate fabrication of such an absurd tale seemed specifically designed to thrust this devil fruit shop into his attention. The more he pondered, the more he yearned to uncover the true nature of this enigmatic establishment. Sir, Mr. Willis has arrived. As he contemplated these matters, his assistant knocked on the door of Obadiah's office to convey the news. Willis is here. Please, invite him in at once. Obadiah straightened himself, addressing his assistant. Willis was a significant client, and even amidst his current turmoil, Obadiah knew he must extend a warm welcome. Soon, under the guidance of his assistant, a well-dressed middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s or 50s, entered Obadiah's office. Obadiah, initially composed, was about to engage in business discussions with Willis when Willis raised his hand, interrupting him. I did not come here today to discuss arms, Willis remarked with a significant undertone. Oh, then what is it that brings you here, Willis? Obadiah raised an eyebrow, sensing an ominous feeling welling up within him. It is rather intriguing, Willis replied with a knowing smile, producing a recording device and pressing play. Why haven't you acted yet? You never informed me that the target was Tony Stark. A corresponding dialogue began to play, causing Obadiah's complexion to darken dramatically, as if he had been struck with a series of resounding slaps. Shocked and furious, his lips twitched uncontrollably. The recorded conversation was unmistakably his discussion with Reza. With seemingly no regard for Obadiah's grim expression, Wesley retrieved additional documents from his briefcase and placed them before Obadiah. As he perused the contents, Obadiah's countenance grew even more somber, nearly dripping with despair. The documents contained irrefutable evidence of his and Reza's conspiracy to assassinate Tony Stark. This evidence could condemn Obadiah to a lifetime in prison. Wesley, you are a spy from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, are you not? Quite impressive. Obadiah could not suppress a cold laugh, making a logical deduction. The agency that apprehended Reza's associates would undoubtedly be privy to these secrets. No wonder there had been a lack of activity from this intelligence agency lately. They had been orchestrating this plan all along. However, Obadiah quickly regained his composure. The fact that they chose not to apprehend him through official channels, but rather opted for clandestine intimidation indicated that they had a vested interest in him. Obadiah, you are a wise man, so I need not say more, correct? Wesley quipped with a significant glance. Speak, what is it that you desire? It's quite simple. At certain pivotal moments, we would like you to fulfill some of our requests, nothing more. Wesley grinned. I believe we have reached a consensus, have we not? In response, what more could Obadiah possibly say? Chapter 176. We are the best superhero partners. The Devil Fruit Shop. Jessica, could you kindly assist me in bringing the gold inside? Tracy turned to Jessica Jones, who had accompanied her to the store. Jessica had come along primarily to lend her strength, as there was no way Tracy could manage the 50 kilograms of gold on her own. However, for an individual with Jessica Jones's extraordinary abilities, 50 kilograms was merely a trifling matter. She effortlessly lifted it with one hand, as if it were an empty box. Okay, Jessica said, foregoing any unnecessary chatter as she easily retrieved a pre-prepared box from Tracy's vehicle. Her demeanor suggested she was merely handling something inconsequential. After all, she was capable of lifting an entire car. 50 kilograms of gold was nothing more than a light drizzle. Boss, where shall I place the gold? Jessica swaggered over to Rasha, and an immediate wave of alcohol fumes enveloped him, causing him to wrinkle his brow slightly. It seemed Jessica was still living her life in a haze of intoxication. It was a pity to see someone with such potential, particularly as she was not an ordinary person but a superhuman. Frankly speaking, it felt somewhat wasteful for her to be merely a private investigator, squandering her remarkable abilities. However, Rasha kept these thoughts to himself, choosing not to express them further. Just set it down here. Rasha quickly dismissed those errant thoughts and addressed Jessica Jones. Upon hearing this, Jessica casually placed the large box in front of Rasha and opened it. Boss, here is the 50 kilograms of gold. Would you like to count it? Tracy's voice chimed in, her expression earnest as she looked at Rasha. In truth, Rasha had already verified the contents using his system the moment Jessica placed the box before him, confirming that the gold was indeed genuine. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of magnanimity and waved his hand dismissively. No need for that, Tracy. It's unnecessary. With that, Rasha made a sweeping gesture, and the once overflowing box instantly became empty. Within the blink of an eye, the entire contents of gold vanished without a trace. Wow, boss, is that your superpower? Tracy gazed in awe, her face alight with uncontainable curiosity. I knew it. You must be a superhuman too. So, did you consume a devil fruit? Jessica Jones lazily glanced at Rasha, intrigued for once. Which fruit did you eat? The space fruit? No, I ingested the shining fruit, Rasha replied, shrugging his shoulders. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with an intense golden radiance, exuding an undeniable aura of power. How cool is that? Manager, you are simply extraordinary, Tracy exclaimed, her excitement overflowing. Jessica, did you see that? The manager's eyes just glowed. Tracy's exuberance was infectious, even momentarily catching Jessica off guard. Yet, it was not long before Jessica resumed her nonchalant demeanor, dismissively replying to Tracy, it's all right. To be honest, Rasha's abilities were indeed impressive, but what relevance did that hold for her, Jessica Jones? Tracy, here is your jungle cat form from the cat fruit. Please take it, Rasha said with a smile, not lingering any longer. As he handed over the fruit Tracy had purchased. It's absolutely beautiful. Tracy inhaled deeply, her excitement palpable as she accepted the devil fruit from Rasha, exclaiming with a tone of reverence, is this for real? Jessica Jones couldn't suppress a scoff from the side. That thing looks hideous, and the taste is utterly dreadful. There's no way I would ever eat something like that, even if it granted me superpowers. However, Tracy paid no heed to Jessica's disdain and promptly took a hearty bite of the fruit. Even the revolting taste, reminiscent of something unpleasant, felt uniquely special to her, revealing the extent of her yearning for superhuman abilities. Just like the last time she had sampled a fruit, the moment the flesh entered her mouth, Tracy felt a transformation coursing through her body. She was immediately exhilarated. Yes, this is the feeling. It's back. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Tracy concentrated, and her right hand morphed into a fluffy cat paw, startling Jessica Jones profoundly. What just happened? Your hand is covered in fur, and you have claws now. Tracy, what fruit did you actually eat? What have you done? Jessica Jones demanded, her tone shifting to one of concern as she fixed her gaze on her friend. As Tracy exuberantly informed Jessica Jones about her recent acquisition of a fruit, Jessica naturally inquired about the nature of this fruit. However, Tracy remained coy, insisting that she wished to surprise Jessica. The result? A surprise, or rather, a shock. Jessica, why are you looking at me like that? I have become Cheetah Woman. Yes, the very Cheetah Woman from the comics. I am now a superhero, just like you. No, I am even cooler and more powerful than you. Tracy exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, flaunting her newfound identity to Jessica Jones. Cheetah Woman? Jessica Jones released a slight sigh of relief. She was somewhat familiar with this character, although her appearance was indeed peculiar. It was not entirely unacceptable. It was certainly preferable to some of the more bizarre alternatives. Moreover, to be frank, the comic book version of Cheetah Woman was undeniably impressive, despite being a villain. Congratulations, Tracy. You have finally realized your dream, Jessica sincerely expressed to her friend. Although she had little interest in becoming a superhero herself and was somewhat indifferent to Tracy's enthusiasm about it, it was indeed a moment worth celebrating when a dear friend's aspirations came to fruition. Thank you, Jessica. I envision us fighting crime together in the future. We will make an incredible superhero duo. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. Tracy continued, her enthusiasm growing boundlessly. In response, Jessica Jones could only chuckle. She harbored not even the slightest interest in combating crime. Chapter 177. Another superheroine arrives to acquire fruit. By the way, manager, don't you have a group for those with the powers of devil fruits? I would like to join. Could you add me to it? Tracy suddenly recalled something and eagerly turned to Rasha. Joining the superhero headquarters and meeting more superheroes was an opportunity Tracy, who yearned to become a superhero, could not afford to miss. Of course, Rasha readily agreed without hesitation, promptly adding Tracy to the Devil Fruit group he had established and notifying everyone. Manager, everyone, please join me in congratulating Tracy on becoming a member of our family, the House of Devil Fruits. Welcome, everyone. Tracy. Hello, everyone. I am Tracy, the wielder of the cat fruit in its jungle cat form. I am thrilled to join this family, and I look forward to your guidance. The first to respond was the perennial water group king, Deadpool. Wade Wilson, cat fruit? That is a Zoan-type fruit. At long last, a Zoan-type ability user has joined our group. I have yet to encounter a living Zoan fruit user. Wade Wilson, however, I have a question. Why isn't the user in a catgirl form? It's truly a pity. I would love to see what a catgirl user looks like. Vanessa, Tracy. Wade is merely jesting with you. Please don't take it to heart. I am Vanessa, a user of the suit fruit, and I warmly welcome you. Hope Van Dyne. Wait a moment, Tracy? Surely everyone has heard of the Tracy show, right? That radio star is named Tracy. Pepper Potts, Miss Tracy. You wouldn't happen to be that Tracy, would you? Tracy. Hello, everyone. If there isn't a second show called The Tracy Show, then I suppose I am indeed the Tracy you speak of. Mobius, a major celebrity, has joined our group. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. I can now boast to others that I have a celebrity friend. The other members present in the chat enthusiastically greeted Tracy, making her increasingly exhilarated. As a prominent star, Tracy frequently encounters adoration from fans. While the group was warm, it was merely customary politeness. But how can one say that these individuals are ordinary? They are superheroes. Such a status is incomparable to that of mere mortals. Having just become a superhero herself, Tracy felt utterly overwhelmed by the acceptance from so many extraordinary beings. Yet, despite her desire to foster camaraderie, this was not the appropriate moment, as they were in the Devil Fruit shop. Tracy politely bid farewell to everyone and exited the group. Shopkeeper, I shall not impose further. I will return another day. After exchanging pleasantries with Roxas, Tracy took her leave from the Devil Fruit shop. Jessica, now that I am a superhero, do you think I should adopt a more striking alias? Do you have any suggestions? I am quite fond of the name Cheetah Woman, but I wish to avoid using someone else's name. And besides, Cheetah Woman is a villain, while I am a superhero. What do you think of Hellcat? It could instill a sense of hellish despair in those criminals. Isn't that thrilling? Even after they had departed from the Devil Fruit shop, Roxas could still hear their spirited conversation. It seems Tracy is genuinely passionate about being a superhero. Once their figures vanished from view, Roxas withdrew his gaze, a smile gracing his face. Yet another transaction had been completed. Although Tracy had previously paid a deposit to secure the fruit, The deal remained incomplete until the transaction was finalized. Thus, Roxas's sales task remained stagnant for another day. Before Tracy's arrival for the transaction, the Punisher had already brought the necessary gold the previous day, successfully completing the exchange. As for the fruits reserved by Happy and Tony Stark, Roche believed it would not be long before they transformed into actual orders. After all, this was Tony Stark, in the vast Marvel universe. He stood atop the pyramid of wealth. For someone of his stature, gold was merely a trivial matter, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Thus, these two orders seemed all but assured, bringing Roche closer to the next phase of his sales targets. His spirits were notably high, and this buoyancy translated into his subsequent ranked matches, where he achieved an astonishing 5 consecutive victories, ascending to Diamond 1, a rare pinnacle in Roche's ranked career. As he prepared to seize this momentum to break through to the Diamond tier, the wind chimes at the door suddenly rang. Reluctantly, Roche set aside his phone and looked up towards the entrance. He beheld a striking young woman with Asian features, exuding confidence as she entered the store. Roche's brow arched in recognition. He immediately identified her as a female hero from the Marvel Universe. While she may not be as renowned as some of her counterparts, given that the Marvel Universe has seldom developed female heroes beyond Black Widow, this character had nonetheless been given thoughtful consideration in her creation. She was none other than Colleen Wing, the protagonist from the series Iron Fist. At this point in the timeline, Roche pondered whether Colleen had uncovered the true nature of the Hand and subsequently defected from the organization. "Hello, store manager. What kind of devil fruit do you have?" Colleen's voice resonated as she approached Roche, her curiosity piqued. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such peculiar fruits. Before Roche could respond, Colleen's attention was captivated by the colorful, dazzling devil fruits displayed in the cabinet. "Are these the ones, manager? They look so strange," she exclaimed, marveling at the assortment. "Greetings, customer." "Indeed, as you can see, these are the devil fruits," Roche replied with a smile, eager to introduce her to these unique offerings. "I wonder how these fruits are sold," Colleen inquired again, her interest thoroughly piqued as she contemplated purchasing one to sample. Chapter 178, Corin. Have I encountered a superhero? The fruits in this shop are unlike any ordinary ones, with each fruit priced differently. Roche's voice resonated once more as he earnestly addressed Corin. "Corin, so, are the fruits here sold individually?" A look of disbelief crossed her face. It was her first encounter with fruits being sold one by one, truly a peculiarity. Furthermore, the fruits were clearly of varying sizes. If they were not priced by weight, as is customary in the market, how would they determine their value? Would the entire pricing be left to the whims of the shopkeeper? Yet, despite her musings, Corin did not dwell on her skepticism, and continued, "Then, how much is a devil fruit?" Upon reflection, selling fruits individually might not be such a bad idea. After all, these peculiar items might not be to her taste. Buying one to sample seemed reasonable. Perhaps the customer should first examine the illustrated guide, Roche suggested. Contemplating for a moment, he retrieved the illustration of the devil fruit and handed it to Corin. "Shopkeeper, isn't this a bit excessive?" Corin couldn't help but chuckle. Was it really necessary to create an illustrated guide for selling fruits? Nevertheless, she accepted the guide he offered. However, as she glanced at it, the smile faded from her face. "Shopkeeper, I apologize, but is this some form of jest?" Corin's expression turned serious, her brows knitting together. She pondered whether this young shopkeeper was of sound mind. She merely wished to purchase a fruit, yet he seemed intent on complicating matters. Observing her demeanor, Roche realized that Corin perceived him as nonsensical. She was evidently a customer unacquainted with the nature of the devil fruits. For such customers, Roche had long devised a strategy. With a gentle smile, he activated the power of the devil fruit, and his eyes suddenly gleamed with a brilliant golden light. Corin was taken aback. What was happening to this person's eyes? They were glowing. But that was not all. With a swift motion, 2 searing golden rays shot forth from Roche's luminous gaze. With a resounding crash, they struck the tree at the entrance of the devil fruit shop. Instinctively, Corin turned to look, and noticed 2 smoking craters had appeared on the tree's trunk. Clearly, those were the marks left by the 2 golden beams emitted from the shopkeeper's eyes. Colleen turned her head, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Roche. Could this possibly be a superhuman? She struggled to comprehend how that astonishing display had occurred. Did the guest consider this a jest? Under Colleen's astonished gaze, Roche grinned and posed a rhetorical question in return. Colleen was rendered speechless. How could such an incredible spectacle be a joke? How could anyone achieve such an extraordinary feat? Manager, what was that just now? How did you accomplish it? After several seconds of stunned silence, Colleen inquired in a tone of utter bewilderment. As described in my tome, the devil fruit grants extraordinary abilities. The power I just demonstrated is derived from the glitter fruit, Rasha explained with a cheerful smile. Devil fruit? Colleen raised an eyebrow, instinctively skeptical of such absurd claims. Yet, she found herself unable to dismiss the brilliance of Rasha's golden gaze. Nevertheless, her prior derision towards the concept of devil fruit began to waver. After all, the undeniable truth lay before her, too significant to ignore. Moreover, Colleen was no ordinary individual. She had encountered people possessing peculiar skills. For instance, there was Danny from the Rand group, who could illuminate his fists using something he referred to as chi. In a sense, could that not also be considered a superpower? Did such fruits that bestow superhuman abilities truly exist in this world? Colleen whispered this thought aloud. Unable to contain her curiosity, Rasha merely stood by, arms crossed, observing her contemplation with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The seed of doubt had been sown, and once planted, it was difficult to eradicate. Manager, how can I know that what you're saying is true? How can I be certain that your fruit can indeed grant superpowers? Colleen suddenly lifted her head after a moment of reflection, regarding Rasha with a serious expression. If the devil fruit could indeed bestow superpowers, it would be a fortuitous opportunity for Colleen, precisely what she needed. Recently, she had discovered that her once-beloved mentor, the gambler, had deceived her. The Hand Association was not a righteous organization, but rather a malevolent one. Indeed, Colleen had betrayed the Hand Association. Furthermore, in order to atone for her previous mistakes, she had resolved to confront the Hand Association with unwavering determination. However, the formidable strength of the Hand Association instilled in Corinne a profound sense of helplessness. It was far beyond the capacity of her and Danny to confront. If the devil fruit truly possessed the power to counter the Hand Association, as the shopkeeper claimed, Corinne certainly did not wish to miss the opportunity. Unbeknownst to her, the Hand Association, which had been a source of her distress, was currently entangled in significant troubles, with all but one of its 5 fingers, Alexandra, who was afflicted with a terminal illness, eliminated. Yet, as Corinne feared, how could she easily place her trust in such unverifiable claims? Even if the shopkeeper demonstrated laser beams before her eyes. I completely understand the customer's concerns, but I must assert that they are unfounded, said Rasha with a shrug. Offering advice to Corinne, the shop does provide a tasting service, allowing customers to experience the product before deciding on a purchase. Is that so, shopkeeper? You actually have a tasting service here? Corinne's eyebrows arched in surprise, her eyes sparkling with newfound interest. If a tasting service was available, then there would be no issue at all. Of course, customers can first peruse the illustrated guide. If they find a fruit that piques their interest, they can inform me. Rasha extended his hand towards Corinne as he spoke. Chapter 179. Consume it, and you shall become the female Flash. Then, shopkeeper, please grant me some time. Corinne promptly acknowledged Rasha and began to examine the illustrated guide in her hands with great scrutiny. The array of dazzling abilities overwhelmed her senses, leaving her in awe as if a new world had been unveiled before her. It reshaped her understanding of this reality. If the shopkeeper's previous assertions were indeed true, and the fruits depicted in the guide could bestow the extraordinary powers described, Corinne felt as if she had squandered years of her life, akin to a frog confined to the depths of a well. The veracity of the devil fruits was a mystery that Corinne was determined to unravel. With this contemplation, her gaze remained fixed and unwavering on the guide as she read and sifted through its contents. Shopkeeper, does this teleportation fruit allow for instantaneous movement? After approximately 5 minutes, Corinne's attention settled on one particular fruit, and she began to inquire solemnly of Rasha. Indeed, esteemed customer, the teleportation fruit, as the name suggests, enables instantaneous movement. Rasha nodded, smiling as he elucidated. Is it akin to the speed of the Flash? Corinne raised an eyebrow, intrigued. In principle, the teleportation achieved by the teleportation fruit is also a form of movement facilitated by super speed, akin to the method employed by the Flash. However, whether one can reach the same level as the Flash ultimately depends on the user's mastery of the fruit's capabilities. Rasha nodded once more. Corinne astutely seized upon the essence of Rasha's statement. Does this imply that the powers bestowed by the teleportation fruit are limitless? Indeed, or rather, the sole limitation of the teleportation fruit lies in the user's ability to harness it. If one excels in development, they might very well become a second Flash. I surmise that such development must be quite challenging, Cornwin calmly retorted. This is not a static process. The fruit's potential is influenced not only by effort, but also by imagination, or perhaps enlightenment. For some individuals, extensive training is indeed necessary, while for others, merely consuming the fruit provides a commendable starting point. I understand. Cornwin nodded in acknowledgement. Furthermore, it is important to note that the teleportation fruit not only accelerates one's movement speed, but also enhances the swiftness of other actions. For instance, I am aware of a sharpshooter who consumed the teleportation fruit. He could not only instantaneously appear before his target, but also draw and fire his weapon at a speed so rapid that others scarcely had time to react. Rasha's voice resonated as he began to elaborate to Cornwin. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue, for this was precisely the teleportation fruit she had envisioned, one that would not only quicken her mobility, but also augment her actions. Consequently, Cornwin's swordsmanship would experience a significant enhancement. Very well, shopkeeper, I shall give this teleportation fruit a try. Cornwin promptly made her decision and addressed Rasha. As you wish. Without further ado, Rasha retrieved the teleportation fruit and handed it to Cornwin. Thank you, shopkeeper. Cornwin accepted the fruit with both hands, expressed her gratitude, and after a brief moment of contemplation, bit into the sample. Almost immediately, Cornwin furrowed her brow, a hint of confusion crossing her face. What does this taste? Could it be that the fruit has spoiled? I can sense your thoughts, dear customer, but this is merely the flavor of a devil fruit. Acquiring formidable power is never an easy endeavor, is it? Observing Cornwin's puzzled expression, Rasha smiled and addressed her. Cornwin pondered for a moment and indeed found truth in his words. From this perspective, her trust in the devil fruit grew even stronger. After all, if the shopkeeper had intended to deceive, he would not have concocted such an unappealing flavor. Cornwin refrained from saying much, swallowing the unpleasant fruit pulp without hesitation. So, is this sufficient for me to acquire superpowers? She queried, lifting her gaze with a hint of skepticism towards Rasha. However, before she could receive a response, astonishment painted her features as she immediately sensed a transformation within her body. It was as if an acceleration motor had been installed inside her, and she distinctly felt the ability to hasten her movements. This sensation prompted Cornwin to murmur in awe, and she eagerly initiated a trial. In an instant, she flickered from her original position to 1 meter away, her speed tripling that of her previous self. Incredible, truly astonishing. Cornwin's eyes widened further in disbelief, unable to suppress her exclamations of wonder. Never had she imagined that her speed could reach such heights, surpassing even her mentor, the gambler. It was real. The devil fruit was indeed authentic. In that moment, Cornwin's doubts regarding the devil fruit evaporated completely. With boundless excitement, she swiftly executed several punches, discovering that, just as Rasha had indicated, her striking speed had also nearly tripled. Is this what the devil fruit entails? I can scarcely believe such an extraordinary fruit exists in this world. She soon halted her movements, overwhelmed by a mix of shock and exhilaration, and sincerely expressed her admiration for Rasha. Are you considering purchasing one then? Rasha shrugged. Cornwin was about to affirm enthusiastically, but a glance at the illustrated guide in her hand caused her to freeze. The teleportation fruit, 500 kilograms of gold. Gasp. How could she possibly afford such a thing? Although she ran a martial arts training program, her motive was merely to recruit for the hand union, and the venture had never been particularly lucrative. She was, in fact, quite impoverished. Not to mention, she could not even dream of affording 500 kilograms of gold, let alone $5 million or $500,000. However, a thought struck her. If she could not afford it, surely Danny Land could. After all, he was now the largest shareholder of the Land Group. In an instant, Cornwin made her decision. Chapter 180, The Weapon Fruit in Hand. The new generation of battle armor dazzles my apologies, shopkeeper. I had not paid much attention to the prices before, but I fear I cannot afford these extraordinary devil fruits, said Corinne, her tone laced with a hint of regret as she addressed Rasha. Not to worry, Rasha replied nonchalantly. Surely, one need not purchase a devil fruit merely for visiting. It is unreasonable to expect someone to buy after sampling. However, Corinne quickly shifted her focus, adding, but, shopkeeper, I have a friend who is exceedingly wealthy. I shall recommend the devil fruits to him. Corinne's words were sincere. She genuinely believed in her friend's potential interest. Although she had witnessed the prowess of Iron Fist, she found his abilities somewhat lacking, constrained by significant limitations. The most critical drawback was the limited energy he possessed, which could not be summoned at will. Once he called upon his internal energy, he had to conclude the battle swiftly. Otherwise, he would be left weakened when his energy was depleted. In Curran's view, such capability was far from sufficient for the hand union. Yet, should Iron Fist procure a devil fruit to substantially enhance his strength, that would be an entirely different matter. Then I would appreciate your introduction, dear customer, Rasha said with a smile, fully aware that Curran referred to Danny Land, historically known as the weakest Iron Fist. To be frank, Rasha believed that someone like Iron Fist indeed required the aid of the devil fruits, considering he was unable to defeat even the weakest contenders in the hand union. I shall do so. Curran nodded emphatically, bidding farewell to Rasha. Well then, shopkeeper, I shan't disturb you further. Farewell. Goodbye. Curran promptly exited the devil fruit shop. Rasha, unperturbed by her departure, soon forgot about her and resumed the interrupted ranked matches on his phone. Following Curran's visit, a few more customers entered the shop. But the exorbitant prices of the devil fruits rendered them inaccessible to the average person. By the time Rasha closed up for the day, not a single transaction had been completed. The same trend persisted over the following days. The shop welcomed a steady stream of curious visitors, some of whom expressed interest in the devil fruits. Yet, for various reasons, none resulted in sales. It was not until 5 days later that Tony Stark and Happy reappeared at the devil fruit shop, bringing with them the gold necessary for transactions. Only then did Rasha receive 2 orders. It is noteworthy that among the guests during these days, there were indeed individuals dispatched by Obadiah to investigate the matter, though Ross would be entirely unaware of this. In the luxurious villa of Malibu, in the basement, a peculiar sound echoed, "Kaka, kaka," accompanied by this strange noise. An array of components began to swirl and coalesce around Tony Stark, creating a dazzling spectacle, much like the transformation of a transformer after an extravagant and splendid metamorphosis. An awe-inspiring suit of iron armor materialized from thin air. Had Ross been present, he would have recognized that this suit bore an uncanny resemblance to the Mark II armor. During the period when Pepper Potts was preparing gold for Tony Stark, he had not been idle. Rather, he had been diligently conceptualizing and upgrading his iron armor. Given Tony Stark's intellect and innate talent, he astonishingly completed the design work within just a few short days. What remained was merely the experimentation and production processes. However, with the acquisition of the devil fruit, those subsequent steps became unnecessary. Or rather, what lay ahead was the experimentation conducted by Tony Stark himself. Indeed, remarkably so, Tony Stark meticulously assessed the armor encasing him, tested his movements, and glanced into a mirror, unable to suppress a satisfied smile. This was precisely the manifestation of the armor he had envisioned. The devil fruit was, without a doubt, extraordinary. This realization only deepened Tony Stark's sense of wonder. While the design of the iron armor adhered strictly to scientific principles, the essence of the devil fruit transcended any scientific explanation. At this juncture, even a seasoned scientist like Tony Stark had to accept this reality. Now, it was time to commence further testing. With eager anticipation, Tony Stark focused his thoughts, causing the armor's hands and feet to unleash a torrent of searing flames. Instantly, he ascended into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He spun several times within the spacious confines of the basement. Oh, how exhilarating! Tony Stark could not help but exclaim in thrill. It is worth mentioning that this experiment proceeded with far greater smoothness and perfection than the ones depicted in the films, achieving immediate success. Unlike the cinematic portrayals, which often depicted multiple failed attempts before achieving flight, this instance was distinct. After all, the devil fruit, at its core, existed in the realm of the metaphysical, rather than the scientific. Tony Stark's scientific designs served merely as a foundation and framework. However, certain intricate details and specific functionalities can be directly realized through the capabilities of the devil fruit, aligning seamlessly with Stark's vision and expectations without the stringent adherence to scientific data. Take, for instance, flight. When Tony Stark desires his armor to soar, it takes to the skies effortlessly. Yet, should Jarvis conduct a meticulous assessment of the armor's current parameters, he would ascertain that they are insufficient to facilitate such flight. Now, let us examine the weapon systems. After relishing several triumphant aerial maneuvers, Tony Stark descends gracefully, extending his right hand with fervor. In an instant, a blast of energy erupts from his palm. With a mere thought, a Gatling gun materializes from the shoulder of the suit, spinning ominously, instilling a sense of dread in any who behold it. Following that, Stark's hand transforms into a rocket launcher, and subsequently, various armaments such as flamethrowers, submachine guns, and even Jericho missile launchers emerge in rapid succession. Every conceivable weapon that Tony Stark can envision manifests seamlessly upon his Mark armor. Unquestionably, Tony Stark single-handedly equips himself with the entirety of Stark Industries' arsenal. Although the exterior of this armor bears resemblance to the Mark II, the disparity in capability is astronomical, rendering the Mark II obsolete by comparison. In the subsequent days, Tony Stark sequestered himself in his basement, immersing himself in the exploration and development of the Devil Fruit. He became utterly consumed, neglecting food and sleep, even enduring 2 consecutive nights without rest. The allure of the Devil Fruit, with its ability to transmute imagination into reality, proved irresistibly captivating for a fervent scientist like Stark. After all, any of his wildest ideas could be promptly actualized for immediate experimentation, a sensation that was simply exquisite for him. As he refined his creations over these days, the armor he fashioned from the Devil Fruit grew increasingly perfect, and his proficiency with the fruit's powers expanded. Initially, it took Stark approximately 5 seconds to conjure the steel armor. Now, he accomplishes this feat in a mere second. This represents a significant advancement. Tony Stark believed that with his increasing proficiency in the abilities of the fruit, instantaneously creating armor would soon be an effortless task. The Disney Music Hall was adorned with a fiery red carpet tonight, hosting one of Los Angeles' most anticipated high society soirees each year. A fatigued Tony Stark casually prepared himself a cup of coffee when a news segment playing on the large screen caught his attention. Historically, the organizers of this gala would beseech Tony Stark to attend, yet this year, he had heard no word of invitation. Jarvis. Have I received any invitations? Tony Stark promptly inquired of his devoted artificial intelligence butler. No records of any invitations have been received, Jarvis replied candidly. Tony Stark's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Had Benny fallen to such a lowly state? Was he now excluded from gatherings he once deemed beneath him? Due to his provocative remarks at a recent press conference, rumors suggested he was enduring psychological trauma and had been bedridden for weeks. However, regardless of the truth, no one anticipated his presence tonight. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark resolutely made a decision. If everyone believed Benny would not attend, then he would certainly go. Unexpected, yet quintessentially Tony Stark. Jarvis. I haven't driven my rather discreet silver Audi in a while, have I? Please replace the air freshener with a new one, Tony Stark commanded immediately. Sir, do you intend to attend this gala? Everyone will surely be astonished. Jarvis adeptly surmised Tony Stark's intentions. Well, I do enjoy creating surprises, Tony Stark shrugged nonchalantly. He then disregarded Jarvis's response and instead opted to have a meal, take a shower, and change into a fresh outfit. After a brief yet meticulous grooming session, he noted the time and donned an elegant designer suit before heading out in his remarkably understated silver Audi, making his way directly to the Disney Music Hall. Stark. It's Tony Stark. As anticipated, when Tony Stark emerged from the vehicle, a chorus of delighted shrieks erupted from the crowd. He instantly became the center of attention, the most radiant figure among them. Amidst the cheers, Tony Stark strode confidently into the venue, seamlessly navigating through the throngs of elite attendees. A casual greeting to Obadiah Stane, a playful tease towards his assistant. None of these interactions bore significance. They were all trivial matters, until a blonde bombshell appeared before Tony Stark. This striking reporter was no stranger to him. They had previously engaged in profound discussions. However, her intentions were evidently not to rekindle their past connection. This was a small town called Marag. Have you heard of it? The blonde placed a stack of photographs into Tony Stark's hands. Upon glancing through them, a frown immediately creased his brow. These were unmistakably images of terrorists transporting Stark Industries weapons. Someone within Stark Industries was selling arms to those terrorists. Tony Stark's expression darkened ominously. Such actions had crossed a line he could never accept. Who within the company could commit such treachery? Stark could only surmise it must be Obadiah Stane. Have you seen these photos? What exactly is happening in Marag? Tony, irate, stormed off to confront Obadiah Stane, clutching the incriminating photographs. How naive I was. I believed the principles of business. I truly did. We cannot engage in bilateral trade, can we? Stark's piercing gaze bore into Obadiah Stane as he posed this soul-searching inquiry. Under the intensity of Stark's scrutiny, Stane's countenance began to darken as well. The fact that Stark had uncovered this situation was astonishing. Tony, do you think it was the board that ousted you? It was my directive. Stane, shedding all pretenses, laid his cards on the table. Stark was momentarily taken aback. Though he had long suspected Stane, the confirmation was still a bitter pill to swallow. After all, Stane was akin to an uncle to him. He had been a partner with Stark's father, Howard Stark, and now he was partnered with Tony himself, evoking a certain emotional bond. Yet who could have anticipated such betrayal? Such a treacherous act behind his back, clandestinely ousting him from the board? Stark felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal and deep-seated anger. However, what incensed him even more was the revelation that Stane was engaging in bilateral trade, selling weapons to terrorists. This must be stopped, Stark silently vowed to himself. In times past, he may have lacked the capacity to instigate change, but the present is a different matter. Now, he possesses the ability to take action on behalf of the unfortunate souls afflicted by the weapons of Stark Industries. It all begins in this town known as Merak. Tony Stark's gaze gradually transformed into one of resolute determination.